100 years ago, the world changed drastically, and a mysterious gas suddenly filled the air. As the gas spread, plants and animals mutated violently like crazy. That year, the mountains seemed to have awakened, and giants as huge as gods stepped through the sky, leading the mutated beasts and plants in the mountains and forests to launch the first devastating attack on the human world. At that time, humans tried their best and used all their firepower to barely stop this earth-shaking beast tide. But this victory did not last. A few years later, the second beast wave swept in. This time, even the forest came alive. The wildly growing vines and tree roots began to devour human cities and villages, eroding the last safe areas. Later, humans confirmed through instruments that the gas was not poisonous fog, but a special energy called spiritual energy. People imagined that this would bring an opportunity for evolution, but when the spiritual energy was injected into the human body and there was no reaction, that hope was shattered. Until one day, someone accidentally discovered the method of the contract feeding the alien beast with one's own blood. If the alien beast accepts and completes the sacrifice and responds under the wrapping of unknown runes, the contract is established. Thus, the beast tamer was born. Of beast masters has become the key for humans to regain hope in adversity. They can not only control the evolved beasts to fight against alien species, but also launch counterattacks and rebuild their territory. As time goes by, beast taming is no longer just a weapon of war. Some gentle beasts have even entered families and become human companions, pets, and symbols of good luck. At this moment, Su-Ming contracted an inconspicuous pet cat. The school's top management was shocked and disappointed. After all, Su-Ming was the top genius in the grade. As long as he contracted a combat beast, he would most likely be among the top 10 strongest people in the country in the future. Classmates and relatives were even more sarcastic, thinking that Su-Ming was crazy and had ruined his own future. But they don't know that Su-Ming has an ability that can overturn his fate. He can see the hidden information of all beasts. At this time, the kitchen was steaming. Su-Ming had just put the noodles into the pot when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He wondered who would call at this time. He picked up the phone and frowned. Teacher Wang, the head teacher? What was he calling for? He picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Teacher Wang? Su-Ming, have you considered changing your beasts recently? White fur cats are not suitable as combat pets. Even if they are trained, they lack combat capabilities and are more for viewing purposes." White velvet cat. Su-Ming was stunned, then smiled helplessly. "Teacher, my beast is a white shadow cat, not a white velvet cat. Although they look similar, their abilities are completely different." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and it seemed that it had just reacted. "So it's the white shadow cat. No wonder you suddenly asked for leave after you brought it here that time. I thought something had happened. That's good. The test at school tomorrow is very important. You must pay attention to the control of the beast and don't make any trouble. The school bus will come to pick you up, remember to be on time." After hanging up the phone, Su-Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. He asked for leave that time not because he was laughed at, but because Devouring almost hunted him on the spot when he entered the school gate. The momentum was like a beast coming down the mountain. "I hope nothing will happen on the school bus tomorrow." He picked up the noodles and walked to the living room. Devouring lay quietly at his feet, looking at him with a silly look in his eyes, full of question marks. "Master, why do you eat this kind of thing again? Last time I wanted to hunt for you, I was stopped. Humph, I must make you something delicious when I go out tomorrow." Su-Ming had no idea of its little plan, and he ate while browsing his phone. A beast master can actually communicate with the beast through spirit, but that is the ability of an intermediate beast master. Su-Ming is only a beginner now, and his contract level has not reached level 11, so the spirit connection is not yet reliable. This is also the reason why beasts can be changed frequently at the beginner stage. After dinner, Su-Ming washed the dishes and collapsed on the sofa, browsing the news. Suddenly, he saw a headline that made his eyes widen. "Eagle Country plans to explore the deep sea of Blue Star." "Are they really crazy?" Su-Ming muttered. He remembered the official report that the ocean was the most dangerous area on the blue planet. Many ships, routes, and even warships mysteriously disappeared, and even satellites could not capture their traces. At this stage, going abroad basically depends on airplanes, and no one dares to take a boat. Su-Ming looked up and realized it was almost 10 o'clock. "I have to wash up and go to bed," Before entering the bathroom, he leaned over and rubbed Debeo, who was squatting at his feet. Debeo licked his paw lazily, looking relaxed, but in fact, a fierce light flashed across his eyes. I must prepare some delicious food to show off my cooking skills to my master when I go out tomorrow. It's time to go to bed, Debeo. Su-ming called out, and Debeo immediately turned back into a cute little cat and went into his nest obediently. Su-ming turned off the lights and went back to his room to rest. The night was dark and silent. As the morning light just shone through the gaps in the curtains, Su-ming was woken up by a phone call. It was Teacher Wang again. After looking at the group messages, he found that almost all the teachers were bombarded by Mr. Wang. Some of those who didn't answer the phone even called the parents directly. Thinking of the unlucky students in the class who were escorted to the school bus by their parents overnight, Su-ming couldn't help but sigh. After changing his clothes and carrying his bag, he called out, "Debeo, let's go out." A white shadow flashed, and Debeo had quietly jumped to his feet. Su-ming put the cat leash on it and was about to go out. When the door opened, the air from the corridor hit him in the face. Debeo's nose twitched, and his expression instantly switched to a fighting state. Su-ming didn't notice anything unusual and walked downstairs on his own. Debeo followed him with eyes as sharp as a cheetah. In the community, Grandpa and Grandma were walking their dogs and cats. "Hey, Xiaoming actually took Debeo out today, it's rare," an old man greeted with a smile. Unexpectedly, the 2-meter-tall dog at his feet suddenly became weak and trembled on the ground. "Wang Kai! What's wrong?" Seeing the old man scratching the dog's face in confusion, Su-ming immediately realized that his own Debeo was releasing his aura again, so he quickly laughed it off and led it away. "Uncle Lee, let's talk next time." After walking away, Su-ming rubbed Debeo's head and sighed. "Let's not really do it like last time. If something happens, I can't afford the compensation." Meow, Debeo pretended to look pitiful, and Su-ming didn't bother to care. But when they arrived at the gate of the community, the scene in front of them stunned him. A huge school bus, 30 meters long and 8 meters wide, was parked at the gate. It looked like a sci-fi semi-trailer. Under the front of the bus, a dark-skinned man was standing and waiting for someone. "This school bus, why is it completely different from last semester?" The man saw him, walked straight over, and stared at Debeo for a few seconds. "Su-ming, right?" "Woo-woo!" Debeo suddenly growled, which frightened Su-ming. "I'm sorry, master, it's a little shy." The driver laughed, showing his neat white teeth. "It's a good thing to be shy. Get in the car." Su-ming nodded and patted Debeo's head. Debeo's mood finally calmed down a little, but he still stared at the boy. Even when Su-ming led him to the front row, he couldn't help but look back frequently, his eyes full of hostility. The moment Su-ming got into the car, he thought there would be a strange smell in the car. After all, it was a car for transporting imperial beasts, but unexpectedly, there was a faint fragrance in the air. When the students on the bus saw him leading a snow-white fluffy cat on the bus, they couldn't help but cast curious glances at him. "So cute, is it a white fluffy cat?" "It looks like it. I heard that this kind of cat sheds a lot of hair, but has a gentle personality and is suitable as a pet." However, just as the atmosphere was gradually becoming more lively, a harsh voice popped up at an inopportune time. "It's just a pet beast, is it that serious? I think it's just food rations." At first, Su-ming nodded with a smile on his face, but when he heard this, his face turned cold, and his eyes turned to the person who spoke Wang Jimao. He had an impression of this person. He came from a family that did business in beast control materials. He was dressed in gold and silver, and showed off his wealth and boasted all day long. "Have you ever seen my black scorpion?" Wang Jimao chuckled and kicked the huge black scorpion at his feet. The scorpion was 2 meters long, with its tail hook curled high, its stinger flashing coldly, and its claws thick and oppressive. Beast Tamer, Black Scorpion, Talent, Elite, Level 7, Servant, Ability, Toxin. As a popular beast for newbies, the Black Scorpion has good attack, high taming ability, and obedient personality. But Su-ming's eyes were a little subtle. Why is this elite Black Scorpion only 2 levels higher than his own Debeo? Just as he was thinking, Debeo suddenly lowered his body, spread his limbs, and stretched out his arms and legs, making a pre-hunting stretching posture. He slowly moved forward, staring at the Black Scorpion. "This little bug looks fresh. Want to taste it?" Su Ming quickly grabbed Debeo, who was eager to try, and gently rubbed its chin to calm it down, then found a seat to sit down. His claws scraped across the floor, leaving behind a series of harsh friction sounds, which made the car quiet. Wang Jinbao's face changed slightly. He was showing off, but he was not a fool. The oppressive feeling that Debeo showed just now, and the sharp claws that could scratch the floor, the white fur cat could not do it at all. He stared at the cat and muttered to himself, "White shadow cat?" The driver also spoke up at this time, his voice deep. "In this world, only money means meat buns." The car started, and none of the students understood the meaning of the words. Only Wang Jinbao heard the hidden meaning. He looked out the window unconvinced, and the black scorpion at his feet also pretended to be dead and lay still. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, all high school seniors have been uniformly placed in special training campuses in the suburbs. These campuses are adjacent to the armed police base and training camp, both for safety and to allow the beast masters to be closer to actual combat. The beast vigilantly, his eyes gradually brightened, and even drooled at the corners of his mouth. "Everyone looks delicious. Who should I start with?" Su Ming held his forehead and sighed helplessly. He knew this guy's character very well, and as long as he didn't really pounce on him, he didn't bother to care. Taking advantage of his free time, Su Ming opened the system and looked through Debeo's evolution information. Evolution conditions: reach level 11, elite, requires 100-year-old wind grass, wind element inner elixir, beast blood fruit, bloodthirsty tiger heart, and spinal bone marrow. Every time he saw this list, he wondered if Debeo's evolutionary path was too stable. Other people's beasts often evolved in multiple directions, but in Debeo's illustrations, there was only one evolutionary option, and it was clear and unambiguous. What was even more outrageous was that this was the strongest one. If this is really the ability of the illustrated book, then its value is simply immeasurable. He gently rubbed Debeo's ears and secretly made up his mind: first upgrade Debeo to an elite, and then think about how to obtain those rare materials. At this time, there was also a disturbance on the other side. As a rich kid, Wang Jinbao was always surrounded by people who flattered him. Sure enough, a tall, thin man with shifty eyes approached. "Are you just going to let it go?" Wang Jinbao looked back at him and recognized him as Lu Hai, the famous licker. In the senior high school department, he was good at flattering people and wanted to get close to anyone with a little power. Now he failed to flatter others, so he came to get close again. Wang Jinbao sneered. "You have an idea? Then go ahead. If it works, I will provide you with some evolution materials for your beast." When Lu Hai heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately made an OK gesture and turned back to his seat. Wang Jinbao looked at his back with more and more disdain, especially when he saw his pug-like beast. He almost laughed out loud. This idiot still can't see it? That's not an ordinary white fur cat, it's a white shadow cat. You want to curry favor with me? You are dreaming. With the black driver's skillful operation, this exaggerated bus shuttled through the city at a high speed. If the city roads had not been widened after the revival of spiritual energy, I'm afraid it would not be able to accommodate this behemoth. Su Ming was rubbing Debeo's furry tail and looking out the window. The scene outside the window was like a slide rapidly receding, making people wonder how this bloated bus could run at such a speed. Soon, the bus drove out of the city and turned into a forest road that had been transformed by spiritual plants. Su Ming looked out the window and could vaguely see the outline of the school in the distance. "ZZ classmates, we've arrived at the station. Get off through the back door one by one and line up. Don't let your beasts fight with each other, or something serious could happen." The black-skinned driver laughed heartily, but there was an indescribable meaning in his smile. Su Ming came back to his senses, leaned over and gently patted Debeo, who had his head buried. "Debeo, we're here, we should get off the bus." "Have we reached the gathering place?" Debeo suddenly raised his head, his eyes sparkling. But Su Ming soon discovered that the ground where Debeo had just buried his head was already covered with a pool of unknown liquid, and his hair was also wet. The corner of his mouth twitched. If he hadn't known that Debeo was always obedient, he would have wanted to take it back to the beast control space. At this time, Wang Jinbao, who was holding Black Scorpion, looked at Lu Hai thoughtfully, as if he realized something. He smiled slightly, his eyes cold. "Dahe, it seems that you have found your food for today." "Hiss?" The black scorpion tilted its head slightly, as if it didn't fully understand, but waved its claws excitedly. On Su Ming's side, he was trying hard to control the excited and restless Devouring, and he didn't notice that the malicious eyes of Lu Hai behind him were secretly signaling his own beast to make a move. Devouring's nose moved slightly, as if he smelled something. His originally slightly lost expression instantly turned cold and fierce. Without any warning, he turned around and swung his claws fiercely. Sizzle! It was like the sound of a sharp blade cutting raw meat. Blood gushed out instantly, splashing all over the people in the car. Even the beasts were not spared. A woof! What's going on? Su Ming turned around when he heard the voice and saw a deep scar on the face of the blue dog that looked like a husky. His face suddenly became gloomy. Beast Tamer, Blue Dog, Tear, Talent, Normal, Level 3, Servant, Ability, None, Illustrated Description, a monster with extremely low IQ but absolutely obedient to its master, low training value, and extremely poor independent survival ability. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Lu Hai, what do you mean? Lu Hai was startled by this question, but after seeing the looks from his classmates, he knew that he must not back down. What do you mean? I want to ask you something. Why don't you take care of your white fur cat? As a beast tamer, don't you even trim your nails? Su Ming sneered, loosening his grip on the cat leash. You still have one chance, tell the truth. Lu Hai was furious, and was even more stubborn under the gazes of the crowd. What I just said is the truth. Su Ming already knew what kind of person Lu Hai was. He would bully others just because they didn't dare to do anything. He looked down at Devouring, who was eager to try. His eyes turned cold, and he simply let go of the cat rope. Meow! A white shadow flashed, and a sharp cat cry exploded. In an instant, the white shadow pounced on the blue dog, and its sharp claws tore the blue dog's throat accurately like a wind blade. Warm blood gushed out, even splashing on Lu Hai's face. The blue dog stopped screaming, and its body twitched a few times before returning to calm. Lu Hai stared blankly at the corpse of the beast in his arms with his eyes wide open, muttering to himself. What's going on? Wang Jibao was trying to hold back his laughter and watch the fun, but as soon as he turned around, he bumped into the black-skinned driver. The driver sneered. You are not honest either. This sentence frightened Wang Jibao's smile. His heart tightened, and he immediately realized that this driver was quite important, so important that even his father had to bow his head and call him teacher when he came. The black scorpion didn't know where it got the courage from, but it waved its claws in a threatening manner. However, the driver gave it a glare and it immediately shrank into a ball, covering its face with its claws and trembling. The black-skinned driver walked up to Su Ming, glanced at Devouring, who was restraining himself from eating with complicated eyes, and nodded. You have trained the white shadow cat well, and you gave it a chance. In a sense, you are right. Su Ming didn't say anything, but nodded coldly. He glanced at Lu Hai, with no mercy in his eyes. Lu Hai was holding the blue dog in a daze, muttering, How could it die? With a look of disbelief on his face. The black-skinned driver looked around the room and said in a steady and loud voice, Beast Tamer does have infinite possibilities. But Beast Tamer is not a game that anyone can play if they want to. Today you will be taking the primary Beast Master assessment. You are standing here as trainee Beast Masters. The instructor's voice was like thunder, and the atmosphere was solemn. Those who didn't come have gone to study literature. Since you are here, you should understand what a Beast Master means. His eyes suddenly became stern and turned in a certain direction. Allowing your own beast to attack other people's beasts at will is a serious violation. Classmate Lu Hai, do I need to explain each one to you clearly? Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and they stabbed at Lu Hai like a cold blade, scaring the other party so much that he trembled all over. The students in the car fell silent instantly. Whether they got off the car or not, they all looked at each other with different expressions and whispered. Allowing the beast to attack will be counterattacked. The responsibility lies entirely with the initiator, and they may be severely punished. Yeah, Lu Hai has water in his brain. Listening to the discussions around him, the temperature of the blue dog in his arms gradually turned cold. Lu Hai was furious and shouted, Why? Why am I the one who is wrong? This voice made the surroundings quiet. Su Ming couldn't help but glance sideways, looking at Lu Hai as if he were a fool. I've explained it so clearly, yet you still don't understand? The instructor's eyes became even colder, instantly extinguishing Lu Hai's rising anger, leaving only a bone-chilling chill. He snorted coldly, his tone was filled with obvious impatience. Do you think what I said in the car was just idle chat? There is a storage bag in the car, you can pack up your beast and go home to study. Beastmaster is not playing house, every order may mean the life or death of your beast. Plop! Lu Hai suddenly knelt down on the blue dog's body, looking as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, the people around had complicated expressions. Who couldn't see that the white shadow cat was not an ordinary pet? This sudden reprimand, coupled with a living example, had already left a mark in everyone's mind. The instructor ignored Lu Hai and stepped out of the car directly. We have arrived at the test site, follow me. Su Ming picked up the cat rope that had fallen on the ground, pulled it gently, and whispered to his Debao. Let's go, we can only fight back, not take the initiative. Can eat it? Debao looked at Su Ming aggrievedly. Su Ming was also a little helpless. He glanced at Lu Hai and said with an idea in his mind, Do you want to sell this blue dog corpse? I'll give you 30,000 credit points. Wang Jinbao, who was standing by, was also stunned when he was about to make a move. The look he gave Su Ming became meaningful. Su Ming, have you seen through this a long time ago, or are you just going with the flow? Lu Hai, who was almost on the verge of collapse, was rekindled with anger when he heard this. He wanted to vent his anger when the instructor got off the car. Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped in his tracks by a deep meow. It was a warning full of murderous intent. Why don't you try to move me? Cold sweat instantly dripped from Lu Hai's forehead. Su Ming looked at him coldly and said in a chilly tone, Debao, take it away. Debao was stunned, as if he couldn't believe that Su Ming, who usually didn't even let it out of the door, would be so indulgent. Su Ming sighed, feeling a little amused and helpless. I don't take you out because I'm afraid you'll be too violent. Who can withstand your aggressive desire? Seeing Su Ming nod in confirmation, Debao jumped up excitedly and easily picked up the body of the blue dog, which was a circle bigger than him. He glared at Lu Hai fiercely, scaring him so much that he shrank his neck. Su Ming led Debao out of the car without even looking at Lu Hai, leaving everyone with shocked and envious looks. A complete blue dog corpse is worth at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Is Su Ming just robbing it? Outside the car, Instructor Lu Jun watched everything that happened inside the car, rubbed his temples, and muttered with a headache. Still don't repent. Just as Wang Jinbao was about to get off the bus, his trouser leg was suddenly pulled. He looked down and saw Lu Hai grabbing him with a pitiful look on his face. Idiot, let go. Wang Jinbao kicked Lu Hai away, and Lu Hai fell to the ground. He looked at Lu Hai's resentful and confused expression, and couldn't help laughing. You raise a blue dog whose fighting power is almost the same as that of a pet, and you dare to take the initiative to cause trouble? Do you really think my father's money is for a loser like you to squander? Not wanting to pay attention to him, Wang Jinbao got off the car with his black scorpion and walked to the end of the team. At the front of the team, Lu Jun was whispering with Wang Chunfa. Old Wang, did you see what happened just now? What happened? The white cat came down with the dead body of the blue dog in its mouth. Is it true? Wang Chunfa looked in the direction Lu Jun pointed, and sure enough, he saw the white cat dragging the blue dog in its mouth. He couldn't help but touch his shiny head and said, What else can we say about this assessment? Assessment is assessment, we still have to do what we have to do, don't try to get close to me. Lu Jun said, took 2 steps forward, and cleared his throat. Hello everyone, I am Lu Jun, the instructor of the training camp next door. Today, I was invited by your principal to serve as your examiner. You are students from 2 different classes, and you all dream of becoming a beast master. But I remind you that being a beast master is not a child's game. Anyone who thinks this profession is too cruel or not suitable for him or her can turn around and leave now. No one will laugh at you. After the words fell, the scene fell into silence. Many people lowered their heads, some with struggling expressions. In the end, more than a dozen people left, and only about 40 people were left standing. Although Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa had no expression on their faces, their evaluation of the students who stayed had quietly changed. Crunch, crunch! The sudden chewing sound interrupted the moment of silence, and Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa looked over subconsciously. Debao, stop eating, business is important! Su Ming raised his head and his eyes met those of Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa. Su Ming's face darkened, and he tapped Debao with his toes, who was still eating heartily. In just a moment, 1/5 of the green dog had already gone into Debao's stomach. The strong smell of blood quickly spread across the field, and some students' faces had turned pale. Even Examiner Lu and Teacher Wang cast meaningful glances at him. Debao noticed his master's reminder and looked up in confusion. His white fur was already stained red with blood, and there were still some unchewed pieces of meat hanging from the corners of his mouth. He looked at Su Ming with an innocent face. Is the master hungry too? It dragged a piece of meat to Su Ming's feet and gently nudged his trouser leg. Su Ming was silent for a moment, shook his head, and then met the gaze of the two teachers without flinching. Is this really a white shadow cat? Lu Jun frowned, somewhat doubting his life. How did you train it to be so obedient? I remember it was one of the most unsuitable beasts for a novice to contract. Don't say that. Teacher Wang continued in a low voice. Su Ming has been working very hard. Although I am quite surprised, it seems that he is a good seedling. Lu Jun glanced at the students who were feeling uncomfortable, and then said solemnly, Teacher Wang and I are going to be away for a while, so you should behave yourself and don't make any trouble. Also, don't let that kind of thing happen again in the car, do you understand? Understood, the students responded in unison. Looking at the fairly neat slogans, Lu Jun nodded and walked away while talking quietly with Teacher Wang. As soon as the two left, the scene immediately became lively. Especially when Debao continued to concentrate on eating. His eyes were full of envy. A blue dog, how much money can you save on animal feed? We are also in the wild, there may be monsters nearby, you can also try to make a fortune. Go away, and survive the test first. By the way, I'm from class 1, which class are you from? Let's have more exchanges when we have the chance. Su Ming was concentrating on watching Debao chewing the bones. He felt a little hungry when he heard the crunching sound. He still didn't know what the so-called primary Beastmaster assessment was like. Just then, a familiar voice came. Hey Su Ming, would you consider hanging out with me? As soon as the voice fell, Debao reacted the fastest and immediately stood in front of Su Ming, staring at the newcomer Wang Jibao with a wary face, his eyes full of murderous intent. Especially the blood on his body, which made him even more ferocious. Do you still want to cause trouble for my master? Wang Jibao was so frightened that he took a step back reflexively, and ended up stepping on his own black scorpion. Hiss! The black scorpion protested and quickly crawled to the front, raising its black claws alertly and confronting Debao. This sudden atmosphere instantly attracted the attention of the whole audience. Especially seeing that Debao was still full of murderous intent, many students couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Isn't it said that the beast will become docile after eating? Why does it look like it wants to fight again? Wang Jibao also relaxed and forced a smile. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to discuss some cooperation. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, obviously not believing the tone of the greeting just now. What is the assessment? What do you want to cooperate with? Why don't you tell me? He loosened the cat rope casually, and Wang Jinbao's face froze. But Debao didn't jump on him directly like he did in the car, which made Wang Jinbao feel a little relieved, but also more confused. White shadow cats are not recommended for newbies to sign beast tamers because they are disobedient to their masters, tease their enemies, and even occasionally devour their masters. But Su Ming's cat is almost like a different species. Wang Jinbao suppressed his doubts, straightened his posture, and said, As for the assessment, it is nothing more than commanding the beasts to fight. But Su Ming, have you ever thought about what after you pass? How will the life of a real beastmaster go? These words not only caught Su Ming's attention, but also several students next to him looked over. I know what your family does, and you know my family's situation too. Wang Jinbao slowed down his tone. I know more about field exploration and material acquisition than you do, but one person can't do it alone. I'm in need of teammates, what do you think? Consider joining me? Su Ming's heart was slightly moved. He knew that Debao's evolution and cultivation would require a lot of resources in the future, and his family could hardly afford it. Although Wang Jinbao was a bit rude and loved to show off, he was really confident and willing to invest. Don't worry. Wang Jinbao patted his chest and said with a smile. Just think it over before you go back. He knew in his heart that if he couldn't beat Su Ming, he would pay him to join. The training of this white shadow cat was a miracle, and it was worth the price to win him over. Businessmen pursue profits. His father had instilled this truth in him since he was a child. People with ability will not lose. Su Ming looked at him with complicated eyes. At this moment, Devouring suddenly picked up the rope that fell on the ground and handed it to Su Ming. Master, you don't want to beat me anymore? Su Ming shook his head silently, and Devouring sat down sensibly. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up. This was a teammate who was truly worth cooperating with. Although Wang Jinbao's opening remarks were understated, they revealed a lot of key information he needs, friends. It is not clear whether it is true or not, but at least it is certain that he is in desperate need of a partner who can fight side by side with him. Lu Jun in the car had said it clearly: in this era, strength is everything. Just having money is just a fat target. Others hoard food, he hoards guns, and he is absolutely right. If Wang Jinbao really intends to inherit his father's business, then his ability must reach, or even surpass his father's level. Before that, he must find a companion who can venture and grow together with him. Many people heard this hint clearly. Many people were ready to make a move, and some had even taken the first step. But Wang Jinbao gave them a look that made them retreat. That look was calm, sharp, and unquestionable. Su Ming looked at those dusty people and shook his head helplessly. He understood Wang Jinbao's idea. After all, only truly valuable people deserve trust and cooperation. These people don't even know their own weight, but they just want to get bonuses? Wang Jinbao sarcastically thought. He doesn't gamble, he wants to see the actual value, not empty promises. Su Ming looked down at Devouring, who was eating heartily. He simply sat on the ground and rubbed his head a few times lovingly. Is it delicious? Are you still hungry? It was just a joke, but unexpectedly Devouring stopped and nodded seriously. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then he sighed and patted its head lightly. I'll let you die of starvation. Really? There is such a good thing. Looking at its innocent face, Su Ming felt complicated. This cat was really suffering with him. He whispered and promised, Don't worry, I will make sure you are well fed in the future, and become more beautiful and powerful. Su Ming laughed out loud and continued to stroke Devouring's fur. He felt inexplicably relieved. However, before he could relax for long, a vibration and low-frequency humming suddenly came from far away, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The crowd looked into the distance at the same time. A huge truck slowly drove into everyone's sight. The heavy body of the truck made the ground tremble slightly. There seemed to be bursts of low roars and wailing coming from the car, which was frightening. Devouring immediately stood up alertly and stared at the car vigilantly. Its action did not seem like a warning, but more like a premonition of some kind of threat. Su Ming's heart trembled, and he realized something. At this moment, Wang Jinbao smiled at him. Is it really a combat assessment? Su Ming murmured in a low voice. The truck stopped. Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa did not greet the students. They just walked to the back of the truck and opened the cargo door. As the sound insulation layer was removed, the faint sound suddenly became deafening. A huge iron cage was slowly pushed out. The one pushing it was not a human, but a giant bear wearing mud armor and over 6 meters long. Beast Tamer, Earth Armor Bear, Talent, Excellent, Level 35, Lord, Attribute, Earth, Abilities, Giant Strength, Earth Armor. Monsters of this level are almost catastrophic, with both strength and defense, and can even easily destroy a small camp. Su Ming stared at it in disbelief. Would an examiner really have a beast of this level? Could it be that this ground armor bear was not here to assist, but to intimidate? The ground armor bear said calmly and said, Push this thing in front of the students. The ground bear made an OK gesture, then easily pushed the iron cage covered with black cloth to the front of the crowd. The students looked at the deep drag marks on the ground with shock on their faces. Completing the task, the ground bear lay down on the ground, scratching its belly and snoring. As the snoring sounded, a ray of earthy yellow elemental light loomed. This was the element control that only Lord-level creatures could possess. Before everyone came to their senses, Lu Jun did not remove the black cloth, but directly opened the cage door. An ant only about 30 centimeters long slowly crawled out of it, trembling all over. Monster, Black Soldier Ant, Extreme Panic, Talent, Normal, Level 3, Servant, Ability, None. A small monster that couldn't even fight back was trembling under the pressure of the ground bear. Lu Jun frowned, kicked it twice and made it crawl a few steps, then he was satisfied. A beastmaster must be able to command a battle. Who can come up and demonstrate? No one spoke. I'll do it. Wang Jinbao's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. He walked forward with his black scorpion, his expression grim. Black scorpion, go ahead. The 2-meter-long black scorpion rushed towards the black soldier ant without hesitation. With just one strike, the tail stinger pierced out and easily pierced the target. White and black body fluids dripped down the tip of the stinger, and the black soldier ant died instantly. Lu Jun nodded lightly. Take the spoils down. Su Ming was not surprised by this result, but his eyes never left the iron cage that was still covered by the black cloth. There seemed to be a bigger secret hidden there. Wang Chunfa, holding the list, made a few strokes and looked up, saying, Next. Su Ming soon realized that there was definitely more than one monster in the cage. In order to prevent these monsters from killing each other, the ground bear was specially arranged to guard the scene. So the question is there a stronger target in the cage that Debao can hunt without getting hurt? While everyone was still speculating, the black scorpion came back with the black soldier ants, and the others were jealous. If they had known it was so simple and the spoils would belong to them, who would have hesitated? But Su Ming was not attracted by the lively appearance. He was thinking whether there was a more suitable target. At this time, Debao suddenly pulled the cat rope, eager to try. No hurry, wait and see if there is anything more worthy, Su Ming said softly. Lu Jun opened the iron cage again with skillful movements, and a dark green python 4 meters long and as thick as an adult's calf quietly crawled out. Although it was a monster, it was as obedient as a tamed animal under the pressure of the ground bear. Does anyone want to challenge it? Monster, green poison python, talent, ordinary, level 3 servant, ability, paralysis toxin, introduction, injects toxins through fangs, toxicity is average, likes to strangle and swallow. The people who were eager to try just now were instantly discouraged. What's going on? Just now it was a thumb-sized black soldier ant, and now it's a 4-meter-long poisonous python? Don't you understand? This one is obviously prepared for a designated person. Do you remember what happened in the car? After someone reminded them, the others suddenly realized. A gleam of light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he immediately untied the cat leash. Debao, let's go. Meow. Debao responded with full confidence. Facing the gradually approaching Debao, the green poisonous python curled up vigilantly, constantly spitting out its tongue, ready to attack. Monsters can sense threats from each other, and this python has obviously regarded Debao as a powerful enemy. Debao licked the corner of his mouth, crouched down, and made a gesture as if he was about to pounce. The feeling of oppression made the green poisonous python's body squirm violently, ready to eject. Snakes rely on muscle catapults to attack, while cats are known for their explosive power and reaction speed. Su Ming did not give the green poisonous python a chance and decisively ordered, Debao, kill it! Before he finished his words, Debao turned into a white shadow and flew out like an arrow. Hiss! Although the green poisonous python did not move, its tongue was spitting out rapidly. It was waiting. The moment Debao approached, it would be its time to attack. Everyone was concentrating, even clenching their fists, for fear of missing any details. Just when the two were about to collide, Debao suddenly stopped and evaded with agility. The green poisonous python missed its target and stood there for a while, not knowing what to do. Seeing this, Lu Jun nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, this kid has some brains. As soon as the snake turned around, it saw a high-heat white shadow crashing towards it like a meteorite. The next moment, it felt a sharp pain, and a deep wound was torn on its neck, and its head fell to the ground. Debao rolled to the ground, then squatted gracefully on the spot, licking his bloody front paws. He was as steady as a veteran, and carried out Su Ming's instructions with ease. Everyone looked at the struggling python and saw the terrible scar on its neck, and their hearts couldn't help but tighten. Not dead yet? That's right, the nerve center of snakes is not only in the brain, Su Ming said calmly. This claw has already dealt a heavy blow, just wait for it to calm down. The field was silent except for the sound of the green poisonous python rolling around. Debao stood still like a clock, quietly guarding the spot until the green poisonous python stopped moving, Then he slowly turned around and looked at Su-ming. Many students looked at Devouring and were shocked. Is this cat really the newcomer killer, White Shadow Cat? How did Su-ming train it? Su-ming did not explain, but continued to observe the green poisonous python. Time passed little by little, and someone finally couldn't help complaining. Your cat can kill it in seconds, why don't you let it take the snake away? As soon as these words fell, Devouring stood up suddenly, staring at the person who spoke with cold eyes, and approached him step by step. Who knows cats knows that this is an attack signal, he is being targeted. The man was so scared that he wanted to retreat back to the crowd, but when he turned around, he found that everyone had already avoided him. Everyone knew that this White Shadow Cat was difficult to suppress even if the ground bear did not take action. At the critical moment, Su-ming spoke. Devouring, come back. Meow. Devouring ran back obediently, looked up at Su-ming, as if asking, Master, can I bite that person? Su-ming didn't laugh, he just looked at the man coldly. Don't you know that the snake's nervous system is spread all over the body? Or have you never heard of a headless snake biting a person? You don't understand, I don't blame you. But next time, shut up. The man's face turned red with shame and anger after hearing Su-ming's words. He opened his mouth to fight back, but was stared at by the White Shadow Cat at Su-ming's feet. He felt a chill in his heart and swallowed his words back, not daring to even say the word, no. Su-ming pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Jun. Examiner Lu, let's just start the next test. This is not something that can be figured out in just 1 or 2 hours. Lu Jun did not answer immediately, but just stared at Su-ming. The satisfaction in his eyes could hardly be hidden. He secretly praised in his heart, this kid has a smart brain. Fatty, get to work. The ground bear, who was originally snoring, turned over and stood up when he heard the order, and walked towards the green poisonous python with half of its head cut off. It stepped forward and stretched out its thick bare paw. Just when everyone thought the snake was dead, the green poisonous python suddenly raised its head as if it had resurrected from the dead, bit the ground armored bear's hand, showing its fangs and murderous intent. This scene scared many students so much that their scalps went numb. How could the snake bite people when its bones were exposed? The ground bear just flicked its claws coldly, knocking the python to the ground, and then it kicked it again, throwing the green poisonous python's body more than 10 meters away, and it fell on the open ground and spread out like a piece of rag. It slowly returned to its original position, lay down and began to snoring again, with one paw lazily resting on its belly, as if nothing had happened. Is this the beast controlled by Examiner Lu? It's too strong. Did you notice that there is light surrounding the Earth Armor Bear? It's a Lord-level beast controlled. It can open up territories in the wild. And that just now, it smashed the head of the green poisonous python into pieces, saving Su-ming a battle. Su-ming stood aside, his mouth finally raised. He was actually still hesitating just now. He was indeed a little afraid to let Devouring go on the field. After all, they were facing a monster, not an ordinary animal. If the nerve reflex of this green poisonous python was faster after death, what would happen if Devouring was bitten? He would rather wait for this thing to completely lose its reaction than take risks. This caution was one of the reasons why Lu Jun was satisfied with him. Who's next? To avoid the mistake just now, you guys go up first this round, and I'll pick monsters based on your situations. Lu Jun rubbed his hands and glanced at the students, with a hint of expectation in his tone. But no one moved. He frowned and said, This is a test, the first step before you become a formal beastmaster. Think it over before you decide. Like an order, a boy finally stepped forward with his beast in hand. Hello, Examiner. My name is Wang Kong. Wang Kong looked tall and strong, but the red-haired mouse at his feet was thin and small, only about 40 centimeters long, with red hair. It looked ordinary, but it attracted Su-ming's attention. Beast Tamer, Red Rat, Talent, Normal, Level 3, Servant, Ability, None, Illustration, Timid, with sharp teeth, a common beast type in the city. Su-ming raised his eyebrows. Can a common little mouse on the market also come to the test? At this time, Lu Jun opened the cage again, and as a result, a huge wild boar over 2 meters long with 4 fangs rushed out. Su-ming was stunned on the spot. Is this cage a space magic weapon? How come there is everything in it? He glanced at the illustration and looked strange. Beast Tamer, 4 tufted boar, talent, elite, level Level 13, Elite, Element, Earth, Ability, Power, Illustration, a wild boar-type beast tamer that charges around. It has a violent fighting style and can fight against opponents of higher levels. Is it a beast? Is that another pet of Examiner Lu? Wang Kong turned pale on the spot. He looked down at his own red-haired rat, then at the wild boar that was like a tank, his eyes full of despair. Why did you run out? Get out of here! Lu Jun turned around and saw it, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He quickly kicked the four-fanged wild boar a few times and drove it to the ground bare. The giant pig did not make any noise, but lay down and began to sleep soundly. A new round of assessment started again. This time, Lu Jun carefully selected a monster to release. It was a large-toothed rat that was a circle smaller than the red-haired rat. Wang Kong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Monster, big-toothed rat, talent, normal, level 1, servant, illustrated, extremely repulsive to its own kind, will fight if they meet, 2 large front teeth are the main means of attack. Can I go up? Debao was eager to try. No. Su Ming refused without even thinking about it. At this moment, the big-toothed rat suddenly let out a high-pitched hiss and pounced on the red-haired rat. Red-haired rat! Charge! Knock it over! Wang Kong quickly ordered. But the red-haired rat hesitated for a few seconds before attacking, appearing hesitant. Lu Jun looked on calmly. This was the real level of training. How could everyone be as tacitly coordinated as Su Ming and Wang Jimao? The contract was the beginning, not the end. Just as the two rats were about to collide, the big-toothed rat suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its pair of snow-white fangs, and fiercely aimed at the red-haired rat that was rushing over. Oh no! Red-haired rat, get out of the way! Wang Kong exclaimed. However, the next second, a horrifying scene suddenly occurred. The red-haired rat did not dodge, but opened its mouth to meet the opponent, obviously intending to fight hand-to-hand with the opponent. Wang Kang's face suddenly changed, his hands clenched into fists, and he watched in shock as the two monsters suddenly collided. Bang! A dull roar sounded, and the two beasts instantly tore into each other, claws waving, teeth colliding. Although the red-haired rat had the advantage in size, the long and sharp fangs of the big-toothed rat prevailed. With a click, the big-toothed rat actually bit the red-haired rat's forearm directly. Instead of biting it, it held it tightly and used all its strength to drag it back. The skin and flesh were torn apart in an instant, and blood splattered all over the ground. The severe pain made the red-haired rat's hind legs weak, and it was unable to fight back. Squeak! Squeak! The shrill screams pierced Wang Kang's eardrums. His face turned pale, his pupils dilated, and he murmured, How could this happen? I can't even pass the most basic assessment. Can I even keep my beast? Despair clenched his chest, but he soon shook his head violently and roared to himself. No! I must not give up! If this continues, its arms will be bitten off! Red-haired rat! Blind its eyes! Quick! The call of the master was like thunder in its ears, stimulating the red-haired rat's nerves that were on the verge of collapse. When it was on the verge of death, it chose to believe. Enduring the severe pain, the red-haired rat suddenly fought back, and its claws accurately grabbed the eye sockets of the big-toothed rat and pulled hard. Squeak! With a scream, blood and fur were torn off. In severe pain, the rat finally let go, rolled on the ground and struggled, blood gushing from its eyes. Wang Kang's eyes flashed with surprise. The next second, the red-haired rat, enduring the pain, looked back at him with a determined look, and then pounced on him, biting the back of the rat's neck with its sharp teeth. It shook its head wildly, biting with all its last strength. Finally, the struggling rat collapsed completely, and all the bones in its neck were broken. Squeak! The red-haired rat raised its head and looked at Wang Kong, as if to announce the good news to him. Well done! Wang Kang's face turned red with excitement, and he couldn't help but punch and shout. Clap, clap, clap! The sudden applause broke the brief silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Su Ming applauding first, his face full of recognition. Well done! Then, Examiner Lu Jun also took the lead in applauding, followed by warm applause from the audience, echoing throughout the entire examination venue. Thank you, everyone! Wang Kong bowed excitedly to express his gratitude. Lu Jun stepped forward, his eyes filled with satisfaction. You may not be as good as Su Ming and Wang Jibao in terms of control and training, but your willpower to not give up has brought you a big step closer to the Beast Master. If you had retreated just now, the red-haired rat might have died in that battle. Remember, a truly powerful Beastmaster relies not only on skills, but also on faith. Take your spoils and go back. Squeak! The red-haired rat carefully dragged the body of the big-toothed rat back to Wang Kong with its teeth, as if offering a treasure. It put the body on the ground and looked down at Wang Kong. A small bite tentatively. Seeing that Wang Kong did not stop him, he ate it with relish. Su Ming watched the scene quietly. His heart was filled with emotion. He seemed to see Devouring again. A Beastmaster is like a child. As its master, you are its parent. However, Su Ming frowned thoughtfully. Strange. The red-haired rat's fighting instinct is a little too skilled. At this time, Wang Chunfa finally rushed back with a medicine box and shouted, Injured beast men, come and get the medicine. Wang Kong, this is for you. He personally handed over a bag of medical supplies and said seriously, You've done very well. I hope you can keep it up. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I will. Wang Kong took the medicine and gently applied it to the red-haired rat. The red-haired rat no longer resisted and quietly let him treat the wound. The trust between the Beastmaster and the Master was truly established from this moment. Wang Chunfa on the side nodded silently. This child might really be able to go very far on the path of a Beastmaster. Lu Jun lifted a corner of the cage cloth, glanced at the remaining monsters, turned around and looked around, and asked, Are there still people who want to take the test? There are not many left. Those who haven't finished the test may have to wait until tomorrow. As time went by, the students who were originally on the sidelines gradually became excited and began to scramble to participate in the test. One student passed the test even though he failed to defeat the test monster, which caused a lot of discussion in the audience. Lu Jun responded calmly, It's normal that you haven't fought before. This is the first time for you to command a beast to fight. It's not shameful to lose the first battle. Daring to fight is a kind of growth in itself. His words were like a flame, completely igniting the students' enthusiasm for the test. And the true purpose of the four-fanged boar was finally revealed whenever a student's beast was in danger of life. It would rush out at the first time to scare away the beast used in the test and ensure safety. Su Ming glanced at the ground armor bear snoring loudly at the edge of the field, and suddenly thought, If the four-fanged wild boar is like a guard, then this ground armor bear should be the finale of the scene. After all, in the wild, the aura released by a lord-level beast is enough to scare away monsters within a 10-mile radius. At this moment, its existence is to maintain the stability of the entire assessment area. Just as Su Ming was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a slight shattering sound coming from beside him. He looked down and saw his white shadow cat standing next to the broken bone shell, with a trace of energy fluctuations flashing across its body. Beast Tamer, White Shadow Cat, Talent, Elite, Level 6, Servant, Ability, Haste, Illustrated Book, Prefers Hunting, has a strong desire to attack, and has a strong sense of territory. Is this an upgrade? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and then he squatted down and rubbed the white shadow cat's bulging belly. I'm so full. Debao lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking very comfortable, his tail gently wagging, allowing Su Ming to stroke him. At this time, footsteps were heard behind Su Ming, and Debao immediately stood up alertly. Su Ming, I see that your white shadow cat doesn't like to eat these internal organs. Can you sell them to me for 10,000 credit points? My black scorpion likes them very much, especially the ones with less shell and more meat. Wang Jinbao said with a very kind smile. He did not have the conceited spirit he had in the car before, but instead seemed like a friendly old classmate. You want to buy these organs? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Debao. Debao, do you want to eat these? The white shadow cat used its claws to push the internal organs aside in disdain. Okay. Su Ming took out his cell phone. Transfer the money. Arrived. 10,000 credit points. Looking at the arrival notification, Su Ming was a little dazed for a moment. This 10,000 was a sum he had saved up for a year. If the internal organs of a blue dog can be sold for so much, then the entire body of a green poisonous python must be. He subconsciously looked at the green poisonous python that had its head chopped off but was still 4 meters long, and began to think in his mind. At this time, Wang Jinbao and his black scorpion came over. The huge black scorpion raised its claws alertly when it saw the white shadow cat, ready to fight at any time. However, Debeo just glanced at it coldly, not even bothering to move, and gave way. Wang Jinbao exclaimed, "Why is your white shadow cat so obedient? My black scorpion has been raised to the highest standards since he was young, but he is not so well behaved. My Debeo? He has been through hardships with me and has rarely had a full meal since he was a child," Su Ming responded with a smile. This made Wang Jinbao think deeply. Yes, although the beast masters have low intelligence, their emotions are real. The bond between those who share adversity is the deepest. Wang Jinbao glanced at the black scorpion that was still eating fiercely, and silently decided to give it some food when he returned. "By the way, would you like to buy the body of my green poisonous python?" Su Ming asked. "Yes." Wang Jinbao didn't even blink. "Name your price." Su Ming thought about it, shook his head and said, "This is my first time selling this thing. I don't understand the market, you decide the price." "I'll give it to you as you see fit." Wang Jinbao raised his lips slightly, smiling like a businessman. "Then, a low-level culture medium, I'll bring it to you tomorrow." Su Ming was stunned. That was a treasure worth 200,000 credit points. "Deal!" He shook Wang Jinbao's hand without hesitation. This time, both of them smiled. They each got what they wanted. Wang Jinbao's calculation in his mind was even more shrewd. It didn't matter if he lost a little, as long as he won Su Ming as his friend. These new beast masters would be potential sources of supply in the future. "Okay, I'll call someone to take away the green poisonous python, and I'll bring you the culture medium tomorrow." Su Ming nodded, and while stroking Debeo, his thoughts drifted away easily. "Not bad, I finished all the tests in one morning." Lu Jun took the report card from Wang Chunfa and nodded calmly. He glanced at the crowd and announced in a clear voice, "Zhang Ye, Li Lin, Su Hua, Zhao Yu, the four of you failed the test, please go home and review." Hearing this, the four people were obviously stunned, and their hands that were still doing their own things stopped in midair. After a while, Zhang Ye couldn't help but speak. "Examiner Lu, how could we fail? We also fought, but we didn't win." Lu Jun put away the report card and looked at her coldly. "Zhang Ye, right? The four of you treated the beasts as toys, and you were so casual when giving orders, without considering the beasts' reactions and safety. Do you know? With your attitude, I won't let you pass even if you win." He changed the subject and said in a more serious tone, "Being a beast master is not a game. One order may mean life or death. I am responsible for you and your families. Go back and reflect on this." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The students who were originally joking with the four people also subconsciously distanced themselves from them. The four people looked ashen, and before they could even open their mouths to plead for mercy, their little hope had already been shattered. Lu Jun looked at their departing backs, his expression unchanged. There are people like this every year, who are too lazy to even pretend, so don't blame him for being ruthless. "Okay, from now on, you are no longer in the original class, but Beast Taming Class 1, with a total of 40 people, divided into groups according to the ranking of grades." He paused and continued. "The class monitor is Su Ming, and the deputy class monitor is Wang Jinbao. These two will assist me in teaching you to build relationships with the beasts and strengthen your training. Remember, they win the support of the public not because of their popularity, but because of their strength. I hope you will learn from them seriously and learn how to truly control your own beasts." Having said this, Lu Jun glanced at the class and saw that no one raised any objections, so they nodded with satisfaction. "Class leaders can receive a primary culture fluid every month. If you are confident and capable, you can challenge me at any time. In the world of beast masters, only strength matters. Remember that?" "Remember!" The whole class responded in unison. Su Ming was a little reluctant to be the squad leader at first, fearing the trouble, but when he heard the primary culture fluid, the corners of his mouth were already smiling. In addition, Wang Jinbao will give him another one tomorrow, so it won't be a problem for Debeo to break through to level 7. "Let's go now to your exclusive classroom for the next year," Lu Jun said, and led the way, followed by Wang Chunfa. He ignored the two dozing beasts. Su Ming was used to walking at the end, but Wang Jinbao pulled him back and said, "Hey, you are the squad leader now, walk in front." "Ah?" There is such a rule? Before Su Ming could react, he was dragged up by Wang Jinbao. In front of him were the other three classes, also marching in formation under the leadership of the instructor. The monitors of each class held their heads high and held their chests high, with full aura. Su Ming was stunned. What is this operation? Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes. I usually brag to create the impression that this person is not easy to mess with, but now you have cut in. Su Ming noticed something was wrong and asked in a low voice. So, in addition to the culture medium, does the squad leader have other benefits? Wang Jinbao said nothing, but nodded solemnly. Ordinary families have no access to these resources. The monitor of the beast taming class is usually either rich or powerful. I don't know how you raise your white shadow cat, but it scared my black scorpion like that. But look at the beasts of other people in the class, they seem to be malnourished. Get to the point, Su Ming urged. Wang Jinbao's face straightened. When you graduate, the final class leader will be provided with a beast evolution by the school, with all materials and plans included to ensure positive evolution. At the same time, there will be top trainers to help you plan the next stage of evolution and the list of materials. Hearing this, Su Ming was completely shocked. If it was an elite beast master, evolving to the battlehead level, it would conservatively cost more than 1 million resources and the school would cover all of this. His heartbeat quickened, and he finally understood the true value of the word, class monitor. Wang Jinbao continued. This is just one of the reasons. I don't know about the others, but there must be more. And it is related to the competition between classes, so raise your head and don't look cowardly. Look at it with the same eyes as you would look at Lu Hai. Su Ming paused and said softly, Debao, be fierce. Debao was lying at his feet, looking lazy, but he changed his appearance in the next second. He raised his pupils and slowly scanned the beasts of other classes in front of him, with the bloody smell still lingering. The oppressive feeling immediately made the surrounding beasts restless. The candidates tried frantically to calm them down, but it still attracted the attention of the examiners from each class. Lu Jun heard the noise and glanced back, just in time to meet Su Ming's indifferent expression, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I thought Su Ming and Wang Jinbao didn't get along. It seems this class is stable. At this time, students from another class looked at Debao at Su Ming's feet, puzzled. Is that a white shadow cat? When did Baiyan City produce such a powerful white shadow cat? The sloppy deputy squad leader beside him shrugged. I don't know. But it seems that the commander is Su Ming, and Wang Jinbao is the deputy. Hey, this is interesting. Ouyang Li glanced at Zhao Guang, who looked careless, and sighed in his heart. This guy is still the same. His mouth is harder than his strength, and he has to be beaten up before he knows how wrong he is. But it doesn't matter, people like him have to suffer a little before they know how to restrain themselves. Maybe this time he can really meet a tough guy in these classes to help him learn a lesson. Because of Debao's disturbance, the attention of the other three classes quickly focused on Su Ming. Su Ming had expected this result. He knew that the school made such an arrangement. In addition to wanting to steadily train qualified beast masters, it was also intentionally guiding the classes to engage in healthy competition and select the real best from them. This idea itself is not wrong. As for whether it can be successfully implemented, it depends on the subsequent execution. Not long after, the four classes just met and were taken back to their own classrooms by the instructors. What Su Ming didn't expect was that the school actually arranged a separate teaching building for each class. Has the senior year become like this? One building for each class? He whispered to himself, somewhat surprised. As class leaders, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao naturally sat in the first row, and they had to bring their own beasts. After everyone arrived, Lu Jun slapped a stack of transcripts on the desk with a serious look on his face. Students, first of all, congratulations. From today on, you will officially become a Beast Master. Your Beast Master certificate is being printed and you will be able to receive it later. Secondly, let me briefly introduce your course schedule and the content of Beast Master training. As he spoke, Lu Jun took out his mobile phone and connected it to the projector. A clear class schedule was projected on the screen. Everyone looked over and was stunned for a moment. Even Wang Jinbao's eyes widened. There are classes on Monday and Sunday? Only one class each time? Am I seeing things? He exclaimed loudly. This question spread throughout the classroom, and everyone was shocked. After all, they used to study from morning till night, but now the ease is totally different. Lu Jun nodded calmly. You read it right, the course is indeed arranged like this. 1 day of cultural class, 1 day of training class, and the rest of the time you arrange yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kong immediately raised his hand and asked, What do we do in the remaining 5 days? Lu Jun's eyes were full of meaning. Of course it is a free arrangement. A beastmaster is not trained by sitting in a classroom. For a moment, the classroom was silent, even the whispers stopped, and everyone knew in their hearts, the real challenge has just begun. Okay, regarding the training of beastmasters, it's not just about feeding them, it also includes training in practical skills such as fighting and commanding. The practical assessment similar to Wang Kang's is a form of training. No one asked any questions, and Lu Jun nodded. Very good, now Teacher Wang will teach you today's cultural class. After that, he stepped aside and gave his seat to Teacher Wang Chunfa, who had been so low-key that he was almost invisible. The projection switched, and Su Ming was refreshed. The theme of this cultural class was basic feeding knowledge, to prevent students from feeding the veterinarian poisonous drugs randomly, which was said to have been a precedent. The class was not long, only 1 hour, but the students listened very carefully. Before the get-out-of-class ended, Lu Jun returned to the classroom with a few cards and 2 tubes of medicine, and walked up to Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. This is the primary culture fluid for the 2 of you, and the Beast Tamer certificate. Remember to keep it well. It's very troublesome to reissue it. Item: Primary culture fluid, illustrated introduction, has a stable level-up effect on servant-level monsters of levels 1 to 10. As soon as Su Ming got the culture fluid, an illustrated panel popped up in front of him. He was delighted. Now I won't get into trouble by using drugs indiscriminately. The system is really becoming more and more considerate. Of course your deputy squad leader has one too, take it, it's just right. Wang Jinbao handed over a tube of culture medium. Su Ming took it and smiled. Then the deal is done. By the way, you haven't found someone to take away the body of the green poisonous python, right? Will there be any problems? Problem? How could there be a problem? Wang Jinbao patted his chest to assure. Su Ming did not comment, but looked down at the black scorpion, playing dead, at Wang Jinbao's feet, and casually took out his mobile phone to check relevant information. Have you determined the evolutionary direction of your black scorpion? The evolution plan for the black scorpion has been announced for several years. Just follow it and wait until it reaches the elite level. Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming in surprise. Huh! You also know how to train beasts? He asked with a squinting smile, his tone a little tentative. Su Ming just smiled and didn't answer. This smile made Wang Jinbao suddenly feel uneasy. Out of his businessman's intuition, he didn't pursue it further, but just quietly remembered it in his heart. Beast Tamer, Black Scorpion, Talent, Elite, Level 7, Servant, Ability, Poison, Evolution Condition 1, Elite Level Poison Inner Pill ×1, Soul Breaking Grass ×1, Elite Level Insect Monster Remains ×1, Dead Blood Frog Poison Sac ×1, with detailed steps. Su Ming's eyes flickered. If he guessed correctly, the one listed at the top of the illustrations was the best evolution plan. And those that could be found online were almost all ranked after the 1000th one. Does this mean that he got a hidden route? A unique and powerful path? If so, he would make a lot of money. He has always understood the ways of the world. Since Wang Jinbao is willing to make concessions, he doesn't mind returning some benefits. It's a win-win situation anyway. At this time, Lu Jun handed out the vouchers, nodded to Wang Chunfa on the podium, and left quietly. Okay, the vouchers have been issued, and today's class is over. There will be no school bus to pick you up from tomorrow, so remember to take the bus to school. Get out of class dismissed. As the word, get out of class dismissed, came out, the classroom immediately became lively. Students excitedly discussed the previous course schedule and left one after another. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were walking and talking, and just as they reached the school gate, they were blocked by several people. The person blocking the road was a young man who looked particularly energetic, with a smile that showed his white teeth shining, but there was an inexplicable weirdness in that smile. Are you the monitor of Class 1? He smiled and stretched out his hand. My name is Zhao Guang, the deputy monitor of Class 2. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out his hand. Su Ming, squad leader of Class 1. Wang Jinbao, who was standing next to him, changed his expression slightly when he saw Zhao Guang, and reminded him in a low voice. Su Ming, be careful, this guy is a well-known spirited young man in the circle, and he came to you. I'm afraid he wants to fight. Su Ming raised his eyebrows, and unconsciously tightened his grip a little more. He was a fighting maniac? Interesting. When Debao heard the word, fight, he immediately jumped to Su Ming's feet and stared at Zhao Guang vigilantly. The sudden movement of the white shadow cat frightened Zhao Guang so much that he took a half-step back. Tisk, it's better trained than the one I saw before. His eyes flickered, and he looked at Debao with interest. I heard that you had a white shadow cat before, but I didn't expect this cat to be so wild. Is there anyone who has a white shadow cat? Su Ming's eyebrows moved. Debao raised his hair and barked twice angrily, as if to call it to fight. Zhao Guang's eyes lit up. Interesting. Your hostility is not directed at me. Let's go. He raised his head and turned to walk towards the training ground. See you on the field. Is there anyone else in school who has a white shadow cat as his beast? Su Ming asked as they walked. Lily has one too, but it's nothing like yours. You'll know when you see it. Wang Jinbao smiled mysteriously and followed. When the students watching from behind heard that there was going to be a competition, they all became excited. The third year of high school had just begun, but they were already getting excited. Soon, the group arrived at an open space. Wang Jinbao's black scorpion clamped his trouser legs in dissatisfaction, making a squeak sound, and seemed to be hungry. Hungry again? Or is it about to shed its shell? He thought. We'll go back after this game is over. On the field, Su Ming and Zhao Guang opened up a distance of 15 meters. After Zhao Guang stood still, he raised his right hand, and a rotating rune formation appeared behind him, with flowing light. Riot monkey, go out! The formation was like rippling water in a lake, and a monkey with a black and red body and standing hair jumped out from it. When it landed, its muscles were tense, and its aura was fierce. Beast Tamer, Riot Monkey, Level 6, Servant, Talent, Elite, Ability, Violent features. The more serious the injury, the more violent it becomes. The overall combat power is improved, but the risk of losing control is high. Roar! The Riot Monkey was similar in size to Debao, and looked more like a mandrill, but without the glaring facial patterns. Debao's hair stood up, his limbs lowered, his cat-like pupils fixed on the Riot Monkey, his movements elegant and dangerous. Didn't take the initiative to attack? Zhao Guang raised his eyebrows. Then let me try first. Riot Monkey, go and pick a branch that you can use. Without saying a word, the monkey quickly rushed to a big tree not far away. Rob it! Attack its hind legs, don't hit it head-on. Su Ming immediately gave the order. Debao almost turned into a white shadow and rushed out. His speed was obviously faster. Zhao Guang reacted quickly. Violent monkey, stop back fist! Su Ming was slightly startled. Debao, jump back to avoid it. Debao twisted his body and reversed his movements, gracefully bouncing to the side just as it was in the air. The Riot Monkey clenched his fist and slammed the ground, causing dirt to fly and creating a big hole. Zhao Guang's eyes almost popped out of his head. Perfect execution? Can a white shadow cat be so obedient? He couldn't help rubbing his head, feeling a little pain in his heart. That guy Ouyang Li actually got it right? Su Ming's eyes turned cold, and he decisively ordered when he saw the Riot Monkey that hadn't gotten up yet. Attack its hind legs while it can't get up! Debao rushed out again like a ghost, and Zhao Guang's heart suddenly tightened. Quick! Riot Monkey, get up the tree! But Debao had already leaped over, and his claw was so precise that it directly cut the calf of the rioting monkey, and blood spurted out. Roar! The Riot Monkey looked down at the wound on his leg that was bleeding rapidly, and a layer of scarlet began to appear in his eyes. Zhao Guang's face changed slightly. It's bad, we can't let it get hurt again. Grab the dirt and climb the tree! The rioting monkey roared and grabbed the dirt on the ground and started running wildly, but Su Ming also shouted coldly. Stop it, Debao! Zhao Guang was no longer relaxed at this moment, and his expression was solemn. The Riot Monkey's pain tolerance was indeed strong, but if it suffered 2 more hits, this fight would really be over. Chapter 15, Resolving the Fight. Looking at the white shadow cat speeding up and rushing to the front from his Riot Monkey, Zhao Guang's breathing became heavier. He stared at the other party rushing towards his beast and shouted, "Throw the mud out!" The riot monkey, who had been prepared, threw the mud in his hand violently, and the mud made a loud noise the moment it left his hand. With a whoosh, the mud flew towards the white shadow cat that was attacking from the front like an iron bullet cutting through the air. But it doesn't matter, the real show is just beginning. Riot monkey, charge at full speed! Roar! The attacks were dodged time and time again as if they were a joke, and the riot monkey himself was even injured. The abilities of the riot monkey gradually emerged one by one. The legs exerted force and left a shallow hole on the ground. At this moment, the explosive speed seemed to be no slower than Su Ming's white shadow cat. Zhao Guang felt relieved when he saw that his plan was effective. As long as my riot monkey gets close to you, your white shadow cat will never win. Witnessing the rioting monkey rushing towards him like a cannonball, Su Ming felt a great deal of pressure in his heart. He would definitely not be able to compete in brute force, as that was not the advantage of his own Devouring. Su Ming's brain was working rapidly. Legs, release the force! Devouring understood instantly, and immediately crawled on the ground, using his front limbs to run low and stretch his body. Devouring's target was naturally the riot monkey that was already close at hand. Zhao Guan was unable to react when he saw this scene. His own riot monkey was already very close. What was the purpose of this action? However, something unexpected happened to Zhao Guang and all the students who came to watch the game. The body of the white shadow cat seemed like a ribbon. They only saw the crouching white shadow cat twisting its body, and the riot monkey, who had raised his fist, flew several meters directly over the head of the white shadow cat. Zhao Guang stared at the scene in disbelief with his eyes wide open. Unwilling to accept this result, he kept shaking his head. How is it possible? How could my riot monkey fly away? My Beastmaster has absolute control over his power, but I would never make such a low-level mistake. Suddenly, Zhao Guang seemed to think of something and looked at Su Ming fiercely. No, what happened when your white shadow cat twisted just now? Did your white shadow cat do something at that moment? Wang Jinbao couldn't help but gasp and sighed. Fuck, it really was that twist just now that did the trick? That scene happened so fast that I couldn't see it clearly. The rest of the students also realized what was going on at this moment, and looked at Su Ming with fiery eyes. They were also very curious, but as bystanders they could not interfere in the fight. Or like Wang Jinbao, do something similar to giving money. Su Ming took a deep breath and took out a tube of primary culture medium reagent from his pocket. My Debao's twist just now must have used his claws to cut the tendon at the base of the right leg of the riot monkey, causing one of its legs to suddenly lose force and be unable to exert force. Silence. After these words were spoken, there was only endless silence on the field. The students who came to watch the show kept going back and forth between Su Ming and the white shadow cat licking its paws as if they were watching a ghost. It must be said that the cruelty and decisiveness of the white shadow cat are the main reasons why it is the dominant force in the early stages of the Beastmaster. In addition, Su Ming can perfectly command his beasts, which is like watching a horror story for them as classmates. When the two sides were about to collide, he suddenly twisted his body and cut the opponent's tendons, causing the opponent to lose balance and fly out. Who could have thought of this? As soon as Zhao Guang heard the answer, he ran to his own beast to check the situation. He found that the situation was indeed as Su Ming said. The tendon of the right leg of his own rioting monkey had indeed been cut by the claws, and was still bleeding. The eyes of the beast he controlled had regained clarity, and the red color caused by his anger was no longer in his eyes. Instead, he looked at him in confusion, as if asking himself why his right leg was powerless. Zhao Guang laughed distressfully when he discovered the situation. It's true. If your white shadow cat had pursued the victory in this situation, my riot monkey would have been dead. It's just a broken tendon. I have a healing beast tamer at home, it's free. And I have to thank you for letting me know the shortcomings of my command of the beast tamer. Having said that, Zhao Guang stood up pretending to be relaxed, covered his clenched right fist with his left hand, arched it forward slightly, and smiled. Resolve the fight. Su Ming was stunned, and quickly put down the culture medium and made the same gesture, but his hasty look showed that this was the first time Su Ming had made a gesture to break the fight. Resolve the fight. At this moment, bursts of applause rang out, until finally the applause resounded throughout the venue. After the fight was over, Zhao Guang turned around and summoned a magic circle to take his riotous monkey back to the beast taming space. It's over. This time when I go home, my parents will tell me that I can't beat them and I'll be injured all over. Wang Jibao and Zhao Guang were in the same circle, so they naturally understood what he was thinking. Besides, this was not the first time he had seen such a situation. At this time, Debao also walked over slowly, looking at Su Ming with his head raised as if asking for credit. Meow? Meow! Do I react quickly? Am I awesome? Su Ming leaned over and rubbed his Debao twice, then smiled with satisfaction and said, Great, great! My Debao is the best. Su Ming, let's go. Normally, that guy would be in a daze for a while. There's no need to wait for him. After praising Debao, Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao and asked about the doubts in his heart. I broke one of the Beastmaster's legs, can I really resolve the grudge by just resolving the fight? Wang Jinbao sneered upon hearing this and said, It's hard to say for others, but not for Zhao Guang. Although he is arrogant, he respects those he considers as his opponents, and he has challenged me to fight many times. You don't know all this. As long as you don't let your white shadow cat kill the riot monkey or cut off his arms and legs, he won't bear a grudge against you. Su Ming was a little surprised to get this answer. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a handsome young man walking out of the crowd and walking towards Zhao Guang. Chapter 16, Turmoil in the Forest. Have you hit a wall? Are you still going to be so arrogant? I've told you to be more restrained, but do you really think Su Ming is as easy to bully as Lili? Zhao Guang turned his head to look at Ouyang Li and snorted with disdain. How can you improve if you don't fight with people of the same level? What? You want to go out into the wild and explore? It was an obvious sarcasm, but Ouyang Li remained calm after hearing it, as if he didn't take it to heart. It's good to know that there is no comparison. I just saw the whole process of the fight. Your mother is playing mahjong at my house. Go back and wait for your punishment. Zhao Guang's eyes widened slowly. Why is she playing mahjong with your mother at your house again? She is the director of the Royal Veterinary Hospital and doesn't go to work, right? She plays mahjong all day long? Ouyang Li, who was refuted, still looked calm, as if these words could not arouse his emotions, or as if he had no emotions. As for the hospital, your father's vice president is enough. My mom just called to urge us to hurry up. After saying that, Ouyang Li turned around and left without looking back. Zhao Guang had a little unhappy look on his face, but he still followed him. That person is... Su Ming, who witnessed everything, was curious about why Zhao Guang's attitude changed so much, and asked subconsciously. Ouyang Li, his father is the president of the Baiyuan City Beast Taming Association. Because of his profession, he has always had a good relationship with Zhao Guang's parents. Don't be fooled by the way they are bickering. They are good buddies who grew up wearing the same crotched pants. Whoever believes the superficial situation and tries to sow discord between them will definitely die a miserable death. As if he thought of something, Wang Jinbao's smile couldn't help but become a little cold and cruel. Su Ming nodded slowly to show that he understood, and touched the 2 tubes of primary culture solution in his pocket. Thank you. I'll go back now. See you tomorrow. Facing Su Ming's departure, Wang Jinbao watched him with a smile. Only after Su Ming left with the white shadow cat did he take out his mobile phone and make a call. Hey, some people come to the senior high school outside the city and pull out the body of a green poisonous python. Hurry up. At the same time, Lu Jun, who was hiding in the dark, rubbed his chin, and next to him followed the 4-fanged wild boar that appeared during the assessment. Did Su Ming start commanding the beasts to fight today? Old Wang, don't try to scare me. Wang Chunfa, who was standing next to him with a proud look on his face, rolled his eyes when he heard this and looked at Lu Jun with great contempt. Buffing you? What good would it do me to bluff you? Is bluffing useful for a beastmaster? Is it hard to admit that this kid is good? Lu Jun's face immediately turned dark after being refuted and even ridiculed in this way. When did I say this kid is not good? I'm just curious. This kid's talent is a bit too good, especially before the riot monkey enters the rampage. There were many opportunities for the white shadow cat to fly a kite and attack the riot monkey, but he only wanted to control the riot monkey's actions. Wow! Wang Chunfa shook his head slowly in surprise. I didn't expect that you, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would still want to fight and draw blood. Lu Jun's thoughtful expression froze for a moment, and he looked at his good friend and archenemy helplessly. Don't you even look at what I do? Do you understand the inertial thinking? Ah, yes. Seeing that Lu Jun looked somewhat dissatisfied, Wang Chunfa immediately became a little sarcastic. Suddenly, he saw a man in uniform walking towards him, and his eyes narrowed. It seems you have something to do again, so I'll leave first. Seeing that there was something serious to do, Lu Jun nodded slightly and said nothing, letting Wang Chunfa leave. The man also walked forward after Wang Chunfa left. Report, there is a medium-scale disturbance in the woods 40 miles east of the school. According to analysis, it may be caused by the appearance of more than one battle-head monster. More than one monster fighting for its head? Lu Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. How could there be more than one head-fighting monster causing trouble at this critical moment of the senior high school assessment? I must be overthinking it. It is normal for monsters in the wild to fight for territory, especially hunting each other. What am I overthinking? But even thinking so, the solemn expression on Lu Jun's face did not diminish in the slightest. I can't move. Is Team 1 in the base? Are any of their beasts injured and in need of treatment? Report, all members of Team 1 are in combat readiness at the base, and there are no injured beast masters who are in recovery. After receiving this answer, Lu Jun nodded slowly, and the solemn expression on his face relaxed a lot. No problems are allowed within 50 miles of the school. Notice that Team 1 should be ready to go immediately to clean up the problem, but no problems are allowed beyond the 50-mile range. Even if the target escapes this range, pursuit is not allowed. Do you understand? Receive! Go down. Until the correspondent left, Lu Jun still stood there straight, with a little distress on his face. There are so many troubles every day. I have to let Fatty patrol again. At this point, Lu Jun raised his foot and kicked the four-fanged wild boar beside him. Go and ask your elder brother to walk around the school and our base for a few times before sleeping. The four-tusked boar nodded slightly in a humane manner, then spread out its limbs and disappeared. Only the sound of its movement gradually fading away could be heard. Lu Jun stood here for a while before slowly leaving. Elsewhere, Su Ming, who had already boarded the bus at the school gate, flipped over the Junior Beastmaster certificate in his hand with some surprise. You can ride the bus for free with this thing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this before? There is only one road in the city that leads to the senior high school department outside the city, and there are buses on standby at the school gate 24 hours a day, even specifically to pick up and drop off students who have become Beastmasters. At this moment, Su Ming finally understood why so many people were trying so hard to become beast tamers. The first convenient option had already appeared, and now Su Ming was very curious about what would happen next. After putting away the receipt, Su Ming looked at Devouring, who was lying quietly at his feet with his eyes closed and resting. Fortunately, on the way back, Devouring didn't drool and look at everyone as if they were food like when he came. I guess he was full after eating the blue dog. The blue dog hasn't digested it yet, so this primary culture solution cannot be used today. The efficacy may not be fully exerted. It looks like it will take a few days. Su Ming felt relieved when he thought that he still had 2 tubes of primary cultivation solution on him. The beginning of his trip to school today might not have been so smooth, but the ending was a happy one for everyone. But in a flash, he thought of Devouring's evolution materials, and his face fell again. He stopped what he was doing and took out his cell phone. Ask Wang Jibao how much that elite wind-type inner elixir costs on the market. Chapter 17, Priceless Friendship. At this time in the school, Wang Jibao was directing his employees to move the body of the green poisonous python, when suddenly his cell phone vibrated. Su Ming, what is the average price of elite wind attribute inner elixir on the market? Elite wind attribute inner elixir? Wang Jibao thought about it subconsciously. Is he going to prepare the evolution materials for his white shadow cat so soon? It seems that the investment can be increased a little bit. Wang Jibao, you also know that when a monster reaches the elite level, its inner elixir will condense. This is the most expensive thing on a monster. When the message was sent, Wang Jibao paused and looked thoughtful. After a few seconds, he replied, Wang Jinbao, the price of the inner elixir with elite wind attribute fluctuates between 80,000 and 100,000. The stronger the monster was when it was alive, the better the quality of the inner elixir, and the success rate of the beast's breakthrough will be increased, and the improvement of the beast's control will be greater. Su Ming, who had just got off the bus with Debao, was speechless when he saw the price. The better the quality, the greater the improvement in taming the beast. Since he had chosen to be a beast tamer, he would definitely give Debao the best. He knew the price of the 100-year wind grass, 10,000 per plant, which was not very expensive. As for the price of the 100-year beast blood fruit, he was unclear. Su Ming, what about the 100-year-old beast blood fruit? At the school, Wang Jinbao, who had just finished directing the loading of the truck, almost popped his eyes out when he saw the news. The evolution of the white shadow cat requires the beast's blood fruit? And it's a 100-year-old fruit? Are you kidding me? Does Su Ming really know how to cultivate it? Master, the things are packed, please get in the car. Wang Jinbao was interrupted by his own men in shock. He tried his best to calm down, nodded slowly and got into the car. As the car started, Wang Jinbao sat in the car puzzled. His brain was almost burnt out, and he couldn't even remember the need for the beast's blood fruit in the evolution conditions of the white shadow cat. In his impression, the beast's blood fruit is for power-type and defense-type monsters. It's not that other monsters can't eat it, but the effect is minimal. But if the beast's blood fruit is used as a raw material and mixed with other materials to make evolution liquid, if one is wrong, it may kill the beast. No, I can't let Su Ming be like that fool before and kill himself with his beast control medicine, otherwise, won't everything I've done be in vain? Thinking of that idiot in the senior year of Baiyun City High School, Wang Jinbao felt his scalp tingling and his hands immediately flew around the screen. Wang Jinbao, don't mess around. There's nothing in the evolution chain published by White Shadow Cat that can be used with the beast's blood fruit. Don't get into trouble by eating it. Su Ming was not surprised that Wang Jinbao could see through his thoughts, but he was a little surprised that he explained it so clearly. Since the other party has said so, at least I cannot tell him directly that I want to use the 100-year-old beast's blood fruit as an evolution material. Su Ming, you worry too much. I just bought it to nourish my Debao. I felt that my Debao's speed and strength were still lacking in the fight just now. Nourish the white shadow cat? Wang Jinbao was a little confused. He recognized all the characters, but why did he not understand how they were put together? Turning the tide of battle in an instant, and rendering the riot monkey incapable of action, isn't that enough? Still needing to replenish? And using the wrong 100 years beast blood fruit to replenish? Hiss! What's going on in Su Ming's mind? I can't guess. Wang Jinbao scratched his hair in distress. He began to wonder whether he should give a friendship price for this 100-year-old beast blood fruit. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Jinbao made up his mind and directly edited a message and sent it out. Wang Jinbao, the price of a beast blood fruit is about 2,000, while the price of a 100-year-old beast blood fruit is much more expensive, about 650,000. Su Ming, who had already returned home and put down his bag, was petting his cat with one hand and searching for information on his phone with the other hand, was stunned when he saw the message from Wang Jinbao. With a swipe of the finger, the screen was switched, and I arrived at the official beast taming shop. Product: 100-year-old beast blood fruit. Price: 1 million. Introduction: fruits produced by the mutation of spiritual plants caused by the corpses and blood left behind by monsters in a deadly fight after the resurrection of spiritual energy. They can enhance the strength of monsters in all aspects. It is recommended to use on power and defense monsters. After seeing the price, Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. You offer me 650,000 for 1 million? Am I that valuable? Will Wang Jinbao's father beat him if he finds out? But soon, Su Ming found that the problem was not here. After a quick calculation, he found that it would cost about 760,000 credit points to evolve Debao. This was the bargain price Wang Jinbao gave him, otherwise a 100-year-old beast blood fruit would have cost over 1 million. This guy Wang Jinbao has spent a lot of money. Su Ming, how much of the elite bloodthirsty tiger heart and bloodthirsty tiger spine bone marrow do you want? Wang Jinbao, who was drinking water in the car, had a look of deep confusion in his eyes. Is Su Ming planning to cultivate his white shadow cat towards the tiger? But if so, it would conflict with the elite wind element inner elixir I just asked about. Out of curiosity, Wang Jinbao answered this question. Wang Jinbao, if sold individually, each one would cost over 300,000 new Taiwan dollars, and if sold together, it would be 500,000 new Taiwan dollars. Su Ming, okay, I understand. Thank you for telling me this. I still have to cook. Let's not talk about this for now. Wang Jinbao, if you have any questions about the materials or need anything, please tell me. I understand more than you do. After receiving the reply, Wang Jinbao heaved a sigh of relief and turned off the screen of his phone. He was bored and stroked the tail of his black scorpion. The black scorpion did not seem surprised at all and continued to lie there obediently. It was obvious that this was not the first time. Master, I saw that you seemed a little distressed just now. Do you need to talk to the head of the family? Wang Jinbao paused slightly, and glared at the man sitting in the passenger seat with eyes as cold as a knife. You're still controlling me? Do you need to worry about my affairs? What? Can you solve a problem that even I can't solve? The man was obviously frightened by Wang Jinbao's attitude. He immediately sat up straight and didn't dare to tilt his head at all. Seeing that the other party changed so quickly, Wang Jinbao snorted in dissatisfaction. Do your job well, talk less and do more. I won't bother you this time because it's your first offense. If you do it again, you'll have to pack up and leave. Yes, I understand, master. While Wang Jinbao was scolding the driver, he didn't dare to say a word, and he didn't even dare to glance at the rearview mirror inside the car. The person sitting in the passenger seat was a newcomer. I forgot to tell him the rules of this industry when I came out today. Fortunately, the young master was in a good mood today, otherwise he would have let this person get off the car halfway. Anyway, he had never heard of a situation in this industry where one could have a chance to correct one's mistakes. In the beast taming materials industry, one had to keep one's mouth shut, talk less and do more. This person was just lucky. At the same time, at Su Ming's home. While the water was boiling, Su Ming took out the 2 tubes of primary culture medium from his bag, saved one of them, and took the remaining one to his Debao. Come on, Debao, open your mouth and drink this can of syrup. Meow? Syrup? Debao looked at the jar of liquid with some curiosity. Although it was the first time he saw it, he believed very much that his owner would not cheat him, so he opened his mouth obediently. Chapter 18 Debao, so hungry. Debao opened his mouth without knowing what was going on. However, when the white-blue liquid entered his mouth and was swallowed into his stomach, Su Ming clearly saw that Debao's eyes shrank into needle shapes. Baidu didn't lie to me, all culture media are extremely bitter. Except for some special beastmasters, no beastmaster can eat it. Debao, don't spit it out. This is good stuff. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time. Don't spit it out. Meow. Meow. My master doesn't love me anymore. He feeds me this kind of food. Seeing Debao dropping the little pearls and no longer struggling, Su Ming hurriedly wiped off the little pearls and stopped holding Debao, letting it lie on the ground. Beast Tamer, White Shadow Cat upgrading. Talent Elite. Level 6 Servant. Ability, Rapidity. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description. A bold and cruel monster with a strong sense of territory and a strong desire to attack. It likes and enjoys hunting. Has the status bar been updated? There is an additional word. Upgrading. When Su Ming had a conflict with Lu Hai when getting off the car, he understood that the real-time status of the beast or monster would appear next to the name in the illustrated book. Now that Debao drank the primary culture solution, the status was shown as improving. Not long after, Debao, who was originally lying on the ground with dilated pupils and a dead look on his face, suddenly became energetic, and his big eyes were filled with confusion. Meow? Meow! Does my stomach feel good? I feel like I've gotten stronger. I ate such a disgusting, strange liquid, and nothing happened? What did the master feed me? I want more! After just a moment, Debao, who had been extremely resistant just now, directly grabbed Su Ming's trouser legs and prevented him from going to the kitchen. What are you doing, Debao? The water is boiling. I have to go cook the noodles. Hearing the sound of the water boiling, Su Ming was about to go to the kitchen when Debao pulled his trouser leg. He looked down at him in confusion. Meow. Master, I want more. Su-Ming couldn't help but be stunned. As a cat that he had raised from childhood to adulthood, even though it couldn't carry out simple mental communication now, he had seen this scene more than once, so many times that he couldn't even count them. Su-Ming, who was sure that Devouring was greedy, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Devouring, you can't eat too much of that stuff at once. You still have green dog meat in your stomach, and you drank a bottle of primary culture fluid. If you want to drink again, you have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Otherwise the drug won't be fully effective and will be wasted. Devouring was slightly stunned after hearing this, and after a while he reluctantly put down his claws that were digging into Su-Ming's trouser legs. Meow meow. Master, you said it yourself, don't forget it. Haha, I can't forget it. Su-Ming hastily assured her, then immediately went to the kitchen. After a while he returned to the living room carrying a bowl of noodles topped with a fried egg. However, just as Su-Ming sat down with his bowl in his hand, the phone in his pocket rang with a message. Who sent me a message? He thought it was a message from a classmate or a group message, but it turned out to be the news he had been following yesterday evening. When he saw the title clearly, Su-Ming was stunned. Shocked, the ocean exploration team led by Eagle King level beast Master Townsend Pad lost contact today. When Su-Ming saw this title, he was stunned at first, and then he felt a deep chill. What is a king level beast tamer? A beast tamer can only contract 6 beasts at most in his lifetime, and a king level beast tamer has reached this pinnacle, 6, and the strongest beast tamer must be a king level beast tamer of level 51, or even higher. As for today's instructor Lu, his main earth armor bearer is only a level 35 Lord level beast master, which means that instructor Lu is a master level beast master, while levels 41 to 50 are domain lord level monsters, corresponding to master level beast masters. The lord learns to use the power of the element to which he belongs, and the domain lord can mobilize a part of the elemental power within his territory. King level beast masters can mobilize the power of heaven and earth within their own territory, or in other words, king level monsters have begun to integrate into nature. Monsters of this level can already communicate with humans through brain waves, and even missiles can only barely break through the defenses of monsters of this level. Such a powerful team of beast masters disappeared silently in the sea, and they were confirmed dead in just one day. To be able to annihilate such a team so easily, the enemy must be at least a king-level monster of level 60 or above. The more Su-Ming read the news, the more frightened he became. The signal was suddenly lost after only sailing 173 nautical miles? But how far is 173 nautical miles compared to the vast ocean? This is no less than saying that you are on your way to the supermarket, and you have only taken a few steps out of the door when you are hit by a car. A monster this strong has appeared at such a short distance? What level must the overlord of the deep sea be? There can't really be more than 90 levels, right? But isn't this just a random guess? After reading this news, Su-Ming just felt that it was outrageous for his mother to open the door to outrageousness. This is outrageous. Devouring, who was lying on the ground to rest, found that the noodles were cold. It was strange that his owner was still sitting on the chair without eating a single bite. In order to prevent his master from going hungry, Devouring, who was full, climbed up and nudged Su-Ming's calf with his head. Meow meow. Master, how to eat, man is iron and rice is steel, this is what you told me. Feeling the condition of his calf, Su-Ming came to his senses and looked down at Devouring, who was still arching his legs. He immediately touched the bowl of noodles and realized that the noodles were almost cold, and were now warm. Really? Why think so much? We can't do anything. If the sky falls, there are still taller people to hold it up. We just need to live our own lives. Seeing Su-Ming suddenly scrolling through his phone with an indifferent look on his face, Devouring lay down on the ground again as if he was used to it. In its memory, this was not the first time that its master had been in a daze. It was really strange. How could the monsters outside be as cute as my Devouring? Wouldn't it be better to look at me more? Seeing Su-Ming suddenly stand up and go to the kitchen with the bowl, Devouring knew that the day was almost over and it was time to go back to the nest to sleep and rest, so he went back to the nest before Su-Ming and lay down to sleep. When Su-Ming came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes and was about to call Devouring to rest, he saw that Devouring had already returned to his nest on his own initiative. After a light laugh, he washed up in the bathroom and returned to his room to rest. As the lights in the living room were turned off, time passed slowly and soon it was the second half of the night. A pair of moving flashlights suddenly lit up in the dark living room. Meow? Meow? Why am I so hungry? Is it because I drank that jar of honey? For some reason, a silver thread flowed down the corner of Devao's mouth. Unable to bear the hunger, it ran to the window and opened it skillfully. In the dark night, the cat's eyes, like flashlights, scanned the situation below as if searching for prey. Chapter 19 School Housing Allocation. Devouring was crawling and stretching his body by the window like a cheetah, his claws tightly gripping the window frame. His sharp pupils kept scanning the situation below, as if he was going to jump onto the air conditioner outdoor unit and go downstairs in the next second. A pair of cat's eyes emitted emerald green luster at night. Soon, Devao's eyes locked on a black shadow running around in the community yard. He stretched out his tongue eagerly to moisten his mouth, and then jumped directly onto the air conditioner outdoor unit of the neighbor downstairs. It was obviously quite heavy, but it only made a slight sound when it landed. At this speed, Devouring went down to another level in a few seconds. His speed was obviously due to his practice. In just a few seconds, Devouring, who had just been standing by the window on the 7th floor, had gone straight down to the 1st floor, and the black shadow seemed to have noticed Devouring and even stood up. As we got closer, we realized that it was actually a common rat. It hides in holes like sewers or pipes. It comes out at night to look for food, but it doesn't dare to enter the homes of people who have royal beasts or pet animals. This one is probably only about 30 centimeters long. Faced with the approach of the beast, the rat was not afraid at all. It just took a look and continued to eat the food crumbs as usual. These crumbs were left by the residents who walk their pets here during the day. Looking at this unmoved rat, Devouring's eyes revealed human confusion. Meow? This mouse is not afraid of me? Why is it different from the ones I encountered before? Meow! How dare you look down on me? A sharp cat cry sounded in the yard. This time the rat was frightened. It immediately dropped the food in its mouth and turned around and ran away. Seeing that the other party knew to run and started running, Devouring's anger subsided a little and he followed behind slowly. Every time the rat was about to run no longer, Devouring would run faster, and this happened repeatedly. After a while, the rat ran out of strength and its speed dropped significantly. At this time, a white shadow pounced on it. Gabba, gabba. Not long after, the sky began to turn pale, and Su Ming was woken up by the 5:30 alarm clock. The first bus was at 6 o'clock, and if he got up at 5:30, he could reach the senior department before 8 o'clock. However, when Su Ming got up and came out of the room, he saw Devouring walking out of the bathroom with his hair all wet, and he couldn't help but stand there in a daze. Devouring? What happened to you? Why is your fur so wet? Taking a bath secretly again? Remembering that his eldest son had the habit of taking a bath by himself, Su Ming asked subconsciously. And Devouring nodded naturally. Meow. Just washed off the dirt on my body. Su Ming glanced at the wet bathroom, sighed helplessly, and rubbed Devouring's head. Tell me next time you take a shower and I'll help you. Watching Su Ming go into the bathroom and start washing up, Devouring lay down at the door and burped. Soon, Su Ming, who was ready to go, took Devouring out of the door. However, before they took a few steps, they saw a pool of red liquid emitting a fishy smell in the yard for no apparent reason. And there seemed to be some red pieces of meat and hair of unknown animals next to it? Whose beast has escaped and eaten again? I wonder who will clean up this mess in the end. Su Ming looked at the pool of dried liquid, shook his head and sighed, then he fastened the cat leash and walked towards the bus stop with Devouring. He didn't notice at all that Devouring, who was following behind him, had his head down and looking at the ground the whole time. As soon as Su Ming walked out of the community with Devouring, he saw a new tank vehicle R300 parked across the road from the community. After taking a look, he felt a little confused. Where did this car come from? This is the first time I've seen it. Su Ming? Where are you going? Come here. Wait, this voice is Wan Jinbao? He turned around suddenly, and saw the driver's door of the tank R300 opened. Wan Jinbao was standing on the side of the road waving at him. This scene left Su-ming confused. What is going on here? Out of doubt and politeness, Su-ming took his devour and walked towards the other party. Devour, who noticed something was wrong, did not lower his head when walking. He took 2 steps and walked in front of Su-ming. Get in the car first. Put your eldest child in the back. The back is specially used for pets and beasts. There is plenty of space. Seeing Su-ming approaching him, Wang Jinbao turned around and got into the driver's seat and closed the door. Before Su-ming could react, he saw the back door of the car open. What's going on here? Through the windshield, it can be seen that Wang Jinbao is the only one in the car. Su-ming, who is somewhat confused, did not rush to get in the car, but asked under the car. No, if you have anything to say, please tell me first. I'll take a look at the situation first. I feel a little embarrassed by your enthusiasm. Wang Jinbao, who came from a merchant family, naturally understood what these words meant. He was not annoyed but smiled instead. Do you know why there is a 6-story building for each class? The top 5 floors are all student apartments, single rooms. I'm driving to school because of what happened today. I can't finish talking about it in a short time and it will waste time. You get in the car first. What happened today? Is there something the school wants to announce? Although Su-ming was still confused, he also knew that one should not hit someone who smiled at him. After knowing the general situation, he directly put devour in the back row. Wang Jinbao's black scorpion was also there. But as soon as Su-ming got in the car and closed the door, Wang Jinbao handed him a food bag, took out a bun from it, and stuffed it into his mouth. You probably didn't have breakfast, did you? The meat buns are made with the stuffing from yesterday's poisonous green python. They taste good. Fasten your seat belt and try them. Su-ming was a little confused. The car started as soon as he fastened his seat belt. Let me tell you about the situation at school. The senior year outside the city is different from the senior year and the senior year inside the city. Students are required to live on campus. The reason I was able to go home yesterday was mainly to talk to my family about the assessment and other things. Su-ming nodded slightly after hearing this. I know this. I just saw the group message sent by Teacher Wang in the group. Well, you know we live on the 6th floor and the furniture is fully prepared so we don't need to bring anything. The purpose of mandatory boarding is also very clear. We hope that we can concentrate on training and nurturing beasts, and it will also make it easier for students who don't understand to ask us. Su-ming, with his mouth full of oil, suddenly realized what Instructor Lu meant by, if you don't understand, ask the squad leader. We all live together, so if you don't understand, don't you ask the squad leader? Having said this, Wang Jinbao paused and glanced at Su-ming obliquely. Also, students are not prohibited from going home on weekends, but not from Monday to Friday. When Su-ming heard this, he thought of yesterday's classes. There were only 2 days of classes in a week, and they were 1 class a day. It seemed that the school also wanted to test students' self-control. Chapter 20. Currying favor with the powerful. Think about it, there are 38 people in the class. It's not easy to be the class monitor. That primary culture medium is almost like a reward for hard work, right? Seeing that Su-ming was motionless, Wang Jinbao glanced at him curiously. How do the buns taste? Su-ming paused after coming back to his senses. Not bad, tastes similar to chicken, but much better. After receiving this comment, Wang Jinbao nodded slowly, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while he continued. We only have training sessions this morning. There are no classes in the afternoon. Our senior high school department is just outside the city. How about we explore the area around the school? Do you have time? Explore the wild? If I remember correctly, this was one of the main reasons why Wang Jinbao wanted to win me over. He also needed to become stronger, and in a hard way. Su-ming was about to agree without thinking, but before he could open his mouth, devour, who was standing behind him, seemed to be numb and started crying. Meow! Meow! Master, I'm going. Fight, fight, fight. He turned his head to look at his extremely excited devour, and found that the black scorpion next to him was even huddled up in fear. He was quite speechless. Wang Jinbao also glanced at the central rearview mirror, somewhat puzzled. This white shadow cat of yours is very aggressive. Normally, white shadow cats are not this aggressive. It's different from what I've seen before. Yeah, so I took it to school once in my second year of high school and immediately brought it back. Wang Jinbao was silent. He had the impression that this was indeed the case, but he did not take it seriously at the time. If I had noticed it then, maybe it would have happened now. Looking at Devouring, who was still wondering anxiously, Su Ming's expression was as speechless as possible. I didn't say I wouldn't go. I was just about to agree to it when you couldn't wait. You still have a whole morning of training. Wang Jinbao actually expected that Su Ming would agree to his request. Su Ming was not a fool and he knew what his purpose was. Meow. It's okay, we don't need training. Seeing Devouring calm down, Su Ming heaved a sigh of relief. This child was a little impetuous. Thinking about going out into the wild in the afternoon, Su Ming felt somewhat worried. After all, it was out in the wild, and news reports on this were basically full of rumors. What it means is that ordinary people and new beast masters who have just signed contracts should not go into the wild. Moreover, even in the wilds of places like the Senior 3 Department, only monsters of War Chief and above are patrolled and cleared, and only a small number of elite-level monsters are cleared at regular intervals. Otherwise, how do you train students? Do you mean to just fight servant-level monsters all day long? Is that useful? Is it enough for 2 of us to go? Wang Jinbao, who had stopped the car and was waiting for the traffic light, was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Su Ming in surprise. What are you thinking? We don't even have an elite beast master. If we go there alone, we'll basically die if something unexpected happens. The monitor and deputy monitor of Class 2 will team up with us. I have already discussed this with them yesterday. The monitors of Class 3 and Class 4 will also cooperate, and each group of 4 will count as 2 teams. Su Ming felt relieved after hearing this. Thinking of the other white shadow cat that Wang Jinbao mentioned yesterday, Su Ming became interested. What's the situation with the person named Lili you mentioned yesterday? Lili? Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming and nodded slowly. That's right. New beast masters will never make a contract with a monster like the white shadow cat, because this monster is very picky about its owner. Generally speaking, the probability of killing its owner is between 10% and 50%. Of course, there have been beast masters like you who can perfectly command white shadow cats, but the probability is only 1 in 1,000. As for Lili, the monitor of Class 3, her white shadow cat is actually okay to be honest, but it pales in comparison to your Devouring. Speaking of this, Wang Jinbao seemed to remember something and his brows suddenly frowned. If you run into Lili, be careful of her best friend, Wang Hui. She's not a good person. Just treat her as your enemy. Su Ming, who was originally listening normally and attentively, immediately changed his expression when he heard this. Wang Hui? Female version of Bangs? But she succeeded? But why don't I have any impression of this person? The green light came on and Wang Jinbao started the car with an extremely calm expression. How good do you think the person who can live in someone else's house and eat and live in someone else's house with a clear conscience can be? I don't know what kind of magic potion that woman gave to that idiot Lili. If we hadn't grown up together, who would be willing to care about an idiot like her? Even the beast that woman possessed was a wind wolf cub that Lili bought with her own money. Su Ming? After listening to Wang Jinbao's story, Su Ming was a little dazed for a moment, but when he came to think of it, he felt that it was okay and acceptable, because he had seen more explosive things on the news before. Thinking about Wang Jinbao's personality again, it's understandable why he hates Wang Hui so much. Well, I always thought that children from rich and powerful families were very smart. Pretty much, with a few idiots now and then. Hearing this, Su Ming began to wonder again. Didn't her parents try to stop Lili from doing this? Or was it useless to stop her? With puzzled thoughts in mind, Wang Jinbao had already driven into the campus and found a place to park the car. However, as soon as he parked the car, the expressions of the 2 people in the car became very interesting. Su Ming was a little surprised, while Wang Jinbao was annoyed. Meow? Where did this stupid cat come from? Devouring, who was about to get off the car, saw through the front window a white shadow cat lying on the ground in front of the car. Seeing the white shadow cat and the 2 girls, Su Ming immediately realized who they were and couldn't help muttering. What a coincidence. Devouring, you're kind. Hearing this, Devouring looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Meow? Meow! Same kind? That's not my kind. This time, Su-ming only roughly understood that his eldest son disliked the white shadow cat. It's normal for the two of them to come to you. After all, your Debeo is very obedient. Just ignore Wang Hui later. Hearing this special reminder, Su-ming frowned slightly. Will she cause trouble? Oh yes? Wang Jinbao sneered. After she started to curry favor with Lili, she looked at everyone with a snobbish look. Suddenly, Wang Jinbao seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up instantly. Don't be nice to this guy who's just bullying others. Let your Debeo go and strengthen them both at the same time. Debeo looked at Wang Jinbao in shock. He didn't expect that this little fat boy could understand his thoughts so well. As the car door opened, Su-ming, who had just pulled his Debeo out of the car by the cat leash, felt a sense of being scrutinized. He turned around suddenly and his eyes met Wang Hui's. Chapter 21 Who is the Fool? The fact is, Wang Hui was not as bad as Wang Jinbao said. Although she was examining him, she was not hostile. He did not feel it, and it seemed more like she was observing him. This discovery made Su-ming feel confused. When he looked at Wang Jinbao with a puzzled look, he saw a sneer on Wang Jinbao's face. At this moment, Su-ming was confused. Could it be that Wang Hui was a scheming person? But soon, Su-ming was attracted by a wolf cub over 1 meter tall at her feet. Beast Tamer, Wind Wolf. Talent Elite. Level 4 Servant. Ability, Hard Bone. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. A hunter on the grassland with a strong body and excellent mobility and offensive capabilities. Suddenly, Wang Jinbao sneered. What are you looking at? Have you never seen the server's white shadow cat? After these words were spoken, Lili and Wang Hui's expressions turned grim. Su-ming, who didn't know the situation, decided to wait and see. Things suddenly changed. When Wang Hui looked at Wang Jinbao, there was unconcealed disgust in her eyes. At this moment, Su-ming seemed to understand something. Is it possible that something happened that caused these two people to dislike each other? So they are both saying bad things about each other to the people around them? And when he saw Lili showing a tired expression, he immediately felt that there was a high possibility that Su-ming was ready to slip away. When I find a chance to ask Zhao Guang in the afternoon, everything will be clear. He is not from this circle. Zhao Guang is always right. The person in charge is confused, but the bystander is clear. He didn't know the specific situation here, but there would always be someone who knew about it. It was not appropriate to show up in such a weird scene. He is currently just a squad leader who is a little different. Wait, Su-ming, can I ask you something about the training of the white shadow cat? Sometimes my white shadow cat won't listen to my instructions. When it comes to white shadow cats, Debeo reacted the fastest. He immediately turned around and stared at the better-looking fellow cat at Lili's feet. Su-ming glanced at the beautiful and sweet-talking girl before fixing his eyes on the other person's beast. Beast Tamer, White Civet. Talent Elite. Level 6 Servant. Ability Claws. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, a variant of the white shadow cat, with no obvious difference in appearance, strong attack ability but lazy and not fond of hunting. Su-ming? White civet cat. I seem to have an impression of it. I just discovered it a while ago. No wonder Debeo resisted when we got off the car just now. It turned out that he was saying that this cat was not of his kind. Are you sure it's the white shadow cat? Are you sure it's a white shadow cat? Wang Hui and Lili were stunned after receiving this answer. They looked at Su-ming with strange eyes, but Su-ming's expression remained calm as usual. I'm not sure if it's a white shadow cat, but its behavior doesn't give me the feeling that it's a white shadow cat. Have you ever seen a strange beastman get close to your face? Did the white shadow cat just change from lying on the ground to sitting on the ground? What are the habits of the white shadow cat? Do you think the white shadow cat will change its habits because of you? Wang Jinbao frowned, somewhat confused. What is that? Could it be a white fur cat? Oh, Wang Jinbao, you better shut up. What do you know? Your beast is a white shadow cat? Or are you going to show off your family background again? Can you please have some shame? Su-ming looked at Wang Hui with some surprise. At this moment, he seemed to have some guesses about the situation of these two people. Ignoring the two people who were already arguing with each other, Su-ming took out his phone and searched for information about the white spirit cat. At this time, Lily walked forward with her white civet cat, looking anxious. "It's not the white shadow cat? Can you tell me how you figured it out?" Su-ming raised his eyes slightly. Wang Jinbao's worries were actually correct. This girl was too polite, and there was indeed a possibility that she was deceived. The role played by Wang Hui is more like a thorn on a rose. Fortunately, no one blindly believed Wang Jinbao's words, otherwise Devouring would have eaten it again. Half a month ago, a variant was added to the monster manual. The variant monster is not considered a new monster because the abilities of the variant and the original monster will not be much different. But it's hard to tell about its personality. This one of yours is a white spirit cat, not a white shadow cat. It belongs to the server owner and has the white shadow cat's excellent attack ability, but the problem is that it's lazy, which is the opposite of the white shadow cat's cruelty and bellicosity. It's not that it doesn't want to listen to your command, but in the absence of a crisis, the situation you encountered is that it is simply too lazy to move. And I was just looking at my phone, and I remembered this incident and looked at the introduction of the white spirit cat. Meow. When Su-ming said this, the white cat called out lazily in tacit understanding, which made the two of them look down subconsciously. Su-ming's Devouring stepped back with a look of disgust on his face. What the hell is this? Isn't it a white shadow cat? It seems that my breeding method was wrong from the beginning. Is there any way to make my big white less lazy? Looking at the other person's hopeful eyes, and then secretly looking at the disgusted eyes of his own eldest son, you know what, there may really be a way that is not a way. But it was obviously not possible as class was about to start. Thinking of this, Su-ming slowly shook his head. Not yet. You can check it out online. I'm about to go to class, so I won't talk to you anymore. Oh, okay. Seeing that the other party seemed a little disappointed, Su-ming just took another look and planned to go over and pull Wang Jinbao away. Just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be called Wang Jinbao. Wang Hui, who was ridiculed in this way, immediately refused to stand it. The Wind Wolf following her stepped forward immediately, and the Black Scorpion behind Wang Jinbao also stepped forward tacitly at this moment. But judging from the situation, the misunderstanding between these two people is extremely deep. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Su-ming knew that it was useless to just persuade them in this situation, and he showed the same exhausted expression that Lily had at the beginning. I may now know who the idiot in question is, but I can't really tell. Feeling tired and helpless, Su-ming had no choice but to wave to his Devouring. Devouring, put some pressure on them both. As soon as he finished speaking, Devouring jumped between the two beasts without any hesitation. After staying there for a few seconds, he lay on the ground and licked his paws gracefully. The Black Scorpion and Wind Wolf were forced to stop by this action. They stood there motionless, or looked back at their respective masters waiting for the next command. Lily, who was witnessing this scene, had a glimmer of envy in her eyes. When she looked down at her white civet cat, her heart was burning with passion. Come on, Lily, you can do it! Chapter 22 Attack Nullification. Su-ming, I asked you to get out of the way. I want to show Wang Hui how powerful I am today. Wang Jinbao, oh Wang Jinbao, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Both of their beasts were motionless, yet they were still scolding each other from a distance. Didn't they see that Devouring was lying there speechless? We still have 10 minutes to get to the training ground. If that's the case, then fine. You guys can skip class. I'll be leaving first. Devouring, let's go. With a whoosh, Devouring, who was originally lying on the ground, ran away as if he was escaping, and even turned back to look at the two of them with disgust. Meow meow. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't hesitate and just talk nonsense. Seeing Devouring's disgusted eyes, the two people who were arguing with each other were stunned where they were. After staring at each other for a few seconds, they stammered and couldn't utter a word. Finally, they snorted at each other and led their beasts towards their respective training grounds. After leaving this side, Wang Hui found that Lily had walked some distance away, so she hurriedly jogged to catch up. Lily, how is it going? Did you ask about the breeding of the white shadow cat? I just saw the situation of the white shadow cat. I really admire you. You and your Devouring are two extremes. Besides, why didn't you wait for me? Having said this, Wang Hui stopped and looked down at Lily's white civet cat. Lily rolled her eyes when she heard that. Didn't you hear what I said? There are still 10 minutes left before you're considered late, and being late will be counted as an absence. And my Dabai is not a white shadow cat, but a white civet cat, a variant of the white shadow cat. Here, let me show you. Confused, Wang Hui took the phone and found that the page displayed on the phone was the monster encyclopedia of the white spirit cat, and it was introducing a branch of the white shadow cat? Huh! When was the new illustrated book added? But if that's the case, it makes sense. It seems my previous guess that it wasn't white shadow cat was correct. Lily, who got the phone back, was somewhat helpless. I hope this child's future evolution can change this situation. After all, evolution has infinite possibilities. And you, Wang Hui, please control your carefree nature. It's no wonder that Wang Jinbao misunderstood you. I'll help you explain it sometime. Hey! Please don't. I'm going to beat him up so hard that he calls me auntie. Please don't interfere. Hearing her best friend say this, Lily was completely speechless. I don't know what's wrong with Wang Jinbao. Even Su Ming, who met him for the first time, saw that there was a problem but didn't do anything about it. Why hasn't he understood yet? Hearing Lily's complaint, Wang Hui couldn't help but snort coldly. What else can Wang Jinbao do besides doing business? He's just an idiot who likes to look at people with tinted glasses. But it doesn't matter. He'll understand after a beating. Li. On the other side, Wang Jinbao, who moved more slowly, took some time to catch up with Su Ming. I just heard you say that Lily's beast is a white spirit cat instead of a white shadow cat. Is there such a coincidence? He glanced at Wang Jinbao and nodded slowly after seeing that the other party no longer had the aura of a shrew. Yes, white shadow cat. I knew it the first time I saw it. There is no way a white shadow cat could lie on the ground like that. No wonder my Debao reacted so strongly when he heard me say that the other person was from the same tribe as him. It's not the case. Wang Jinbao nodded silently after hearing this. I was saying that I have never seen such a lazy white shadow cat. It was just a coincidence that the official information about the white civet cat was released a week ago. I didn't expect that she would run into it. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the crowd standing in front of him and spoke softly. Okay, we're at the venue. Looks like we're the only two that haven't arrived yet. Keep quiet. The two class monitors calmly walked to the front of the class and stood there, and were immediately praised by Lu Jun. As a squad leader, you're on point, which is pretty good. The expressions of both of them froze at the same time. The truth could not be told, so Su Ming changed his words. I had a verbal conflict with a pedestrian on the road, and it took some time to apologize. After hearing this explanation, Lu Jun looked at the two people in surprise. Conflict with pedestrians? It took a while to apologize? This excuse is quite novel. But even though he knew it was an excuse, Lu Jun nodded in agreement. Well, it's good that you know to apologize. Now that everyone is here, let's start today's training. Have all your beasts stand in front of you, not at your sides. As Lu Jun began to put forward training requirements, many students present completed this small command easily. But for some individuals, it took a few seconds longer. Lu Jun saw all of this, but did not rush to say anything. He only spoke after everyone had finished speaking. Okay, I saw what happened just now. To be honest, I'm quite satisfied. It only took a few seconds. It's not a big problem for you right now. Today's training is very simple. You must learn to make your beasts obey your orders. I can't say it's absolute, but at least you must do it absolutely in big matters. For example, when commanding beasts to fight. As soon as Lu Jun finished speaking, the four-tusked wild boar from yesterday came out grunting from the bushes nearby and lay down not far in front of them. Today's training goal is very simple, that is to command your beasts to attack the four-fanged boar. Come on, squad leader, take the lead. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other, and finally decided that Wang Jinbao would go first. Dahe, go up and give this fat pig a shot. Lu Jun, who was originally preparing to review it, turned pale, and even the wild boar with four tusks that was lying on the ground stood up directly, and the grunting sound became louder and louder. Su Ming slowly turned his head and looked at Wang Jinbao meaningfully. Wang Jinbao seemed to have realized that his attitude had not changed completely, and coughed lightly twice. Dahei, come on! The black scorpion did not hesitate too much. Its legs moved immediately, and it ran towards the four-tusked boar with its huge pair of pitch-black claws already opened. Unexpectedly, after standing for a while, the four-fanged boar lay down on the ground again when it saw the black scorpion approaching. This scene left Wang Jinbao speechless. The black scorpion felt that it was provoked, and its feeding mouthparts immediately made an unpleasant sound. When it got close, its huge claws immediately clamped towards the opponent's body. Kaba kaba. Hiss? Doesn't this feel right? The black scorpion looked at the object it had clamped in its claws in confusion. A bunch of hair? And it couldn't be clamped? An intense feeling of humiliation invaded the black scorpion's whole body, and the barb on its tail popped out at this moment, but an unexpected scene happened. When the hook hit the four-tusked wild boar's body hair and continued to penetrate deeper, it was directly bounced off by the belly. Wang Jinbao, who witnessed this scene, took a deep breath. If we are short of a big class, let alone breaking through the defense, can't we even cut the hair? Chapter 23, Child of Destiny. Lu Jun, who was standing in front and witnessing this scene, nodded slowly and said loudly, "Next." Seeing Black Scorpion walking back with a look of doubt on his life, Su Ming also understood Lu Jun's intention. "Debao, come on!" With the experience of the Black Scorpion as a lesson, this time Debao bent down with a serious expression. In the eyes of everyone, he suddenly shot out, and passed over the four-tusked wild boar as quickly as a ball of white shadow. The movement was so fast that no one could see clearly. They could only vaguely see a few brown hairs falling to the ground with a tinkling sound. This is the sound of metal falling to the ground. Is this four-tusked boar in a defensive state? Wang Jinbao felt relieved immediately after discovering this problem. He thought that his black scorpion's hair could not be cut off. It turned out that the opponent had activated a skill. That makes sense. Lu Jun glanced at Wang Jinbao. This lesson is to teach you that you should not think of fighting against opponents of higher levels when you start a fight. A higher level is a higher level, and a higher level is a higher level. Everyone gathered here is just an ordinary person, to be honest. There's nothing special about us. But every year there are a number of fools who think they are destined to be the best, and they run off into the wild alone, and when they are found there are only rags and rotten bones. I don't know if any of you know this, but if you encounter a monster higher in rank than you while exploring the wild, remember to turn around and run. You only have one servant-level beast, so you don't have the capital to give it a try. Next one. After Lu Jun finished explaining his intentions, many people thought that this was the purpose of today's class, but new problems soon arose. When it was a classmate's turn to command the beast to attack, his beast stood there trembling and hesitating, which made his owner stand there with a blushing face. Su Ming looked up at Lu Jun, who was motionless, and after thinking for a while, he turned to look at this classmate. When facing high-level monsters, your beastmaster can sense the threat, but if its obedience is high, it will still attack, and this is also a crisis warning for the beastmaster. The man was slightly stunned and subconsciously looked up at Lu Jun. Who would have thought that Lu Jun turned his head away without even looking at him? Helplessly, he had to lead the beast down. At this moment, Wang Jinbao also understood Lu Jun's intention and immediately shouted, "Next!" Soon, under the arrangement of the two, all the students in the class completed the so-called test. Until this time, when everyone's eyes were still on Lu Jun, the other parties still did not move. Su Ming, the squad leader, raised his eyebrows and said, "Disband and go home." Lu Jun? Seeing that the students did not listen to Su Ming's words, Lu Jun glared at Su Ming. "Okay, now you all know the difference in monster levels. I hope you won't do anything you shouldn't do. Do you see our venue? It's very big, isn't it? This whole area is where you will be using it to train beasts in this class. For example, you can command your beasts to attack tree trunks to improve their attack proficiency and achieve the goal of becoming more accurate and ruthless. Or you can continue to attack the four-fanged wild boars to train your beast control's obedience. The course will last 2 hours. Can I continue to attack the four-fanged wild boar?" After receiving this information, Su Ming became thoughtful and approached Wang Jinbao and asked in a low voice, "Wang Jinbao, is the hair of a four-fanged wild boar valuable?" Wang Jibao, who was preparing to train the ejection speed of the black scorpion tail needle, paused slightly, and his eyes immediately lit up. Not bad. This thing can be used as medicine and to make armor. The cheapest one is 3,000 credit points per pound. I'll take 2,500. How about that? Hearing the price, Su Ming nodded implicitly. Debao, go ahead. Debao, who was lying on the ground, thought that he had nothing to do in this class, but that turned out to be not the case. Meow meow? Master, I can't break the pig's defense. Are you still going to fight me? Facing his eldest son's question, Su Ming nodded without hesitation. Go, that pig's hair can buy you a lot of food and drink. It's worth a lot of money. Lu Jun, who was standing in front and reading messages on his mobile phone, had good hearing. He happened to hear these words and couldn't help but use a little more force in his hand holding the phone. Lots of food and drink? In just a moment, Debao's imagination ran wild and tears began to appear at the corners of his mouth. Without much hesitation, Debao rushed out. The four-fanged wild boar, who was about to sleep, suddenly felt his stomach being rubbed. He opened his eyes slightly and saw the big white cat running back with its own fur in its mouth. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he knew that the strength of the tickle was just right. Then soon, the massage like raindrops spread all over its body, and the comfortable feeling made it fall asleep unconsciously, unaware that the hair on its body was rapidly decreasing. Many students who were training to tame beasts saw this scene and stopped what they were doing. Su Ming squatted down and hugged the bunch of brown hair that was almost 1 meter tall. It's about 20 pounds. Try it. Wang Jinbao immediately reached out to take it, then shook the hair before letting it fall. 30 kilograms is a little less. I'll give you 75,000 based on 30 kilograms. I'll give it to you. Lu Jun just watched silently, his eyes as calm as water without any emotion visible. The classmates looked at the naked and sleeping wild boar and Su Ming, who had made a lot of money from Wang Jinbao, and felt envious. It's a pity that their beast masters don't have this ability, so they don't feel sorry at all for Su Ming making this money. Okay, it's transferred over. I'll ask my family to collect it. Wang Jinbao nodded to indicate that the transaction was completed and just put away his phone when an acquaintance came over with a red-haired mouse. Hello, monitor and deputy monitor. My red-haired rat lacks practical experience. Can you help me train it? Beast tamer, red rat. Talent, ordinary. Level 4, servant. Ability, none. Evolution conditions. Illustrated description, a common mouse, slightly timid, with very sharp teeth. Level 4? He got a level up after eating that big-toothed rat yesterday. No wonder he came to us for excitement. Su Ming suddenly realized after seeing the red-haired mouse illustration. It turned out that the red-haired mouse was confident because he knew that his beast control had been upgraded. However, his talent and level are still low. This strength is indeed very good among ordinary students, but after seeing that the class leaders of each class are all elite talents, and their levels are higher than this, Su Ming could only say that it was a bit too ambitious. Help you train this red-haired rat? Wang Jibao knew what was going on just by seeing that the red-haired rat's wound had healed, and he chuckled. Go find Su Ming. Su Ming's white shadow cat is a professional cat that catches mice. Why not give it a try? It was just a joke, but Wan Kong took it seriously. Okay. No problem. Chapter 24, Cat Catches Mouse. Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were both stunned when they heard this, and looked at Wan Kong, who was serious, with some surprise. Debao silently shifted his gaze, and just a glance was enough to scare Wang Kang's red-haired rat so much that it staggered and hid behind him. Su Ming fell silent upon seeing this, and looked at Wang Kang's determined expression again. Are you sure? This is a fight whose outcome has already been decided. Faced with Su Ming's persuasion, Wang Kang looked as if no one else could do it but him. It's okay. I trust my red-haired rat. What? Did I mishear something? Wang Jinbao frowned slightly. This Wang Kong was so arrogant. Su Ming just praised him out of routine yesterday. Is that it? This problem is not limited to Wang Jinbao. Su Ming also sees it clearly that the other party's mentality has been seriously distorted. If he cannot change, he will be trapped by outsiders in the future. From the moment Wang Kong led the red-haired mouse over, Lu Jun, who was standing in front observing the student's situation, noticed this side, especially when Wang Kong was determined to initiate a fight. Lu Jun looked very unhappy. How dare the rat beasts, which were crushed in all aspects, to fight back and challenge their natural enemies? Is this confidence? This is stupidity. Didn't you see that your beast was clearly avoiding the fight? Su-ming took a deep breath and said, Your beast has already appeared and is avoiding the battle. As the squad leader, I hope you can face your own problems. Don't destroy the trust and bond you've built with so much effort. After these words were spoken, Wang Kang's expression became strange, and he seemed a little dissatisfied. You are the monitor. Coach Lu said before that this is your responsibility. At this moment, Su-ming's persuasive expression changed, and Wang Jinbao even sneered and shook his head uncontrollably. I see clearly that some people are getting angry and are heading for your position as squad leader. This time, Su-ming did not try to persuade him. Since the other party was like this, his purpose was obvious. He nodded slightly and agreed to the fight, then looked at his own Debao, who was already angry. Debao, fight normally, get ready. Meow! You little rat, don't give me a chance. Facing Debao's fierce eyes, Wang Kang's red-haired rat trembled even more violently, and its two claws tightly grasped Wang Kang's trouser legs, showing no sign of moving. Su-ming, who saw this scene, said calmly, Do you need me to distance myself? Wang Kang's face froze when he heard that, and he just dragged the red-haired rat away. The changes here were so fast that they attracted the attention of other students almost instantly. Wang Kong was fine yesterday, wasn't he? He even walked up to him and talked to him in a friendly manner just now. Why did he suddenly want to compete with the squad leader? I don't know, but I can feel that Su-ming is a very dedicated squad leader. No matter what the situation is, we will know after the fight. Glancing at the red-haired rat that was forced to join the battle, Su-ming had no intention of commanding Debao at all. Not to mention that he couldn't beat it, even capturing Debao's movements was extremely difficult in this situation. Meow. I ate a little mouse last night, but unfortunately I can't eat this one today. Su-ming didn't pay too much attention to Debao's complaint. Go ahead, don't cause any serious problems. Debao nodded slightly without looking back as he walked forward, while Wang Kong squatted down and tried his best to persuade his red-haired mouse to stop resisting. Just as it was about to begin, Su-ming glanced at the red-haired rat, which was still trembling slightly. Are you sure you want to fight? Regardless of the consequences? At this time, Wang Kong had not reacted yet and waved his hand indifferently. It's nothing more than a loss, get ready to start. It's just a loss. After receiving this answer, Su-ming smiled brightly. Then Debao pressed forward slowly. The next second, Debao walked towards the red-haired mouse step by step with cat steps. The playfulness in the cat's eyes could be clearly understood even by Wang Kong alone. Coupled with the faint laughter around him, his face turned red, as if he felt that he could not save face anymore, so he spoke hastily. Red Rat, charge forward and show your strength to the other party. After what happened yesterday, and the persuasion just now, coupled with the blindly confident tone, the red-haired mouse, which had initially established trust, chose to believe in the master's command. Looking at the red-haired rat rushing towards him, Su-ming shook his head and waved his hand casually. Seeing this gesture, Debao's eyes showed joy. He lay down on the ground with his two front paws crossed, looking at the red-haired rat rushing towards him like a tiger examining its prey. This look caused the red-haired mouse to feel an instinctive fear surge in his heart, and he began to slow down unconsciously. Wang Jinbao, who was watching the fight from the sidelines, did not find this scene surprising at all. White Shadow Cat likes and enjoys hunting like a cat and mouse. After this battle, Wang Kong still wants to be a beast tamer? Su-ming's White Shadow Cat might be directly teased and killed by this red-haired mouse. On the other side, seeing that his beast began to slow down due to fear, Wang Kong took a deep breath and started shouting. Red Rat, go! The other party is completely unprepared. This is a good opportunity. In one sentence, the others who were watching this fight would not understand what it meant to be unprepared. Do you really not know the habits of the White Shadow Cat, or are you pretending not to know? The students who were originally interested now turned around and busied themselves with training their own beasts. And he had no idea what Suming was talking about with Wang Jinbao. Looking at the two of them smiling from time to time, Wang Kong felt ashamed, annoyed and helpless. Because this situation is allowed by the rules, and the opponent will do so, it's nothing more than 4 words. Contempt, humiliation. Go! Red Rat! Wang Kong, whose face turned red with anger, once again loudly encouraged his beast master, and it seemed to be really useful. The red-haired rat returned to its previous speed and rushed towards Devouring. In fact, Suming, who had been paying attention to this battle, smacked his lips in silence when he saw this scene. It's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die with kind words. When did the rat monster's talent become speed? Isn't it about digging holes quickly and making sudden attacks quickly? Hell, what you said is as if everyone knows it. I still think highly of Wang Kong after what he did yesterday. At this point, Wang Jinbao paused, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Kong became extremely contemptuous. Now it seems like that, a clown seeking to attract attention, eager to win other people's investment, or the attention of the elders? After Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he looked at Lu Jun unexpectedly. The other party didn't even look at Wang Kong, but looked at the other students who were training to tame beasts, and nodded half-heartedly. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao spread his hands and said, "No one wants to care about this guy. Let's discuss the route for this afternoon's exploration." On the battlefield, facing the red-haired rat rushing towards him, Devouring used his front paws to directly swing out an afterimage and knock the opponent away 5 or 6 meters, then slowly stood up. Meow meow. The mouse teased the cat, and the cat started catching the mouse. Chapter 25 Master Killing. In an instant, the red-haired mouse that was knocked away heard the 2 cat calls, and before it could get up, its body began to shake uncontrollably again, even more violently than before. Wang Kong was stunned when he saw this scene, and then he found that the white shadow cat began to approach step by step. The look in its eyes when looking at its prey made him feel inexplicably scared even though the target was not him. Wang Kong swallowed a mouthful of saliva with his throat moving, and forced himself to cheer up, then shouted again. "Come on, Red Rat, you can do it!" The next second after the words fell, Devouring suddenly sped up, trotted over when the red-haired rat got up and tried to create some distance, and slapped the rat away again. Wang Kong was stunned. He saw with his own eyes that his beast was knocked away again the moment it got up. The fear made his red-haired rat unable to even escape. Now he seemed to understand why Suming persuaded him, and what he had done. Suming, squad leader, I admit defeat, is that okay?" Suming, who was talking to Wang Jinbao, was stunned for a moment. The two of them looked over at the same time. Their eyes stayed on Wang Kang's useless hand for a second, and then they ignored him and continued the conversation. This contempt and disregard made Wang Kong furious. "Look down on me? I don't believe it. My red-haired rat doesn't even have the ability to resist. Red Rat, fight back, fight back! Just like you did yesterday, attack the opponent's vital points!" In an instant, Suming's face was a little speechless, and he slowly shook his head with a mocking look. Wang Jinbao's laughter also disappeared. He glanced at Wang Kong calmly, and then gently kicked the black scorpion beside him. The black scorpion also understood what its master meant, and quietly moved towards Wang Kang's back. "Devouring, be ruthless!" Meow! Being offended by the other party, Devouring, who was cruel by nature, released his nature the moment Su Ming gave the order. The white shadow turned into the god of death and instantly passed by the red-haired mouse. A line of blood splashed out. The red-haired mouse, which wanted to run, was carried away by the strong force. The severe pain made it difficult for it to even stand up again. Wang Kang's expression froze. Before he could make the next move, Debao's figure flashed by again. This time, the red-haired rat had 4 legs, one in front and one behind, with 2 wounds deep enough to see the bones. Squeak, squeak! Until this moment, when he heard the screams of his own beast, Wang Kong could no longer sit still. "I admit defeat, I surrender, Su Ming, stop your beast!" Su Ming still glanced at Wang Kang's useless hands, watching the cat and mouse show unmoved. The next second, the red-haired rat was slapped into the sky by a claw. Devouring on the ground aimed at the target, and jumped up on the spot, accurately hitting the last good leg of the red-haired rat. At this rate, the white shadow cat's next attack will be on the red-haired rat's body, and this attack will pose a fatal threat to the red-haired rat. Lu Jun couldn't just sit there and watch this scene anymore, so he sighed and said, "Stop the fight, Wang Kong." This sentence was like an epiphany. No wonder I looked at my hands when I said I gave up. This was the reason. But why didn't he remind me? I was too nervous because of the beast control, but he was still aggressive. Wang Kong reacted immediately and made a gesture to stop the fight. Without saying anything, he ran towards his red-haired rat. "Stop, Devouring." Devouring, who had already thought about blinding one of the red-haired rat's eyes next time and had even made preparations, walked towards Su Ming somewhat unhappily when he heard the call to stop. "Meow meow. Why do you want to stop? Isn't it better to just eat it?" Seeing his own Devouring looking aggrieved, Su Ming smiled and rubbed its unhappy face. "Silly boy, the other party just has a problem with his attitude, and he didn't do anything out of line. This time the lesson was harsh enough. After all, there is no thing like the big-toothed rat to replenish his beast's body. And even if there is, it is impossible for his beast to be upgraded to a higher level by chance and recover quickly from the injury." After receiving this explanation and comfort, Devouring became happy. He began to enjoy Su Ming's touch and made comfortable humming sounds. "No matter how many times I see it, I really envy your white shadow cat. I wonder if my black scorpion is so obedient." Wang Jibao, who was envious of Su Ming's beast taming, suddenly saw something and hurriedly leaned over and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Wait, stop petting the cat and look over there at Wang Kong." Su Ming was stunned. "Wang Kong? What's so good about that guy?" But faced with the invitation, Su Ming still looked over. Because he was worried about the situation of his beast, Wang Kong ran to the red-haired rat and hugged it in his arms. "Red rat, you can't touch Su Ming's white shadow cat no matter what you do? It seems that the training must be strengthened." Seeing the 4 deep wounds on the limbs of the red-haired rat in his arms, Wang Kang's hatred grew more and more intense, and he didn't notice the red-haired rat's eyes gradually turning bloodshot. "Squeak, squeak!" Taking advantage of the moment when Wang Kong was distracted by something, the red-haired rat seized this opportunity, raised its claws with all its strength, and grabbed Wang Kang's neck fiercely. Wang Kong, who was thinking about something, was frightened by this scene and came to his senses and screamed, "Red rat, what are you doing?" Before Wang Kong could throw the red-haired rat away, fortunately it was discovered in time and tilted its head back to avoid being killed, but there was still a bloody mark on its neck. When the red-haired mouse saw that its attack had failed, it remembered how it was afraid to fight at first. However, after being persuaded by its master, it mustered up the courage to go forward. However, each time it was knocked away by the white shadow cat, there was a long interval in between. As a result, his owner was unwilling to even clench his fists. He could endure it until this point, but the last sentence was not comfort, but blame. The fear, despair, and powerlessness of this battle experience completely erupted at this moment. The attack missed, and the red-haired rat, filled with murderous intent, stretched out its head with all its strength to bite Wang Kang's arm, and Wang Kong threw the red-haired rat away at this time. The short period of time from the time he was injured to the time he was thrown out was wasted due to his shock. "Master murder?" Su Ming widened his eyes, looking at this rumored scene in disbelief. Even Devouring widened his eyes. Suddenly, a pitch-black whip-like object popped out from behind Wang Kong, piercing the red-haired rat's head and hooking it away. The red-haired rat's boiling blood splashed on Wang Kang's frightened face. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the blood on his body, feeling extremely powerless. "My beast is dead?" In contrast to Wang Kang's powerlessness and confusion, the black scorpion, having succeeded in its attack, ran back quickly with the trophy on its tail hook, its mouth still making noises. You can tell it's very happy. Chapter 26, Special Class. Su Ming couldn't help but take a breath and asked without turning his head. "You guessed that Wang Kang's red-haired rat would kill its master, so you asked your black scorpion to guard against it in advance? That's fine." Wang Jibao, who was standing behind Su Ming, was stunned when he heard this, and his eyes were a little confused. He remembered that what he meant was to wait for Wang Kong to admit defeat and then have Black Scorpion secretly give Wang Kong a needle to make him unconscious. In this case, the most he would have to pay was some money. But what he didn't expect was that his own Black Scorpion actually ejected its tail hook in the first moment, piercing the red-haired rat's head and hooking it away. This was something he could never have imagined. Yes, I just said it. Your Devour will beat Wang Kang's red-haired rat to death, but the main problem is still Wang Kong. His beast was seriously injured because of his impulsive behavior, but he was not comforted but blamed. It would be strange if he didn't kill his master after they just established trust. Seeing that Su Ming has already said this, he has to build this wall. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, Su Ming gave him a thumbs up of praise. As expected of a merchant family, they have a long-term vision. I am ashamed of myself. Unexpectedly, these compliments made Wang Jinbao feel a little embarrassed. After all, he felt guilty. Looking at the Black Scorpion that had returned to his side as if offering a treasure, Wang Jinbao coughed twice and straightened his expression. Okay, just eat it. There's no need to show it to me. The next second, something happened that the two had not expected. The Black Scorpion actually placed the corpse of the red-haired mouse in front of Devour, who was enjoying being petted. This situation surprised the two. Devour listened to the constant sounds made by the Black Scorpion's mouthparts. His eyes became a little surprised, and he didn't hesitate to start eating. Meow meow. You are sensible and know that I have contributed the most. I will leave the offal bag for you. Hiss hiss. Meow. Don't worry, I'll protect you, you can walk sideways anywhere. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other, both confused. They were only junior beast masters and could not communicate accurately with their own beasts. Not to mention the conversation between two beasts, which is even more difficult. All they knew was that the two beasts said something to each other, and Wang Jinbao's Black Scorpion seemed to be even happier, guarding Devour while he was eating like a doorman. Hiss, why do I look like I'm paying protection money? Hearing Su Ming's guess, Wang Jinbao's face darkened. He immediately squatted down and knocked his Black Scorpion hard on the head. Are you stupid? I've paid you protection money. Hiss. You like to eat offal? Okay, the meat you send back will be cancelled, but the original offal will remain unchanged. Hiss hiss hiss. While people were laughing and talking here, Wang Kong was in a daze over there. My red-haired rat, why would it kill its master? Why? No, that's not right. It's Wang Jinbao's Black Scorpion. Why is it behind me? No, that's not right either. Why would Wang Jinbao kill my beast? He had planned it all along. Wang Kong, whose thoughts were becoming more and more devious and outrageous, stood up and prepared to go find trouble with Wang Jinbao, intending to make him compensate him for his beast. However, as soon as he stood up, Lu Jun's loud voice stopped him in his tracks. All right, let's stop the training for now. Everyone, look here. Seeing that all the students were looking at him, Lu Jun nodded slightly and was about to say something, but Wang Kong suddenly spoke. Coach Lu, Wang Jinbao killed other beasts wantonly, he should compensate me. Wang Kong thought he would be sympathized with for his situation, but he only got cold eyes and ridicule. Even the instructor Lu Jun just glanced at him without giving any reply. Everyone, listen up! Do not force your beasts to fight, especially when you have just established trust with them. Do not force your beasts to fight against an enemy that is impossible to defeat. Even when the beast is clearly afraid of fighting, this is not cowardice, because you have initially established trust with it. It is not true cowardice, but true inability to win. If you force your way in, the worst thing is not the death of your own beast in the battle, but the beast killing its master after the battle. That is the most terrifying thing. At this point, everyone looked at Wang Kong as if they had discussed it beforehand. This invisible pressure was oppressing him, making him unable to move, his face pale, and cold sweats all over his body. Only then did Lu Jun truly look at Wang Kong. Wang Kong, in the situation just now, your beast was ready to kill its master and took action. The wound on your neck is the best proof. If it weren't for Wang Jinbao's Black Scorpion, you would have died. Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you are also confusing right and wrong? At this point, Lu Jun paused. Wang Kang's situation was a case of repaying kindness with evil, which was actually acceptable in the senior year department. To be honest, he really wanted to fire the other party, but he didn't have the power to do so, and the other party's behavior did not meet the requirements for dismissal. Your beast has died. Go back and rest for a while and calm down. After you have contracted a new beast, calm down and think clearly, come back. Subconsciously, junior beastmasters can change and contract new beasts, but even if you have one, don't come back. Not only will Class 1 not tolerate you, the other students won't tolerate you either. But Wang Kong didn't seem to understand, and kept shouting that he wanted to contract a new beast and ran away. Tisk, idiot, there's no place for him in our class, don't you understand? Facing Wang Jinbao's sneer, Su Ming had nothing to say. Anyway, he didn't want to live and study with such a person. Lu Jun in front looked at the time at this time. Okay, this training session ends here. Regarding your dormitory allocation, your teacher Wang has already posted it in the class group, please check it out yourself. Lu Jun paused and looked at Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. Monitor and Deputy Monitor, come with me. The two were stunned and quickly told their beasts to stop eating. Debale, stop chewing the bones. Black Scorpion, you too, stop eating your little food and come back to eat more important things. Under the reluctant gazes of the two beast masters, it was taken away by its master. After the two left, many students who had not left yet looked at each other. One of them took a look at the current situation and smiled meaningfully. Why? You all want to feed your beasts some food to replenish their nutrition? Then go ahead, but I have something to say in advance. Think about why others are squad leaders, and why the instructor called 2 squad leaders away alone when something happened, instead of calling 2 more. If you still want to eat after hearing this, then eat. After saying this, the man walked towards the teaching building of Class 1 without looking back. The dormitory was above the classroom on the first floor. The rest of the people hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reason prevailed over desire, and they left one by one with their beasts. Chapter 27, The Crow of Death. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao followed Lu Jun to the classroom, which was empty at this time. Wang Jinbao, don't laugh. Don't think I don't know why you asked Black Scorpion to go behind Wang Kong just now. Wang Jinbao, who was still laughing, stopped laughing immediately after hearing this. Lu Jun could not help but snorted coldly. If you hadn't saved Wang Kang's life by accident, I wouldn't have praised you. Coach Lu, is there something that you called us over for? Lu Jun glanced at Su Ming. Do you have anything urgent? After a moment of silence, Su Ming nodded slowly. Wang Jinbao said he wanted to introduce 2 friends to me. I was curious about who they were and whether they were good-looking or not. In an instant, Lu Jun's face turned ugly again. I just realized that you are also full of nonsense. Is this what you said? Su Ming's calm nod left Lu Jun speechless. Okay, I called you here just to talk about the situation in school. If you don't have classes next time, you don't have to stay in school all day long. The school is within a 10-mile radius. It is very safe for each of you. Go out for a walk and see the scenery outside. After these words were spoken, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming's eyes began to become a little strange. The school is within a 10-mile radius, which is very safe for us class leaders. What does that mean? Are there no elite monsters within this 10-mile radius, and even the servant-level monsters are not of high level? Seeing the two people thinking, Lu Jun knew that his goal had been achieved and began to see them off. Can you please stop spreading what you just said? And don't you two want to make new friends? Go ahead. Do you want me to treat you? The two people who reacted immediately said goodbye to Lu Jun and quickly left the classroom. We have already discussed it with Class 2, so what's the point of handing it over? It seems to be about the same. Lu Jun, who suddenly reacted, froze in expression and slowly became helpless. Are all the young people nowadays so smart? It's easy to guess that Wang Jinbao likes to brag, but why is what Su Ming said half true and half false? Shaking his head, Lu Jun picked up his phone and started calling someone. Because the way to the dormitory was behind the classroom, the two did not see any classmates after leaving the classroom, so they walked straight towards the school gate. Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang are already waiting for us at the school gate. Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao, who was replying to the message, his eyes revealing confusion. The school gate? Aren't we going to climb over the wall? Wang Jinbao, who was typing on the phone screen, was stunned for a moment. Climbing over the wall? How could it be climbing over the wall? We can just walk along the end of the road. Why do we have to climb over the wall? There is a training base behind our school. If you climb over there, you will probably be criticized. Suming fell silent after receiving this answer. He thought that in such a situation of exploring the wild, one would need to climb over a wall. It turns out that all you have to do is walk along the road. It seems that the school encourages students to explore the area around the school, but it is strictly forbidden to leave the restricted area. For example, the 10-kilometer radius that Instructor Lu just mentioned. Soon, they arrived at the school gate and saw two people who had been waiting there. You two are here? Come on, my riot monkey can't wait any longer. The riot monkey beside Zhao Guang also responded to Zhao Guang's words, roaring excitedly. Roar! Debao just glanced at the rioting monkey and then looked towards Ouyang Li's Beastmaster, and Su Ming's gaze was also there. It was a crow, its claws so sharp that they seemed to emit a cold light in the sun. It stood on Ouyang Li's shoulder, and its claws just lightly grasped the other's clothes. It has only one scarlet eye, and its feathers are dark, but they seem to reveal a hint of purple under the sunlight. Beast Tamer, One-Eyed Death Crow. Talent, Excellence. Level 8 Servant. Ability, Sharp Eagle Eyes. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. A crow with only one eye but can see the world at 720 degrees. However, it is considered an ominous sign and a disaster by the world, and death accompanies its appearance. Ominous and calamity, appearing and accompanying death? Excellent quality? It has to be said that Ouyang Li's beast taming is the best among anyone Su Ming has ever seen. His talent and level are probably unique in the entire senior year department. Suddenly, Ouyang Li and Su Ming looked at each other, and then both nodded slightly. Wang Jinbao took a look at the current situation and said, Everyone is here and they all look good. Let's go. Hey you, come on. The crow jumped directly from Ouyang Li's shoulder, and with the sound of flapping wings, the crow with a wingspan of nearly 1 meter quickly rose into the air and turned into a black dot in everyone's sight. Su Ming was shocked when he saw this scene. In just 10 seconds or so, it rose hundreds of meters into the air and only a black dot was left? The black feather will help us detect dangers on the ground from the air. It has a very fast dive speed and can land in a few seconds, so there won't be too much delay in intelligence. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Was he explaining this to himself? He was a very nice person. I know the one-eyed crow. Its beak and claws are very sharp, and its eyesight is no worse than that of an eagle. Ouyang Li looked at Su Ming with a little surprise. The one-eyed crow is a very rare monster. Basically, it will be beaten to death when it appears. Its ominousness has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. The official has explained that it is not a bad omen, but the inherent prejudice is difficult to eliminate. The outgoing Zhao Guang brought his own riot monkey towards Su Ming. Hey Su Ming, don't think Ouyang Li is silent. He used to be similar to me. It's because of this beast that he doesn't like to laugh. Meow! Debao's sudden angry cry startled the four people. Looking closely, it seemed that there were a few more white hairs in the hands of the rioting monkey. Wang Jimao subconsciously glanced at Su Ming, and sure enough, his face had turned black. Zhao Guang, keep your monkey under control. He never takes things seriously all day long. Zhao Guang was so angry that he slapped the rebellious monkey on the head and pulled out 2 hairs. The rebellious monkey was unhappy, and then Zhao Guang slapped it again, and it became obedient. This is a white shadow cat, not a white velvet cat, idiot! After teaching him a lesson, Zhao Guang was obviously feeling tired. I'm sorry, but I don't have a very good memory, especially when I was beaten. I can't remember it at all. Can't remember the beating? Su Ming seemed to have thought of something when he heard this, but his thoughts were cut off after a few seconds, so he had to change his mind. Our lineup is pretty good. Offense, roaming, reconnaissance, and defense are basically all there. The 3 of them didn't say anything when they heard this, but just nodded silently. Because the road is gone. Chapter 28, Dark Shadow Rat. The road ended, and in front was a relatively short forest, and further back was the real forest. In front of them were banners and signs. Danger ahead, no going forward. What's the purpose of this sign? Our instructor told me and Ouyang to go this way, what about you? Wang Jinbao was silent for a moment. It's also here. It should be to prevent others from barging in. After all, school has only just started for a few days. The beast taming levels of the other students are too low, and their obedience may not be high enough. If they barge in, something bad will happen. Ouyang just took a look and stepped in. The rest of the team isn't strong enough, so the coach didn't explain it to them. Hurry up and catch up. Wang Jinbao followed Ouyang closely, while Su Ming and Zhao Guang walked at the back, and soon they entered the forest. The trees here were lush and leafy, with different branches intertwined and overlapping, and very little sunlight passed through. Su Ming saw Wang Jinbao and Ouyang walking in front, and moved a little closer to Zhao Guang beside him. Zhao Guang, what's going on with Wang Jinbao and that Wang Hui? Wang Hui? Li Li's best friend? Hearing Zhao Guang's question, Su Ming immediately nodded in confirmation, while Zhao Guang showed an amused smile. That's a misunderstanding. Wang Hui's family is poor, and Li Li has a very outstanding brother, so her parents are strict with her. Anyway, she and Wang Hui became best friends later. That time Wang Jinbao and I went shopping at the mall, and it happened that Li Li was planning to buy Wang Hui a new dress. But Wang Jinbao saw Wang Hui's excited face and misunderstood. After all, he graduated from a small place. It's normal that he hasn't seen good things. As a result, Wang Jinbao misunderstood. If he won't believe me even if I explain it to him, then I'll just watch the blood flow like a river. Something seems wrong? Su Ming looked at Zhao Guang with half belief and half doubt, and fell into deep thought when he saw Zhao Guang's excited expression. Is it really an explanation rather than adding fuel to the fire, as Zhao Guang said? At this time, Wang Jinbao, who was walking in front, felt something was wrong and looked back at the two of them with a strange expression. What are you two talking about? Your voices are so mysterious and low. Are you talking about something shameful? Suddenly, Ouyang Li's expression straightened, and a rare hint of seriousness appeared on his calm face. My black feather is descending, and I have spotted the enemy. The next second, a one-eyed crow flew through the branches and landed on Ouyang Li's shoulder. When the three heard that there was a target, they immediately put their beasts into combat readiness. Squeak, squeak. There was a rustling sound among the woods, and the expressions of several people became more serious. Ouyang Li, does your beastmaster see clearly what the enemy is? Su Ming patted Debao gently. Like a squirrel, here it comes! A giant creature more than half a meter tall suddenly jumped down from the branches above, and its target was Ouyang Li, who was walking in the front. The opponent's descending speed was too fast, and everyone only felt a black shadow suddenly falling. Ouyang Li stood there motionless without changing his expression, and even slowly made a gesture to adjust his glasses. Gah! Along with the cry of a crow, a line of blood suddenly burst out from the falling black shadow, and with the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, the opponent fell 1 meter in front of Ouyang Li. Only then could everyone see clearly what this thing was. Monster, Black Shadow Rat. Talent, Ordinary. Level 5, Servant. Ability, None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. Monogamous black shadow rats, the two are inseparable. The male rats are larger than the female rats and serve as the main force in defending the nest and foraging. They live in forests with lush trees. Their huge tails can burst out tons of power. They like to prey on all living things. At this time, the one-eyed crow was standing on the back of the shadow rat's head and eating. Zhao Guang's eyes almost popped out when he saw the black rat that was more than half a meter tall and had a big tail behind it. Oh my goodness, is this a squirrel? Why does it look about the same size as my riot monkey? And its claws are so disgusting. As Zhao Guang spoke, he walked forward and raised the black shadow rat's palm. Although it was only half the size of an adult's palm, the claws on it were very rough and black. Su Ming, who had just finished reading the illustrated book, narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene and shouted hurriedly. Idiot, come back here! These things are inseparable, a male and a female! Zhao Guang suddenly raised his head, and his original laughter turned into surprise. Squeak! The familiar roar sounded again, and compared to just now, this roar contained obvious anger. A black shadow demon rat that was more than twice the size of the previous one fell right on top of Zhao Guang's head, and the one-eyed crow was eating next to Zhao Guang, so he had no time to dodge or attack. This time, Ouyang Li's eyes were filled with obvious anxiety. "Hey you, stop him! Debao, hit it!" Su Ming spoke at the same time as Ouyang Li. The moment Debao received the order, he turned into a shadow and jumped up and hit Zhao Guang when the male rat was about to fall on him. "Yes, I'm saved." Looking at the frightened Zhao Guang, Ouyang Li's face darkened and he strode forward, grabbed the other's hair and pulled him back. "What are you doing? Get your riot monkey in here!" At this time, Zhao Guang didn't care about his headache and immediately commanded his riot monkey to move forward. "Riot monkey, come on, let this damn squirrel see how powerful we are!" However, when Zhao Guang gave the order and turned around to see the black shadow demon rat clearly, his eyes couldn't help but widen. Compared to the half-meter-tall one just now, it looked like a doll that had not grown up in front of this one. Because the size of this one is roughly estimated to be about 1.5 meters. Looking at the other person's grinning face and muscular arms, Zhao Guang fell into a period of self-doubt. Is this a gorilla? Monster, Black Shadow Rat. Talent, Elite. Level 7, Servant. Ability, None. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. Male rats are larger than female rats. They are the main force in defending the nest and foraging. They live in forests with dense trees. Their huge tails can burst out tons of power. They like to prey on all living things. Roar! Meow! How dare a little mouse act so presumptuous? Level 7 Elite? Su Ming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw this panel. The tail power mentioned in the introduction probably refers to the male rat. The male rat's eyes were red, and his tail, which was almost as long as his height, slapped the ground again and again, making loud noises. Su Ming would believe that the thick arms belonged to a kangaroo or a gorilla. Squeak! Meow! Faced with the murderous intent and roar of the black shadow demon rat, Debao was not afraid. Instead, he responded even more ferociously. This was a scene that Su Ming had never seen before. Chapter 29, White Bone Stick. The white shadow cat is bold, ferocious, and has a strong desire to attack. Thinking of his Debao's situation, Su Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. Debao is only docile like a cat when facing him. Now all he has to do is to command Debao, who is waiting for him. Su Ming, that was my problem just now. Let me help you. No, you let your riot monkey scout the sidelines, my beast master wants to try to kill alone. Su Ming stretched out his hand to stop Zhao Guang's good intention. He inadvertently saw that Zhao Guang's expression became a little guilty, and he couldn't help but explain patiently. Look at the situation now. Before Zhao Guang could look over, he was slapped on the back of his head. You are so stupid. Do you think this is a safe city or school? Control your careless temper. You don't really think the white shadow cat is some kind-hearted monster, do you? The person who slapped Zhao Guang was Wang Jibao, who was so angry that he was scolding Zhao Guang. Ouyang Li, who was standing by, saw that his beast was not seriously injured, so he let it fly onto a tree. Hey you, sweep the formation and be alert all around. Quack. Black Scorpion, come and guard our group. Be on guard against other beasts attacking us and any problems underground. Hiss. Zhao Guang stared blankly at his companions who were moving quickly. This scene stimulated him, and he immediately got into the state. I'm not a coward, riot monkey, block the retreat of the shadow rat, and pay attention to the movements behind you. The riot monkey, who had almost felt that he had nothing to do, was almost scratching his ears and cheeks in anxiety. After receiving the order, he ran using all four limbs. Roar! Just as the riot monkey was running, the shadow rat took a fancy to this riot monkey that looked the easiest to bully, and its eyes followed the riot monkey's movements. Su Ming's eyes were stern. Debao, flash claws! The three were stunned when they heard this, and hurriedly looked towards the location of the black shadow rat. The black shadow demon rat, who had just turned his head to look at the riot monkey, suddenly found that the white shadow cat, who had been staring at it, suddenly disappeared. Just as it was about to look away, it felt a sharp pain in the back of its calf. Looking at the black shadow demon rat that was kneeling on one knee with a loud noise and grimacing, Zhao Guang's eyes were filled with fear. Is it cutting the tendons again? Wang Jibao glared at him and said, What? You want White Shadow Cat to compete head-on with this thing in strength? Zhao Guang, who was in the wrong, was speechless after being confronted. He kept his eyes on his riot monkey, ready to give orders at any time. Devour, who had succeeded in his attack, slowly appeared. He was located behind the black shadow demon rat that was kneeling on one knee, and was approaching slowly with slow steps. Su Ming's pupils shrank when he saw his Devour's intention. No! Keep your distance, and stay away from the tail of the black shadow demon rat. As Su Ming gave the order, the black shadow rat and Devour moved at the same time. The black shadow rat fell back slightly, kicked its healthy leg forward suddenly, and flew backwards immediately. Its huge tail, which was more than 1 meter long, was suddenly raised up as if it was about to smash down. As a cat, Devour's reaction speed is faster than that of the black shadow rat. The moment the black shadow rat moves, its body arches and bounces backwards for a distance. Boom! The powerful blow gave the 4 people the illusion that an earthquake had occurred here. Looking again, they saw that the shadow rat's missed blow had directly created a big hole in the ground. Looking at the big pit, Su Ming felt the sense of oppression for the first time. Although there are no beast masters commanding the monsters in the wild, their combat experience is beyond our reach. In the wild, fighting is commonplace for them. With this power, if it hits my own treasure, he may not die, but he will definitely be seriously injured. Devour seized this opportunity and tried to cut off the opponent's tail, and retreat with one strike. Meow! Bold! Devour let out an angry roar, and his figure turned into a shadow and attacked the black shadow rat. The black shadow rat's healthy left leg immediately touched the ground, and it tried to stand up with the support of its tail, but the tendon in its right leg was broken, causing it to feel unbearable pain in the wound whenever it moved. It was this severe pain that caused its body to pause at this critical moment. A sharp cold light flashed, and warm blood scattered into the sky accompanied by the angry cat's cry. The giant tail, which originally looked mighty and powerful, drooped down at this moment, and the root where the tail connected to the body even exposed the white bones, and there were obvious scratches on it. The next second, blood immediately gushed out and covered the white area. The black shadow rat, having lost its footing, fell directly to the ground. At this moment, Su Ming could clearly see that the black shadow rat was a little panicked, and began waving its hands around trying to find a foothold. The cold light just now flashed again, and a snow-white figure stained with red passed over the body of the black shadow demon rat. Thump! There was an obvious wound on the neck of the fallen black shadow rat, and blood was gushing out of it. Zhao Guang couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene. Is the white shadow cat's attack so simple and crude? Simple and crude? Su Ming raised his eyebrows. This is all delicate work. My Devour is not like your riot monkey who can break everything with one force. For some reason, Zhao Guang felt a little strange when he heard this. My riot monkey can break everything with one force? That's exaggerated, right? You and Ouyang Li have already defeated them, so how about I try the next monster? Go away, I'll do the next one. Wang Jinbao pushed Zhao Guang aside and said, You watch and learn first. Zhao Guang frowned, thought for a while, and then nodded slowly. What you said makes sense. This boy is teachable. Seeing Zhao Guang bow his head, Wang Jinbao nodded with satisfaction. Then let each of your beasts start moving. Ouyang Li's crow likes to eat monster brains, Su Ming's Devour likes to chew monster bones with more meat, and my Dahe likes to eat offal. The rest is your riot monkey. Zhao Guang thought the allocation was good and nodded in agreement. All is fine. My riot monkey is an omnivore and is not picky. After saying this, Wang Jinbao took out a small knife from his pocket and walked to the male black shadow rat. After walking around it twice, he looked up at Zhao Guang. The tail of this black shadow demon rat is more than 1 meter long. After removing the meat and bones, it can be processed into a good stick. Do you want it? Zhao Guang's eyes immediately lit up when he heard that, and he immediately looked at Su Ming and asked. Su Ming, are you selling this? How much? Su Ming, who was about to take Bao to eat, was stunned and subconsciously looked at Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao, who misunderstood, immediately pretended to be deep in thought. Su Ming doesn't understand these things. Since we are all comrades, please transfer 50,000 credit points to him. Chapter 30, Poisonous and Smelly Queen Flower. 50,000? Su Ming was stunned. When he saw Wang Jinbao secretly raising his eyebrows at him, he knew that the other party had misunderstood him. If you like this tailbone, take it. It's out in the wild now, so it's hard to sell it. I don't have any use for it. We're all classmates. Take it if you want. Wang Jinbao was stunned, and after he came to his senses, he fell silent. Zhao Guang patted his face lightly and looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming, are you really going to give it to me directly? Well, take it if you want. Seeing that the other party was repeatedly confirming with him, Su Ming nodded without thinking, and Ouyang Li happened to look over here. But Su Ming knew that this was not a coincidence. The other party was also surprised by his behavior, so he took a special look. Zhao Guang's parents are the president and vice president of the Baiyan City Veterinary Hospital. There is only one officially operated veterinary hospital in each city, and this is a place that cannot be avoided. I really don't need this thing. Even if I sell it, it would only be worth 50,000 yuan. 50,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket for Debao's evolution materials. But this coccyx steak is a necessity for Zhao Guang now, and it is like a timely help. Since it won't be of much use after selling it, it would be better to give it directly to Zhao Guang as a favor, so that he can ask him for help in the future when he has problems. After confirming that Su Ming was really sending it, Zhao Guang didn't know what to say. He patted his chest to express his feelings and then ran to Wang Jinbao happily. You look so happy. Come on, stop being so happy. I'm going to cut the meat for you. Wang Jinbao shook his head with disgust and refused. But at this time, Zhao Guang had no intention of arguing with Wang Jinbao, but when he saw Wang Jinbao's knife, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Your knife is made of something very complicated, isn't it? Well, about 400,000 or 500,000, made from the claws of a first-class wind-chasing wolf. TSK, your family is indeed a material supplier, they are rich. Listening to Zhao Guang's flattery, Wang Jinbao did not refute. He picked out his tailbone and threw it directly to the other party. It's okay, just a little thick. That's okay. My violent monkey can still grow. At worst, I can just hold it with both hands now. After finishing the work, the four people's beasts were all in the state of eating, and the four people had nothing to do, so they had nothing to do but chat. After the beast has finished eating, should we continue to go deeper or what? Zhao Guang was bored, so he took a look at the raw meat and blood-drinking beast and started swinging the bone stick around for fun. Ouyang Li glanced at his phone and said, It's only 1 in the afternoon. We can go a little deeper. The beasts have almost finished eating, and the smell of blood is spreading everywhere. Let's hurry and leave. After briefly describing the current situation, the four of them immediately continued to move forward with their respective beasts. Ouyang Li's one-eyed crow had also flown back into the sky. Just after the group had left for a quarter of an hour, a rustling sound of something drilling in the grass was heard near their original location. The next second, a sharp sickle-like limb easily cut off the male rat's thigh, which still had a lot of meat on it, and took it away. On the way forward, everyone's spirits were basically in a tense state, but soon, an open space appeared in front of them. This is a truly open space. There are no trees on this open space, and even the weeds seem to have been trimmed deliberately, but the air is filled with a strong smell of decay. It stinks! Something's wrong here! Everyone who reacted immediately covered their mouths and noses, and the beast masters also had their own ways. A few people began to look around as if trying to find the source of the smell, and soon they found it under the shadow of the woods opposite the open space. There is a plant that looks like the queen of flowers, but its flower mouth is less than 20 centimeters in diameter, and it seems to be spraying a white powder-like substance into the air. Zhao Guang, who could still smell the stench even with his nose covered, looked at Wang Jinbao. Is this thing a spirit or some plant-based monster? Wang Jinbao, your family is in this business, so give me the answer. Wang Jinbao squinted his eyes as he looked at the thing. This thing looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Ouyang Li on the side remained silent. Su Ming had already figured out the situation on the way. He was silent because he didn't know, not because he was pretending to be cool. Spiritual creature, poisonous tyrant flower. Illustrated description: a plant that grows in the jungle and resembles a queen flower. The white powder it emits in the air has a strong stench, and the liquid accumulated in its mouth is highly corrosive and toxic, but it is a great supplement for poisonous crawling insects. This introduction. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao with some surprise. It's a spiritual creature called the poisonous queen flower. The liquid accumulated in its mouth is a great tonic for your black scorpion. You can let your black scorpion go in and taste the saltiness. After hearing this, Wang Jinbao decisively slapped his thigh. Yes, the stinking tyrant queen flower. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. I've done it once before, but it was too stinky, so I only did it that time. Dahe, go eat quickly. As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, his beast immediately jumped forward. At this time, Zhao Guang was a little confused. Then how was this empty space created? It looks like it was cut off. Wang Jinbao glanced at the other person and said, You'll understand in a moment. After arriving, the black scorpion hesitated for a moment, then directly poked a hole with its tail hook, and the liquid inside just flowed into its mouth through the hole. As the amount of liquid decreased, Hua stopped spraying the foul-smelling powder into the air. As the others caught up, they saw the black scorpion suddenly turn around and start chewing on the grass. Zhao Guang was confused. What's going on? Seeing Zhao Guang's confused face, Su Ming, who had been observing the surroundings, frowned. The liquid of the stinking tyrant flower is bitter, smelly, and highly corrosive. Except for the poisonous insects, they are not that picky. After drinking the liquid, they just chew some grass to rinse their mouths. The most important thing is, there are often monsters around here who use this place as a hunting ground. Once Wang Jinbao finishes drinking the beast control, we should leave quickly. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, the few people who reacted did not dare to stay any longer and immediately continued to move forward. I don't know how much time passed before this open space welcomed its next guest. It was a brown crawling insect about 1.3 meters long. It looked like a mantis but had a pair of sharp sickles covered with serrations. The thigh of the male black shadow demon rat was hanging on the sickles. It dragged the food towards the poisonous queen flower with a clear goal. When it put its head into the flower mouth and prepared to drink as usual, it raised its head in confusion and began to observe. Finally, it was discovered that there was a hole at the bottom of the poisonous queen flower, and its brown pupils were instantly covered with a layer of red light. Chapter 31 Killer Mantis. It's almost 4 o'clock. Why don't we go home? It will probably be 6 or 7 o'clock when we get back to school now. Zhao Guang slapped a big mosquito about 5 or 6 centimeters long to death with a bored look on his face, and clapped his hands in disgust. Monster, blood-sucking mosquito. Talent, ordinary. Level 1 servant. Ability, none. Evolution conditions. Illustrated description: a large number of blood-sucking mosquitoes that lay eggs. They are mutated from ordinary mosquitoes before the spiritual energy was revived. They have low attack capabilities and are extremely difficult to breed. The value of breeding is not high. Blood-sucking mosquitoes have appeared. There may be a stream nearby. But waterside at night in the wild is the most dangerous. Just turn around. Wang Jinbao, who also slapped a blood-sucking mosquito to death, immediately analyzed the current situation. The night seems quiet and silent, and it seems like a good time to relax, but it is more dangerous than the day, especially when it comes to water. It was fine during the day, but at night, the forest was underwater again. Who could see in this situation? Su Ming also raised his head and couldn't help squinting his eyes. Indeed, the sun is almost unable to shine in, and the sky is getting darker. Let's just turn around and go. Okay. Ouyang adjusted his glasses to show his agreement, but Zhao Guang felt a little depressed when he saw his own riding monkey holding a big bone stick. It's a pity that this big bone stick was not blessed by my violent monkey. All right, next time it's your turn to consecrate. De Bao raised his head in confusion and nudged Su Ming's trouser leg. Meow? Going home? Yes, but we are not going home, we are going back to school. We will live in school for the next period of time, not at home. Debeo was obviously stunned when he heard this. Meow? Meow? Is there anything in my nest? Where is the food? Looking at Debeo acting cute with blood on the corner of his mouth, Suming knew what the other person was thinking. Yes, definitely. After all, this is a dormitory specially prepared for students and their beast masters, so it must have everything it needs. Wang Jinbao was no longer surprised by the barrier-free communication between Suming and Debeo, but Ouyang and Zhao Guang found it a little strange. Especially Zhao Guang. You can communicate with your white shadow cat without any obstacles? Isn't this the ability of an intermediate beast master? It's okay. I can't do it without any obstacles, but I've gotten used to it. Zhao Guang was choked by this answer and didn't know how to respond. Seeing Zhao Guang's expression, Suming returned a polite smile, rubbed his own baby's cute face, and prepared to return with a few others. At this moment, something strange happened. Debeo, who was originally enjoying Suming's touch and acting cute, suddenly had eyes as sharp as a knife. He suddenly leaned down and turned his head to look behind the bushes in front of him on the left. Debeo's sudden change made the three of them subconsciously stunned, but Suming alone felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Oh no! There is a very dangerous target nearby watching us, and he is very hostile. Oh my goodness, your white shadow cat is a searchlight radar, can it detect this? Zhao Guang's surprise was confirmed by Ouyang the next second. In the wild, don't doubt the instincts of a white shadow cat, because it is a natural hunter and killer in the wild. My black feather couldn't see anything just now because of the light problem. That's why I agreed to return. Hearing that the other party was a monster that even Suming's white shadow cat considered dangerous, the emotions of several people became much more serious than when they were fighting the black shadow demon rat. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Wang Jinbao's forehead. In this forest, except for the sound of the wind, no other sound could be heard. Suming, can your white shadow cat sense the distance between us and the other party? Suming said nothing upon hearing this, but instead bent down slightly and touched Debeo's chin. The enemy is in front of us on the left, and is getting closer. Can this be felt? Zhao Guang touched the chin of his own violent monkey hesitantly, only to receive a puzzled look from the monkey in return. Zhao Guang. Monster, Killer Mantis. Talent Elite. Level 7, Servant. Ability, Sharp Blade, Blood Poison. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, a mantis that has lost its wings and specializes in ambushing on the ground. Its body shape and appearance have also changed, and its skin color will change according to the environment. A pair of sharp and tough sickles can be perfectly hidden on its body, and the blades will secrete a toxin that causes unbearable pain. Suming blinked, and after making sure he didn't see anything, he rubbed his eyes again and found that not only was he not mistaken, but the other party was actually walking slowly towards him. It's right in front of the left. It's a killer mantis. Zhao Guang, have your riot monkey rush forward with the tailbone and sweep it to reveal its exact shape. Hearing that he had to force himself to reveal his identity, Zhao Guang did not hesitate too much and immediately ordered his riot monkey to do as Suming said. Roar! The rioting monkey carrying the tailbone suddenly bit itself. Its eyes immediately turned red, and it swung the huge tailbone vigorously. The huge tailbone was driven by a huge force and quickly swept across the grass in front of the left. Suming was a little surprised to see the riot monkey waving its tailbone like a ribbon. Can you still activate the rage like this? Hearing this question, Zhao Guang laughed embarrassedly. I thought about it for a while after I went back yesterday, and then I came up with this trick. It's a little trick I prepared specifically for when I don't have enough burst in the future battles with your white shadow cat. Suming? The serious situation was instantly eased by this sentence, and Wang Jinbao couldn't help laughing after hearing this explanation. Good idea! Ouyang Li's face twitched twice, but his eyes were fixed straight ahead. Hey you, attack immediately when you see us. Don't give Killer Mantis a chance to react. However, as soon as Ouyang Li finished speaking, the black feather on his shoulder rushed out directly. Before even his shadow could be seen, a slight sound was heard. Just 4 meters in front of the rioting monkey, a piece of grass seemed to move suddenly. Suming narrowed his eyes and said, Found it. As if he thought of something, Su Ming hurriedly looked at Zhao Guang. Stop waving your riot monkey and come back first. Zhao Guang did not hesitate and immediately called the rioting monkey. My black feather can see this killer mantis, and the only one who can keep up with my black feather's speed is probably your white shadow cat, Su Ming. How could Su Ming not know what Ouyang meant when he heard this, and he nodded solemnly in agreement. Okay, you let your black feather lead the way, and my Debao will follow behind and attack. After the preliminary discussion on tactics, Ouyang did not waste any time and directly ordered the one-eyed crow to attack. Debao, follow me! Wang Jinbao, who had basically done nothing in the crowd, felt a little uncomfortable. Looking at the one-eyed crow's guidance and the white shadow cat's attack, he felt a little uncomfortable. Black Scorpion looked down at himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Our own Black Scorpion can dig holes. Chapter 32, Money-Losing Goods. Dahe, dig a hole underground and get close to the mantis. I will have Su Ming's white shadow cat force the mantis to a position near you. Hiss? Hiss. Looking at his black scorpion holding up its large claws with a confused look on its face, Wang Jimao squatted down and patted its head. Don't worry, the bag will be fine. After the black scorpion's mouthparts made some strange sounds, its huge pair of chelicerae pointed to the ground, as if confirming the direction. The next second, the black scorpion's chelicerae pierced into the soil first, and its 8 legs began to quickly push away the surrounding mud. In just a blink of an eye, half of its body had drilled into the soil, and after a few breaths, it completely disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao knew that the matter was true and wanted to explain it to Su Ming immediately, but unexpectedly Su Ming raised his hand to stop him. I heard it, but won't the killer mantis be alert? Wang Jinbao laughed and said, You are worrying too much. Low-level monsters cannot understand human speech, unless they are beast masters. Secondly, the mantis is fast, but its most important feature is its stealth ability and its pair of sickles. All you need is for your beastmaster to attack frequently. My black scorpion is not stupid. It can adjust its position by itself. It can dig holes very quickly. Su Ming nodded silently upon hearing this, and immediately looked at Ouyang to confirm the plan. Hey you, speed up your thrusts. Debao, follow closely and don't give the other party time and opportunity to react. Following the orders from their 2 masters, the 2 beasts coordinated like machine guns. The one-eyed crow's beak is hard and sharp. Although it cannot directly pierce through the pair of sickles of the killer mantis, it can still make its arms numb, and if it does it many times, it can pierce through. Debao took off immediately after the one-eyed crow's attack, and seized the opportunity to attack from the side and cut the opponent in half. The killer mantis's eyes accurately discovered Debao's position. Although its arms were numb, its body quickly turned half a circle, and Debao's cat claws were blocked. Looking at Debao, who immediately fled away after missing his attack, the killer mantis's eyes never left Debao. It's not that the killer mantis doesn't want to attack actively, but it is now in a passive position. The killer mantis tilted its head slightly, as if thinking about the current situation. The one-eyed bird in the sky kept rushing forward and pecking at him. He couldn't stop it with just one hand, so he had to use both hands to do the job. If you start running directly, there is a high chance of being stabbed, and then if you cooperate with the big cat, the probability of death is very high. The killer mantis realized that the situation was extremely unfavorable to it. Although it wanted to get rid of the anger of the poisonous and smelly Tyrannosaurus, it would be the only one who died in the current situation if it continued to fight. So every time the mantis caught an attack from the one-eyed crow, it would use the force to retreat to the bushes behind it. In fact, all 4 of them noticed this situation. Zhao Guang blinked and made a gesture to his riot monkey. Upon receiving the order from its master, the riot monkey immediately put its tailbone on its shoulders and gave Zhao Guang an OK gesture. Just when the killer mantis thought it was about to escape, it suddenly felt the mud beneath it seemed to move. Almost instinctively, the mantis wanted to jump back, but it was too late. The loosening of the soil was caused by the force of the black scorpion's tail suddenly ejected from under the soil. The moment the killer mantis felt the loosening of the soil, the black scorpion's tail hook had already drilled out of the ground. He had just jumped back about 30 centimeters from the ground when his abdomen was pierced by a dark tail. His entire body was hanging on the black scorpion's tail because of the wound on his abdomen. The black scorpion's tail hook, with the front section of its tail, pierced directly into the killer mantis's abdomen. When Zhao Guang saw the opportunity he had been waiting for, he couldn't help but shout, "Riot monkey! Come on! Roar!" The riot monkey thought about how he had just been tricked by the mantis, and he howled and ran quickly towards the killer mantis holding the coccyx stick. Even though its abdomen was pierced, the killer mantis still did not give up. It immediately opened its arms and swung its sickle to chop at the tail under it. Just as it raised its sickle, a huge bone stick hit its head directly, and in an instant brown-green mucus splattered everywhere. The killer mantis's head was smashed off by the stick, and its upper body was almost separated from its lower body, and it drooped directly. The black scorpion, whose body was still hidden in the mud, crawled out directly after realizing that the enemy hit by its tail was dead. Seeing the death of the murderous mantis, it swung its tail even more proudly. This bizarre scene made Su Ming's eyes look a little strange, and he subconsciously looked at Wang Jibao, who was still smiling. "Great! I'll give you a snack when we get back." Hiss. Su Ming, why are you looking at me like that? Suddenly, Wang Jibao found that Su Ming was looking at him with a strange look, and subconsciously asked about the doubts in his heart. No, I just want to ask if there is any place that can sell this mantis. Su Ming reacted and quickly shook his head to deny it and changed the subject, thinking silently in his heart. Is it true that the master has the same beast as the master? How is it transmitted? Is it a spiritual connection with the beast you control? Su Ming didn't know, but this question was not that important. Killer mantis? This thing is worthless, a pure money loser. Su Ming? After getting this answer, Su Ming looked at Wang Jibao, who was still smiling in confusion. You are laughing so happily, aren't you, because the mantis is very valuable? Seeing Su Ming like this, Wang Jibao knew that the other party was thinking about splitting the profits, but unfortunately, the mantis was really worthless. The killer mantis's sickle is indeed useful, but it's impossible for a human to use that kind of thing. The poison is also secreted by the sickle itself. When the main body dies, the poison will evaporate quickly. As for the meat, this thing only has some meat on its belly, the rest is just a shell with some meat shreds, otherwise Yang Li and your beast master wouldn't have been unable to remove its sickle after so many hits. After hearing this explanation, Su Ming sighed deeply. If it's not valuable, then it's not valuable. The harvest is still there. However, the monsters in the wild are really different from the monsters in yesterday's test. No wonder the instructor told us secretly. And if I'm not mistaken, this mantis has been trying to retreat back to the bushes during the last period of time with the help of Yang Li's beast control attacks, right? Yang Li was comforting the one-eyed crow that didn't get to eat the insect brain. After hearing Su Ming's words, he nodded silently. Yes, although the monsters yesterday were also captured by the instructor from the wild, there were elite beast masters watching nearby, and the levels of those monsters were not high either. And today when we came out, we didn't have any elite beast masters with us to help us raid the formation and deter threats. We can only rely on ourselves. At this point, Yang Li glanced at Zhao Guang, who was taking a photo with the corpse of the killer mantis with his cell phone, and frowned. Stop filming, idiot! We should leave now. Chapter 33, The Lord of the Lake. Zhao Guang, who was interrupted, smiled happily. I don't need to be beaten when I go back this time. Let me see. Okay, let's go back. When Su Ming saw Zhao Guang taking pictures with his mobile phone, he suddenly thought of a question. Have we walked more than 10 kilometers? After all, we have been walking since noon, and it is almost evening now. Faced with Su Ming's doubts, Yang Li directly answered the question. You're worrying too much. If you reach 10 kilometers, there will be a cordon, and this cordon will be checked twice a day, at noon and at night. The first inspection was almost when we get out of class. Because we were in the forest, we had to move forward slowly and carefully. After this explanation, Su Ming understood a lot of things. Okay, go back and take a shower. We class monitors have a lot of privileges. We can order food directly at school. Can I order food directly at school? Su Ming turned his head and looked at Wang Jibao with surprise in his eyes. Yes, this situation has existed in previous years, and it is also a welfare benefit that only belongs to the class monitor. After all, what happened to you this morning, So what's wrong with eating a few meals at school? Su-ming was stunned, and felt that what Wang Jinbao said made sense, so he subconsciously nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is really hard to be a squad leader when something like that happens. At this time, Zhao Guang, who was looking at the photos, suddenly laughed out loud. Did you have troubles this morning? Is it someone in the class who is playing tricks on you? Wang Jinbao and Su-ming were both stunned and looked at Zhao Guang to signal him to continue speaking, while Ouyang simply turned his head away. Before Zhao Guang spoke, he deliberately glanced at Ouyang, and just this one glance made the two of them feel a different atmosphere. Well, this morning there was a girl in my class who wanted to pursue Ouyang, but Ouyang disagreed and they started fighting. Having said this, Wang Jinbao and Su-ming instantly lost interest. Wang Jinbao pushed Zhao Guang's face impatiently. Okay, Ouyang Li's expression is expressionless most of the time. Su-ming and I have already guessed what the result will be. It's boring. Let's just focus on our journey. After all, it's getting late. The scene became quiet, and the four of them carefully returned the way they came. It didn't matter even if they didn't remember, as their respective beasts remembered. The dim sunlight shone through the dense forest onto the road ahead. Fortunately, no accidents occurred along the way. About an hour later, everyone left the dangerous wilderness and came to the familiar road. The signboard was still in its original position. But there seems to be a strange smell in the air? All four of them smelled it and guessed what was going on. After nodding goodbye, both sides tacitly walked towards their respective dormitories. Arriving at the back of the teaching building, which was the dormitory entrance, Wang Jinbao and Su-ming could vaguely hear some noise and quarrels. For some reason, Su-ming had a bad feeling. Do we still have the responsibility to mediate the fight? Wang Jinbao, who was about to go upstairs, turned around and looked at Su-ming strangely. You seem to be stressed. Not only do we not have such a responsibility, but on the contrary, the school actually encourages students to compete. The quarrels between them will end in a beast battle at most, and they will basically not lead to the death of a beast, unless it happened this morning. Su-ming felt relieved when he heard this. He almost thought that this class monitor was the same as a nanny. Fortunately, he was not. It seemed that he only needed to help students answer their questions and solve problems during class time. As the two went upstairs, Su-ming realized how big the monitor's dormitory was. The stairs were in the middle of the building. Su-ming and Wang Jinbao both lived on the top floor. There is a password door at the staircase leading to the 5th and 6th floors, which requires 2 people to unlock the door with their junior Beastmaster credentials. There are only 2 dormitories on the top floor, located on the right and left sides of the staircase. When he entered the dormitory, Su-ming was completely confused. Why was it so big? However, after Su-ming took a closer look, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It was no different from a basic house. It was also about 100 square meters, but there was only 1 room and bathroom, so it looked big. Debao, don't you like to take a bath by yourself? Go ahead and I'll make the bed. After Su-ming finished speaking, he left Debao and went straight back to his room. He had to say that the specifications of this dormitory were much better than where he lived. After Debao and Su-ming took turns taking a bath, they fell asleep immediately after a day of fatigue due to their brains. Soon as time passed, the lights in the dormitory building went out one by one. However, in the training camp behind the school, Lu Jun listened to his subordinates' reports with a strange look on his face. Class 1 and Class 2 killed a pair of black shadow rats and dismembered a killer mantis? The man below looked at the information in his hand and nodded decisively. Yes, this was confirmed by the comrades who checked the cordon tonight. There are obvious scratches and paralysis toxins from needle pricks. The surveillance also showed that the tailbone of the male black shadow demon rat was being carried by Zhao Guang's riot monkey. After getting the confirmed result, Lu Jun touched his hair with a numb look on his face. So fierce? Lili and his friends just killed one and went back home. It's different when young men form a group. It seemed that the topic had come to an end and the scene began to quiet down. After a while, Lu Jun looked at the reporter with deep eyes. What's the situation of the big lake on the other side of Baiyun City? Did Team 2 and Team 3 find anything unusual? Report, servants and elite-level aquatic monsters are constantly coming ashore from the lake, and there are even iron-bone dragon fish and waterfall snapping turtle at the head level. Although they were intercepted and eliminated by Team 2 and Team 3, the captains of the two teams suspected that there might be a Lord-level monster sleeping in the lake. Upon hearing the news, Lu Jun closed his eyes tightly, making his face look full of wrinkles. Lu Jun said helplessly as he thought about the situation when he took over 5 years ago. Oh my god, no! Hasn't there been any movement in that lake for almost 5 years? Why do you say there's a Lord-level monster when there's movement? After saying that, Lu Jun looked at the reporter with his head down, and knew that this was not the other party's problem. It could only be said that the monster at the bottom of the lake was hiding deep enough. After sorting out his emotions, Lu Jun looked at the reporter seriously. Notify Team 2 and Team 3 now. They must guard the lake tightly. I will notify Team 1 to go and provide support. If there is an energy fluctuation exceeding the level of a battle leader, retreat immediately. Yes. Looking at the reporter who saluted and left, Lu Jun sat in the chair and rubbed his eyebrows. What is this? After a while, Lu Jun's eyes became sharp. We have to find a way to identify what's in the lake so we can drug it and bring it to shore to kill it. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Chapter 34, Lord, White Claw Crane. Time passed in a flash, and the night was silent. The next morning, Su Ming opened his eyes and stretched comfortably, then sat up hurriedly to check on his Devouring. When Su Ming found that his eldest child was still sleeping beside the bed and making slight humming sounds, a smile appeared on his face. Still sleeping. That's right. The child must have been very tired yesterday. Su Ming subconsciously wanted to get up, but as soon as he put on his slippers, he realized that this was the school dormitory, not his home. There was really nothing in the dormitory except daily necessities. Thinking of what Wang Jibao said to him yesterday, Su Ming came to the door of the living room as if possessed. Because when he came in last night, he noticed a display screen next to the door. Display screen. I guess this is the one Wang Jibao mentioned for ordering food? Su Ming swiped across the display screen tentatively a few times. The moment his finger touched it, the display screen immediately lit up and turned into something like a restaurant menu. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. There are 3 categories: breakfast, noon, and dinner. After understanding it, Su Ming ordered a bowl of long-haired beef noodles. Seeing that the display showed, "Please wait," and there was no charge, Su Ming sat on the chair and waited curiously. Just when Su Ming thought that the food was delivered to his door, he had already got the Junior Beast Master certificate, and was ready to open the door and get the meal. About 10 minutes later, the door of Su Ming's dormitory rang. Dodo, Dodo. It didn't sound like a knock on the door, but more like something sharp poking at it. Meow! What is this? Devouring, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sound. He jumped up from the ground and ran to the living room with red eyes. When he saw Su Ming, he was stunned for a moment. Meow? Owner? Ding Di, your food has been delivered, please open the door. Suddenly a sound came from the display screen. Su Ming looked at Devao's angry expression. The dormitory building did not have anti-theft windows and it was not sealed. You can enjoy the scenery at the door, which is equivalent to a small balcony. At this time, Su Ming has already guessed what the school uses to deliver meals. A flying beast? There was no peephole on the dormitory door. As soon as Su Ming stood up, Devouring immediately entered combat mode and crouched beside him. This also made Su Ming a lot braver. After all, the beast is not your own. Who knows if it will get mad or something? It is indeed reassuring to have Devouring with you. There was a click of the door opening, and when Su Ming saw what was outside the door, his pupils suddenly contracted. Even the murderous Devouring suddenly became cute, and the red in his eyes faded away like a tide in an instant. Su Ming was not wrong. There was indeed a bird standing outside the door. It was indeed a flying beast. However, this bird was 2 meters tall, with feathers as white as snow, and its claws were pitch black and shone with a faint obsidian-like luster. What is even more peculiar is its beak, which is as beautiful as jade, and the hairy beef noodles are made by holding a plastic bag in its beak. It stood right at the door of his dormitory, like a living painting, except that the bowl of noodles somewhat ruined the view. Beast Tamer, White Jade Claw Crane. Talent, Excellence. Level 31, Lord. Element, Wind, Abilities: Eagle Eye, Blade Feather, Breaking Strike. Evolution conditions. Illustrated description: a terrifying monster that combines beauty and strength. Its obsidian-like claws are extremely terrifying and can easily crush the surface defenses of monsters of the same level. Lord? Another lord? There are 2 lords in the senior high school. And such strong and good-looking lords are used to deliver food? Huh! The white jade crane looked at the dazed Su Ming, lowered its head slightly, and held the bowl of packaged noodles in front of Su Ming. Only then did Su Ming come back to his senses. Thank you. Su Ming hurriedly took the breakfast. He was extremely shocked and was wondering who this crane-like beast belonged to. Instructor Lu? That's possible. Instructor Lu's Earth Armor Bear is at the Lord level, which means Instructor Lu is a master-level beast tamer who can contract 4 beasts. But 2 Lord-level beasts, the cost of raising them is absolutely astronomical. I heard that to raise a Lord-level beast, even tens of millions may not be enough. The white jade crane that delivered its appearance to Su Ming simply spread its wings and flew away. Su Ming stared at the white jade crane with a wingspan of more than 5 meters without blinking. No wonder. If the ground bear is encircling the ground, then there should be some in the sky as well. I initially thought that the ground bear could also scare away monsters in the sky nearby. It seems not, but there is this Lord-level flying beast. Then, is there any other hidden lord in this senior high school? With this configuration, you can even retire in the wild, not to mention studying, as long as you don't go deep into it. Recalling the scene just now, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. When he shook his head in admiration, he saw Debao staring at him. Debao, are you hungry? I'll order one for you, too. Debao lay on the ground with a wronged look on his face, making soft cries. Meow. Do you not love me anymore? No, I'm just curious and shocked. After all, this is a new Lord level that I haven't seen before, so I should be emotional. Debao looked up at Su Ming doubtfully. Meow. Real? It's true. Su Ming confidently made an okay gesture. I won't consider a second beast master before I evolve you, little idiot, don't worry. Debao was like a little child. When he heard this, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up, like a victorious kitten. I'll order one for you as well. When I was ordering, I saw the option of beast control. Black shadow demon rat meat? Seeing that this was the only option, Su Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. Black shadow demon rat? Just this kind? Su Ming didn't believe it was a coincidence. Most likely, there were soldiers following them when they went to the wild, or the soldiers dragged them back when they checked the cordon in the middle of the night. Seeing this, Su Ming understood that the food for beast masters was provided free of charge. After all, how much could a person eat if he was big? But it was different for beast masters. It seems that you can order as many as you kill in the wild. It's a pity that the mantis has no meat. After placing the order, Su Ming took the noodles and started eating in the living room. Debao lay at his feet and rubbed his calves. After a few minutes, the familiar knock on the door sounded again. Before Su Ming could get up, Debao ran to the door and opened it. He quickly entered the room with the meat in his mouth, and closed the door with a light kick of his hind legs. All this happened in just a few seconds, and Su Ming hadn't even reacted yet. When he saw Debao coming back with the meat in his mouth, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, you have it too, don't worry, the dorm food bowl is ready, eat it, I'll watch the news. After saying that, Su Ming picked up his phone and prepared to check the news. This was a habit he had developed, and he would read the news while eating. The news doesn't sound like something that young people would watch, but in fact, the news after the revival of spiritual energy is much more interesting than the news before the revival. The top leader of the world-class evil organization Church, the Joker, suddenly appeared in Dragon Country. Chapter 35, Watching the News When Nothing Happens. The first feeling Su Ming had when he saw the title was a strong sense of déjà vu from a certain shocking department. He had seen this organization, the Church, more than once. Besides the well-known burning, killing and looting, the main means of evil committed by this organization was stealing. But therein lies the problem. What they steal are not things belonging to humans, but things belonging to wild monsters. Some monsters will guard spiritual plants, and wait until the time is right to swallow them up and strengthen themselves. Or maybe some monsters have a collecting habit, collecting things that are beautiful but useless to themselves but useful to humans. The first two are fine, but these 2 points alone are not enough to make the church a world-class wanted organization. The worst thing is that they steal monster cubs to sell or digest them internally. The first 2 points are basically just things that happen in conjunction with the third point. From the cubs of elite monsters at level 10 to the cubs of emperor monsters at level 60, there is nothing they dare not steal as long as someone is willing to pay a high price or they need it themselves. The higher the class of the parents, the higher the talent and upper limit of the cubs, and the stronger they will be. This is one of the reasons why the church has not been destroyed yet. After all, you just need to pay money and someone will do all the dirty work. You can also give your children a good future. Why not do it? As for being discovered and reported? The beast tide has been defeated. Do you think reporting it will be useful? If you make a big fuss at this time, you will be cutting off your own arm. And this organization has become a world-class criminal organization for this reason. The theft of the Emperor-level monster cubs reveals the horror of this organization. On the other hand is the sin of this organization. When the cubs are stolen, the Emperor-level monsters will directly launch a beast tide and attack human cities and slaughter humans like crazy. Beast tides happen from time to time all over the world, and it is basically a problem caused by the church. Countless lives were indirectly killed by the church. Although Su Ming had never seen a beast tide initiated by an Emperor-level monster, he had seen it in the text descriptions in the news. The sky and the earth changed color, countless elements of heaven and earth emerged and surged, the air was filled with elements, and gathered on the Emperor-level monster like water entering the sea, etc. These were extremely outrageous descriptions. Although it looks outrageous, it fits Su Ming's imagination of an Emperor-level monster. Looking at this title again now, Su Ming began to feel inexplicably worried. Joker, this is the first time I've heard of such a high-ranking person in the church organization. Thinking in his mind, Su Ming flipped through the pages. Basically, it explained how to discover the other party's whereabouts and enter Dragon Country, etc., but he did not find the specific direction. It said that an Imperial-level Beastmaster was sent out to track the scent, but Su Ming was not worried about it, because even if something really happened, it would be good enough that he did not cause trouble for the country. Moreover, the organization, church, does not steal monster cubs from 3 countries, not because they are kind-hearted, but because they just don't dare to. The first is the Dragon Country, the second is the Bear Country, and the third is the Eagle Country. These 3 countries are rumored to have legendary beastmasters in the world, but no one knows whether it is true or not. After casually reading the news for a while, Su Ming, who was calm and composed, started browsing again, looking for news that interested him. Soon Su Ming confirmed the target, which was not news, but a job advertisement. Tianya Security Company recruitment details are as follows. Starting from the elite level of beast taming, with a high sense of responsibility and the determination to not fear death for money. In addition to the basic salary, you will receive a bonus of 20% to 50% of the cost of each completed trip. After reading it, Su Ming fell silent. Under normal circumstances, what should ordinary people do if they want to become a beastmaster? Basically, you join this kind of security company, earn protection fees, and at the same time, the gains you find during your trip are your own. When this type of security company first appeared, there were many cases of murder and robbery. Until the government passed a law in this regard, if your employer dies and you come back alive, you will serve for up to 20 years. To put it nicely, it's called military service. To put it bluntly, it's called terrorist riots, border frictions, etc. As long as there are problems related to beast riots or battles, these people will be forced to be the first to go and serve as pioneers. 20 years sounds good, but basically no one can survive it, because the battle will become more dangerous as time goes by. Until he finished his noodles, Su Ming still hadn't found any news that suited his taste. After cleaning the table, Su Ming looked at Devouring, who had finished eating early and was resting on the ground. He felt that this was not going to work. He had to find a way to make money. Among Devaur's evolution materials, the 100-year-old beast blood fruit was worth 1 million. The money he had saved now was not even enough to pay for 1/5 of Devaur's material. Not to mention the elite-level wind-attributed inner elixir and the 100-year-old wind grass. If we go to the wild near the school to fight now, it's easy to bring some small materials. But what about the big ones? What about the monster corpses? This is something that cannot be done by one person alone. Wang Jinbao and his men are not short of the money, and will definitely not go. Then we have to find another way. Su Ming sat in the chair in a daze, looking indifferently at Devouring, who was licking his paws and the emerging illustrated border. Then Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up, and he stood up in a flash. Yeah, why not just take the trainer certification exam? Trainers make money! Devouring, lying on the ground, blinked, looked at his master in confusion, and called out tentatively. Meow? Master, what's wrong with you? Devouring, I'm going to take the trainer certification exam. Let's see if I can give you some materials during the process. Why don't you just stay home? Su Ming and Devouring reacted and said hello, then walked out of the dormitory with their junior beast master certificates. It's not that he doesn't want to take Devouring to the test, but when it comes to the test for trainers, beast tamers are not allowed. This is to avoid cheating by taming beasts, and also to avoid friction between the assessees and the beast tamers. Devouring looked at the closed door in confusion, then turned back to his room and went to sleep. Meow. It seems that I cannot go where the master wants to go. Those people are really evil. Meow. Sooner or later I have to go to all the places I can't go to. At this time, Su Ming, who had already walked out of the dormitory building, walked quickly towards the school gate. Normally, today is Wednesday and students cannot leave school. They can only leave school on weekends. But the class monitor is an exception. Not only can he leave the school, he doesn't even need to report to the teacher or coach where he is going. As long as they can see him before class next Monday, it's fine. If you don't see it, not only will your position as class monitor be revoked, you will also not be able to run for election. This truly made Su Ming feel the convenience of status and power. Chapter 36 Cultivator Assessment. Su Ming, who was waiting for the bus at the school gate, met Wang Hui, who was also waiting for the bus. Hey, class leader Su, do you have to leave school for something too? Well, I plan to take the trainer certificate exam. While answering Wang Hui, Su Ming saw that Wang Hui was holding a book in her hand. Primary Cultivation Encyclopedia. When Su Ming saw the title of the book clearly, he was stunned for a moment, and asked subconsciously. Are you going to take the trainer certificate exam as well? As soon as he said this, Su Ming remembered what Zhao Guang said yesterday. It was normal for Wang Hui to think about taking the teacher training certificate exam since her family was not well off. Wang Hui, who was seen by Su Ming, did not pretend and nodded in acknowledgement generously. Yes, my family doesn't have much money. My parents passed away early, and I live with my grandparents. I want to earn more money to supplement the family expenses, so I want to try the path of a trainer. Su Ming's mouth opened slightly as he listened. At this moment, he understood in his heart how serious Wang Jinbao's prejudice was. From Wang Hui's words, it is not difficult to see that the other party should be a lively and cheerful girl. As for why she should be, it is because he is not sure whether the other party is really working hard or pretending to work hard. But at least it was not as bad as Wang Jinbao told him. However, Wang Hui was not surprised by Su Ming's absent-mindedness. She just flipped through the book and read it carefully. I know that Wang Jinbao said a lot of bad things about me to you. Wang Jinbao has good intentions, but his prejudice is a bit extreme. Like I said last time, I have to teach him a lesson. This is also the reason why I want to take the Beast Tamer certificate exam. Although many of the materials for beast evolution have been published, the refining process and proportions of the materials have not been published. It costs money to ask a trainer to configure them. When these words came out, they were exactly the same as what Su Ming was thinking in his heart. He thought so too, but he had an illustration book. The purpose of taking the certificate exam was to practice and earn some extra money. The steps for refining Debao's evolutionary liquid were all written in the illustration book. Really? Then let's work hard together. Wang Hui just smiled back and continued reading. After a while, the bus arrived. It was empty and there were only the two of them waiting for it. As soon as they got on, the bus started. It was very quiet inside the bus. Until the bus had been driving for a while and even entered the city, Wang Hui looked at Su Ming in surprise and couldn't help asking. Su Ming, don't you want to read your book and review it? Su Ming, who was thinking about something, was stunned for a moment, thinking about how to answer the other party. Reading a book? He was planning to cheat his way through the whole thing, so why would he need to read a book? After a few seconds of silence, Su-ming chose to speak. I am reciting silently. Memorize silently? Wang Hui was a little confused after receiving this answer. Could she really memorize the things? She just looked at them more and tried to get familiar with them. The buses for the senior year department have several fixed destinations. The first is the school, followed by the Breeder Association, the Beast Tamer Hospital, the Beast Tamer Inspection Bureau, and the Beast Tamer Materials Street. There are also some other bus stops in between these main locations. The Trainer Association has arrived at the station. Please get off from the back door in an orderly manner. When the two got off the bus, what caught their eyes was not how big and magnificent the building was, but the long queue of people, which were basically adults and students like them. There is a huge empty square in front of the Beastmaster Association, but at this moment the square is almost full of people who want to take the test. At a rough glance, the number of people in line is probably less than 10,000. At the front of the square at the end of the line, there was a group of staff members handing out numbers. It was the first time for Su-ming to come to such a place. Seeing so many people standing in line, he had the illusion that he was participating in military training in his first year of high school. At this time, Wang Hui came over, patted Su-ming gently with the book, signaling him to come back to his senses. Are you surprised? If you didn't have to wait a month before taking the test again after failing, not only this square, but also the roads around it would be jammed. It also has to be said how accurate the official speculation is. After these words were spoken, Su-ming came to his senses and felt something was wrong. How do you know so much? Did you specifically learn about it? No, this is my second time here. I came once before school started and I almost passed. And what I just said is not applicable to students with Beast Tamer credentials. Wang Hui didn't seem to care about this kind of thing at all, and she generously told Su-ming about her dark history. This feeling of being trusted is really good. No wonder Lily is willing to spend money on others. It's pure personal charm. Did you bring your Beast Tamer certificate? As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, she saw Su-ming take it out. I brought it, by the way. If I hadn't opened the door to the stairwell, I'm afraid I wouldn't have brought it. It doesn't matter. Just bring it with you and show it to the staff who are issuing the numbers. Su-ming was not very clear about it. It was his first time here, so he just followed Wang Hui and did not need to think too much. When Su-ming handed over his Junior Beastmaster certificate, the other party took out a machine, scanned it, and gave Su-ming a green sign with the number 160 written on it, and motioned for him and Wang Hui to go in directly. The two of them walked in the aisle next to them, where not many people were walking. When the other people in the queue saw them, their eyes were filled with envy. During this gap, Su-ming also saw the signs in the hands of the people queuing normally, which were white. Entering the hall, if the outside was crowded but orderly, the inside was crowded. Everyone stood in front of the display screen and loudspeaker in the middle of the hall, waiting quietly. Just as Su-ming was looking at the contents on the screen curiously, Wang Hui suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Su-ming, there's a man looking at you with strange eyes. Is he your enemy? Before Su-ming could ask what was wrong, Wang Hui's words stunned Su-ming. My enemies? I'm still a student, where do my enemies come from? Wang Hui did not answer, but pointed in a direction. Su-ming looked in that direction and saw someone staring at him angrily. This person was not a stranger, but the evil-minded Wang Kong. He was just sent home, and his Junior Beastmaster certificate was not taken back. Seeing that it was Wang Kong, Su-ming was no longer surprised. It's him, that's not surprising. Why, what friction occurred between you? Hearing this, Su-ming saw the gossipy look in Wang Hui's eyes and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Don't you think I was the one who provoked him first? Wang Hui's eyes widened when she heard this. Huh! Why do I feel that way? You can hang out with Wang Jinbao and Ouyang Li, so you can't be as mean as you say. Su-ming. You must have heard about the case where one of our team killed his master with a beast tamer, right? That person was him, Wang Kong. He was sent home, but his Junior Beast Tamer certificate was not taken back. After hearing this, Wang Hui suddenly realized something, and when she saw Wang Kong, her eyes were full of disgust. This kind of person is really despicable. You have good intentions, but he has a dog's heart. Wang Hui's voice was neither small nor loud. Many people around looked over curiously. Wang Kang's face turned green. It seemed that he heard it. At this time, the central broadcast sounded, attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Green card examinees from number 101 to 160, please enter room 303 on the third floor for the assessment. Green card examinees number 161 to 220, please enter room 304 on the third floor for the assessment. The broadcast sounded twice in succession, and then the words 303 and 304 appeared on the central screen, with the seating situation marked. Let's go, it's time to take the test. Chapter 37 Written Test? The two of them had just taken 2 steps when Wang Kang on the other side also moved. He was closer to the stairs and had already walked up. Wow, this is really a narrow road for enemies. I am number 161, and I am not in the same examination room as you. Su Ming, you should take the exam while later and torture him severely. I hate this kind of bitch who tries to bite Lu Dongdan the most. Come on. Su Ming felt a little ashamed when he saw Wang Hui cheering him up in an alternative way. I didn't expect that Wang Hui is so pretty and has a nice figure, a little chubby, but it turns out she is a tomboy. Thank you. I will try my best. Faced with Wang Hui cheering them up, the two went upstairs together, but when they reached the 3rd floor, they saw Wang Kang standing there waiting. Hey, Squad Leader Su, are you here to take the training teacher certification test? Are you qualified? In one sentence, it attracted those who were also on the 3rd floor and had not yet entered the examination room. Anyway, they had 5 minutes to enter the examination room, and they were right at the entrance of the examination room, so it was no problem for them to watch the show. Suddenly, Su Ming felt helpless for not bringing Debao with him. However, he could not allow Beast Taming to participate in the assessment of the Breeder Association. It was a vicious circle. But Wang Hui on the side couldn't help it. She looked at Wang Kang with eyes full of disgust and disdain. Oh my, what's up? Have you succeeded? Su Ming is kind enough to help you and advise you. What kind of face do you have? Have you got the nerve to do that? You are thinking about something shameful, and others are trying to persuade you to continue the fight in a friendly manner, which will destroy the trust between you and your Beast Master, and will make you stop fighting. It's all right now. The Beast Master was forced to kill his master. The Beast Master is dead, right? In an instant, those who had originally been watching the show looked at Wang Kang with contempt, gave up the idea of watching the show, and entered their respective examination rooms. When Wang Kang heard these words and saw the looks from the people around him, his face turned red with shame and anger. You are the Vice Monitor of Class 3, right? I've heard of you. You always had good grades in high school. But if I remember correctly, some people's liberal arts scores were mediocre before, right? Why don't they just cling to Wang Jinbao and take the training teacher certification exam? Don't you think so? Su Ming never expected Wang Hui to be so arrogant. It was no exaggeration to say that she was the strongest talker. Seeing that Wang Hui wanted to continue, Su Ming immediately stopped her. Don't pay attention to him, he's just barking out of incompetence. If my Debao was here, he wouldn't be able to say a word. Don't let this kind of person affect your mood. The assessment is more important. Yes, the assessment is important, let's work hard together. Wang Hui closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then smiled and stretched out her hand. Su Ming clapped her hands without hesitation. Come on. Wang Kang was a little dazed, watching the two people ignoring him and entering the examination room. He was so angry that he was about to grab Su Ming's arm. Stand there. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Kang saw Su Ming turning back and was so frightened that he stood still. Su Ming's eyes were deep and cold like a ghost, causing him to feel an inexplicable chill in his heart. Think clearly, I have a white shadow cat, not a pet monster white fur cat. Wang Kang shuddered and didn't dare to stop Su Ming. Wang Hui, who had walked to the entrance of the examination room, laughed out loud when she saw this scene. Wang Kang came to his senses only after both of them entered the examination room. He looked at Su Ming's back fiercely, and followed him into the examination room, not knowing what he was thinking. Number 160 and number 123, right? You two are the only ones left. Take a seat. There was only one middle-aged male examiner wearing glasses on the podium. When he saw Su Ming and Wang Kong coming in, he pushed his glasses and continued to watch the situation below. When Su Ming sat down, he simply chose to ignore the glances Wang Kong cast at him from time to time, and instead observed the examination room. The classroom is very large, and each person's seat is 1 meter apart, but the problem is that there is only one examiner? Is this enough? As a result, when Su Ming accidentally swept across the corner of the wall, an illustration popped up. Beast taming, hiding giant lizard. Talent elite. Level 15 elite. Element, wood. Ability, invisibility. Evolution conditions. Illustrated description, a mild-tempered neutral monster with extremely strong dynamic vision. It is always invisible when not in action. It attacks by shooting with its tongue, which it can shoot 100 times per second. This big guy is lying in the corner. No wonder there is a large space behind it. It turns out that it is for this evasive lizard. At this time, the examiner at the podium moved, holding a tower of test papers and asking the people in the front row to pass them to the back. Open the drawer of your desk. There are materials inside for your written test today. Cheating is prohibited during the written test. Anyone caught cheating will be disqualified and banned from taking the test for 1 year. After the examiner finished speaking, he glanced at the people below and left the examination room directly. Su Ming, who had just received the test paper, opened the drawer directly. There is a pen and some spiritual plants inside. When Su Ming saw the spiritual plant, he was a little confused and subconsciously looked at the test paper on the table. Question: if a caterpillar suddenly starts twitching and spinning silk, which spiritual plant in the drawer can be used for effective treatment? Please describe the appearance and introduction of the spiritual plant. Su Ming suddenly realized that's why. No wonder Wang Hui said to try to make everyone familiar to her. One is to test the identification of spiritual plants, and the other is to test the efficacy of spiritual plants. Su Ming took out the spiritual plants from the drawer one by one and looked at the introduction. Soon he determined the answer. However, when he saw this small piece of bark, there was surprise in Su Ming's eyes. Spiritual item, Qingding wood bark. Illustrated introduction, a common tree with bitter branches and bark, but rich in nutrients. It is one of the favorite foods of vegetarian monsters and can be used as medicine to treat epilepsy or convulsions in humans and monsters. Can it also be used as medicine to treat human diseases? For some reason, Su Ming had a sense of déjà vu as if he was studying Chinese medicine. Su Ming simply copied the introduction in the illustration book. In just a few minutes he finished the first question and started the second one. Question: among the evolutionary materials of the red-haired rat, which one in the drawer is most likely? Red-haired rat? This question made Su Ming a little surprised. He took out the corresponding spiritual plant from the drawer almost instantly because he had seen it just now. Spiritual item, oil grass. Illustrated description, it looks like a piece of hair, and it can secrete plant oil. It can be added to the evolution liquid of monsters with hair. So it's still a universal answer? But the first question is just a test of common sense, and the second question is about possible evolutionary materials. The span is a bit large. As Su Ming wrote quickly, he could feel something staring at him, and he was sure it was the evasive lizard. Everyone else was identifying spiritual plants or hesitating. Only a few people had completed the first question at this time. Su Ming, who had already started the third question, was naturally out of tune with the environment. 5 minutes later, question 3, question 4. At this time, some people's eyes were already looking at the young man who almost never stopped writing. The sound of his writing struck the hearts of the others. Question 5, question 6. When it came to the fifth question, the examiner came back with a water cup in his hand. When he saw Su Ming suddenly stopped, he was a little surprised. But since the hidden lizard did not retract the scroll, the opponent should not have cheated. As time went on, not only did the candidates look at Su Ming in shock from time to time, but even the examiners narrowed their eyes as if something was wrong. Suddenly, Su Ming stood up, and the chair under him was pushed back by his legs, making a clattering sound, which directly touched the hearts of the others. The candidate behind Su Ming finally couldn't help it, stared at Su Ming with wide eyes and asked, "Dude, are you serious? You have to hand it in less than an hour?" Chapter 38 Pouring. The examination time was not even halfway up, but Su Ming's act of handing in the paper alarmed the examiner above, who walked down immediately. "Give me the paper." The examiner took the test paper with a skeptical attitude and began to look at it. Soon the confusion on his face turned into shock. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the hidden lizard at the back of the classroom, and nodded slowly as if he had confirmed something. The examiner folded the test paper and put it into his pocket, looking at Su Ming with a very complicated expression. "You have passed the test. Come with me and I will arrange a second test for you." Amid the incredulous gazes of the other candidates, Wang Kong saw Su Ming about to follow the examiner out of the classroom. Seeing this scene, the pen in his hand was crushed directly. "I reported it. I suspected he was cheating. A single stone can cause 1,000 ripples." Wang King's voice immediately cheered everyone up, but there were also many people who had been watching the show outside before and did not believe what Wang Kong said. "Cheating?" The examiner looked at Wang Kong in surprise, and when he found that he was looking at Su Ming with resentment, he seemed to understand something. "Examinee, I have to remind you that cheating in an exam here is more difficult than stealing in the audit bureau. Do you understand? Candidate number 123, answer your questions carefully and don't do anything wrong." After scolding Wang Kong, the examiner turned and looked at Su Ming. "Candidate number 160, don't let your mind be disturbed. Adjust your mindset and prepare for the next level. Follow me now." "Yes." The Junior Beast Tamer certificate was not submitted. Maybe he wanted to earn money by becoming a junior trainer, and then make a new contract for his first Beast Tamer, right? Thinking this in his mind, Su Ming followed the examiner out of the classroom with an expressionless face, but when he was near the door, he turned back to look at Wang Kong. "If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. If someone criticizes me a grain of rice, I will take away 3 bushels." Wang Kong and Su Ming looked at each other when they were leaving. That calm look in his eyes inexplicably gave him the feeling that he was looking at a corpse. This caused his hand holding the pen to start shaking slightly. "What does that look mean? I don't have any Beastmasters anymore. Is he planning to cause trouble for me?" Su Ming naturally had no idea how tormented Wang Kong in the classroom was at the moment. After leaving the examination room, he followed the examiner all the way to the 5th floor. The decoration of the 5th floor did not look like an examination room, but a training room. With doubts and curiosity in his mind, Su Ming followed the examiner into a room. Su Ming, who entered the room later, heard the examiner's voice as soon as he closed the door. "This is a plant-type monster that was sent to me for cultivation today. You are to cultivate it. There are a lot of materials in the cultivation room. You need to find the right material ratio to refine and cultivate the beast. You only have 1 hour to complete the test. And I will be here until you complete your training, keeping an eye on you to prevent you from making mistakes. At the same time, you don't have the chance to make mistakes or fail. Many people have failed here, so please cherish it." After hearing the explanation, Su Ming was stunned. Why should he stay here? Is one examiner only serving 1 student? Su Ming, who didn't understand, asked subconsciously. "What if someone else in the exam room hands in their paper early?" The examiner looked at his watch and said, "The written test will end in more than an hour. They just have to wait a little longer. Besides, it is normal for no one to pass the written test after an assessment. Your question also counts as time. The assessment started when I finished explaining the rules. 4 minutes have passed now." Su Ming was silent, looking at a pot of a plant on the table that was more than 1 meter tall but looked a little strange. It looked like a small sapling, but it had strange winding branches that looked like thorns. Beast Tamer, Tentacle Thornwood Tree, Talent Elite. Level 5 Servant. Ability None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: it has a strong sense of territory. Its branches can stretch to entangle its opponents and cause the thorns on the vines to grow. It can also control the leaves to attack. The stronger it is, the higher the possibility of attack. It will use the above methods to attack creatures that invade its territory. After reading the panel, Su Ming looked at the evolution conditions, and cultivation appeared under evolution. Cultivation is actually equivalent to intensive breeding, and ordinary beasts do not need to be carefully cultivated. If you really can't do it, just buy some cultivation solution. However, some monsters do not have mouths and cannot eat, such as this tentacle thorn tree. It cannot improve itself by eating, and the cultivation fluid is expensive, so it will choose to prepare the culture fluid for cultivation. Cultivation Method 1. Mix 100 milliliters of natural water with 10 grams of rock ash for preliminary smelting and purification. After purification, add 10 drops of caterpillar juice and stir to fully blend. Water from the root of the tree from bottom to top. Cultivation Method 2. Boil 1000 milliliters of natural water and mix in 20 drops of caterpillar juice. Dissolve thoroughly in water from top to bottom while hot. Looking at the two training plans, Su-Ming fell silent. Did the other parties say what they wanted to cultivate? The examiner looked at Su-Ming in surprise when he heard this. Plant cultivation is different from normal beast taming. After watching it for a while, he can directly tell you the tricks. This candidate is really good. There are no special requirements from the employer. After hearing that there were no special requirements, Su-Ming nodded slowly, picked up the measuring cup and walked straight to the sink to get some water. He accidentally saw an induction cooker and without any hesitation, he put the measuring cup on it and started to boil it, then started to look for the juice of the tree caterpillar. The examiner's expression froze when he saw the man using the induction cooker to boil the water in the measuring cup, and he subconsciously looked at the extractor on the shelf. He usually used the induction cooker to make midnight snacks. The ventilation system in the cultivation room was very good. When he saw this scene, he wanted to stop it and remind the other party. But the next second he discovered the problem. This child's education should only exist in theory. Even if he is given the equipment, he probably won't be able to use it. In order to save time, should we just choose an induction cooker which is equally effective? The examiner couldn't help but look at Su-Ming with a hint of recognition in his eyes. Found it. Su-Ming here found a test tube labeled with caterpillar juice on the shelf. Reagent, tree caterpillar juice. Illustrated description, made by filtering the blood of the caterpillar monster tree green caterpillar, and mixing it with natural water in the same proportion. Su-Ming was stunned when he saw the introduction. Is this thing mixed with water? He thought it was just juice. However, right next to the tube of reagent, Su-Ming saw the measuring cup heater. After a moment of freezing, he picked up a dropper and walked to the measuring cup that was about to boil and waited. Su-Ming stared at the measuring cup in front of him that was about to boil, and a bitter feeling rose in his heart. To be honest, he really didn't notice the measuring cup heater. When he saw the induction cooker, he thought that he just needed to boil it. Plus, today's measuring cups are specially made and extremely resistant to high temperatures, so he just put it on. Chapter 39. Customers come to the door. Gurgle gurgle. Watching the water boil, Su-Ming quickly opened the lid of the reagent in his hand and took out a dropper to drip the juice of the caterpillar into the boiling water. The originally transparent boiled water turned green immediately after the first drop of juice dripped into it. As the rated number of drops were dripped, Su-Ming picked up the tongs, clamped the measuring cup, and walked towards the tentacle thorny tree. Green gas kept rising, with a smell of leaves. You have to shower from head to toe while it's hot, right? Su-Ming muttered to himself and started watering the top of the tentacle thorn tree. The moment the culture solution was poured on, a chemical reaction seemed to occur between the liquid and the beast's master. A large amount of green mist surged upwards, and the examiner, with his quick eyes and hands, directly opened the exhaust system. You dare to think and act. Very good. You have completed the assessment. Give me your Junior Beastmaster certificate, and I will apply for a Junior Trainer certificate for you. Thank you for your help. The examiner who took the Beast Tamer certificate nodded and said, You have a bright future, young man. Keep up the good work. By the way, don't wander around, wait here for me to come back. Looking at the examiner leaving, Su-Ming immediately took out his mobile phone and began searching for storefront rentals on Beast Taming Materials Street. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. 10,000 credit points a month, is this still at the bottom of the material street? Just a little further ahead, the price is rising by 10,000 at a time? This is too outrageous. At the end of the material street, few people go to this place. The powerful shops are all inside the street, and those who rent outside are just holding the idea of taking a chance and turning their bicycles into motorcycles. But this kind of thing is basically unrealistic. If you want to rent a storefront, just renting a store with a certain amount of traffic will cost hundreds of thousands, which is almost all of your savings. Not to mention the things that need to be purchased for store renovation. It seems that renting a shop is not suitable. We need to think of other ways. How about put yourself on the forum and see? Su-ming, who often surfed the internet, inexplicably thought of this idea, and he couldn't stop himself. He directly found a forum related to cultivation, packaged his personal profile, and directly posted himself out. After all, not every trainer has startup capital, and many trainers have developed step by step from the internet to the offline world. Baiyun City Senior 3 Department, junior trainer who can pass all the assessments in less than an hour. The price is fair and affordable, you will lose out if you don't come. Action is worse than thought, click on my avatar to chat privately. Okay, just wait for someone to find it. After sending the message, Su-ming began to observe the tentacle thorn tree that was still in a coma. Looking at this, the anesthesia is quite strong. He is still not fully awake. As the beast taming and breeding forum with the largest daily page views, Su-ming's personal information was immediately noticed by many people as soon as it was modified. Breeder, price, affordability, these things are all keywords. Su-ming's personal information was soon seen by seniors from Baiyun City Beast Taming University. In Baiyun City, Lu Ting, who was worried about the price of her pet's evolutionary fluid cultivation, was browsing the forum in distress. Her beast was a giant horned sheep that reached level 12. She had already prepared the evolution materials herself, and all she had to do was find a reasonably priced breeder to prepare it. The starting price for offline preparation was 100,000. And she couldn't afford it at all since she had spent a lot of money on buying materials. She was about to team up with her friends to go into the wild, so she hoped to evolve her beast as soon as possible to avoid risks. So she started searching for a needle in a haystack on the internet, and soon she found a little genius in the same city. She looked at the other party's profile and murmured subconsciously. A junior trainer in the senior high school department who passed all the assessments in less than an hour? The price is fair and affordable, you'd be missing out if you don't come. Inexplicably, when Lu Ting saw this introduction, she saw a ray of hope. With the idea of giving it a try, she clicked on Su-ming's profile picture. Cultivator Association. Su-ming looked at the tentacle thorny tree for a while and then started browsing his phone out of boredom. Suddenly, a message popped up on his forum account. Su-ming was stunned for a moment, and then immediately clicked on it. I love riding sheep. Hello, is your profile true? Someone came to see me so soon? Only about 10 minutes? Su-ming looked at the other party's message and hesitated for a moment, then directly sent the photo of the tentacle thorny tree. Evil Silver Gradient, pictures. Evil Silver Gradient, Baojun, I just completed a cultivation. What service do you need? Do you want someone to replan the evolution route or cultivate? Lu Ting was a little confused when she saw the news. The evolutionary conditions announced by the country are the most common evolutionary directions. In other words, they are specially reserved for ordinary people so that they can save money. Of course, there are also announced evolutionary directions that are good, or even good, but this kind of beast taming is not something that ordinary people can possess. If you want your beast to evolve to be more powerful and unique, you have to find an excellent trainer to customize the evolution route. Redefine the evolutionary route? Are today's junior beastmasters so confident? I love riding sheep. No need, I have prepared the evolution materials, you just need to help me refine the evolution liquid. My beast is a bighorn sheep that has just entered the elite level for a while. How much is the refining cost? Chapter 40. The most expensive is not necessarily the best. Level 12 Elite Bighorn Sheep, have you prepared the materials? It seems that the official general evolution chain is adopted. Su-ming did not rush to answer the other party's question. Instead, he switched the screen to search for the bighorn sheep. He carefully observed the materials needed for the evolution of this beast and searched for the price of the materials, then fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, Su-ming gave an answer based on the price of the materials. Evil Silver Gradient, if you have prepared the materials, the refining of the evolutionary fluid will cost 100,000 credit points. We can trade face to face. How about that? Lu Ting was lying at home at this moment. She was inevitably a little nervous. After all, Those offline ones were basically around 100,000, and this online one was her only chance at the moment. Just as she was biting her finger and waiting for the other party to send a message, Lu Ting couldn't help feeling annoyed after seeing the content of the message clearly. I love riding sheep, are you serious? 100,000 credit points? This is the price offline too. Is this what you call economical and affordable? Su Ming looked at the other party's quick reply, but instead of frowning, he showed a smile that showed he was confident of winning. I knew it would be like this, everything is going as normal. His fingers tapped on the screen and quickly sent out the new content. After sending the message, Lu Ting, who was at home, felt her chest aching and rising and falling uncontrollably. Is this economical? I admit that passing the junior trainer assessment in 1 hour and even starting to train beasts is excellent, but what does this price have to do with economical? Lu Ting was so angry that she was about to turn off her phone and go out to relax, but the next second, the notification sound of the incoming message attracted her attention again. Seeing that the message was still sent by this evil silver gradient, she couldn't help but sneer. She had seen this situation many times offline, where those people would immediately start bragging when they saw that she was about to leave after hearing the price. She has been to many stores and this is basically the case. It has been deeply engraved in her mind and has formed a stereotype. I want to see how you brag about yourself. As a result, when she saw the content clearly, her pupils suddenly contracted. Evil silver gradient, 100,000 credits. It does sound expensive, and it may even be about the same as the offline stores you visit. Evil silver gradient, but you have to understand one thing, sir. There is a possibility that errors may occur during the refining process, which may lead to refining failure. Then all the materials will be scrapped, and the other party will not compensate for the materials. Evil silver gradient, some people even misjudge the proportions, and the refined evolutionary liquid can cause irreversible damage to the beast. Evil silver gradient, the reason why I offer 100,000 credit points is that if there is a problem with the material refining and it is scrapped, I will compensate you in full, and the evolution liquid is guaranteed not to cause any damage to your beast. Plop plop. After reading this series of news, Lu Ting felt like she was living in a dream. If there is a problem with the refining, will there be full compensation? Can you guarantee that the refined evolutionary fluid will have positive effects? Is this still a trainer? Is she so kind-hearted? At this moment, Lu Ting was extremely excited when she saw this condition and wanted to agree right away, but her reason told her not to, and she had to ask more clearly. I love riding sheep, where is your laboratory? I went to you offline to trade before. Su Ming. Oh no, what should I do without a laboratory? Su Ming inexplicably became anxious, thinking that this deal wouldn't be lost just like that. Click, the door of the laboratory opened, and the examiner came back with the brand new Junior Breeder Certificate and Junior Beast Master Certificate. The moment Su Ming saw the examiner, he felt like dawn had arrived. Su Ming asked immediately after taking the certificate. Examiner, I would like to ask if I can borrow this laboratory? I want to prepare a breeding solution for my own beast. But the equipment I have at home is not enough. Yours is better and more comprehensive. The examiner, who was about to tell Su Ming that he could go back, was stunned for a moment. Prepare culture medium for your own beast? After looking at his watch, the examiner's expression became serious. In 45 minutes, someone should come to this laboratory to conduct an assessment. Can your family bring the materials over before then and allow you to complete the extraction and tidy up the laboratory? Su Ming blinked, picked up his phone and started editing a message. Evil silver gradient, I'm at the Cultivator Association. I'll be back soon. Can you deliver the materials to me within 25 minutes? Lu Ting, who was drinking water at home and preparing to go out to meet this evil silver-shaded girl, was choked to death after seeing this message. Huh! The Cultivator Association? An official one? Seeing this news, Lu Ting's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. The Cultivator Association is an official organization that also takes charge of the extraction and preparation of culture fluids and evolutionary fluids. But the price is a bit higher than outside. Just like this, evil silver gradient, it costs 100,000 credit points and guarantees so many things. To refine the same evolutionary fluid, The Cultivator Association starts at 300,000 credit points, and they only guarantee that there will be no mistakes in the refining that will lead to the destruction and waste of materials. Is this person from the Cultivator Association? An official one? Wow, that's really a steal! Lu Ting, who had figured it out, was so excited that her voice was a little distorted. She quickly picked up the bag that had already been filled with materials and rushed out without stopping, and she was able to reply to Su Ming's message. I love riding sheep. My home is nearby. I will be there within 10 minutes. Evil Silver Gradient, okay. Is your home nearby? It seems that this first order is going to be successful. Putting away his phone, Su Ming nodded to the examiner. No problem, examiner. My sister said she will be here in 10 minutes, and I am confident that I can complete the deployment before the end of the written test. The examiner nodded and said, I'll be here in 40 minutes. Su Ming chose to go downstairs with the examiner, but one went to the examination room on the 3rd floor, and the other went to the 1st floor to pick someone up. Not long after arriving on the 1st floor, Su Ming saw a woman in plain clothes carrying a large bag and looking around anxiously in the crowd. Su Ming picked up his phone and checked the time. Seeing that it was almost time, he walked directly towards the other party. When he saw that the distance was almost right, he shouted, Do I love riding sheep? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming clearly saw that the other party was stunned for a moment, and immediately ran to him with a large bag of things. When Lu Ting came to Su Ming, she did not give the materials to him immediately, but was very cautious. Is it the Evil Silver Gradient? Show me the Junior Cultivator's certificate. Su Ming was not surprised by this. He showed the freshly made certificate to the other party. Only after Lu Ting confirmed that it was correct did she hand the materials to Su Ming. Chapter 41 Roast Lamb. After receiving the materials, Su Ming first opened the bag to check. After confirming that the materials were correct and the other party had no intention of cheating him, he opened the payment code. You can wait in the lobby on the 1st floor or here. It will take about 30 minutes. I will contact you and come down to see you. Okay, by the way, which floor of the lab are you in? Su Ming paused as he was about to turn around. 5012. Seeing the other party reported the laboratory number, Lu Ting's last bit of vigilance relaxed. The people who were still queuing around just glanced at it, and didn't pay any attention to this side. After getting the materials, Su Ming rushed back to the laboratory where the assessment had just been conducted. After moving the tentacle thornywood tree on the table aside, he quickly took out the equipment he needed and put the materials in place one by one. Then he took out his phone and searched for pictures of elite bighorn sheep. As the pictures were refreshed, the illustrations were also refreshed. Among the many evolutionary branches, I found the one chosen by Lu Ting. Evolution Condition 807, External Application, mash the beast blood fruit into jam, mix with elite-level gold-attributed inner elixir and 3,000 milliliters of natural water, and use extraction or stewing to make a sticky paste of about 500 milliliters. This product is used to evenly smooth the horns of bighorn sheep. The extraction or stewing time is 30 minutes, the temperature is 2000 degrees, and water must be added continuously during this period. For internal use, mash the leaves and stems of the diamond grass and the beast's blood fruit into a paste, then add 20 milliliters of natural water and stir for 1 minute. Repeat the above steps 10 times, and finally purify for 10 minutes. You can get about 50 milliliters of internal evolution liquid, and the upper and lower deviations should not exceed 1 milliliter. After reading this series of conditions, Su Ming was stunned. No wonder those private breeders don't guarantee the success rate of the breeding fluid. Isn't this requirement too precise? If you lose focus for a moment, everything will go wrong. The requirements for this internal evolution fluid are serious. TSK. After reading it, Su Ming shook his head and started to prepare it. After finding an automatic pounding machine to grind all the materials needed for external application into fine mud, he poured everything into the refining furnace, pressed the start switch and the stopwatch on his mobile phone at the same time, and began to prepare the evolution liquid. The external application was not so strict, but now the most serious one has come. Prepare 10 times the amount of water needed in advance, and start adding it to the mashed ingredients one by one. Time passed slowly. Su Ming's heartbeat speed slowly accelerated as he looked at the purified light golden liquid. What needs to be done now is to measure the purified liquid. Su-Ming uses tweezers to hold the purified liquid in the container and slowly places it on a special measuring instrument. 50 ml. Looking at the 50 milliliters on the electronic display, either more nor less, Su-Ming felt relieved. After packing and putting away the things, Su-Ming began to clean the utensils that were no longer needed, silently waiting for the final paste. At this moment, downstairs, Lu Ting looked at the time. It was almost 40 minutes. Hasn't Su-Ming finished the refining yet? For some reason, Lu Ting began to worry whether she was being cheated. At this moment, a hand patted her shoulder. Are you thinking about something? I didn't expect you to be waiting at the door. Your stuff is refined. External application and evolution liquid, exactly 50 milliliters. Well, is it all right? Lu Ting was startled and turned around quickly. When she saw the culture medium in Su-Ming's hand and a bag of light red mud-like substance, a smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Su-Ming took out his mobile phone and opened the payment code. 100,000 credit points have been received. After the prompt sounded, Su-Ming finally smiled. It was easy to make money. Oh, take the evolution liquid first, then apply the paste evenly on the horns of your bighorn sheep, and then tell your bighorn sheep not to move. Lu Ting couldn't stop nodding after taking the things. I'm going back first. Bye. After drinking and applying. After paying the money, Lu Ting turned around and disappeared into the crowd without any regrets. Su-Ming smacked his lower lip. I wanted to ask if I was needed, and I hadn't even finished my words, but seeing that he was leaving in such a hurry, I decided to forget it. Seeing the other party disappear in the crowd, Su-Ming returned to the hall and planned to wait for Wang Hui and Lu Ting as well. Su-Ming can be 100% sure that since this woman is so anxious to run back without listening to the end, she will definitely run back later. At the same time, Lu Ting, who hurried home, was breathing heavily. She slowly put down the things in her arms and immediately communicated with the beast taming space. Ripples appeared on the floor in front of her, and a sheep over 3 meters long, 1 meter and 2 meters tall at the shoulder, with soft fur all over its body emerged from the formation after more than 3 seconds. The most peculiar thing about this sheep is its horns, which are rough and covered with many thorn-like things that are more than 10 centimeters long. Moreover, its horns did not grow upwards, but to the sides of the body, as if someone had combed its horns into a middle part. The horns grew towards the sides of the body, and were more than 1 meter long. Meh? Hey, stop it, drink this. Lu Ting pulled out the reagent stopper and poured the evolutionary liquid directly into the bighorn sheep's mouth. After feeding, Lu Ting saw her beast smacking its lips, so she started to apply the paste on its horns. About 10 minutes later, Lu Ting seemed to smell a fragrance in the air, which tasted very much like roasted lamb. This discovery frightened Lu Ting so much that she moved closer to her beast and started to smell it. After confirming that the smell came from her own bighorn sheep, Lu Ting's head started buzzing when she smelled it. I was tricked. Lu Ting couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. With red eyes, she got up and went out again. But the loud noise when the door closed showed how uneasy she was inside at that moment. She was in a hurry along the way, and her red eyes and aura attracted the attention of many people who were still queuing for the test. Yes, you must be there, you stupid liar. Don't run. Lu Ting kept praying in her heart, and soon she saw Su-Ming standing at the door waiting with a helpless look on his face. You're back? You. Do you smell the aroma of roasted lamb? Lu Ting, who had prepared a set of excuses, was now completely confused. She pointed at Su-Ming with her raised hand, as if she didn't know what to do next. Seeing this scene, Su-Ming shook his head speechlessly. You didn't even listen to me finish my words and caused a misunderstanding. Did you hear the last words I said when you were in a hurry to leave just now? Final words? Lu Ting fell into hesitant thinking. After a while, she shook her head in confusion, but the anger in her eyes had dissipated a lot. It's normal to smell the fragrance. Let me ask you, can you control your beast? Who are you looking down on? Perfect command, okay. Su-Ming nodded silently. Let's go and see your house. I hope your house is still there. What do you mean? What do you mean by wishing my family was still there? For some reason, Lu Ting had a very bad feeling in her heart. Chapter 42, Golden Horned Sheep. You chose the evolutionary route of the published golden horned sheep, and after the big horned sheep evolved into the golden horned sheep, it will uncontrollably use the horns wrapped around itself to rub against everything around it to get familiar with its own evolutionary state. So what I just said was literal. You came back in such a hurry, probably because you didn't take back the beast taming space, so your home might be gone. With a click, for some reason, Lu Ting seemed to hear the echo of her own heart. Ah? Come on, come with me and take a look. Su Ming, who was about to go back to find the examiner, suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. Go together? Why do we need to go together? Su Ming had just finished speaking when he was pulled away and ran before he could even break free. Lu Ting, who was walking through the crowd with Su Ming, answered without turning her head. I'm afraid you lied to me. Su Ming was speechless when he heard this. It seemed that there were some minor incidents in this first training, and it was not as smooth as he had thought. Su Ming was too lazy to struggle about this. He could still ask this person to help promote himself later. Soon he was dragged to the other party's door. He seemed to hear faintly the sound of wood breaking, and for some reason he felt a sense of gloating. Oh, it seems your furniture has been damaged. Lu Ting did not dare to pause at all. She quickly opened the door and rushed in first, followed closely by Su Ming. As soon as he entered the door, Su Ming saw wood chips on the ground. A sheep that was more than 4 meters long and almost 2 meters tall at the shoulder was almost reaching the ceiling. If its horns had not grown toward the sides of its body, the ceiling would have been pierced through by now. Beast Tamer, Golden Horned Sheep. Talent Elite. Level 14 Elite. Element Gold. Ability, Horn Spike, Iron Defense. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, a bold but gentle solitary monster, but likes to use its horns to rub against hard-looking objects, so it is difficult for it to survive alone in the wild. Su Ming was a little surprised when he saw the picture book. A solitary but courageous sheep? This cause of death is also a bit strange. Seeing that her beast was starting to target her TV, Lu Ting connected to the beast control space in a hurry when the golden horned sheep was more than 1 meter away from the TV. A magic circle appeared right below it, and aided directly. Looking at the messy house, Lu Ting felt like crying but had no tears. If she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? With a plop, Su Ming looked at Lu Ting, who was slumped on the ground, and subconsciously shook his head slowly. You chose the evolutionary route yourself. Didn't you see what would happen after your bighorn sheep evolved? I didn't see that much. I'm sorry if I made you laugh. Hearing this weak voice, Su Ming curled his lips. If possible, you can recommend me to your friends around you, and I can give you a discount on my service next time you come. Whether it's custom evolution, refining special culture fluid, or refining evolution fluid, all of these are possible. Lu Ting, who was originally feeling distressed, felt much better after hearing these words. Thinking about the future training, she nodded silently. It's my fault for misunderstanding you. I would have helped you promote it even if you didn't tell me. Don't worry, I'm not the only one in my circle of friends who has a beast that needs to be nurtured and evolved. Hearing this, Su Ming's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled higher and higher. Okay, I'll go back if nothing else. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Su Ming turned around and headed back towards the Trainer Association without staying any longer. As soon as he returned to the gate of the Trainers Association, Su Ming saw the examiner standing there waiting for him. As soon as he saw the other person, Su Ming's face was covered with a bright smile. Excuse me, Brother Zhang. How many credits can I get for the remaining materials? Zhang Xing, the examiner just now, heard Su Ming asking from a distance, and silently took out his cell phone. The diamond grass without leaves and stems is available at our Cultivator Association for 30,000 credits. Do you want to sell it? 30,000 credits? Not bad. If you go out, I'll trouble Brother Zhang. Zhang Xing nodded, transferred the money for materials to Su Ming, and went back in. Being a trainer is really different. You can make money from both ends. Seeing the balance on his phone suddenly break through 200,000 and start to approach 300,000, Su Ming became happier. As for the King Kong grass that was sold, it was the surplus materials sent by Lu Ting. Only the leaves and stems of the King Kong grass were used in the preparation of the evolutionary liquid, and the rest was not needed. It was this surplus that made Su-Ming choose to sell it directly. You may make a small profit, but the trainer will never lose money. After receiving the last payment, Su-Ming did not choose to leave, but waited here for Wang Hui. In the end, Wang Hui didn't wait for the right person, but instead got Wang Kong, who looked very depressed. It was obvious from his look that he had failed the assessment. Su-Ming frowned and turned around to change his position to continue waiting for someone. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved his feet, as if driven by fate, Wang Kong happened to look up and saw him. The decadent Wang Kang's eyes instantly turned red. The beast master's betrayal, murder and death directly turned his envy and desire to replace him into hatred. Because he could have spoken to remind himself at that time, but he just didn't. This led to everything that happened to him after he tamed the beast. Coupled with the failure in the assessment just now, he exploded directly, and rushed towards Su-Ming with red eyes. Su-Ming! The huge shouts attracted the attention of all the passers-by present. When they saw a young man with red eyes running towards another young man, they subconsciously made way for him while still staring at him intently. The voice naturally attracted Su-Ming's attention. He turned his head to look at Wang Kong, who was rushing towards him like a madman. Su-Ming took a deep breath, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Looking at the opponent's fist, Su-Ming turned sideways and stretched out his palm to deflect it, followed by a straight punch to the face, knocking the opponent down instantly. The battle was over in an instant, leaving the onlookers in a state of confusion. Wang Hui, who witnessed all this and was about to come forward to help, kindly took out her cell phone and called the police. This Wang Kong is a talented person. How can someone who can tame a white shadow cat since childhood be a good person? Why would he choose to fight with such a person? You're so stupid. Listening to the sighs around him, Su-Ming also noticed Wang Hui, who had hung up the phone and was walking towards him. How was the assessment? Seeing the other party asking her about the assessment questions, Wang Hui slowly shook her head. I failed the written test last time, and I failed the practical test this time. I hope I can pass next time. What about you? You left the exam room early. Just as Su-Ming was about to take out his junior trainer certificate, 2 inspectors in uniform walked in with a canine beast that was 3 meters long and 1 meter 4 tall at the shoulder. Who called and said there was trouble here? Chapter 43, Guest Recommendation. This is a big dog with pure black fur. Its tongue is sticking out and breathing heavily, making it look like a husky. Beast Tamer, Wind and Thunder Dog. Talent Elite. Level 18 Elite. Element Thunder. Ability None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: a monster with impeccable speed, strength, and tracking. Although it has no special abilities, its elemental attributes are its strongest means of attack. When attacking, there is a sound of thunder. It is extremely protective of its master. Thunder Dog? Thunder Attribute Beast? This was the first time Su-Ming had seen a beast tamer with this attribute. Some of the attributes were quite rare, but the Wind and Thunder Dog was an exception. There were many of them, but they were not shown to the outside world. When this relatively rare monster grows to the elite level, it can use the power of its own elements to form a variety of terrifying attacks. The servant level is just the starting point for laying the foundation, and the elite level is the beginning of beast taming. After reading the illustrations, Su-Ming looked at the 2 inspectors and raised his hand. This way. The 2 people who turned their heads almost instantly discovered Wang Kong lying on the ground, and immediately walked over with the Wind and Thunder Dog. When one of the inspectors squatted down to check and confirm that the other party was just unconscious, he stood up and looked at Su-Ming and Wang Hui with a serious face. What's going on? He failed the trainer assessment, and wanted to take it out on me. I had no choice but to fight back. I was so scared at the time that I punched him in the head and he fainted. The people around can all testify to this. The man on the ground was running towards us from a distance with a red face and thick neck, howling. Were you so scared at that time? Did you punch the other person in the head? Almost instantly the 2 inspectors understood what this counterattack was all about. One of them directly took out a small notebook and pen and started asking questions. Well, I believe this for now. I will check the surveillance footage later. Now tell me your name and the other person's name. Seeing the other party taking out a pen and paper as if to take notes, Su-ming remained silent, then slowly took out the junior breeder certificate and his own junior beast tamer certificate from his pocket. The inspector stared at Su-ming's movements, then slowly took the voucher and began to look at it. After a while, his expression became a little strange. Are you Su-ming, monitor of Class 1, Senior 3? Huh? Yes. Su-ming was a little confused. Is it necessary to be specific about the class and class position? Is the man on the ground called Wang Kong? Not to mention Su-ming, even Wang Hui was confused. What was going on? Was this an acquaintance? Yes. Okay, that's all for you. I'll contact you if there's anything else. After hearing this, Su-ming and Wang Hui were both a little confused, but the inspector did not give them the opportunity to ask questions and simply let the wind and thunder dog carry Wang Kong away. Seeing this, Su-ming fell into deep thought. The audit committee knew about Wang Kong, and after looking at my credentials, they directly chose to take Wang Kong away without even checking the surveillance footage. There is only one possible scenario. Did Instructor Liu notify the Inspection Bureau in advance and guess that something like this would happen? At this time, Wang Hui also reacted and blinked as she looked at the junior trainer certificate in Su-ming's hand. You finished the test? Passed? Well, I waited specially to talk to you because I have to go home later to get some things. Wang Hui hurriedly shook her head when she heard this. What's the big deal? Go back and get your things. I'll go back to school. See you next time. Su-ming blinked. It was somewhat beyond his expectations that things developed so quickly. Wang Hui was really quick to speak. After keeping the receipt, Su-ming took a taxi directly back home and found the primary cultivation solution that he had stored at home. The primary, intermediate, and advanced cultivation solutions sold on the market correspond to the universal cultivation solutions for the 3 stages of servants, elites, and war leaders respectively. It can be used on any monster in these 3 stages. The efficacy is mild and suitable for the general public. It is the best choice for ordinary people who want to speed up the improvement of beast taming. If you want it to be even faster, you can customize it. After all, the situation of each beast cannot be the same. Even if they are of the same species, there will be problems with digestion speed and how much they digest. At this time, the trainer is equivalent to the beast master's doctor, refining the skills according to the situation. Su-ming went home to get the primary culture medium and rushed to school without any reluctance. At the same time, at Lu Ting's home, the after effects of the golden horned sheep's evolution have subsided, and it has returned to normal, lying on the ground with one hand stroking its horns. Lu Ting excitedly took photos of her beastly beasts, and then sent them to the group chat of her beastly group. I love riding sheep pictures. How is it? Is it cool? The cost of refining is 100,000 credit points, compensation included. One hit kill? Is this true? And does it include compensation? Spicy Rabbit Head. Oh? It looks like you were asked by the other party to do the promotion? Lu Ting was not surprised at all when her purpose was revealed. She edited the message and sent it immediately. I love riding sheep. Rabbit, aren't you thinking that your appetite for beast control has decreased? Do you want to try it? He accepts custom evolution, prepares cultivation fluid and refines evolution fluid. Spicy Rabbit Head, are you serious? Can you trust it? Spicy Rabbit Head, you answer the phone. Beep beep. Lu Ting received a video call from the other party right after she read the message. She answered the call without hesitation and aimed the camera at her golden horned sheep. How is it? Isn't it handsome? After the evolution, the horn that was originally furry has now turned into a silver-gray color like this. It feels warm to the touch and has small thorns on it. The other party fell into silence after seeing the state of the golden horned sheep. You have contact, right? Send it to me. I'll add her after I finish what I'm doing. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ting smiled and sent Su-ming's contact information to her best friend, then sent another message to Su-ming. I love riding a sheep, Silver Gradient. I recommend my bestie to you. Her beast is a lightning rabbit. She is looking for you to prepare the culture medium. I will add you later. When Su Ming, who was sitting in the car, saw this message, he felt that a better life was waving at him. It looks like I can also start preparing the culture medium for my own devour, so that he can improve faster. Su Ming felt much better after being bullied by Wang Kong when he saw that the client he had just met recommended a new client to him shortly afterwards. Evil Silver Gradient, next time you come to me, I'll give you a 12% discount. The more you refer people, the more discounts you'll get. Cheer me up. JDP. I love riding sheep, Oak. After the chat, Su Ming Ben planned to look at the scenery outside the window and relax, but at this time Wang Jinbao sent him a message. Wang Jinbao, did you really take the junior trainer certificate exam? Did you pass it? Chapter 44 Cat Fruit. Wang Jinbao sent this message. Did Wang Hui already pass her message back to the school? After a little thought, Su Ming replied. Su Ming, yes, do you want to customize your evolutionary route? I will only tell you secretly. In the dormitory of the deputy monitor of Class 1, Grade 3, Wang Jinbao, who was lying on the bed, sat up in shock when he saw the news. Customized evolution route? Was what he said to me in class before a joke? Wang Jinbao's pupils were wide open and his heartbeat was getting faster and faster. The bet was right. This time it was really right. Not only did I get a source of goods, but I also got a very talented and capable new person to train. At this moment, Wang Jinbao was extremely excited and nervous. Before he could think about whether he should give his black scorpion to Su Ming for help in training, Su Ming sent him 2 more pictures. Su Ming, Tentacle Thornwood Tree. JDP, this is for the test, prepare the culture medium. Su Ming, Golden Horn Sheep. JDP, this is the evolutionary fluid I extracted during my free time. Trust me, I guarantee that your black scorpion will be the best. Wang Jinbao, who had not yet relaxed, immediately became excited again. He got up and kept cheering himself up, muttering to himself. There's really nothing wrong with my vision. Generally speaking, a junior cultivator should be able to prepare culture and evolution fluids for some common beast masters. However, this is only possible for talented contestants who have completed the written test in advance. Why is it impossible to customize the evolutionary path? Why not give it a try? Anyway, even if I make a mistake, I won't lose much, so I'll just treat it as an investment. Who knows, maybe Su Ming will become a top cultivation master in the future. Then I'll have to open stores all over the country, right? Wang Jinbao did it as soon as he thought of it. He edited a text message and sent it directly. Wang Jinbao, okay, you can customize it for me first. I will go to my home to prepare the materials. How much does it cost? Su Ming, who was still in the car, was surprised to see Wang Jinbao agree directly, so he sent out the materials he saw and needed last time. Su Ming, Elite Level Poison Type Inner Elixir X1, Soul Breaking Grass X1, Elite Level Insect Monster Relic X1, Dead Blood Frog Poison Sac X1, Beast Blood Fruit X5. After sending this message, Su Ming directly opened the forum and searched how much it would cost to customize an elite level beast tamer evolution for others. 500,000 to 1 million? As for why there are 5 more beast blood fruits, it is just to avoid revealing the specific evolution materials. Su Ming, I showed it to you last time, but you were very hesitant, so I didn't say much. As for the price, it's a 100-year-old beast blood fruit. Wang Jinbao was stunned when he saw the materials. 100-year-old beast blood fruit? Is he using me to make up the materials for his white shadow cat's evolution? However, these evolutionary materials have not been officially announced, and they are indeed custom-made. It's just a 100-year-old beast blood fruit. If you fail, just consider it an investment loss. Wang Jinbao, okay, can you prepare the culture fluid for my black scorpion? Tell me what materials you need. Su Ming, let's talk about this after we get back. I need to see the specific condition of your black scorpion. Seeing that Su Ming did not agree immediately but wanted to come back and see the situation before giving him the medicine, Wang Jinbao felt relieved. Just this one sentence greatly reduces the possibility of losing money in investment. Wang Jinbao, okay. After chatting with Wang Jinbao for a while, the car just arrived at the school. After getting off the car, I walked towards the dormitory with the universal primary cultivation solution. Meow? Master, why have you been out for so long? As soon as the door was opened, Debao came running over and rubbed against Su Ming's feet. After closing the door, Su Ming took out the primary culture medium from his arms. After seeing it, Debao sat on the ground obediently. Come on, open your mouth. Compared to the last time when he had to coax a little, this time he fed it easily. Seeing Debao smacking his lips in satisfaction, Su Ming shook his head in amusement. Remember the expression you made the last time you ate this? When Debao heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then he tilted his head slightly and looked at himself with a confused expression. Meow? What? Seeing that his eldest son started to act stupid, Su Ming was too lazy to expose him, and just let him be. With 2 bottles of primary culture fluid and the meal yesterday and today, Debao will probably be able to reach level 7. Boom, boom, boom. Su Ming, open the door, I'm Wang Jinbao. After the door opened, Black Scorpion took the lead and went straight in. I heard the door unlocked and thought you were back. Come check on my Black Scorpion. Su Ming looked at the black scorpion that was impatiently holding up its claws, and nodded slowly to Wang Jinbao. Wait a minute. After saying that, Su Ming squatted down and pretended to observe for a while. His eyes became more and more weird. Which direction do you want to cultivate your black scorpion in? Compared with the generic and ordinary ones sold outside, I won't tell you. I have 2 suitable ones right now. One is to strengthen the surprise attack of drilling holes, and the other is to strengthen the counterattack needle with poison. Or both. Wang Jinbao felt a little confused after hearing this. 2. Or both. Although my own black scorpion is still at the servant level, aren't those who have this ability at least intermediate trainers? With a nervous mood, Wang Jinbao cautiously tested it. This is it so cruel? Can you tell me about it with materials that can take both into account? After looking at the illustrated book again, Su Ming's tone was very affirmative. 1 blood-melting grass, the liquid of a whole plant of the poisonous tyrant flower, the bone marrow of an elite earth attribute monster and a poison attribute bone marrow, and a 10-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Level improvement and ability improvement will not be delayed. As Su Ming was talking, Wang Jinbao was calculating the bills. When he saw that the final amount was as high as 960,000, his eyes twitched. With so many materials, can you only practice 1 or how many? Is this asking yourself the success rate? I can give you 3 copies, which is enough for your black scorpion to use until it evolves. 3? Is it so cheap? Why can only 1 be given out? And it's only for a single item. Wang Jinbao was shocked when he learned the price. He immediately contacted the employees of his own shop to start preparing the materials, while asking Su Ming about the price. Although we are friends, brothers should also settle accounts clearly. As for the preparation fee, I will give you 200,000 credit points for each one. What do you think? 200,000 for one? Su Ming's eyes moved, but he did not agree. Instead, he looked at what was needed to cultivate his own eldest child. After reading it, Su Ming fell into deep thought, while Wang Jinbao was still explaining the situation in his own shop. Seeing that Su Ming was silent, he couldn't help but ask. What's the matter? Do you want to exchange for the evolution materials or cultivation materials of your white shadow cat? No problem, I will buy all the materials for Debao's evolution. Regarding this matter, Wang Jinbao directly expressed his ambition that the investment has already paid off, so why not invest more? Hearing this, Su Ming, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Okay, 10 kilograms of Win Attribute Elite flesh and blood, and 1 serving of cat fruit. Wang Jinbao froze when he heard the last piece of information. Cat fruit? Huh! Chapter 45, Brutal Cultivation Liquid. No, Su Ming? Are you serious? Isn't cat fruit used to play with monsters like skeletons and goblins? Your white shadow cat uses cat fruit to mix with the cultivation liquid? As the name suggests, the cat fruit is a cat monster that dies in the womb before it is born. When the mother cat finds out that the fetus is stillborn, she will most likely abandon it directly. This material is used when evolving skeleton or spirit monsters or preparing medicine. And because of this material is more expensive, and the starting price for the elite level is 200,000. What shocked Wang Jinbao was the question of the object of use. Cat fruit was basically used by dead monsters, while the white shadow cat was a living creature. Debao, who could understand human language, was originally teasing the black scorpion. The two beasts became familiar with each other, and were having a lot of fun. After hearing what Wang Jinbao said, Devouring suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Ming with wide eyes in disbelief. He didn't care about playing with the black scorpion anymore. He ran to Su Ming's legs and started pulling down his pants. Meow, meow! Master, master, I don't want to turn into a skeleton monster. Su Ming leaned down helplessly and rubbed Devao's head. Don't worry, I'm not turning into a skeleton monster. I'm just mixing a potion. Devao raised his head doubtfully and asked inquiringly, and Su Ming nodded with certainty. By the way, remember to mash the cat fruit and send it over. Wang Jinbao felt absolutely strange looking at Su Ming at this moment. The cat fruit was not expensive, nor was it strange. The strange thing was that this thing was used to prepare nutrient solution for white shadow cats. By the way, I also need some Tianhan water, about 1 liter. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth, but finally distributed all these things to the employees of his own store. Cat fruit, Tianhan water, and 10 kilograms of flesh and blood from an elite wind element monster. What a strange material. Wang Jinbao shook his head. He didn't know much. Besides, this cat was bred for Su Ming's white shadow cat. Su Ming and his beast tamer had a very good relationship. He was just curious about what aspect this cat was being cultivated for. While waiting for the delivery, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao talked about what happened at the Cultivators Association today. Wang Kong! Isn't that human nature? You can't stand others being better than you, let alone if he has a grudge against you. As Wang Jinbao was speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. After checking the message, he stood up and said, Let's go, the materials have arrived. But are you serious? An induction cooker plus a measuring cup and a pressure cooker will do. When it comes to what is used to refine and mix the ingredients, Wang Jinbao finds it a little unbelievable. It's like this for poor families. Otherwise, those special tools would cost hundreds of thousands. The better ones would be even more expensive. We don't need that kind of thing for now. Wang Jinbao nodded silently, and the two of them came to the stairwell. They stood outside the stairwell door waiting, carrying several large bags of things. Master, I brought the things. Wang Jinbao immediately opened the door, and he and Su Ming took the bags from them one by one. After taking the things, Wang Jinbao let the two leave without any hesitation. Okay, you guys go back. Seeing the iron gate closed again, the two looked at each other before starting to go downstairs. The new guy from some time ago has already told them a lot of things, so it's better not to ask too many questions or talk too much. Wang Jinbao returned to Su Ming's dormitory, put his things away, clapped his hands, and turned away without hesitation. Okay then, I'll leave the stuff here for you. Su Ming, I'll take the black scorpion and leave first, you go ahead and get busy. For a cultivator, it is not a big problem if you know what materials he needs. What is important is the control, dosage, and order. Okay. Su Ming looked up and signaled to Wang Jinbao, then began to place the induction cooker and pressure cooker. Both were small and not very big, and there was a matching natural gas stove in the dormitory. Open the bag containing the materials on the side. The moment the bag was opened, a strong fishy smell quickly invaded every air in the room. Su Ming frowned, his face showing disgust, while Devao came closer with bright eyes, staring at a black jar in the bag with his cat-like pupils. Don't worry, this won't be that effective if you take it directly, you need to use a combination. First he took out the black can with the cat fruit on it, then took out the can of Tianhan water, and then Su Ming patted Devao's head. This elite monster meat is for your enjoyment. Eat it. Seeing Devao starting to eat the meat, Su Ming took the necessary things 3 times before bringing them all into the kitchen. Item, Tianhan water. Illustrated introduction, the water in the cold pond after the spiritual energy has revived. When the extremely cold water is heated, it can separate blood, flesh, and bone marrow. Turn on the induction cooker, pour the meat paste with cat fruit in your hand into a 5-liter measuring cup, and then pour in the cold water. Unexpectedly, after the cold water was poured in, it did not mix with the meat paste to form meat paste water. Instead, it was clearly separated like well water and river water. Brutal cultivation liquid, 1 L of cat fruit and Tianhan water steps, heat and extract a slightly viscous scarlet liquid until it stops bubbling when heated and extracted. Only the viscous liquid can be taken, and the viscous liquid and residue at the bottom cannot be used. The fierce cultivation potion should enhance the ferocity of the white shadow cat. The trainer certainly wouldn't think of doing this. After all, taming a white shadow cat is not an easy task. But he is different. He has a very close relationship with Devouring. He is not worried that Devouring will kill him. On the contrary, if it can make Devouring stronger, there is nothing wrong with him being a little fierce on the surface. Maybe it is better for him to be a little fierce on the surface. Listening to the gurgling, bubbling sound, Su Ming began to prepare the breeding fluid for Wang Jinbao's beast, the black scorpion. Poison cultivation liquid, 1 blood-melting grass, 1 whole poisonous tyrant flower liquid, the bone marrow of an elite earth attribute monster, and the bone marrow of a poison attribute monster. Usage steps: put all the hodgepodge into the pressure cooker, add natural water that is not more than the ingredients, and then add 1 liter of natural water. After the steam comes out, simmer for a quarter of an hour. Only the liquid separated from the surface can be taken, and the rest is residue and cannot be used. After everything was ready, Su Ming waited in the kitchen while browsing his phone. Even the reagents and measuring cups were arranged by Su Ming in the kitchen. As the stewing began, the fishy smell gradually turned into the aroma of meat, wafting from the kitchen to the living room. Living room. Devouring, who has gained 7 pounds, is ready to take a rest. Sniff, sniff. What is that? It smells good. Devouring, who was lying on the ground, suddenly straightened up. The fragrance in the air made him feel itchy. A drop of silvery liquid began to drip from the corner of his mouth, and his body walked towards the kitchen in a daze. Smells so good, slurp, what delicious food is the master making? Chapter 46, Testing of Poison Culture Fluid. You smelled the scent and came in? Don't worry, it's not healed yet. Seeing that Devouring's attention was not on him, Su Ming hurriedly explained and persuaded him. Meow? How long will it take before I can eat? Looking at his Devouring's impatient look, Su Ming felt helpless. This child has become greedy since he was young because of problems he encountered in his childhood. Su Ming observed the situation. The heated measuring cup was still bubbling, but not as much as at the beginning, only about a quarter. It would probably take another 10 minutes or so to finish. Watching the red substance being heated and then continuously extracted and dissolved into the cold water, Su Ming found this scene very strange. His training journey has just begun, and no one knows what more incredible scenes will appear in his future training. Seeing that Su Ming didn't move, Devouring just lay down at Su Ming's feet and waited obediently, but his eyes never left the cat fruit that was being refined. Su Ming thought Devouring's situation was normal. It would be abnormal if the child was not greedy. Su Ming felt helpless when he glanced at Devouring, whose saliva had dripped onto the ground to form a small puddle. I just ate so much meat, why am I still so greedy? Or is it that the preparation of the breeding liquid is very attractive to the beast master? About a quarter of an hour had passed. The poisonous cultivation fluid had been ready a few minutes ago and had been served out by Su Ming to cool down. Devouring's brutal cultivation fluid was almost ready as well. But when Su Mingxin came out, he felt somewhat familiar looking at the liquid that was very similar to jelly. Why does it look so much like a cat strip? Meow? Meow! Cat strips? I haven't had them for a long time. I want some. When Devouring heard the cat's note, he came forward impatiently, and even wanted to climb onto the stove to taste it first, but Su Ming knocked him down by hitting him on the head. After being hit on the head, Devouring immediately got down from the stove, lay on the ground with a wronged look on his face, covered his head with his paws, and looked up at Su Ming. Meow! Master, I'm hungry. Hearing the familiar voice of grievance, Su Ming sighed helplessly. It's just right. It's very hot. Let your cat tongue cool down before eating. After hearing it clearly, Devouring realized that his master still loved him, so he licked his lips and squatted obediently, staring at the culture medium that was placed in the container to dissipate heat and let it cool down. Su Ming lowered his head to glance at it, cleaned up the residue of the 2 culture solutions, and picked up the 3 vials of poison culture solution filled with reagents. I'm going to deliver the cultivation fluid to the black scorpion. You are now staring at your dinner tonight, and you still have 2 hours. Debao? Debao's pupils widened and he looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Seeing Su Ming about to walk out with the reagent, he stretched out his body and directly grabbed Su Ming's trouser leg. Meow? Meow! 2 hours? Master, didn't you say we can eat it once it's cool? Meow. Master, how could you do this? Feeling the comfortable furry touch on his calves, Su Ming squatted down patiently and rubbed Debao's face and chin. You just finished eating the meat of the wind elemental elite monster. If I hadn't seen how greedy you were, I would have let you eat it tomorrow. Hearing this, Debao felt as if he was struck by lightning, and fell to one side. A pair of dull eyes looked up at the kitchen ceiling, and a heart-wrenchingly sad cry was uttered. Meow meow. No love anymore, my master won't feed me anymore. It was the first time that Su Ming saw Debao like this, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Pfft, you dead look, alright, I'll give it to you when it's cold, okay? Meow. Master is the best. Looking at Debao, who looked as if he had been tortured to death just now, he jumped up excitedly after hearing his agreement. Su Ming shook his head in amusement. Actually, he had originally planned to give it to Debao after it cooled down, and he just wanted to amuse the child. I didn't expect to see this scene. This has never happened to Debao before. Su Ming left the dormitory with 3 reagents, came to Wang Jinbao's door next door and knocked on it. Knock knock. Click. Almost at the moment when the knock on the door occurred, the door was opened, and Su Ming saw the black scorpion lying at the door with its tail on the door handle. When the black scorpion saw Su Ming coming with the culture medium, it raised its commissary and began pointing at its mouth excitedly. Hiss. It's ready so soon? Huh! So greedy? Wang Jinbao walked out of the room upon hearing the noise, but he was also shocked when he saw that his black scorpion was so greedy for the culture medium in Su Ming's hand. Seeing Wang Jinbao coming out, Su Ming ignored the black scorpion that was lying on the ground begging for culture medium, but stepped over the black scorpion and walked straight towards Wang Jinbao. Seeing that Su Ming ignored him, Black Scorpion followed Su Ming obediently. I have looked for a trainer before, but I have never seen my Black Scorpion behave like this before. Wang Jinbao, who witnessed this scene, was amazed, and the shock in his eyes became more and more intense. You know, he was looking for a mid-level trainer from the Trainers Association at that time. The Black Scorpion's reaction told him that the energy sensor in Su Ming's hand alone had a great attraction to it, and it was not ordinary. Su Ming didn't pay much attention to it. He handed the 3 bottles of poison cultivation fluid reagents in his hand to Wang Jinbao and began to explain. Remember, this stuff smells terrible after it cools down and contains a certain amount of nerve paralysis toxins. The liquid is also highly toxic and cannot come into contact with human skin. It's being stuffed with a test tube now. Remember to wear a gas mask when you feed it. If you find it troublesome, just stuff the test tube directly into your Black Scorpion's mouth. Just let your Black Scorpion eat the test tube together. The Black Scorpion has a strong digestive ability, and a little test tube residue will not burden its stomach at all. Just stay away after feeding. Wang Jinbao listened quietly to Su Ming's words before reaching out to take the test tube. Touching the warm tube wall, he was sure that it was freshly baked. Foul smell? Is it because of the poisonous queen flower? I want to see how bad it stinks. Having made up his mind, Wang Jinbao returned to the room. Black Scorpion followed him happily. Su Ming was waiting in the living room. After a while, Wang Jinbao came out with a tube of poison cultivation fluid. Let's try what you said about putting the whole thing in. After explaining to Su Ming, Wang Jinbao squatted down and patted his Black Scorpion's head. Aren't you greedy? Come on, open your mouth. The sudden scene caused Su Ming's expression to change suddenly. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran out of Wang Jinbao's dormitory and slammed the door shut. What's going on? Wang Jinbao, who was still curious, didn't understand why Su Ming ran away. He was wondering if he had found a poisonous and smelly queen flower a few days ago. However, when the Black Scorpion couldn't wait to bite the reagent into pieces and raised its head to try its best to prevent the culture fluid from flowing out, an indescribable stench, accompanied by the sound of rejected glass, lingered in Wang Jinbao's dormitory. Oh my! Why is it so smelly? The poison queen flower doesn't even have 1/10 of this. Ugh. Huh! Hee hee, what a strange feeling, my body feels cold, hee hee. Su Ming, who was hiding outside the door, rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and muttered to himself. Why are you so quick to act? Just tell me, eh? Not only does that stuff stink, but the neurotoxin. Although it won't have any serious side effects, I hope Wang Jibao will learn a lesson. Su Ming took out his cell phone and started counting. He needed to check the effect of black scorpion's cultivation as soon as possible to see if it was as good as described in the illustration. Chapter 47, Fearful Eyes. Su Ming stood in front of Wang Jibao's dormitory door and waited. About 10 minutes passed, and when he heard the sound of vomiting, he waited for another 10 minutes. When I didn't hear any vomiting sounds, I knocked on Wang Jibao's dormitory door. Unlike the previous one that opened in seconds, this time Su Ming waited for more than a minute before the dormitory door was opened. Then Su Ming saw Wang Jibao, whose face was pale, and vomit in the living room. Next time, be slower. I haven't finished my words yet. Also, don't try to provoke me next time. Just be thankful that the materials you need to use for the black scorpion are not that poisonous. Otherwise, next time I will tell Instructor Lu to call your father to collect your body. Upon hearing this, Wang Jibao waved his hands hurriedly, looking so weak that he seemed like he would fall to the ground in the next second. No, I won't do that again. I won't seek excitement next time. I will listen to you. Come in and take a look at my black scorpion. It just drank the culture medium, and its claws and tail were flailing around. It almost hit me, but now it's lying on the ground motionless, as if it's dead. Lying on the ground motionless? Su Ming bypassed Wang Jibao and walked in quickly. At a glance, he saw the black scorpion as Wang Jibao had described. The tail and commissary were limply hanging on the ground, and even the movable claws were spread outwards, just like a dead scorpion. Beast Tamer, Black Scorpion Coma. Talent Elite. Level 8 Servant. Ability, Poison. Evolution Condition 1, Elite Level Poison Type Inner Elixir X1, Soul Breaking Grass X1, Elite Level Insect Monster Relic X1, Dead Blood Frog Poison Sac X1, Usage Steps. Evolution Condition 2. Evolution Condition 3. Illustrated description, a neutral monster with a strong sense of territory, the server owner, with strong attack capabilities but only suitable for counterattacks. After taking a special culture fluid, the body fell into a coma but was undergoing a terrible mutation. After seeing the contents of the illustrated book, Su Ming hesitated a little. A terrifying mutation? How terrifying could it be? But since Black Scorpion is fine, I'd better say it first to avoid Wang Jibao worrying. Okay, your Black Scorpion level has increased by 1 level. Didn't you feel it? The cultivation liquid is quite strong. You, the Black Scorpion, fainted because of it, but your level is still increasing. Don't touch it, it will be fine tomorrow. Hearing Su Ming say that his Black Scorpion had been upgraded to a higher level, Wang Jibao fell into memories. When he was vomited just now, he did hear a sound of something breaking in his head. The smell was so strong and numbed his nerves that he thought it was an illusion. It seems to be true. I feel much more relieved now that you said that. Thank you. Seeing that everything was normal, and there was no problem, Su Ming nodded silently. Okay, feed the remaining 2 potions to the Black Scorpion when it is at level 9 and 10 respectively. The effect will be better. I'll go back first. Wang Jibao smiled and gestured goodbye to Su Ming. A quarter of an hour ago. Su Ming's dormitory kitchen. The moment Su Ming left the dormitory, Devouring jumped directly onto the stove, with his cat face only a few centimeters away from the cool and brutal culture fluid. Meow? What is that cat fruit? Why is it so fragrant when it is made? Devao's eyes were full of confusion and curiosity. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue to lick the wall of the bowl containing the medicine and taste it. After finding that it wasn't that hot, Devao's eyes immediately lit up. Not healed yet, my tongue still burns a little, but it's acceptable. Then it looked back from time to time like a guilty thief. It clearly didn't smell Su Ming's scent, but it just needed to confirm it for itself. So, the next scene happened. Devao leaned his head forward, then retracted it, then leaned forward again, then retracted it again, his eyes full of confusion. How about trying it secretly? It's not hot anymore and you can eat it right away. It should be okay to taste it secretly, right? Devouring, feeling extremely proud, cautiously approached the bowl and slowly licked it with his tongue. Slurp. The culture medium, which was a bit like a thin meat sauce, was brought into Devouring's mouth by his tongue. It smelled so fragrant before and felt like a rare delicacy. But after Devouring tasted it, it looked extremely puzzled. Meow? Meow? Is it hot or not? Why does it taste weird? Why doesn't it smell as good as it smells? Devouring, who was a little confused, didn't believe it, so he leaned over and took another lick. The smacking sound of his lips could be heard in the kitchen. No, it still feels a little weird, let me try it again. Baji. Huh. Why is it that it's getting colder and colder but it's still hard to taste? Take another bite. Baji. No, I need to eat a few more bites. The sounds of smacking hands and cats meowing continued to come from the kitchen. The licking sound at the beginning turned into a biting sound, and the sound became louder and louder. Meow! Meow! Delicious. This tastes much better than those meats. The master really loves my Devouring. In the kitchen, Devouring's head was buried in the bowl, and the hair on his head was covered with the cruel culture medium. The bowl weighed several kilograms, and Devouring ate it all in less than 2 minutes. He even licked the bowl clean. After finishing the meal, Devouring licked his lips with satisfaction, jumped off the stove, and staggered to the living room. Meow hiccup. I am so full and sleepy. Devouring wants to sleep for a while. The owner said that we should go to the room to sleep. Devouring came to the room where Su Ming had prepared a bed for him, right next to the bed where Su Ming slept. Meow. The master is so nice. Devouring cried softly and lay down on his cat bed contentedly, falling asleep the moment he lay down. Pull your eyes back. After Su Ming came back from Wang Jinbao, he opened the door and saw that Devouring didn't come over. Thinking of the sound in his mind just now, he thought that Devouring must have eaten the culture medium and might have fallen into the same situation as Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. We need to find Devouring to see what's going on. Is he in the kitchen? Subconsciously, he thought that Devouring was eating in the kitchen, and if he fainted, he must have fainted in the kitchen. But before he even reached the kitchen, he saw red marks on the floor, dripping all the way to the bedroom. Bedroom? Su Ming didn't react for a moment. When he subconsciously walked into the room, he found that Devouring was already curled up in his own little bed and asleep. Haha, you know how to get back here? Seeing that there was still culture medium on Devouring's body, Su Ming took a wet towel and wiped Devouring's hair, while also checking the situation. Beast Tamer, White Shadow Cat, Comatose. Talent Elite. Level 7, Servant. Ability, Rapidity, Terrorize. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, a monster that is bold and cruel but absolutely obedient to its master. It has a strong sense of territory and a strong desire to attack. It likes and enjoys hunting and is entering an unknown and terrible mutation. An unknown and terrifying mutation? Is it different from Wang Jinbao's? But that's right, the ingredients are all cat fruit, so it's normal for them to be different. Su Ming thought so in his mind, but when he wiped Devouring's hair that was stained with culture medium, he found something wrong. The color of Devouring's hair seemed to have changed. If it was snow white before, it was pale now, similar to the white of wall gray. There seemed to be a little black at the corner of his eyes, but it was a black line extending a little outward. Seeing this black line, Su Ming realized that there was an additional pupil of fear in Devouring's ability box. Is this a change brought about by the new energy? If one portion of culture medium can give one's own beast an additional ability, then will Wang Jinbao's black scorpion also have the same ability? If so, then why is there no explanation in the black scorpion's illustrated manual? Su Ming found it a little strange. Perhaps he would know the answer after seeing Wang Jinbao's black scorpion tomorrow. After gently rubbing Devouring, who was sleeping soundly, Su Ming got up and went to the bathroom to wash the towel, thinking that it would be time to order food and watch the news next. Drop. My phone's ringing. Is this a friend request? Spicy rabbit head? Chapter 48 Blood-Eye Rabbit. Remembering what Lu Ting said during the day that her best friend wanted to add him, Su Ming directly clicked to agree. Evil Silver Gradient, is she Lu Ting's best friend? After sending the message, Su Ming concentrated on washing the towels. However, just as he put the towels away, he received a message from the other party. Spicy Rabbit Head, yes, Lu Ting told me that you extracted the evolutionary fluid of her golden horned sheep. She said you can customize the evolutionary route? After reading the message, Su Ming's eyes widened, as if he suspected that he had read it wrong. He rubbed his eyes and read it again. Customized evolution route. Big client. Evil Silver Gradient, it can be customized. What is your beast? If you want to customize the evolution, what kind of beast do you want your beast to evolve into and what abilities do they have? Su Ming had just sent the message 1 second ago, and the other party replied the next second. It was obvious that the other party had already typed the words and was waiting for him to say this. Spicy Rabbit Head, yes, is the Moon Rabbit direction okay? Su Ming? Evil Silver Gradient? After seeing this sentence, Su Ming fell into a state of doubt. Moon Rabbit? The Moon Rabbit from mythology? Is this person really Lu Ting's best friend? Why does he talk about things from mythology? The Moon Rabbit is a mythical beast. There is a precedent for the successful breeding and evolution of this kind of monster, but the success was successful, but not that successful. The dog of a man abroad evolved into a 2-headed hellhound instead of a 3-headed dog. Compared with the 3-headed hellhound guarding the gate of hell in Western mythology, it is only half successful. There are quite a few examples of this kind, but they are quite a lot even if you add them up from all over the country. It is rumored that the beast that people in their dragon country tames is a dragon, but no one knows whether it is a dragon or what kind of dragon it is. Anyway, Su Ming, who watches the news every day, himself doesn't know, or maybe the authorities have blocked the news and hidden it. Seeing that the other party's request was so outrageous, Su Ming basically thought that the other party was making fun of him, and it was getting late, so he didn't have the energy to do these things with the other party. After sitting in the car for a whole day, he was tired and had to rush to eat dinner without even having lunch. Evil Silver Gradient, did you drink fake wine? You said Jade Rabbit when you opened your mouth? Are you really here to be customized for evolution? In a villa in Bayun City, a woman was teasing her beast with a carrot. It was a rabbit, but its front teeth were exposed, emitting a pale yellow luster under the light. The hair on its body is not a common color, but white with a hint of light yellow, and its eyes are pure blood red, with no other color except blood red. This rabbit even has claws that are 4 or 5 centimeters long. The front ends of the claws are so sharp that it seems that they can tear apart fine iron with just a slight scratch. It clearly looks like a rabbit, but when all these characteristics are combined, it doesn't feel very related to a rabbit. When the woman saw her cell phone ringing, she threw the carrot away. The rabbit's eyes were fixed on the carrot. It stood up, raised its right front leg slightly and passed by the carrot. It then cut the carrot into many pieces, easily caught it, put it in its mouth and began to chew. Huh! No, you're not being too arrogant. It seems like this junior trainer Lu Ting introduced is quite capable. But this little brother is really not easy to tease. He gets angry at the slightest provocation. Seeing Su Ming's answer, the woman began typing on the screen of her mobile phone. Spicy Rabbit Head, my beast is a blood-eyed rabbit. It is not fast, but its body structure, such as claws, incisors and dynamic vision, are all prepared for close combat. Spicy Rabbit Head, I hope you can retain its existing advantages and customize an evolutionary fluid that can make up for its shortcomings, so that it can complete its evolution. Spicy Rabbit Head, by the way, my blood-eye rabbit is now a level 18 elite monster. I have looked for many breeders, even a few mid-level breeders. Can you give me a satisfactory answer? Credit points are not a problem. Senior Year Department. Su Ming on this side was already ready to delete the other party directly, but just as he was about to do so, a message from the other party happened to come in and interrupted Su Ming's action. You know how to post normal things? I thought you were still dreaming. Seeing that the message was normal, Su Ming couldn't help but sneer. He didn't know if he could cultivate mythical creatures based on the illustrations, but even if he could, he didn't think that Blue Star would have the materials to really cultivate mythical creatures. He even felt that those breeders who only bred creatures like the hellhound might not be incompetent, but simply did not have the materials. As a result, when Su Ming finished reading all the messages sent by the other party, the sneer disappeared involuntarily. Evil Silver Gradient, it's already 5 o'clock. I'm in the senior class right now. I don't have time to check on your beast and customize its evolution path in person. Let's do it tomorrow. Spicy Rabbit Head, I will bring the beast to find you. You wait for me to come down. Su Ming? After reading it again, Su Ming was sure that he was not mistaken, but his brain didn't react at first. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made sense. Logically speaking, the Beast Master can evolve when it reaches Elite Level 11, but the Beast Master has reached Level 18 and still hasn't found a suitable trainer to customize the evolution route. In this case, it is understandable that they are so anxious. After understanding the basic situation, Su Ming began to search for information about the Blood-Eyed Rabbit. Blood-Eyed Rabbit has strong melee ability, but its strong forelimbs result in insufficient explosive speed and sustained speed in its hind legs. The polarization is serious, which is a serious shortcoming. Serious shortcomings? Seeing this serious shortcoming, Su Ming's eyes brightened. It's good to have serious shortcomings. If it's a serious shortcoming, then more and more expensive materials will be needed. If you charge yourself, he can charge more. Moreover, I can also make money with Wang Jinbao, which is considered as returning a favor. Su Ming was the kind of person who would do what he thought of. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't wait to go out and come to Wang Jinbao's door again. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm eating. Wang Jinbao, who came to open the door for Su Ming while still chewing his food, made way with some confusion and motioned Su Ming to come in and talk. Su Ming didn't hesitate and went straight in and closed the door. But when he came in, he found that the black scorpion was still lying in the same position without moving, which made him feel a little strange. You cleaned up the vomit? Didn't you put the black scorpion on the bed? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao raised his eyebrows and asked, Does your Debao sleep on the bed? Su Ming. Wang Jinbao suddenly smiled. Why are you silent when I was just joking? I also thought about moving the black scorpion, but it has some small spikes growing on its body, and they are increasing in number. I didn't dare touch it because I was afraid of getting scratched and it was poisonous, so I just left it there. I am now more and more curious about how strong my black scorpion will become after the breeding is finished. Is your Debao the same as my black scorpion now? Tomorrow, when the two of them are done, let's go out into the wild and try it out. 2 people? Su Ming hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. At this time, Wang Jinbao had returned to his seat and started eating the pork trotter rice. To you, what do you want from me at this hour? Listening to the somewhat unclear voice, Su Ming explained what had just happened. Yes, I do have something to talk to you about. I just received an order for a level 18 Blood-Eyed Rabbit to be customized and evolved. It was clearly stated that they wanted to customize the order to fill the gap in speed, and they also emphasized that they were not short of money. I came to you to see if I can get them to buy the materials from you. If we can make money, we can make it together. Wang Jinbao, who was eating pork trotter rice, widened his eyes as big as copper bells when he heard this. Blood-Eyed Rabbit? Or an evolution that makes up for the Blood-Eyed Rabbit's shortcomings? Or a level 18 one? No, is there such a stubborn person in Baiyun City? How come I don't know anything about it? Stubborn? Su Ming was a little confused when he heard these 2 words. What do you mean? Is it a question of the difficulty of evolution after the level is high? Wang Jinbao swallowed the pork trotter rice in his mouth and nodded slowly. You said that, but it's not the most important issue. The important thing is that the Blood-Eyed Rabbit, even at level 18, is slower than your white shadow cat. The Blood-Eyed Rabbit's partiality is extremely serious. Its claws are very sharp, and it can control each claw freely. Its strength is also very strong. But the speed is too slow, so I find it strange. Would a rich person really contract a monster like this? After hearing this, Su Ming nodded silently and said indifferently, What does it have to do with me? The Blood-Eyed Rabbit is also nicknamed the Violent Rabbit. Its well-developed front limbs make it powerful, but its weak hind limbs make it slow. I'm just a trainer. The other party pays the money, you sell the materials, and I provide the technology. Isn't that enough? Wang Jinbao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, blinked, thought for a few seconds, and then nodded decisively. Yeah, the more fools like this the better. Chapter 49, 2,700,000. Beep beep. After reading the message on the phone, Su Ming turned his attention to Wang Jinbao. She said she had arrived and asked us to go to the entrance of the senior high school department to find her. Wang Jinbao, who had just finished eating the pork trotter rice, wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go, and let me see who is so brave." When the two of them went downstairs and arrived at the gate of the senior high school department, they saw a car similar to Wang Jinbao's parked at the gate. Huh! Why does this license plate number look familiar? Wang Jinbao felt that the license plate number looked familiar, and something was wrong. Su Ming looked at him in surprise. Why? Do you know this client? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao was silent, and shook his head uncertainly. I'm not sure, but the license plate number looks familiar. I'll know when I get over there. As he said this, Wang Jinbao's memory was running wildly, but when the two men walked to the side of the car and the owner of the car got out, Wang Jinbao stared at them in astonishment. Qian Yeye? Do you really know Wang Jinbao? Su Ming looked at the open car door in confusion. A fashionable girl wearing a pink and purple short shawl jacket, a light yellow knee-length skirt and black high boots got out of the car. After getting off the car, the other party took off his sunglasses and looked at Wang Jinbao with a chuckle. Hey, isn't this little gold ingot? I haven't seen you for a while. Do you miss your sister? The corners of Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched, and his resistant look clearly showed that he didn't want to answer the other party's question. If he had known it was Qian Yeye, he would not have brought her here at all. Seeing that her greeting was ignored, Qian Yeye didn't seem angry. Instead, she looked directly at Su Ming and raised her eyebrows. Junior, are you bringing your acquaintances with you to make money from me? Su Ming fell into a brief silence after hearing this. It seems that the other party was also a student of the senior year department. The 18th level blood-eyed rabbit. I just want to make it more convenient for the customers. After all, with a businessman next to them, the price of materials can be more accurate. Qian Yeye raised her eyebrows slightly and did not answer. Instead, she opened the back door of the car, and a rabbit about the same size as Su Ming's white shadow cat jumped out of the car. But what is strange is that the rabbit's two front legs look muscular and visually impactful, while its two hind legs are unexpectedly thin, which is quite different from the front legs. Beast Tamer, Blood-Eye Rabbit, Melancholy. Talent, Excellence. Level 18 Elite. Element Earth. Ability, Claw, Great Strength. Evolution Condition 1. Evolution Condition 2. Number of evolutions, 1, not evolved. Illustrated introduction. God does not favor any creature. The muscles and strength of the blood-eye rabbit are extremely strong, but the problem with its hind legs comes from its own racial genetic defects, and it cannot be significantly changed after birth. After getting off the car, the blood-eyed rabbit made no sound and sat upright next to Qian Yeye. Although its hind legs had a congenital genetic defect, it did not mean that it could not move or run. It's just that its speed is very slow, and although it has brute force, it is difficult to use it. Generally speaking, it needs to be matched with other beasts. Inexplicably, Su Ming discovered the bright spot, but making money is the most important thing now. Senior Qian's blood-eyed rabbit seems a little depressed, and is also worried about the problem with his legs. As Su Ming spoke, he pretended to check his body's condition. Qian Yeye glanced at Wang Jinbao with a hint of surprise before answering Su Ming's question. Yes, this kid is very worried that he will need other beasts to cooperate with him in the battle, and he is worried that it alone will not be able to help. You figured out my beast master's emotional issues so quickly. You are quite capable, little brother. The blood-eyed rabbit also looked at Su Ming curiously, as if it felt a glimmer of hope. The previous intermediate breeders had not noticed its emotional problems so quickly. After Su Ming finished reading all the evolutionary routes, he gently patted the blood-eye rabbit on the head and said, I have some idea about the evolutionary materials. Do you want to hear about it? After Su Ming said this, the reluctant Wang Jinbao and Qian Yeye, who had a glimmer of hope in her eyes, were both stunned. Wang Jinbao was so frightened that he hurried forward, grabbed Su Ming's hand and whispered, Su-ming, this woman is not a good person. Don't be fooled by her appearance. She can really go crazy. Let's take another look, take a closer look, and think about it slowly. There's no rush. Forehead? Listening to the trembling voice with a hint of panic, Su-ming glanced between Wang Jinbao and Qianyeye strangely, and began to have an idea in his mind. Junior brother? Are you serious? Qianyeye frowned slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied with the speed at which Su-ming came to a conclusion. Su-ming glanced at Qianyeye, who had a questioning look on her face. This was actually normal. After all, she came to a conclusion so quickly. It would be strange if she didn't find it strange. About half an hour later, Su-ming confirmed that the 296th evolutionary route in the Atlas met Qianyeye's requirements. 1 core of the Battle Supreme Mountain Earth Stoneman, 1 inner elixir of the elite wind-chasing tiger, 200-year-old beast blood fruits, 1 blood jade radish, and 2 liters of sap from the wind-attracting tree. I looked at the information about the blood-eye rabbit before you came. I have been thinking about it for more than an hour. I looked at the situation of your blood-eye rabbit just to confirm whether it is suitable and whether any changes need to be made. Think ahead? Wang Jinbao blinked, thinking to himself, weren't they chatting just now? Could it be that Su-ming was multitasking? Wang Jinbao didn't understand, but he was deeply shocked. Have you been thinking about it? Qianyeye hesitated. If that was true, then it would be understandable why it was so fast. Okay, I believe you, Xiao Jin Yuan Mao. Ask your family to send the materials. Su-ming? When Wang Jinbao felt Su-ming's suspicious gaze, he couldn't help it. Give me money! How can I sell my things to someone who takes things from me every day without paying? Just when Su-ming was shocked when he heard this, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew into his nose. Qianyeye put her arm around Wang Jinbao's shoulders and pinched his face without any scruples. Okay, then give me a price. Su-ming on the side consciously distanced himself. Now he understood that the relationship between Qianyeye and Wang Jinbao was not just as simple as acquaintance. At least they were childhood sweethearts. This also made him curious about the other person's identity, so after keeping a distance, Su-ming watched the two of them silently. After hearing Qianyeye's words, Wang Jinbao's expression improved a lot and he started to take out his cell phone to do the math. 200-year-old beast blood fruits are 2 million credit points, the core of the battle-level mountain earth and stone man is 500,000 credit points, the inner elixir of the elite wind-chasing tiger is 150,000 credit points, the blood jade radish is 50,000 each, and 2 liters of wind-attracting tree juice is 10,000 credit points. After taking a look at the final price, Wang Jinbao's eyes brightened and he cleared his throat. Ahem, the total is 2,710,000 credit points. I'll give you 2,700,000 credit points. 2,700,000? Qianyeye frowned somewhat unhappily. Then I should thank you? Chapter 50 Smiling Tiger. After playing yin and yang with Wang Jinbao, Qianyeye looked at Su-ming. I need so many materials for my blood-eyed rabbit. Is it because of the level? That's right. After answering the other party's question, Su-ming began to explain. When it's time for the beast to evolve, it's best to do it quickly. The longer you wait, the more likely it is that the beast will become overly adapted to the new class, and evolution will become more difficult. Normally, it is possible to evolve it at levels 11 to 15, but your blood-eye rabbit is level 18, so the materials required are naturally more expensive and more. Of course, this is not the case with monsters in the wild. They have no contract with humans, so whether they can evolve or not depends entirely on their own fate. Qianyeye nodded from time to time as she listened, and seemed to be very satisfied with Su-ming's words. Okay, 2.7 million is 2.7 million. Then, little brother, how much is the total cost for the customized evolution fluid and the customization fee? After discussing the price of the materials, it was time to pay for his own refining. Su-ming chuckled. Since you have such a good relationship with Jinbao, I will charge you 1.3 million in total. 1,300,000? Little brother, this price is high, isn't it? Tingting told me that you are economical and affordable. Qianyeye couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard the quotation, and even Wang Jinbao couldn't help but give Su-ming a thumbs up. How cruel! Su-ming is really cruel. He asked for 1.3 million yuan at the beginning, and that was a bargain. It's comfortable. Even Qian Ye's own blood-eyed rabbit felt something was wrong. Its food rations were only 30,000 or 40,000 a month. How could it cost 4 million to make a fortune? 10 years of food rations? Su Ming was not surprised at all by Qian Ye's shock. It would be strange if someone was not surprised to hear this offer. The evolution route of a general customized elite monster plus material refining would only cost 50 to 1 million. Rich people are rich, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. As if thinking of something, Qian Ye couldn't help but ask with a smile. Then tell me, little brother, what will this custom evolution be like? I forgot to ask you just now, can the speed problem of my blood-eyed rabbit be solved? If possible, don't even mention 1.3 million, 3.1 million will do. Wang Jinbao, who was still being embraced by Qian Ye, turned his head away in disgust. This woman is rich, but his parents just won't take money. Fortunately, I am running my own business this time, otherwise I would have suffered another huge loss. Before Su Ming could speak, Qian Ye's blood-eyed rabbit came over with a hopeful look on its face and looked at Su Ming silently. Seeing the blood-eyed rabbit like this, Su Ming fell into deep thought. For beast tamers, the intelligence level of servants is roughly equivalent to that of human infants, while that of elites is that of children. This blood-eyed rabbit also longs to become stronger and not hold Qian Ye back. Inexplicably, Su Ming reached out and rubbed the blood-eyed rabbit's chin, but the other party did not resist. The blood-eyed rabbit's hind legs are a congenital genetic problem of the species. It cannot be completely changed, but it can be improved to a large extent. The custom evolution I just reported can enhance the strength and defense of the blood-eyed rabbit. The hind legs are definitely several times stronger than this. After saying that, Su Ming and blood-eyed rabbit looked at Qian Ye almost at the same time. After hearing this, the other party did not hesitate. He took out his mobile phone and tapped Wang Jinbao's face to signal Wang Jinbao to accept the money. Then the next second he saw the payment code that Wang Jinbao had already prepared, and his eyebrows raised. Transfer the money. 2,700,000. Receive 2.7 million credit points. Little brother, this is yours. Su Ming walked forward with a stern face, actually to suppress his inner emotions. Receive 1.3 million credit points. After paying the money, Qian Ye let go of Wang Jinbao and motioned for him to go and adjust the goods. Then she looked at Su Ming and asked, How long will it take for my blood-eyed rabbit's evolutionary fluid to come out? The core of the mountain stone man is difficult to process. It will take 5 days. Today is Wednesday. You can come and get it next Monday. Don't feed the blood-eyed rabbit monster meat or spiritual plants during this period. Just feed it some ordinary food. Qian Ye nodded silently upon hearing this, and suddenly patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Come on, the president of our Baiyun City Trainer Association is only a senior trainer, and there has never been a master trainer yet. Su Ming was distracted when he heard that, and when he turned around, Qian Ye and blood-eyed rabbit had already gotten into the car. This person is actually willing to trust me this time just for Wang Jinbao's sake, right? After all, customized evolution and refining evolution fluid are two different things. I originally wanted to bring Wang Jinbao to make money, but in the end, it was because of Wang Jinbao that the other party was willing to trust me. This is really the power of connections. Shaking his head, Su Ming didn't think too much about it. As a trainer, if you want to make money by gaining fame, it will not work without someone to help promote it. And if you want to promote and make money, connections are more important. This is the same principle as how Wang Jinbao promoted his materials company. On the side, Wang Jinbao, who had just finished a phone call, came over. Does this refining take so long? Do I need you to watch over me? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, No need. Didn't you just say upstairs that you wanted to try the cultivated black scorpion tomorrow? Then let's go to the wild and try it tomorrow. Wang Jinbao made the okay gesture without hesitation. I've asked someone to deliver the goods. They should be here soon. Wait here for a moment. The core of the mountain earth and stone man is a bit heavy. I'll ask them to bring you a bigger pot. But do you really not need to buy a batch of special experimental equipment? Buying lab equipment specifically? Hearing this, Su Ming shook his head decisively. He currently only has about 1.6 million credit points saved, which is enough to buy Debao's elite-level evolution materials. But if you want to buy a set of experimental equipment, 1.6 million is only enough to buy the worst one, and may not even be enough. No, I still think pressure cookers and induction cookers work better. Wang Jinbao felt a sense of agreement when he heard this. Indeed, the same effect can be achieved while saving money. After waiting for about an hour, Wang Jinbao's employees arrived. It was not until Su Ming saw the core of the mountain earth and stone man, looking at the irregular mixture in front of him that looked a bit like crystal and mud, that he understood why Wang Jinbao suggested waiting here. This thing must be over 100 pounds. If you really can't help it, call your Debao to wake him up? The required materials are not important, the refining ratio is the most important. Wang Jinbao understood this very well and asked Su Ming carefully. It's okay. Just ask your company's people to put this into the big bucket they brought. Wang Jinbao didn't say anything, he just patted his chest towards Su Ming and came to his employees. He was normal just now, but his expression turned cold as soon as he saw the employees. Don't listen to what you shouldn't. You don't need me to teach you, right? After he finished speaking, seeing that the two employees ignored him, Wang Jinbao nodded silently and turned to look at Su Ming. Let's go, Su Ming, we have to go to the front and open the door. Chapter 51 Mutation. The next morning, it was dawn. Slurp slurp. Su Ming, who was still asleep, frowned slightly, turned sideways and continued to sleep soundly. Slurp slurp. He randomly reached out his hands and patted him twice, but Su Ming still didn't wake up. Until... Huh! What smells so fishy and stinky? Su Ming was awakened by a fishy smell, and when he opened his eyes he saw a ferocious monster with pupils shrunk to the size of rice grains and most of its eyes occupied by whites, baring its teeth and looking at him at the head of his bed. Seeing this monster he had never seen before, Su Ming's pupils slowly contracted. Where did this monster come from? Where is my Debao? Just as Su Ming was thinking about what to do, the monster's pupils suddenly dilated and the corners of its mouth curled up slightly as if it was smiling. Meow? Is the master frightened? Su Ming was distracted when he heard the cat's cry and asked tentatively. Debao? Suddenly, the monster's illustrated guide popped up. Beast Tamer, White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Level 7, Servant. Ability Extreme Speed, Terrifying Eyes. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description. Due to the breeding mutation, his personality has become cruel, he has a strong sense of territory, has a strong desire to attack, his attack methods are brutal, and he likes hunting. Is it really Debao? Su Ming confirmed the situation and his eyes widened slowly. How could a culture medium become like this? It's not evolution? Let me see your claws. Curious, Su Ming scratched Debao's head to check it out, and then started to scratch Debao's paws. The claws have also become much bigger and sharper. It's not that the cat's paws have become bigger, but the claws have popped out, and even look like they are made of fine iron. Meow. I'm awesome, right? Su Ming nodded silently. It's a big change. If it weren't for the fact that your body's shape or appearance hasn't changed much, I would have thought you had evolved. The way you looked at me just now should be the ability of the pupil of fear. Debao blinked and said, Meow. The master is very smart, but can be more scary. What do you mean? No, let's not do that. We'll go to the wild later and you can try out its power. Hearing his Debao say that the fish could be even stronger, Su Ming rejected Debao's invitation to the experiment without hesitation, released the bait, and said he would go to the wild later. Sure enough, when Debao heard that they were going to go into the wild, he immediately changed from lying down to sitting up straight. But just as Su Ming was about to get out of bed to enjoy the benefits of being a squad leader and order food, there was a violent knock on the door. Su Ming, open the door quickly, Su Ming! Hurry! Is this voice Wang Jinbao? Su Ming was a little confused and didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly put on his slippers and ran to the door in his pajamas to open it. It turned out that Wang Jinbao outside the door was wearing pajamas and slippers just like him. What's the matter? Are you in such a hurry? Seeing Su Ming opening the door, Wang Jinbao moved his throat. Before he could recover and speak, the head of a cat-like monster that he had never seen before popped out from beside Su Ming. His face was ferocious, his mouth slightly open revealing his pale teeth, and his eyes were so shrunken that only the whites were left, filled with chilling ferocity. In just a moment, Wang Jinbao, who was stared at by these eyes, seemed to have lost the ability to speak and was moving slowly to the side. "What's wrong with you? Huh? Why did your face suddenly turn so pale?" Su Ming, who felt something was wrong, followed Wang Jinbao's gaze and looked down, only to see Debao staring at Wang Jinbao and making a move to move forward. Thinking of the fact that Debao's profile had just changed, Su Ming was so scared that he grabbed the hair on Debao's neck. "Go in, Debao, and don't bite anyone." As soon as Su Ming gave the order, Debao licked his lips and returned to normal. He glared at Wang Jinbao with dissatisfaction, then turned around and went back to the house. Wang Jinbao's expression did not improve until Debao left, but he was still breathing heavily. "Has your Debao changed so much? I feel like that's not a white shadow cat. I feel like it's going to eat me." Su Ming, who knew the situation, smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, the kid must have been teasing you just now. He licked me awake this morning and scared me like this." Wang Jinbao was amazed when he heard this. "I understand why you used the cat fruit. The effect is too outrageous. The white shadow cat is already ferocious, and now it's even more ferocious. At first, I didn't recognize it as your Debao because of the look in your eyes. He has changed even more than my black scorpion." "Your black scorpion?" Su Ming's face showed realization when he heard this. It seems that Wang Jinbao's black scorpion has also undergone a significant change, which is why it came to find me. "Let's go check on your black scorpion." After going out, Su Ming closed the door directly and followed Wang Jinbao to the other party's dormitory. Wang Jinbao spoke as soon as the door opened. "Here, take a look." "You let me see it right after the door opens?" Su Ming glanced at Wang Jinbao suspiciously, then looked inside the house. But when he saw the black scorpion, he was stunned. The black scorpion before looked like an enlarged version of the ordinary black scorpion before the revival of spiritual energy, but now, he seemed to see that the black scorpion's eyes turned red and purple. In addition, many spikes appeared on its body. Every piece of its shell was covered with densely packed spikes of different sizes and lengths. Even the tail hook turned into a deep dark purple. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but find it a little amusing to see that Su Ming, who was adjusting the culture medium, was also confused. "Are you confused too?" Su Ming came back to his senses and rolled his eyes when he heard this. "Nonsense, I just took the trainer certificate exam yesterday, why would so many people come to me?" Wang Jinbao naturally knew it, so after chatting away the small talk he went straight to the point. "Then take a look at my black scorpion to see if there's anything wrong with it. I saw it move a bit when I woke up this morning, and then it became still." "Not moving?" Su Ming couldn't help but ask back after confirming that he had heard correctly. Hearing the words, "no movement," Su Ming's first reaction was that the scorpion was dead, but the black scorpion's tail was on its back, which clearly showed that it was not dead. "Don't worry, let me take a look." Beast Tamer, Black Scorpion, Empty Stomach. Talent Elite. Level 8 Servant. Ability, Poison. Evolution Condition 1. Illustrated description, a neutral monster with a strong sense of territory. After taking a special culture fluid, the toxin of its tail hook becomes extremely toxic, and its speed of digging holes and moving underground is several times faster than before. Its ground movement speed is greatly improved, but it has no desire to move when it is hungry. Empty stomach? Don't feel like moving when you're hungry? Seeing this situation, Su Ming opened his mouth and his eyes gradually became speechless. Hungry? Now the black scorpion doesn't want to move when it's hungry. Don't you want to move because you're hungry? Wang Jinbao blinked in confusion as if to confirm that he had not heard wrong. Chapter 52. Two people go together. Is it a side effect or something? Facing Wang Jinbao, who seemed a little confused, Su Ming explained. It's not a side effect. Just take it with you for a few fights. Let's go after breakfast and go to the wild. Okay. About 30 minutes later, after washing up and having breakfast, the two of them arrived at the school gate with their respective beasts. I feel energetic after eating. TSK TSK. Su Ming, your cultivation fluid is really useful. My black scorpion's speed is obviously much faster than before. I feel like I can actively attack now. Su Ming turned his head and saw Wang Jinbao pinching the black scorpion's tail, and smiled. Maybe you can let your black scorpion burrow into the ground later, just like the killer mantis we encountered last time. Now your black scorpion can kill instantly. The black scorpion understood what Su Ming said and excitedly shook its claws at Su Ming. Hiss. As a result, before it could shake twice, Devouring suddenly rushed over and slapped its paw away, and gave him a glare. Meow! What's going on? Devouring's ferocious look frightened the black scorpion so much that it dared not raise its claws. Wang Jinbao was amazed by this scene. Your great treasure is more protective of its master than before. I am more curious about your great treasure's situation than my black scorpion. Su Ming smiled embarrassedly, looked at Black Scorpion's aggrieved look, and patted his Devouring's head speechlessly. Black Scorpion is happy with me and is thanking me, idiot. Devouring turned his head and said, Meow. Meow. Don't listen. No one is allowed to act aggressively towards you. Su Ming, who probably understood Devouring's meaning, was a little amused. Let's go to the end of the road and go to the wild. But are we really not going to call Ouyang Li and Zhao Guan along? When Wang Jinbao heard this, he shook his head and waved his hands to reject Su Ming's proposal. Although we have a good relationship with them, you will be ruined when the class fight comes. And I'm sure those two guys may have already gone into the wild. We're going to have a class fight in a few months. Class fight? Su Ming finally reacted after hearing this word and slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about it. After confirming the situation, the two of them walked on the side of the road with their respective beasts, chatting as they walked. But when I walked to the signboard I had come to the day before, I found that the signboard had been moved, and I also saw a handprint smaller than the palm of an adult male on the soil next to it. Su Ming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. Really? This is the mark of Zhao Guang's riotous monkey, right? Of course it is. Who else but us would dare to go out of school and into the wild? Wang Jinbao directly affirmed Su Ming's question, but just as the two were about to enter the wild, Devouring and Black Scorpion all stopped and stood in front of their masters. They were both stunned, and after looking at each other, they looked solemn. No, there are others! X2. Wang Jinbao narrowed his eyes. Are there other students here? Could it be Wang Hui and Lily? By the way, my Black Scorpion's perception and sense of smell have also become much stronger, tisk. Su Ming looked down at Devouring, who was holding up his trouser legs. Let's go in first. Anyway, none of the beast masters in the city come here. They are probably from some other class. Or maybe it's the monitor of class 4? Devouring, let's not look for those strangers and focus on our own work. Devouring immediately let go of Su Ming's trouser legs and shouted happily. Meow. Fight, fight. After receiving the order, Devouring immediately led the way in front, and Haixi consciously stayed behind to cover the rear. Soon the two of them entered the forest. Compared to the last time when I could hear some insect chirping, this time I hardly heard any insect chirping at all. After the two of them walked for a distance with the beast, the atmosphere was not as serious as at the beginning. Instead, they started chatting in a slightly light-hearted manner. Su Ming, if you automatically fire Qian Ye's Blood-Eye Rabbit's evolutionary fluid, it won't burn too much, right? No, the core of the Zhan Shou Shan Earth and Stone Man is very hard. It won't be that easy. Suddenly, Su Ming's voice stopped abruptly, and Wang Jinbao twitched his nose strangely as if he was smelling something. The scent, it smells like flowers. A plant-type monster, or a spiritual plant? Su Ming was a little surprised. This time they took a different route, but they didn't expect to encounter something so soon. The two of them hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. They didn't know what was emitting the floral fragrance, and they couldn't be sure whether it was a monster or a spiritual plant. Devouring twitched his nose and quickly dived into the bushes nearby. When Su Ming heard the noise, he saw Devouring coming out holding a bunch of flowers, about 20 centimeters long, that looked a bit like roses. Monster, rose monster. Talent, ordinary. Level 2 servant. Ability none. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction, a common plant monster in the forest. It has no means of attack and almost no means of defense. It has a long growth cycle and can only rely on absorbing sunlight and moisture to improve itself. It will emit a charming fragrance when it is improving. It is non-toxic and soothing, but it will undergo a qualitative change when it reaches the elite level. Wang Jinbao blinked. Rose monster? The powder from the flower buds of this thing should be able to sell for a few thousand credits. Hearing that it was worth several thousand credit points, Suming directly indicated that Debao was lost. Let's keep going. When Debao heard that his master didn't want it, he opened his mouth and spit out the rose monster he was holding. He tilted his head to look at it, then chopped the rose monster into pieces with one claw and started leading the way again. But when the black scorpion passed by the crushed rose monster, it subconsciously used its claws to pick up a petal to taste. As a result, as soon as the petals entered the black scorpion's mouth, foam began to spit out all the foam. Wang Jinbao turned around and saw this scene, with speechless words written all over his face. You are so greedy, I'll eat you to death. Then drill a hole and follow me. I'll see how fast you are. After Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he ignored the black scorpion and continued to walk forward with Su Ming. After vomiting, the black scorpion found that only the shadow of its master could be seen, so it dug its claws into the ground and drilled directly into it. Wang Jinbao in front was chatting with Su Ming. The next second, a big hole appeared behind him, which scared him. A black scorpion covered with thorns came out directly. Hiss. So fast? Wang Jinbao was a little dazed as he looked at the hole dug by the black scorpion. They should have walked more than 100 meters. The time it takes for the black scorpion to dig the hole and move underground should be less than 3 seconds, right? Looking at the black scorpion that came out of the hole, Su Ming looked thoughtful. So fast? This is beyond my expectation. Why don't you just let your black scorpion follow us? Who knows, maybe we can use it as a trap to enforce the law. Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he couldn't help but give Su Ming a thumbs up. Good idea. Chapter 53, Forest Python. The two men and the beast were walking on the ground, and underground behind Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, there was actually a black scorpion hiding, ready to rush out at any time. Rustling. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao became alert the moment they heard the noise. Debao even stopped moving forward and tilted his head slightly back, as if he was ready to turn around and fight at the command. Don't worry, Black Scorpion is behind us. Did you hear the sound of loosening the soil? Rumbling. The subtle vibrations and sounds began to move backwards from under the feet of the two people. Let's keep going. When Debao heard this, he turned his head to look at Su Ming somewhat unhappily, then walked forward with his head slightly lowered. Su Ming couldn't help laughing when he saw his eldest son coming up with grievance. Silly boy, you come next. This time, let's try to see how the black scorpion changes. Meow? Real? Looking at Debao, who stopped immediately and turned his head to look at him, Su Ming scratched its chin with amusement. Of course, it's also because the low-level monsters in the wild can't understand what we say, or maybe it's in the eyes of the guy behind us. We are already meat on the chopping block. Compared to Su Ming, who was talking and chatting with Debao, although Wang Jinbao did not turn around, his attention was always on the movements behind him, and he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound behind the two of them, as if something large was breaking out of the ground. The moment the sound was heard, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming turned around hurriedly. The bushes more than 1 meter high, about 10 meters to the left behind them, kept making noises. Hiss! When Wang Jinbao and Su Ming heard this voice, their expressions suddenly changed. Wait, is that the sound of a snake? Debao, go check out what's going on. Meow! Court death! Just as the pale figure was about to rush out, a black scorpion covered with thorns and holding a snake head in its mouth quickly crawled out from behind the bushes. Monster, Forest Python, died from poison. Talent, Ordinary. Level 7, Servant. Ability, None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a relatively rare python monster in the forest. Although it is non-venomous, its strangulation ability has been greatly enhanced. When the female python lays eggs in the nest, the male python will be blasted out. Apart from this kind of snake generally does not leave its nest too far, and likes to chew the food with its sharp teeth before swallowing. Hiss! The black scorpion raised its claws to show off its victory to the dazed Wang Jinbao. After seeing the situation clearly, Devouring walked over curiously. Soon, a python with a body length of nearly 8 meters and as thick as an adult's thigh, and snake skin covered as green grass, was picked up by the two beasts. Wang Jinbao stared at the scene in a daze. He seemed to hear his heart beating faster in his chest due to excitement. Oh my god, it only took a dozen seconds, and my black scorpion killed such a big forest python? Su Ming couldn't help laughing when he heard Wang Jinbao's self-questioning and patted him on the shoulder. This training is quite effective, isn't it? I forgot to tell you that the black scorpion's previous toxin is now a strong neurotoxin. Did you see the upper jaw of the forest python that was pierced through? The first hit of the tail hook probably pierced into the forest python's brain. The screams that followed were the injection of toxins and the struggle, which actually accelerated the flow of toxins. All the nerves in my body were poisoned and destroyed in just a dozen seconds. These words went straight into Wang Jinbao's heart. He had never thought that cultivation could achieve an effect only slightly worse than evolution. This was too outrageous. Suddenly thinking of customized evolution, Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming with fiery eyes. My black scorpion is expected to break through to the elite level next week. Can you customize a route for him then? No problem. Just as Su Ming smiled and agreed to Wang Jinbao's request, the black scorpion had already started eating. Devouring stood by and watched with great displeasure, making a whining sound in his throat. It can't be eaten because the snake is highly poisonous, not because the black scorpion doesn't allow it to be eaten. Looking at the black scorpion that only eats internal organs and not meat, Devouring felt that this scene was very wasteful, but he could only watch and angrily dug the soil with his claws. After breeding, the black scorpion not only has all-round enhanced capabilities, but also eats faster and becomes more picky. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but nod slowly as he watched his black scorpion begin to stop eating the monster's intestines and internal organs. Finally, you know not to eat this shit? You know to only eat the good stuff, right? The black scorpion paused for a moment with its claws holding the snake's heart and gallbladder, and then continued to eat in big mouthfuls. Now the more Wang Jinbao looked at his black scorpion, the more satisfied he was. No one understood the importance of a gifted breeder better than a businessman like him whose family sold materials. Thinking of this, Wang Jinbao spoke inexplicably. Oh, it's another blood loss. Su Ming, who was comforting Devouring nearby, was curious when he heard this and subconsciously asked, What's wrong? I feel like you've given that bitch Xianyaya too little, only 1.3 million? I can almost see her blood-eyed rabbit running away with every punch. Looking at Wang Jinbao beating his chest and stamping his feet in anger, Su Ming was confused and didn't know how to respond to Wang Jinbao's words. He was stunned for a long time before speaking. Just now on the road, didn't you say that you two were childhood sweethearts? Now that I see you like this, it doesn't seem like that. When Wang Jinbao heard this, his expression froze and his eyes became speechless and hesitant. It was this behavior that made Su Ming understand something. She liked to bully you when she was a child? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jinbao's face turned redder at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the black scorpion next to him had almost finished eating the nutritious internal organs of the forest python. Seeing that the black scorpion had almost finished eating, Su Ming chose to change the subject directly. Let's go find the nest of this forest python. Forest pythons usually don't leave their nests and hunt near their homes. Your black scorpion came out from underground. If the forest python's nest is behind that bush, no monster would eat in such an uncertain crisis. Having said this, Su Ming patted Devouring on the head. Devouring search. When Devouring heard that the snake's nest was nearby, his angry and unhappy expression disappeared instantly, and he went straight into the bushes where the forest python came out. Wang Jinbao was puzzled by this scene. Why would they look for the forest python's nest? Would there be something good there? Wait, you mean something has occupied its nest, forcing it to hunt outside the nest? Facing his friend's question, Su Ming nodded slowly. Yes, unlike other snake monsters, forest pythons are monogamous. A forest python couple will raise their children to be able to hunt independently and then leave leaving the nest for their children. Chapter 54 Red Fire Snake. Huh! Are you serious? Wang Jinbao felt incredible when he heard this. Can such a cold-blooded creature as a snake have such a situation? TSK, you trainers are the ones who have the most experience when you go out. I only know how to estimate and sell materials. Looking at Wang Jinbao, who was shaking his head, Su Ming chuckled and did not answer. Soon Devour, who had gone out to look for the forest python's nest, came back. Meow, meow. Snake, a very red snake. What a red snake! Su Ming couldn't help but wonder. Wang Jinbao on the side turned his head and looked at Lin Meng's corpse. Snakes can also have this kind of love that transcends caste? Su Ming frowned slightly. It's possible but not certain. It's also possible that the snake occupied the forest python's nest and drove the forest python out. Let's go outside and take a look. Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement and kicked the black scorpion that was lying motionless after eating. Black scorpion, get to work! Seeing that it had to work again, the black scorpion raised its chelicerae as if in protest, then turned around and quickly burrowed into the soil. Devour, lead the way to have a look. Devour licked his lips and immediately walked in front to lead the way. The two followed Devour and walked back for about a few dozen meters, then changed direction and walked nearly 100 meters. A tree hole came into their sight. Wang Jinbao subconsciously raised his head to measure the height of the tree, and said with emotion, This snake's fangs are really durable. It can bite a tree this thick hollow. Su Ming ignored Wang Jinbao and looked carefully into the cave. There seemed to be wind in the tree hole, and he could vaguely smell a slight fishy odor. Soon, Su Ming saw the situation inside the cave clearly. It was just as Devour said. There was a red snake coiled motionless inside the tree hole. But the snake looked like it was only about 4 meters long when it was lying on its coiled body, and 1/3 the thickness of a forest python. There was a bulging part of its body, and it looked like it was indeed laying eggs. Monster, red fire snake, growing. Talent, elite. Level 5, servant. Ability, fire poison. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction, a solitary venomous snake. Creatures bitten by it will feel a burning pain. Most fire snakes like to reproduce with other snakes in order to borrow seeds to adjust their offspring to larger sizes. Su Ming blinked. It was the first time he saw such a situation. However, although Devour can enter the cave, the space inside is small and Devour may not be able to fully display his strength. Inexplicably, Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao. Huh! What happened? He was still waiting for Su Ming to command the beast to end the battle, and he looked confused when he saw Su Ming looking at him. Well, there's a red fire snake inside, and it is laying eggs. I guess it can't be lured out. My Devour can go in, but he definitely can't do anything about the situation inside. Having said that, Wang Jinbao immediately understood what Su Ming meant. Go, black scorpion, don't poison me this time, and let that red fire snake drag you into the mud. Devour lay on the ground in pain. He knew the situation, but he was a little unhappy because he didn't get to touch anything. In the tree hole, the red fire snake that was giving birth looked thoughtfully outside the cave. It could feel that something was looking at it, but the size of the cave was too small for ordinary creatures to enter. So it didn't care. After all, this kind of situation happened more than once or twice. Just as it was about to continue laying eggs, it suddenly felt the soil beneath it seemed to move. Its instinctive alertness made it want to move away from this position as soon as possible, but a huge chelicerae was one step faster than it, and directly clamped its coiled tail. Hiss! Before it could roar twice to call the forest python, its entire body was dragged into the soil the next second. Only then did it realize that the enemy was a strange-looking scorpion. Feeling the severe pain in its tail, it twisted its body, opened its mouth and tried to bite the opponent, but was blocked by the black scorpion's empty chelicerae. The underground space was dug by the black scorpion, and the black scorpion clamped its tail and pulled it backwards with its hind legs instinctively. In addition, it was about to give birth, so it had no strength at all. After failing in the first attack, the red fire snake wanted to try again. However, this time, the black scorpion was faster than it, and its claws covered with dense spikes directly clamped the red fire snake's head. The next second, the sound of bones breaking was heard continuously, and smelly blood kept splashing out from the wound on the red fire snake's head. Hiss! The black scorpion hissed back, and its two pincers combined to drag the increasingly slow-moving red fire snake back the way it had come. When the black scorpion confirmed the location and started to dig a hole to get out, the red fire snake suddenly moved. With its head crushed, it looked sinisterly at the black scorpion crawling out. On the ground, Wang Jinbao was about to say something when he saw the black scorpion digging a hole to get out, when a red figure suddenly popped out and bit the black scorpion's legs and feet. Hiss! The black scorpion was a little confused and crawled out directly through the dug hole. Su-Ming, what do you think of that egg, push-ups? As Wang Jinbao was saying this, he was startled to see a deformed snake biting his black scorpion's leg. There was a flash of white light, and the snake's head separated from its body, and the body fell directly back into the pit. Wang Jinbao's eyes twitched when he saw this scene. No, you're a tiger? Didn't you kill the snake? Did you just let it bite your leg? The confused black scorpion heard himself being scolded and subconsciously looked at the thing that had seemed a little strange before, and saw a snake head chewing. At this moment the black scorpion suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he had just felt something strange about his hind legs. It turned out that the snake had bitten him. Su-Ming watched the black scorpion use its commissary to clamp the snake's head off, and observed the bitten area. It's okay. You, black scorpion, deformed the snake's brain. The attack ability of this red fire snake was directly destroyed by it, and it failed to bite through your black scorpion's shell. Wang Jinbao naturally saw that the red fire snake's head had been deformed, and it was able to bite the black scorpion purely by relying on its remaining nerve reactions. I know, I'm just a little angry. I guess I'll have to give it some finishing touches when I get back. Seeing that the severed part of the red fire snake was extremely smooth, Wang Jinbao looked at Debao, who was eating. Your Debao, have his claws become sharper too? The cuts are so neat. Right. Looking at the two beasts, one eating meat and the other eating internal organs, Su-Ming nodded slowly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the two beasts only ate part of it, leaving a large amount of meat. The purpose of doing this is simple. They will definitely kill more than just these two monsters today. Just a taste of each will be enough. However, the black scorpion is a little different. The internal organs of a snake are not large, so even if it eats both, it can digest them quickly. After all, it is burrowing in the soil and on guard, so the consumption must be greater. When Debao had almost finished eating, he licked his paws and gently patted the black scorpion's head. Chapter 55, Poisoning the Tarantula. Not long after, the two men and the cat continued to wander in the forest, but this time they did not move as fast as at the beginning, leaving more mental alert to the surrounding situation. I don't know where the group of people who came and went. There's no sign. After walking for a while, Wang Jinbao felt something strange. When they entered the woods, he was sure that in addition to Zhao Guang, there was another group of students coming in. But until now there has been no movement, which is very strange. Yeah, I find it a little strange too. Debao, who was walking slowly in front, suddenly felt goosebumps on his body. He immediately stopped and blocked the two people behind him. Meow. There is something. Debao's vigilance sounded the alarm for the two people. The black scorpion underground felt the footsteps on the ground stopped, and its speed slowed down until it stopped 50 centimeters behind the two people. Wang Jinbao looked around carefully with a slightly nervous look, but he didn't see anything that looked like a monster. Su-Ming, have you seen where the monster is? Su-Ming remained silent upon hearing this. He frowned seriously and shook his head slowly. Don't worry, I'm watching. A strange scene happened. Su-Ming looked around carefully several times, but no monster illustration popped up anywhere. Looking at Debao's combat readiness, Su-Ming believed in Debao's intuition. Since there is nothing around, could it be on the head? The moment this thought came to his mind, Su-Ming felt his scalp tingling. If this was true, then wouldn't the other party have been watching them all the time? Once this idea came into his mind, he couldn't stop it. Su-Ming put his index finger in front of his lips. Wang Jinbao thought it was a quiet sound, so he immediately quieted down. Then he saw that Su-Ming's eyes seemed to be looking upwards. He didn't understand it in the first second, and the next second, beads of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. No wonder he didn't see it, no wonder Su Ming didn't tell his white shadow cat. If it was really above his head, any wrong action might lead to a direct attack from the other party. Su Ming saw a huge brown spider with 8 legs curled up hanging on a tree branch. At a glance, each leg was estimated to be about 1 meter long. The hairs on its abdomen were also moving in a regular rhythm, and it felt a bit like there was a reptilian monster on it, because it was hanging upside down on the branch, and its 8 brown compound eyes seemed to be looking at Su Ming and the others. Monster, Poison Tarantula. Talent, Excellence. Level 10 Servant. Ability, Poison. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction: a hermaphroditic spider that cannot weave a web, but has a much larger body. The mouthparts below its compound eyes will instantly inject a large amount of highly toxic and corrosive venom into the enemy when it bites it. Because it loves to eat birds, it will hang on the top of a tree to camouflage itself, controlling the hair on its abdomen to create the illusion of a reptile monster, inducing bird monsters to stop. It has a fast reaction speed, and its 8 limbs are like spears. Gurgle. After reading the panel, Su Ming was extremely shocked. Level 10, only 1 step away from the elite level, and the talent is still outstanding. What is this concept? Su Ming is not very clear, but he knows that his devour cannot be a match for such an enemy. This was a complete crushing of level and talent. He admitted that his devour had become much stronger after cultivation, but Su Ming had no confidence facing this kind of monster. No wonder devour suddenly got angry without any warning. He had entered the hunting range of the spider. At this height, although only 7 or 8 meters, Su Ming believed that it might only take 1 or 2 seconds for the spider to come down from above. What did you see? Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming sweating profusely, and he was already a little panicked, and now he was completely numb. Su Ming tilted his head slightly to look at Wang Jinbao, and said with a hard laugh, "It looks like a level 10 poisonous bird-catching spider. It seems to have good talent too. We are both right below this spider. If it wants to, we will be pierced by its spear-like legs in an instant." Wang Jinbao's heart sank when he heard this. If things went wrong, the 2 men and the 2 beasts would be killed by the spider. "Where are we going? There's a monster lying on my head?" Wang Jinbao cursed in a low voice. "Su Ming, is this spider looking at us now?" "No, it has assumed a hunting posture and does not seem to be very interested in us. The hair on its abdomen is swaying, probably trying to lure the bird monster into eating. This spider likes to eat bird monsters." We pretended we knew nothing, tried to act calm, and moved forward as if nothing had happened. Wang Jinbao nodded slightly and agreed with Su Ming's plan. After all, there was no better way. Devour was somewhat unwilling and seemed to want to give it a try, but was glared back by Su Ming. The 2 persons and the cat continued to walk forward slowly. What they didn't notice was that the poisonous bird-catching spider hanging on the top of the tree glanced at them silently, and then looked away. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao didn't feel relieved until they walked more than 10 meters away. At this distance, even if the opponent came down now, they would have enough time to react. If it was just a ground battle, with one in the open and the other in the dark, the black scorpion of devour and Wang Jinbao might not be without a chance of winning. Seeing that they had escaped from the most dangerous area, Wang Jinbao spat. "How far is this? About 4 kilometers? And a level 10 monster that's almost an elite appears? Are you kidding me? Will there only be elite monsters after walking 4 kilometers? No, I will report this problem to Instructor Lu later." Su Ming just shook his head and smiled bitterly when he heard Wang Jinbao's words. "It's no use saying that. This is how it is in the wild. We can only blame ourselves for ignoring the dangerous place above our heads. We were lucky this time. Be careful next time." Just as Wang Jinbao was thinking about whether he could trick the poisonous tarantula down and kill it, there was a sudden loud noise in the woods behind them. Devour quickly jumped to the position behind the 2 of them, staring at the place just now, and his eyes occasionally looked at the treetops. "Meow. I have to try insect meat today to see what it tastes like. Hand on, that damn spider suddenly changed its mind and came to catch us?" Wang Jinbao's face was serious. He stomped the ground twice lightly, signaling the black scorpion to prepare for a surprise attack. "GG scum. The sudden sound of a bird made the two of them stunned. So the spider caught its prey just as they left? As soon as the thought came to his mind, with a bang, the body of a bird fell directly to the ground, and then the poisonous bird-catching spider jumped down and landed at the place where they had found it before. Chapter 56. Whose bird is it? The poisonous tarantula just glanced at them and turned to its prey, which was a bird monster about 60 centimeters in size. It looked a bit like a sparrow before its spiritual energy was revived, but its beak was scarlet. There was a straight penetrating wound on the chest of this bird monster, and its internal organs and blood kept flowing out. It was still twitching without dying. This was all caused by the poison-killing tarantula's barbed limbs. But when Su Ming looked carefully at the illustration of the bird monster, his face changed. Beast Tamer, Redbeak Skybird. Talent, Elite. Level 6 Servant. Ability, Sharp Eyes. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a relatively common bird monster in the sky. It is friendly and has average attack capability. Its bright red beak is just a color feature and does not have any special effects. It is a monster that is more popular with humans. Beastmaster? This is a Beastmaster? Could this be the Beastmaster of that unknown team? An elite level 6 monster, the monitor of class 4? Or the deputy monitor? Wang Jinbao looked at the red-beaked bird that was staring at them. Its chest was heaving violently, and with every heaving, more blood would flow out. Su Ming? Something's wrong with this bird. Why is it staring at us? It seems like it's asking for help. Su Ming was silent for a moment. This may be a beast rather than a wild monster. Remember when we came here, we found that in addition to Zhao Guang and his group, there was another group of people. Wang Jinbao was obviously stunned when he heard this and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good fellow, it's just wasted its time raising this beast. Didn't the owner of this beast tell it not to just bite everything it sees in the wild? Woo woo woo. Su Ming looked down at Devouring, who was crawling on the ground, and realized that this might really be an opportunity. The poisonous bird-catching spider ignored them and started eating. The red-billed bird that was almost dead died at this moment. Devouring, go over there slowly. When you are in a position where you can hit the target with one strike, just go for it. Devouring did not respond. He slowly walked in cat-like steps towards the poisonous tarantula that was eating. Devouring did not make any sound while walking in cat-like steps. When Devouring was about 5 meters away from the poisonous tarantula, the hairs on the poisonous tarantula's body exploded and stood upright. Devouring, who had been watching the other party's situation, didn't care about anything else. He took advantage of the opportunity and jumped over before the other party turned around. The black scorpion underground also moved immediately after sensing that Devouring had left the ground. No longer hiding, it quickly approached the location where it had poisoned the tarantula. Sizzle! The poisonous tarantula made a dangerous sound, and its last leg stabbed at the leaping Devouring without hesitation. Devouring's pupil shrank, and he slapped out with his front paw. Sharp nails popped out from his palm, emitting a cold light, and directly cut off the opponent's hind leg. Thick purple-black liquid continued to spurt out from the broken part. The pain in the leg stung the nerves of the poisonous tarantula. It immediately put down the food in its mouth and turned to look at Devouring, who had fallen to the ground. When it saw the sudden attacker lowering its head and holding its broken leg in its mouth, its originally brown compound eyes turned a bloodthirsty red at this moment, and its mouthparts kept making angry hissing sounds. Still screaming? You're on the ground with a broken leg and you still dare to scream? Black Scorpion, stab it! Looking at the poisonous tarantula that was still squeaking, Wang Jinbao shouted angrily. Feeling the vibration beneath it, the poisonous bird-catching spider did not hesitate much, and raised one of its intact legs to dive into the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Jinbao felt inexplicably nervous. With a bang, a pitch-black whip broke out of the ground at a faster speed and hit the poisonous bird-catching spider in the face, sending it flying. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Well done, Black Scorpion! Similarly, Su Ming's eyes moved when he saw this, and he shouted hurriedly. Devouring, go! Don't attack the opponent's head, first remove its remaining 7 legs. With a whoosh, Devouring turned into a white shadow the moment he heard the order, like a ghost, and passed by the other party the moment the poisonous tarantula fell to the ground. Another limb was cut off by Devouring, and the remaining force drove the broken limb into the air. Sizzle! Feeling the severe pain in another part of his body, the poisoned tarantula stared at the black thorny whip that was hiding in the soil, then turned to look at Devouring, who was looking for an opportunity. At this time, its compound eyes were basically blinded by the black scorpion's whip just now, and they exploded all over the ground, making Su Ming and Wang Jinbao feel sick. I don't think this guy is that good. Hearing that Wang Jinbao seemed to want to open champagne at halftime, Su Ming shook his head without hesitation. Don't be confused. The bird-poisoning spider has 8 legs that can control 4 at the same time when necessary. Do you understand what I mean? Control all 4 limbs at the same time? Wang Jinbao looked a little surprised when he heard that. No wonder you chose to remove the legs one by one. This is where the problem lies. Wang Jinbao, realizing the seriousness of the matter, immediately put away his previous thoughts and became serious. Now that the other party has just suffered a great loss, he must be paying attention to the situation underground and your Devouring at the same time. My black scorpion will continue to take the initiative. Your white shadow cat should make some fake moves on the ground to attract the monster's attention. Oh, and I remember that this thing can't spray silk, right? Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao in surprise and nodded in agreement. No problem, this guy really can't spray silk. He gave up the ability to spray silk in exchange for a terrifying close combat ability. Devouring, walk around this guy in circles, and use more force in your steps. At the command, Devouring quickly ran around the poisonous tarantula, and it seemed that a white circle was formed to trap the poisonous tarantula inside. With 2 beasts present at the same time and the tarantula aware of the poison, its sense of danger is useless. Even if it knows that there is an enemy underground staring at it covetously, what can it do? Devouring's movements and sounds completely masked the slow approach of the black scorpion underground. As the blood from the wound of the poisoned tarantula continued to drip, its eyes were already red and it had reached a critical point where it could no longer endure it. It rushed straight towards Su Ming and others. This was something the 2 of them had never expected. Since the Beastmaster couldn't quickly kill them, he would just kill them, right? Fuck it, Su Ming, retreat quickly! Before Wang Jinbao finished speaking, Su Ming stepped back and pulled him along. At this moment, the black scorpion, which was about to approach the opponent, also moved quickly the moment the poisonous bird-catching spider moved. Chapter 57, Repaying Kindness with Resentment. Underground, the black scorpion is faster than the tarantula on the ground, and its sneak attack is very effective, just like now. If the black scorpion just wanted to stab the mouth of the poisonous tarantula, then at this moment, the black scorpion following the poisonous tarantula underground directly popped out its tail. The dark purple tail hook pierced directly into the opponent's abdomen. The black scorpion, having succeeded in its attack, suddenly pulled its tail back, and immediately began to dig deeper while its body was still underground. The poisonous tarantula was knocked to the ground by the black scorpion and fell over backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Devouring rushed out from the side and slashed the exposed abdomen of the poisonous tarantula with his claws. The sharp cat claws were like a knife scratching paper, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound. A large amount of dark purple blood mixed with the poison that the black scorpion had just injected spurted out through the wound on the tarantula's abdomen. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, who had already kept some distance, were overjoyed when they saw this scene. Fatal wound! X2. Devouring, move away immediately to prevent this monster from counterattacking before it dies. Black Scorpion, follow this poisonous tarantula. Don't let it get away. Follow it. The poisonous tarantula that was originally surrounded in the middle seemed to be set free at this moment. With its compound eyes, which could still vaguely see, it discovered that the big cat that had been circling around it suddenly moved away and squatted aside, and the scorpion under the ground had become motionless, as if it had dug deeper. The severe pain in the abdomen and the leakage of internal organs made it feel so painful that it wanted to kill itself, but it felt helpless. It was clearly only one step away from reaching the elite level and easily killing the white cat and the bugs hiding underground. Su Ming felt something was wrong as he looked at the trembling poisonous tarantula. Wang Jinbao, I don't think it's right. Let your black scorpion and my Devouring work together. Wang Jinbao, who didn't understand what was going on, subconsciously asked. What's wrong? Doesn't he look like he's going to die? What other accidents could there be? I saw it trembling the whole time. I was afraid it would make a breakthrough and kill us. It's better to kill it right away." As soon as these words came out, Wang Jinbao's language system was choked, and he felt that Su Ming was right. "Black Scorpion, go to the side and stretch out your tail to let out some air." While Wang Jinbao was shouting orders to try to attract the poisonous tarantula's attention, Su Ming secretly gave Devouring a look. The next second, the black scorpion's tail poked out from underground more than 6 meters behind the poisonous tarantula, and the sound of something breaking through the ground was heard again. The poisonous tarantula subconsciously twisted its body to be alert behind it. At the same time, Devouring moving towards the opponent at a very fast speed and aiming at the opponent's bleeding abdomen. Just as Devouring was about to pounce and kill the other party with a claw, the poisonous tarantula, which was half-turned, suddenly paused. Seeing this action, Su Ming's pupils shrank into needle shapes. "Devouring! Retreat!" Although Devouring was a little confused when he heard the order, he still obeyed Su Ming's order as soon as possible. The next second, the poisonous bird-catching spider, which was originally turning behind it, suddenly turned back and stabbed out its 2 legs directly, only 20 centimeters away from the retreating Devouring. If Devouring did not retreat at this moment, he would most likely be seriously injured or even die. Thinking of this result, Su Ming gasped and cold sweat continued to appear on his forehead. Wang Jinbao, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene. "This monster still knows how to use tricks. Is he so cunning?" "Not exactly." Su Ming, who had recovered, looked at the abdomen of the poisonous tarantula. It was already dying, and the violent and rapid movement just now enlarged the wound on its abdomen. It was thinking of exchanging one for one and taking someone with it as a scapegoat. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jinbao felt a chill. "This isn't even an elite monster, but it's so smart. It looks like we need to improve our strength as soon as possible." The fatal abdominal wound was enlarged and there were 2 broken legs. The deadly tarantula flipped over on its belly after a few minutes, with its remaining 6 legs curled up into a ball. Monster, poison tarantula, death. Talent, excellence. Level 10, servant. Ability, poison. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. Su Ming heaved a sigh of relief only after seeing the death indicated on the illustration with his own eyes. Dead. Let your black scorpion eat it. My Devouring probably doesn't like to eat this." Su Ming thought so, but Devouring ran over and rubbed his leg with his head, which stunned Su Ming. Wang Jinbao raised his eyebrows. "Your white shadow cat is not like what you said, it seems to want to eat. But arthropods don't have much meat. If you really want to eat them, you can only take a few bites of the meat from the 2 broken spider legs." Seeing this, Su Ming was inexplicably choked by the expression on his Devouring's face. "Go ahead and eat if you want, but don't touch the red-billed bird and the body of the poisoned tarantula. Go gnaw on those 2 legs. You can enjoy them next time if you have the chance." Devouring, who had always been curious about what insects tasted like, now got his wish. He shouted happily and ran towards the 2 broken legs. "Meow. No problem." But just as Wang Jinbao and Su Ming relaxed, and the 2 beasts just started to eat, the 2 men and the beast rushed out hurriedly from right in front of them. A thin man and a normal-sized one with a hooked nose, and a beast tamer. "My beast is here. This is my red-beaked skybird." One of the thin men with scars on his hands rushed to the body of the red-beaked bird. When he saw the bite marks on the chest, his eyes turned red instantly. "Damn it, did your beast kill my beast?" Wang Jinbao. The black scorpion that was eating was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Wang Jinbao at a loss. Devouring felt that the spider's legs tasted like chicken, so he stopped biting the outer shell, licked his paws, and turned to look at the person who was speaking. "Huh! You're accusing me wrongly? Are you serious, idiot?" Wang Jinbao, who had always been a rich young man, had never been humiliated like this. He immediately retorted with an angry face. The man was indeed frightened for a moment by Wang Jinbao's aura, but only for that moment. Wang Jinbao immediately became angry when he saw this, but was stopped by Su Ming. "I advise you to look carefully. It was this poisonous tarantula that killed your beast. We have avenged your beast. Is there anything else you want to know?" As soon as these words came out, The thin man's companion, another one with a hooked nose, spoke up at this moment. If that's the case, then this poisonous tarantula should be given to us, right? After all, it was the red-beaked skybird that risked its life to seriously injure the other party, and you took advantage of it. We are all classmates, so it is reasonable to do so. What do you think? When Su Ming heard the words coming out of this mouth, his pupils shrank. He glanced at the other party's beast and spoke without hesitation. I really give you face. Devour, kill his beast. Chapter 58 Horseface Bear. The beast with the hooked nose is a bear that looks a little bigger than Devour. It has a very strange appearance, a bit like a horse's face. It is 2 meters and 5 meters long but only 1 meter high at the shoulder. It looks like a bear, but its body size is similar to some dog-like monsters today. Beast Tamer, Horseface Bear. Talent, Ordinary. Level 7, Servant. Ability, Thick Skin. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, one of the mutations of the Malayan bear during the catastrophe of spiritual energy revival. It retains its premutation habits and loves to eat honey, insects, and small mammals. It moves clumsily but has a strong pain tolerance. It is a deadly monster to humans. For other relatively good predatory monsters, its excellent fat creates a delicious dish. Wang Jinbao on the side was stunned. Was he going to kill the other party's beast? Su Ming, this is still a bear after all. My black scorpion can cooperate with us. Can we join in? Su Ming felt very comfortable when he saw that Wang Jinbao didn't recognize the bear and still wanted to help him. He shook his head slowly. No need, this bear is called a horseface bear, a kind of. It is an excellent dish for stronger predatory monsters. Some high-end restaurants have dishes made from this monster. Wang Jinbao was stunned. After hearing Su Ming's words, he felt a little unbelievable. He had little education and had not learned much about things other than those related to his family's business. As far as he could remember, bear-like monsters that were as big as lions and tigers, would there ever be a day when they would be served on the table in such large quantities? While the two were chatting here, Devour rushed over as soon as he heard the order. The thin man, who was originally holding the red-beaked bird, saw the cat not far away become an afterimage. He was so scared that he threw the beast's corpse in his arms aside, climbed up from the ground on all fours and ran behind the hook-nosed man. Li Qi, hurry up, that white shadow cat is coming towards you, let your bear kill it. Li Qi nodded slightly with a stern face. He had heard of the reputation of the white shadow cat, but after all, its beast was a bear. Its size is almost twice that of the white shadow cat. It is like the white shadow cat only has one chance to make a mistake, while his horse-faced bear has countless chances. Li Qi was also decisive. When he saw the white shadow cat rushing towards him, he immediately shouted, Horse-faced bear, go and kill it! Show your bear power! Roar! Hearing his master's encouragement, the horse-faced bear roared and rushed directly towards the direction where the white shadow cat was attacking. Meow! Eat you! Devour's pupils suddenly contracted, the effect of the fear pupils erupted, and his pale eyes were like the gaze of the god of death. The horse-faced bear that was charging felt like it was electrocuted when it saw this look. Its whole body suddenly stopped, and its pupils kept trembling. Phew! The sound of sharp claws biting into flesh was heard, and a splash of red blood splashed into the sky. The horse-faced bear fell to the ground, letting out a miserable wail. Ah! Scarlet liquid continued to flow out from the wound where its right forelimb connected to the body. At the moment when the blood gushed out, people could see the white bones with scratches at the wound. Devour, who had succeeded in catching the prey, went around the horse-faced bear, turned his back to Li Qi and the others, and squatted on the ground. He licked the blood on his paws gracefully, his eyes full of humanized mockery. Meow? Is this not enough? Meow. My hunting has just begun, wait a little longer. The tall and thin man's face turned pale when he saw this scene, and he couldn't stop shaking his companion Li Qi's arm. Isn't your beast a bear? How did you get knocked over by a cat all of a sudden? Li Qi's expression froze and his face became extremely gloomy. If you ask him about this, how would he know? Maybe this white shadow cat is a little different. On the way here, my horse-faced bear killed the monster alone. You saw it clearly. Just keep quiet now and let me focus on directing. Do you understand? It has to be said that the relationship between these two people seemed to be very good, which made Wang Jibao marvel at it. Su-Ming, do you think they are inexperienced? Su-Ming hesitated a little after hearing this. That should be the case. I was similar to this before. I just developed my confidence a few days ago. The two saw that Su-Ming and Wang Jibao completely ignored them and were chatting there. Su-Ming even did not give any orders to the white shadow cat and just let it do whatever it wanted. Li Qi was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. Li Qi looked at the horse-faced bear's basically disabled right arm. It was definitely impractical to run on all fours. Since 4 legs wouldn't work, he would use 2 legs. Asshole, you look down on me so much? Horse-faced bear, stand up! Hearing the angry voice of its master behind him, the horse-faced bear, who was also injured, became extremely angry at the white shadow cat. He ignored his injured right front leg and stood up straight with his hind legs. Beautiful! Show your strength! With Li Qi's encouragement, and the horse-faced bear's own anger due to the injury, the horse-faced bear's fear of the pair of eyes just now disappeared instantly. After an angry roar at Devouring behind him, the horse-faced bear now had a sense of déjà vu of the brutality of the bear. Devouring paused slightly in licking his paws and then licked his lips. Meow? Do you dislike running or do you dislike living? Every step the horse-faced bear took made a muffled sound. Staring at the horse-faced bear walking towards him, Devouring slowly lowered his body, and his cat eyes became more and more piercing. Because Devouring didn't know what was going on and because he had his back to the tall and thin guy and Li Qi mistakenly thought that Devouring was afraid and couldn't help showing off to the tall and thin guy. How is it? Did you see it? I said a bear is a bear and a cat is a cat. Even if the spiritual energy is revived, can the cat still kill the bear? Do you think he is a tiger? The tall and thin man nodded in agreement after hearing this. Kill this cat. It should be able to sell for some money. It will be used as compensation. I will rely on you to find a new beast in the wild for me. No problem. The two men spoke loudly, without any intention of concealing anyone's words. After hearing this, Wang Jibao fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, he took 2 steps back. He didn't even dare to look at how ugly Su Ming's expression would be. He knew very well yesterday that Su Ming's family situation was special, and he was an orphan. He and his white shadow cat probably regarded each other as everything in their lives and would not tolerate the other party suffering any grievance or insult. The behavior of these 2 people from Class 4 at the beginning was infuriating and annoying. Now they don't see the situation and are still being so blatant? Just now, he thought Su Ming would at most kill the beast, but now he thought Su Ming might silence him. So he chose to step back so as not to affect Su Ming's decision. The situation was indeed as Wang Jibao said. When Su Ming heard the hook-nosed man's unscrupulous voice, his eyes were filled with ferocity. Chapter 59, Cutting the Grass and Eradicating the Roots. Su Ming watched Li Qi silently. Li Qi, who was talking to the tall and thin man about how powerful his beast tamer was, suddenly shuddered and followed his feeling to see Su Ming, who was staring at him. Oh, are you scared now? Afraid? Su Ming opened his mouth and uttered a word softly, and suddenly took a step that no one expected. He raised his foot and took a step forward, followed by the second step, the third step, and walked towards the tall and thin man and Li Qi. When Wang Jibao saw this, he immediately realized that his guess was correct and couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's only been a few days, and we're already going to experience murder and robbery? Even though the cargo is just a plate of meat. Wang Jibao, who was lost in thought, summoned the black scorpion hiding underground and whispered something to himself. On the scene, the horse-faced bear was approaching Su Ming's white shadow cat step by step. The white shadow cat crouched down and did not move, its eyes fixed on the horse-faced bear's neck. It was clearly a battle, but Su Ming's strange and pressing behavior made Li Qi feel nervous for no reason. Hey! You are the monitor of Class 1, right? What do you mean now? Don't you want to fight anymore? Su Ming did not reply. At this moment, Devouring, who had been lying motionless and low in the ground, suddenly let out a series of dangerous whimpers, which immediately attracted the attention of the hook-nosed man and the tall and thin man. Don't pay attention to this guy. Get rid of his beast first, and everything will be fine. As soon as the tall and thin man finished speaking, Devouring moved. He was about 4 meters away from the horse-faced bear in a flash, and suddenly appeared behind the horse-faced bear like a white ghost. It landed gently without any sound, and after landing it quickly ran to Su Ming's side and followed him closely, without even glancing at the horse-faced bear who was still walking. The two men were stunned by this scene. The tall and thin man looked at the horse-faced bear walking towards them, and couldn't help but remind him. "Li Qi, your beast is coming towards us, what's going on?" The strange scene made the tall and thin man feel a little nervous. Thinking of the white shadow cat that suddenly appeared in the air behind the horse-faced bear and fell down, he became more and more uneasy. Li Qi also noticed something was wrong, but he would not and could not think that his beast had died. Didn't he see that it was still moving? "The horse-faced bear is not heading towards us, but towards the white shadow cat. Do you hear me?" Li Qi, who had not yet reacted, was still loudly ordering the horse-faced bear, and the horse-faced bear's inaction seemed to confirm the tall and thin man's idea. While Li Qi was shouting orders, he slowly retreated step by step with a nervous look on his face. "Do you want to shout a few more times and see?" The emotionless voice reached Li Qi's ears, and only then did Li Qi realize that Su Ming and the white shadow cat were standing not far in front of him on the right, and his pupils subconsciously contracted. Li Qi finally panicked when he found that the situation was getting more and more wrong. What do you want to do?" Su Ming did not answer, but just stood there looking at him coldly, which made Li Qi feel inexplicably cold and tormented. "Horse-faced bear! Horse-faced bear, come and protect me! Horse-faced bear!" Suddenly, the horse-faced bear that had been moving forward in small steps just now stopped at this moment. Just when Li Qi thought that his order had taken effect and the horse-faced bear was about to adjust its direction to protect himself, a slight smile and relief appeared on his face. The horse-faced bear's head suddenly fell off its neck, hit the ground with a plop, and rolled around. Scarlet liquid rushed up into the sky through the gap, making a splashing sound. The relaxation in his eyes and the slight smile on his face were all gone at this moment. Li Qi's pupils couldn't stop trembling, his body couldn't stop shaking, his face became paler and paler, and he couldn't stop moving his throat until he slowly twisted his neck to look at Su Ming. When he found that Su Ming and the white shadow cat were still standing there without moving, his condition stabilized a lot. "I'm leaving, okay? Let's go." "Yes, it's our fault. Let's leave now." Li Qi reacted and didn't care whether his request was approved or not. He hurriedly wanted to take the tall and thin man behind him and leave together. However, when he turned around, there was no shadow of the tall and thin man behind him. Li Qi's pupils shrank into needles. "Where are the people?" Li Qi knew better than anyone else where the person had gone and why he had disappeared, but it was his unwillingness in his heart at the last moment that made him say it subconsciously. "He ran away. The first time you called the horse-faced bear to protect you, he took a few steps back after every call." Hearing this, Li Qi looked at Su Ming in disbelief, and at this moment his fear was replaced by unwillingness and resentment. "Why didn't you stop him? Why?" Su Ming shook his head slightly. "Is this your last words?" "What does last words mean?" "What do you mean? My beast is already dead, what else do you want?" Su Ming said nothing, his expression was extremely indifferent, which was an indifference towards life. He raised his finger slightly, and Devouring beside him rushed forward. Before Li Qi could speak again, he felt dizzy. Finally, he heard a thud and saw his staggering body falling forward. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but his breath of life was completely cut off at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. Devouring, who had just landed, casually glanced at the scene in front of him and returned to Su Ming, which surprised Su Ming. In this case, the one making the noise was not the enemy, but Wang Jinbao's black scorpion? The fact was just as Su Ming thought, the sound was indeed made by Wang Jinbao's black scorpion, and there was a big meatball on the opponent's tail. After the black scorpion with the big meatball came out, it looked at Su Ming. After being stunned for a moment, the meatball was thrown in front of it, and it raised its pincers excitedly. Su Ming was a little surprised when he saw this scene, and before he could ask, Wang Jinbao's voice came out first. "Don't forget what my family does. We buy and sell beast taming materials. In today's world, countless people die in the wild every day. God knows how they die. Anyway, it won't be long before the smell of blood here will attract monsters, so I'll just consider this as getting familiar with it in advance. Su-ming stared blankly at Wang Jinbao, who looked indifferent, and suddenly laughed. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's good. The two looked at each other, and their laughter spread throughout the area. By the way, you said this meat is delicious, is that true? Indeed, apart from the fat layer on the surface, the rest of the meat is very tender. That is why it is difficult for this monster to survive. The strongest wild horse-faced bear known to the world is only at the elite level. Chapter 60 Bone-Eating Vulture. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao smacked his lips and said, Hey, to be honest, I really like eating this kind of meat. Ask your devour to help me cut off a piece so I can take it back to the senior high school and cook it tonight. Remember to cut it into the kind with both fat and lean parts. Hearing this, Su-ming raised his eyebrows slightly. You are quite good at eating. Lifting the meat, devour immediately stepped forward, and his claws easily cut through the skin, separating the fat as accurately as a knife. When he was about to cut, devour turned his head and looked at Su-ming. Meow. How big should I cut? Wang Jinbao understood what devour meant and said quickly. Not much, not much. 10 kilograms will be enough. Fry some chili peppers and it will be enough for me to eat for 10 days. Su-ming nodded slowly, and Wang Jinbao immediately walked to devour and squatted down. Devour easily cut off a large piece of meat. Wang Jinbao caught it steadily, and after standing up, he couldn't stop laughing. This is my first time eating something like this. I hope it tastes as good as you say. Devour took another piece off for Su-ming. He could tell that his master also wanted to try the taste. The black scorpion looked at Wang Jinbao with some disdain, and then just started to cut open the horse-faced bear's stomach. I took the meat that devour brought and felt the weight, estimating it to be about 20 to 30 kilograms. Alright, hurry up and eat. This area smells too bloody. We have to leave as soon as we finish eating, otherwise the smell of blood will attract more monsters. As soon as devour took 2 bites, his eyes lit up and there was a continuous grunting sound. The black scorpion went straight in, leaving its tail and the back half of its body exposed. About 10 minutes later, Su-ming and Wang Jinbao stopped chatting. This was enough time for the wind to carry the smell of blood to farther places. If his guess was correct, the monsters were already on their way. Let's go, devour, lead the way, we have to hurry back. Devour, whose face was covered in blood and whose mouth was greasy, kept nodding. Meow. No problem. After several actual combats, the black scorpion has been able to skillfully master the physical condition after training. It can burrow into the soil in less than a second and consciously play the role of a backup. Not long after the 2 people and the cat left, a giant bird with a wingspan of 6 meters circled in the sky, constantly making loud cries, and as the cries sounded and spread, there were rustling sounds starting to be heard near the woods. Even Su-ming and Wang Jinbao, who had walked some distance away, could still clearly hear the cry. Then Su-ming saw that his own devour got angry again after hearing the cry, and a serious look appeared on his face. We have to speed up, Wang Jinbao, run. Before Wang Jinbao could react, he was forced to run behind Su-ming. What's that bird chirping behind you? Did you recognize what kind of monster it was? Listening to the sound of the wind caused by running, Su-ming slowly shook his head, but his tone was extremely solemn. I'm not that good, so I can't tell, but my eldest son got mad. The last time he got mad was when that poisonous tarantula was above our heads. When Wang Jinbao heard this, his face turned pale for no apparent reason. You mean that bird is also level 10? Level 10? Su-ming hesitated for a second and then shook his head decisively to deny it. Impossible. We were almost a mile away from there when we heard the cry. It was still able to cause such oppression to my devour at such a long distance. It's definitely an elite monster. Upon hearing that it was an elite bird monster, Wang Jinbao's expression changed again and again. If he didn't need to run fast to get on his way, he would definitely be swearing. Again, this is just the beginning. We agreed that there is no elite level at the safe distance, so how come an elite level bird appeared? We can't report this to Instructor Liu yet, otherwise there will definitely be problems. We came into the school with a big piece of meat in our arms. Su Ming was slightly stunned when he heard this. What Wang Jinbao said did make sense, but the problem of concealing the truth was even bigger. Yang Li and his team are here too. His death crows can definitely spot this monster in advance, so they must be on their way back earlier than us. There is a surveillance camera at the entrance of the senior high school. Adding to our situation, this meat might cause speculation. I guess we won't be able to eat it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming threw the meat in his hand to the side without hesitation. Although Wang Jinbao showed a look of heartache when he saw this, he still threw it aside. After all, cheap things are always more fragrant than expensive ones. Once our Beastmaster evolves to the elite level, we will kill this mixed-haired bird and take its inner elixir, damn it! Wang Jinbao, who was unwilling to suffer any loss, could only satisfy his desire to talk. He didn't know how long he ran before the two men, with red faces and thick necks, finally stopped running after they no longer heard the cry. A violent gasp was heard, and Debao observed the surrounding situation vigilantly. After making sure that there was no smell of monster, he nudged Su Ming's leg with some heartache. Meow? Master, are you tired? It's not bad. The bird didn't catch up with us. We can continue walking after resting for a minute or two. After Su Ming finished speaking, he looked at Wang Jinbao, who was vomiting and having diarrhea, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "Why don't you lose some weight?" I don't know if Wang Jinbao listened to me or not. He was still vomiting and vomited out the undigested breakfast. After a pause of about 4 minutes, the two continued walking back. According to the situation we are in, we can probably break through to the elite level and become a mid-level Beastmaster in a week or so. Wang Jinbao, whose red face had not yet faded, was wondering what he was thinking. I don't think you can keep your identity as a trainer secret for a few days. By then, you'll be very popular in our senior year department. Hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. A popular commodity? How many families can afford to cultivate a pig? You may have the materials at home, but the price of preparing the cultivation solution alone will be daunting for them, not to mention the materials that they need to prepare themselves. If you really want to make money from them, you probably have to wait until they reach the level of intermediate Beastmasters and form a group to hunt in the wild to make money. Now is just an idea. Wang Jinbao did not refute what he said, but nodded in agreement. You are right, we are almost at the intersection. It seems that there is more sunlight. Hearing this, Su Ming's expression changed. Let's go speed up our pace. After we get out, we will go to the office building to find Instructor Liu and explain the situation to him. Bayan City, Grade 12 Department, Office Building, Principal's Office. Lu Jun looked at Zhao Guang and Yang Li, who were running out of breath, with a serious face. Yang Li, are you saying that in the safe area within a 10-mile radius, your beast spotted an elite bone-eating vulture from afar, and then you immediately evacuated at full speed? Did you see the monitors and deputy monitors of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th squads when you were evacuating? Chapter 61. Why is there no movement? After hearing Lu Jun's words, both of them were stunned. Wang Jinbao and Su Ming are also going to the wild? And Lili and the others? Zhao Guang was a little confused. Are they all so hardworking? They just took a day off and went back to the wild to work. Yang Li pushed his glasses and thought for a while. We were the first to enter the wilderness. As for who entered later, we don't know. If Wang Jinbao and Su Ming really went in, they didn't choose to look for us. We didn't find any traces of other people in the wild. Lu Jun looked thoughtful when he heard this. He could confirm that the monitors and deputy monitors of the 4 classes had all left the school and entered the wild area next to the school. If it is not handled properly, how should I explain it to the students' parents? At this moment, Lu Jun only felt the tingling sensation on his scalp, his body began to become inexplicably agitated, and his breathing became a little rapid. After a long while, Lu Jun sighed heavily. Well, you guys go back and rest first, I'll take care of the things in the wild. After hearing this, Zhao Guang and Yang Li looked at each other and nodded silently. We understand. Instructor Liu, we will leave first. Just as the two said goodbye and were about to leave the office and return to the dormitory, the office door was slammed open from the outside with a loud bang. Lu Jun, who was already annoyed and was about to go to the wild to relieve his sexual desire, became so annoyed that veins bulged on his forehead when he heard the noise. "What's going on? Don't you know to knock first?" Lu Jun was so angry that he stood up immediately. When he saw Su Ming and Wang Jibao standing at the door, breathing heavily, his face froze. When Lu Jun found out that it was the monitor and deputy monitor of Class 1 who had returned, his anger instantly disappeared without a trace and he felt much more at ease. The monitors and vice-monitors of 2 classes have already returned, so the only ones left are those from Class 3 and Class 4. Hurry, the 2 of you bring the people in and calm them down." Hearing this, Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li did not hesitate. They stepped forward and helped Su Ming and Wang Jibao in, one by one, and followed their backs regularly. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li as if they were about to leave, and they realized how wise it was to throw away the horse-faced bear's meat. Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li had indeed come to Instructor Lu to report the situation before them. "Ahem, Instructor Lu, there's an elite bird monster. We're quite far away from it, but my white shadow cat got furried when it heard the cry. It's definitely an elite monster." Lu Jun stood up, looked at Su Ming and Wang Jibao, and nodded slowly. "Zhao Guang and Ouyang Li have already told us about this. It's an elite bone-eating vulture. Have you seen the monitors of Squads 3 and 4? Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned, and shook their heads slowly back and forth as if they had discussed it beforehand. "No, we just killed a forest python and a red fire snake when we heard the noise, so we hurried back." At this point, Su Ming's voice paused and his expression became serious. "If it is a bone-eating vulture, then the situation should be that the corpse of some monster attracted it and made it fly over here. And the bone-eating vulture's favorite food is human bone marrow." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jun fell into silence. This was the scene he was most worried about, that someone had died in the wild and attracted bone-eating vultures. The bone-eating vulture has a very sensitive sense of smell and can smell all the blood within a dozen kilometers, but this is only limited to humans. If it is the smell of monster blood, the bone-eating vulture does not have such a good sense of smell. Zhao Guang on the side widened his eyes. Obviously Su Ming's words just now had a great impact on his cognition. "That thing specializes in eating human bone marrow? Huh! How many people can an elite bone-eating vulture eat?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. "No, not necessarily. Humanoid monsters are also among the favorite foods of the bone-eating vultures. For example, your riot monkeys and the shadow rats we encountered last time are all humanoid, or other monkey-like monsters." Having said that, Su Ming subconsciously looked at Zhao Guang. Just one look from Zhao Guang made him feel uncomfortable all over. "Luckily I went with Ouyang Li, otherwise I would have been doomed." When the silent Lu Jun heard this, his heart was almost chilled. "You guys stay here, I'm going to go take a look in the wild." After saying that, Lu Jun strode out of the principal's office, leading the 4 of them to find stools to sit down in the office. They looked at each other, and for a long time they couldn't utter a word. After a while, Zhao Guang hesitantly looked at Su Ming, who treated the office as his own home and had already started to fetch water to feed the cat. "Su Ming, here, it's not a good idea for you to use that cup to get water for your white shadow cat to drink, right?" "Meow? My master gave me water to drink, what's wrong with you?" As soon as Zhao Guang finished speaking, Devouring, who was about to drink some water, turned around and stared at him, almost frightened him to the point of falling off his chair. Su Ming frowned slightly and looked at the paper cup in his hand. "This is a disposable cup. Is it okay?" Seeing that it was indeed a disposable paper cup, Su Ming directly began to feed water to his Devouring. Zhao Guang looked at Su Ming's actions and scratched his face helplessly. "I don't mean anything else. It's just that there is only one cup in this office, and it's a disposable paper cup. Instructor Lu used it in the end." Su Ming, who was halfway through feeding Devouring water, froze when he heard this. Even Devouring did the same. He stuck his tongue into the cup and could no longer lick it. Wang Jinbao on the side laughed out loud. "Zhao Guang, are you doing this on purpose? Can't you just say it clearly? Why do you have to do this?" When Zhao Guang heard Wang Jinbao say this, he immediately reacted. "Don't slander me. I saw it at the first sight, and before I could react, Su Ming's white shadow cat started drinking. Even if I said this the first time, I can't catch up." Zhao Guang stopped talking, but after he finished speaking, He subconsciously looked at Debao's action, and it was obvious that he was frightened by that just now. Debao spit in disgust, and Su Ming sighed helplessly. I was too quick, Debao. Let's drink it when we get back. We'll wait here for Instructor Liu. Debao had no objection to this. As long as it was Su Ming's words, he would always carry them out. Although I disliked that the cup was used by someone other than its owner, I couldn't beat that black guy myself, so I had to endure it for now. I would have to make him drink a few sips of my Debao's saliva in the future. Wang Jinbao noticed something was wrong. Strange, why didn't I hear any movement from the ground bear? Wouldn't it be earth-shaking when that thing moves? Chapter 62, What is a Lord? As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, Ouyang opened his mobile phone and started looking at it. After a while, he looked up and started to explain to him. The Lord-level white jade crane in our school is also the beast of Instructor Liu. It broke through to the Lord level when it was trained at the Cultivator Association in Baiyun City some time ago. Su Ming? Wang Jinbao. The two of them stared at each other, and then looked at Ouyang, who said this in tacit understanding. Ouyang frowned when he was looked at like this. What's wrong? Don't you know? Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes and said, How could we possibly know? When I have nothing to do, I help with the family business online. Su Ming has to help with the cultivation, customize the evolution route, and refine the cultivation and evolution fluids, so he has even less time. As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, Zhao Guan widened his eyes and couldn't help but speak, and even Ouyang couldn't help but look sideways. Huh! So many jobs? Didn't you just take the junior trainer certificate exam yesterday? Ouyang father is the president of the Breeder Association of Baiyun City, and the only senior breeder in Baiyun City. The white jade crane was bred by his father, so he knows it so clearly. What he just said about the white jade crane was actually similar to what Wang Jinbao did at the beginning, because he planned to spread this matter during class next week to cooperate with the welfare policy for students that he and his father discussed. It should be able to attract a lot of popularity and income, but the orders Su Ming receives now seem to be no worse than those of most of the intermediate trainers in the association. I heard that the junior trainer certificate that passed the exam yesterday received a customized evolution today? For some reason, Ouyang couldn't help but give Wang Jinbao a thumbs up in his heart. Wang Jinbao, who had learned the ways of business from his parents since he was a child, did have a unique vision. Wang Jinbao also noticed Ouyang gaze and raised his eyebrows to show off. Su Ming, have you ever considered joining the Cultivator Association? This is an official organization. For you. Ouyang was interrupted by Su Ming before he could finish his words. Okay, can you tell me about the benefits? This sudden agreement caught everyone off guard. Even Ouyang, who made the invitation, was distracted for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, Ouyang spoke. In addition to the benefits that junior cultivators should have, we will cancel the commission from your cultivation income, but the association will not provide you with the equipment and other items needed for experiments and refining. As soon as the words fell, Su Ming nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay. When Ouyang saw Su Ming's outstretched hand, he was still in a daze. This was the first time that he took the initiative to build good relationships with others and learn to win them over like Wang Jinbao did. He was even prepared to lower the standards for Su Ming. But what he never expected was that Su Ming agreed without hesitation. After being stunned for a few seconds, Ouyang stretched out his hand and shook it. As for your official identification and documents, I will send them to you before tonight. From now on, you are a member of the Cultivator Association. Su Ming nodded with a smile on his face. Yeah. He turned around, took out his cell phone, and began to modify the self-promotional introduction on the forum. Before making the changes, Su Ming took a special look and found that basically few people believed in him. Most of them questioned and belittled him. However, Aikiang gave a thumbs up to his comment. Then people on the internet also cyberbullied her, but Lu Ting didn't seem to be a good person either. She pushed the comment section up thousands of times. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but mutter to himself, terrible, and began to busy himself with modifying his personal profile. Baiyun City Senior 3 Department, junior trainer who can pass all assessments in less than an hour. The price is fair and affordable, and has been invited to join the Baiyun City Trainer Association as a member. As for my love of riding sheep, will you have any doubts after seeing this? The rice has been cooked, why are you doubting it? It's not like there won't be any problems if she is not satisfied with the evolutionary liquid she extracted. After finishing the modification, Suming sat directly on the sofa in the office and began to rest with his eyes closed. Sitting next to him was Wang Jimao, but his black scorpion was put into the beast taming space. The scene began to quiet down again, except for Zhao Guang, who was desperately sending messages to someone. At the same time, at the artificial lake behind the kitchen of the senior high school department, the white jade crane stayed here to clean the dirt on its feathers, and behind it was a communication device like a telegraph. It was cleaning its feathers when it suddenly stopped moving, and flew straight into the sky as if it had received some instructions. It flapped its wings gently and turned into a white dot on the horizon. Lu Jun was waiting downstairs in the office building, and after a few minutes he saw his beast landing in front of him. Go pick someone up. There's a problem within the 10-mile radius. A bird seeking death has crossed the line. When the white jade claw crane heard what its master said, it immediately lowered its body and let him stand on its back. As its wings flapped, it disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Lu Jun stood steadily on the back of the white jade crane. The force of the flapping wings and the wind caused by the fast flight seemed to have no effect on him at all. Even the corners of his clothes were not blown up. It was about 10 kilometers from the office building to the Shirley district, but it only took about 2 minutes for the white jade crane to carry Lu Jun to the Shirley district. "Find me that bone-eating vulture!" Lu Jun's voice was not loud, but the white jade claw crane could clearly feel its master's anger. After receiving the order, it locked on to the opponent's position in just a moment. "Bah! What did you say? Eating people?" If he felt a chill in his heart when he heard the student's report in the office building, now his heart was hanging in the air, followed by boundless anger. "Catch him alive!" "Bah!" The flying white jade crane nodded and cried, its eyes strangely beginning to be filled with a green light, and the original sound of the wind suddenly stopped at this moment. The next second, all the wind seemed to be controlled, and all rushed towards the sky above the bone-eating vulture. Suddenly, as if the earth's crust began to move, countless trees began to be crushed into pieces, and the ground sank. Leaves, bushes, branches, and other things were all crushed into powder and swept up into the sky by the invisible wind and flew away. The screams and roars of monsters could be heard one after another in the woods. There was an inexplicable splash of blood mist and flesh paste. There was clearly nothing in the sky, but such a horrific disaster happened strangely at the location where the bone-eating vulture was. An invisible wind swept away a layer of earth's soil. Originally, this area of 100 meters in radius was a lush forest, but it became as dead silent as a wasteland in an instant. However, outside the open space, there were still lush green forests. In the center of the clearing, the bone-eating vulture was crushed into the ground by the powerful wind element, and countless streams of wind flowed and blew around its body. It was like a sharp knife cutting open its body, and the blood was carried to other places by the wind. It was originally an elite, capable of dominating the area within a radius of 3 or 4 miles, but in front of the Lord it was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Near it were 2 lumps of rotten flesh and the last thigh bone in its mouth, as well as the corpses of several monsters whose flesh and blood had been removed, leaving only skeletons. If the elite level is the beginning of monsters and beastmasters, it is the initial stage for monsters or beastmasters to comprehend their own elemental power and begin to use it. The war chief level above the elite level can release the elemental power hidden in the body, forming an extremely terrifying attack capability. The current situation is that the Lord level monsters' attack methods further enhance their own elemental control. In scenarios where the elements match, they can mobilize the elements around them, and the attacks they launch will become more powerful. As for the domain Lord level monsters or beastmen above the Lord, even if the scene is not in line with the elements, they have the ability to change the scene and make the scene suitable for the performance of their own elements. The domain Lord has begun to have the initial ability to change the terrain scene, let alone the monsters above. Beastmasters are everything in the mainstream of this world. Lu Jun rode on the back of the white jade crane, looking at the bone-eating vulture that was still struggling to no avail. The coldness in his eyes was as sharp as a knife. "Make a hole in its stomach and take out everything it has eaten." As soon as the words fell, the wind in the venue immediately changed from top to bottom to left to right. The bone-eating vulture, which was originally being chopped into pieces, was at this moment ripped open by the colorless, odorless, and invisible wind. It was obviously just a small cut that was not too big for the bone-eating vulture. However, the wind poured in through this opening and took out all the contents of the bone-eating vulture's stomach. Lu Jun looked at the pile of red and white things with a hint of silence in his eyes. This is the beast tamer, a profession that seems glamorous and bright, but behind it lies an unfathomable crisis and despair. Take them all and take them back for DNA comparison. What is the level of this bone-eating vulture? When the white jade-clawed crane heard his master say this, it immediately understood what he meant. A wisp of breeze cut a piece of bone-eating vulture meat and put it into the white jade-clawed crane's mouth. Hey! Level 17, level 17? Lu Jun repeated it subconsciously and felt incredible. How could a level 17 bone-eating vulture dare to cross the minefield and come into the territory of the white jade-claw crane? Lu Jun felt something strange at first, until he saw the remains of arthropods on the open space below, and was stunned for a moment. With this shattered shell and shape, is it a spider-like monster? It's probably not elite, but it's close. Li Qi and his companions died in battle against this monster, and were injured. The smell was eventually carried away by the wind and discovered by this bone-eating vulture, leading to this series of tragic events. He whispered his inner guess. Bone-eating vultures love to eat human bone marrow, and it is not uncommon for elite bone-eating vultures to forcibly break into the lord-level beast tamer territory and cause harm in order to satisfy their appetite. The situation told Lu Jun that this was the most likely scenario. After all, there was a real case, but he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The white jade crane stayed in the air waiting for Lu Jun for a long time, but Lu Jun did not move. Finally, he sighed softly. There are no clues, so this is the only truth. Li Qi and Jiang Qin died on their way to explore the wild. They were injured by an unknown spider monster. The smell of their injuries attracted an elite bone-eating vulture, and they were killed. After he finished speaking, Lu Jun's face turned unhappy. 2 students died in the senior high school just a few days after the start of the school year. Wouldn't it be possible that fewer and fewer people would dare to apply to become Beastmasters next year? Well, looking at the dying bone-eating vulture lifted up by the wind, the beast's inner elixir, flesh and blood, stomach and head can all be sold as materials. It can be sold for nearly 1 million yuan as an apology to the parents of the 2 children. Being a beast tamer is not just a game, and from the moment you become a beast tamer, there is a default rule. Death in wild exploration has little to do with the school, so both the senior high school department and the Beastmaster University have always recommended that students team up with people they have a good relationship with and can trust. And if someone really wants to kill you, you can't hide in school forever. Lu Jun gently tapped the back of the white jade crane with his foot and said with a complicated expression, Go back, put all these things by the lake where you rest, I will have someone go get them. White jade claw crane. It seemed that he sensed his beast's reluctance, but he had no other choice. He couldn't release it into the wild, right? Would it be eaten up by the monsters? Release it to school? Let the students see the remains of their friends? The same could be said of releasing it to his own boot camp. Or should I put it on the road? After thinking about it, I decided that I could only put it by the lake where my big white lived. The white jade crane cried out with a hint of grievance, and controlled the wind to carry the wreckage and Lu Jun back to the 3rd grade. After dropping its master off, it took the pile of stuff back to its own residence. Dabai felt bitter, but he was obedient. The following is the class division of this book. What is the level of the beast? 1 to 10 minion. 11 to 20 elite. 21 to 30 first place. 31 to 40 lord. 41 to 50 domain master. 51 to 60 king level. 61 to 70 imperial level. 71 to 80 emperor, only affected by law damage, e.g., the law of force, etc. 81 to 90 myth. 91 to 100 true ancestor. The quality levels of the beasts are usually divided into common, elite, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, mythical. Beastmaster level, primary, servant, intermediate, elite, advanced, warlord, master, domain master, king, grand master, emperor, epic, emperor, legend, myth, monument. The brackets represent the judging criteria. The strongest beast tamer is of the same rank as the beast tamer. A beast tamer can only contract up to 6 monsters as beast tamers. Beast tamers can only be replaced if the person is still a junior beast tamer, but the original beast tamer must die. Cultivator level, primary, intermediate, advanced, teacher, master, grandmaster, epic, legendary, monument, currently does not exist. After seeing this, everyone can understand that the monsters in this book do not rely on skills, but on elements. Cross-level monsters do exist, but in small places, forget about it. Without strong background, it is impossible to raise monsters of this level. Except for those with special backgrounds who appear around the male protagonist, the male protagonist will not show the ability to tame beasts across levels in the early stage. This is the same as the beautiful flowers blooming in the barren land. Chapter 63, Notify Parents. Lu Jun, who was standing downstairs of the office building, rubbed his face with his hands in annoyance. Li Qi, his father, is a team leader of the Tianya security branch in Baiyun City, an elite beast master, and he seems to be about to become the first in the war. Jiang Qin's parents are also members of the management of the Tianya security branch in Baiyun City. The two had a close relationship at school and were killed together. Ugh, it's a headache. 2 students died just a few days after the start of school. What should I do? If he hadn't seen Lili and Wang Hui back at school and heading to the office building on the way to Shirley District, he would probably have had to look for someone else. Well, let's send a message to notify them to come to school first. Shaking his head, no matter how complicated Lu Jun's heart was at this moment, the most urgent task was to appease the monitors and deputy monitors of the remaining 3 classes. Just a few days after school started, there were students hanging out in the wild. This kind of thing happened before, either in other schools or in the beast taming university. On the contrary, there were quite a few. But the key point is the few days before school starts. The first few days is an important word. This will result in even fewer students when there are already few students, or they will run to other places to attend the 3rd year of beast taming high school. There is no way to perfectly avoid this kind of emergency. There are all kinds of monsters. When something happens, you can only accept it. After sending the message, Lu Jun adjusted his mood. He must have been angry about what happened. These beasts in the wild are really evil and can't tell the big from the small. Once things are dealt with, Debai will go and slaughter all the elite man-eating monsters. Upstairs at this time, the 4 people who were resting with their eyes closed suddenly heard the door opening. Subconsciously thinking that it was Lu Jun who came back, they opened their eyes, and then found that it was Wang Hui and Lili who came in, not Lu Jun. Hey, you guys noticed it too. Hey! Don't drink! Zhao Guang saw the 2 of them stunned for a moment, and then he saw Wang Hui, who was running with a red face, directly picked up the disposable water cup on the table and started drinking. Gulu gurgle, huh, I'm so tired from running. Wang Hui put down the cup and looked at Zhao Guang. Why? Have you used this cup before? I was wondering why it has a smell. I was too tired to pay much attention, don't mind it. Zhao Guang opened his mouth and looked at Su Ning innocently, but since Wang Hui was willing to take the initiative to let the matter go, it was better not to say anything. When Wang Hui noticed that Zhao Guang was looking at Su Ming, she realized that something was wrong, but as smart as she was, she chose not to say it out loud so that she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Lili, who was also out of breath, stopped and rested for a while, then asked after catching his breath. Did you also discover any elite monsters? Where is the monitor of Class 4? We just happened to see them following Wang Hui and me when we went to the woods. As soon as the words fell, the looks of the 4 boys in the office changed. Following you too? What does that mean? Sensing something was wrong, Wang Jinbao narrowed his eyes and looked at Lili. What else could it be? The 2 were originally planning to go to the city. They heard us talking about going to the wild on the way and followed us. They haven't arrived yet, right? When they do, I'll report it to the instructor. These 2 have ulterior motives. Wang Hui told the situation first, and Lili nodded in confirmation after hearing it. It is exactly as Wang Hui said, but we got rid of him when we entered the forest. Inexplicably, after hearing what Lili and Wang Hui said, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other secretly and felt more at ease. I even felt a little sense of justice in my heart. Did you get rid of them? What happened? I just heard you say this when I went upstairs. Did you run into Li Qi and the others? Seeing Lu Jun coming, the four boys sitting there couldn't help but straighten themselves up and wait for the two girls to tell them the whole story. Lu Jun's expression changed again and again. He didn't know what kind of person Wang Hui was, but she knew very well what kind of person Lily was. He and her father were comrades in arms who had shared life and death together. It was no exaggeration to say that she had watched him grow up. This kid has a lot of pressure having a very outstanding brother at home, but he won't lie. After hearing the two's answers, Lu Jun understood what was going on and nodded slowly. Okay, I know the situation. You six can go back first. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other, and were about to walk out of the office with their beasts. Wait a minute, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, wait a moment. Suddenly Lu Jun called them. The two men, who were already feeling guilty, did not dare to turn around immediately. After pausing for 1 or 2 seconds, Su Ming turned around and looked at Lu Jun in confusion. Coach Lu, is there anything else? Lu Jun looked down at DeBale, then at Wang Jinbao's black scorpion. Your white shadow cat doesn't look like a master who is willing to stay in the beast taming space. Wang Jinbao, what about your black scorpion? Doesn't it want to stay in the beast taming space either? Wang Jinbao was stunned when he heard this. I ran too fast and forgot. Lu Jun raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be anger in his eyes. Go, fill up the mud pit that you, black scorpion, dug all the way through the school. After finding out what it was, Wang Jinbao felt relieved again. I know. I'll go right away. As the 6 people left one by one, Lu Jun slowly sat down in his office chair, calmly picked up his paper cup and started drinking water. Huh! Why does it smell weird? A faint stench and a faint fragrance. What's going on? Lu Jun picked up the teacup and looked at it in doubt. Feeling it was strange, he decided not to drink the tea for the time being. He sat in the office waiting for almost 2 hours when someone suddenly knocked on the office door. Boom, boom, boom. The voice was urgent. Lu Jun, who was reading the documents, shouted without even looking up. Come in. As the office door opened, 2 middle-aged men, one who looked gentle and the other with a scar on his face, walked into the office with red eyes. Principal Lu, what happened to our child? Lu Jun fell silent after hearing this, and his eyes began to turn slightly red. Li Qi and Jiang Qin were injured by a monster while exploring the wild. The smell of blood was carried away by the wind, attracting an elite bone-eating vulture. This is the body that was taken from the bone-eating vulture. We compared it with the DNA in the blood bank of the 2 of them during their high school entrance physical examination, and we can confirm that it is them. A thunderclap sounded in the 2 men's hearts, and they looked at the information handed over by Lu Jun in silence. The scene began to become quiet for a while. After a long time, the man with glasses, Jiang Qin's father, looked at Lu Jun with red eyes. He said word by word. Whose problem is this? Lu Jun remained silent when questioned like this. He couldn't give an answer. Normally it was just bad luck, but can you say that to the other parent? Chapter 64, Murder and Looting. No matter what the other party's intentions were in following the 2 girls, Li and Wang Hui, they are dead now, so what is there to pursue? Jiang Qin's father, I can tell you responsibly that this is not anyone's fault. You 2 are employees of Tianya's security company. You know better than me that this kind of thing happens countless times every day all over the world. I don't need to elaborate on this kind of thing. I am also saddened when students die while exploring the wild. Jiang Qin's father froze. Li Qi's father was a rough man who knew nothing except fighting and killing. Is it possible that it was murder and robbery? As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Qin's father's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but pull Li Qi's father's arm. When Lu Jun heard this, his expression immediately changed. His eyes were like an eagle's, staring at Li Qi's father so hard that he felt like he was being pricked by needles. The other person's throat moved, and he spoke hurriedly without caring about the pain of losing his son. That's my guess. After all, my job is to help employers prevent this kind of thing from happening. Lu Jun lowered his eyes, and after a while he nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. I will check it out. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. You two should go back and wait for the news. I'll see you off. When Jiang Qin's father heard that Lu Jun wanted to send him off personally, he quickly stood up and refused. No need for that. Principal Lu, you should stay in school to scare off these beasts in the wild. We can go back by ourselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun stopped and watched the two people leave. Until the sound of the door closing was heard, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he recalled the other person's reluctant nod and repetition of the same words. For a student who is exploring the wild for the first time, the first guess is murder and robbery? And the look on Jiang Qin's father's face is too deliberate. Thinking of this, Lu Jun took out his cell phone and made a call. Check the two people from our Baiyun City Tianyao security branch. One is Jiang Xing and the other is Li Li. Do you understand? Clear. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jun sat in a chair and fell into thought. Murder and robbery, a captain of a security company, a manager of a security company. While Lu Jun was waiting for these two people, Su Ming has returned to the dormitory and started to check the refining progress of the mountain earth stone man's core. It's already afternoon, and it's only this much cooked? Looking at the core of the mountain soil and stone man soaked in the sap of the wind-attracting tree, Su Ming looked at it for a while and then checked the other materials. I'm hungry, let me order a meal. Su Ming, who already understood what happened between Jiang Qin and Li Qi, suddenly felt very hungry. When he came to the living room to ask Debao if he wanted to eat, he heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. Taking a shower again? This kid seems to be cleaner than me. Su Ming, who was ordering food, sighed and suddenly heard a knock on the door. He opened the door, and Wang Jinbao and Black Scorpion rushed in. You've filled the hole that your Black Scorpion dug in the school so quickly? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao proudly kicked the Black Scorpion at his feet. I have seen how powerful my Black Scorpion is at drilling after you trained it. It is easy to fill a few holes. But I didn't come to you to talk about this. I guess we won't be able to go outdoors for a while. It will probably be blocked for a while. After placing the order, Su Ming nodded silently. Of course I will. After all, 2 students died. During this time, I plan to stay at school to read the news and see if I can get any orders online. Accepting orders online? Wang Jinbao asked subconsciously. Are you talking about posting your trainer information online? Yes, I'll see if anyone comes to ask or place an order. No one would complain about having too much money. By the way, aren't you hungry? Facing Su Ming's sudden question, Wang Jinbao looked at him carefully for a while and said, Of course you are hungry. I just came to see how you are doing. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Contact me if you have anything. Nodding slightly to Wang Jinbao who was leaving, Su Ming surfed the internet. After a while, the white jade crane came to deliver food. Meow. Master, do you want to take a bath? Su Ming, who was eating noodles, looked back at Debao who was coming out of the bathroom and said, I'll wash after I finish eating. You should take a rest. You must be very tired outside today. After finishing the only meal of the day, the sky had begun to darken. After looking at their phones for a while, Su Ming and Debao went to bed. Time passes slowly. It was a new week, and the story about Li Qi and Jiang Qin had spread throughout the school. It was said that the two of them teamed up to go outdoors and were eaten by a monster. Even their remains were retrieved by the principal himself. What's even more outrageous is that even when their father came to the school to collect the bodies, the principal discovered something was wrong. Upon investigation, it was discovered that these two men, one a team leader and the other a manager, had taken advantage of their positions to deliberately kill people and rob. They were directly sent to serve as the suicide squad. It was Monday morning. Su Ming got up early and began to prepare the evolutionary liquid materials for the blood-eye rabbit. Today was also the delivery time. Qian Yeye is willing to believe that I will pay 1.3 million without hesitation, so I need to fulfill my promise and deliver the goods today. From the big pot, take out something that is a perfect mixture of the core of the mountain stone man and the sap of the wind-attracting tree. It is a yellowish jelly-like substance, but because of the pot it is cylindrical. After opening the hole at the top, the next step is to blend the 200-year-old beast blood fruits into a paste and pour it in, and then put the elite-level wind-chasing tiger inner pill in the middle. Su Ming recalled the steps and acted carefully one by one. After putting the wind-chasing tiger's inner elixir in, the whole thing seemed to have undergone a chemical reaction. The jelly began to melt rapidly from the inside, continuously pouring into the wind-chasing tiger's inner elixir. The wind-chasing tiger's inner elixir, which was originally the size of a baby's fist, began to expand rapidly, expanding by a circle in the blink of an eye. Su Ming was still holding the last ingredient, the blood jade radish, in his hand, and was watching this scene unfold quietly. Not long after, the wind-chasing tiger's inner elixir stopped expanding and melting, but the energy contained in the jelly wrapped around the inner elixir like silk. The original khaki jelly turned white, and Su Ming began to squeeze the juice from the blood jade radish, and finally poured the juice on the inner elixir. With a snapping sound, like the sound of an egg breaking its shell, the energy silk wrapped around the inner elixir directly cracked and fell off, revealing the inner elixir inside. Almost. Not now. You have to wait 10 minutes. I checked my phone and saw that there was still an hour before class started, and Qianyeye had sent me a message half an hour ago saying she was on the way. Debao squatted next to Su Ming and watched the whole process, twitching his nostrils with a puzzled expression. Meow? Why is there no fragrance at all? Su Ming, who usually looked at his phone when he had nothing to do, looked down at Debao, who looked puzzled, and laughed subconsciously. The inner core of the stone monster is actually a piece of mud that contains very strong energy. The inner elixir of the wind-chasing tiger is condensed from pure wind element, and it is not meat. The sap of the wind-attracting tree is vegetarian, and the blood jade radish only has a strange appearance, and it is also vegetarian. The only 100-year-old beast blood fruit doesn't have any bloody smell. You definitely can't smell the fragrance that is good to you. Debao tilted his head and pouted. Meow. My lord, I want to eat too. You want to eat too? Su Ming subconsciously glanced at his Debao's panel. Beast Tamer, White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Level 8 Servant. Ability Extreme Speed, Terrifying Eyes. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description. Due to the breeding mutation, the character has become cruel but absolutely obedient to the master, with a strong sense of territory, a strong desire to attack, brutal means of attack, and likes hunting. Already level 8. Su Ming was a little surprised to find that Debao had leveled up without him noticing. Could it be that this child upgraded while I was sleeping last night? But since he is already level 8, he can indeed do one more. Rubbing Debao's chin and watching Debao making comfortable gurgling sounds, Su Ming smiled. I'll make you a tube of brutal cultivation liquid when the time comes, okay? When he heard that there was more food, Debao's eyes immediately lit up and he licked Su Ming's palm. Meow. Master is still the best. Master can swap with that fat guy for free. After hearing this, Su Ming thought about what the other party meant, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. You are quite smart, but Wang Jinbao's black scorpion has 3 tubes, and the last time we went to the wild, Wang Jinbao's black scorpion ate more than you. You can indeed go and see the condition of his black scorpion. I'm feeding you a tube of poison cultivation fluid after I level up. Maybe I've reached level 10 already? Su Ming said as he packed up the refined items. It was supposed to be evolutionary fluid, but it condensed into something like a pill. There are so many ways to evolve the beast. Su Ming sighed, packed his things, and patted Debao, who was in a daze. Let's go, Debao. If we go now, we might just run into Qianyeye. Debao came back to his senses and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. He followed Su Ming and kept asking questions. Meow? That scorpion has reached level 10? Meow. Master, what level am I now? Meow? Am I going to be outdone by it? Su Ming was surprised to hear Debao's words. Why did Debao seem to be more motivated than himself? I wasn't so eager to promote myself online. Su Ming couldn't help but start to comfort his Debao when he saw that he was still mumbling. I will make you a tube of cultivation solution today. After you finish it, you should be at level 9. The black scorpion's level is not necessarily level 10. It's just my guess. Meow. Master is still good to me. Seeing Debao start to circle around him, Su Ming found it quite entertaining and couldn't help but tease him. But just as Su Ming walked out of the dormitory building and headed towards the school gate, he happened to run into Wang Chunfa, who was walking towards him. Class will start soon, Su Ming. Remember not to leave school. Su Ming thought he would be questioned about the situation, but he heard these words instead. He nodded in response, and the other party took the bag and left. This situation made Su Ming more determined in what he thought in his heart. Beep beep beep. Spicy rabbit head, I'm at your school gate, how about you? Evil silver gradient, I'm almost there. After replying the message, Su Ming started running. Before he reached the school gate, he vaguely saw Qian Yeye, who got off the car and waiting, and Blood-Eyed Rabbit, who was rubbing his hands anxiously. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Is this the potion your Blood-Eyed Rabbit needs to evolve? I can accompany you throughout the whole process, and I will be responsible if any accidents occur. Qian Yeye was a little puzzled when she looked at the things Su Ming handed over and listened to these words. Why did she sound lacking in confidence in the first sentence but full of confidence in the second? When the Blood-Eyed Rabbit saw that its evolution item was in the hands of its owner, it could not wait to come over, and its breathing inevitably became heavier. Don't you have classes? Today is Monday, you should go to class first. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and was about to say something when the other party stopped him with a look. Okay then, don't chew this thing, just swallow it directly. After swallowing it, give it a liter of water. It's normal to feel pain in your legs during the process. If you have any questions, contact me. After explaining the precautions, Su Ming turned and left. He did not expect that the other party would care about her attendance at classes. After all, Qian Yeye asked him to place the order because of Lu Ting's recommendation, but her decision to place the order was because of Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao probably told her about his training. This is what connections are. Shaking his head, Su Ming didn't think about it anymore. The course was still more important. As long as the other party did as he said, there would be no problem. Squeak! Qian Yeye patted the Blood-Eyed Rabbit, whose breathing was becoming increasingly heavy, and said, Let's just eat here. It's almost time for class, and there are usually no cars on this road. There's water in the car, go get it. Ordering Blood-Eyed Rabbit to get some water, Qian Yeye opened the package. She was almost stunned when she saw the 3 colored pills, turquoise and blood red, which were almost as big as her fist. If Qian Yeye hadn't been able to see the halo on the surface of this thing, she would have felt that she had been fooled. This was the first time she had seen this type of evolved creature. This? Never mind. I'll trust Xiao Jin Yuanao for once. At this time, Blood-Eyed Rabbit had taken out a 5-liter bucket of water from the trunk of the car, and just happened to see the big pill in Qian Yeye's hand. Without saying a word, it opened its mouth as wide as it could. Naturally, it heard clearly what Su Ming said before he left. Don't chew. After feeding the inner elixir in, Qian Yeye heard a loud gulp, and then the Blood-Eyed Rabbit directly cut open the bottle with its claws and started drinking water. Qian Yeye saw it clearly. After her Blood-Eyed Rabbit swallowed the inner elixir, its body was covered with a faint 3-colored glow. It happened to be the same color as the pill, turquoise, khaki and blood red. And his Blood-Eyed Rabbit also began to show its teeth after taking the inner elixir. Based on the situation of the mental link, she subconsciously looked at the legs of the Blood-Eyed Rabbit. The hind legs, which were originally out of proportion to the body, began to change, which made Qian Yeye's heart tremble. Chapter 65 On-Site Promotion. Qian Yeye subconsciously distanced herself from her Blood-Eyed Rabbit. Through the mental connection, she could clearly understand that her Blood-Eyed Rabbit was in pain at this moment. Especially the hind legs, it felt like everything under the skin, the bones, fascia, flesh, blood and marrow were all being crushed and reassembled in excruciating pain. At first Qian Yeye was worried whether something went wrong, but after knowing the feedback from her own Blood-Eyed Rabbit, the hesitation in her eyes turned into determination. Come on, Blood-Eyed Rabbit. Your hind legs are a congenital genetic problem. The severe pain you feel in your hind legs now means that the DNA in that part is evolving. You must hold on and don't faint. Qian Yeye was passionately cheering for her beast master, while Su Ming had already returned to the classroom and sat down. Wang Jinbao was sitting next to him. Seeing Su Ming coming back, he couldn't help but ask, How's the situation? Has the stuff been delivered? Do you think the Blood-Eyed Rabbit can survive? Su Ming, who had just sat down, froze for a moment, and then spoke slowly. I really hope her blood-eye rabbit can make it through and complete its evolution. This kind of evolution from acquired to innate is different from our normal forward evolution. If it can hold on, not only will it improve, but the blood-eye rabbit's hind legs will be completely crippled. As long as Qianyaya doesn't let the blood-eye rabbit fall asleep during the evolution, I've already sent her a message. Even if you stab it with a knife, it can't make the blood-eye rabbit faint. Then the evolution will definitely succeed. Wang Jinbao shuddered when he heard this. Will my black scorpion also suffer like this? Huh! Su Ming was a little surprised. The evolution of insects should be similar to shedding their shells, right? I haven't prepared evolutionary fluid for this kind of monsters, so I don't know. But it's still certain that this is not the case, so don't worry. The two of them started chatting in this way. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft. The people in the class were not deaf, and they could hear what was going on from the beginning. Some students could not help but start asking questions. Su Ming, did you pass the junior trainer certificate? Finally took the bait. The eyes of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao both lit up at the same time, and they stood up tacitly and faced the group of confused classmates sitting behind them. Su Ming. Yes, last week I completed the junior trainer assessment in less than an hour, and was invited to join our Baiyun City Trainer Association. If you have any requests for beast control that require the preparation of culture fluids, the refining of evolution fluids, etc., as the squad leader, I can give you a discount if mistakes are made during the production process and the materials are scrapped. If this happens, I will pay full compensation. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Wang Jinbao cleared his throat, and the noise attracted people's attention again. I've asked Su Ming to prepare the cultivation solution for my black scorpion. It's already level 10. I estimate that it will be able to break through to the elite level and become a true beast master in the next 2 days. I will trouble Su Ming to refine the evolution liquid for me when the time comes. Similarly, if you have material needs, you can look for Dual Bao Materials Group in Baiyun City. We will definitely give you students discounts when the time comes. Of course, if you have monster flesh and blood materials that you don't need and need to sell, you can also contact us at Dual Bao Materials Group. And I, Wang Jinbao, am willing to guarantee Su Ming's identity and ability as a trainer. Su Ming. My current order status is, I have refined 1 evolution liquid without error, prepared culture liquid twice without error, and customized evolution once. Now this person is evolving his beast at the school gate. This is my work permit from the Cultivator Association and my junior cultivator certificate. Welcome to visit us. After saying that, Su Ming considerately took out his certificate from his pocket and showed it to his classmates. Everyone in the class was so shocked that their mouths opened wide when they saw these two people standing up like they were performing crosstalk. I took the test last week, and I've been receiving big orders for custom evolutions. And now I'm evolving beasts at the school gate? Is this true? The certificate in Su Ming's hand is real. I scanned the code on it, and his official information popped up directly. Yes, I saw it too. Except for the custom evolution, everything else Su Ming said can be seen in the record. Oh my god, I'm still worrying about the training of the beasts, but someone in my class has already achieved financial freedom? Customized evolution is not included because the people at the school gate have not yet evolved completely? The words of these people were like a spark that directly ignited the powder keg of the classroom. The originally quiet class suddenly became extremely lively. At the door of the classroom, Wang Chunfa stood there listening to the noise and sighed with a look of surprise. He knew that Su Ming had passed the junior trainer certificate exam, and he was happy for this child for a long time. He didn't expect that he would receive the customized evolution so soon. So the tightly wrapped thing he was carrying this morning was to deliver the evolution liquid to someone? For some reason, Wang Chunfa also felt excited. Since Su Ming was so confident, he might as well help the child. After thinking his thoughts clearly, Wang Chunfa strode into the classroom. Coincidentally, he met the eyes of Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, who had just sat down, which made them both jump inexplicably. The two couldn't help but look at each other. Oh my god, the head teacher is eavesdropping outside the door? Seeing that the classroom became quiet as soon as he entered, Wang Chunfa glanced around. Since some of you are curious and some are skeptical, let's go to the school gate and take a look. After all, seeing is believing. What you see with your own eyes is always better than what others say. Having said this, Wang Chunfa paused and specifically mentioned the names of Wang Jinbao and Su Ming. At the same time, I also hope that Wang Jinbao and Su Ming will remember what I just said and give preferential treatment to the students. Let's get up and go to the school gate to take a look. Wang Jinbao and Su Ming could never have imagined that things would turn out like this. Su Ming, you are really going to get rich this time. Debao's eyes widened when he saw Wang Jinbao excitedly pulling Su Ming's sleeve, and he retracted his hand in fear. You, the white shadow cat, are jealous of men. Wang Jinbao was speechless as he looked at Debao, who almost gave him a nervous breakdown. Su Ming smiled and said, "That's called protecting the master. And if we really want to make a fortune, it's the materials for preparing the nutrient solution that cost money. How can the money from refining be as valuable as the materials?" When Wang Jinbao heard this, he smiled as if to predict it. I knew you would say that. Remember, the higher the level of a monster, the higher the price. It doesn't matter if it's several times the material cost. Customization is the real big deal for a trainer. Chapter 66. Failure or Success in Transforming into a Dragon? After hearing what Wang Jinbao said, Su Ming fell into a brief thought. That's true. If high-level monsters need to evolve, they will definitely become stronger, so they will be more willing to spend money. Moreover, for people at that level, money may already be just a string of numbers. At that point, maybe it's time to pay with something else. When Su Ming was thinking about this, his cell phone suddenly rang. Wang Jinbao heard the noise and said hurriedly, "Hurry up and open your phone to see if the evolution is complete." Complete evolution? How fast? Su Ming looked at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed. How could the evolution be so fast? Just as he opened his phone with doubt, his pupils contracted. Spicy rabbit head, no, my blood-eyed rabbit is going to faint from the pain. The knife in my car has stabbed it so hard that the blade has bent, but not a single hair has fallen off. Spicy rabbit head, what should I do if I accept it? Just by seeing these two sentences, Su Ming knew that Qianyaya was probably crying with anxiety. It's ruined. I almost forgot that small caliber bullets can't even hit the level 18 blood-eyed rabbit skin, so how can a knife be useful? Wang Jinbao, who was standing beside him, noticed Su Ming's mood change and his expression changed as well. What's going on? The knife can't penetrate the blood-eyed rabbit's body at all. It can't cause external pain and stimulate the blood-eyed rabbit. If this continues, the evolution will probably fail. The blood-eyed rabbit's hind legs would be crippled if it failed, which would not only mean the loss of reputation and customers, but also the kindness of Wang Jinbao in introducing himself to the other party and the other party's trust. Su Ming immediately squatted down and patted Debao on the head. Debao, run to the school gate as fast as you can and use your claws to scratch the face of the blood-eyed rabbit. The skin on the face is thinner, so don't let the blood-eyed rabbit fall asleep. Debao, who suddenly received the order, was stunned for a moment and then rushed out. Meow! Don't worry, I will definitely complete the master's mission. Wang Jinbao started to get nervous as he watched Debao run away. Can Debao do it? Why don't we talk to Wang Chunfa directly about the situation? His beast master will definitely be able to do it. Su Ming's brain worked rapidly for 2 seconds, then he walked quickly forward. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao hurriedly followed. What's going on with you two? Why are you in a weird mood? Wang Chunfa's face turned a little unhappy when he noticed something was wrong. His first thought was that these two kids were bragging in front of the students. But he couldn't figure it out. One was indeed a junior trainer, and had joined the Trainers Association, and the other was also a real rich second generation. Was there any need to brag about this? Su Ming quickly thought of the words and spoke. Old Wang, it's like this. In less than a minute, Su Ming picked out the important points, and Wang Chunfa paused for a few seconds after listening. Oh, I see. I thought you two had nothing better to do than brag in class. Okay, don't worry about this. It's just to prevent the other beasts from fainting. It's simple. Just follow me. There's no rush. Just walk slowly. After he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were stunned to see that Wang Chunfa was motionless. Old Wang, aren't you going to release the beast? Wang Chun was stunned for a moment. Beast tamer? He's been released. He's been waiting at the school gate. Didn't you notice? I have just given instructions to my beast master through the contract. Don't worry, just follow me. Su-ming? Wang Jin Bao. Huh! Is this true? If we were to say who was the most confused, it would definitely be Su-ming. He had been going back and forth at the school gate several times, though not many times. How come he didn't see the illustrated guide appear? But there is really no point in being anxious now, because the only weapon with the strongest melee ability they can use is Su-ming's white shadow cat. At the same time, at the school gate, Qian Ye looked at the blood-eyed rabbit lying on the ground, twitching from time to time, with its eyes almost closing, and tears welled up in her eyes. Don't faint, blood-eyed rabbit, you are not allowed to faint. As long as we can make it through this, our evolution will be complete. Don't faint. As Qian Ye spoke, she continued to stab the blood-eyed rabbit with the knife in her hand, but it had no effect at all. Just when she was feeling discouraged, a strong wind suddenly blew and she subconsciously squinted her eyes. She squinted her eyes and seemed to see a flash of white light, and her blood-eyed rabbit's eyes seemed to widen a little. Wait, this cat, are you the white shadow cat that Xiao Jinyuanbo told me about? You are Su-ming's beast, did he ask you to come here? Debao looked back at Qian Ye coldly, and responded coldly. Meow. What else? Sharp claws popped out from Debao's palm, and then Debao waved his palm and slapped the blood-eyed rabbit in the face. A horrifying scene appeared. Only white marks appeared on the blood-eyed rabbit's face and a tuft of hair fell off, but not even blood came out. Debao, who witnessed this situation, couldn't help but widen his eyes and began to doubt himself for some reason. When I beat that wild boar, I was able to shave off all its fur, so how come I can't even bleed a rabbit? Qian Ye's focus is completely different from Debao's. If Debao came with a mission, then what Qian Ye wanted was for her blood-eyed rabbit to safely survive this evolution. Seeing that Debao's claw was useful and his blood-eyed rabbit reacted, he hurriedly said, The materials that Su-ming customized include the core of the Mountain Earth Stone Man at the Zhan Shou level. Now the energy of the evolution pill is overflowing to the surface of the body. Please keep going. Don't stop, please. Debao. This job doesn't seem to be easy, master. Helplessly, Debao had to let Qian Ye push him away, and began to slap the blood-eyed rabbit's face with his two cat paws. There is indeed an effect, but it is very minimal and I am always on the edge of sleeping and not sleeping. Just as Qian Ye was looking at this side with hope in her eyes, a section of the ground on the road moved. Yes, a section of the ground moved. After the piece of land came to life, it stretched out its body, its skin color turned pure white, and it crawled towards this side. This is a white snake that is more than 10 meters long, and its body is about 1 meter thick. And the moment it appeared, Debao, who was slapping someone, suddenly got angry, curled up his body and jumped up, making an angry sound. Meow? What the hell is this? Qian Ye was shocked by this scene, but when she saw a huge snake crawling to the side of her car, it stood up and looked at her from the other side of the car. A chill that pierced her soul made her unable to move, and even her mouth was trembling. If this is the case with Qian Ye, then Debao is the worst. Only Debao, who is also a monster, can feel most directly how powerful the monster's aura and strength are. Debao wanted to assume a fighting stance, but the aura unique to the battlehead level monster oppressed Debao, making him unable to move, and his mental strength was also devastated. How did that stinky bear check that there was such a big snake in front of the school gate? Compared to Debao, who was madly insulting Lu Jun's ground bear at this time, Qian Ye reacted. Are you Mr. Wang's beast? I remember he said his beast was a big white snake. The other party seemed to understand Qian Ye's words, and realized that it was because of his sudden movement that his breath was exposed, which scared the man and the cat so much, so he immediately restrained his breath. As soon as the strong feeling of oppression disappeared, Debao immediately started cursing. Meow? Wait for my master to cultivate and evolve me, then I will beat you to a pulp? The other party just glanced at Debao and ignored him. Instead, it turned its tail over and rolled up the blood-eyed rabbit on the ground, tightening and loosening it like it was performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. However, this effect seemed to be a little outstanding. The blood-eyed rabbit's eyes were bulging. Seeing this scene, Qian Ye's heart was immediately put down. Meow meow! Meow! After relaxing, Qianyeye heard the shouting continuing. She turned her head sharply to look at Devouring, who was still cursing. She was shocked. Was Su Ming's beast master cursing so dirty? Then she found that the white shadow cat was crawling on the ground, growling in its throat. Although she had never raised a cat-like monster as a beast, she had killed many cat-like monsters. This movement and sound are obvious signs of hunting. Wait, white shadow cat, don't do anything. This is your master's homeroom teacher's beast, and it's here to help us. Besides, you can't beat him either. Look at the momentum. The war leader is 2 levels higher than you. He may not be able to control the strength well. Devouring, who was about to kill, froze when he heard this, and looked at Qianyeye with wide eyes. Meow? My master can order me around. Why do you order me around? Seeing that the white shadow cat seemed to have adjusted its target, Qianyeye's heart skipped a beat, and she took a step back. Just when Qianyeye was about to call Su Ming directly to explain the situation, Wang Chunfa arrived with a class of students. The first time Su Ming saw the huge white snake, his head started buzzing. Such a big guy has been standing at the school gate. Are you kidding me? Wang Jinbao was also confused. My black scorpion was digging holes back and forth across the school gate and I didn't notice it. Isn't it better than your naked eyes? Suddenly, Su Ming seemed to see something different, and his pupils shrank into needle shapes. Why is there a small bump on the snake's head that is not so conspicuous? If his eyes were not better than others, he might not be able to see it. Beast Tamer, White Evil Snake. Talent Rare. Level 29 War Leader. Element Water. Ability Affinity with Water Element. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. A rare monster whose combat power doubles in water. Although it is non-toxic, its bite force, strangulation ability, and muscle strength exceed those of the same level. It can crush monsters of the same level with non-water elemental attributes in water. Note that the white evil snake has the potential to transform into a dragon, but it is extremely easy to fail in the process of evolution, and failure will result in direct death. If the white evil snake successfully evolves, an inconspicuous small bulge will grow on its head, and after success, it will enter a slow improvement period. Su Ming blinked. At this moment, he was extremely confused. The foreign guy who evolved into a 2-headed hellhound was just lucky, but how come there are people in China who are risking their future for it, and it's their own class teacher? And most importantly, it actually succeeded? Teacher Wang, did you succeed in transforming into a dragon? When Wang Chunfa heard this, he looked at Su Ming in surprise, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Success, it's not success, it's failure. But compared to others who died directly, my white evil snake was lucky. It didn't die and was lucky enough to save its life. But if we're talking about improvement, half a year is not as good as a month before, alas. Su Ming? If you failed, didn't the white evil snake communicate with you? Communication? Hearing this, Wang Chunfa looked at Su Ming with a strange look in his eyes. It doesn't even know its own situation, yet it wants me to give it advice. Do you see the little bump on its head? At this point, Wang Chunfa saw Su Ming nod and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm not the only one in this situation. There are others who are in this situation, but they are too cruel and directly pierce the bump on their beast's head, causing the beast to die immediately. It's not that no one believes that this stage is the last stage before transformation into a dragon. Some people also volunteered to provide their own beast for experiments by those powerful breeders. Without exception, all the beasts died. Wang Chunfa sighed when he said this. The rest are just like me, just staying with their own beasts in silence. Hearing this, Su Ming fell silent. So some people felt that it was a success, but the complete failure of a large number of experiments made people also think that this was a failed semi-finished product? Okay, let's stop talking about this. How's the blood-eyed rabbit doing? There won't be any problems with its evolution, right? You and Wang Jinbao, don't blow your own trumpet. Compared with the questions and answers here, Wang Jinbao and the others had already stepped forward, but most of the others surrounded Qianyeye and were directly blasted away by the black scorpion summoned by Wang Jinbao. Bah! Wang Jinbao spat in anger and glanced fiercely at the people who surrounded him, scaring them so much that they retreated one after another. Su Ming was looking at the evolutionary materials of the white evil snake and fell into deep thought. Reach level 31, 100-year-old beast blood fruit x10, water element snake lord level inner elixir x1, ice element snake lord level inner elixir x1, lord level ambergris crystal 1 kg, Tianxian water 10L, ice and water element monster blood 1 kg each, water ganoderma lucidum 100G, steps as follows. Not to mention much else, the amount of the beast's blood fruit alone would cost 10 million credit points. He couldn't even guess how much the rest would cost, especially the ambergris, which was of the lord level. He didn't even know what it was. But it definitely starts at 20 million. When Su Ming calculated this number, he felt his scalp tingling. It's not that this thing can't evolve, but who can guess the requirements for evolution? In addition, our ancestors had failed so many times in trial and error, and probably thought that this was an impossible task. Perhaps that foreign event would trigger another wave of myth craze? Ah! Su Ming came back to his senses after being called out by Wang Chuanfa. He glanced at the condition of the blood-eyed rabbit, and found that it was having difficulty breathing from time to time. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Well, as for the blood-eyed rabbit, it seems to be having trouble breathing from time to time. Why don't you use less power on your beast control? Chapter 67, Exploding Rock Moon Palace. Wang Chun was stunned for a moment, then looked carefully and found that it was exactly as Su Ming said. The blood-eyed rabbit's eyes were indeed getting bigger and smaller under the cardiopulmonary resuscitation performed by the beast master. Be gentle, don't cause any problems. The white evil snake gave a helpless look after receiving the order. It was a level 29 war leader, and the one who needed to be rescued was level 18, plus it hadn't fought for a long time. Isn't it normal to control the strength all at once? Even though he explained it a little in his mind, the strength of Bai Sha Baoshi was indeed reduced a lot. The blood-eyed rabbit, which was about to faint, kept crying out in pain at this moment. Ah? This is evolution. Is it true? Why do I feel like this looks like CPR? TSK, I don't know. I'm not a breeder. Besides, the evolution of beasts is all kinds of strange. There are people in foreign countries who feed their beasts with evolution liquid and throw them directly into the magma to evolve into hell dogs. How about you try it too? Come on, let's just see if it can succeed and what the effect is. That's the point. Almost half an hour has passed from the beginning to now. During this period, Su Ming ignored what his classmates said. Instead, he stared seriously at the blood-eyed rabbit that was about to complete its evolution. It's almost over. No problem. Teacher Wang, have your beast master put the blood-eyed rabbit down. It's about to end, right? Okay. Wang Chunfa nodded silently when he heard it. He was not a trainer, so it was his own students' list, so he could do whatever he wanted with it. The voices of the two were clearly heard by everyone present. After the white evil snake controlled its tail to put the blood-eyed rabbit down, the blood-eyed rabbit curled up into a ball, and the yellow luster on its body was deeper than that of the other three. Everyone was unwilling to miss this important opportunity. They held up their heads and stared at the scene with wide eyes. After all, observing other people's beast evolution was generally not allowed. Now that we have the opportunity, we must take a closer look. Su Ming took a look at the blood-eyed rabbit's hind legs that were no longer twitching and had swelled up, as well as its yellowish-brown fur, and knew that the evolution was complete. Just when everyone thought that the blood-eyed rabbit would stand up, there was a sudden movement on the ground and it began to vibrate slightly, scaring everyone. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Why do I feel like the ground is shaking? I felt it too. It's so strange. Why is this happening? The bustling noise began to become chaotic. Wang Chunfa blinked and looked at the blood-eyed rabbit that began to move. He uttered a sound of surprise. Huh! Qian Yuya was a little confused and thought it was a coincidence. Only Wang Jinbao, who didn't understand, subconsciously leaned towards Su Ming. Su Ming, what's going on? I don't see you looking surprised at all. Do you know what's going on? Beast Tamer, Exploding Rock Moon Palace. Talent Rare. Level 21, Battle Master. Element Earth. Ability, Huge Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, evolved from a variant of the blood-eyed rabbit, it has given up its sharp claws and the ability to manipulate them skillfully, in exchange for further improvements in strength and muscle as well as the attack speed of its limbs. The problem with its hind legs has been improved and has been greatly improved. Su Ming looked at the panel of the blood-eye rabbit and nodded gently, saying, After the blood-eye rabbit evolved, it relied on the energy of the evolutionary items and the changes in its own genes. I jumped 3 levels in a row and reached level 21, entering the battle leader level. Just now, the nearby elements reacted because of my advancement. It's okay. Wang Jinbao blinked when he heard that. What level? Can you tell me again? Su Ming understood immediately, and his voice became louder. What happened just now is that the blood-eye rabbit jumped 3 levels when it evolved. It went straight from level 18 to level 21, causing an elemental reaction in the surroundings. Those who originally didn't understand what was going on were like they had seen a ghost when they heard Su Ming's loud announcement. He jumped 3 levels in a row? And he rushed directly to the next big level? This situation has never happened in the past 100 years since the spiritual energy revival began? Is this really evolution through cultivation, rather than mutation and DNA replacement? In an instant, people looked at Su Ming with sparkling eyes and full of hope. Great! Thank you, Su Ming, and Xiao Jin Yuan Bao. Qian Ye suddenly ran over to thank him, and then unexpectedly hugged Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao, who originally wanted to high-five Su Ming to celebrate and prepare to start collecting the money, was stunned. The exploding rock moon palace also moved, and after just a flash, it was in front of Su Ming. Squeak! Su Ming observed for a while and said, The sound has become deeper. This is normal. Now it is called Exploding Rock Moon Palace. Isn't it a nice name? Yeah. Qian Ye nodded excitedly, and took out her cell phone as if she was ready to transfer money. He showed it to Su Ming, who was shocked and waved his hands. I don't charge you twice, let me make it clear first, but if you really want to share the joy, that's not impossible. While waving one hand, he took out a mobile phone from his trouser pocket with the other hand and opened the payment code. Qian Ye was not opposed to this situation and directly scanned 200,000 credit points. By the way, can you tell me how much it costs to prepare the cultivation solution for my exploding rock moon palace? Oh, and this one, my fantasy-colored butterfly. Buzz. A large butterfly with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters appeared out of nowhere in the sky above everyone's heads, and the people who were already shocked by the cross-level evolution were even more shocked. Beast Tamer, colorful butterfly. Talent, excellence. Level 24, Battle Master. Elements, dark wind. Ability, none. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. This monster can only be bred from a young age. It is almost impossible to tame a contract when it grows up. It can change color to camouflage itself. It has no attack ability, but the scale powder it scatters is poisonous and hallucinogenic. Monsters of a lower rank than it will die. Monsters of the same rank will be seriously affected in their actions, or even die if they are poisoned. This monster can control the amount of scale powder that is scattered and the speed of its spread. 1 cubic kilometer can be covered with this terrifying scale powder in 1 minute. Su Ming opened his mouth wide. No wonder Qian Ye was so generous and willing to spend money. To be honest, he felt a little embarrassed when he opened his phone to collect the money just now. But she even had a battlehead monster? If this colorful butterfly was released into the wild forest outside their school, wouldn't the forest be littered with animal carcasses in less than a day? In other words, even a money-printing machine can't make money faster than this thing. Chapter 68 Targetedness. Wang Chunfa was stunned for a moment when he saw the colorful butterfly, but after he reacted, a happy smile appeared on his face. Your original scattered scale butterfly evolved into a colorful butterfly? Why didn't you tell the teacher? Qian Ye was stunned for a moment. I said it, but when I sent a message it showed that the other party was not your friend. Puff. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao couldn't help but laugh when they heard the answer, while Wang Chunfa laughed awkwardly twice. Yeah, please apply again later. The teacher has something to ask of you. Remember to apply. Although Qian Ye didn't know what the matter was, Wang Chunfa had given such strict instructions, so it must be something very important. Okay, I'll remember that. After agreeing to Wang Chunfa's request, Qian Ye looked at Su Ming with sparkling eyes. Look at how much the cultivation fluid for my 2 beasts costs. Just charge it on a monthly basis. Monthly subscription? Ahem, well, we have good friends here too. I have classes here too. I'll message you after I figure it out. Just bring the materials with you. After saying that, Su-ming looked at the 2 beasts again and wrote down the materials and techniques needed to prepare their culture fluids from the illustration book. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first so as not to disturb you, Xiao Jin Yuanbao and other classmates in class. After saying that, Qian Ye couldn't help but look at the exploding rock moon palace again, which had completely changed, especially the changes in its hind legs. Lu Ting really recommended a treasure cultivator to me. Fortunately, I am different from those people with stubborn and old-fashioned ideas, otherwise my blood-eyed rabbit might not have evolved until now. Exploding Rock Moon Palace, we're leaving. Squeak! Exploding Rock Moon Palace responded and gave Su-ming a gentle hug. When he let go, he pounded his chest hard, and the big treasure blade beside him could not hold. Meow? What do you mean I have something to ask you? Isn't my Debao more capable than you? The other party looked down at Debao, ignored it, and jumped lightly to the side of the car. After this evolution, its body size became much larger, and its muscles became stronger. I couldn't squeeze into the back seat, so I had to get into the trunk. Qian Ye's departure is not the end of things, or it would be more appropriate to say that it is just the beginning. Wang Chunfa glanced at the students with fiery eyes. After being a teacher for so many years, if he couldn't tell what the students were thinking, then his career would be in vain. Okay, just study on your own during this class. Teacher, I have other things to take care of. After saying that, Wang Chunfa left. When he left, the students immediately rushed forward. Su-ming, take a look at my poisonous bird. How much culture medium do you think I need? Su-ming did not answer but asked, What is your budget? Seeing that the man was speechless and the classmates who were quite enthusiastic just now became a little quiet at this moment, all this was actually within the expectations of Su-ming and Wang Jibao. Enthusiasm is not something that can be taken seriously. Do you know if it is genuine or just passion or driven by others? Seeing that the scene was beginning to quiet down, Su-ming cleared his throat and said, Well, everyone should call their families and ask them carefully, and discuss it with them. It costs a lot of money to prepare the materials and culture solution. The least amount may be tens of thousands of credit points, and the most may be hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. As soon as Su-ming finished talking about Wang Jibao, he followed to help promote it. After all, Su-ming makes money from the preparation, and he makes money from the materials. At the same time, Wang Chunfa, who was leaving quickly, told Bai Sha Baoshi to go back and continue disguising himself, then strode towards the office building and went straight to the door of the principal's office. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Lu Jun scratching his hair in frustration, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Jun, who was annoyed, was a little upset when he heard this. No, you Baldy, are you crazy? You can still laugh? If we don't get rid of the Lord in the lake, just wait and see how the two of us will die. Think about it for me. Although he was being scolded by his good friend, Wang Chunfa was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled happily. I met Qian Ye today. Have you seen Qian Ye? Qian Yushan's daughter? What does that mean? Lu Jun couldn't help but ask when he noticed Wang Chunfa's current abnormal situation. When Wang Chunfa saw that the other party had taken the bait, he immediately smiled. Hey, I have a battle-level colorful butterfly, the one that can control its scales and sink to the bottom of the water. These words were obviously meaningful. After hearing them, Lu Jun's expression changed instantly and became a little flattering. Do you have Qian Ye's contact information? Wang Chunfa just raised his eyebrows without saying anything, slowly took out his mobile phone, and was stunned when he didn't see the friend request. Well, wait a moment, the girl said she'll add me when she gets back, no rush. Then we'll have her sprinkle the powder into the lake and control the scale powder to get into the monster's mouth and nose. All the monsters below the war chief died, and the war chief was either dead or disabled. At that time, the monsters in the lake died one by one. In this situation, wouldn't the Lord be able to remain calm? What do you think? Lu Jun thought for a long time in silence and nodded slowly. It seems to be a good idea. We can give it a try. It's more than just a little bit of a solution. That beast can hold it in. I don't believe that the monster in the water can still hold it in after it dies. At that time, we will only have two things to consider. One is whether we can keep Qianye's fantasy butterfly, for fear that beast will attack in the middle of the process. The other is whether we can keep that beast here. It's a whole Lord-level monster. If I give the inner elixir to my white snake, who knows, my white snake might have a chance to break through to the Lord level. After hearing this, Lu Jun looked at Wang Chunfa and nodded silently. Well, discuss it with Qianye. In a place like Baiyun City, it's hard to get the inner core of a Lord-level monster. Give Qianye more profit and take the inner core of that monster. After discussing this, the two sat in the office in silence. After a while, Wang Chunfa looked at Lu Jun tentatively and spoke. Would you like to try your beast control on Su Ming's child? That child's trainer status is very valuable. As soon as Lu Jun heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he was obviously interested. What do you mean? Today, the kid received an order for a custom evolution. It was Qianye's second beast, the blood-eye rabbit. Not only did it change the racial defects, but it also jumped from level 18 to level 21 in one go. Anyway, I want to show my white snake to him. When he makes further progress, who knows, my white snake may really have the possibility of transforming into a dragon. Lu Jun fell into deep thought after hearing this. Currently they have two Lord-level beasts, a level 35 ground bear and a level 31 white jade crane, and they want to be sure to kill the Lord at the bottom of the lake. This configuration may not be enough. After all, if the other party insists on being a coward, they really have no choice. If the poison of the first-level fantasy butterfly wants to jump to a higher level, it will be difficult to play a big role in someone else's home court. Inexplicably, Lu Jun reacted. So you, the class teacher, are the first to skip classes? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jun changed the subject and continued. Forget it, it's just a cultural class. It's not as good as the students facing the possibility of improving their own strength. Next time if something like this happens, remember to report it to me in advance. You contact Qianye. I will solve the problem in the forest first. Wang Chunfa looked at his phone and made an OK sign. At the same time, Su Ming and Wang Jibao were checking the orders, that is, the orders for purchasing materials and preparing culture medium from them. Let me see. For a list of 7, including the discount, my materials can be sold for about 850,000 credits. How much is your preparation fee? Wang Jinbao turned off the computer and looked at Su Ming, who was petting the cat. It's a cultivation solution for servant-level monsters. It's very simple. Let's say 50,000 each, which is 350,000. I can probably produce 2 or 3 at a time, which is much cheaper than the market price. Well, did you mess up the order of the materials? Wang Jinbao replied to Su Ming while distributing the required materials to the employees in his company. It's messed up. Even if someone has some ulterior motives, it's useless. If they really use the materials I reported, they will be killed by the beast medicine. When Su Ming said this, he looked at Wang Jinbao and they laughed at the same time. 7 days passed in a flash. At this time, Su Ming was preparing the culture medium needed by his classmates, Lu Jun, Wang Chunfa and others in the dormitory. 7 days later, both he and Wang Jinbao's beast taming had reached level 11. They both took a leave this morning and went directly to the city to apply for intermediate beast tamer certificates. The elite level is just the beginning of a beastmaster, because it is the most important stage of beast mastering, evolution. The kitchen in the dormitory had been renovated by Su Ming, a man Lu Jun had hired personally because more and more people were looking for him. Since the original kitchen was not large enough, he broke down the wall between the kitchen and the utility room he didn't use usually and made modifications. While he was staring at the boilers, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Beep beep. Hello? Jibao, where are you now? I'm downstairs in the dormitory. Please get ready to open the door. I have prepared everything you want. Okay, slow down. Su Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Looking at his Debao's impatient eyes, he couldn't help but hug him twice. Can't wait? Don't worry, I will make sure you evolve today. Meow. It's finally going to evolve. Yes, just wait for Wang Jibao to come up with the stuff. Su Ming smiled happily. After Debao broke through to the elite level, his size doubled to almost 3 meters now. It is estimated that he will grow even longer after evolution. Beast Tamer, White Shadow Cat. Talent Elite. Attribute Wind. Level 11 Elite. Ability Extreme Speed, Terrifying Eyes. Evolution Conditions, Reach Level 11, Elite, 100-year-old Wind Grass, Elite Level Wind Element Inner Elixir, 100-year-old Beast Blood Fruit, Elite Level Bloodthirsty Tiger Heart, Elite Level Bloodthirsty Tiger Spinal Bone Marrow, Use Steps. Number of possible evolutions, 1. Illustrated description. Due to the breeding mutation, the character has become cruel but absolutely obedient to the master, with a strong sense of territory, a strong desire to attack, brutal means of attack, and likes hunting. When a beast master or monster reaches level 11 and enters the elite stage, its attributes will be confirmed. For example, Debao's is the wind, which is also within my expectations. Click. Huh! I was just about to knock on the door. Why did your door open by itself? Wang Jinbao, carrying several bags, pushed the door open and walked in with a confused look on his face. I didn't close the door at all, I just shut it. Su Ming rolled his eyes and walked forward to take the things from Wang Jinbao's bag. After Wang Jinbao handed the bag over, he looked at Debao and pretended to be hesitant. Su Ming, we are also intermediate beast masters. Have you thought about the contract for the second beast? The second beast tamer is promoted when the junior beast tamer's initial beast tamer reaches the elite level. Becoming an intermediate beast master also means that the initial beast cannot be replaced, and one can have simple mental communication with his or her initial beast. When Su Ming heard Wang Jinbao's question, he was stunned for a moment, and then he looked helpless. The second beast? Don't worry, I want to raise my eldest son to the battle leader level first. God knows how much money it will cost just to upgrade him to the elite level. Wang Jinbao looked at Debao and was silent for a while before nodding silently. This white shadow cat is too jealous, so it's better not to say anything nonsense. I would like to wait until my black scorpion evolves before I contract one. When the time comes, I'd like to ask you, a busy man, to help me keep an eye out. Su Ming took the bag and nodded slowly. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you, remember to check it. Okay, I have to go home now. Tomorrow I will bring you the beast that my family has chosen for me. After sending Wang Jinbao away, Su Ming took out the things in the bag under Debao's impatient gaze. Spiritual item, 100-year-old beast blood fruit. Illustrated introduction. Fruits produced by spiritual plants mutating due to the corpses and blood left behind by monsters in a deadly fight after the resurrection of spiritual energy. Monsters can also be hunted and fed to shorten the maturation cycle. Taking it can comprehensively enhance the strength of monsters or beasts. It is recommended to use on power and defense monsters. This illustrated introduction is different from what I saw on the official website. Can this thing be ripened through artificial intervention? Meow. It smells so good, master, I want to eat it. Looking down at Debao, whose eyes had almost grown into the 100-year-old beast blood fruit, Su Ming patted the other's head in annoyance. This isn't for replenishing your body. It's for making materials for your evolution. Don't be impatient. Be patient. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Debao sat obediently on the ground and watched him open the other packages silently. However, the saliva that kept flowing from the corners of his mouth revealed his thoughts. As the second package was opened, an exquisite box was revealed, containing a light green bead. Spiritual item, Elite Wind Inner Pill. Illustrated description. The inner elixir formed in the body of an elite monster contains the attribute energy of the monster, and can be used for jewelry carving and incorporated into evolution materials. Is this the monster's inner elixir? After just 2 glances, Su Ming put it back into the box and opened the last box. Spiritual item, 100-year windgrass. Illustrated description. A plant that was born and raised after the resurrection of spiritual energy. It grows in mountains and streams where wind blows all year round. As for the remaining bloody stuff and the piece of meat, Su Ming was too lazy to take them out. The main purpose of using these 2 materials was to extract the blood and energy of the bloodthirsty tiger. After the extraction, it would be a pile of rotten residue that needed to be thrown away. The ingredients are ready, light the fire. After getting the three things, Su-ming went straight to the kitchen, and Devouring followed behind him skillfully. After checking the culture medium being prepared in the boiler and confirming that there were no problems, Su-ming started a new pot and prepared a measuring cup, ready to extract the evolution liquid for Devouring. Chapter 69 Devouring, I Dare Not Sleep. Let me see. First, beat the wind grass into a paste, put it into the heart and spinal bone marrow of the bloodthirsty tiger, and stir it evenly. Add water just enough to cover it, and when the water boils, put the inner elixir in. The energy in the inner elixir will help refine and absorb the materials in the boiler. After 25 minutes, add the complete 100-year-old beast blood fruit, and finally add water to cover it. Su-ming watched Devouring strictly follow the instructions step by step. When he covered the pot, he went to check the preparation of other culture solutions. This can be taken out. It's ready now. After taking out almost 3 reagent tubes of culture solution, he labeled them and placed them on a shelf nearby. Then Su-ming started to check the others. Compared to Su-ming, who was multitasking, Devouring was staring at the evolutionary liquid that belonged to him. His big eyes were full of anticipation. Meow? Master, are you ready? No, it will take a while. Su-ming subconsciously turned around and took a look at the situation. About a minute later. Meow? Not ready yet? Su-ming, who was adding ingredients to other culture fluids, felt inexplicably helpless. Not yet. Meow. How long will it take? How long? This answer made Su-ming stunned for a moment. It will take some time. You will eat something that will evolve today, so don't worry. Devouring didn't say anything, but the way he kept looking at Su-ming's movements from time to time revealed his eagerness. Eh? The master came back and really added materials to my evolution liquid. My eldest is about to evolve. About half an hour later, all the prepared liquids had been taken out and arranged by Su-ming, except for Devouring's evolution liquid. Su-ming stood in front of the boiler that was refining Devouring's evolution liquid. Devouring had already climbed onto the table impatiently, propping up his head and watching. Meow. Good fragrance. Meow. Master, will I be more handsome after I evolve? Su-ming, who was sucking the drops of scarlet liquid in the boiler into the test tube, thought for a few seconds. Should right? I'm not sure, but it will definitely be more powerful. Devouring was stunned for a moment after receiving this answer, but quickly put it out of his mind. As long as you are good-looking, it doesn't seem to be that important whether you are handsome or not. Wearing professional gloves, Su-ming picked up the filled reagent and looked at it through the light. The liquid in the reagent tube was free of impurities and was scarlet red. At first glance, it looked like water with pigment added. Su-ming knew very well that this was the most perfect situation for refining. Through the effects and reactions of spiritual plants, flesh and blood, and inner elixir, all the energy inside could be extracted through water as a medium. This is what it looks like, transparent and integrated. I think boilers are no worse than special equipment. As long as the technology is good, they may have the same effect. Su-ming smiled and took the thermometer to measure the temperature through the reagent. 87 degrees, a bit high. I'll just deliver the culture fluid to the students downstairs. We'll start evolving when I come back. Su-ming smiled and patted Devouring, who was staring intently, and silently felt that this day had come so quickly. After taking out the test kit and filling it with the culture solutions one by one, Su-ming rubbed Devouring twice, picked up the box and went out. Even though Su-ming had gone out to deliver the goods, Devouring was still staring at the evolution liquid. Meow. The evolution liquid is 87 degrees. What should I do if my baby is afraid of the heat? Devouring stretched out his head, then shrank back in fear, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Finally, he slowly stretched out his tongue and licked it tentatively. Meow? Why is it so hot? It feels different from the meat paste last time? Devouring rubbed his burned tongue in astonishment. Su-ming did not tell him that the meat-like culture fluid cooled down quickly on the top layer, but was still hot inside. Just like Devouring licked it layer by layer last time, and took a break after each lick, the temperature will naturally be within its adaptable range. But if it is liquid, it is different. Devouring watched for a while, then skillfully turned on the kitchen faucet to cool down his tongue, and then continued to lick the glass wall of the test tube, repeating this many times. After confirming that the temperature had dropped, DeBeo couldn't wait to take out the reagent with his hands and bit off the cork. He bit the bottle mouth, raised his head, and gulped it all down. As the evolutionary liquid entered his stomach, a strong burning sensation was reflected from DeBeo's body to the outside. The cat's eyes, which had been clear and normal, were now covered with a layer of scarlet. A terrible groan came from DeBeo's throat. He spit the test tube in his mouth into the sink and immediately jumped down and lay on the ground. Roar! Scarlet energy emanated from DeBeo from the inside out, and even the hair on his body was covered with a layer of scarlet at this moment. It's so hot, so hot, so hot. The sound of bones loosening continued like frying beans, and DeBeo's body size was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afraid that there might be problems in the kitchen, DeBeo hurried out and lay on the ground in a big shape, with hot steam rising up and becoming more and more. A strong feeling of sleepiness swept through DeBeo's nerves. He wanted to sleep, but thinking of the incident with the blood-eyed rabbit some time ago, he didn't dare to sleep, so he bit the table leg closest to him. When Su-Ming came back after delivering the things, about 10 minutes had passed. Wait! What's going on? Why is the dormitory full of fog? As soon as Su-Ming opened the door, thick white fog hit him in the face, and he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. I saw a ball of red light lying in the living room, and I could hear the sound of saws cutting wood. Meow! Master, I am so sleepy, I dare not sleep. Su-Ming was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and hurried forward to check on DeBeo's condition. He laughed speechlessly and pulled its face. Still eating secretly. Alas, your evolution is different from that of the blood-eyed rabbit. You can sleep with it. The one with the blood-eyed rabbit was a special case. DeBeo, who was originally listless, almost popped his eyes out after hearing these words. Go to sleep, go to sleep. If you don't sleep, it will hinder the effect of the evolutionary fluid on your body. We are evolving normally, not like Qian Ye's blood-eyed rabbit, which needs to improve genes for the kind of span evolution. As soon as he finished speaking, before Su-Ming could continue to comfort him, DeBeo tilted his head and fell asleep in an instant. It happened so quickly that Su-Ming didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at the table that no longer looked like a table, Su-Ming sighed deeply, his breath filled with the smell of blood. We need some ventilation. But DeBeo's evolution is different from other beasts. It will continue until night before the evolution is complete. Su-Ming wasn't very clear, but there would definitely be no problem if he followed what was written in the illustrated guide. Chapter 70 Epic. Looking at the sleeping DeBeo and the rotten table, Su-Ming silently took a glass of water, sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone and read the news. There is nothing to do at the moment, and watching the news is actually the best way to pass the time. You can see what is happening in the whole world. After all, the ocean has become a forbidden area. However, when Su-Ming opened his phone to find a video that suited his taste, he subconsciously remembered the account he had followed. Hey, has the Eagle Nation continued its exploration during this period? I heard that a king-level beastmaster died. If they are still exploring, the team will only be larger. Thinking of the original news, Su-Ming became excited and immediately found the account he was following from the list. Originally, Su-Ming just wanted to take a look, but when he clicked in, he really saw it. The Eagle Nation is making a big move, sending out an epic beastmaster to find out the mystery of the disappearance of the first two teams. Puff! When he saw this news, all the water that he had just drunk was spit out, directly all over DeBeo, who was still evolving. Su-Ming originally wanted to wipe it, but after thinking it over he decided not to. DeBeo is evolving, so it's better not to move around. Epic Beast Tamer? No, is Eagle Country so stubborn? Skipping Grandmaster level and going straight to Epic level? This piece of information was a big shock to Su-Ming. What was the strength and status of an Epic Beastmaster? Let's put it this way, it is not an exaggeration to describe the lifeline of a country, or even a big country, as it is just like the beast tide initiated by the Emperor-level monsters we saw before. An epic-level beastmaster only needs one beast to completely slaughter all the beasts in a tide, leaving no one alive, including the Emperor-level monster that launched the beast tide. Su-Ming was surprised to find that there was a video attached below. He checked the time and it was 1 minute ago. And isn't it said that when monsters reach the Emperor level, they have a strong magnetic field, making even the most powerful electronic equipment useless? How did this person take the video? Su-ming didn't understand, but he still clicked on the video. It looked like a top-down perspective, probably shot from the sky, and there was a huge shadow on the sea surface. Su-ming couldn't confirm its exact size, but the shadow seemed to be pushing a ship forward. Beast Tamer, Sea Beast. Talent, Epic. Level, 71, Emperor level. Element, Water. Ability, Water Element Law, Introduction, Water Element Domain. Evolution Conditions. Introduction to the illustration. The prototype before the revival of spiritual energy was the blue whale. Now it is a pioneer in the ocean. With a body of hundreds of feet, it is still the overlord in the ocean full of unknowns. It has no weaknesses and its attack form is unpredictable. In the video, the shadow was originally moving slowly, but the next second its speed suddenly increased, forming a huge wave as high as 100 meters above the sea. Just moving forward can cause such a noise, and it hasn't used its own elemental power. What will it be like if a real fight breaks out? Su-ming could not imagine it, but the reality was that as the sky sea beast accelerated its movement, the sea water within a radius of dozens of nautical miles centered on it all began to boil. Dense columns of water shot up into the sky, and the sea surface was dyed blood red at this moment. A huge fish monster was directly rushed into the sky by the water columns. After seeing the monster's appearance clearly, Su-ming felt goosebumps all over his body. It looks like an octopus, with a dark green body. It has so many legs and feet that it is impossible to see them clearly. It is as if the head in the middle is full of tentacles, and the tentacles have forks and new tentacles extend out. There are countless dense black spots on each tentacle. After being lifted up by the water column, Su-ming saw the monster's head clearly. There were bright eyes on it, not just one, but a whole bunch of brown eyes. Monster, Sea Demon Squid. Talent Rare. Level, 63, Emperor level. Element, Water. Ability, Water Element Control, Mastery. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: a terrifying monster that swallows unidentified objects and undergoes terrible mutations, causing itself to evolve. It likes to attack any object that appears on the sea surface and tear it apart with its tentacles and swallow it, regardless of whether it is a living thing or a dead thing. It likes to swallow the corpses of larger monsters the most. It has millions of teeth on its body and can fight monsters that are twice its size. The ink it sprays contains extremely terrifying contact neurotoxins, but it can be used as medicine for humans. In the video, at the moment when the sea demon squid was pushed into the sky, the sea monster that was originally hiding in the sea began to rise to the surface. Its entire body is orchid-colored, and it has a beard around its mouth. And it has a pair of large eyes with vertical pupils on its head. In its slightly open mouth, you can see countless pale teeth. What's even more strange is that its body is not that bloated. For some reason, Su-ming felt that this big creature was not like a whale, but something else, but he couldn't remember what it was at the moment. The giant sea beast rushed out of the sea with its mouth wide open, waiting for the sea demon squid to fall. From the aerial angle, it looked just the right size. As if it felt the instinctive fear brought by the crushing of the life level, a dragon sucking water suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and the speed of its formation seemed to be just like ours at that moment. The sea demon squid followed the dragon's water suction and wanted to return to the ocean. The sea monster watched this scene silently, although it did not stop it. But bursts of blue light lit up from the Tianhai giant beast. Not to mention the sky, the surrounding space seemed to be dyed with a layer of blue at this moment, and the Tianhai giant beast surrounded in the middle seemed to be the core of the entire world at this moment. The originally turbulent sea surface became calm at this moment, and the end of the dragon's water-sucking spout connecting the sky and the sea was somehow transferred to the mouth of the sky sea monster. The blue light spot in the air accurately passed through the sea water and sank into the body of the sea demon squid. A large ball of black ink was forcibly peeled off from the body of the sea demon squid, which was still struggling. After the poisonous ink was stripped off, it immediately lost its vitality and motionless, and was directly sucked into the mouth of the Tianhai monster. The video ends here. Su-ming hadn't come back to his senses yet, silently recalling the scene he had just seen. It is clearly a level 63 Emperor-class monster, but when it encounters an Emperor-class monster of the same attribute, it shows a sense of powerlessness like a child facing his father. The culprit is the sea demon squid that appears in the video. This monster likes to attack everything on the sea surface. Looking at the last paragraph, Su Ming took a deep breath. While Su Ming was still savoring the memory, the sky had unknowingly turned dark, and Debeo in front of him began to move. The scarlet energy wrapped around Debeo began to converge, as if it was about to return to Debeo's body. Su Ming stared at it for a few seconds, then somewhat unnaturally looked away, looking at the scenery outside the window which had already turned dark. It's already dark. Su Ming looked out the window for a while and only moved his gaze back after all the red mist on Debeo's body was absorbed by Debeo. When he saw Debeo clearly now, he was a little stunned. I thought Debeo would grow bigger, but it actually shrunk. Excluding the tail, it was 3 meters long, so it was more than 4.5 meters long. In addition to the changes in body shape, the most obvious change is Debeo's paws. The hair around the paws and the upper part have all turned scarlet, including the claws. There was also a blood-red mark between its eyebrows. Su Ming couldn't understand what the mark meant, but it looked very nice. There were also some scattered red hairs at the end of its tail. In addition to these places, the originally pale white hair has turned into normal white. Now Debeo has not become more handsome, but more beautiful, the kind of evil beauty. Su Ming couldn't have expected that his own Debeo, a male cat, would become like a female cat after evolution. I have to say, it does look better this way, but the large font is a bit inelegant. After walking around Debeo and observing these changes in appearance, I was just about to take a look at Debeo's current panel when I suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with Debeo's tail. Su Ming pulled it lightly with doubt. 1, huh? 2? 2 tails? At this moment, Su Ming was really confused. If there were wild monsters in the exploding rock moon palace, then the current evolved form of the white shadow cat did not exist at all. It has never happened in the whole world. Because from the day he made the contract with Debeo, he had been frantically studying all the knowledge about the white shadow cat. It was also at that time that his liberal arts level improved rapidly because he would occasionally read some information about other monsters. Beast Tamer, Blood Shadow Cat Demon. Talent, Excellence. Level 13 Elite. Element, Wind. Ability, Bloodthirst Soul Eye. Evolution Conditions, Reach Level 31 Lord, Fire Element Lord Monster Inner Core X1, Lord Level Fire Dragon Inner Core X1, Fire Obsidian X4, Earth Fire Liquid X1L, steps as follows. Illustration, Cat demons are legendary monsters. According to legend, when a cat cultivates for 100 years, it will grow a tail. It will grow 1 tail every 100 years until it grows 9 tails. According to legend, when it grows all 9 tails, it can be ranked in the immortal class. In fact, it will grow a tail every time it is promoted to a higher level. However, cat demons are not kind and enjoy killing. The Blood Shadow Cat Demon is the worst. It is rumored that no cat demon has ever lived with 2 tails. After reading this series of illustration introductions, Su Mingren was confused. Compared with the previous talent improvements and level improvements, these improvements were not worth mentioning in front of this illustration introduction. Cat demon? 2 tails? So I cultivated and evolved the legendary monster, right? There are not too many surprises, but more complexity and astonishment. The fact that Debeo has evolved into this form and has this introduction is actually a disguised explanation of another fact, that demons, ghosts, dragons, phoenixes, and other mythical beasts and monsters that exist in mythological stories may all be real. Su Ming scratched his head as he thought about this. Why am I thinking so much? It's better to go to bed early. As for Debeo, will anyone discover the clues if he is released in the future? There may really be no one who looks exactly like Debeo, but when it comes to tails, not to mention 2 tails, there are cat monsters with 3 tails. As to whether it was a cat demon, Su Ming had no idea. He just heard his classmates mention it during class. We are all students, so it is normal for them to like talking about these things. After all, this is what they do. Although Debeo's evolution was complete at this time, he was still sleeping soundly, so Su Ming simply took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, Su Ming felt an itch on his nose while he was sleeping soundly. Although he hadn't opened his eyes yet, based on what happened last time, he could already guess that it was Devouring who was causing trouble. This time he is really making trouble. After opening his eyes, Suming grabbed the two tails that were dangling around his face. Meow? Master, are you awake? Suming, who was about to say something, paused when he heard the voice. Devouring, your voice seems to be crisper and more pleasant than before. Forget it, it's not important. How about it, are you satisfied with this evolution? As soon as Suming finished speaking, Devouring pounced on him, pressed on Suming and licked his face. Meow. Satisfied, very satisfied, master. Meow. Master, do you think my tail is pretty? Looks great. Your evolution was complete last night. I've seen all the changes in you. You've become more beautiful and more powerful. Just when the man and the beast were being affectionate with each other, Suming's cell phone suddenly rang at an inopportune moment. Devouring, whose eyes had turned scarlet due to evolution, seemed to have some murderous intent in his eyes after hearing the sound. As luck would have it, Suming, who had taken the mobile phone from the bedside table, turned around and saw this scene. He immediately reached out and began to gently pull Devouring's face. I finally understand why the cat demon can't survive the two-tailed beast. With your little eyes, who can survive you without my supervision? And what about yesterday's evolution liquid? You dared to drink it when I wasn't around. If you go out and eat something else next time, I'm going to kill you. The more Suming talked, the more uncomfortable he became, so he simply put his phone down and rubbed their breasts together. Devouring lay motionless and let Suming ravage him, crying out in grievance. Meow. I know I was wrong, I won't do it again next time. Only after seeing Devouring admit his mistake did Suming let go and picked up the phone. When he saw clearly that the caller was Wang Jinbao, Suming remembered that this guy wanted to show him the new beast his family had prepared for him today. Hello? Suming, I'm downstairs in the dormitory. Hurry up and get up. I'm here with a monster. Okay, bring it up here. I didn't lock the door, so just come in. After saying that, Suming hung up the phone and prepared to change clothes and wash up. Before leaving, he specifically reminded Devouring. I'm going to wash up. Don't let the new monster Wang Jinbao brought scare you to death, okay? Meow. New. Seeing that Devouring was positive about his correction, Suming went to the bathroom to change his clothes without any worries. It was not until the sound of running water began to be heard in the bathroom that Devouring's originally docile expression changed instantly. His originally scarlet eyes seemed to emit a faint glow at this moment. Meow? New monster? Let me first see what kind of little brother that Xiao Jinzi found for me. Chapter 71 Blood Contract. Devouring slowly came to the gate and lay down, his two tails wagging behind him from time to time, his eyes fixed on the gate. Sticking out his tongue to moisten his lips, Devouring waited silently. Boom, boom, boom. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and the next second the door opened. Black Scorpion rushed in first, followed by Wang Jinbao. Suming? You just got up and are washing up. Wang Jinbao, who had just entered the house, saw a big cat lying at the door before he could finish his words. Its size did not seem to match that of an elite Devouring, and it had two tails. Are you Devouring? The one who completed his evolution yesterday? Thinking of the materials he had delivered personally yesterday and Devouring's current condition, Wang Jinbao couldn't help but rub his hands. Oh my, this is so beautiful! The claws, tail, and forehead are all red, and the eyes are also bright red. Suming really understands evolution. Devouring didn't quite understand and was too lazy to listen. After Wang Jinbao came in, it straightened up and stared at the centipede following behind Wang Jinbao. Meow? What is this? A centipede? Following behind Wang Jinbao was a centipede that was over 60 centimeters long and completely red, with lines running from head to tail on its back. The moment Devouring looked over, it was looking inside the room with its head raised and its beard shaking, but was just glanced at by Devouring. It instantly wrapped around Wang Jinbao's calf and trembled, with its head buried in its body. Feeling the sudden tightening of his calf, Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. You are quite capable in my house, aren't you? Why do you become a coward when you see Devouring? Come down. Wang Jinbao didn't dare to pull it with his hands. After all, he had not signed a contract with the monster. It was just that this centipede was given by Qian Yeye, and had been raised by humans since it was a child, so it was not afraid of humans. Otherwise, he would definitely let Black Scorpion carry this guy to Su Ming. Looking at the centipede, Debao swept it with his tail in disgust. The centipede, which was originally shivering, suddenly relaxed and lay on the ground with its belly turned over, as if it had died. Meow? What is this? A piece of trash. Debao turned around with disdain and went back to the living room. He thought Wang Jinbao would find some decent monster to be the new beast master, but it turned out to be such a super coward. I am not as good as the black scorpion that dared to show its fangs and claws to me. Debao walked forward, and Hixie followed behind in a daze. Hiss? Meow. Tell your master to go to my master to customize the evolution. The fee is not much, about 180 million will be enough. Upon hearing this, Black Scorpion did not hesitate. He turned around and looked at Wang Jinbao, who was fiddling with the centipede, and transmitted the situation through the mental link of the contract. When Wang Jinbao heard the words spoken by the childish voice in his mind, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Good fellow, you don't even bother to bargain for 18 million and just let me pay for it? Not good enough. Fortunately, at this time Su Ming came out of the bathroom wiping his face with a towel. Here you are? Is this centipede the monster your family prepared for you? Yes, Qian Yeye sent it to my house. Please give me an estimate of its price and see how much it is worth in the market. Oh, and please customize an evolution for my black scorpion as well. Su Ming was a little surprised when he heard this. It was given by Qian Yeye. You want me to give you an estimate of the price? Customized evolution is easy to say. I'm a businessman. If you just tell me the approximate value, I'll know the situation. And I'll also have to see if it's suitable. Hearing this, Su Ming did not refute, but looked at the centipede that was still pretending to be dead. I just knew that you like insects. Okay, I'll show you. Seeing that Su Ming was about to approach the centipede, Debao quickly came to Su Ming's side and moved forward with him. Monster, red fire black striped centipede, playing dead. Talent rare. Level 4 servant. Ability, fire poison. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. A hybrid of the red centipede and the black centipede, it inherited the excellent fire poison of the red fire centipede and the strong physique of the black centipede. This monster likes to play dead to trap and assist in attack. It likes to eat birds and rodent monsters. When not hunting, it will stay in the soil with higher temperature. How about it? Faced with Wang Jinbao's questioning, Su Ming remained silent. Elite talents cost tens or even hundreds of thousands, outstanding ones usually cost over 1 million, and rare talents, such monsters would be sold for millions outside. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao silently. His eyes were somewhat complicated, making Wang Jinbao a little confused. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it valuable? About 18 million. Wang Jinbao. Is the talent so high? Is it true? Seeing Wang Jinbao's shock, Su Ming slowly shook his head. I'm not sure, but I can be sure that he has a high talent. Just make a contract with him. He likes to play dead, and he's quite strong in close combat. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinbao felt uncomfortable with these words. Why did that woman give me such a good monster? It feels wrong. Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao silently and fell into deep silence. He knew that some girls were naive and innocent, but now he realized that it was really strange that a man could really go to this extent. Just sign the contract first. We can think about this matter later. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao nodded slowly. Yes, how can I refuse such a valuable thing given to me for free? Wang Jinbao stretched out his finger and wanted to insert it directly into the mouth of the red fire black striped centipede, but was held back by Su Ming. What's wrong? Wang Jinbao, who was confused, subconsciously looked up at Su Ming, but saw Su Ming raised his head. The next second his finger was cut by something extremely sharp, but he didn't even feel the pain. This thing has a fire poison. If you let it bite you, it will be in so much pain that you will die. Oh, that's right. Come on, suck it. Wang Jinbao reacted and put his finger on the mouth of the red fire black-striped centipede. As blood dripped, the centipede no longer pretended to be dead. Its mouthparts directly fixed Wang Jinbao's finger and began to suck. About a minute passed. Wang Jinbao's face turned pale, and he spoke slowly. "We share the same heart, and turn our blood into a bond." Hearing Wang Jinbao start to speak, Su Ming immediately took Debao and began to retreat to make way, and Black Scorpion followed tacitly. As Wang Jinbao finished speaking, the red fire black-striped centipede also began to make sounds. A layer of red circles suddenly appeared and covered the man and the centipede. As Wang Jinbao continued to speak and the red fire black-striped centipede continued to make sounds, many mysterious and obscure runes began to appear in the red circle. "From now on, you and I will live and die together, support each other, and move forward together." Chapter 72, You Come and I Go. As Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he withdrew his hand, and the red circles and runes on the ground began to take shape. At this time, the red fire black-striped centipede spat out a mouthful of thick blood towards the contract formation, and the formation was directly lit up to the extreme, and finally turned into light and poured into the bodies of Wang Jinbao and the red fire black-striped centipede. The contract was signed successfully. Wang Jinbao stood up shakily with a pale face. He wanted to hold on to the table, but found that it was rotten. Confused, he quickly sat down on the chair. "Su Ming, why does your table feel like it's been chewed up by something?" Wang Jinbao, who found something wrong with the table, looked at the bite marks on the table legs and muttered to himself. Su Ming did not reply, but started operating the tablet next to the door. "Well, my Debao bit me yesterday. My Debao told me that you, the Black Scorpion, want to customize the evolution, right? It won't cost 18 million, but 1.5 million. Wang Jinbao, who had just sat down on the chair and hadn't recovered from his shock yet, felt his legs go limp when he heard these words. "Is it so cruel?" Upon hearing this, Su Ming glanced at the somewhat confused Wang Jinbao, and then clicked on the screen to confirm the furniture order. "Fortunately, your family is not short of money, so the custom evolution will definitely be done according to the best standards. I guarantee you will be satisfied beyond measure. If it were someone else, I wouldn't put in so much effort." The Black Scorpion, who was training a new disciple nearby, heard what Su Ming said and immediately used his pincers to slap the red fire black-striped centipede, who was listening to his instructions, aside, and quickly came to Wang Jinbao's side. "Hiss, hiss." Wang Jinbao, who could hear his own beast master's words clearly through the mental link, couldn't stop twitching the corners of his mouth. "What a great discount! You idiot, don't talk to me about business matters anymore." Although he said this about his Black Scorpion, Wang Jinbao had already taken out his mobile phone and transferred money directly to Su Ming. He believed that given his current relationship with Su Ming and the precedent of Qian Yeye. Moreover, he also believed that Su Ming was not the kind of person who would rip off regular customers. They were brothers for life. "Tell me the materials, and I'll ask my family to get them." "Eh? I remember you talked about evolution in Monday's cultural class a week ago." Su Ming glanced at Black Scorpion and nodded slowly. "Well, at that time I asked you whether you wanted to customize it or go for the public route. An elite-level poison-type inner elixir, a portion of soul-breaking grass, an elite-level scorpion monster mold shell, an elite-level blood-poison frog venom sac, and finally a portion of 100-year-old beast blood fruit, and 10 kilograms of vicious swamp mud." After listening to the typing, Wang Jinbao continued to ask, "Can you help me find out what materials I need for the cultivation liquid of the red fire black-striped centipede and how much it costs?" Su Ming thought for a few seconds after hearing this. "This time, the training will be considered as a free service for your customized evolution. The breeding method I gave is to improve the fire poison and body hardness of the red fire black-striped centipede, which also includes the sharpness of its mouthparts and many legs." Having gotten used to Su Ming's training methods, Wang Jinbao nodded calmly. "I'll give you my employee's contact information. Just tell him if you need any materials, including bookkeeping." After hearing this, Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao in surprise, hesitated for a few seconds, and then nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll add it. Oh, this is the cultivation solution that the homeroom teacher and the principal's beastmasters need. To be honest, I don't know if the cultivation liquid of 2 lords and 1 top-level war chief will work. Su Ming picked up the bag on the coffee table and handed it to Wang Jibao. You are free now, so please help me deliver it. Wang Jibao was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he rubbed his hands with a smile and said, Okay, I'll go and send it off right away, you go ahead and do your work. How long does it take to refine my black scorpion's evolutionary fluid? Come and get them tomorrow. Su Ming paused and continued. One for external use and one for internal use. Use them under my command. Wang Jibao, holding the culture medium, smiled and made an okay gesture. Let's go, Scorpion Centipede, let's deliver the medicine. With a whoosh, the red fire-black striped centipede climbed directly onto the black scorpion's back and huddled on the black scorpion's tail. After seeing Wang Jibao leave and hearing the door close, Debao looked at Su Ming with some confusion. Meow? Why doesn't the master go there in person? I don't really need this relationship improvement because I have already joined the official organization of the Cultivators Association, but Wang Jinbao's company is still private. Letting him get close to the officials will benefit his company and us as well. Besides, didn't you want to eat the 100-year-old beast's blood fruit yesterday? Someone will deliver it soon. 100-year-old beast's blood fruit? Debao blinked in confusion, and when he reacted, the corners of his mouth curled up and he circled around Su Ming. Meow. The master is worthy of being the master. Office building. Wang Jibao was carrying the bag of culture medium tightly, but when he arrived at the grade director's office, he found that Wang Chunfa was not there. Not here? Is this in the principal's office? With doubts, Wang Jibao came to the principal's office on the top floor. The door was open. He heard the sound of conversation when he was on the stairs, but the noise stopped after he went upstairs. When he walked to the door, Wang Jinbao found Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa, one sitting on a chair and the other sitting on the sofa, looking at him. Lu Jun locked his eyes on the bag in Wang Jinbao's hand at first sight. That bag contains the cultivation fluid for the two of us to control our beasts. Well, Su Ming is still preparing the culture solution for other students and doesn't have time. I happen to be free, so let me help deliver it. Hearing this, Lu Jun and Wang Chunfa raised their eyebrows and looked at each other knowingly. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Jun nodded gently and said, Thank you for your hard work. Put it here. By the way, what level of Beast Master is your father? Without any hesitation, Wang Jinbao answered seriously. High-level Beast Master, the strongest Beast Master is level 30. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun frowned. Not enough, go back and ask your father to work harder, spend more money or something to raise it. This level can't handle the burden. Wang Jinbao, who was a little nervous at first, was delighted when he heard this and nodded. I understand. Goodbye, Principal and Teacher Wang. Witnessing Wang Jinbao's departure, Lu Jun silently took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. You know what, this fat kid Wang Jinbao is much smarter than his father. Wang Chunfa didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Lu Jun rolled his eyes and threw the pack of cigarettes directly over. Who said it wasn't? At first we thought Su Ming would have a good future, but now he has a better future with Wang Jinbao's family. Hey, this can be considered a mutual achievement. Lu Jun glanced at the happy Wang Chunfa, and his eyes became a little speechless. This group of businessmen have a keen sense of business opportunities, and they also know that the country is going to start recruiting leading materials suppliers from all over the country. I just don't know how much more difficult the coordination of trainers will be this time compared to the last time. This is not important. Even if Wang Jinbao doesn't come, I will find someone to inform Wang Duobao. After all, his family owns the largest materials company in Baiyun City. Lu Jun took a puff of smoke and continued. How is it? What did Xian Yeye say? Are you free tonight? Have. Wang Chunfa replied and put out the cigarette in his hand. Just have someone keep watch. There won't be so many people at night, so if there's any news in the city, it will be easy to cover it up. Lu Jun nodded silently upon hearing this. This culture medium is no longer useful now, we have to set off. Put the beast in the beast control space. Let's go to the lake east of the city with light luggage. Inform Qian Yeye and ask her to get ready. It's past 4 in the afternoon now, so we'll start at 12 o'clock in the evening. There's no movement in the lake yet, let's catch that beast off guard. Lu Jun paused for a moment and said, "Maybe I'll need your white snake to act as bait by the lake to lure the beast out. I won't do anything until the beast comes out." In response, Wang Chunfa nodded slowly with a serious expression. "I understand this matter. I can still distinguish between serious and minor matters. Let's go." On the way, Lu Jun contacted the reporter. "Have teams 1, 2, 3, and 4, who are already on guard at Baiyun Lake in the east of the city, persuade all beast masters who are preparing to leave the city, and send all those who have already left the city back. Just say that we will be conducting a simulated beast-tide exercise in the next 2 days. No beast masters are allowed in the wild to avoid accidentally injuring the other party's beasts. If Qian Ye arrives first, remember to let her in. Don't let her stop you. Do you understand?" As soon as Lu Jun finished speaking, a resounding answer came from the other end of the phone. "Yes. I promise to complete the task." After hanging up the phone, Lu Jun looked at Wang Chunfa, who was driving, and asked, "How was the talk with Qian Ye? If it really works out, will she be willing to give us the Lord-level inner elixir?" Hearing this, Wang Chunfa rubbed his face with his hands, which made Lu Jun a little confused. "Why don't you tell me? That girl doesn't want anything. It makes me feel embarrassed." "You don't want anything?" Lu Jun's eyes widened. "Free things are the most expensive. We'll see what this girl wants to ask us when the time comes." Having said that, the two of them fell silent and drove silently towards Baiyun Lake. At the same time, in the senior high school department, Su Minggang received a set of materials from the employees of Wang Jinbao's family and returned to the dormitory. "Debao, yes." As soon as I entered the dormitory, a bright red fruit was thrown towards Debao in a beautiful parabola. A red and white tail entangled the beast blood fruit that was thrown over. "Meow." "Thank you, master." After Debao took the 100-year-old beast blood fruit into his mouth, bright red juice flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Su Ming came to the kitchen only after he saw Debao eat it. "One is applied externally, and the other is taken internally." A huge empty shell was taken out of the box and stuffed into the large boiler. Then a box was taken out of the box, and the black mud inside was poured into it. Finally, add water to cover it and heat it. While the external application is being heated, all that's left is internal administration. Use tweezers to pick up the poison sac of the blood-poisoned frog and slowly put it into the measuring cup. Place the soul-breaking grass on top and directly cover it to heat it. To be honest, every time Su Ming did this, he felt like he was cooking. After eating the beast blood fruit, Debao in the living room cleaned the floor of the living room and went straight back to his room to sleep. After all, the 100-year-old beast blood fruit is a relatively hard spiritual plant with many uses. This includes feeding it directly to the beast to increase its strength and blood. As time went by, Su Ming, wearing a gas mask, carried out the final debugging and bottling in the kitchen, and walked out of the dormitory with the still hot and smelly purple-black reagent and a box. "Wang Jinbao, open the door. Your black scorpion's evolutionary fluid is ready. Hurry, hurry, come in, I can't wait any longer." "Huh? Why are you wearing a gas mask?" The door was quickly opened, and Wang Jinbao, with an excited look on his face, rubbed his hands and welcomed Su Ming in, while Black Scorpion followed Wang Jinbao closely. Hiss. Ignoring Black Scorpion, Su Ming handed the reagent to Wang Jinbao and put the box on the ground. "This stuff stinks. Go home tonight, open the windows in your dorm to ventilate, and come back tomorrow," Su Ming said as he searched for something in the dormitory, and finally came to the coffee table. "Drag this coffee table away." Wang Jinbao raised his head, and the Black Scorpion immediately ran over. Hiss! The red fire-black striped centipede that had just joined the group was still lying on the sofa, somewhat confused. Su Ming just took a look and said, "Remember to take this thing with you, or you will be killed. That box is for external application. It's quite toxic. My boiler won't work anymore and needs to be replaced. Please put on some protective gear and apply it evenly to your Black Scorpion." "Ah? Now? Isn't it said to be very poisonous?" Wang Jinbao was a little stunned. Bringing the box to Black Scorpion and opening it, Su Ming compared the quantities and nodded slowly. "Evolutionary liquid poison, this is not it. After spreading it evenly, leave the reagent to your beast. Take this centipede back and let the black scorpion eat it. I'm leaving first. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming left Wang Jinbao's dormitory without stopping, without any intention of staying. This external mud smells bad? But when I opened it, it didn't smell bad. But this evolution liquid doesn't look like a good thing. Hiss, hiss. As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he was met with dissatisfaction from Black Scorpion. Wang Jinbao had no choice but to comfort him. It's a good thing for you. Wearing the prepared protective gloves, Wang Jinbao didn't realize how wrong and ridiculous his idea was until he reached into the black mud applied externally and took out a lump. Sniff, sniff. Ugh! Ugh! Su Ming, who heard the noise at the door, couldn't help shaking his head. There's nothing we can do. The better the plan, the worse it gets. Just bear with the hardship. Everything in the schools seemed to be going on in an orderly manner, while the east of Baiyun City was filled with heavy clouds. It's getting dark. Has the Beastmaster outside the city persuaded us to return to the city? Report. All the Beastmasters who left the city through formal procedures have been persuaded to return to the city through positioning. Lu Jun nodded slightly when he heard this. Team 1 and Team 2 will guard the exit from the city tonight, and have the inspectors in the city patrol more diligently at night. Don't do anything weird to me. No jokes tonight. Yes. Chapter 73, Battle Against the Monster Head. Principal Lu, how long do we have left to start? Qian Yeye, who was combing Bao Yan Yuegong's hair not far away, saw Lu Jun ordering someone to go down and walked over to ask. It has to be said that after Su Ming evolved his blood-eyed rabbit, the exploding rock moon palace is now much more confident than before. The previous blood-eyed rabbit needed his own fantasy-colored butterfly to cooperate in order to ensure the hit rate. Now that it has evolved into the exploding rock moon palace, it can completely take care of its own movements. Its speed cannot be said to be fast, but it is definitely not slow either. It is much better than before. The most important things are strength and defense. In 3 words, it's too outrageous. A warrior of the same level who is not good at physical strength will be killed by a single punch if he is hit in the vitals. Qian Yeye is so happy now. The success of the blood-eyed rabbit has solved the problem for her. You have become much more cheerful since the successful evolution of the blood-eyed rabbit. Lu Jun talked about family matters with a smile. It's almost time. There are still 2 or 3 hours left. How long will it take to get back to the Magic City this time? Hearing this, Qian Yeye's eyes moved slightly. Wang Jinbao's family was a merchant family that bought and sold materials, so why wasn't her family also a merchant family that bought and sold monster cubs? Lu Jun's words were obviously paving the way for the questions he wanted to ask, which was just a simple way of getting close to someone he knew. Haha, I'll be leaving soon. Principal Lu, you know that university vacations are 1 or 2 months longer. Besides, this isn't what Principal Lu wanted to ask, right? Hearing this, Lu Jun smiled but said nothing. He stroked his palms and lowered his head slightly, his eyes deep. Girl, tell the principal the truth. You are the core of this plan. Why don't you want anything? Don't tell me, the principal, that you're doing this. Even your former head teacher, Lao Wang, would be embarrassed. Tell me the truth, let me hear it and think it over. Qian Yeye's eyes moved slightly. The topic was brought up by the other party, so what she said next would have a certain guiding role. It's nothing, actually. I just heard that our family is going to coordinate with the beast control material suppliers in various places, just like the previous cooperation between the breeders and our monster suppliers. I thought about it, it seems that the Wang family is the only material supplier in Baiyun City? As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jun's face immediately returned to calm. That calm look made Qian Yeye a little dazed. This situation was completely different from what she had imagined. There was no hesitation, no entanglement, no surprise, and even no frown of displeasure. How could it be so calm as water? Could it be possible that he guessed it? Qian Yeye is also doing this? Yeah, this is interesting. Lu Jun glanced at Qian Yeye calmly and pretended to be confused. I understand what you mean. This matter is not a trivial matter. I will think about it when I get back. If it's really possible, I'll help you report it. Just focus on tonight's plan and don't think about so many other things that will disrupt your thoughts. After hearing this, Qianyaya was obviously stunned for a moment, and suddenly laughed out loud. I understand. The subtext is that it is possible, but it depends on whether tonight's events are successful or not. The matter had been settled, and Qianyaya felt much better. The only thing left now was to deal with the plan for later. She couldn't help but wave her hand, and the colorful butterfly hidden in the air flapped its wings and flew down. Asai, do you see that level 30 white evil snake lying on the shore? When you spread the poison powder later, remember to avoid the place where it enters the water. It's on our side, don't hurt it by mistake. Buzz. The colorful butterfly glanced at the lying white evil snake, and the two tentacles on its head trembled twice. Lu Jun watched this scene silently. Girls like Qianyaya are very rare in this era. She has to consider the man's family before she even gets married. All things were being carried out in a tense and secretive manner. The people who were transferred out had been investigating the surrounding situation. A wave of monsters in the surrounding area had been cleared during the day, and night was the hunting time for most monsters. This is what they fear, so there are people who are constantly leading beastmen to travel through the woods around Baiyun Lake with great seriousness. Time passed by little, the moon was already high in the sky, and its light shone on the lake, creating a layer of silver light. In the woods by the lake, Lu Jun nodded slightly with a serious expression. The white evil snake that had been lying on the shore hiding its breath moved, releasing its aura of a level 30 war leader without reservation, and suddenly flowed into the lake along the lakeside. In the sky, the hidden colorful butterfly revealed its body. With the flapping of its wings, countless transparent powders fell into the lake with silver light under the moonlight. As the powder entered the lake, the antennae on the forehead of the fantasy butterfly began to wave, and the powder that was originally drifting on the lake's surface sank into the lake one by one. Once the action of throwing powder began, it would not stop. Until the poisonous scale powder spreads to the entire bottom of the lake. Seeing the plan unfolding almost perfectly, Lu Jun's heartbeat quickened a lot. The colorful butterfly was the killer, and the white evil snake was acting as bait by the lake. As he was the main force tonight, he had to concentrate on any movement on the lake. A few minutes later, corpses of servant-level monsters began to float to the surface of the lake. The number was still increasing at an indescribable speed. In just less than 10 minutes, the lake was almost filled with the corpses of servants and elite-level monsters. Suddenly, the bodies on the lake seemed to be moved by something. Lu Jun's eyes narrowed. Those warriors hiding in the lake can't hold back anymore, right? Let me see how many more there are in this lake besides the two we caught a while ago. Roar! A roar that sounded like that of a python broke the tranquility of the night. The colorful butterfly in the sky began to wave its tentacles faster and faster, controlling the poisonous scale powder to avoid the fighting white evil snake while controlling the poisonous scale powder to float towards the enemy. The huge snake head carried a catfish more than 5 meters long out of the lake. Large amounts of blood dripped into the lake along the bite marks and began to color it. There was a continuous crunching sound, and the catfish in its mouth was thrown onto the shore. Clear water began to flow out of the mouth of the Baishibeo snake for no apparent reason to wash away the blood stains in its mouth, while its pair of snake eyes stared at the lake. Suddenly, a huge bubble shot out from the mouth of the white evil snake and hit the lake. A large number of bubbles began to float up. Without any hesitation, the white evil snake quickly sank into the lake. The white lake surface, apart from the blood stain just now, was now a bit muddy, with a large amount of silt rising to the surface of the lake along with bubbles. After a few minutes, a tattered lobster that was nearly 7 meters long and had 2 pairs of claws was brought to the shore by the white-eared snake. There are a lot of beasts hiding at the bottom of this lake, including a level 22 black blood catfish and a level 27 four-clawed iron-armored shrimp. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes. 2 war leaders died in less than 20 minutes. It seemed that the lord at the bottom of the lake would come out within an hour. Chapter 74, Black Armored Silver Turtle. As the poisonous scale powder continued to fall from the air, the movement in the lake began to grow louder, and more corpses of aquatic monsters began to surface. In the woods near the lake, there were people with their beasts guarding at regular intervals to prevent monsters from sneaking ashore from any corner. There were 2 more corpses of battlehead-level monsters on the shore, plus the 2 from before, making a total of 4. Having 4 warheads in a lake is actually enough, provided there is really a leader in it. After carrying the four-clawed iron-armored shrimp ashore, the white-faced snake wanted to continue going down the lake. However, just when its head just touched the surface of the lake, an extreme feeling of palpitations drove it to raise its head suddenly, twist its body and immediately jump back. Just as it turned and twisted its body to run, a huge turtle with a body length of 8 meters suddenly broke out of the water and rushed to the shore, biting its tail as if trying to drag it back to the bottom of the lake. Roar! The tailbone of the white evil snake was bitten off in an instant, and a large amount of blood and scales splattered everywhere like they were free. Wang Chunfao's heart ached when he saw this scene. What a bastard! Black-armored silver turtle? Claw it up for me! Seeing the main target appear, Lu Jun immediately communicated with his beast controlling space and released the white jade crane. A gorgeous green totem appeared out of thin air above the forest, and the runes were instantly outlined and formed. A ray of white light flashed out from it, and in an instant it appeared above the black-armored silver turtle. Its sharp crane claws directly dug into the opponent's tail. The original night breeze turned into a strong gale at this moment. The black-armored silver turtle resting on the shore was lifted up by the strong wind and turned over. Ground-armored bear! Another ochre-colored magic circle emerged on the ground. The beast inside had not appeared yet, but a large number of sharp spikes rose from the ground first. Their target was clearly the limbs of the black-armored silver turtle. The black-armored silver turtle, which had been blown over by the strong wind, just opened its mouth and was about to turn over, but was caught by the spikes in the ground. Roar! Wang Chunfa saw that the tail of his beast was already bloody, and had almost been bitten off by the turtle, so he hurriedly opened the beast control space and took the white evil snake back. Qian Yeye also did the same thing. Who is the most destructive to Baiyun Lake? Unsurprisingly, it is her fantasy butterfly. The black-armored silver turtle was turned upside down. It saw the white jade crane preparing to swoop down from the sky. The lake surface, which was already sparkling due to the strong wind, now directly sprayed out streams of water towards the white jade crane in the sky. Lu Jun's eyes narrowed. Don't let him stay by the lake. The spikes on its back shell suddenly extended, pushing it over. When its limbs touched the ground again, a huge bare paw slapped it and sent it flying into the forest nearby. Roar! The ground bear opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily. The earth began to tremble, and the trees standing in the forest began to fall down. Accompanied by gusts of wind from the sky, all the fallen trees were blown away. In just a moment, a huge yellow mud space was cleared. The black-armored silver turtle was shaking its head in the middle of the open space, obviously having been hit hard by the ground-armored bear just now. The 31st level lord is the one who broke through from the battlehead while hiding at the bottom of the lake, right? Based on the feedback from his beast master through the mental link, Lu Jun also understood the situation of the monster. Roar! The black-armored silver turtle, which was famous for its defensive ability, quickly recovered. Looking at the ground-armored bear rushing towards it, it let out a roar and responded with a roar, intending to directly confront the ground-armored bear. In the air, the white jade claw crane saw clearly the thorns on the silver-armored black turtle's shell, all of which were condensing into water flows, and it immediately cried out. Bah! The ground bear, which was still preparing to fight back, heard the warning from its old friend. It immediately controlled the soil in front of itself to block its steps, and at the same time, it slammed the ground with its paws. Accompanied by a violent tremor, a huge earth wall rose in front of the charging black-armored silver turtle, and the water elements condensed on the turtle's shell immediately shot towards the ground-armored bear in front. It was obvious that he wanted to hit, or even injure the opponent before the earth wall rose. Seeing this scene, Lu Jun spat fiercely. A 1,000-year-old turtle is a 10,000-year-old tortoise. It really has a lot of tricks. The water shot out at a very fast speed, and the ground bear had no time to dodge, but the white jade crane in the air suddenly flapped its wings. Several invisible wind blades shattered the shooting water streams, and a reverse wind wall formed in front of the earth-armored bear. Realizing that it was almost ambushed, the ground bear's eyes turned blood red, and it peeled off the mud from the ground and condensed it onto its body. In just a moment, its body swelled greatly. Under the operation of the earth element, the speed of the earth bear running on all fours was even faster than before. The black-armored silver turtle raised his head and glanced at the white jade crane with claws. At this moment, the white jade claw crane turned into a stream of light, and its sharp claws directly gripped the opponent's left hind leg, taking out a bloody bone and flying back into the sky. Roar! The severe pain of the bone being pulled out made the black-armored silver turtle lose the opportunity to run and dodge at the first moment, and even the left rear part of its body collapsed directly, but the blood circulation stopped in an instant. It never occurred to it that just wanting to observe the movements of the bird lord in the sky, it ended up having a bone pulled out. Feeling the commotion on the ground, the black-armored silver turtle knew it had no time to dodge, so it opened its mouth and a column of water more than 2 meters thick instantly shot out towards the ground-armored bear. Roar! With a loud bear roar, the ground armor on the ground bear disintegrated in an instant, and gathered in front of the body in an instant to form an extremely hard huge ball of earth, flying towards the black-armored silver turtle at an extremely fast speed. The rushing water column did not break up the clod of earth. Instead, the hard ball of earth directly hit the open mouth of the black-armored silver turtle. The huge force caused its head to shake uncontrollably the moment it was hit. When it was using water elements to stop the bleeding and recover, its chin was suddenly pierced by a stone spear that rose from the ground, and its head was pushed up. The ground bear that was charging in front of him a few seconds ago now appeared above the black-armored silver turtle in his eyes, leaping high, and the opponent's fist was covered with hard stone armor and spikes. When the monster reaches the Lord level, its IQ is about the same as that of a human teenager. The impact of this scene is fatal to the black-armored silver turtle. It wanted to ignore the stone thorn stuck in its chin and roll over to avoid it, but it didn't expect that the white light would pass by it quickly again, and the bone of its right forelimb was also pulled out. Roar! The next second, hard stone jabs fell from the sky along with an angry bear roar, and the ground within a radius of several hundred meters began to tremble at this moment. Chapter 75, Post-War Cleanup. Roar! Along with the deafening bear roar, the ground within 100 meters radius began to tremble, and countless dark gray, sharp and tough stone spikes rose from the ground and pierced through the limbs of the black-armored silver turtle. A heavy stone fist fell from the sky and hit the black-armored silver turtle's head violently. At the moment when the fist and the head collided, the stone spike on the black-armored silver turtle's jaw broke with a snapping sound. But the next second, more and sharper stone spikes appeared at that moment. As the stone fist landed completely, the ground began to crack and cave in as if it couldn't bear the huge force. The ground within a radius of dozens of meters with the head of the black-armored silver turtle as the center has sunk several meters and is covered with cracks. Thick, dark red blood continued to flow out from the head of the black-armored silver turtle. The blood carried an extremely foul fishy smell and, driven by the strong wind, spread to the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Lu Jun, who was waiting for news about his beast control in the distance, suddenly took a breath of cold air. You didn't die even with this punch that was infused with a large amount of wind element? Tisk, being tough really depends on the turtle. The others are really not good enough. Who can be as tough as the turtle? The one with the head and chin pierced through is not dead yet and still breathing. Lu Jun on this side shook his head, and the ground-armored bear over there was also very surprised. This thing was the toughest among all the enemies it had ever fought, no doubt about it. The top of his head and chin were still bleeding, but even so, he was still able to mobilize his own water elements to form a thin film to stop the bleeding of the wounds. His limbs were also paddling, as if he was trying to escape. Roar! The ground bear was extremely dissatisfied with the black-armored silver turtle's attempt to escape. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the other's neck and began to pull it out continuously. Seeing this, the white jade claw crane swooped down fiercely. The sharp claws directly broke the tail of the black-armored silver turtle and held it up into the sky. Severely injured, the series of actions of the black-armored silver turtle all came from the life instinct of not wanting to die, but its life was indeed tough enough. With a loud hissing sound, the forelegs of the black-armored silver turtle, which were originally supporting itself with some signs of struggle, fell limply to the ground at this moment, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the broken neck. The earth-armored bear spat out the head in its mouth and roared at the white jade crane that was circling in the sky. The crane immediately landed and began to use its sharp claws to dismantle the head of the black-armored silver turtle and take out the inner elixir inside. He flew rapidly towards Wang Chunfa's position with the inner elixir. Lu Jun said that this inner elixir should be given to the white evil snake as soon as it is taken out after the war, in an effort to allow the white evil snake to break through to the Lord level. If that doesn't work, the internal organs of the black armored silver turtle will be supplied to the white evil snake first. The white evil snake, who is also a war leader, can kill a war leader of the same level just like killing a chicken, but when it encounters the black armored silver turtle that has just broken through to the Lord level not long ago, if it were not for the white jade Yaojua crane, who is also a lord, to come to the rescue. That is the meat on the chopping board. When a low-level opponent with the same attributes fights a high-level opponent, their strength will be suppressed to the greatest extent. While the white jade crane was carrying the inner elixir to report, the earth armor bear began to use the spikes made of earth elements, and its mouth and claws to dismember the black armor silver turtle. This turtle shell is very hard and can be removed and given to the owner to use as a defensive measure or territory deterrence. It is useful and can serve as a deterrent, so you can go out less often. The 8-meter-long black-shelled silver turtle has a shell that is 6 meters long and 5 meters wide. It must look very handsome hanging in the camp. The earth bear patted the ground, and a platform rose up from the ground to lift up all the things that the earth bear had just disassembled, and under the control of the earth bear, the platform returned with the earth bear along the same route. By the lake, Lu Jun felt refreshed after learning through the mental link that the Lord-level black-armored silver turtle had been disassembled. After all, this lake is only a few dozen miles away from the city. If we don't take care of it, when this turtle grows up and floods the Jishan mountain, who can withstand it? Notice everyone that I will provide a midnight snack for everyone on duty tonight, including pork trotter rice and chicken drumsticks. As soon as the message was sent, there was a burst of atmosphere in the chat group. Lu Jun laughed when he saw it. At this time, Qianyeye came over. Principal Lu, now that the matter is over, I will go home first, so that my family won't worry. Lu Jun nodded slightly. You go back first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jun left before Qianyeye. This made Qianyeye, who wanted to confirm the situation, feel helpless. Looking at Lu Jun's attitude, she knew what she wanted was granted. Little Jin Yuan Bao, you have to thank your sister very much. At the same time, Wang Chunfa looked at the bloody wound on the tail of his beast with great distress. It was still bleeding. This is the suppression of low-level beastmasters by high-level beastmasters of the same attributes. When a low-level beastmaster is injured by elements of a high-level beastmaster, its own elemental abilities will drop significantly in a short period of time. Hey! Wang Chunfa, who was still distressed, blushed when he heard the voice. It's done, the inner elixir is here. The Baisha Baoshi naturally heard the crane's cry. When it looked up, it saw a fist-sized aqua-blue ball falling towards its head. It immediately opened its mouth to catch it. Wang Chunfa immediately moved away to observe the situation of his beast. The next second after the inner elixir was swallowed, the wound on the tail of the white evil snake stopped bleeding instantly, and rich water elements emerged and began to heal itself quickly. At this moment, the white evil snake began to coil up into a ball, and a faint blue light began to appear on its white body. At this time, there was movement in the forest next to it. The ground was shaking slightly, and the trees moved to the side strangely. A stone platform filled with a strong smell of blood moved out of the cleared road on its own. Following closely behind was the armored bear. When the armored bear saw the white evil snake glowing blue all over, a light flashed in its eyes, and it sat down on the ground instead of walking on all fours. He grabbed the leg of a black-armored silver turtle on the stone platform and started gnawing on it. The white jade crane in the sky saw this scene, let out a cry, and went straight to check the surrounding situation. There was such a big noise, and so many monsters died, especially a lord. The smell of blood had spread, and there were no monsters in the forest that were restless, so in this situation, the best move is for a new lord to appear as a deterrent, which means that the new king will kill the old king and ascend to the throne, in the monster's view. While the white jade claw crane was enclosing the land, it was also checking whether there were any remaining war leaders or even hiding lords nearby. This information was also very important. After a while, Lu Jun came to Wang Chunfa and looked at Bai Sha wrapping the snake with a smile on his face. Finally, there's hope. Even if I don't break through to the Lord level this time, I'll be there soon. I'll break through to level 31 in a month or two. Chapter 76 Great Improvement. Yes, and this is under normal circumstances. The cultivation solution that Su Ming prepared for my white snake has not been used yet. I can try it when I get back. Lu Jun looked at Bai Xiao Baoshi and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you going to stay here with my people to keep watch over your beast today, or are you going back?" "What nonsense! It must be the white snake that accompanies me. How can it walk away?" Hearing this decisive answer, Lu Jun sighed. "Don't you consider contracting a second beast? If we only have this white snake, sometimes we will inevitably be stretched. The cost of evolving this white snake from its first evolution to now is far more than that of monsters of the same level. Just Su Ming's cultivation solution alone, the materials and expenses have exceeded $1 million. Wait until it breaks through to the Lord level, and then consider the situation of the second beast." Hearing this, Wang Chunfa fell into deep thought. The situation was indeed as Lu Jun said. His white snake had grown a lump on its head since its first evolution, which was the 14th evolution. The materials needed for breeding are several times that of the same level of beasts. At that time, in order to breed his own beasts, he owed a lot of money outside. Fortunately, Lu Jun and I are buddies who have shared life and death, and with Lu Jun's help, otherwise I would have been harassed by the creditors a long time ago. Until now, it seems that the conditions are met. From being penniless to being in debt, and then from being in debt to being rich, it is time to think about the second beast in the contract. Didn't you see that Lu Jun already has 2 lords? As Bai Xiao Baoshi was about to break through to the lord level, Wang Chunfa's knot in his heart was also untied. "Okay, when the time comes, let's find a suitable day and go to the store opened by Qian Ye's family to have a look. If all else fails, go for a walk in the wild." Seeing that his old friend had come to his senses, Lu Jun couldn't help but pat Wang Chunfa's shoulder vigorously. "Okay, I'll accompany you then." Wang Chunfa nodded silently, and suddenly remembered something. "Today is Tuesday, and you, the principal, skipped class." "Lu Jun?" At the same time, in the senior year department, Su Ming was opening the door and looking at Black Scorpion, who ran from Wang Jinbao's dormitory to his door and knocked. Hiss, hiss. Previously, black scorpions had spines of different sizes all over their bodies after breeding, but now they have spines of uniform size, and their chelicerae have also become larger. Even the pointed tip of its chelicerae had turned dark purple, though not as dark as the color of its tail hook. Its body, excluding its tail, had expanded to 4 meters in length, and when it stood up with its legs stretched out, it was almost as tall as Debao's shoulders. Beast Tamer, Black Blood Scorpion, Empty Stomach. Talent, Excellence. Level 13 Elite. Elements, Earth, Poison. Ability, Poisonous, Earth Walking. Evolution Condition 1. Illustrated description, a neutral monster with a strong sense of territory. After evolution, its toxicity is greatly increased. It has a vague ghost face on its abdomen. The mouth of the ghost face can release dark red but sweet-smelling poisonous blood. It moves as fast as a fish in water when burrowing underground. It can control its own toxins to be released through the thorns on its body. Wherever it goes, the land will wither and no grass will grow. The front end of its chelicerae increases the ability to inject toxins after piercing the target's body. After reading the black scorpion's faceplate, Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's the middle of the night. Did you come here directly after you finished evolving? Are you showing off, or is there something else?" Who would have thought that black scorpion would just shake his head and start talking to Debao? No one knew what they said, but Debao, who was originally full of resentment at being woken up, his eyes lit up when he heard what Black Scorpion said. Su Ming was a little surprised by how quickly Debao's attitude changed. He was also a little curious about what Black Scorpion had said to his Debao. "Meow meow. It asked you to show it how to make the culture solution, and then asked you to call it to pay." Hearing what Debao said, Su Ming couldn't help laughing out loud. Wang Jinbao, the Black Scorpion, is interesting and entertaining. However, even though it is already the early hours of the night, if I call Wang Jinbao and wake him up, he will probably be so happy that he won't be able to sleep. "Okay, I'll call Jinbao." Su Ming agreed without thinking, took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Jinbao. He thought he would have to call several times. After all, people need to sleep. Unexpectedly, the other party picked up the call within 2 seconds after Su Ming made the call, and he was stunned. "You didn't sleep?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao's somewhat complaining voice came from the other end of the phone. I fell asleep, and then my father whipped me up. He said he was going to pour tea for Qian Ye, but right after I poured the tea, my parents went to the study with Qian Ye, and I don't know what they were talking about. I don't know why Qian Ye came to my house so late at night. She caused me to be whipped. And you, what's the matter with you calling me so late at night? After listening to Wang Jinbao's story, Su Ming fell silent. Qian Ye went to Wang Jinbao's house in the middle of the night? What was going on? She even went into the study with Wang Jinbao's parents to discuss something? What? Discuss with Wang Jinbao's parents when to marry into the family, discuss it behind Wang Jinbao's back, and then give Wang Jinbao a big surprise. That shouldn't be the case, right? Shaking his head, throwing away the unimportant matters, Su Ming started talking about business. Your black scorpion has completed its evolution. It completed its evolution in the second half of the night. As soon as it was completed, it knocked on my dormitory door and woke me and Debao up. Now you want me to call you? I want you to bring the materials and money so that I can prepare the culture medium for it. But forget about the money, just bring the materials. After Su Ming finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Su Ming heard the sound of someone getting dressed. Wait, I'll drive to the company to get the materials for you. Send me the materials I need. By the way, what does my black scorpion look like after it's evolved? Take a video and send it to me, Mom and Dad. My black scorpion has evolved, I'm going to school. The call was disconnected at this point, and Su Ming started taking a video of black scorpion. Just show your body normally, don't show your abilities or skills, understand? Hiss. At the same time, at Wang Jinbao's home. When Wang Duobao saw his son open the study door and shout at Wang Jinbao and then run away, he didn't react for a moment. By the time he reacted, the sound of the villa door closing could be heard. Hey! This bastard, he has no respect for his elders. Can't he see we are discussing something? Why did he open the door and shout? Qian Ye, who was sitting with the Queen Mother, said with a smile. Don't blame me, uncle. His beast was probably left with Su Ming to evolve. Now that it has evolved, he called me. Su Ming? Wang Duobao fell into deep thought. Didn't this bastard tell me that he made new friends? No, how could this bastard make friends? With that face that shows off his wealth all day long? Can he still make friends even though he's like this? Qian Ye, who wanted to say something good about Wang Jinbao, couldn't get a word in and could only smile awkwardly. Well, uncle, listen to me. Chapter 77, Overwhelming Wealth. Wang Duobao listened to Qian Ye's explanation in a daze, scratching his balding head in disbelief. So, the evolution of your blood-eye rabbit was also made with the evolution liquid refined by Su Ming? The blood-eye rabbit can also evolve into the exploding rock moon palace. There are also cases of this happening now, but only people at the master level can do it. It seems that Su Ming is very talented. No wonder that bastard is so ambitious. Oh, I am so happy. I am so happy. Wang's mother, who was standing by, naturally also heard about Su Ming's situation and smiled happily. After being married for so many years, she and Wang Duobao had learned a little about how to judge people. A businessman who only knows how to make money is the most useless businessman, even like a fish on the chopping board, especially in this era of spiritual revival. Oh yeah. Suddenly she remembered something. Jimao also told me about your incident when he came back today. He told me to quickly break through the heavy rhino to the Lord level and evolve it. Do you think he meant for me to go check on this Su Ming? Hearing this, Qian Ye paused slightly, and after thinking for a few seconds, she nodded in affirmation. Yes, there is no doubt that Su Ming is very capable. The Ouyang family has also begun to win him over, hoping to rely on Su Ming's talent as a trainer to increase the influence of the trainer union. After all, there are still many skilled and affordable private trainers. The Trainer Association is an official organization after all. In a small place like Baiyun City, its influence is not as great as that of big cities. But if a young, capable, talented and hardworking fresh blood joins, it will definitely be different from now. After hearing Qian Ye's clear and logical analysis, the Queen Mother couldn't help but hold her hand and pat it gently, with a smile that never disappeared, looking very happy. Haha, when you and Jinmao graduate from college, you can come back and get down to business. The 4 old people in our 2 families can retire and enjoy their retirement. Upon hearing this, Jianye's face began to flush quickly. Compared to the topics of the 2 women, Wang Duobao, as the head of the family, had already focused his attention on taming beasts. When he was young, his own beast used to hunt with him in the wild. It was seriously injured in order to save him, and has been ill until now. Not only the heavy-armored rhinoceros, but also the remaining beasts, big and small, are in the same situation. Otherwise, why is he the only one in power in Baiyun City? There is no skill, just hard work. After thinking through the interests involved, Wang Duobao made a gesture to keep quiet, then took out his cell phone to make a call. The study suddenly became quiet, and Wang Duobao continued, "If it really works, my brothers who risked their lives for me will have a good life. I will definitely show off when the time comes." As soon as the words fell, Qianyeye and Queen Mother looked at each other and suddenly couldn't stop laughing. On the other side, the senior high school department. "Thank you for your hard work. It's really too much trouble for you to prepare the cultivation liquid for my beast master so late at night." Su Ming, who was sorting materials, looked up at Wang Jinbao, who was massaging his shoulders, rolled his eyes and pulled his hand away, then pointed at Dabeo, who was staring at him with vertical pupils. Wang Jinbao, who discovered the situation after being reminded, smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this too happy? Besides, it's already 5 in the morning, and your master is still willing to stay up late to prepare the cultivation fluid for my black scorpion. Can't I have some fun with your master?" Dabeo let out a hissing sound, and used his tail to throw Wang Jinbao's little centipede aside, then slowly returned to his own nest. Su Ming couldn't help shaking his head when he saw this scene. "It's you, Wang Jinbao. If you change someone else, my Dabeo will be ready to bite you. It's not too late. I usually go to bed at around 8 or 9, so just get up early today. Come to me in an hour with breakfast. You can go back to the dormitory first." Wang Jinbao didn't say much. He just made an O sign and led his 2 beasts away excitedly. "So beautiful, so awesome, wow, I can't wait to see you killing everyone." Hiss! The black scorpion still skillfully raised its front claws to respond to Wang Jinbao's words, and after the door closed, Dabeo quickly ran out of the room and took away the beast's blood fruit in the bag. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he immediately grabbed Dabeo's chin and said, No, 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 this time the beast's blood really wasn't kept secretly. We'll need it later. We already ate 100-year-old one yesterday. We can't eat the ingredients they need." Dabeo, who was about to start eating, had to open his mouth after hearing this, and licked his lips with the feeling of being unsatisfied. "Meow? Then when are we secretly being smoother?" Su Ming picked up the bag and walked towards the kitchen. "Maybe there's a chance. The materials for the culture fluid can't be compared with those for the evolution fluid. They're not on the same level. Just report any one of the evolution fluid materials." After hearing this, Dabeo nodded with a confused look on his face. Su Ming was preparing the culture solution in the kitchen, and he lay beside him to keep him company. Nearly 40 minutes had passed, and the black scorpion's cultivation fluid had been filled. Not much, just 2 tubes. Just when Su Ming finished his work and was about to lie down on the sofa to look at his phone and take a break while waiting for Wang Jinbao to come and pick him up, there was a sudden knock on the door. Does Jinbao have something urgent to do?" Su Ming raised his eyebrows and motioned Dabeo to open the door. The white and red cat's tail was precisely placed on the door handle, and Wang Jinbao started shouting as soon as he came in. Su Ming, hurry up! Your enormous wealth is coming!" Su Ming, who was holding the culture fluid, was a little confused about the situation. After he came out, he looked at Wang Jinbao with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" "Qianyeye told my father about you. He just called me and said he wanted you to help check on the condition of his beasts." Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Qianyeye was really awesome. The beast master of Wang Jinbao's father had to be at least a war leader. This was indeed a real wealth. "Let's go, what are you still standing there for? Let's go to your house and leave the culture medium there first." Without any hesitation, Su Ming returned to the bedroom, put on his coat, and led the way out. Wang Jinbao followed behind Dabeo and closed the door. On the way, he talked to Su Ming about his father's beast taming. After hearing this, Su Ming's eyes became a little strange. The father is kind and the son is filial. He told me all the things his father did when he was a gangster? So, your father had a sky snow wolf that was a top-level fighter but died in the original battle, and the remaining two, a heavy rhinoceros and a black ghost tiger, were seriously injured and left with chronic diseases. They haven't made any progress until now and are stuck at level 30? Chapter 78 Tragic. Sitting in Wang Jinbao's car, Su Ming quickly arrived at Wang Jinbao's house as it was still light and there were not many cars on the road. How should I put it? It's quite big. The gate is 5 meters high. After entering the gate is the garden lawn. At the back there is a 3-story detached villa. The distance between the villa and the gate is about 700 or 800 meters. Is this the life of rich people? Su Ming was looking at the garden of Wang Jinbao's house, and then he saw 2 huge monsters lying on the lawn, staring at Wang Jinbao's car, and stood up immediately when they saw the car coming in. One was a rhinoceros wearing heavy black armor, 8 meters long and 5 meters tall at the shoulder. The most terrifying thing was the 2-meter-long jet black horn on its head that was broken off. Moreover, the heavy armor on its body was shaking according to the frequency of its breathing. The strangest thing is the chest area of this heavily armored rhino. That place should be one of the most defensive places, but instead of having heavy armor protection, there is a huge scar. Next to the heavily armored rhinoceros stood a pure black tiger that was more than 5 meters long and 3 meters tall at the shoulder. The tiger had no tail, one of its eyes was closed, and there was a conspicuous scar at that location. It must have been blinded in the battle or was directly captured by the enemy. As the black ghost tiger's protection is not as complete as that of the heavy-armored rhinoceros, its body is covered with scars of various sizes. There are even places where a piece of flesh is missing, but the skin has healed, whereas some scars are snow-white and sunken. This looks horrific. No wonder the serious injuries after the battle left a serious illness that made it impossible to move forward. You are lucky to be able to survive in this situation. Wang Jinbao, who was parking his car, couldn't help but sigh when he heard Su Ming's words. Yeah, when I was a kid, these 2 guys were about to break through the battlehead, but now they are stuck here and can't move forward. My father's best beast was the snow wolf. When he was drunk, he told me that the snow wolf was a rare talent. Unfortunately, it died in the wild. I don't know whether it's true or not. The remains of the snow wolf are now buried in the bulging dirt behind the 2 of them. The enemy also did not let go of the snow wolf's body. Hearing this, Su Ming's heart was still quite complicated. A person who is not ruthless cannot make a big business, and Wang Jinbao is his best friend, so he will definitely stand on Wang Jinbao's side. Hey! Xiao Su is here? Do you want to go inside and have a cup of tea first? As soon as Wang Jinbao's father saw Su Ming getting off the car, he came up to him with a smile on his face. For some reason, when Su Ming saw this smiling face, he always felt like he saw Wang Jinbao. Uncle Wang, you are too polite. Let me show you the beast condition first. We can have tea and chat later. Faced with Su Ming's decline of his invitation and his blunt statement that he would first see how the beast taming works, Wang Duobao had a high opinion of Su Ming in his heart. No matter how much you hear from others, it cannot compare to the real experience you get from seeing and interacting with others with your own eyes. Okay then, Xiao Su, just watch first. Which one should we start with? I'll let my old friend help you. Beast Tamer, Heavy Armored Rhino. Talent, Excellence. Level 30, First Battle. Elements, Gold, Earth. Ability, Heavy Armor, Charge. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. It lives in the area where the mountains meet the jungle. It likes to use the heavy armor on its body to rub against the mountain to relieve the itch. It is a gentle herbivorous monster. The heavy armor on its body allows it to not fear any enemy. The horn on its head is its most powerful weapon, which is enough to penetrate any stubborn stone. If it is stabbed by the same level, it will surely die. It will be an extremely terrifying meat grinder if it charges on the battlefield. Su Ming nodded silently, then turned to look at the heavy-armored rhino that didn't even have a heart armor plate. Let's start with the heavy-armored rhino. Just tell him not to resist. The inspection later might make him unhappy. Wang Duobao stood beside Su Ming and listened quietly, then nodded slightly to the heavily armored rhinoceros, and the other party immediately laid down obediently. The black ghost tiger came over when Su-Ming went forward to check. Su-Ming didn't care about this, but lowered his head slightly to look at the wound on the chest of the heavy-armored rhinoceros, where the heart-protecting scales were missing. Wang Duobao gave the black ghost tiger a look, and the other party stopped immediately. At this location on the chest of the heavily armored rhinoceros, the skin in this area had a foul odor, but the skin was not ulcerated. Su-Ming knew clearly that this was caused by the necrosis of blood vessels in this area of the beast that could not heal itself. The heart is located inside this position, which means that the root cause of the heavy-armored rhino's illness is most likely that the heart was damaged in battle. How could it survive? This was the most serious wound on the heavily armored rhinoceros, and the heavy armor underneath was also torn and full of pits, and it had completely lost the ability to repair itself. Just a little observation can basically determine two situations. Uncle Wang, the heavy-armored rhino is now unable to provide nutrients to its heavy armor to achieve the purpose of self-repair, and its heart and internal organs have serious roots of disease. You can try to break through to lower level and use the energy generated by the class breakthrough to repair it. However, even if you succeed, it may not be repaired. Secondly, you can't evolve anymore in the future. Evolution means death, no surprises. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked, and even the corner of Black Ghost Tiger's mouth began to twitch. Devour, who was following Su-Ming, rushed forward when he heard the noise and glared at the Black Ghost Tiger with a brutal look on his face. Meow? You want to fight? This is why it is difficult for cat demons to survive. If they don't like something, they will just attack it. Whether they can win the fight or not, and whether they can survive is another matter. Go down! Wang Duobao, who discovered that something was wrong with his beast control, angrily scolded the Black Ghost Tiger. The heavy-armored rhinoceros also used its head to push the opponent away, and moved its body to lie down between the Black Ghost Tiger and Su-Ming. Sorry, Xiao Su, it's my old friend. There's still hope for a breakthrough, but he can't evolve anymore, right? Wang Duobao's voice was very gentle. Far from being displeased by Su-Ming's words, he was extremely cautious and probed in a low voice. Su-Ming was stunned for a moment, and took a quick look at the situations of the people present. They seemed to be similar to Wang Duobao, all of them were cautious and hopeful. Yes, but there is a slight chance that the breakthrough will fail. After all, its internal organs were damaged, and it seems that the root cause of the disease was not treated in time, which caused the internal organs to continue to fail. You can try to break through, but you can never evolve. However, in the current situation, even if you break through, it will be against the will of heaven to change your fate. At this point, Su-Ming's expression became much more complicated. With this kind of injury, it won't live for many years, right? Wang Duobao's eyes turned red instantly, and he looked up at the sky like a madman, repeating, Okay, over and over again. After a few minutes, he affectionately grabbed Su-Ming's hand. Just tell me what materials, fees, etc. you need. I have plenty of money, so just tell me. I'll have someone get them for you now. Su-Ming was silent for a while, then he said, 2 tons of gold, stone and soil, 10 liters of raw bone blood, 10 100-year-old beast blood fruits, 1 gold attribute and 1 earth attribute lord-level inner elixir, 1 spinal bone marrow and 1 heart, 1 pound of 1,000-year-old flesh and blood Ganoderma lucidum, and 1 liter of earth core pulp. The cost is 5 million. Chapter 79, The Pot in the Courtyard. The offer of 5 million was the highest Su-Ming had ever offered. Moreover, it was not an offer for customized evolution, but an offer for cultivation to ensure that the heavy-armored rhinoceros could recover and break through as much as possible. After hearing the offer, Wang Duobao nodded without any hesitation and said, Okay, you can take a look at the condition of my Black Ghost Tiger and send the materials over when the time comes. Bastard, did you write down Uncle Rhino's information? Facing his old father's questioning, Wang Jimao kept nodding. You seem to be talking nonsense. Su-Ming, please continue. If you need any cooperation from the Beastmaster, just tell me directly. Su-Ming turned his head and glanced at Wang Jimao, then nodded slowly, then leaned over and patted Devour gently. Don't be too nervous, Devour. Beast Tamer, Black Ghost Tiger. Talent, Excellence. Level 30, First Battle. Elements, Dark Wind. Ability, Ghost. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. The well-deserved king of the forest, only active in deep mountains and old forests. When it roars, all the monsters in the forest dare to follow it. When it moves, it will leave layers of afterimages, and it can even reach the point where it is difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. If it is in a dark environment, it will be a top killer. This kind of monster likes to hunt and kill creatures within its territory, and sometimes it will kill for fun even if its stomach is full. After reading the panel, Su-Ming walked directly in front of the black ghost tiger. Even though the black ghost tiger was still dissatisfied with what he had just said, he did not show any fear at all. Lie down, not lie down. Black tiger, do as I say. Su-Ming's voice just sounded, and Wang Duobao told the beast master to do as I say without any hesitation. Looking at the lying black tiger, Su-Ming was able to see the scar on the black tiger's abdomen. The scar occupied almost half of the belly, and the scar was a purple-black color that was not the same as the skin color. From the looks of it, it looks like a beast similar to the black scorpion may have left these behind during an underground attack. He initially thought that this black ghost tiger would be better than the heavily armored rhinoceros, but now it seems not much better. Fortunately, the heart, the most important internal organ, sounds relatively strong when beating. If the heart is normal, then it can withstand the evolutionary transformation. If it is like a heavy armored rhinoceros, it will basically die as soon as it evolves, because the damage to its internal organs is too severe, and it will break through to the point that even the Lord cannot pull it back. Then Su-Ming came to the black ghost tiger's buttocks. This guy had no tail, and its tail was broken off at the root. Looking at the scar on its buttocks, it seemed more like its tail was torn off by the enemy. Soon, they came to the last position, which was the closed eye of the black ghost tiger. Open this closed eye. This time the black ghost tiger learned its lesson and did not wait for Wang Duobao to give orders. Instead, it opened its eyes on its own. The situation was pretty much as Su-Ming had thought. There was a dark space in his eye sockets. One of his eyeballs had been gouged out alive. Seeing this, Su-Ming hesitated. What if this thing's evolution is not properly stimulated and its brain is affected? One without eyes and one without a tail, really just one. Xiao Su, this eye could not be saved at the time, so in order to avoid affecting the treatment, it was removed directly through normal procedures. Took it down by normal means? That's fine. You can try to evolve it after the breakthrough, but you only have one chance. If you succeed in evolving it next time, you can continue. If you fail, you will be the same as the heavy rhino. Don't even think about evolving. It seemed that upon hearing that there was another one that could evolve, Wang Duobao's heart suddenly relaxed, and a happy smile even began to appear on his face. To him, the heavy rhinoceros and the black ghost tiger were not in a relationship of beast tamer and master, but brothers and family members. The three of them risked their lives every day for their own interests, and their current status and position were all earned at the cost of their lives. In order to save the life of the heavy armored rhino, he was willing to spend 100 million credit points to find a king-level healing beast master. The black ghost tiger also looked for this person in the first place and spent tens of millions. This amount of money was a bit painful for Wang Duobao at the time, but it was not enough to break a serious injury, and it is even less likely to break a serious injury now. Now, hearing that his old friend can live a normal life and will not die too early due to the root of the disease, Wang Duobao feels happier than during the Chinese New Year. Xiao Su, report the materials and let Wang Jibao take note of them. Su-Ming nodded silently and pulled the corner of the mouth of the big black cat in front of him. The big-headed cat's mouth stinks, and it doesn't pay attention to personal hygiene at all. 500-year-old beast blood fruits, 5 wind and rain fruits, 5 Tianshan fruits, 2 liters of earth core pulp, 1 lord-level wind attribute monster inner pill, 5 liters of raw bone blood, and a whole 100-year-old blood jade tai sway. The price of this culture medium is the same as that of the heavy rhino, 5 million. Wang Duobao listened silently, and winked at Wang Jinbao, who had already finished taking notes. The next second, Su-Ming's cell phone rang. Receive payment of 1 million, 0 credit points. Hearing the voice of collecting money, Su-Ming tried his best to suppress his inner emotions. Let's transport the materials first, Jinbao. Remember to set up a few big pots, and do it in this yard. A pot? After hearing this, Qian Yeye, Wang Duobao and the Queen Mother were all confused. What does the cultivation liquid have to do with taking the pot off the stove? Or a big pot? Wang Jinbao understood what Su Ming meant and looked puzzled. This is not good, right? It's in the yard, there are a lot of people. It's okay. This culture fluid is not only used for cultivation, but also for healing. Anyone who uses it for cultivation or healing may bleed profusely and die in a few seconds. Because the amount and situation required by each beast are different, copying it will be useless and may even kill the beast. Su Ming's words were an explanation, but he also chose to trust. Xiao Su, you are willing to do this because you trust your uncle. Your uncle will naturally not let this happen, even if it gets out. Having said this, Wang Duobao turned his head to look at his wife. The queen's mother was very perceptive and took out her mobile phone and began to prepare to let the mediocre people in the family stay in the villa and hand in their mobile phones and other electronic devices. What if you don't hand it in or find problems later? Su Ming could not hide the actions of the two from his eyes. If that was the case, there was probably no need to think too much about it. Thinking carefully about Wang Duobao's history of making a fortune, it was likely that the whole family of that person would have to work as fertilizer in this yard. As expected, if you want to be a good businessman, let alone a local monopoly businessman, you can't even think about it unless you are ruthless and ruthless. Xiao Su, I've already got the stuff, but what about the big pot? Uncle, this is the first time I've heard that this thing can be matched with a big pot. When Wang Duobao asked the question, he symbolically twisted his hands twice, which looked inexplicably amusing. Chapter 80 Mutual Trust. About an hour later, a large closed truck drove into Wang Jinbao's manor. The moment the driver got out, Wang Jinbao immediately went to greet it. Go inside the villa and stay there. Come out only when I call you. Also, take out all your cell phones and electronic devices. Don't do anything you shouldn't do. Do you understand? Without hesitation, the middle-aged man immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He had worked in the Wang family for more than 20 years, and he knew very well what kind of person Wang Duobao was. As long as he didn't do anything wrong, not only would he be fine, but he could make a lot of money. Understood, master, I know the rules. After taking the phone, Wang Jinbao shook his head expressionlessly, signaling the other party to leave. The old employees are really useful. They understand what is said once and get it right away. They are unlike the new one last time. He was a rare idiot. Su Ming also stepped forward and, together with Wang Jinbao, took down all the things in the bags and the large boiler that would be needed. What remained were some iron boxes filled with gold, stone and soil. What should we do with this gold, stone and soil? After patting the iron box, Wang Jinbao turned and looked at Su Ming. If you know how to operate it, just dump the box directly. It's okay if the box is broken and the contents are spilled. This is for external application to the heavy-duty rhino. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao got into the car and started operating without hesitation. Clear and clear, a small truck, easy to get. Wang Jinbao was unloading the goods, while Su Ming was preparing the boiler. After looking around twice, he looked at Wang Jinbao, who had just finished unloading the goods. Jinbao, go get a water pipe. The inside of the pipe must be clean. Without any hesitation, Wang Jinbao, who had just got off the car, started running. This scene made Wang's mother's eyes red. Hubby, you and your buddies were like this too, right? Wang Duobao, who was stunned at first, had a trace of sadness on his face when he heard this. Yeah, now they are also leaving, and they are ahead of me. Only Lao Li is left. The last beast of that idiot couldn't hold on yesterday and passed away. That's what I told him today when I contacted him and asked him to come over. It's all thanks to the help of these old brothers that I've been able to get to this point. Now this bastard can teach such a capable and close friend, and I, as his father, am very happy. The old couple chatted about the past, and Qian Ye listened quietly, holding Wang's mother's hand, wiping her tears from time to time. Su Ming looked up at Wang Jinbao, who was sweating profusely, and shook his head. It seems that having a too big yard at home is not a good thing. Wang Jinbao nodded helplessly upon hearing this. Before someone said this to me, I would just curse back. Now I believe it. Do you need my help? No need. Go and tell your Uncle Rhino to take apart the iron boxes that contain gold, stone and soil. Once you lie down on them, you are not allowed to move, fall asleep, or urinate or defecate. Otherwise, just pull 2 more tons of new ones. Wang Jimao smacked his lips when he heard this. Su Ming also started to take action, while Wang Duobao and the others turned around and walked towards the location of the heavy-armored rhinoceros and black ghost tiger. Trust is mutual. Su Ming believes in Wang Jinbao's family, and they will naturally not let Su Ming down. Although Wang Duobao was ruthless when he started out, he was a human being and had all the kindness he should have. He could see that his son was genuinely concerned about Su Ming, which made him feel that this situation was a microcosm of his own past. Coupled with what his future daughter-in-law said, he was particularly satisfied with his son's vision, and he felt inferior to her in this situation. The most important thing is that he is basically not short of money. Money is just a string of numbers to him. God knows how much money he has made in the past 20 years of monopolizing the materials industry in Baiyun City. Time passed slowly. Debao lay at Su Ming's feet drooling, and Black Ghost Tiger lay in front of Wang Duobao drooling. It's no wonder that cats have a lot in common. Time passed, and more than 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao took turns stirring the contents of the big boiler. From its original paste state, it began to become thinner and thinner due to the efforts of both of them. No, Su Ming, what the hell is this? How did the paste turn into rice porridge? Wang Jinbao stirred it hard and turned to look at Su Ming, who was taking a break and browsing his phone. Isn't this normal? Materials will react with each other. We also learned chemistry in high school, right? It's somewhat similar to that. Okay, just bring it over to your Uncle Rhino to drink. Don't let your Uncle Rhino leave the bed made of gold, stone, and earth. Wang Jinbao couldn't stop twitching his lips after hearing this. I'm just saying, can you please not do this? My old man yells at you and you just follow him. And this thing doesn't even have wheels. What am I supposed to do with it? Su Ming, who was about to open a new pot to prepare the Black Ghost Tiger, was stunned when he heard this and nodded silently. Don't tell me it's true. Let your Uncle Black Tiger move over there. Wang Jinbao. By the way, remember to tell your dad that it's normal to feel pain after eating. It will feel painful, itchy, and comfortable. Wang Jinbao, who was about to walk back, stopped and looked back at Su Ming curiously. Painful, itchy, and comfortable? What does this feel like? Su Ming, who was mashing all the fruits into jam, glanced at him and said, It tastes like fried meat with leather belt. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing and just lowered his head and walked away. Soon, under Wang Jinbao's persuasion, the Black Ghost Tiger walked over, opened its mouth and took the pot from top to bottom, then walked back step by step with its head lowered. Su Ming just took a glance. Fortunately, this thing can be covered with a lid, otherwise the re-equipped rhinoceros would probably have to drink several mouthfuls of the Black Ghost Tiger's saliva, and it might even directly affect the efficacy of the medicine. Sure enough, when Black Ghost Tiger loosened his mouth and slowly put down the boiler, a large pool of saliva flowed out of Black Ghost Tiger's mouth, silencing Wang Duobao. I may have been a little hasty. Dad, did you remember what I just told you? Seeing this, Qian Yeye also spoke up hastily. That's true. It's quite appropriate to describe my blood-eyed rabbit's evolution as being in excruciating pain, but it succeeded in the end. Black Ghost Tiger, you may need to take action to prevent the heavy-armored rhino from falling asleep. Qian Yeye, who was experienced in this area, looked at Black Ghost Tiger after she finished speaking, and Black Ghost Tiger looked at Wang Duobao. Sniff, sniff. This smell is quite unique, sometimes fragrant and sometimes fishy. Okay, I've heard what you said, let it go. I'm not that stubborn old man. You've got to hold on, old man. The heavily armored rhinoceros nodded, opened its mouth and bit the boiler, raised its head and started drinking, even sticking out its tongue for fear that the food was not clean. Along with the clanging sound of the boiler falling to the ground, the heavy-armored rhinoceros' eyes turned red instantly, and a few seconds later the metal, stone and soil under it also reacted strangely. It was as if there were magnets on the heavy-armored rhinoceros' body, and it began to stick to the heavy-armored rhinoceros' skin and flesh as well as the tattered heavy armor on its body. It was obviously material, but at this moment it seemed to come alive. Chapter 81 Helpless Good News. The golden stone soil, like sand, seemed to turn into a trickle of water at this moment, flowing from the bottom to the top. The originally black and gray heavy armor was covered with golden clothes at this moment. After attaching to the heavy armor plates, the gold and stone soil began to stick to the skin and flesh of the heavy armored rhinoceros along the armor plates, and even the broken horn was covered with a faint layer of gold and stone soil. The heavily armored rhinoceros silently watched this magical and strange scene. It didn't know why these things came up, but it could feel that after the gold, stone, and soil came up, its whole body began to become extremely itchy. Roar! What did you say? You can't stand the itch anymore? Wang Duobao subconsciously said the words of the heavy armored rhino, turned his head and shouted at the black ghost tiger. Quick, black tiger! Hold it down for your big brother! Don't let it move! Roar! The black ghost tiger, who was originally drooling with greed, immediately stopped being greedy after seeing this noise. He stood up and grabbed the horn. Su Ming, who was standing nearby, heard the noise and watched from a distance. He smacked his lips. It itches first, then hurts, and then feels comfortable. I couldn't hold back the itch, so the recovery of the horn would definitely be hindered. It all depends on the next two. The black ghost tiger stood upright for about half an hour, but its horn, which originally still had some strength, suddenly lost its strength and the heavily armored rhino's head fell directly to the ground. This scene immediately frightened Wang Duobao. Wang Jinbao said hurriedly, It's the second stage. Once we get through this, Uncle Rhino's hard days will be over. The next second after the words fell, some foul-smelling black liquid flowed out from the mouth of the heavy tank. The black ghost tiger ran away immediately when he smelled the smell. Roar! Babobo! The strange sound was heard several times in succession. The skin on the chest of the heavy armored rhinoceros was directly broken. Black liquid continued to emerge from the wound, and a strong stench began to linger in the yard. The severe pain in its body prevented it from even screaming in pain, and the necrotic black blood hidden in its body was discharged little by little. As for this sudden foul smell, Wang Jinbao said that this was a routine operation, and he directly took out the prepared gas mask from the truck cab and put it on. As expected, the saying prevention is better than cure really is amazing, TSK. As a result, Wang Jinbao had just finished expressing his feelings when he felt something hit the back of his head. The next second, the gas mask on his face was gone. He looked up and saw that his father had already taken action. Why are you wearing a mask at such a young age? Go, send your mother and Yaya back to the villa, and then go see if Xiao Su needs any help. Don't just stand there. Wang Duobao walked up to the heavy-armored rhino and said, Old buddy, I can feel that you are in pain. You must hold on. We can live together for another 100 or 80 years. What? On the other side, Su Ming was checking the thermometer. The smell was indeed stinky, but his own Debao could use the wind element to attach to his tail and fan it in the direction of the smell from time to time. Sniff, sniff. Eh? That's not right, Su Ming. Why is there no stench here? Su Ming rolled his eyes speechlessly after understanding what he said. After checking the thermometer and timer, he put the whole plant of blood jade tai sui in. I think you have smelled too many stinky things. Seeing a vortex magically generated in the boiler, which was an energy vortex formed by the smelting and fusion of different spiritual plants, Su Ming directly poured the earth pulp beside him into it at this time. A strong earthy smell suddenly burst out, and Wang Jinbao frowned instantly. Before he could say anything, the earthy smell suddenly disappeared. Only then did he realize that the cause of the matter was Debao. At this time, Su Ming turned off the fire directly and took away the thermometer and timer next to the boiler. Wait an hour, and then let your Uncle Black Tiger come to eat. Wang Jinbao. The second phase of the heavy rhino is almost over, but I have to tell you that the recovery of the black horn of the heavy rhino will not be that good. After all, it was directly broken in half. At most, it can only recover to about 2/3, even if it breaks through to the Lord level. Su Ming fell silent when he said this. The strongest defense of the heavy-armored rhinoceros is not the heavy armor on its body, nor the breastplate on its chest, but the horn on its head. If you want to break that thing, it may not be something that 2 or 3 people of the same level can do. This shows that Wang Jinbao's father was really cruel back then. Okay, I know. Now the heavy-armored rhino is starting to squint and hum. Is this the final stage? Following Wang Jinbao's words, I looked over and found that although the heavy-armored rhinoceros's head was still on the ground, it seemed to be quite comfortable as it hummed. Yes, you can go and inform your Uncle Black Tiger to come and eat it later. The black blood that just flowed out of the heavy-armored rhinoceros is the blood that has died in the body but cannot be discharged. It is toxic. Remember to clean up the blackened mud and plants in the next 2 days, otherwise it will spread. As Su Ming was talking, Wang Jinbao, who was standing beside him, took out his cell phone to write down what he had said in case he couldn't remember it. Beep beep. Huh! Why would someone call me at this time? Su Ming fumbled for his phone in confusion. It was Wednesday and almost time for lunch. Who would call me when he wasn't planning on having lunch? Has your beast master broken through to the Lord level? Ah? Yes, that's why I called you. But the main thing is, Su Ming, the culture medium you prepared may have been wasted. After these words came out, not to mention Su Ming, Wang Jinbao was a little confused. His eyes were slightly bewildered. Isn't that thing a whole tube? How can it be wasted? Then the big snake should have swallowed the reagent in one gulp, right? How could it be wasted? Wang Chunfa on the other end of the phone seemed to have heard what Wang Jinbao said, and said with a slightly apologetic tone. It's like this, my white snake went out for something last night, and when he came back he broke through to the Lord level. At this moment, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao immediately understood what Wang Chunfa meant. The energy required for the promotion of a lord is far from comparable to the energy needed for the promotion of a war chief when Bai Shao Baoshi broke through to the lord. Those cultivation solutions were prepared for it when it was the leader of the war. It would be strange if they were useful to it now that it is a lord. The good news is that I have broken through to become a lord, but the bad news is that the prepared cultivation fluid is of little use. This time it's really sweet. Wang Chunfa heard that there was suddenly no movement from the other side. This was completely within his expectations. The change was completely beyond his plan. He wondered why he couldn't help himself last night, and wasted $1 million in vain. Chapter 82 Red Line and Gap. But this is not important. A mere 1 million is nothing compared to the money he got from so many corpses last night. What is important is that his beast master has broken through to the Lord level and has a chance to evolve a second time. Su Ming, I just heard that Wang Jinbao is also beside you, right? Are you in school now? Can you show me how much it will cost to cultivate my white snake? Wang Jinbao blinked after hearing this and said, How about we go over there first? We've already finished the work anyway. Facing Wang Jinbao's proposal, Su Ming thought for 2 seconds and then slowly shook his head. I'm visiting Jinbao's house and may return to school later. I'll help you then. Oh, that's fine. There's really no rush. You guys are busy. I'll hang up first. After the phone call was hung up, Wang Jinbao didn't say anything about Su Ming's choice. He just kept it in mind. You said that his beast master has broken through to the Lord level. Will he also ask you to customize its evolution when the time comes? Customized evolution? Hearing this word, Su Ming fell into deep thought. If it were someone else, he would definitely warmly welcome the boss, but if it was Wang Chunfa, he could not and dared not. When the Bai Shao Baoshi reaches the Lord level of evolution, there is only one option, and that is not evolving into a snake, but directly turning into a dragon. What does this mean? Su Ming had not experienced the myth craze of that year, so he was not clear about it, but what he was clear about was that once a dragon appeared in the world, especially in the Dragon Kingdom, the center of the storm would be enough to tear everything apart. You don't need to be a lord anymore. Even if you have an epic beast master who can tame emperor-level beasts, it won't be of much use. In today's world, there will be no such thing as Yi Gong liking dragons but loving them. Regardless of the situation of Wang Chunfa and his beasts, they will be taken away together. No one knows whether they are dead or alive. They will probably have to stay in the laboratory for the rest of their lives. The second is himself. He is definitely not going to survive, so he can just commit suicide. Otherwise, endless torture and beatings are waiting for him. How can I have such ability? My greatest ability at present is to prepare the cultivation liquid for the Lord level and the evolution liquid for the elite level. The best time was to make the blood-eyed rabbit evolve into the exploding rock moon palace, which is a rare monster. At this point, Su Ming couldn't help shaking his head. We have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. We can't aim too high. Wang Jinbao on the side nodded after listening to this. That's right, then I will find someone else to help the black ghost tiger evolve? Su Ming hesitated for only 2 seconds after hearing this and nodded decisively. His best achievement now was preparing cultivation fluid for the Lord. The evolutionary fluid refined for the elite level directly evolved across classes to the war chief, but since it was already level 18, it was not very surprising. All of this can be explained by talent. There are many geniuses who are more powerful than Su Ming. In this case, the most that can happen is that you will become famous. But if you had just entered the Tao and succeeded in refining the evolutionary fluid for the Lord, then the nature of it might have changed. It would be hard to say what would happen if the news got out. The most common scenario is that spies from other countries carry out assassination or robbery. At that time, it will depend on which force is quicker. It is a direct gamble of life, so it cannot be done. Because the cultivation fluid can be real or fake. As long as you have collusion, you can say that you have prepared it for an emperor-level monster. As long as the other party's beastmaster admits it, no one knows whether it is really useful or not except you. There are many people who put on a show like this, and Su Ming can often see them when he surfs the internet. But evolution is different. This is a change that everyone can see. The changes in evolution are so great that you can see them if you are not blind. Therefore, at this stage, it is impossible for Su Ming to customize the evolutionary route for the Lord-level Beastmaster, and he cannot make money from it. However, speaking of evolution and cultivation, Su Ming thought of a question and couldn't help but look at Wang Jinbao. Jinbao, your father said that he hired a king-level Beastmaster to tame his 2 beasts. Your father has such a wide network of contacts, is it necessary for him to do that to monopolize the market? Wang Jinbao, who was stretching his head to look at the boiler, reacted somewhat amusedly when he heard this and shook his head from time to time. You think too much. If my father had that kind of connections, I would be well known in this small town of Baiyun City, and I would be a top-notch rich second generation. That king-level Beastmaster was the teacher of Zhao Guang's parents. He was the director of the Magic City Beast Taming Hospital. My father flattered Zhao Guang's parents and asked them to contact him. A king-level beast tamer will basically never be short of money, especially one who becomes a king-level beast tamer by relying on healing beast tamers. They are top money-earning machines, and basically they can be saved as long as they have breath left. Of course, the prerequisite is that the beast tamer class itself is injured, otherwise it will not achieve such an outrageous effect. The most important thing is that this incident happened more than a decade ago, and it is impossible to predict what his status is now. Hearing this, Su Ming was inexplicably shocked. He had only guessed that Zhao Guang's family was no worse than Wang Jinbao's, but he did not expect that they were actually crushed to some extent. How wide is the network of contacts of a king-level healing beastmaster? More than 10 years ago, this is a question worth pondering but unimaginable now. Wang Jinbao paused for a moment and said, Why do you think my family wants to be a government businessman? Isn't it just for the opportunity to build a network of contacts? Ouyang Li's father is the president of the Baiyun City Cultivator Association. He has been learning cultivation knowledge from his father since he was a child. Don't be fooled by the fact that he usually doesn't say anything. He became an intermediate trainer some time ago. My dad found out about this by accident when he invited his dad out for a drink last time. He is waiting for the big exam to make a splash with this and bring honor to his master. Somehow, Wang Jinbao felt more and more uncomfortable as he spoke. I heard that his master is the vice president of the Trainer Association of Magic City. He is a master-level trainer. I heard that he is about to become an epic-level trainer. I don't know if it's true or not. But no matter what, it is estimated that after the final exam, Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang will go to the Magic City for further studies together. Wang Jinbao turned his head and looked at Su Ming, who was speechless, and shook his head with amusement. Do you think this is the end? The most outrageous one is Li. Their family came here 5 years ago. Li's father is the mayor of our Baiyun city. Who is his teacher? None of us knows what kind of beast Li's father's beast is. Even Li herself doesn't know. She has never seen one since she was a child. But Li's brother is at least a lord-level beastmaster. This is what Li told us after seeing it with his own eyes. I can tell at a glance that his father brought his family to a small place to gild himself. As expected, their family will also move to a new place after passing the big exam. Li's future is clearly bright. After he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. My father only knew how to fight and kill, and he didn't understand the ways of the world at all. If he could get hold of any of these thighs, it would be a disaster. Do I need to worry about it now? Suming? I thought I was pretty awesome, but I didn't expect that the children of powerful families and their identities and connections were even more awesome than I thought. Chapter 83, Shirley District Riverside. Suming just listened quietly to Wang Jinbao saying so many hidden things, and he was deeply shocked. Although Wang Jinbao's family's history of making a fortune is a bit outrageous, it seems trivial compared to the connections of those people he just mentioned. No wonder Wang Jinbao wants to turn a private business into a government-run one. This way, at least there is a premise and guarantee for acquiring some connections. There may be strong people in the mortal world, but the majority are undoubtedly in the official circles. Listen, the director of the official hospital, the city lord's teacher, the vice president of the Magic City Cultivator Association, what top connections are these? Without exception, they are all extremely powerful Beastmasters. Beastmasters are a benchmark of this era. Before the revival of spiritual energy, money does not equal power. But now, being a Beastmaster is everything, it just depends on whether you are strong or not. This is a more promising but extremely dangerous path, and people are flocking to it in pursuit of becoming stronger and getting everything they want in their hearts. Most of the goals are nothing more than power, money, and the pride of being admired and admired by others, which is much more effective than encountering setbacks in every field before the revival of spiritual energy. Suming once saw an article online that said before the revival of spiritual energy, many people couldn't even find a job after graduating from college. But now, as long as you have the courage, anyone can go out into the wild to eat. The Beastmaster is everything of this era, and also bears all the crises of this era, because this is the purest law of the jungle. Suming had to admire the predecessors who had pioneered the wild. He couldn't imagine how the war was held, nor how people had driven back waves of powerful beasts deep into the wild in the early days. Suming took a deep breath and stroked Devouring, who was lying at his feet. He felt that his combat improvement in the wild could not stop. Devouring was a cat, and cats were natural hunters. It's almost time. Let your Uncle Tiger eat this thing. Then we can go. Today is Wednesday. Our Beastmaster has reached the elite level. Let's go and have a look in the wild. It was said before that the border of the Shirley district is a river, and there are elite monsters on the other side of the river. Should we go there and take a look? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao turned around and walked towards Black Ghost Tiger. Wait a minute, I'll ask Uncle Tiger to come over to take medicine, we'll go together. When Devouring heard Suming's words, he stood up and circled around Suming's legs. Meow? Meow. Are you going to the wild? Are you going to fight the elites? Yes, you are going to fight the elites. After you reach the elite level, you can use the power of wind. Show it to me. I haven't seen it yet. Hearing this, Devouring stopped circling and walked straight to the prepared boiler, standing still and looking back at Suming. Meow. Master, look. Devouring raised his front paw and made a light downward motion, and the brand new and useless boiler was instantly cut in half by something. Suming saw clearly that there was nothing on Devouring's claws, and there was still a distance of more than 10 centimeters between his claws and the boiler. However, in this case, he could still cut a boiler with a diameter of more than 1 meter, and the cut was very smooth. From this perspective, Devouring's rush, kill, and pull will not only make it faster and harder for the enemy to lock onto him, but it will also allow him to attack from a safer distance. Suming was analyzing the situation here, but Devouring seemed not to have finished his display. He walked to the cut boiler, and one of its tails vibrated slightly and whipped directly up. There was a violent sound of fine iron colliding, and the boiler that was hit seemed to be sucked and rolled up by something. The boiler, which was several centimeters thick, instantly wrinkled into a ball and was blown away for dozens of meters. Is this air compression? Suming was stunned when he saw this scene. The Black Ghost Tiger, who was walking with Wang Jinbao, narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing this scene and looked down at the little white thing. Feeling the gazes behind him, Devouring turned his head in extreme displeasure and stared at the Black Ghost Tiger fiercely, with warning growls constantly coming from his throat. Suming, who was still in shock, came back to his senses. Devouring. Meow. Master, he is staring at me. Staring at you? Su Ming was stunned and looked at the black ghost tiger with some confusion. Wang Jinbao immediately stood up and explained. I remember that my uncle who didn't have this ability when he first broke through to the elite level. He might have been surprised to see your eldest son's excellent talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the black ghost tiger nodded humanely, and then began to gulp down its specially prepared breeding solution. As soon as he finished drinking, he fell to the ground and howled in pain. The two men were so scared that they quickly retreated with their beasts. Wang Duobao on the other side heard the noise and rushed over quickly. Su Ming was a little confused. This shouldn't be the case. It does hurt, but the black ghost tiger's injuries and the effects of the medicine are not as severe as the heavy armored rhino. This? Debao looked at the black ghost tiger being stroked by Wang Duobao with a suspicious look on his face. This big guy is screaming after eating the nutritious honey? Wang Jinbao smacked his lips, somewhat helpless at this scene. Here, listen carefully. Oh, don't cry, it will be fine soon. Su Ming? Shaking his head, Su Ming tried to forget what he had just heard. Let's go, let's get in the car. I can't wait to go to the wild. Meow. Debao's cry was full of contempt, and even Wang Jinbao could hear what it meant. What can he do about it? It is his father and his uncle who are embarrassed. What does it have to do with him? As the two of them got into the car with their beasts, Su Ming and Debao's expressions became much better. By the way, Su Ming, I put a few special bags in the drawer in front of your passenger seat this morning. Remember to take them all out when you get off the car later. Special bag? Hearing the doubts, Wang Jinbao, who was driving, explained. The materials for the monsters are only worth tens of thousands of yuan at most, but the elite ones are much better. The general price of inner elixir is around 100,000. Even some special monsters, their organs or other things can be sold for about the same price. I have limited knowledge, so I can't explain the effect of the bag right away, but it definitely works. Su Ming listened and nodded silently. It's also very expensive, right? That's fine. I'll just park the car at the cordon and not waste time driving back to school. On the way, Black Scorpion was chatting with Debao. There was a red fire black striped centipede wrapped around its tail. It didn't dare to utter a single sound when Debao and Black Scorpion were chatting. The reason why it was also outside was that Wang Jinbao and Su Ming had learned it, and were too lazy to put the beast in the beast taming space. Their current level was not high enough to reach the point where they could instantly open the beast taming space and pull the beast out. It's better to just put it outside, no one will say anything. Chapter 84, Warning Line. We're here, get off. As soon as the car stopped, Wang Jinbao couldn't wait to pull out the car key and got out, hitting Su Ming unexpectedly. Are you in such a hurry? It seems that Wang Jinbao wants to see the overall improvement of his beast tamer's strength after evolution even more than I do. So impatient. Shaking his head, Su Ming opened the drawer in front of him and took out the bag that Wang Jinbao mentioned on the road. The bag is silver white and small, about the size of a football. The opening of the bag has a built-in tight loop, and there is no exposed rope. Su Ming blinked. He didn't recognize what it was for a moment. Although it looked familiar, he didn't want to think too much about it for the time being. He just took the thing and got out of the car. After getting off the car, Wang Jinbao directly put the red fire black striped centipede into the beast taming space. He and Su Ming were going to go directly to the place where there were elite monsters. This little guy was prone to accidents when he was outside. As a result, when Wang Jinbao turned around and saw Su Ming holding a space bag in his hand, his eyes widened. One is enough, there's no need to take so many. One? I see. Su Ming reacted and put the rest back into the car drawer. He asked why it looked so familiar. I accidentally saw an advertisement for this kind of thing when I was watching the news before, so I clicked on it and took a look. No wonder it felt familiar. Hiss. The black-blooded scorpion raised its chelicerae to signal, then turned around and burrowed into the ground. There was more than one hole at the entrance, all of which were dug by the black scorpion when they came here before. Let's go, let's go. Seeing that everything was ready, Wang Jinbao took the lead and walked in front with an excited tone. The forest was still the same forest, but when their two beast masters entered the elite level, There was no need to be vigilant in this 10-mile novice zone. Generally speaking, low-level monsters dare not attack high-level monsters, and will stay away when they smell or sense them. After walking for a while without noticing any movement, the two of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. Devour walked leisurely in front, turned his head to look at Su Ming who was running behind, and then rolled his tail and brought Su Ming directly to his back. Meow. Master, sit tight, Devour is going to speed up. Ah? This sudden development made Su Ming unable to come back to his senses. The next second, strong wind rushed into Su Ming's mouth, directly deforming his facial muscles. If Devour's tail had not been still on him, he would have been thrown out. So he hurriedly bent down and lay on Devour's back. Wang Jinbao, who had just been following Su Ming, was stunned where he stood. Looking at Su Ming and Devour, whose backs disappeared in the blink of an eye, he stood there at a loss as to what to do. You me this. Phew. A tail broke out of the ground and wrapped around Wang Jinbao's waist. After hearing the message from his own black scorpion through the mental link, Wang Jinbao's face changed. I can't crash into a tree and get killed, can I? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao was lifted straight off the ground on his toes and approached Su Ming at a speed not inferior to Devour. Jaliguru. People eat the wind above, while beasts dig the soil below. It took only a few minutes to reach the so-called stream boundary from the boundary. Su Ming felt the boat stop and looked up, and was surprised to see the river in front of him. Oh! So fast! Thank you, Devour! Just when he got off the cat, Devour took the opportunity to lick his face. Meow. You're welcome, host. This noise? Su Ming, who had just gotten off the cat, heard a strange sound. He turned around and found that Wang Jinbao seemed to be tied up by something and was approaching him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Ming was not stupid. He guessed at a glance that it was the black scorpion's tail that bound Wang Jinbao. If it hit him, he would be torn into pieces. Wouldn't Jinbao be scared to death? Meow. He can let the black scorpion come out and ride on its back. Su Ming rubbed Devour's head and said, It's probably for speed. After all, the speed of the black scorpion underground is several times faster than on the ground. In just a few words, Wang Jinbao had been brought to Su Ming's side by Black Scorpion. Looking at Wang Jinbao's pale face, Su Ming didn't know what to say to comfort him for a moment. Let's take a break. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao's legs began to shake after being put on the ground by the Black Scorpion. Seeing this, Su Ming hurried over to support him. Wow, you have no idea, I just felt like I was flying, it was so exciting. Looking at Wang Jinbao's trembling mouth, Su Ming could more or less understand him, because when he first got on Devour's back, he also had air shivering in his mouth, and it would be fine once he lay down. But Wang Jinbao couldn't do that. He just ate as much as he could. Sniff, sniff. Devour, who was twitching his nose by the lake, suddenly turned his head to look at Chinjia, who was chatting with Wang Jinbao. Meow. Master, the big white snake is coming. Big white snake? With a subconscious whisper, a huge white snake emerged from the bottom of the lake, staring at Su Ming and others and spitting out its tongue, and there was a very obvious bulge on its head. Beast Tamer, White Evil Snake. Talent Rare. Level 31, Lord. Element, Water. Ability, Affinity with Water Element. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. After reaching the level of Lord, the bump on the head will become more and more obvious as the level increases. Correspondingly, as the bump gets bigger, the improvement will become slower and slower, and the chance of evolution will become higher and higher. The highest success rate of transformation into a dragon will be achieved when the evolution is stuck at level 39. Is this Lao Wang's white evil snake? Lord? Wang Jinbao glanced up and down at the faint blue light on the white evil snake. It seems that the teaching staff of our Baiyun City's senior high school department is quite strong compared to other small cities, with 3 lords. Hiss. The Baisha Baoshi glanced at Su Ming, and after making a sound, it put its head directly on the shore. Devour unhappily conveyed the other party's meaning to Su Ming. Meow. It said it would lead us across the river, and if we encountered an enemy we couldn't defeat, we would run to the riverside. Seeing Devour looking a little aggrieved, Su Ming rubbed his chin with some amusement. You really are. Thank you for your hard work. The two of them brought their respective beasts to step on the body of the white evil snake. As it was promoted to a lord, the body of the white evil snake expanded again and seemed to have grown a lot longer. When Su Ming stepped on it, he was afraid of slipping and falling, but the result proved that this would not happen. It was as if something grabbed his feet and kept them firmly on top. Upon closer inspection, there were some water stains on the edges of his shoes. It was these water stains that allowed him to stand firmly on the back of the white evil snake, and when the other party was swimming, there was not a single ripple on the water surface. It doesn't feel like swimming in the lake, but rather flying over the lake. Is this the Lord's elemental ability? Can he control it to this degree? Chapter 85, Social Monster. The two banks were about 60 or 70 meters apart, and the two were quickly sent to the other side by the Baisha snake. As soon as they came down, the other side sank back into the lake. After Baisha Baoshi breaks through to become the Lord, he will be moved from the original school gate to this location. Obviously, Wang Chunfa and others guess that there will be students coming here. Most of the monsters here are elite monsters. We have to hide behind them. Looking at the woods that are more lush than those in the Shirley district, Su Ming feels that it is reasonable for the school to separate the two sides. He just doesn't know whether the long river that serves as a partition was built by the school. If so, it is impossible for the Lord alone to make such a big scene. Then what is it? The Domain Master? Some things are just like this. The more you think about them, the more outrageous they become, even terrifying. Wang Jinbao nodded silently after hearing Su Ming's suggestion. Of course, ever since my black scorpion was about to break through to the elite level, I couldn't see its movements clearly, especially the one just now. The class gap between the elites and servants is too big. I feel like if I release the black scorpion from before, it will be slaughtered by the black scorpion from now on. Su Ming said nothing after hearing this, but just nodded silently. As the strength of the beast increased, the role of the beast master was gradually reduced, and he was basically only responsible for the responsibility of being the beast master. Fortunately, Su Ming had the ability to read illustrations. Before they had walked for a few minutes, Su Ming grabbed the tail of Debao, who was walking in front of him, with one hand and stood in front of Wang Jinbao with the other hand. Don't move. Do you see the tree about 20 meters to our left with a darker brown trunk? Wang Jinbao looked over there in confusion, then looked around. Why do all the trees around me look the same? I can't say that the tree that's more than 10 or 20 meters tall is a monster, right? What level is this? Debao looked around with malicious eyes, but didn't find any enemy. Confused, he lightly swept Su Ming's leg with his tail. Meow? No enemy seen. Su Ming ignored it because he felt his scalp tingling after reading the illustrated book. Monster, poisonous tree. Talent elite. Level, 15 elite. Elements, wood poison. Ability, simulation poison. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. This type of monster will only appear in the woods. It will change the color of its trunk to blend in with the other trees around it. It will not reveal its presence when not moving. It is a natural killer. The roots of this type of monster are extremely toxic, and it uses this as a weapon of movement and attack. It is a social monster. If you see one, there will be a group of similar monsters not far behind it. The first one is the leader. If your strongest beast is not more than one major class higher than the first one, it is recommended to take a detour. Trees have become social these days? Su Ming's mouth twitched and he couldn't help muttering. If he walked over unexpectedly, he would be skewered into a dough stick and melted in an instant, right? Have you heard of the poisonous tree? I think there's an elite area behind that. I feel like I'm going to die if I don't go around it. Poisonous tree? Wang Jinbao seemed very surprised to hear this answer. What a pity. I have heard about this thing before from those who sold it to us. If we come across one, we'll be rich, but it's a pity we can't eat it all. Su Ming did not refute what Wang Jinbao said. Wouldn't it be a fortune if he encountered this? A piece of the same kind of person of the same rank, just the inner elixir alone would be enough to sell for a large sum. Looking down at Debao, who seemed eager to try, Su Ming slapped it on the forehead without any hesitation. There are more than one of these things, probably more than 10 or 20 of them. We can't kill so many in one go. Let's take a detour. Devouring scratched his head. When he heard Su-ming say there were so many, he turned his head to take a look and was about to leave. The departure of the crowd did not alarm this terrible monster. Although the poisonous tree is a social monster, its main hunting method is to sit back and wait for prey. But there is another very scary thing about this social monster, that is, they know how to cooperate, and will divide the spoils according to the merit. You may be beating one in the previous second, and dozens of them may surround you in the next second. They are all elites. If you fight dozens of them alone, will you die? It was not until the two of them walked for some distance that Su-ming breathed a sigh of relief when he did not see the illustration of the poisonous rotten wood around him. You can relax a little now. We don't see any poisonous trees anymore. Let's move forward normally. Wang Jinbao spat. Thank goodness you read so many books, no wonder your training level is so good. I really didn't expect the monsters here to be so sinister, just standing there like a turtle without moving. Laugh. Suddenly, just as Wang Jinbao was complaining, a white insect web suddenly flew out from the leaves and was blocked by Devouring in the first time. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but widen his eyes. The top of the head again? Compared to Wang Jinbao, Su-ming was much calmer. He actually saw it, but this monster had no attack ability, and its diet was leaves. Never mind, it's just a tree caterpillar. In an instant, Wang Jinbao inexplicably felt as if he had no place to vent his anger, and suddenly, his eyes widened. No, where are you going, Black Scorpion? What's wrong? What did you, Black Scorpion, find underground? Su-ming, who noticed that Wang Jinbao was acting strangely, quickly turned his head and looked at him. I don't know. It suddenly told me to leave for a while, and then it ran away from under us. I could feel it was still running. Su-ming hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Could it be that your Black Scorpion sensed some spiritual plant underground? So you went straight over to dig it up? As soon as these words came out, Wang Jinbao's face turned black. If that's the case, I'll starve it for the whole day. What else do you have at home? It acts like it has found a treasure when it runs out into the wild. It's back. I have to see what it brought me back. As soon as he finished speaking, a big hole appeared in front of Wang Jinbao, and the next second a black scorpion climbed up with a dark, round, football-sized thing on its head, and even proudly raised its commissary to show off. Wang Jinbao. Is this an egg? Monster, Jungle Monitor egg. Talent, Elite. Level 1 Servant. Ability, Huge Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster has a very strong bite force and power. It likes to live in the forest with sparse trees and lay eggs. It is monogamous and only lays one egg at a time, once a year. Jungle monitors are extremely protective of their offspring and can search for their relatives hundreds of miles away by smell. When Su-ming discovered that he could even see the qualifications of eggs, he was surprised, but when he saw the introduction in the picture book, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Wow, Jinbao, your black scorpion has found 2 great dads for you. Chapter 86, Crazy Enemy. What do you mean? While Wang Jinbao was saying this, he still honestly took the storage bag from Su-ming and quickly put the big egg into it, and finally let out a breath. Isn't that all right? Su-ming raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Are you trying to cover your ears and steal the bell? This is the egg of a jungle monitor lizard. It is extremely protective of its offspring and can travel hundreds of miles to find its offspring based on their scent. The last breath of this egg stopped here, and you will soon see 2 large green tanks. Wang Jinbao. Bailey? When Wang Jinbao heard this word, he felt it was extremely unreal for the first time. How could it be so outrageous? A lizard could travel hundreds of miles to find its relatives? Devouring, who followed Su-ming closely, raised the corner of his mouth in a mocking manner, and pretended to pat the black scorpion's head with his claws. Meow. You are done. Little gold ingot will cut off your food supply for the day. Hiss? Black Scorpion, who was trying to take credit for the event, was thrown into a trance by this and began to frantically explain to Wang Jinbao. Seeing his own black scorpion in such a state of distress, Wang Jinbao couldn't bear it anymore and kicked its claws with his feet. All right, just take it. It's just an egg. Let me see what's going on with its parents. Next time, Tell me what you are going to do, otherwise it won't be a matter of starving you for a day or two. Wang Jinbao was admonishing Black Scorpion, while Su Ming was watching silently from the side. As for running, it is understandable that a group of elites cannot defeat each other, but if they are not brave enough to fight 2 against 2, they should just pack up and go home to study hard. Boom 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 boom. The loud noise accompanied by the sound of a large number of trees falling frightened Wang Jinbao, who was reprimanding Black Scorpion, and he shivered and looked at Su Ming in confusion. No, it's really a green tank? Just as he finished his words, the next second, 2 huge green-skinned lizards, 5 meters long and 3 meters tall at the shoulder, rushed to the 2 of them, their eyes red, and they roared like crazy. Roar? The loud noise and the stench were the only thoughts on the 2 people's mind. Meow? Bold? Debao's eyes instantly turned red after being yelled at, and he disappeared on the spot. Wang Jinbao saw this and hurriedly urged Haixi. Stop complaining and get to work! With a whoosh, the Black Scorpion, which had been quietly taking the scolding, burrowed into the soil and disappeared. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on the 2 jungle monitors. One is level 15 and the other is level 13. It shouldn't be a big problem. As soon as he finished speaking, a claw as big as a palm fan twisted and rolled out quickly to the side. The jungle monitor lizard, which was originally roaring, immediately turned into wailing. Meow? Big rat, are you screaming? Su Ming? Hearing what his eldest son said, Su Ming frowned and scratched his head in confusion. Are lizards and mice the same thing? They don't look alike, do they? Roar! The front limbs of a jungle monitor suddenly flew off, and its companion, another jungle monitor, dug its front limbs directly into the mud, throwing a huge piece of mud towards Devouring, who was standing there. Su Ming couldn't see clearly at all. He only heard a loud bang. The clod of earth didn't hit Devouring, but hit a tree. The tree fell to the ground immediately. Phew! The Black Scorpion suddenly emerged from the soil, and its dark purple claws clamped hard on the heel of the intact jungle monitor lizard, then burrowed back into the soil after succeeding. The red blood flowed out of the wound, but soon, the blood began to take on a layer of purple, and then slowly began to turn black, and even this black color continued to spread towards the body of the jungle monitor lizard. The skin, which was originally emerald green with irregular patterns, began to turn purple and black at this moment, as if a tattoo had been inked. The leg that had been injected with the toxin seemed to have become lame. The body in that direction collapsed directly, and even the corners of the mouth began to flow out of invisible lavender saliva, and the scarlet eyes began to be stained with a hint of lavender. Within a few seconds from the time the toxin was injected to now, the jungle monitor lizard began to stagger and collapse to the ground. Its body twitched from time to time, and the toxin spread even faster. This scene made the 2 people who were watching the battle in the rear area feel their scalps tingling. No, is this poison so strong? Will I die if I get stabbed once? Hearing Wang Jinbao's shocked and stunned voice, Su Ming subconsciously touched his nose, as if he knew what was said. Yeah, that's awesome, huh? Something seems wrong? Why are you coming towards us again? One was severely poisoned and was now lying on the ground waiting to die, and the other was simply slapped, but even so, the speed of this giant's rushing forward did not decrease much. Compared to the last time when they poisoned the tarantula, this time the 2 did not choose to escape, because it was only a few seconds of actual combat. Their beasts have the ability to kill the opponent in a short period of time. For example, now, the Black Scorpion is hiding in the mud 5 meters in front of them. Roar! The severed hand was stuck in the ground, and the jungle monitor lizard with the severed hand could not catch any trace of Devouring at all. Instead, the wounds on its body became more and more. Unlike the first direct cut-off, each subsequent attack seemed to be just right. The skin was cut open, and the wound was only a few centimeters away from the bone. The originally green-skinned lizard turned red in a short while. The grief of losing his son and his wife, the grief and anger made it forget the pain in its body. It stuck its severed hand into the soil, roared angrily like a madman, and ran towards Su Ming and Wang Jinbao with all its strength. Meow! What a bold mouse! Devouring, who originally wanted to continue playing for a while, narrowed his pupils into needles after seeing this scene, and jumped directly onto the head of the jungle monitor lizard. The first thing the other party did was to stretch out its good paw and slap it on the head. Its hatred for Devour was no less than that for the two monkeys in front of it. At this moment, Devour's two tails vibrated instantly and hit the jungle monitor lizard directly on the head. The jungle monitor lizard's head exploded into pieces like a watermelon, and scarlet liquid splattered everywhere. A piece of broken bone even splashed not far in front of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. Thump! The headless jungle monitor lizard shook twice and fell directly to the ground, while Devour had already landed steadily on the ground, licking his paws. Meow. Master, am I powerful? Awesome! Su Ming couldn't stop nodding when asked by Devour. He had seen the power of this ability in Wang Jinbao's yard before, but it was when two tails were superimposed together. The damage seems to have changed? Too cruel, is this still a cat? In Wang Jinbao's mind, cats are known for their speed and attack, like an assassin, while the only one who can act like a frontline fighter is a tiger. After expressing their feelings, the two began to search for the most valuable loot, the monster's inner elixir. Chapter 87, The Evil Leopard. Meow. Master, I am coming. I am coming. Su Ming had just heard the voice and hadn't reacted yet when Devour disappeared in a flash. The next second he returned to Su Ming with two emerald green inner pills in his mouth. He took the inner elixir and said, 2. Sensing something was wrong, Su Ming subconsciously looked at the jungle monitor that was poisoned to death by the black scorpion. The skull of the monitor had been lifted up by the black scorpion, and a small part of the black scorpion's body had penetrated into it. At a glance, it was clear that he was looking for something. He was still looking for a pupa, and Wang Jinbao was walking towards the black scorpion. Are you still not done? Didn't find it? Hiss. Didn't find it? How come you didn't find it? Wang Jinbao was puzzled, and then he saw his black scorpion directly enter through the open crown of the head, and then fall out from the chin near the neck. The man and the scorpion stared at each other, as if they didn't know what to do at the moment. Ahem, that Jinbao, the inner elixir of that jungle giant lizard was seized by my Devour. Su Ming touched the wing of his nose and felt somewhat embarrassed looking at the dazed Wang Jinbao and Haixi. Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched when he heard this. I was wondering how there could be none. I have to say, your white shadow cat is really fast after it evolves. It's just like the skill combos in the game, swish swish. Wang Jinbao's praise made Devour raise his head slightly. Who doesn't like to be praised? It's just that my eldest child prefers to be praised by his master. Okay, it's time for dinner, let's get something to eat. How about this lizard egg? I heard that monster eggs are very fresh. I never ate this stuff at home before. Hearing this, Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao, who took the egg out of the storage bag with some surprise. Your family is so rich, but you can't bear to eat an egg? Wang Jinbao smacked his lips and said, Save where you can and spend where you can. If you spend money recklessly, I'll give you more food. Add more food? Su Ming couldn't help laughing after realizing it. Okay, let's eat this egg today. But are the eggs of jungle monitors valuable? It's not expensive, about 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, but it's a lot of food, so generally no one buys it, and those who can afford it don't need it. Su Ming nodded silently when he heard this, and then he saw Wang Jinbao took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the cigarette. It turned out that this guy was quite well prepared. Seeing the eggs roasting on the Kong, Wang Jinbao clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, Let it roast while we go skewer some meat. The cat and the scorpion had clear division of labor, the one that ate meat, and the one that ate offal. After the two beasts finished eating, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao took the skewers of meat and left the area. Wang Jinbao had already started ordering Black Scorpion to dig holes and lay mud. The two chatted while grilling meat and eggs. Everything was quite harmonious, but Su Ming, who was grilling meat, suddenly raised his brows. The next second, Devour, who was lying next to Su Ming, suddenly raised his head and rushed directly to the left front of Su Ming. Ouch! Meow! Bold! The Black Scorpion, upon hearing the noise, immediately burrowed into the mud. Wang Jinbao and Su Ming were somewhat surprised by this situation, especially by the sound. What the hell? A leopard? No, we are already 100 meters away from the corpses of the two lizards. They are not eating those things but eating us. Is that what you mean? Wang Jinbao stood up immediately after hearing the roar and marked the location where Devouring rushed to with Black Scorpion through the mental link. However, when he looked at Su Ming's face and found that it was not so good, he felt inexplicably panicked. What is that? Monster, Evil Leopard. Talent Elite. Level 12 Elite. Element Wind. Ability Speed Stealth. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. After the spiritual energy revived and mutated, it began to like the dry forest environment. It is fast, stealthy, and able to track. It is a natural killer. Its dark fur makes it look like an elusive ghost when it is hunting. This type of monster is extremely vigilant, and will only eat the prey it has killed. It especially likes to hunt monsters that live in trees. Bad Leopard. You like to hunt monsters that live in trees. You treat us like monkeys. Wang Jinbao's face darkened instantly. Tell your Devouring to get out of the way. I'll let Black Scorpion release the poison. Let the Black Scorpion release poison? Su Ming blinked and sent a command to Devouring through the mental link. Devouring came back in a flash and used his tail to clear away the obstacles on the road, allowing the two of them to see the enemy clearly. It was 4 meters long, with dark skin without a trace of leopard pattern. When Devouring quickly returned, it did not stop them, but looked at them with a vigilant look. This beast is really alert. Wang Jinbao sighed when he saw this. The next second, the ground right below the evil leopard suddenly collapsed. With its extremely quick reaction, it jumped to the side immediately, looking at the Black Scorpion that broke out of the ground with contempt. Just when it landed and prepared to attack the Black Scorpion quickly, it saw that the other party did not drill back into the ground immediately after emerging from the ground. Instead, when it chose to jump towards itself with all its strength, the evil leopard felt something was wrong. Being extremely alert, it subconsciously wanted to step back and create some distance. But in the next second, countless dark purple poisonous mists spurted out from the thorns all over the Black Scorpion's body in all directions without any dead angles, and the distance was as much as 4 or 5 meters away. It seemed that it was afraid that it could not reach the target, so after the Black Scorpion came out of the ground, it jumped towards the position of the evil leopard with all its strength. But even though the leopard reacted quickly, his left face and the back half of his body were still covered in spray. Ouch! The severe pain caused its body to pause, and the Black Scorpion immediately pressed forward, and its sharp tail stinger pierced directly into the opponent's abdomen. In just a moment, the evil leopard's body was covered with poisonous mist, and the black skin on its body began to rot instantly. Within a few seconds, the black bones occupied by the toxin could be seen. It took only about 2 minutes for the evil leopard to go from being alive to being dead. Now it has turned into a ball of black water and some black bones scattered on the ground, proving that it was still alive. The Black Scorpion seemed to wilt after the series of attacks, and it crawled back with its inner elixir held between its claws weakly. Hiss! You are great. Let's have a snack when we get home tonight. After saying this, Wang Jinbao looked at the wind-attributed inner elixir stained with poison on the ground and fell into thought. How do I take this? As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Scorpion pressed the inner elixir directly into the soil. The soil instantly began to turn black. Only when the expansion stopped did the Black Scorpion dig out the inner elixir again. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but give the Black Scorpion a thumbs up. Su Ming felt a little confused as he watched the intact inner elixir being collected by Wang Jinbao and put into the storage bag. He had seen the strength of the Black Scorpion's venom. The attack from the jungle monitor lizard just now could be said to have released less venom, so the inner elixir was fine. But what about this time? Why is the monster's inner elixir intact when it is poisonous enough to corrupt bones and flesh? Strange. Elements, also known as attributes, are the energy that comes from heaven and earth. So are they indestructible to external toxins? Elements are really magical things. Chapter 88 Tiger Leaf. As the shells of the skewers and grilled eggs began to crack, the two men hurriedly put out the fire. Wait until the temperature drops and open the eggshells one by one. It doesn't smell very good. Let's try it. The moment Wang Jinbao opened the eggshell, he tried hard to smell it, but the result was not satisfactory. The two of them ate the roasted eggs using chopsticks made from tree branches. It's more fragrant than regular eggs, and has a slightly sweet flavor, but not as exaggerated as you said. But it's enough. After all, it's just an egg. After eating it, Su-ming gave a relatively objective evaluation, and Wang Jinbao nodded in agreement without denying it. I heard my employees say that a while ago. I guess they were just bragging. I really thought monster eggs were some rare delicacy. Although this egg doesn't taste as good as I heard, it is definitely not comparable to ordinary eggs and is definitely not on the same level. After eating and drinking, the two men continued on their journey with their beasts, and when they moved forward, they deliberately avoided the place where they killed the jungle monitor lizard. There were two such large corpses. Although one of them was inedible by ordinary monsters, it was enough to start a fight among monsters in the wild, especially those that had not yet reached the elite level. That's right, there are servant-level monsters on the other side of the river, not just elite-level monsters. The Shirley district is patrolled every day, so there are no elite-level monsters in that area. If there were no human intervention, this monster would have run directly into the city and started killing people. Meow? Master, do you smell the fragrance? Fragrance? Su-ming was stunned and subconsciously looked at Wang Jinbao. Do you and Black Scorpion smell the fragrance? Ah? Smell, where does the fragrance come from? No fragrance? Did your Debao smell it? Dolly sniffed the scent in the air, and Wang Jinbao looked at Su-ming in surprise. Seeing the black scorpion deliberately crawling out of the soil and shaking its body to deny it, Su-ming sensed something was wrong. Debao, is there really a fragrance? What's that smell? Debao laughed inexplicably with some comfort. Meow meow. I don't know, it just smells so good. Seeing his great treasure, Su-ming instantly understood what it was and opened his mouth. A spiritual plant that has mutated from catnip? Then Debao, you lead the way, we'll go pick them. Meow. Good. Seeing Debao excited, Su-ming followed behind with a smile, while Wang Jinbao scratched his head in confusion. Hiss, do cats nowadays still like catnip? Well, not all of them. Su-ming confirmed it and explained after a pause. After the spiritual energy was revived, basically all animals have had certain habits changed. Just like my Debao, there is no such thing as a domestic cat that is extremely cruel and loves killing. But as for the issue of catnip, as my beast taming power improves, I can control my instincts. Besides, I've never bought catnip for Debao. If it weren't for this time, I would have forgotten about it. Wang Jinbao nodded silently as he listened. A spiritual plant that has mutated from catnip. I remember there were quite a lot. The most expensive one was the tiger leaf. From 1 tiger leaf to 9 tiger leaves, the price changed dramatically with each additional leaf. This thing also has the effect of catnip. Do you think it could be this thing? Tiger leaf? For some reason, after hearing what Wang Jinbao said, Su-ming was a little surprised, but also a little expectant. Debao, who was originally leading the way excitedly, suddenly stopped and became extremely cautious. This situation made Su-ming and Wang Jinbao, who were following behind, also tense up. Meow. There is a strong smell of blood ahead, and something is fighting. There's a strong smell of blood. Are there monsters fighting? As soon as Su-ming heard this, he felt that things were not simple. Considering Debao's situation and the fact that there were monsters fighting at that location, the situation was obvious. What Debao smelled was indeed a very valuable spiritual plant, and there were monsters fighting for this spiritual plant, with blood everywhere. Su-ming, what did your Debao say? Su-ming patted Wang Jinbao gently and said, Let's sneak over there. What my Debao found should be a very valuable spiritual plant. There are monsters fighting for it. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao couldn't help nodding. Okay, go over there. Soon, the two men and the cat moved forward quietly. Not long after they walked, they heard the sound of something colliding and a weak roar. Through the gaps in the bushes, the two men could see clearly what was in front of them. There was an open space in front of them. It was a giant tiger with golden fur dotted with black patterns. Excluding the tail, it was more than 5 meters long. There was a huge golden tooth exposed in its mouth, and it seemed that one of the teeth was broken. In addition, a large piece of the monster's skin was torn off, and even its nose seemed to have been bitten off by something. One of its forelegs was also broken and was lying on the ground nearby. Now it was lying on the ground licking the wound of its broken arm. Monster, gold-fanged saber tiger, severely injured. Talent elite. Level 16 Elite. Element Gold. Ability Huge Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: a body of golden fur with dark black patterns. It is more visually impactful than before the spiritual energy was revived. There are 2 exposed golden saber teeth in its mouth, which have extremely strong penetrating power. Few monsters of the same level can withstand it. Its teeth and claws are sharper than those of its peers, and its perception ability is also better than that of its peers, but its speed and sensitivity are much weaker than those of its peers, and this kind of monster will never let go of any slight. In front of this monster was the corpse of a bear with silver-gray hair. The cause of its death was the broken tooth of a golden-toothed saber tiger stuck in its head. Compared to the 5-meter-long golden-toothed saber tiger, its body length was only 4 meters. Monster, Steel Palm Iron Bear Death. Talent Elite. Level 13 Elite. Element Gold. Ability, Steel Bones, Huge Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: the silver-gray hair on its body is as hard as iron. Although its body is small, few other monsters in the same class can break its defense, and few monsters in the same class can withstand its strength. The only part of its body that is not so hard is the top of its head. This type of monster has a relatively gentle temperament, and likes to eat honey after the spiritual energy is revived. In the open space not far behind the golden-toothed saber tiger, there was a strange plant more than 1 meter tall. Its rhizome was orange-yellow with some long and thin black lines on it. The weird thing is that the rhizome of this plant is so long, but not only does it have no flowers, but it only has 3 golden leaves as big as cattail leaf fans on the top. Chapter 89 Tiger San. Spiritual Object, Tiger Clover. Illustrated introduction: after the spiritual energy is revived, this spiritual plant will only grow on the bodies of dead cat monsters. It grows by the special mutation of fungi attached to the bones. 1 leaf is 1 level. 3 leaves indicate that a cat war leader has died here. This spiritual object can greatly enhance the all-round capabilities of monsters. It is best taken by cat monsters. Usage Method 1. Take directly. Usage Method 2. Usage Method 3. Roar. A bass roar came from the throat of the golden-toothed sword tiger, and the golden tiger's eyes slowly looked towards the position of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. The moment it looked over, Debao rushed out. Roar! Meow! The severely injured golden-toothed sword tiger stood up directly, its eyes fixed on the white shadow rushing towards it. The wounds on its legs and body prevented it from running. Suddenly, the golden-toothed sword tiger shook its head, and the golden teeth in its mouth intersected with a white light. Along with splashing sparks, a huge sound of fine iron clashing was heard. After Debao had distanced himself, he looked at the golden-toothed sword tiger in front of him with some surprise. Meow! It blocked it with its teeth? Drink! Low tiger roars continued to sound. Although the golden-toothed sword tiger blocked Debao's attack, there were still some cuts on its face and near its lips. Su Ming's pupil shrank slightly when he saw this. The only remaining gold tooth played an evasive role in avoiding head-on collisions, and it could see Debao's position clearly, but it just couldn't keep up, especially after being seriously injured. However, even so, its reaction ability seemed not much worse than Debao's. This tiger, even with its speed problem, was a bit too aggressive. The pain from the missing nose and the new wound made the golden-toothed saber tiger's face wrinkle, and the ferocity in his eyes became more intense. Oh my goodness, the tiger was so badly injured but still had such a quick reaction. How did the bear beat it like this? Wang Jinbao looked at the golden-toothed sword tiger in some disbelief as it blocked the attack. Even though one of its front limbs was broken, the opponent still dared to press forward after blocking the attack. That bear is a steel-pawed iron bear, and its defensive ability is amazing. It simply traded its life for injury to beat the tiger like this. Su Ming did not expect that he would still have a strong desire to attack despite being so seriously injured. He thought that the other party would hold a grudge and would come to take revenge after he recovered from his injuries. The result is that he immediately starts to fight with all his might. The golden fang sword tiger will never let go of a single bite. This thing's revenge is to fight to the death on the spot. After taking the time to explain, Su Ming hurriedly said, "Let your black scorpion steal the 2 good legs of the tiger. Since it won't work to destroy one front leg, then destroy one hind leg. I will order my devour to hold back and not to attack proactively, so as to give your black scorpion a chance. Wang Jinbao nodded solemnly, and the two of them simultaneously gave orders to their beasts according to the plan through mental connection. Devour, who was originally crawling on the ground, stood up directly and distanced himself without any hesitation. The golden-toothed sword tiger's eyes were fixed on it. Just as it was about to move its body to catch up, it strangely jumped backwards, and its only remaining good front paw slammed down. As luck would have it, at the location where the photo was taken below the golden-toothed saber tiger, the black scorpion broke out of the ground with its commissary raised, and collided head-on with the golden-toothed saber tiger's paw. This scene made Wang Jinbao and Su Ming feel nervous. The huge tiger's paw was directly pierced by a pair of sharp commissary. Although the venom naturally injected into the wound, the falling tiger's paw continued to hit the black scorpion's body and directly knocked the black scorpion back into the cave. Hiss! Black scorpion? Fuck! Hearing the screams of his beast, Wang Jinbao's eyes turned red. Devour seized the opportunity and quickly passed behind the golden-toothed sword tiger's butt. The golden-toothed saber tiger's tail flew out directly, and the soles of its two hind legs were also cut off directly. A large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain in an instant. Roar! The angry tiger roared through the forest. The severe pain in the back half of its body and the wounds on its limbs caused it to fall directly to the ground. The tiger's paw that hit the black scorpion also began to turn black and spread evenly to its body. Well done, Su Ming! Wang Jinbao, with red eyes, couldn't help but praise loudly when he saw the blood gushing out like money. How's your black scorpion? Seeing that there was a chance to relax, Su Ming told Devour to keep an eye on the tiger while he quickly looked at Wang Jinbao and asked about the black scorpion. Fortunately, my black scorpion was able to break through the soil with its commissary raised. With two commissary supporting it from the front, the force of the blow was not very strong. It was just that my head was slightly deflated. After hearing this, Su Ming fell silent, as if he had lost the ability to speak, with his mouth open, not knowing what to say. Feel sorry. What's there to apologize for? This beast reacts so quickly. If you, Devour, can't seize the opportunity, someone else must create one. Otherwise, won't we all die here? Wang Jinbao actually didn't care about Su Ming's apology. Isn't it nonsense to go out in the wild without getting hurt? It's just that its head is a little deflated. I'll go back and ask Zhao Guang's father to take a look. Let's wait for this beast to die first. The poison has already invaded its body. Su Ming raised his head, looked at Wang Jinbao steadily, nodded slowly and said with a smile. Okay. Devour in front was staring at the golden-toothed sword tiger whose eyelids began to tremble. The poison from the tiger's paw began to spread through the wound to his entire arm. Roar! The golden-toothed saber tiger tried desperately to stand up again, but its disabled hind limbs, exhaustion and poisoning, and broken forelimbs could not support its thoughts at all, and its ferocious eyes gradually began to dim. Meow? Dead? Devour was a little uncertain. The vitality of this tiger had exceeded his fixed perception of the enemy, because this was the first enemy that blocked his attack, and also the first enemy that could withstand so much damage before being poisoned to death. Well, it's dead. Go and take down the inner elixir, Devour. I'll check on the black scorpion. After confirming that the panel of the golden-toothed sword tiger showed death, Su Ming asked Wang Jinbao to call out the black scorpion. Hiss. Su Ming squatted down and looked at the unearthed black scorpion. There were some cracks on the black scorpion's commissary, and its head was indeed just a little dented. Seeing this, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was exactly as Wang Jinbao said, the commissary provided the black scorpion with a great force buffer, and most of the force of the golden-toothed saber tiger was applied to the commissary, causing cracks to appear on them. I will prepare a culture medium for your black scorpion when we get back. Once your black scorpion is upgraded, it will shed its skin. By then, the wound on its commissary and the dent on its head should be healed. Chapter 90, Secrets of the Beast Tide. Oh, that's so convenient. It saves me the money of seeing a doctor. It's more cost-effective without the culture medium. Su Ming looked up at Wang Jinbao, who seemed to have a flash of inspiration. His eyes were sparkling and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. What you're saying is that your black scorpion will shed its skin and become larger when it upgrades or evolves. This is a peculiarity of some insect monsters. If you want to change to another monster, you should see a doctor. In response, Wang Jinbao just smiled and did not refute. Then he and Su Ming came to the tiger clover plant, and he drooled at the sight of it. The actual height of this tiger clover is almost as tall as the two of them, over 1.8 meters. 3-leaf tiger. 3 leaves. This is an extremely precious spiritual plant. I remember its origin and effects clearly. This means that at least a tiger beast of the warhead level died here, and the tiger bones and some flesh and blood have rotted here. Finally, with the addition of some fungi, there is a chance that spiritual plants like tiger leaves will appear. This thing is so rare, there is no market for it even though it is worth the price. Su Ming was somewhat surprised to see Wang Jinbao explain the situation of this thing clearly in one breath, because Wang Jinbao has always been clear about the prices of spiritual plants and materials. For him, learning about how to obtain materials and the growing conditions of spiritual plants was a sheer waste of time, because he did not make money from this knowledge. It would be better for him to learn more about the price changes of certain materials. There's no demand for it. Is it really that valuable? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao cleared his throat for once. That's right, a piece of tiger leaf is not worth much, only tens of thousands, and there are many on the market. When it comes to the second leaf, it's hundreds of thousands. Starting from the second tiger leaf, there are fewer and fewer tiger leaves on the market, because this thing has a particularly great improvement on beast taming and monster taming. The market price of tiger clover is 2 million, but basically no one wants to sell it. If someone really wants to buy it, the price is usually a little more than this. When he said this, Wang Jinbao's expression became serious. The best one in the world is the tiger 7-leaf, which is almost 4 meters tall, and there are 2 of them. They grew on the corpses of a royal tiger monster couple. Hearing this, Su Ming was inexplicably stunned. This sounded somewhat familiar. Where did he seem to have heard it before? Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Wang Jinbao continued. I heard this from my father, who also heard it from hearsay. I don't know whether it's true or not. After all, businessmen are more or less boastful and well-informed. It was the time about 10 years ago when the church stole a royal monster cub. The cub was a Yantian War prison tiger cub. The monster couple launched a beast tide, but were killed by the Eagle Country's epic beast master. Those 2 tiger 7 leaves were grown in this way and were directly put up for auction. In the end, they were bought by a mysterious person for an emperor-level monster in a pill. Su Ming took the inner elixir of the golden-toothed sword tiger from De Bao's mouth and quietly analyzed what Wang Jinbao had just said. Suddenly, he found something wrong. Isn't that right? If that were true, the bodies of the 2 emperor-level monsters should have been taken away. How could they be buried in the soil and grow tiger 7 leaves? For some reason, Wang Jinbao's expression suddenly became extremely serious. Rumor has it that a mythical monster appeared in that beast tide. In the end, it was the legendary beast master from Eagle Country who came forward and negotiated with the other party to stop the beast tide. The corpses and the monster's inner core were not taken away. In the end, this epic-level beast master was unwilling to give up, and after a while, he planned to steal the things out. As a result, he discovered Tiger 7 Leaves and killed an Emperor-level monster guarding Tiger 7 Leaves. As a result, the main monster of the Epic Beast Master died after returning, and his rank dropped directly from Epic to Grandmaster. No one knows what happened in between. Wang Jinbao's words caused a great sensory impact on Su Ming. He felt familiar with it because he had seen the news, but the news only contained the first part that Wang Jinbao said, and the latter part was completely missing. If the rumors that Wang Jinbao's father heard were true, then the main reason why the Epic Beast Master's main force died should be mainly due to the negotiation between the myths. But think about it, the mythical monster just wanted to take back the corpse of his descendant, so it was killed, but you went to steal it, and killed an Emperor-level monster in the process. In that case, they could only kill the main force of the Beastmaster to make amends. The beast tide launched by mythical monsters has not appeared since the revival of spiritual energy, and humans seem to be very reluctant to fight with monsters of this level. Maybe this is the reason. It's not clear. Su Ming only felt the importance of strength, and the degree of danger in the wild from Wang Jinbao's words. How do I dig this tiger clover? Is there any particular trick? When Wang Jinbao saw Suming asking him, didn't he just pretend? Don't worry, I've asked Black Scorpion to dig down there. This thing grew out of bones, so we need to bring out the bone with the deepest roots. This is the only way. Other methods will cause the tiger leaf to wither and rot in an instant. It just told me that it had broken both sides of the spine and was ready to dig it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to shake and Tiger San was pushed up. Debao stood aside and watched the scene curiously. The next thing to be unearthed was the base of the tiger clover. The rhizome was also light yellow, and the last thing to come out was a thick spine, and the tiger clover seemed to have broken out of the ground from this spine. Hiss! Seeing the black scorpion coming out with the tiger clover on its head, Wang Jimao simply opened the bag and wrapped the whole tiger clover in it. Let's go, leave this body here and see if another tiger leaf can grow. Oh, and we have to remove that nice big gold tooth. While waiting for Black Scorpion to remove the big gold tooth and part of the upper palate, the two of them, led by Debao, hurried back along the way they came. When they returned to the lake, there was not much sunlight left in the sky. When they arrived at the lake, the two men's nervous hearts slowly calmed down, because when they were walking back, the sound of fighting began to be heard in the forest, and the monsters had begun hunting. But it is safe here. After all, there is a lord here. Those monsters generally dare not come here, unless they encounter a situation like the last time with the bone-eating vulture. The best way to use this tiger clover leaf is to eat it raw. We'll each take half. I heard the roots can also be used as ingredients. After we go out, we'll split the money from the sale of the roots. Okay. The two of them had just discussed the distribution of the most valuable supplies when the white evil snake emerged from the lake the next second. But this time, its gaze lingered on the black scorpion for a little longer. Chapter 91, Prying Insurance. Senior year, in Su Ming's dormitory. The two of them brought their beasts to form a circle around the tiger clover on the ground. Debao was drooling as he watched, and Black Scorpion was also a little greedy. After all, this thing had a good effect on all monsters. Especially cat monsters. Su Ming, do you think this thing can be made into some kind of cultivation fluid to strengthen it? I'll provide the materials. Hearing this, Su Ming looked up and met Wang Jinbao's gaze, then fell into deep thought. Not sure. If a precious, effective, and universal material like this is to be made into a cultivation solution, it must be made in the same way as a primary cultivation solution. But the problem is, it is a comparable medicinal material. The only thing I can think of is 100-year-old beast blood fruit, which is all I can think of for now. This is the only universal material I can think of that is not too different. Do you have anything else? Wang Jinbao scratched his head and said, I don't know. My father didn't tell me the real good stuff. I don't even know what the treasure of my company is. Beep beep. My dad called me and said he probably has made the breakthrough. Wait a minute. After receiving the call, Wang Jinbao completely believed in Su Ming's skills, and laughed out loud after the call was connected. Okay, do we have any spiritual plants that can be eaten by all monsters, that have great effects, and are expensive? No? Don't be ridiculous. I know there's a basement at home with a big safe inside. Su Ming and I got a plant of tiger clover today, and we're thinking of getting some good stuff to make it into a culture solution. Oh, now we have it, right? Okay, have someone bring them all here, and I'll let Su Ming see which ones can be used. Okay, that's it. After the call was hung up, Su Ming fell silent as he watched Wang Jinbao gesture, okay. Wang Jinbao was really cruel. From what he said, it seemed that he had also pried into his father's safe? The Beast Master has reached the elite level and can understand normal Mandarin. Debao glanced at Wang Jinbao and turned to look at the black scorpion. Meow. Your master is a little outrageous. Hiss. Meow? Did you pry it open? Did you not pry it open? Hiss. It was a rare sight to see Debao showing an expression of surprise and astonishment towards him. The black scorpion proudly raised its commissary and began to feel proud, and then he slapped it on the head. Good fellow, you just tell everything out there. Wang Jinbao grinned and taught Black Scorpion a lesson, but Black Scorpion didn't take it seriously and instead felt proud of it. Although Su Ming didn't understand what Black Scorpion said, Debao understood it. Hearing Debao's translation through the mental link, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Beep beep. The goods have arrived. Come on, let's go down and see what we have. After these words were spoken, Debeo and Hixie stopped making a fuss, and quickly followed their respective masters down the stairs and all the way to the school gate. A huge, black truck was parked at the school gate, and an employee wearing a suit, tie, sunglasses and gloves was standing next to the car waiting. When he saw Wang Jinbao, he bowed immediately and walked to the back of the truck to open the door. Yeah, pretty sensible. As the car door opened, a huge black tiger suddenly jumped out of the trunk, scaring Wang Jinbao and Su Ming. This is none other than the black ghost tiger of Wang Jinbao's father, which has successfully broken through to the Lord level. It has a specially made large iron box in its mouth. Meow? What are you doing? Seeing Su Ming frightened, Debeo habitually made an unhappy sound to question him, but the black ghost tiger just glanced at Debeo and put the box in his mouth in front of the two of them. Idiot, didn't I tell you that you have to be patient even if you are angry when you meet someone you can't beat? Face is only temporary, don't make your life temporary too. Su Ming patted Debeo's head in silence. Looking at Debeo's aggrieved look, this time Su Ming chose to ignore it. This child must be taught what to do. The blood shadow cat demon's instincts have only made the child more cruel and courageous. He was very happy and touched that it could stand up for him, but Su Ming would not allow a situation that would cost it its life. The black ghost tiger remembered his kindness and also took Wang Guobao's instructions. What if it was a stranger? Would they spoil Debeo? The answer is no. They can bend and stretch, but not be too rigid and easily broken. Remember what I said? Debeo looked up at Su Ming with a serious face. It had not seen its master like this for a long time. The last time was when it scratched its master. That was the first time they met. Meow. Remember. Wang Jinbao watched this scene silently, and through the translation from Black Scorpion, he looked at his black scorpion with some disappointment. Study hard and don't be proud of it like you did just now. You are the same. Don't do it again next time. The black ghost tiger looked at the two people in front of him who inexplicably started training their own beasts, and began to urge them. Roar. Su Ming paused for a moment and looked directly at Wang Jinbao. Didn't you pry open the safe before? Come and open it to satisfy your little desire. Inexplicably, after saying this, Wang Jinbao felt the black ghost tiger's direct gaze, but even so, Wang Jinbao was not afraid. We are all family, and we want to make sure that there is nothing wrong with our own things, right? So he strode forward, squatted down without hesitation and opened the box, then he froze, not even knowing how to take his hands off the lid. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and walked forward. What frightened you so much? When Su Ming saw what was in the box, he was also stunned. There weren't many things in the box, only 5 kinds, all of which were exquisitely packaged and placed in layers in the box. Spiritual item, Jade Spirit Bone. Illustrated introduction. The spine of a dead king-level monster absorbs spiritual energy, and turns into jade over time to form a natural treasure. It is extremely rare and can improve the overall attributes and level capabilities of most monsters below the king level. Usage Method 1. Spiritual item, Heavenly Soul Grass. Illustrated description. Some Lord-level or higher plant monsters have a chance to mutate their seeds after death to form this spiritual creature, which can enhance the monster's mental ability and reaction ability. Usage Method 1. Spiritual item, Silver Blood Willow Heart. Illustrated introduction. The heartwood of the Lord-level monster Silver Willow. It appears with a very low probability. There is silver juice in the heartwood. Its value and utility far exceed the inner elixir of the monster. It is 1 in a million and can greatly increase the level of plant-type monsters. For Lord-level plant-type monsters, it has the effect of breaking through the shackles of the Domain Master. Usage Method 1. The further he read, the more shocked Su Ming became. It's no wonder that Wang Jinbao would break into the safe. All the things in the box are priceless treasures. Chapter 92 Spiritual Attributes. Su Ming believed that this was definitely not the real wealth of Wang Jinbao's family. It was more like a test. From the Jade Spirit Bone at the beginning, it basically decreased step by step later. The last 2 items are called Blood Demon Root and Heart Elf Fruit. In terms of value conversion, they are almost at the same level as Tiger Clover. Seeing this, Su-ming did not hesitate and picked up these two directly. Compatible materials can be combined because there is a universal formula. That's why it's difficult to become a cultivator, but once you become one, you won't starve to death. As for the training of trainers, all countries have government support, and some things will be made public for everyone to learn. After all, the population base is so large. Who doesn't want to have more talented people in their country? Just take these two, you can take the others back. After taking out the things, Su-ming directly closed the lid and fastened the knob. Black Ghost Tiger did not hesitate and turned around and returned to the trunk with the box in his mouth. After breaking through to the Lord level, the scars on Black Ghost Tiger's body did not recover, but they became much more beautiful, which means that the hidden injuries were cleared up a lot after the breakthrough. Wang Jinbao watched Su-ming silently from the side until the car drove away and couldn't help asking, "Those are all good stuff, why don't you take a few more? I think the jade spirit bone is pretty good. Just grind it into powder and soak it in water to drink." Hearing this, Su-ming opened his mouth in surprise, and finally sighed speechlessly. "You are really a talent. First of all, let's not talk about what we use to grind the jade bones into powder. Secondly, do you think my boiler can handle the energy reaction of this material? Even if all of the above are met, will our beast explode?" Wang Jinbao froze when he heard this. "It seems so. I forgot about it, and just wanted to take all the good things from my father. Okay, let's go back to the dormitory. Just bring it to me when you're done. It's getting late, so I'll have dinner first." Su-ming nodded silently. After returning to the dormitory, Su-ming started to prepare the soup directly. This time, Devouring did not follow him. Instead, he lay on the tiles in the living room with his arms and legs spread out. He seemed to be tired, and his eyes were open and closed. In the kitchen, Su-ming first cut the tiger clover leaves into pieces, mixed them with the bone and added water to make juice, and then poured it into the boiler to start heating it. I don't know how much time had passed, but Devouring, who was about to fall asleep, smelled a fragrance, and his eyes, which had been squinting, suddenly opened, and he trotted to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Su-ming looked at the 3 tubes of culture medium placed in front of him, took out 2 and packed them up to send to Wang Jinbao. Then he saw Devouring walking into the kitchen. "Are you hungry? You can drink this tube of culture solution later, and then you can rest. We will rest tomorrow and not go out into the wild." Devouring tilted his head, looked at the 2 in Su-ming's hand, then looked at the one on the table, somewhat confused. "Meow? Can't we drink one and leave one?" "Can't." Without any hesitation, Su-ming shook his head. "Most of the materials belong to others. We only account for less than 20% of the total materials. It's good to get one. Besides, I don't plan to take the hundreds of thousands of dollars earned by playing as a jungler today." "Meow? Why?" Seeing that Devouring didn't understand, Su-ming patiently explained. "Most of the stuff came from Wang Jinbao's family, including the tiger clover, which he also owns half of. Without the other 2 materials, the culture fluid cannot be made. That hundreds of thousands is a small amount of money for us now. If we try to get a small advantage, we will suffer a big loss. Do you understand?" Devouring sat on the ground and stared at Su-ming blankly, obviously not understanding. In response, Su-ming just rubbed its head and walked out. He does have this magical illustrated book, but does that mean he can rise to the top like the protagonist in a novel? Su-ming can responsibly give the answer based on his personal experience. It is impossible, especially for a grassroots person. If it were not for Wang Jinbao, he might not be able to get even the simplest startup capital so quickly. Human society is based on the ways of the world. It doesn't matter if you don't know anything, but if you like to take advantage of small opportunities, you are doomed to fail halfway, without a doubt. Because no one likes people who like to take advantage of small opportunities, and people who like to take advantage of small opportunities will never achieve great things. After Su-ming delivered the culture solution, he came back and fed Devouring the tube that belonged to him. Then he saw Devouring staggering back to the room and fell asleep directly on his nest. Looking at Devouring's condition, Su-ming was a little surprised. "It seems that we can only use materials of a higher level at most. If we use more than one level, there may be problems." Because what Devouring's status bar says is energy overflow. After dinner, Su-ming saw that it was still early, so he planned to watch the news. After swiping around, he saw the news from his own city. The president of the Baiyun City Trainer Association was promoted to a master-level trainer, and he was Ouyang Li's father. He glanced at his profile posted on the forum and found out that it had been officially featured by the Baiyun City Cultivator Association. In an instant, a large number of people sent him private messages. After a casual glance, he found that the quotes were basically around 70,000 or 80,000 yuan, which was not honest at all, so he simply ignored it. However, soon, Suming found a message from a person with the online name. One hit kill. Elite level 19 Skeleton Wolf Custom Evolution. What is it? Skeleton Wolf? A spiritual monster. Suming was a little surprised when he saw the message. Although spiritual energy had been revived for 100 years and monsters had basically entered every household, monsters with spiritual attributes were still basically rejected by people. The so-called spiritual attributes refer to the ghosts, skeletons, and zombies that existed before the revival of spiritual energy. After the revival of spiritual energy, the corpses underwent abnormal changes, and there are even horrifying beasts such as ghosts. The Chinese are still quite resistant to this kind of thing, and this kind of monster is only popular abroad. In addition, there is another reason, that is, monsters with spiritual attributes are more difficult to evolve and cultivate than normal monsters. Seeing that the other party said that it is level 19, it is likely that no one is willing to customize it, and it has been delayed until now. It is probably a last-ditch effort to find me, right? Evil Silver Gradient, level 19. Bring your beast to Baiyun City Senior 3 Department tomorrow. But I need to tell you in advance that the starting price for a level 19 spiritual attribute monster to be customized and evolved is 1.5 million. After sending the message, Suming went straight to bed. To the west of Baiyun City, on the shore of Baiyun Lake, a young man with a worried look on his face leaned against a skeleton wolf that was about 4 meters long and had blue fire in its eyes. Hey, tell me, can I evolve you? Those people don't dare to take it, they don't have the courage at all. I hope this person recommended by Lu Ting and Qian Yeye will have a chance. Chapter 93 Investment and Gambling. Oh. The skeleton wolf's voice was like the sound of a gas valve leaking air, low but with the sound of flames bursting out. When Chu Yingjun heard the noise, he subconsciously wanted to pet the cat, but he ended up touching a handful of bones. The touch seemed to remind him of something, and his eyes were filled with bitterness. The skeleton wolf could easily see the mood changes of its master, and did nothing but lie quietly beside him, accompanying him silently. Beep beep. Who sent me a message so late at night? Is it Lu Ting or Qian Yeye? It should be Lu Ting, right? Chu Yingjun suddenly laughed out loud, but his laughter was forced. When he saw that the message came from the trainer forum, he was stunned. Evil Silver Gradient, level 19. Bring your beast to Baiyun City Senior 3 Department tomorrow. But I need to tell you in advance that the starting price for a level 19 spiritual attribute monster to be customized and evolved is 1.5 million. After reading the message, Chu Yingjun's pupils shrank again and again, and his heartbeat began to speed up. The skeleton wolf gently nudged Chu Yingjun. Yes, he answered it. He dared to answer it. That's great. Excited, Chu Yingjun quickly sent a message, looking forward to the other party's reply. One hit kill, no problem, I'll come find you at dawn tomorrow, is that okay? He looked at the phone screen excitedly, and when he saw there was no reply, he realized what was happening and smiled helplessly. That's right. It's so late now. They must have gone to bed. Blame it on me. I just saw it at this time. Let's go, Wolf. Let's go into the city and go to the senior high school department at dawn tomorrow. The skeleton wolf stood up, grabbed Chu Yingjun by the collar of his clothes, easily threw him onto his back, and then rushed into the city at full speed. With every step forward, the soles of their feet would leave a trail of faint blue flame on the ground, burning the ground black. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Suming got up yawning and found that his Debao was still sleeping. He subconsciously checked Debao's condition. I've broken through to level 14, and I'm still in a state of energy overflow? It looks like I can directly reach level 15. Suming couldn't help but smile. After looking at Debao again, he stretched and prepared to go wash up. Just at this moment, the cell phone on the bedside table rang. One hit kill, I'm already at the door. Have you rested well? Is this the guy who asked me to customize a skeleton wolf last night? Su-ming looked at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. Did they come so early? However, when Su-ming found that there were still unread messages, he subconsciously scrolled up. Wow, this person has been sending him messages every 10 minutes since 6 o'clock, and has sent 8 messages so far. This situation made Su-ming a little dazed, but when he thought about it, he was already level 19. If he didn't evolve, once he reached level 20, the chance for the Beastmaster to evolve to the elite level would be lost. When it reaches level 20, the energy in the Beastmaster's body will spontaneously mobilize in preparation for the next major breakthrough. At this time, if you feed it evolutionary fluid, it will most likely not evolve, but degenerate and self-destruct, because the success rate of evolution at this time is basically 0. Don't even think about it when you reach the battle leader. Generally speaking, a beast tamer that misses the first evolution will basically not be able to evolve later. It's a snowball situation. Of course, some great breeders have the ability to turn the situation around, but the price would probably be astronomical. After washing up, Su-ming didn't even order breakfast. He just changed his clothes and went out. When Su-ming was still some distance away from the school gate, he saw a skeleton wolf with blue flames coming out of its eye sockets. In front of it was a young man who was anxiously spinning around. Suddenly, Chu Ing-jun was nudged by the skeleton wolf. When he looked up, he saw Su-ming walking towards him. After a moment of silence, he hurriedly asked, "You are the evil silver gradient, right?" Su-ming nodded and looked directly at the skeleton wolf. Beast Tamer, Skeleton Wolf. Talent, Rare Epic. Level, 19 to 20 Elite. Elements, Spirit, Fire. Ability, Steel Bone, Psychic Fear. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. After the unknown wolf monster dies and stands up again, it will become bloodthirsty and warlike. Wherever it goes, ghost fire will burn everything. For enemies with lower ranks than itself, its attack ability will become more powerful. The eyes formed by ghost fire will give the opponent a fear that they don't want to see. Once this kind of monster recognizes its master, it will be loyal to it for life and will fight to the death. How about it? Chu Ing-jun watched Su-ming's frown deepen as he circled around his beast and observed him, which invisibly added great pressure to his heart. The brackets around talent mean level down? The level should be that it was supposed to break through, but someone intervened and suppressed it. A monster with spiritual attributes, something like the Soul Strangler grass? Su-ming, who had figured out the general situation, looked at Chu Ing-jun, who was anxious, his eyes full of deep meaning. This guy has a big story. Let me ask you, did you use something like Soul Strangler grass to force your beast to level down? As soon as these words came out, Chu Ing-jun's face froze, and the skeleton wolf silently nudged Chu Ing-jun's body. It heard that this person wanted to evolve for itself. But it seems impossible. Su-ming saw through the skeleton wolf's intention, but he did not stop it. In the past, others invested in him, but this time, he could choose to invest in others. There are risks, but the rewards are absolutely huge, so huge that it is hard to imagine. What kind of family can afford an epic monster as a beast? If monsters with rare talents are 1 in 10,000 of the same race, then epic monsters are 1 in 100,000. Didn't you see that the coolest thing in Wang Jinbao's house is the dead snow wolf? It's said to be rare. Seeing that Chu Ing-jun didn't say anything, he thought he had refused and was about to leave with his skeleton wolf, but was suddenly stopped. I can give it a try, but it will cost 3 million. I will only be responsible for refining the evolutionary fluid, and you will need to find the materials yourself. When Chu Ing-jun heard this, a light of hope lit up in his eyes. 3 million is no problem. As long as you can guarantee that my beast will evolve, I can transfer it to you now. Tell me what materials you need and I can get them. As a result, Su-ming did not speak, but slowly shook his head. I am only responsible for refining, I cannot guarantee success. You know the situation of your own beast, and I am also making a bold attempt. This is a huge gamble, betting on your success in taming the beast. Chu Ing-jun's expression changed when he heard this. His clenched teeth made his face look a little ferocious, and he spoke word by word. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. I bet. Chapter 94 Soul Earth. Seeing the determination in the other party's eyes, Suming took out his mobile phone and showed the QR code without hesitation. I have to remind you again that the probability of evolution failure is very high. Because of its level, I can only do my best to ensure that there will be no problems with the evolution fluid. As for the situation of your beast, it really depends on fate. Life? What I, Chu Ying-jun, don't believe in the most is fate. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the other party was not discouraged, but became excited. Even his own beast, the skeleton wolf, cooperated with him and made a posture of heavenly wolf howling at the moon. Suming's eyes flashed when he saw this scene. He nodded silently and spoke as he looked at the 3 million that had been deposited into his account. I need some time to think about what materials to choose for your beast. I will give you an answer before tonight. Also, the soul strangler grass must be stopped. This thing is not good for the evolution of your beast, and the soul strangler grass you took before will still have a suppressive effect on your beast for a while. Do you understand? Chu Ying-jun didn't say anything, just nodded seriously. He didn't even worry that Suming would cheat him out of his money. He just turned around and went back to wait for news. This scene also made Suming feel a little surprised. Is this the son of a big family? It seems that there shouldn't be any problems with this investment. Suming had just taken a few bites of breakfast after ordering it back in the dormitory when the familiar knock on the door suddenly sounded. After opening the door, the person standing at the door was Wang Jinbao as expected. Suming, guess what I found when I woke up this morning? Listening to the heavy breathing, Suming glanced at him and said thoughtfully, Your black scorpion shed its skin while you were sleeping, right? And now it looks like it is about to shed its skin, and it hasn't woken up yet. Wang Jinbao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he slapped his forehead with amusement after realizing what he had said. I almost forgot, your Debao also drank it, and he also broke through to the next level, and he's still sleeping now, right? Well, I think you can break through 2 levels in total. You'll be so happy. Those 2 tubes can at least allow you to break through 4 levels in a row. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to break through 5 levels. Wang Jinbao was very pleased with these words. He kept nodding with a smile. Yes, if you can speak, please speak more. Hearing this, Suming rolled his eyes, but Wang Jinbao straightened his expression. Why don't we just join forces and lie to my father and tell him we got some good stuff and ask him for the materials? This speed is so comfortable. Suming, who was eating noodles, choked and spat out the noodles upon hearing this. You are really something. Please calm down and don't let the momentary joy and excitement get to your head. Think about it carefully. Wang Jinbao paused and remained silent for a while. Yes, too fast will make the foundation unstable. By the way, my father sent me a message last night asking me to invite you home for a family dinner today as a thank you gift. After dinner you can clean up. Who would have thought that Suming would just shake his head and refuse without a second thought? I don't accept any thank you gifts after I've received the money. And Tiger-san is not as good as the materials your father brought yesterday. In the end, I got a great bargain. I appreciate your father's kindness, and I just received a custom order, so I won't go with you. Seeing Suming said he had received the order, Wang Jinbao nodded in realization. Okay, I'll go back later. If my black scorpion wakes up and comes knocking on the door like last time, please give it some meat or something to fill its stomach. By the way, can my red fire black centipede drink the cultivation liquid from yesterday? Suming? He couldn't help but shake his head and sneer. Yes, of course not. He just lies down on the bed after drinking, and doesn't make a sound. It's still small, so it can't be improved so quickly. There's no rush to take it slow. After saying that, Suming somehow thought of Chu Ying-jun's skeleton wolf, and subconsciously asked, Hey, do you know where there are spiritual monsters? A spiritual monster? Wang Jinbao paused for a moment, his eyes slowly widening. Are you planning to contract a spiritual monster with your second beast? But in a sense, spirit monsters are indeed quite compatible with cat and dog beasts. We don't have this kind of monsters for sale in Bayun City or the surrounding cities. You can try your luck in places like mass graves and cemeteries. Or I can help you find Xianyeye. Her family is in the monster business, so maybe she can help you find someone. It was clearly a denial, but Suming's eyes lit up after hearing it. No, I'm just curious, because the Beastmaster of the person who came to see me today is a spiritual Beastmaster. At this moment, Wan Jinbao seemed to understand something and gave Su Ming a thumbs up. Okay, I'll go back first. My dad is urging me to go back. There is no trading of spiritual monsters around Baiyun City, which means that it can be confirmed that Chu Yingjun is not a local, and it can be further confirmed that his identity is not simple. It was a very successful investment. But spiritual monsters are quite suitable for Debao's personality, so they should be better matched with each other. Su Ming thought this in his mind. After finishing his breakfast, he lay on the sofa and watched the news. The whole day passed by and dusk was already appearing in the sky. Looking at the results displayed on the screen, Su Ming hesitated. Spiritual monsters will only be born in places with extremely heavy death energy. Only when a large amount of death energy is combined with spiritual energy will there be a certain probability of giving birth to spiritual monsters. Some cults use human sacrifice to obtain powerful humanoid monsters. Su Ming fell silent after seeing this news. It seems that contracted spirit monsters may be labeled as cult members. Shaking his head and deciding not to think too much about it for the time being, Su Ming sent the materials needed for the skeleton wolf evolution fluid to Chu Yingjun. The evolution material requirement is listed as number 156 in the illustration. Evil silver gradient, 1 blue soul nourishing grass, the essence of a battle level spirit attribute monster, 1 inner elixir of a battle level fire attribute monster, 100 liters of cold water, 1 blood soul pulp of a battle level monster, 50 kilograms of flesh and blood of a battle level monster, 30 kilograms of internal organs, and 1 portion of human soul soil. Evil silver gradient, that's all the materials we have. Once you've collected them, contact me and I'll refine the evolution fluid for you. Su Ming heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the message. It was no wonder that no one was willing to prepare cultivation fluid and evolution fluid for spiritual monsters. With just these materials, it would be impossible if it wasn't written in the illustrated book. He had no idea such a thing existed, and these materials sounded extremely evil and didn't sound like good things. Especially the last material, human soul soil. Outside the city west of Baiyun City, Chu Yingjun was collecting the inner elixir of an elite monster. When he heard his cell phone ringing, he immediately put down what he was doing. Sure enough, I knew that the person recommended by Lu Ting and Qian Ye would be fine. After confirming that the message was from Su Ming, Chu Yingjun had a smile on his face, but when he saw the last ingredient, his expression froze. No wonder others avoid my skeleton wolf. So that's the problem. Chapter 95 Entering the Forest. He knew the material of human soul soil, but this thing was basically used on zombie monsters and rarely used on skeleton monsters. And even if it is, only a small number of skeleton monsters needed during evolution, and where can we find people who commit suicide in this era? There is only one way. Chu Yingjun opened his mouth, looked up at the sky, and breathed hard. At this moment, he was struggling inside. Living people taking medicine. All the materials were not difficult for him, even the blood soul pulp, but the human soul soil was the only one that was truly a semi-forbidden material, the same all over the world. This kind of material is only allowed to be released by various countries when they execute death row beastmasters. If you ask him to look for it now, he may be able to find it, but it will definitely take a long time. His skeleton wolf will definitely break through to the first combat stage before finding the human soul soil. I'm in the wild now. After saying this inexplicably, Chu Yingjun slapped his face, feeling tormented. Should we get this material out, or give up on the evolution of the skeleton wolf? Before, when there was no hope, he just muddled along even though he felt uncomfortable, but now that there is hope, this is the result. Oh. Seeing Chu Yingjun in such agony, the skeleton wolf began to comfort him, and it was this comfort that made Chu Yingjun make up his mind. When a man dies, the birds fly back to the sky. If a man lives forever, Ah Lang saved my life. Now it can become better. Is there anything I can't do? A wolf, go! Go into the woods and look for someone. Upon hearing this, the skeleton wolf immediately picked up Chu Yingjun and threw him on its back. Along with the ghost fire produced while running, its figure quickly disappeared into the forest. It will take appropriate actions according to the situation of its owner, just like when Chu Ingjun hesitated just now, it wanted to take Chu Ingjun back to the city. After Chu Ingjun made up his mind, he acted without hesitation. In the jungle west of Baiyun City, the number of monsters seems to have decreased a lot since it was blocked for one night last time. As a result, more beastmasters who were exploring the wild chose to sleep outside at night. After all, they were traveling together as a team, or they paid for bodyguards, so their safety was definitely guaranteed. Who knows, maybe you can get something special at night. In a small camp, 3 middle-aged men were squatting around a small fire, each with a sad look on their face, in the shadow beside the fire. There seemed to be 2 naked people lying on the ground, motionless, and they were barely visible through the bushes blown by the night wind. Why are there fewer and fewer monsters? There aren't many elite monsters either. The fat man looked depressedly at the other 2 people and spoke, and the other 2 people did not look at him well. We are 3 intermediate beast masters. It's good enough to have some meat to eat. I'm not even picking and choosing for you. Look, this forest is about 200 miles northwest. There are several mountains there, and it's an uninhabited area. Don't even mention the elites there. I'm afraid there are quite a few war chiefs and lords. No one goes there, which means there are a lot of spiritual plants. Anyway, there are more than these places that are often visited outside. Besides, even though we didn't gain anything tonight, you didn't look like this just now. After he finished speaking, the thin man pointed in the approximate direction impatiently. The one-eyed sturdy man, who had been silent the whole time, pulled out a string of roasted meat from the small fire. That's enough. It's late at night in the wild, so stop arguing. Fatty, you'd better not even think about going to the place that the thin guy mentioned. Just earn some money and live a carefree life. The fat man smacked his lips. I'm just curious. The west side of the city was blocked some time ago, and there are obviously fewer monsters this time. The east side of the city is where the senior high school department is located, and we can't go there. Hey, it's a government road, and there are inspectors with wind and thunder dogs cleaning up monsters every day. Those who are elite or above can't survive. Hearing the fat man sigh, the thin man and the one-eyed man looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh softly. Who says it's not? But it doesn't have much impact on us. We can live our lives as usual. It's just that we earn less money, but it doesn't mean we can't make ends meet. By the way, Fatty, you have to keep watch tonight. Skinny and I will take a rest. The fat man nodded without refutation when he heard this. Okay, give me the beer. I'll skewer some meat and eat it for half the night before I ask you to change people. The thin guy rolled his eyes and put down the bag he was carrying. You'll be fatter than death. Just when the thin man put down his bag and was about to go back to the tent, he suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes. Someone is coming. Their purpose is very clear. They are coming towards us. No beastmaster was found. The fat man and the one-eyed man immediately put down what they were doing, called the beastmaster who was resting nearby, stood up, and followed the thin man to look in the direction of the person coming. How about just killing him? Skinny, can't your beast be invisible? It makes us really nervous. The thin man was stunned for a moment, but after he reacted, he felt that what the one-eyed man said made sense. In this situation, the safest thing to do was to strike first. However, just a few seconds after he gave his beast the order to attack, he felt a sharp pain in his head without any warning. He suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. This sudden scene frightened the remaining 2 people. With the help of the faint firelight, the 2 saw that the thin man had vomited blood all over the floor. It was obvious what was going on. The fat man's pupils shrank. Thin man's beast is dead? This is the backlash of the mental connection. The one-eyed man saw something was wrong and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He immediately turned and ran. The only teammate with the ability to detect was hit back by the death of the beast and fell into a coma. Wouldn't it be a death sentence for him to stay? The fat man who was left behind was confused. Because he was on guard tonight, his beast was right beside him, a 5-meter-long snake. The fat man looked at the one-eyed man who was walking away. The incident happened so suddenly that he had not yet digested the situation, and he was the only one left out of the original group of 3. Not far away, the one-eyed man was running desperately. His beast was a bird, flying low above the woods, trying to find a safe direction for him to move forward in the dark. Swish, swish, swish. That's the sound of leaves. Is that person's beast in the tree? The moment this thought came to his mind, the one-eyed man sensed something was wrong and his pupils slightly widened. No! His target is my beast! Along with his exclamation, the next second, a shrill bird cry broke the silence of the night. The severance of the mental link caused the one-eyed man to spit out blood and faint. I don't know how much time had passed, but a handsome young man slowly walked out, followed by a skeleton wolf with blue flames on its body. In the young man's hands, he was playing with 2 inner pills of different colors. I didn't expect to find it, but I ran into you guys on the way back. Really? God has eyes. Under the illumination of the ghostly blue will-o'-the-wisp fire, the one-eyed man was hung on a branch. His shadow kept struggling under the reflection of the flames, and finally calmed down. The night is still the same night, but it is not peaceful. Chapter 96, Dark Moon and High Wind. Time passed. 2 days later. Su-ming looked at his own Debao in some surprise. He had broken through to level 15 and his energy overflow had disappeared, so why was he still sleeping? Could it be that the problem was that tiger clover was added to the culture medium? It's very effective against cat monsters, so it can be improved? That shouldn't be the case, right? Or is it just that he hasn't woken up yet? Su-ming, who was having lunch, a bowl of pork trotter rice, was not very clear about this. Just when he didn't quite understand, his cell phone rang. One hit kill. I have prepared all the materials and have brought them to the entrance of the senior high school department. Come and get them. Have you collected all the materials? I gave it to him the evening before yesterday, and I collected it all today. You're pretty quick. How am I supposed to carry 80 kilograms of meat? Soon, Su-ming thought of Black Scorpion, who woke up from hunger in the dormitory last night and knocked on his door. Wang Jinbao was still at home, so Black Scorpion asked him to look after him for a few days. Just let the Black Scorpion hook it with its tail, right? He did it as soon as he thought of it. He went to Wang Jinbao's dormitory and knocked on the door. With a slight ding-ding sound, the door opened and the Black Scorpion raised its claws and looked at Su-ming. Are you not full? Come on, the food for you and Debao has arrived at the school gate. Come with me to get it. Don't say a word when the time comes. As soon as the words fell, the Black Scorpion crawled out of the door and closed the door with its tail, with a hint of excitement in its voice. Hiss. Black Scorpion was not his beast, so Su-ming did not understand what was said, but he could roughly guess that he was asking about Debao's situation. After a brief explanation, Su-ming brought Black Scorpion to the entrance of the senior high school department. What was different from the last time they met was that this time, Chu Ing-jun had dark circles under his eyes, and there were several large black bags next to his skeleton wolf. The strong stench could be smelled from dozens of meters away. Su-ming was a little confused when he approached. Are the smells of these materials so strong? It was much stronger than he had imagined. You're here? I brought you the materials. How long will it take to refine the evolutionary fluid? Chu Ing-jun's voice was hoarse and low this time compared to the previous excited and clear voice. Coupled with the fact that he stayed up all night, it really gave people the illusion that he was a thief at night. If it's fast, it will be tomorrow. If it's slow, it will be the day after tomorrow. I need to process the materials before I can refine them. Chu Ing-jun nodded silently, and just like last time, he said nothing, delivered the goods, and prepared to leave. Remember to tell me when you're done refining it. Watching the backs of the man and the skeleton wolf leaving, Su-ming was a little curious. He had to find out what was causing the strong stench. Next time he encountered it, he would prepare a gas mask in advance. Black Scorpion, come and carry these things up. Hiss! I thought it would go smoothly to ask Black Scorpion to help carry something, but an accident happened. The Black Scorpion's cry was a little sharp. It pointed a pair of huge claws at one of the black bags and cried, which made Su-ming a little puzzled. Do you want to eat or is the stuff in the bag wrong? Su-ming was puzzled, so he went forward to open it. The moment the bag was opened, the strong fishy smell almost made Su-ming faint at this distance. It was not until Su-ming covered his nose that he could see clearly what was in the bag. A dark brown mass of mud-like stuff, This should be the human soul soil in the material. This is not flesh and blood. Why would the hungry black scorpion react so strongly? Inexplicably, Suming discovered that something was wrong, and his throat moved slightly. Black scorpion, let me tell you. If what I say is right, you stick your tail in the soil. If it's wrong, you shake your tail. You mean this material has something to do with people? The moment the words fell, the black scorpion's tail pierced directly into the soil. Seeing this scene, Suming fell silent. From this point of view, Chuingjun's complexion problem is not simply due to staying up late. It could be a dark and windy night when it is time for murder. This is also a ruthless person. Shaking his head, Suming was not in a position to comment on this matter. Just hearing the words, human soul earth, might be related to humans, there was no knowledge related to spiritual monsters in the first and second year high school courses, and they were basically just glossed over. Take your things and let's go upstairs. This time, the black scorpion did not resist. Its long tail easily passed through the bags and lifted them up, following Suming steadily. Back in the dormitory, Suming had no mood to eat lunch. He found the 30 kilograms of warhead viscera and brought them to Black Scorpion. Eat it. These are the viscera of the first-class monsters. They are specially prepared for you. Eat them slowly here, but you are not allowed to enter the kitchen. After saying that, Suming specifically pointed out the location of the kitchen to Black Scorpion. After the Black Scorpion looked in the direction Suming pointed, its tail suddenly pierced into the tile. Seeing this, Suming's eyes widened involuntarily, and he just sighed in the end. The school is paying for the dormitory anyway, so just build it. Hiss. As if realizing that he was in trouble, the Black Scorpion's cry became a little soft, and Suming slowly shook his head and spoke softly. It's okay, it's just a floor and it doesn't cost us any money. Fortunately, you didn't pierce it directly, so you can eat it. After saying that, Suming rolled up his sleeves and went to the kitchen to start working. After a few seconds of hesitation, the Black Scorpion began to devour the food. The unique sound of insects eating could be heard in the living room. Let me see. Take out the blood and soul pulp, and extract the white or transparent tendons inside. Suming put on gloves and began to look for the blood-soul paste. There were only a few kinds of ingredients, so this kind of thing was easy to identify. However, when Suming began to stir the blood and soul pulp, the familiar pattern coupled with the rotten smell once again gave Suming a bad feeling. This thing, is it something inside the zombie monster's head? This white thing, is it fascia? The corners of Suming's mouth twitched, and then he began to organize it carefully. After about an hour, the processing of the blood and soul paste was completed, and the blue soul-nourishing grass was twisted into a rope shape and put in. Then, according to the instructions of the illustration, the blood and soul paste began to be applied on it, and finally it was made into a cylindrical object and air-dried. After putting the items in the dryer, the incense is finished. Next comes the mud for external use. The Inhan water is packed in a plastic bag and then covered with a special plastic bag for carrying. This stuff feels cool to the touch, but it doesn't feel like cool water. After touching through the plastic bag, Suming's expression became more complicated. There were really not many normal things. He had just touched a monster spirit with spiritual attributes. It looks like a chip, but as soon as I held it, I felt a chill rushing up my tailbone to my head. At this moment, Suming gave up the idea of finding a spiritual monster to be his beast master. It was too weird. He was obviously trying to get the evolution liquid. But these materials really gave him the feeling of performing a cult altar ritual. Chapter 97 Blue Flame Bone Wolf. Then they used the pipe to pump the cold water in the plastic bag into the boiler. The cold air visibly froze the boiler into a thin layer of frost. Seeing this, Suming was silent for a moment, and then threw his soul essence in. The originally cold water began to freeze quickly. When it was almost completely frozen, he threw the fire-type inner elixir in. A reaction immediately occurred in the boiler. The fiery red inner elixir began to rotate, and the faint blue-white energy eroded the inner elixir. Seeing this, Suming directly covered the lid of the boiler. This external application does not need to be heated and cannot be heated. Time passed slowly. Suming clamped his nose with a clip, and when the second was right, he opened the boiler, picked up the bag of human soul soil and poured it in. The sounds of bursts of flames and swirling water were heard, and gradually turned into the sound of a muddy mess. Su-ming just closed the lid on it, staring at the changes in the boiler intently. Watching the outer wall of the boiler freeze and then melt, Su-ming knew that this time the refining was successful. Yes, at this point it has actually been successful, but he has to stay with it until the rustling sound inside the boiler stops completely, and then open the boiler cover immediately. It looks like he'll be able to come out tonight. Hiss. Black Scorpion's voice rang out in the living room, and then Su-ming heard the sound of the door closing. It seemed that he had finished eating and went back. Feeling hungry, Su-ming had no choice but to take his unfinished lunch and eat it in front of the exhaust fan. Unconsciously, the sky began to darken. Just when Su-ming was bored and watching the boiler, he suddenly heard a strange sound in his head. Devouring has made another breakthrough? He's now level 16? Did he really jump 3 levels in a row? Hearing the movement in his mind, Su-ming couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was a situation he had never expected. He thought it was more than level 15 and not far from level 16, but it turned out to be level 16 directly? The next second, footsteps seemed to be heard in the living room. Meow? Meow. Master, where are you? I'm so hungry. Why does the house smell so bad? Meow? Master, are you eating poop? Instantly, the good mood was choked by this sentence. I'm in the kitchen. There are 50 kilograms of meat prepared for you in the living room. Eat it if you are hungry. After saying this, Su-ming leaned against the wall quietly. The stench had spread to the living room. What could he do? It was because I had the foresight to install several high-power exhausts when remodeling the kitchen, otherwise he would have fainted in it. Meow. Well, master, you are busy. As Devao's voice fell, not long after, the sound of flesh being torn reached Su-ming's ears. When guarding the boiler, Su-ming didn't even dare to play with his mobile phone. If he didn't open the boiler to release the air immediately, the air would flow back into the material, and it would be ruined. Time passed slowly and the sky gradually darkened. The rustling sound in the boiler began to gradually slow down and even disappear. Su-ming, who had been watching the whole process, hurriedly opened the lid. A large cloud of blue-white gas instantly spurted out, and was then sucked away by the exhaust system. Sniff, sniff. It's not that smelly anymore, it's finally within an acceptable range. The special incense stick that was put into the dryer at the beginning was ready a few hours ago. The incense body was dark red, with a faint smell of blood. After recovering from his shock, Su-ming opened the kitchen door and went to the living room to order food. Finally, we can have dinner. Meow? Master, are you done? As soon as Su-ming came out of the kitchen, Devouring, who was lying in the living room waiting quietly, ran over and rubbed Su-ming's legs affectionately. Well, we're done. After rubbing Devouring's head, Su-ming tidied up the eating positions for Devouring and Hixie and started ordering food. Oh, Devouring, I might need you to help me carry that big bucket of mud tomorrow. It's about 50 kilograms. Devouring lay obediently at Su-ming's feet, and his tail would occasionally touch Su-ming when it swung. Meow. Small things. Even Devouring's mouth curled up into a smile, and he raised his head proudly, which made Su-ming laugh. Meow. Next time I see a tiger with golden teeth, I will kill it. Your takeaway has been delivered. Su-ming opened the door, took the dinner from Bai Yao Zhuahe and smiled happily. Woo-woo, confidence is a good thing. Devouring knew that Su-ming had not eaten, so when Su-ming sat down to eat noodles, he lay quietly on his legs. Su-ming, who was eating noodles, thought about it and decided to send the news that the evolution liquid was completed to Chu Yingjun. Evil Silver Gradient, your beast evolution is ready, come get it tomorrow. After Su-ming sent the message, his cell phone rang after he had just taken a few bites of noodles. One hit kill, I'm right at the entrance of the senior high school department. You can get it now. Do you have time to send it down? Su-ming? Su-ming's eyes widened when he saw this message. The person is at the door of the senior high school department? Are you going back to the city to have a meal and have been waiting here? His behavior is understandable. His skeleton wolf is already in such a situation, but in the middle of the night. After thinking about it, Su-ming replied like this. Evil Silver Gradient, okay, I will bring 2 beasts with me and teach you how to use this thing. Evil Silver Gradient. Spirit monsters evolve very quickly, but they are already level 19, so the process will definitely be uncomfortable, so you'd better be mentally prepared. One hit kill, it's okay, it's all normal. Seeing this, Suming quickened his eating speed, patted Debao on the head, and brought Debao to the door of Wang Jinbao's dormitory. At this moment, Debao was a little reluctant. Meow. Master, I am enough. It's still risky. It's late at night, so you have to be on guard. And it's too ugly to hold up such a big boiler with your tail. The black scorpion can just carry it on its back. You can also use the tail to wrap around the boiler and secure it, so the boiler won't tip over when you're going downstairs. As soon as these words were spoken, Debao, who had been feeling a little aggrieved, immediately brightened up his eyes and his voice became much more cheerful. Meow. So you are looking for labor, or your master loves me? Suming did not reply. As there was a knock on the dormitory door, Haixi opened the door and saw Debao and immediately started talking happily. Then, under Debao's command, Black Scorpion carried the boiler and went downstairs, while Suming picked up the incense and held it in his hand. When the man and two beasts arrived at the school gate, they found something was wrong. Why does it look like Chu Yijun is surrounded by people? What's going on? With a puzzled heart, Suming walked closer and found that the people surrounding Chu Yijun were none other than soldiers, and Chu Yijun was honestly cooperating and taking notes. Chu Yijun, right? What brings you to the senior high school department? The soldier who was speaking had a serious tone, and he would glance at the other's beast from time to time. I'm sorry, I asked a student from the senior class for the beast evolution liquid. He just sent me a message saying that he was bringing the materials over. I'm not a cult member who is scouting the area. The soldier in charge of recording glanced at him and said, Okay, then we'll wait with you. We'll give you 10 minutes to urge him to hurry up. No, I'm here. I'm very sorry to have caused you all trouble. After approaching and hearing the conversation, Suming quickly quickened his pace and gave an explanation. The three soldiers turned around at the same time, looked Suming up and down, and then looked at the two beasts behind Suming, especially the big barrel on the back of the black scorpion, and stayed their eyes on it for a while. You are the monitor of Class 1, Suming, right? We know about your trainer, but we also hope you remember it. Next time, don't deliver things like evolutionary fluid and cultivation fluid at night. I hope you understand our work. Hearing this, Suming straightened up and nodded. Clearly understood. The three of them nodded, took a few photos of the two, and then ran away quickly. Chu Yijun looked at the three people who were leaving, his tone slightly apologetic. I'm sorry to trouble you. Suming slowly shook his head. It's human nature. Everyone wants to evolve their beast quickly, especially in your situation. I can understand. It's night time now. Let's go to the edge of the woods. I'll tell you how to use this evolution. Chu Yijun nodded. The two of them didn't even communicate as they walked on the road, probably because of what had just happened. Seeing the location of the cordon, Suming stepped over it directly and raised the cordon. He asked Black Scorpion to bring the boiler over, and Chu Yijun and Skeleton Wolf followed closely. After walking about 20 meters forward, Suming stopped, and then Debao moved. Within a few seconds, a pile of branches appeared in front of them. Okay, Black Scorpion, put the boiler down. Hiss. As the boiler was lowered, Suming motioned Chu Yijun to look at the boiler. Use the black mud inside, evenly apply it on the bones of your beast. Don't let any part of it fall into the eye sockets. Just a thin layer will do. Let's get started. After looking at the condition of the boiler, Chu Yijun was a little puzzled. Is this some new type of refining device? I've never seen it before, how come? Although he had doubts in his heart, Chu Yijun still did as he was told. However, when he leaned in and started to pick out the mud, a strong stench went straight up his nose to the top of his head. Ugh! Have you ever smelled it? It smells bad, right? Suming consciously kept a distance from him and silently watched Chu Yijun suffer and persist. After about an hour, Chu Yijun sat down on the ground with red eyes. Go on, what's next? Hearing this weak voice, Suming pointed the incense in his hand at the pile of branches that Debao had just brought back. Let your beast light this thing and then stand there. By the way, please move away. Don't move after the skeleton wolf has lit the fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of orchid flame floated out from the skeleton wolf's body and landed on the pile of branches and ignited them. Only then did Su-Ming slowly step forward. He placed the incense in his hand on the fire and lit it. Watching the incense begin to emit a faint red mist, Su-Ming confirmed the distance and directly inserted the incense 30 centimeters in front of the skeleton wolf. During the whole process, Su-Ming held his breath and covered his mouth and nose. After inserting the incense into the ground, Su-Ming stepped back without hesitation. Is this the evolution of a skeleton monster? Chu Ying-jun found it very novel. Beastmasters with flesh and blood evolve by eating evolution liquid or something else, so he has always been curious about how his own beastmaster evolves. He was very surprised to see it like this. The next second, the incense that was originally just faintly lit, and felt like it was not lit, suddenly began to burn after being inserted into the soil. Thick red smoke rose and surrounded the skeleton wolf. This! Before the shocked Chu Ying-jun could finish his words, Su-Ming pulled him back. Let's stay far away and watch. Let your skeleton wolf hold back and don't move. This process will burn its soul, so it can only endure it. Hearing this, Chu Ying-jun came back to his senses and gave instructions to the skeleton wolf through the mental link without any hesitation. Soon, the thin layer of mud that had just been smeared on the skeleton wolf seemed to come alive and began to flow on its body. The rustling sound of grinding bones continued, and the creepy voice of the skeleton wolf also continued to sound. Chu Ying-jun was a little uneasy when he saw this scene. With the help of the firelight, he turned his head to look at Su-Ming, but saw that Su-Ming looked calm instead. This is just the beginning. The bones haven't even started to fall off yet. Bone loss? After hearing this, Chu Ying-jun's eyes widened involuntarily, as if to verify what Su-Ming said. The rustling sound began to get louder and louder, like a saw sawing something hard. The amount of red smoke began to grow larger and larger, and the incense was burning at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skeleton wolf was shaking uncontrollably all over, and the sounds it made were becoming more and more creepy. But even so, it just stood there without moving an inch. Is this evolution? Why does it seem to me like my beast is suffering? Meow? Meow! What are you talking about? Things made by my master must be useful. Chu Ying-jun, whose mind was on the skeleton wolf, was frightened by the two cat calls. Seeing this, Su-Ming began to comfort him. Don't worry, it's been 2 minutes and your ribs haven't broken yet, which means it's not a big problem. The reason why it looks like you're suffering is because of your level. At this point, Su-Ming paused. It's starting to fall apart. Starting to lose bones? Chu Ying-jun looked quickly and saw that a rib had indeed fallen to the ground as Su-Ming said, followed by the second, the third, and so on until the fifth. Seeing this scene, Su-Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. As the rustling sound began to fade, he said, It's almost over. The evolution was successful. I'm going back now. Chu Ying-jun rubbed his head. When the skeleton wolf was promoted to the first level of combat, it made a lot of noise in his head. It was at this moment that he finally let go of his worries. Without any hesitation, he took out his cell phone and transferred another 1,000,000 yuan to Su-Ming in person before he left. Su-Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard the movement of the phone, but said nothing. Thank you for your hard work and trouble. This is my compensation. If you can use me in any way, please contact me directly. But don't contact me for help with anything other than fighting. I can't help you right now. Chapter 98 Everyone is happy. Su-Ming was stunned when he heard this. It happened that the skeleton wolf had just evolved. The low roar became louder and louder, which was also creepy. Beast Tamer, Blue Flame Bone Wolf. Talent, Epic. Level, 23 War Leader. Element, Spirit. Ability, Spirit Fire, Soul Stealing. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated introduction. As long as it wants, a blue flame will emerge from its body. This flame can burn objects and burn the souls of living beings. Its silver bones are extremely hard and it can be said to be invincible at the same level. The blue flame bone wolf likes to devour the souls of living beings to nourish itself and feed its master. This kind of monster is loyal and will not retreat until death. It has comprehensive combat capabilities. It is not recommended to be an enemy of this kind of monster. The evolved skeleton wolf did not change in size, but the white bones on its body turned into bright silver, and its teeth seemed to be more numerous and sharper. The biggest change was in its eyes. If the previous eyes were two balls of dark blue flames, then the evolved blue flame bone wolf really had eyes, and the whites of its eyes were still dark blue flames. Oh! Su Ming didn't understand what the blue bone wolf said, so Chu Ingjun beside him hurriedly started to explain. It's thanking you for giving me a new life. I, Chu Ingjun, will remember this favor. Did the aptitude jump back to epic? After being suppressed for so long, it was able to jump directly to level 23. The speed of improvement for a highly talented monster is really unimaginable. Okay, I'll remember what you said. If I meet someone I can't beat or need to fight in the future, I will definitely look for you. This time Su Ming agreed without hesitation. Although he had never seen Chu Ingjun's monster's actual combat ability, just this introduction was very terrifying. Burning the soul of a living being? This is simply a top-level interrogation method. Su Ming feels that this is not just something that might be used in the future, but it will definitely be used in the future. Chu Ingjun smiled and stretched out his hand. Then he seemed to react and smiled timidly. Sorry, my hands smell a little bit. However, Su Ming didn't seem to care. When Chu Ingjun was about to take his hand back, Su Ming stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. It's been a pleasure working with you. If your beast needs something like cultivation liquid, it would be more appropriate to call it cultivation incense or mud, since your beast can't eat anything after all. Su Ming laughed and continued. If you need anything, you can contact me. Chu Ingjun nodded solemnly. I understand. I won't say a word that shouldn't be said. In response, Su Ming just smiled and nodded. After saying goodbye to the other party, he took Bao and Haixi away, leaving Chu Ingjun standing there alone, rubbing his hands. Chu Ingjun kept looking at Su Ming's back until Su Ming's back completely disappeared, then he jumped up excitedly. Ah! Alung, you finally evolved! I was so anxious before! Excited Chu Ingjun hugged the big skull of the blue flame bone wolf and cried excitedly, patting the blue flame bone wolf's facial bones from time to time. After wiping his tears with his clothes, Chu Ingjun rolled over and climbed onto the wolf's back. We can't enter the wild area of the senior high school. Evolving there is actually a violation. Let's go to the West Forest and find some monsters to try our hand. Oh. Before leaving, Chu Ingjun saw the boiler, and then a ball of blue fire shot out and directly burned the boiler to ashes. Well, that's enough now, let's go. The blue flame bone wolf twisted its body and disappeared in a flash. After Chu Ingjun left, Lu Jun and the soldiers who had just met came out from the woods behind them. Lu Jun looked at the special information instrument and rubbed his hair. Wang Jimao has a good eye for investment. How come Su Ming's vision is better than Wang Jimao's? Chu Ingjun. Shaking his head, Lu Jun turned around and looked at the people behind him seriously. You didn't see anything tonight, and you didn't see anyone coming to our senior year department, okay? Yes. After the answer, one of them asked in confusion. But if that kid just rode such a conspicuous wolf and walked into the city, wouldn't he be seen by others? Lu Jun shook his head slowly. I checked the surveillance. When he was about to reach the city, he would put the beast into the beast control space. Although he was a person who came down from above to gain experience, he still knew the rules very well. Okay, you guys continue your patrol. I'll take the beast to check the situation further away. If there's any problem, run to the lake in the Shirley district. The Bald Lord is in the lake. The three people who heard this couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss, at least the three of us have 2 warheads each, so it's not that bad. Well, I think what the captain said makes sense. Lu Jun glared at the three of them, but said nothing. It's a good thing to have confidence. You can also ask Su Ming for the cultivation fluid for your beasts. See? His business ability is excellent. After these words were spoken, the three of them looked at each other and nodded slowly. The captain of Team 1 paused and said, Su Ming's ability should be that of an intermediate beast master, almost reaching the advanced level, right? I remember that Ouyang Li passed the advanced beast master exam today. The beast cultivation solution for the three of us was prepared by Ouyang Li. It's a bit expensive, but the effect is really good. It should be said that our senior high school department has produced 2 talented trainers this year. Their practical abilities are also very good. We are really lucky. When the time comes, the year-end allowance for hair will be much higher. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 2 members of Team 1 nodded in agreement. Seeing that the 3 people seemed to be chatting endlessly, Lu Jun kicked one of them impatiently. You keep talking like a fool. Do you have nothing to do? After being scolded like this, the 3 of them turned around and ran into the woods without staying for a moment. The speed of their change was simply astonishing. Lu Jun slowly shook his head and waved his hand. The 4-tusked wild boar rushed out of the woods, and Lu Jun flipped over and rode on it. Let's go find your brother. Hee hee. When the 4-fanged wild boar saw that Lu Jun was sitting firmly and holding on, it rushed out and rushed around, knocking everything in front of it into pieces and knocking it away. At the same time, Suming, who was walking on the road, was looking at the balance on his mobile phone. More than 20 million. Is this a trainer? Looking at the balance, Suming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. If it was before the exchange, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep every night if he had more than 20 million, let alone more than 200,000. But now, Suming is somewhat numb to the charges of hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions at a time. This money cannot be spent all. Wang Jinbao even gave me a discount on the material issue. Similarly, Wang Jinbao did not charge me for preparing the culture solution. Customized evolution was another matter. Chapter 99 Sea Slime. However, just as Suming was looking at the balance on his phone, a strong gust of wind blew past him, and he was carried forward 2 steps by the wind. Did a big rat just run by? Suming said this subconsciously, but he saw Lan Hua out of the corner of his eye. As expected, it was Chu Yingjun and Lan Yen Bone Wolf. Seeing that Suming was wronged, Debao became unhappy and the corners of his mouth twitched. Ouch! So brave. Suming chuckled, bent down and rubbed Debao's lower abdomen, and immediately Debao's voice returned to normal. Okay, Debao, it's normal for the Beastmaster to be happy after finally evolving. We're at the school gate now, let's go back to the dormitory. After saying that, Suming turned his head and looked at Black Scorpion. Thank you too, Black Scorpion. Hiss. Seeing the Black Scorpion raise its calycery in response to him, and looking at the thorns on the Black Scorpion's body, Suming gave up the idea of touching the Black Scorpion. After returning to the dormitory, Suming washed up quickly and went straight to bed to sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Wang Jinbao had not returned to school yet, but he asked his company's employees to deliver Black Scorpion's rations, and also sent some for Debao, all of which were high-quality warhead flesh and blood. Suming was eating noodles and reading the message Wang Jinbao sent him. When Suming saw Wang Jinbao say that his father took him to the next city to discuss business, he felt a little surprised, but this was actually reasonable. After a while, Wang Jinbao made a video call. After the call was connected, the picture that came was a seaside. After just a little thought, Suming guessed where it was, Baihai City under Baiyun City. Hello? Suming, can you see the picture? Look at the sea, isn't it not that blue? There was no Wang Jinbao in the picture, but as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, the camera began to shake. Soon, the view came to the seaside, and some common monsters suddenly came into view. It was a ball of pitch-black hair, about 40 feet in diameter, motionless. Then Suming saw a long hairy leg kick it, and then the black ball turned into a crab. Monster Black Hair Crab. Talent Ordinary. Level 1 Servant. Ability None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: this timid monster will curl up into a ball to hide itself. Its body is covered with thick black hair, which slows its movement. However, its pincers are very powerful. Watching the black-haired crab in the video that was kicked, and then began to chase Wang Jinbao with its claws and fangs bared, as the camera moved farther and closer, Suming's mouth twitched. Just play with it. If your leg is pinched by it, you can prepare the prosthesis directly. Hey, this little fat ball can't catch up with me. I guess I'll have to stay in Baihai City for 10 days or half a month. I've already asked for leave from the senior department. Don't miss me while I'm away. Hearing this, Suming rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything, Wang Jinbao picked up a round jelly-like thing on the beach, about the size of a human head. It is blue and white, and its body is somewhat transparent. You can see that there seems to be seaweed inside the ball. After Wang Jinbao picked it up, he put it on the beach and poked it again and again. Su Ming, look, this little guy is a seaside specialty. He's quite cute. He has eyes and looks like he's sleeping. Monster, sea slime. Talent, ordinary. Level 1, servant. Ability, none. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. The attack ability is not strong, and it is sleepy. If it is woken up, it will get angry and attack the opponent. This type of monster has a strong plasticity and is a monster with unknown potential. Sea slime? This is the first time I've seen this thing. You'd better not touch it. It will get very angry if it is woken up from its sleep. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the sea slime moved under Wang Jinbao's poking. Its body began to sway slightly, and its closed eyes slowly opened. Even though there was a camera in between, Su Ming could clearly see the sea slime frowning. Woo woo! Hey, this little guy is really angry. Although Wang Jinbao was playful at this time, he still kept his distance vigilantly. The next second, the sea slime directly determined Wang Jinbao's position and jumped up from the ground. With a snap, the sea slime made a small hole on the beach, and it jumped more than a meter away. After resting for a few seconds, it continued to bounce towards Wang Jinbao's position. You know what, this little guy is quite entertaining. Seeing the sea slime chasing him again and again, Wang Jinbao couldn't stop grinning. He picked up a stone and threw it at it, and then the sea slime became obviously faster. The force caused by the smash was also greater. Su Ming discovered something was wrong and said hurriedly, "Stop playing around and run away. There's something wrong with this sea slime." Wang Jinbao, who was having a lot of fun, paused for a moment when he heard this, then chose to follow Su Ming's instructions and ran away about 10 meters. A horrifying scene occurred. The sea slime suddenly leaped forward more than 4 meters. Even a rock below was crushed by its downward smash. Wang Jinbao burst into swear words when he saw this scene. This little thing has such deep scheming? If I hadn't listened to you just now, I feel like I would have been smashed to death. Su Ming's eyes lit up with interest when he saw this. In his impression, slime was just plasticine, the kind that anyone could pinch to vent their anger. But the current situation has changed Su Ming's view of slime. This little thing is quite capable and can also be scheming. Boom boom boom. The sea slime bounced faster and faster, and Wang Jinbao was running in front. You were naughty enough. Now you know that Black Scorpion is no longer around. You must be being hunted down. Looking at the camera shaking violently, Su Ming rolled his eyes in annoyance. Damn, I didn't know this thing had this ability. I thought slimes were punching bags with no ability to move. Huh! Why is it shaking even when it's not moving? Are you tired? The shaking phone returned to normal, and Wang Jinbao aimed it at the sea slime again. The body of the sea slime was seen rising and falling violently. Its originally rugby-like body began to slowly deflate, and then rose and fell back to its original shape. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao, who was panting, found another stone and threw it at the sea slime. Hey! You're really tired! I told you you're so small, how long can you jump for at once? Listening to the panting voice coming from the phone, Su Ming couldn't help shaking his head. Stop talking nonsense. Look at how miserable you are. Besides, your Black Scorpion is in the school, but where is your second beast? That red fire black striped centipede. In an instant, there was silence on the other end of the phone. I was having so much fun that I forgot. Hearing this, Su Ming took a deep breath and said, You are also a talent. Chapter 100 Dragon? Su Ming shook his head and said, I will take the official road and ride to Bayou to find you tomorrow. I don't have classes these few days, so I can bring the Black Scorpion to you. Come to see me? Wang Jinbao looked suspicious. Did you see something good through my phone camera? Let me see what's around here. Su Ming's mouth twitched when he heard this. This guy, as long as it was something slightly related to money, or something that might be related to money, his nose seemed to become unusually sensitive. Well, go ahead and look for it. Take your time. Su Ming did not stop him and just watched Wang Jinbao wandering around like a treasure hunter. Finally, Su Ming saw that the camera suddenly stopped moving, and after a few seconds it moved stiffly. Not until the picture froze on the panting sea slime did Su Ming hear the sound of Wang Jinbao taking a deep breath on the phone. No, Su Ming? You're interested in this thing? A slime? Let's be honest. If you contract this thing, your devour will be torn to pieces. If you want to find some toys for devour, you don't have to waste a contract slot. There are as many cat toys as you want on the market. I can call someone in my company right now and have them delivered directly to your door. Listening to Wang Jinbao's increasingly agitated tone, Su Ming murmured, I'm not trying to contract this slime, but the slime species may have always been ignored by us humans. Let me ask you, in your impression, or even in the impression of most people, slimes have no offensive properties other than being able to withstand beatings. Of course, this is for Beastmasters. Wang Jinbao was silent for a moment, then picked up a larger stone and smashed the sea slime away. You're right. My impression of slime is similar to what you said. But it's not that no one has ever made a contract with this thing. It's just that this thing will melt once it is exposed to fire. It's a complete waste. Su Ming said nothing. Devour, who was lying at his feet, had his two tails wagging behind him. It was obvious that he was not at peace. Master wants to contract a new beast? Slime? What is slime? I heard that little Jeansy say it is a ball. Master, is this a toy you found specially for me? Devour glanced at Su Ming, who was chatting with Wang Jinbao, and became more and more curious about the sea slime. Are you really coming tomorrow? Well, mainly to help you send the black scorpion over, and then come back for a few days of fun. Okay then, see you tomorrow. As the call ended, Devour stood up immediately. Meow? Master wants to contract a new beast? Su Ming was stunned. He looked down and saw Devour staring at him intently. He didn't know why he felt guilty. I have this idea, but I'm more of a playful one. I'm not sure whether I want to contract a monster like the slime. I'm just curious about it now. Feeling Su Ming's touch, Devour's mood immediately improved a lot, and he even rubbed his head against Su Ming's palm. Meow. I also want to try out that toy called slime to see if it's fun. After Su Ming confirmed the itinerary, he went next door to explain the situation to Black Scorpion. After knowing the situation, Black Scorpion was so happy that he kept spinning in circles on the spot. Feeling a little bored, Su Ming returned to the dormitory and lay on the sofa, stroking the cat with one hand and reading the news with the other. It had been a while since he had read any news that interested him. But the accident soon happened. After Su Ming refreshed the page, the home page push of the news page was directly changed. After several years of exploration, the Magic City Breeder Association has finally discovered the evolutionary path of dragons. Su Ming? Dragon? When Su Ming first saw the news, he was stunned. The incident of the two-headed hellhound abroad once again triggered a myth craze in the world, but what Su Ming did not expect was that. Did this craze really create something mythical? Or something as iconic as the dragon? At this moment, Su Ming was shocked and stunned. Without any hesitation, he clicked on the title after seeing it. In the video, several people wearing special costumes stood in a row, almost crying with excitement, and hanging on their chests were the certificates of trainers. At just one glance, Su Ming saw that all of them were master-level trainers, and there was even a Grand Master-level trainer. Su Ming's gaze quickly fixed on the business card of the Grand Master trainer. The camera zoomed in and paused for a moment. The rest were basically swept away, and Su Ming paused one by one to see them clearly. Grandmaster Su Yiming. After seeing the identities of these people, Su Ming's heartbeat quickened a little. Could it be that what the title said was true? Has the evolutionary path of dragons really been studied? So which lucky guy has such good luck in taming beasts? Seeing that the person in the video was about to start his speech, Su Ming swiped the bar directly, and soon, a wilted, over 20-meter long white snake appeared on the screen. It has a single black horn on its head, and its head is longer and more three-dimensional than a snake's. The head alone does have some dragon-like flavor. But what was strange was that the aura of this dragon was sluggish. There was not even any light in its eyes, and the scales on its body gave people who saw it a gray feeling. If its eyes could not move and blink, and if he could not see the illustrations, Su-ming would have thought that this thing was a dead object. This surprised Su-ming. Beast Tamer, White Evil Snake, Blood Drainer. Talent, Excellence. Level 34 Lord. Elements Ice, Water. Abilities Water Element Affinity, Ice Element Affinity Fog. Evolution Conditions Due to blood clotting, there are no evolution and cultivation conditions. Illustrated Introduction. A Jiao snake evolved from a white evil snake, which is only one step away from becoming a real Jiao. It is the undisputed overlord monster in the water. Its strength will increase significantly after entering the water, and it cannot be defeated without a large number of people. It is not recommended to be an enemy of this kind of monster. Secondly, when evolving, the white evil snake will consume a large amount of its own bone blood to infuse the horn on its head. If there is no supplement in the evolutionary fluid, it will become blood depleted and will die within a month. After reading this illustrated book, Su-ming's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Debao felt that Su-ming's hand did not move. He turned his head and found Su-ming's extremely shocked expression. He became curious, moved his body and stretched his head to look at Su-ming's mobile phone screen. The next second, Debao's pupils shrank into needle shapes. Meow? Master, what is this? Why do I feel a little scared when I see it? Hearing the noise, Su-ming turned his head and saw Debao crawling over at some point. His pupils shrunk into needle shapes. What is this? Looking at the blood-draining mark on the status bar, Su-ming let out a breath. This is a snake that is about to die. It will die within 30 days. Meow? Are you dying? I was wondering why you were so motionless. Debao looked a little surprised, and his physical condition quickly returned to normal. Su-ming smacked his lips as he looked at the news on his phone. Su-ming chose to continue watching the video for a while, and when he saw the white evil dragon snake eating under the clamor, he scrolled down the news. Su-ming looked up at the window and came to his senses when he saw that the sky was getting dark. I was browsing my phone from noon to evening. TSK, time has been forgotten. I didn't even have lunch. Su-ming quickly stood up to order food and also ordered one for Debao. This time there was no monster flesh and blood. It seemed that the soldiers only checked the area within the 10-mile area. And the situation behind the river was not theirs to check. After dinner, Su-ming felt that today was particularly fulfilling as he saw something useful to him. He patted Debao who was lying on the crib beside the bed, and Su-ming fell asleep soon after lying on the bed. 5 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Su-ming had already put on his clothes and arrived at the school gate. He directly opened the map on his mobile phone and began to check the location of Baiyun City. We have to go through the South Official Road. Black Scorpion, don't raise your pincers once you enter the city. And Debao, don't look at other people's pets. Don't scare them to death. Meow. Good master, those pet animals are not tasty. Hiss. Seeing that Black Scorpion had heard it clearly, Su-ming nodded slowly. He was mainly speaking to Black Scorpion, because Black Scorpion was not his own beast, and he was very confident in Debao. Did you mishear something just now? The air was a little cold in the early morning, and Su-ming was still a little dazed. After rubbing his face, he patted Debao under him in confusion. Debao, did you just say something? Meow? I didn't say anything just now, did you hear it wrong? Really? Did I hear it wrong? Su-ming scratched his head, and without thinking too much, he just lay on Debao's back. You know what, Debao's fur is really warm when I lie on him. I don't feel cold at all. Let's go. Remember to stop when we are almost in the city. Meow. Debao yelled, and the two tails behind him swung, and the whole cat rushed out, while the Black Scorpion drilled along the muddy ground beside the road. Soon Su-ming brought the two beasts into the city. It was still past 5 in the morning. There were not many cars on the main roads in the city, but there were quite a few taxis of this era parked on the roadside. What is a taxi in this era? It is similar to the small truck before the revival of spiritual energy, but now it is specially used to transport people and pets, and can also transport beasts. Master, go to the south of the city and open the car door. Okay. Get in this way. The driver, who was playing with his cell phone, hurriedly opened the back door using the button on the console, and before that he took a special look at Su-ming's beast. 2, right? It's a bit far to the south of the city. One beast costs 500 yuan, but the person is free. What's wrong with that, young man? Su-ming looked up and looked at the driver carefully. He was a middle-aged man with a very weathered face and yellowish skin, but he looked okay, the kind that looked more attractive the more you looked at him. No, that's the price. Okay, sit down and fasten your seat belt. The middle-aged man smiled kindly, and soon the car started. Seeing that the direction the car was heading was consistent with the map on his phone, Su-ming felt bored and prepared to chat with the driver. Master, you don't look like a local. The middle-aged man smiled helplessly. Hey, I grew up here since I was a child, then went to work in another place, and now I have no job, so I came back. Isn't it that I can use the money to buy a used car and earn some money to live on? You can't compare it to my little brother who has 2 beasts to control. You must be a mid-level beast master, right? Chapter 101 Beaches and Islands. Hearing this, Su-ming glanced at the other person and chuckled. The middle-aged man who was treated coldly was not embarrassed. He smiled and concentrated on driving. The sun slowly rose in the sky, and the sunlight began to shine. The road ahead began to become clearly visible. The driver was driving very seriously, but he didn't know if it was an illusion. Su-ming felt that the driver had a strange smell, as if he had smelled it somewhere before, but it also seemed strange. He couldn't remember where it was for a moment. Perhaps it was the smell from frequently driving a pet. This smell can be smelled in the corridor of Su-ming's house every day. Soon, the car arrived at the destination. Young man, we're here. There are inspectors guarding the gate ahead. You can't go out unless you are an elite beast master. Get off here. As the car stopped steadily, Su-ming paid the money and got out of the car with Devouring and Hixi. Then the driver turned around and left. Beastmaster's certificate. As Su-ming approached the city gate, the inspector on guard checked the Beastmaster's credentials before letting him pass. Remember to walk in open areas if you are carrying a beast. Space? Su-ming repeated in a low voice as he walked forward. Su-ming took the 2 beasts through the archway. This was the first time he had been out of the city since he was a child. The moment he saw the scenery outside the city, he was shocked. The road in the south of the city is very large, about 30 meters wide, and on both sides of the road, there is an open space several hundred meters wide on each side, and the open space extends along the road to who knows where. And in that open space, there were many wind and thunder dogs moving back and forth. All of them were elites, and there were even some battle-leading wind and thunder dogs among them. But the strange thing was, there are a lot of wind and thunder dogs, but the number is far from proportional to the number of inspectors, and most of the illustrations of those wind and thunder dogs show monsters rather than beasts. It seems that these wind and thunder dogs are all bred in large numbers by the state from a young age, and the breeders are the ones who keep them. So are the inspectors and breeders guarding the roads outside the city together? This was the only answer Su-ming could think of. Devouring and Black Scorpion followed Su-ming, and the 2 beasts looked left and right curiously. Don't look at it. Jin Bao should still be sleeping at this time. It's 6:30. We are about 200 miles away from Baihai City. At this point, Su-ming's voice suddenly choked. It's more than 200 miles, and the territory of the Lord's Circle is only 50 to 100 miles. It is impossible to guard such a long route relying solely on some elites and the wind and thunder dogs of the battlehead level. Then the answer is obvious. Either there are often several monsters of Lord level or above moving back and forth on this road, or after the nearby area has been cleaned up, there are still domain Lord level monsters occupying the area. Is it the beast that belonged to Li Li's father? Thinking of this, Su-ming couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. As expected, many things cannot be judged by their surface alone. Devouring, follow the voice of the navigation on your phone to avoid taking the wrong road and going to another city. Black Scorpion, follow Devouring down below. Devouring nodded and began waving his tail to signal Su-ming to come up. Meow. Understood, Master. The Black Scorpion had already burrowed into the ground and was waiting. As Su-ming mounted the horse, the 2 beasts moved one after the other. On the way, Su-ming did not feel any wind. It should be because Devouring used his own elements to block the external wind, so he felt like he was lying on a moving bed. Very warm and comfortable at the same time. Unconsciously, Su Ming felt sleepy. He placed the phone steadily on Debao's head and told Debao the route to go. Some people were leaving the city, cars were driving on the road, and some were riding on beasts like Su Ming, running in the sky or on the open spaces on both sides of the road. And in the sky, there was a strange cloud, floating slowly forwards, then slowly floating back, and its body continued to split into tiny clouds and spread to other directions in the sky. About an hour later, Su Ming was awakened by Debao's mental link and got up in a daze. "Huh! We're here." He patted his face a little to refresh himself, and it felt like he was entering Baihai City, just like leaving Baiyun City. Beep beep. Wang Jinbao. "Black Scorpion, your master is calling." Hiss. The Black Scorpion, who had been following behind him and digging the soil the whole time, was happy to hear this. "Hey Su Ming, are you here yet?" "We're here. Send me your location and I'll bring you Black Scorpion to find you." Looking at the location sent by Wang Jinbao on the phone, Su Ming paused and rubbed his eyes suspiciously. "This location is the beach? He got up early in the morning and went to the beach?" Su Ming couldn't figure it out, so he just took a taxi. Half an hour later. Su Ming was a little surprised when he arrived at the beach, because on the whole beach, he only saw a figure picking up something and throwing it away, and the corners of his mouth twitched when he saw it. In addition, there were people dressed in black, wandering along the beach with their beasts in an upright posture. As a result, after Black Scorpion saw Wang Jinbao's appearance, his excitement seemed to have subsided a lot at this moment. Hiss? Debao heard the noise and turned to look at Black Scorpion. "Meow. Even if he is stupid, he is still your master." Instantly, Black Scorpion wilted after hearing this. The situation at this moment was completely different from his previous emotions. "Pfft, all right, let's go." When Su Ming heard Debao's words, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beach and the seaside, logically speaking, should be the most dangerous place in a human city, but in a sense, it is a very safe place. Because there are huge iron needles inserted on the sea surface. Those iron needles are used for detection. The range is about 10 nautical miles away. Once a monster of the warhead or above appears, a loud and eye-catching alarm will be issued instantly. 1 or 2 kilometers behind the beach was the direction Su Ming came from. On his way here, he saw the inspection bureau there. The monsters that came up with the waves were all servant-level monsters, which were of a lower level. Those of a certain level dare not go ashore, and those of high level rarely go ashore. If it was before, Su Ming would definitely think so, but last time Wang Jinbao told him about the negotiation between the human-beast master and the mythical monster. Su Ming felt that the current situation on the beach might be similar to what Wang Jinbao had said before. Since he could understand what people said, it would be best for everyone to discuss it and live in peace and develop on their own. After approaching Wang Jinbao, Su Ming discovered that there were several small islands beside the beach, and there seemed to be buildings on them. There were also more exploration probes near the islands than in other places. "Hey! Are you here? Have you had breakfast? I asked the employee who came with the company to buy some and they will bring it to you later." After saying hello, Wang Jinbao walked towards Black Scorpion excitedly. When he saw that Black Scorpion was a little listless, he became confused. He kicked the Black Scorpion's commissary without any hesitation. "What's wrong? You look listless. Su Ming told me that you were quite excited, right?" Chapter 102, Going to the Island. Wang Jinbao poked at Black Scorpion with a puzzled look on his face. "Hey, what's going on?" Faced with Wang Jinbao's puzzled questions, Su Ming turned his head and looked at the thing that Wang Jinbao had just smashed. As expected, it was a sea slime. "Maybe Black Scorpion thought you were crazy? Why are you playing with a ball of snot?" Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao's eyes widened when he heard this. "Is that so?" Hiss. Wang Jinbao immediately lowered his head. "You still dare to admit it?" Seeing that Black Scorpion not only did not deny it but also admitted it, Wang Jinbao didn't know what expression to show for a moment. Wang Jinbao simply didn't bother to care about this matter, and pointed at the sea slime and spoke to Su Ming. "Look, sea slimes. There are a lot of them every day. Not many monsters in the sea are willing to eat them, but some monsters with long needle-like mouthparts may be willing to eat them. Do you really want to contract one of these things as your second beast?" Debao? Debao, who reacted, looked at Su Ming in surprise. Meow? Master, do you want to contract a pile of shit and urine as a beast? Hearing this, Su Ming took a deep breath and said, Stop. Don't follow Wang Jinbo's nonsense. I'm just curious and interested in creatures like slimes. But I remember that if we cut open a slime, the sticky liquid that comes out has a very good healing effect on our human wounds, right? Wang Jinbao nodded and said, That's true, but this thing is worthless and no one wants it because it's a common item on the street. Su Ming nodded silently and looked towards the small islands not far from the beach. Wang Jinbao's eyes lit up when he saw Su Ming's situation. Shall we go to that island and have some fun? The smaller one is the senior high school of Baihai City. Do you see those big iron bars stuck in there? The places where these big iron bars are stuck are considered safe. At most, they are elite monsters. As for the docked yachts and ships, they will constantly spray the urine and feces of warheads and lord-level monsters into the sea as they move forward. Of course, it only works near the coast. If you go a little further away, beyond the location of the big iron rod, it won't work. Island. So, that big island is one of the wild areas of Baihai City, right? It's similar to our Baiyun City? Wang Jinbao smacked his lips when he heard this. Are you going? For some reason, Su Ming sensed something was wrong when he heard this. In the past, when it came to going outdoors, Wang Jinbao was more enthusiastic than himself. Why was he not enthusiastic now? Wang Jinbao turned his head to look at the puzzled Su Ming, and began to explain. I just came here yesterday. I heard that there are warhead-level monsters on that island, and even some lord-level monsters will lay eggs on that island. It is indeed a wild area, but given the conditions I mentioned above, almost no one from Baihai City goes there. However, officials go there regularly. I see, no wonder. After hearing this explanation, Su Ming nodded slowly. It seemed that he could not go to that island. Originally, he came out this time to see if he could find a second suitable monster to tame. It seems we have to wait a little longer. As for Su Ming's situation, Wang Jinbao seemed to have noticed something. Let's go. I'll call my dad and ask him to come over. It will be the same if we bring my Uncle Tiger to the island. Besides, after my father became a master-level beast master, he was able to contract a fourth beast. The main reason for this business is that there is a master-level trainer in Baiyun City. My father came here to exchange materials for Uncle Tiger's evolutionary fluid. I guess we'll have to waste time on this these few days. Why don't we just take Uncle Tiger to the island and see if we can find any treasures? Besides, you know a lot of monsters. After we go to the island, won't the monster resources be much better than those in Baiyun City, which we often clear? No one goes to this island except the officials. Su Ming listened to Wang Jinbao's words in a somewhat dull manner, and suddenly felt that what Wang Jinbao said made a lot of sense. I guess this is what they mean by, since you're already here. You're right, call. Wang Jinbao immediately took out his cell phone to make a call, and at the same time gestured to Su Ming to follow him. Debao stopped playing with Hixie and came to Su Ming, rubbed his legs and started asking questions. Meow? Master, where are we going now? We should probably look for a boat, since Uncle Tiger is so big. Soon after Wang Jinbao finished his call, Wang Duobao arrived. He looked at the distance between the beach and the island and nodded without saying anything. The normal boats will take local students from here to the island of the senior high school department over there. If you want to go, I can let Black Tiger take you there. Take us there? When Su Ming heard this, he was a little slow to react at first, but Wang Jinbao patted Su Ming's shoulder meaningfully. I knew it. You've never played it before, right? You'll have something to play soon. Su Ming was stunned. To be honest, the first time he saw the Lord apply elements was on Wang Chunfa's white evil snake. The distance across several nautical miles is equivalent to more than 10 miles on the ground. Can it be achieved by running? Or a giant tiger? As a blue-black magic circle appeared on the ground, the black ghost tiger jumped out directly. The moment Wang Duobao saw the black ghost tiger, a smile appeared on his face. Lao Hei, take some kids to that island to play. I heard there are lord monsters there, so no one except official people go there. If something goes wrong, take people and beasts and run away immediately. After hearing Wang Duobao's instructions, The black ghost tiger nodded, looked towards the island, and then lay down. Woohoo! Wang Jinbao let out a strange cry and climbed up Heihu's arm. Come on, Su Ming, let's sit in the front for a better view. Let you, Debao, and I, Haixi, sit in the back. Su Ming stood below, looking at the black tiger that was more than 8 meters and almost 9 meters long. To be honest, Su Ming felt a little nervous. After all, it was his first time to ride a lord-level beast, and it belonged to someone else. Debao pouted a little unhappily, watching with eager eyes as he climbed onto the tiger's back with the help of Wang Jinbao. He jumped up uncomfortably and stuck closely behind Su Ming. The black scorpion is very simple. Its feet are not very sharp, so it can just get stuck on the skin of the black ghost tiger and climb up. Anyway, it can't even scrape off the hair. Seeing that everyone had come up, black ghost tiger stood up, turned his head, nodded to Wang Duobao, and rushed out. The moment he rushed out, Su Ming felt like his heart was about to stop. It's fast, really too fast. If riding on Debao is like riding in a sports car, then riding on the back of Heihu is like riding in an airplane. The visual sensation brought by the extreme speed washed Su Ming's visual nerves. The island, which was originally about 6 or 7 nautical miles away, was now approaching rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. While they were sitting on the black ghost tiger's back, they didn't feel any wind at all, only a slight swaying back and forth. It was very stable. Even the black ghost tiger's huge body could run directly on the sea. This was a situation that Su Ming had never thought of. There are so many variations in the Lord's application of elements. This time, Su Ming really gained a lot of knowledge. Chapter 103: Bloody and Bone-Broken Flowers. In just a few minutes, the black ghost tigers arrived at the island, and their arrival startled the birds living in the woods on the edge of the island. The first thing Black Ghost Tiger did after arriving on the island was not to put Su Ming, Wang Jinbao, and the others down, but to observe the surroundings. Finally, he seemed to be sure that there was no problem before he lay down. Oh! A low tiger roar was heard. Su Ming said he didn't understand and turned to look at Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao nodded seriously. My Uncle Tiger said it would follow us, so we can go forward without worry. Although there is the scent of the Lord on this island, there is no Lord. When he heard that there was no Lord, Su Ming felt much more relaxed. This way there would be no danger. He just didn't know why the official people occasionally came here. Meow? Master, there are many monsters on this sand. A lot of monsters. Su Ming turned around and saw that the beach was indeed as Debao said, but it was full of sea slimes and woza crabs, all of which were servant level. It was when Su Ming was looking at the picture book. Debao was already unpacking the crabs. After taking a few bites, his eyes lit up. Black Ghost Tiger lay on the ground and yawned like a patriarch. Debao, don't eat yet. Let's go into the island and take a look. I heard that the island has a unique ecosystem, and there are many things that are not found on land. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but nod his head when he heard this. You are right. I have been thinking about what good treasures are in here. The Black Ghost Tiger silently watched the two people leading the beasts into the forest. It did not stand up until their backs were out of sight before it slowly followed them, always keeping a certain distance from them. As Su Ming and Wang Jinbao entered the forest, their eyes lit up instantly, and even Debao and Haixi seemed a little excited. The air in this island forest is so fresh. The black scorpion had already started digging holes, going in and out around the two men, and it was still not happy. Hiss! You like the mud here? Do you want me to pack it up for you to take back? Wang Jinbao was stunned for a moment, looking at the black scorpion with some disbelief in his eyes, and kicked it unhappily. Why don't you eat dirt here, and leave when you are full? Hiss! Seeing that Wang Jinbao disagreed, the black scorpion did not change, but continued to play in the mud. The two continued walking forward. The air on this island was very good, especially in the forest, but something strange made Su Ming feel that something was wrong. No, except for the beach on this island, how come we didn't see any monsters after entering the forest? There was not even any movement at all. It's weird. When Wang Jinbao heard Su Ming's doubts, he didn't take them seriously. Who knows? We've only just entered the forest a short time ago, and the creatures on the island are generally more vigilant. Hearing this, Su Ming also felt that what Wang Jinbao said made sense, and the black ghost tiger following behind the two of them was also looking around. It didn't find anything on the beach, but after it got to the island and entered the woods, it felt something strange. As a Lord-level tiger beast, it did not smell a trace of blood after entering the forest. This was not right, but what was even more wrong was that there was not a single monster after entering the forest. It was as if there were no living creatures in the forest of this island except for the monsters on the beach that were washed ashore by the waves. This is what the black ghost tiger doesn't understand the most, and it is now a little hesitant. The island seems a bit strange, but it is not dangerous and official personnel come here occasionally. Should we leave or not? Shaking its head, the black ghost tiger decided to follow for a distance to see the situation first. If the situation remained the same, it would just take people away. Soon, the tranquility in the forest was broken. The black scorpion, which originally liked the mud here, had been following Wang Jinbao and Su Ming underground, but suddenly jumped out of the soil, and kept screaming as soon as it came out. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Black scorpion, don't be impatient. Speak slowly. The rapid roar made it difficult for Wang Jinbao to hear what the black scorpion was saying, while the black ghost tiger had already come not far behind the two of them when the black scorpion was rapidly breaking through the ground, its attention completely focused on the two of them. Hiss, hiss. Road? You mean you dug a piece of mud and collapsed it, and then fell into a passage, so there is a road underneath? There is also a little human scent lingering down there? After reading out the messages that Black Scorpion had conveyed to them one by one, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming subconsciously looked at each other, especially Wang Jinbao, whose throat began to move. Isn't this right? There are no living things on the island, and someone has dug a tunnel under the island. Su Ming remained silent. Wang Jinbao was right. There was a big problem here. Some sweat appeared on his forehead. This was a situation he had never expected. He was afraid that someone on this island was doing something shady. It's too late. From the moment we landed on the island, we would be targeted no matter how we return. The only way out is to know what's down there. Suddenly, the black ghost tiger twitched its nose, its eyes were full of vigilance, and its face looked a little ferocious. Heh! Wang Jinbao seemed to have heard something incredible. Ah? Is there the Lord's body down there? Su Ming? After saying this, Wang Jinbao turned his head sharply and looked at Su Ming. We can't have broken into the secret den of some evil cult altar, right? If that's the case, that's even better. Once we figure it out, as long as we leave safely, not only will we be fine, but we'll have done a great deed. Su Ming's tone was somewhat decisive. The corpses of the Lord-level monsters had come out. If they didn't figure out what was underneath, they would die without knowing why. If it is something really bad, then evidence is particularly important. Moreover, only official personnel come to this island, which is really terrifying when you think about it. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao looked down at Black Scorpion, who was still seeking credit, and took a deep breath. You're taking credit for it. You dug the ceiling for others, and when they check it out, they'll know exactly what's going on. Okay, then you take Su Ming and me to the entrance of the tunnel. In this situation, we can only see clearly what is going on below. Devouring slapped the black scorpion's head with his tail in disgust. Meow? Are you stupid? You don't even know you've gotten into trouble? After hearing what Devouring said, the black scorpion seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, and began to run quickly in front to lead the way. After walking about a mile or so, the terrain began to slope downward and the trees began to decrease, which was strange. Originally, there were no monsters in the forest, and there was not even any smell of monsters. But when the trees became sparse and they were about to leave the forest and come to an open space. There are corpses of various monsters in this open space. This is a large open space, and the open space is filled with the bones of monsters. None of these bones are together with the rest of the body. They are all scattered. At this moment, the black ghost tiger's eyes looked a little strange. It twitched its nostrils and smelled a fragrance. Oh my goodness, are you sure that only official people come to the island occasionally? Is this true? This pile of bones is more than 10 meters high. This must be the Bone Mountain. Looking at so many white bones, Wang Jinbao felt his scalp tingling. Even though they are monsters, I wouldn't feel weird if I killed as many of them as I want. But this scene is too creepy. Suming was also shocked by such a high pile of bones. It should be that something is being nurtured here, if it is to give birth to a spiritual monster. That is a big taboo and it is not allowed. However, not long after this thought appeared in Suming's mind, an illustrated guide suddenly popped up. Beast Taming, Blood-Dropping Bone Flower. Talent, Rare, Improvement in Progress. Level, 38 Lord. Elements, Spirit, Grass, Evil. Abilities, Blood Drawing, Marrow Stealing, Great Strength, Soul Devouring. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. It is formed by the infusion of a large amount of monster flesh and bones by the thorny rose. It can continuously improve its strength and talent by extracting the blood and marrow of monsters. It is evil and bloodthirsty. This kind of monster will definitely cause a large number of casualties. When it extracts blood and takes marrow, no grass will grow within 100 miles, and no living creature will grow. The area within 100 miles is all dead sand. However, it cannot move independently before reaching the king-level comprehension realm. Its main body is hidden underground. When it needs to hunt, it will emit a special fragrance to attract and induce other monsters to hunt from the roots on the ground. This kind of monster will die if it does not eat for a month. Is that really what I guessed? Someone really is raising some incredible things here. After reading the illustrated book, Suming grabbed Wang Jimao, and Wang Jimao suddenly saw something and spoke hurriedly. Suming, did you see the red vines on the grass? Is that thing moving? Suming's mouth twitched. That thing not only moves, but it's also a lord who eats people without leaving any bones. Do you remember the bloody smell of the lord that your uncle Hu mentioned? That's what it emits. It uses the bloody smell to trick monsters into thinking there's a seriously injured and dying monster here. Don't you want to have a bite? The smell came from underground, and your black scorpion dug a path through it, if I'm not mistaken. Suming paused and took a deep breath. There are many roads under this island, which are used to transmit the smell to this monster to attract prey. There are bad people among the crowd. Wang Jinbao was stunned and twitched his nose subconsciously. You know what? The air here is quite fragrant. It smells a bit like blood. Let me take a picture first, eh? Why is that thing moving? Suddenly, Suming was startled by Wang Jinbao's words. When he saw that the red and green vines under the white bones were indeed moving, Suming's heartbeat reached its peak. He was just about to say run. The black ghost tiger opened its mouth and grabbed the two people and threw them onto its back. Debao and Black Scorpion were on the black ghost tiger's back in an instant. Just when everything was ready to start running, a glaring blood-red vine suddenly increased in speed and hit directly where the black ghost tiger had just stood. After picking up the people, the black ghost tiger ran away decisively. The blood-red vines fell to the ground and collapsed in an instant, creating a crack that was more than 10 meters deep. The attack missed, and the blood-red vine stopped moving. Instead, a pale vine suddenly appeared, moving faster than the blood-red vine. The white vine went straight towards the running black ghost tiger. Along the way, any tree that was touched by the vine instantly turned yellow, withered and turned into ashes. Wang Jinbao turned his head back to take a video as evidence, and saw a pale vine approaching rapidly. His heart was in his throat. Is this thing so fast? The white vines are catching up. The corners of the black ghost tiger's mouth twitched, and its eyes widened with anger. With a loud and angry tiger roar, its body seemed to be wrapped in a force of energy, and the energy in its body exploded in all directions. The white vine that was chasing it seemed to be hit by something and was directly knocked back. Chapter 104 Thrilling. Suming, do you know what that thing is? Why is its attack power so outrageous? It must have run several miles away, right? Can it still catch up? After hearing Wang Jinbao's words clearly, Suming fell into a brief thought and shook his head. I'm not sure. It looks like it has the wood attribute, but it feeds on the bones and blood of monsters. It feels like it has both spiritual and wood attributes. Evil attribute. Suming had never seen this attribute on the internet. It was obvious that the information about this attribute was either blocked by the world or had not been discovered yet. But the possibility of not being discovered was too small, so Suming felt that the news was blocked. In this case, it would be a bit scary if he said it directly. Several wind blades flew out from the black ghost tiger's hind legs, accurately hitting the white vines that were chasing it all the way, and knocking it away to the side. Su-ming saw clearly that the monster had many root vines, most of which were red and green, but there were two special ones, one was pure white and the other was blood red. The attack capabilities of these two vines should be the strongest. Roar! Suddenly, the black ghost tiger that was running let out a painful roar, and its body trembled involuntarily before returning to normal. The two people on the tiger's back were startled. However, Su-ming saw something different in the status bar of the black ghost tiger. Mental damage? That white vine carries a mental attack? At this time, blood began to flow from the corners of the black ghost tiger's mouth. Its speed increased a lot. It was about to reach the beach of the island, but the vine suddenly stopped in the air. The end of the vine was strangely pointing in the direction they were leaving, as if it had eyes watching them. Su-ming felt creepy when he saw this. This thing was strange and evil, especially the monster's last behavior, which gave him a terrifying feeling. That thing, why didn't you chase it? Su-ming turned his head to look at Wang Jinbao. His pupils suddenly shrank. Jinbao, where is the phone you used to take the video? Wang Jinbao's expression became serious, with a hint of fear on his face. I was just about to tell you about this. Uncle who bumped into something on the road and his phone fell down. Not long after we moved away, I saw that my phone seemed to have been pulled into the ground by something. At this moment, Su-ming's heart was beating wildly. He probably knew why the monster stopped chasing him. The evidence is gone, and the monster doesn't think they can survive, so it's easy to guess what happens next. Killed to silence someone. This monster has an owner. His owner has probably received the news and is ready to kill him to silence him. At this time, Wang Duobao, who was trying to fish on the beach with his equipment, heard the tiger roar. His face changed instantly. A huge talisman formation appeared behind him, and a heavily armored rhinoceros rushed out directly. Old Black might be in trouble. Let's prepare to pick him up and the children. Moo! The people around were frightened by this scene, especially the inspectors who were patrolling on the beach. They also heard the tiger's roar and immediately came to Wang Duobao with their own beasts to inquire about the situation. You guys hurry up. Eh? Phone call? Wang Duobao, who was a little impatient, hung up the phone directly, but the note on the phone was Xiao Su, from Su-ming. The phone number was told to him by Wang Jinbao, and he saved it in the phone book at that time. Why is it Xiao Su who called me? Is there something wrong? After the call was connected, before Wang Duobao could speak, Su-ming explained the current situation first. Wang Duobao listened and nodded, with an ambiguous light flashing in his eyes. Is that so? Don't you have Lili's phone number? Share this with Lili. Okay, that's it for now. Sir, may I ask if your child and your beast encountered any accident on that island? No. It's just that my beast master is just barking for fun. You guys go about your business. The inspector looked up at the heavily armored rhinoceros, and it seemed that the monster following his child was also a Lord-level monster. Well, in order to avoid unnecessary panic, please put away your beast. Oh, right away. I'll collect them all when my kids come back. The inspector nodded slowly and left with his men without saying anything else. Looking at the inspector who was leaving, Wang Duobao's eyes were full of ferocity. Motherfucker, how dare you let me run into this kind of thing? How dare you kill people to silence them? Do you really think that the mayor of my Baiyun city is made of mud? After a few minutes, Wang Duobao saw the black ghost tiger running on the sea, and his heart slowly settled down. The appearance of the black ghost tiger attracted the attention of the inspectors who had just left. They were all watching the situation here from afar, but Wang Duobao simply ignored them. When the black ghost tiger came ashore, Wang Duobao saw the blood at the corner of the black ghost tiger's mouth, and the murderous intent in Wang Duobao's eyes was about to overflow. Collect the beast? Can't take any. Did you call? Wang Jinbao shuddered as he listened to his father's deep voice. He called. After hearing it, Lili gave the phone to his brother. His brother said he knew and told us to relax and that nothing would happen. He also said that he would give us a credit. Dad, what is that monster? Su-ming doesn't recognize it. He can only guess that it is a spiritual and wood monster based on the situation, but it feels like there are more than one. Upon hearing this, Wang Duobao glared at Wang Jinbao in annoyance. Do you know how to call me Dad? After criticizing Wang Jinbao, Wang Duobao said with a serious expression. I have heard of this kind of monster before. Why are spiritual monsters not popular in the market? In fact, it's not the spiritual monsters that are unpopular, but the monsters you see. A spiritual monster may not necessarily be this kind of monster, but this kind of monster is definitely a spiritual monster. You don't have the strength. The appearance of that thing is too evil. I won't tell you what kind of monster it is. I will tell you when you are stronger. Su Ming was shocked when he heard this. Spiritual things are not necessarily evil things, but evil things are definitely spiritual things. But the world doesn't dare to reveal this kind of monster because it is too evil. Chapter 105, Thundercloud Beast. Okay, just call Lily and her family, and let's go quickly. Son, take your black scorpion back to the beast control space, and let's ride the black ghost tiger out of the city. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinbao did not hesitate and immediately summoned the talisman array to take the black scorpion back to the beast taming space, but he still asked in confusion. Will we be exposed too early? We've been exposed. Ever since we landed on the island, the monster has been in the center of the island. The entire island is its territory. I understand why some people occasionally go to see the monster. Su Ming responded to Wang Jinbao's question and gave Debao a look, asking him to get on the black tiger's back first. After thinking for a few seconds, he took out his mobile phone and sent a few messages. Hurry up, get up. At Wang Duobao's urging, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao climbed onto the black ghost tiger's back one after another, while Wang Duobao sat directly on the back of the black ghost tiger's neck. This series of actions attracted the attention of the patrol inspectors, and they all ran over here with their beasts. What do you want to do? Large pet beasts and beast masters are not allowed in the city. Get down! Listening to the inspector's words, Wang Duobao simply pretended not to hear them. Don't leave them, Lao Hei, just go ahead. The road you're on is probably dark in Bahai City now. At this point, Wang Duobao paused and his eyes turned cold. If we encounter anyone blocking our way, we will kill them all if we can. We will be able to leave the city as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we should not cause any innocent deaths. The black ghost tiger nodded slightly and said, Roar! Looking at the approaching wind and thunder dogs, it let out a shaking tiger roar. The monsters on the beach and the wind and thunder dogs were all shocked and stood still, not daring to move. The black ghost tiger turned into a huge black shadow and quickly left the beach. At this point, the inspection captain came to his senses with a gloomy look on his face. He immediately took out a mobile phone and made a call. Boss, let them run away. Idiot! When they were about to land on the island, didn't you know to control that master-level beast master? Or do you really think you are an inspector? The man's expression froze and his face became increasingly gloomy. I'm not doing my job well. And I heard that they seem to call someone named Lily, who should be their rescuer. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold snort came from the other end of the phone. Huh, Lily? That's Li Wanjuan's daughter. They're pretty quick-witted. Now, immediately arrange for someone to chase them and ask them to speed up and leave the city. We will intercept them outside the city. Do as I say. As long as these people who know about it die, everything will be fine. I see. After hanging up one call, the man immediately made another call. In Bahai City, a huge black tiger carrying several people was running through the city, causing a series of panic reactions almost instantly. What's going on? Is this a Lord-level beast-taming city? God knows! This guy is finished. Large beast masters are not allowed to cause trouble. If caught, the beast masters will be executed immediately. The hustle and bustle of the crowd sounded like a symphony amid the panicked cries of the pet animals. Many people were trying to comfort their pets, but how could these pets have ever experienced the pressure of a Lord-level beast? They were so scared that they pissed and shit all over the place, and the originally clean and tidy streets suddenly stank. People in front, stop immediately! Listening to the repetitive voice from behind, Wang Duobao sneered. They dare us to leave the city. It seems that the place outside the city is bigger. Someone has ambushed us outside the city. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao both paused when they heard this. They had not expected this. Remember this, you two. Once we leave the city, I will immediately throw you two off the tiger's back. Xiao Su, your beastmanship is fast and can catch you safely. You must only take the official road back. You are not allowed to take any shortcuts or small roads into the woods. Do you understand? Su Ming was stunned, and Wang Jinbao looked a little unnatural, even a little panicked. What about you? Give it back to me. I'll be the last one for you, otherwise we'll all die. Just remember what I said. Don't be so fussy. Remember what I said. Just take the official road. Xiao Su, do you remember? Su Ming's eyes were extremely complicated when he heard this. I remember. Wang Duobao did not move after hearing this. His eyes were fixed on the checkpoint at the city gate, which was blocked by a cordon, and his expression became more and more solemn. Everything was going as he had expected, except that he didn't know if he could go home. Old Black, rush over! Get ready to throw the kids off! The black ghost tiger didn't say a word and increased its speed. The checkpoint was directly destroyed by the black ghost tiger the moment they left the checkpoint. A gentle force burst out from the tiger's back, directly knocking the two men and Debao away. Debao twisted his body in the air, and wrapped his two tails around the waists of the two men, lifted them up and ran back the way they came. You can't get away! An unfamiliar voice came from the sky along with a loud thunder. Wang Duobao's pupils shrank, and the black ghost tiger under him suddenly dodged sideways. Although he avoided the center of the greatest damage in the first place, the exploded electricity still hit the black ghost tiger's body, causing a series of small blood flowers. Wang Jinbao, who was tied by Debao's tail, had red eyes when he saw this scene and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Dad! Uncle Tiger! Su Ming suddenly looked up at the sky. There was a cloud floating in it, a white cloud. He didn't see anyone, but the person was probably on the cloud. Beast Tamer, Thundercloud Beast. Qualification Rare. Level 32 Lord. Elements Water Thunder. Ability Celestial Phenomenon. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a rare sea slime mutated monster, which looks like a four-legged snake. After the mutation, it has the terrifying ability to control water and thunder, and change some celestial phenomena. It can transform into a cloud and stay in the sky all year round. The thunder of this monster is particularly restrained against evil monsters. When it first appeared, people thought it was the embodiment of the righteous thunder god. Irony, the word irony filled Su Ming's eyes. Righteousness? Nonsense. On the battlefield, people in the sky seemed to have discovered a small white dot running away rapidly with two small black dots, but they did not care. Instead, he looked intently at Wang Duobao, who had summoned the second lord, the heavily armored rhinoceros, with a sad expression. Hey Wang Duobao, why did you meddle in other people's city affairs? Look what happened now. You finally managed to make the beastman break through, but it's going to die soon. Two lords, should that allow my baby to level up a level or two, right? Chapter 106, Changing the Celestial Phenomenon. When Wang Duobao heard the sound coming from the sky, the corners of his mouth twisted. Can I give it to you? You can't see it when it's 2 against 1. When the man heard this, he clicked his tongue. The next second, a talisman array appeared on the ground, and a beast that looked like a toad jumped out of it. It had a pair of horizontal pupils and tilted its head to look at the black ghost tiger. The toad is not big, only a little over 4 meters from head to tail, and is completely black, especially the bumps on its body, each of which is conspicuously large and looks like it will burst if touched. Quack? Beast Tamer, Poison Toad. Qualification, Excellent. Level, 33 Lord. Element, Water Poison. Ability, Poison, Great Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, a monster with pustules all over its body. If the pustules burst, the foul-smelling, disgusting yellow-black pus that flows out can cause the flowers and plants within hundreds of meters to wither, and all monsters in the range to fall into a state of poisoning, causing paralysis and vomiting blood. The antidote is also the yellow-black pus. It can jump hundreds of meters with full strength. The muscles in its hind limbs are extremely powerful, and it can easily kick away an opponent twice its size. Su Ming, who had already run for some distance, could only see a monster of roughly the same size. The illustrated book he explored made him inexplicably panic for Uncle Wang. The beasts this person tames are either targeting flowers and plants, or evil spirits. It is obvious that this was done specifically for the bleeding bone flower on the island. This person has had ill intentions since he became a beast tamer. Su Ming, did you see the new monster clearly? I only saw a toad. What Wang Jinbao saw was a black shadow jumping out from the ground, so he looked directly at Su Ming. After Su Ming sent the message to Chu Yingjun, he immediately called Wang Jinbao's father. Don't worry, I'll call your dad to confirm the situation. Battlefield. Seeing that the other party pulled out another beast, Wang Duobao's face was not very good. In addition, the sudden phone call made him very nervous. Hello? Uncle Wang, do you recognize that toad? If you don't, can you tell me its characteristics? In the sky, a loud thunder suddenly fell at this moment, and the heavy armor on the heavily armored rhinoceros that was standing by on full alert instantly emitted a yellowish-brown luster, and it jumped directly above the black ghost tiger. The golden lightning struck the heavily armored rhinoceros and sent it flying, but judging from the way it staggered to its feet, it seemed that the lightning had little effect on it. TSK, what a tough beast! Lin Jiao, who was wearing glasses and sitting on the thundercloud beast, looked unhappy after seeing this scene, and directly transmitted the attack signal to the pus toad through the mental link. I've encountered this toad once before, and I killed it very quickly. I don't know the characteristics of this thing. It's a purulent toad, right? So, okay, it has to be you, Xiao Su. That bastard is not reliable at all at the critical moment. Listening to the voice coming from the phone, Su Ming's mouth twitched stiffly, and the worried look on Wang Jinbao's face next to him disappeared completely. Seeing Wang Jinbao's face change, Su Ming quickly hung up the phone. Suddenly, De Bao, who was running, let out a somewhat hurried cry. Meow. Master, there is a warhead chasing us underground. It is chasing us from the city. Hearing this, Su Ming's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly took out his phone to urge Chu Yingjun. Wang Jinbao noticed something was wrong and stopped talking. In his opinion, he could only leave the situation to fate. Battlefield. Lao He, just focus on killing this toad. I'll ask Lao Niu to release the beast in the sky for you. We have been through so many storms and waves. We are not afraid of these two beasts. Even if they have not evolved, we still have to fight with the momentum of the king of beasts. When the black ghost tiger heard what his master said, he let out a deafening roar as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His red tiger eyes seemed to have made up his mind to fight to the death. He looked at the toad that tilted its head from time to time and rushed straight towards it. The heavily armored rhinoceros followed closely behind the black ghost tiger, guarding against the thundercloud beast in the sky. Quack! Looking at the two beasts rushing towards him, the pus toad did not panic. Two pustules on his back suddenly burst open, and thick black and yellow liquid splashed out and then began to evaporate rapidly, turning into a wisp of yellow smoke floating in the air. Thunder, blow up the man riding on the tiger's back. Do you see it? There was no response, and golden lightning began to flash in the clouds below Lin Jiao. Boom! A loud thunderclap sounded, and Lin Jiao gritted his teeth as he watched it was blocked by the heavily armored rhinoceros that followed the black ghost tiger. Toad, fight with the other party. Don't fight these two guys head-on. The pus toad on the ground heard the tactical instructions of its master through the mental link, and turned around and ran away, with the pustules on its body bursting from time to time. At this time, the heavily armored rhinoceros and the black ghost tiger with Wang Duobao had already entered the range of the poisonous fog. The two beasts were fine, as they could still resist even if they were poisoned. But how could Wang Duobao, as a mortal, have that ability? Even though he held his breath for a while, he still couldn't help but inhale a few times, and spat a mouthful of blood with yellow streaks directly onto the black ghost tiger's back. Then Wang Duobao felt his limbs starting to feel numb. If the black ghost tiger hadn't used the wind element to secure him on its back, he would have fallen and died. Lin Jiao, who heard the message from the pus toad through the mental link, thought he had won, but the following situation made him panic. The heavy-armored rhinoceros and the black ghost tiger seemed to have sensed Wang Duobao's situation through the mental connection, and some strange changes began to occur in them. The black ghost tiger opened its mouth, and a 6-meter-deep hole suddenly exploded where the jumping pus toad was a second ago. The sudden change behind it made the pus toad dare not even look back. Lin Jiao in the sky changed his expression immediately after seeing this scene. Cover for Toad. Just as the thundercloud beast was about to discharge electricity, dozens of stone spikes over 1 meter long shot up into the sky at an extremely fast speed on the ground, forcing the thundercloud beast to interrupt its charge and dodge. At this moment, the corners of the mouths of the black ghost tiger and the heavy armored rhino also began to flow with yellow blood, but they did not dare to stop chasing the pus toad. Suddenly, the pus toad that was trying to escape suddenly turned around, opened its mouth and spit out a water ball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. When the water ball was spit out, another pustule on its back burst, and all the liquid inside melted into the water ball. The white water ball turned yellow at this moment. Moo! The heavily armored rhinoceros shook the ground with its front limbs, and after a stone wall blocked the extremely fast attack, it and the black ghost tiger rushed out from both sides of the stone wall, trying to surround and capture the opponent. Several thunderclaps were heard in the sky, and bolts of lightning struck towards the black ghost tiger, but were dodged one by the black ghost tiger as it suddenly sped up. At this time, Lin Jiao suddenly realized that the black ghost tiger was hiding its incompetence and paralyzing itself. It was just waiting for this encirclement trend to kill one of its beasts first. Thundercloud Beast, bring rain! Chapter 107 Territory Lord Li Changqing. Suddenly, dark clouds began to appear in the sky. Lightning seemed to be floating in the clouds, and bursts of thunder were accompanied by heavy rain. At the moment the rain fell, the pus toad did not run away, but turned around to face the attacking black ghost tiger. Although it stopped and turned around, the black ghost tiger did not. When it turned around, it found that the black ghost tiger was only 20 meters away from it. Roar! In the rain, loud tiger roars echoed in all directions, and the dark tiger leaped up and pounced on the pus toad. Quack! In an instant, the falling rain stopped for a moment, and then headed straight for the black ghost tiger. At this moment, the raindrops seemed to turn into bullets, breaking through the air with a whooshing sound and hitting the black ghost tiger, creating a series of blood flowers. Although a low and painful tiger roar was sounded, the black ghost tiger's body did not waver. It pounced directly on the pus toad as if it was risking its life, and swallowed a large amount of yellow-black pus. The original poison was instantly removed, and Wang Duobao on the tiger's back was also transported down by the black ghost tiger using the wind element. Quack! Quack! The pus toad that was pinned to the ground and bitten by the black ghost tiger tried to break free and escape, but its hind legs were broken by the black ghost tiger in a short while, and a yellow dot instantly appeared in the sky. Thunder and lightning fell like rain, and the earth cracked instantly. Countless dry soil broke out of the ground at this moment, attacking the enemies in the sky while forming flat blocks to block the lightning for Black Thunder Tiger and Wang Duobao. All the clouds of earth shattered by the thunder exploded on the black ghost tiger's body. While the black ghost tiger was motionlessly protecting Wang Duobao with the wind element, it was also frantically biting the limbs of the pus toad. What stinks so bad? Ugh, is this the antidote? An antidote that stinks? Ugh. The wind element carried yellow pus and poured into Wang Duobao's mouth. Lin Jiao in the sky was extremely shocked to see that one of his beasts was suppressed to death at home. Don't his beasts want to die? In that case, let's exchange one life for another. Thunder, blow up that rhino! The yellow light brewed in the clouds, turning into purple after 10 seconds, and then dark purple after another 10 seconds. At this time, Lin Jiao didn't intend to care about the life or death of the pus toad at all. As the blue lightning took shape, a widespread electric net covered the sky. The thunder cloud beast whimpered, and the blue lightning flashed away. The heavily armored rhinoceros didn't even have time to react, and it was hit by the lightning and flew away before it could even see clearly. A large amount of flesh and blood was blown away by the thunder, and the air was filled with the smell of cooked meat. Black Ghost Tiger and Wang Duobao, who had come to his senses, turned their heads sharply to look at the location where the heavy-armored rhinoceros was flying backwards. Roar! Old cow! Wang Duobao's eyes turned red from crying in an instant, blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth, and his mental connection with the heavy-armored rhino was about to break. The next second, a golden bolt of lightning struck the Black Ghost Tiger, knocking it flying, and warm blood splashed on Wang Duobao's face. Ha! My beast is not dead yet. Ha! After discovering through the mental link that his beast master was only seriously injured, Lin Jiao couldn't help but laugh out loud, and immediately summoned a talisman formation to take back the poisonous toad. Wan Duo Bao, Wan Duo Bao, if you like to meddle in other people's business, then go to hell. A dark green summoning array appeared under the dying pus toad. Wan Duo Bao saw this and began to run towards the pus toad. There is a wound on the abdomen of the purulent toad. As long as he touches the purulent toad before it is automatically pulled back by the talisman formation, the talisman formation will become ineffective. What he wanted to do was to drill into the wound in the pus toad's abdomen. Since none of us can survive, we'll fight to the death, taking whoever we can with us as the one we can take with us. You must be crazy, what are you thinking about? Lin Jiao, who was sitting on the thundercloud beast, sneered continuously and immediately ordered his beast to electrocute the ant running on the ground to death. Een! The sharp and passionate eagle's cry resounded through the sky. The dark clouds were directly shattered by the eagle's cry, and the thunder cloud beast was directly fixed in place by the strong momentum, and could not move. The white cloud in the sky, which was the thunder cloud beast, was even trembling at this moment, and Lin Jiao, who knew the situation of the visitor through the mental connection, turned pale. Territory Lord? The beast controlled by the Lord of Baiyun City is a territory lord? Lin Jiao said as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. According to the rules, aren't the city lords of neighboring cities all about the same strength? My name is Li Changqing. The Lord of Baiyun City you mentioned is my father. The voice sounded from high in the sky, full of contempt and disdain. It was at a higher place than the thundercloud beast, where there was a giant monster with a wingspan of more than 20 meters and its body shining with golden light. The beast was killed and the man was captured. The giant eagle paused, then swooped down at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that Lin Jiao didn't see anything. Without any warning, the connection between him and the two beasts was cut off instantly. The instant death of the two beasts made Lin Jiao faint, and blood spurted out of the corners of his mouth as if he couldn't stop. The thunder cloud beast fell from the sky. Its body was cut in half and split into two pieces that fell to two different places, and its blood was a strange pale white color. The seriously injured and dying pus toad was nailed to the ground by a golden feather more than 1 meter long that pierced through its body at almost the same time as the thunder cloud beast died. As for Lin Jiao, he had been brought to the ground by the giant eagle. This series of actions and changes took only a few breaths. Wang Duobao stared at the scene in a daze, and soon a man and a woman came down from the giant eagle. Go quickly, that heavily armored rhino is still breathing, and so is that black ghost tiger. Don't worry, the black ghost tiger is only slightly injured. Although the heavily armored rhino is more seriously injured, it's not difficult. The girl waved her hand, and an emerald green talisman array lit up beside her. A giant horned deer with a length of 6 meters and a shoulder height of almost 4 meters walked out. The amazing thing was that this deer looked like a work of art, with light green fur that stuck closely to its body. The most amazing thing is the pair of diagonals, which curve and extend backwards, and are green-gold in color like jade. The Lingyu emerald horned deer walked out the moment the talisman formation appeared. 2 balls of light appeared on the horns on its head, and they were clearly aimed at the black ghost tiger and the heavy armored rhinoceros. Thank you? Are you City Lord Li's eldest son, Li Li's brother? The young man walked closer and kindly pulled Wang Duobao up from the ground. Yes, that girl Li Li called me. I'm sorry, it took me 7 minutes to get here from Baiyun City. I almost missed it. Wang Duobao shook his head indifferently. It's okay, it's okay. I'm very grateful that you arrived in time. You are really a young hero. The domain lord, who was only a few years older than his son, had already reached the position of a master beast master. Feeling the spiritual connection begin to stabilize, Wang Duobao's tense heart finally relaxed. His legs and feet became weak and he almost fell down, but was supported by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Li Changchun. When the girl saw Li Changchun's action, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Strange, did this person do anything good for your family? Would you take the initiative to help others? Hearing this, Li Changqing smiled happily, with a light of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Chapter 108 There are still people. You don't understand this, don't you? More than a decade ago, Baiyun City had the most beast-controlling material vendors among the surrounding cities. It was also thanks to Uncle Wang who unified the market, saving my father from a lot of unnecessary trouble. Plus, given the blood sacrifice incident involving evil monsters, it is only logical that those of us in higher positions must do our best to protect talents like Uncle Wang. Upon hearing about the unification of the Baiyun City beast-taming materials market, Wan Duobao, who was in his 40s, felt a heavy pressure from this young man in his 20s. His face froze for a moment. This child must have been about 5 or 6 years old at the time? He only remembered that he unified the material market in Baiyun City, but he didn't seem to know how he unified it. His father was very clear about this matter, but his father did not reject his behavior. On the contrary, it was indeed the same as he said. However, the main reason was that there were too many businessmen in Baiyun City. After he killed all his colleagues, he reduced a lot of management pressure on Li Wanjun, Li Chongqing's father. That was why no action was taken against him at the beginning. Tuya seemed to sense something was wrong. One person reorganized the material market of an entire city? So impressive? Wang Duobao felt ashamed for a moment. It was City Lord Li who was behind this. After all, the materials sold by my company are not like those sold by other companies, where we would jointly negotiate a high price or something like that. It's mainly about being close to the people. Tuya raised her eyebrows slightly, without saying much, but looked at her own jade emerald horned deer, her eyes gradually becoming somewhat surprised. Li Chongqing, it seems that there are still geniuses in your Baiyun City. These two beasts were about to die, but someone brought them back using a class breakthrough method. Sure, I didn't expect there would be such a person in such a small place. Can class breakthrough heal old injuries? Li Chongqing paused for a moment. I remember that the only people who have this ability in Baiyun City should be the president of the Cultivator Association and his son, right? Li Chongqing paused when he said this. He saw that Wang Duobao didn't move after hearing what he said. Then he realized that he had said something wrong. This surprised him a little. Is there another young trainer? That's pretty good. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Su Ming that my sister mentioned, right? It seems that Baiyun City is getting better and better. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wang Duobao's mind was a little confused for a moment, and in response to the question, he nodded stiffly. In Li Chongqing's eyes, Xiao Su's abilities are just pretty good. After hearing what Li Chongqing said, Tuya clicked her tongue impatiently. Who has a broader vision than you? With this ability, if he has a good eye for others in the future, he should be a master-level trainer, right? You don't even like master-level trainers? In response, Li Chongqing just smiled and said nothing. Wang Duobao came back to his senses and suddenly remembered the signal that the black ghost tiger conveyed to him through the mental link during the battle, and said hurriedly. By the way, my son and Xiao Su Na are still behind. It seems that some beast came out from underground to chase them. Huh! There's such a thing? When he heard there was more, Li Chongqing immediately looked at Tuya and said, You help here first. I'll go back. The other sighed. Someone is following us underground. A beast tamer? Yes, but this beast is not very fast underground. It should be a monster that can burrow into the ground, but its ability to move underground is not very strong. Ah? If you can dig and live underground, you still don't have strong underground abilities? The two of them were tied to Debao's tail and chatted, while Debao was running madly in front. Su Ming frowned and shook his head slowly. I'm not sure, but this is a public road. The people underground may have deliberately slowed down and rushed out after finding a deserted area. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao felt that this was the most likely situation and couldn't help nodding. I think this is the real story, huh? Who are you messaging? A friend, eh? He's coming. Su Ming paused and directly opened the real-time location sharing for Chu Yingjun. Debao, go into the woods. Meow. Good master. While running, Debao turned a 90-degree turn as smoothly as if he was skidding and ran into the woods beside the official road. After entering the forest for a while, Su Ming checked the location of his mobile phone. Suddenly, the soil in front of them collapsed, and a huge lizard crawled out of the soil. Hiss. The skin of this monitor lizard was pure black, and it was about 8 meters long from head to tail. Its pitch-black tongue crawled out with a strong stench. As its big mouth opened, a fully armed man wearing a gas mask jumped out. Beast Tamer, Underground Poison Lizard. Talent, Elite. Level, 22 War Leader. Element, Earth. Ability, Venom. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a giant poisonous lizard that lives underground. It digs and moves slowly underground. Its claws are slightly thick and heavy, and it has good armor-piercing ability. The salivary glands of this type of monster can decide whether to secrete poisonous saliva as needed. Its defense and speed are average, but its strength is relatively outstanding. It is a monster with no special features. Click, click. The enemy had already broken out of the ground. Debao stopped at the moment the ground collapsed and let Su Ming and Wang Jin bow down. Su Ming, is your friend reliable? We can't die here, right? Hearing this, Su Ming subconsciously looked at his phone again. He has arrived. After he finished speaking, the man who came out of the underground poisonous lizard's mouth took off his gas mask. This man was the fake inspector who had talked with Wang Duobao on the beach at the beginning. The other party carefully placed the gas mask on the ground. He would need it when he returned because his beast master's mouth stank. Then he looked up at Wang Jinbao and Su Ming, and after confirming that he was right, he waved to them. That's right, but are you guys so impatient to die? Fine. Eat them quickly. The noise here will attract the inspectors on this official road. The underground poisonous lizard nodded, and then rushed towards Su Ming and the others in an extremely ugly posture. At this moment, Wang Jinbao's heart was in his throat, and his face turned pale. Su Ming, where is your friend? Su Ming pursed his lips and motioned Wang Jinbao to look behind the underground poisonous lizard. Behind it. In fact, at the moment when the underground poisonous lizard broke out of the ground, because of the angle error, he saw the illustration of the blue flame bone wolf in the forest behind the underground poisonous lizard. Anyone else? The man realized the problem after hearing a few words from the two people, and instinctively summoned the talisman array of the beast taming space. Chapter 109, The Truth of Contempt. The man moved his mind, and a water blue talisman array appeared directly beside him. But the next second, his head was crushed by a huge bone claw as soon as he poked it out, and his eyeballs exploded. Following the sudden death of the Beastmaster, the man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and fainted. Before reaching the Master-level Beastmaster level, there would be a certain delay in pulling the Beastmaster out of the Beastmaster space. Only a Master-level Beastmaster can summon a beast from the beast-taming space in seconds. Chu Ingjun picked up the inner elixir that had fallen from the ground and kicked the unconscious man. If the other party does not plan to summon a new beast, the speed of the blue flame bone wolf is more than enough to intercept the underground poisonous lizard before it attacks Su Ming and the others. Although the dead crab beast's head was smashed in an instant, the summoning array was still in progress and summoned its body intact. Ugh. Ugh. Like to play chase? Chu Ingjun looked at the man who was spitting blood with disdain. The underground poisonous lizard that was originally preparing to attack Su Ming and Wang Jinbao sensed something strange about its master, and immediately turned its spearhead to look at the blue flame bone wolf covered in silver bones. When it saw the man fainting and lying on the ground spitting blood, the underground poisonous lizard seemed to have gone mad and began to madly secrete thick and foaming saliva from the corners of its mouth. Ouch! A low sound of wind came from the blue flame bone wolf. Chu Ingjun, who was watching this scene, curled his lips in disgust, rubbed the inner elixir in his hand, and waved his hands like the man just did. Eat it! The underground poisonous lizard opened its mouth, and the poisonous saliva secreted from its mouth was suddenly injected with earth elements, turning into a mud-like substance, accompanied by a violent roar. The ball of poisonous mud attacked the blue flame bone wolf like a cannonball. Ouch! A low sound of wind came from the blue flame bone wolf, and it carried Chu Ingjun away from its original position just 1 second before the poisonous mud ball hit it. Skeleton wolf? Spirit monster? When did you meet this ruthless person who raises spirit monsters as beast tamers? Seeing the skeleton wolf, Wang Jinbao turned his head and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Spiritual monsters have a notorious reputation in Dragon Country, and basically no one would contract such a monster. The night you came home. Besides, are spiritual monsters really that notorious? Strength depends on the person, not on the strength itself. While Su Ming was talking, he had already given Debao a look, telling him to keep some distance and change positions while the underground poisonous lizard and the blue flame bone wolf were fighting. This will prevent the underground poisonous lizards from being defeated and they will be attacked directly. Battlefield. The bullet that missed the target created a hole several meters deep on the ground. The man who was chasing him was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. The exploded ground also began to turn black. Obviously, the toxins in the mud ball began to evaporate. The blue flame bone wolf that had placed Chu Yingjun down didn't even look at the explosion ground, and even more vigorous blue flames began to emerge from its eye sockets. The blue flame bone wolf flashed and crashed directly into the body of the underground poisonous lizard. Its hard silver bones knocked the opponent sideways, and the blue fire on its body was more like something contagious, spreading directly to the body of the underground poisonous lizard. The underground poisonous lizard, which was originally trying to struggle to turn over, suddenly let out an unimaginable howl of pain and rolled on the ground uncontrollably, trying to put out the flames on its body. With its physique and rolling movements, the ground was shaking slightly, just like a small earthquake. Its body began to wither and shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was being sucked by something, and the blue flame bone wolf stood not far from it, watching silently. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao couldn't help but shiver, and inexplicably felt that the forest was beginning to feel a bit chilly. He moved his throat and said with some difficulty, "Now you know why, right? It's a living soul eater. Those with weak willpower will die. Only by withstanding the first blow can you fight back and survive." Su Ming didn't say anything, staring blankly at the scene. He actually knew that the blue flame bone wolf had the ability to devour the souls of other creatures, but he thought it would do so after killing the target, instead of sucking it alive like this. If this is the case, it is no wonder that the world is so resistant to spiritual monsters. We really cannot blame others. Just hearing about this way of death is enough to make people shudder. The body and soul are being roasted and burned. How strong a willpower must a human or animal have to be to withstand this unspeakable pain and fight back? There's no doubt about this battle. I'm going to call Lili to see if her father has left. Wang Jinbao patted Su Ming on the shoulder and consciously took the mobile phone from Su Ming's pocket. As for the password? Su Ming told him, very proudly and happily, that it was the day he picked up Debao that he felt like he had a family again. Meow? Master, did you see it? Su Ming came back to his senses and looked at Debao standing next to him in surprise. See? What did you see? Did you see anything different? After Su Ming finished speaking, he did not see Debao's response. This was different from the past. In the past, Debao was very active and would respond immediately as soon as Su Ming spoke. Debao stretched out his front paw and scratched his face, as if to confirm something, then turned his head to look at Su Ming. Meow meow? I saw two big lizards, but one of them was very strange. It was white and somewhat transparent, and it only had a head, which emerged from the head of the big lizard. Sometimes it appears, sometimes it disappears. Why is this happening, master? Hearing this, Su Ming's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurried to look as Debao said, but as expected, the result was that he could not see anything at all. At this time, Su Ming remembered the horror stories circulating on the internet. For example, cats and dogs can see things that humans cannot, and my Debao is a cat demon. It is impossible for it to deceive me. If that horror story is true, then... Thinking of this, Su Ming didn't dare to think any further. If it was true and made public, then the world's pattern would definitely be changed, a change far beyond the revival of spiritual energy. At this time, Chu Yingjun came over and patted Su Ming on the shoulder affectionately. Under normal circumstances, Debao would definitely be the first to stop him, but this time, Debao was stunned. Why are you still in a daze? Was my rescue not timely enough? Oh, it's just in time. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't dare to think about what I would do if I came to a deserted section of the official road. Chu Yingjun waved his hands indifferently after hearing this. I said, as long as it's a fight, if you can't win, call me, I will definitely come. Ahem, buddy, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Jinbao. I have a small fortune. My family's company is the only beast-controlling materials company in Baiyun City. Since you met Su Ming when you were looking for him to evolve the beasts, then you must also live in Baiyun City. I think we can get to know each other. After finishing the call, Wang Jinbao walked over with a smile. Seeing Wang Jinbao like this, Su Ming thought that the support must have arrived in time, and his Uncle Rhino and Uncle Tiger were not injured either. Otherwise he probably wouldn't be able to laugh. Wang Jinbao, the young master of Wang Group, right? I've heard of you. Unlike Su Ming, Chu Yingjun was very cold towards Wang Jinbao and simply nodded. Wang Jinbao was not annoyed by this, but smiled and said, "If you need any materials, you can contact me. This is to thank you for saving my life this time." After he finished speaking, Wang Jinbao took out a business card from his pocket. This action made Su Ming stunned. He didn't know that Wang Jinbao carried business cards with him. Chu Yingjun stared at Wang Jinbao for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "Okay." As far as he was concerned, Wang Jinbao could not provide him with any much help. He accepted the postcard partly because of Su Ming. It was obvious that Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were friends. In that case, he naturally would not do anything to embarrass Su Ming. After all, Su Ming had done him a great favor. Secondly, Wang Jinbao's art of speaking was something he found quite interesting. "The postcard I gave you told you to contact him if you needed beast taming materials, but he didn't say what materials he could provide, or whether they were free or discounted, etc. This is a good idea if you're serious. What you will most likely hear is someone saying, 'I'm so stupid that I forgot about this,' and then they will directly give you cash as compensation. This statement is not just one way, but two-way. Hey, call me if you need anything. Although my company is a leader in a small city like Baiyun City, we still have some good things." Seeing this, Chu Yingjun nodded slightly. He dared to say that it seemed that the other party had some very good things hidden in his box. While the three were chatting, the movements of the underground poisonous lizard began to become smaller and smaller. After its body had shrunk by almost half, the blue flame bone wolf directly took out its inner core and slowly came behind Chu Yingjun. Ouch. Oh, he's dead. By the way, Su Ming, do you need this inner elixir? I don't have any use for it. Chu Yingjun took the inner elixir from the blue flame bone wolf and handed the two inner elixirs directly to Su Ming, but Su Ming pushed them back. You keep it, I don't need it. But now, with the death of the two beasts, that person won't die of vomiting blood. I want your blue flame bone wolf to do me a favor. Hearing this, Chu Yingjun knew what the favor was just by looking at Su Ming's eyes. The blue flame bone wolf walked directly towards the man's position. Wang Jinbao followed behind the two and scratched his mouth uncomfortably. Interrogation. It feels very creepy. The two people heard it, but neither of them said anything, which made Wang Jinbao feel helpless. It's not that he was afraid of the interrogation, but it was a bit creepy to have a spiritual monster interrogate a human. Looking at the man lying unconscious on the ground with blood still oozing from the corner of his mouth, the blue flame bone wolf turned him over, face up to the sky. Then a wisp of blue fire slowly floated out of its eye sockets and landed on the man's brow. The blue fire just showed signs of burning, and the next second, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling rang out in the woods. Chu Yingjun looked behind him thoughtfully. Maybe we need to hurry up. There's already a group of wind and thunder dogs surrounding us. They're just outside. They're all elite level. Seeing that we didn't leave and knowing they can't beat us, they've been waiting outside. I guess they are waiting for the inspection. Su Ming's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He looked at the man howling like a ghost, his eyes full of indifference. What's your name? Who ordered you to hunt us down? Who is your boss? And who raised the monster on that island? Why did they raise such an evil creature? What's the purpose of raising such a thing? Hearing Su Ming's series of questions, Chu Yingjun gave the blue flame bone wolf a look, and the blue fire burning on the man's brow immediately stopped burning. Heh, spiritual monsters, you are not much better. We are all trying to become stronger, so no one has the right to criticize anyone else. As soon as the man finished speaking, the shrill screaming sounded again. This time it lasted for 10 seconds before stopping. The total of the two times did not exceed 20 seconds. But in such a short time, his whole body was already soaked in sweat, like a drowning person who had just been pulled out of the water. His eyes were a little dazed and unconscious. Seeing this, Su Ming raised his foot and slammed it towards the other person's face. Does it hurt? I think you are well aware that spiritual monsters can torture people to the point of mental breakdown. It is very simple for people to be unable to live or die at the moment. Of course, if you are willing to tell us what you know, I can give you the pleasure. And it will not harm your family, children, wife, relatives, or friends. After these words were spoken, Wang Jinbao and Chu Yingjuan's faces changed slightly. The man in particular looked at Su Ming in shock. Don't let your wife and children suffer. That's the rule. Rule? Hearing this, Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. I only know that if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 foot. If someone criticizes me 1 pound, I will take away 3 ounces. Have you thought it through? Seeing that the other party was speechless, Chu Yingjun knew very well what Su Ming wanted now. The familiar scream of pain rang out again, and the wind and thunder dogs surrounding the woods were trembling. As official animals, they have a keen sense of danger. Judging from the situation in the forest, if they dare to go in, they will become exactly like the owner of the scream. I say! Oh! I say! In an instant, the roasting stopped. The man's body had turned red and his eyes were dizzy, making him look like a fool. This was the after effect of the continuous roasting of the soul. If this happens a few more times and for a longer period of time, he will first develop a mental illness and then become a fool. My name is Jin-san. The one who asked me to hunt you down was Lin Jiao, the lord of Baihai City. He is my superior, and he also raised that monster. I just help him patrol and occasionally go up to help him check the situation. That monster won't attack me. As for why I created such a monster... Jin-san paused and gave a forced but mocking smile. Of course, it's to become stronger. In this era, the only way out is to constantly strengthen yourself, and true strength will never belong to those who are born with everything, it only belongs to those of us who are willing to do whatever it takes. There is nothing wrong with becoming stronger, it's just that I fell into your hands this time. Remember what you said, and give me a quick death. These words made the 3 young men stand there in a trance. After a while, looking at Jin-san who was already in a daze, Su Ming said softly, Devour. The moment the words were spoken, Jin-san's vision began to spin, an ugly bitter smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and his consciousness vanished. Chapter 110 Evil Spirit Monsters. Shaking off the blood on his claws, Devour slowly walked in front of Su Ming. Meow? Master, shall we go see Wang Jinbao's father? Su Ming didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly in response to Devour's question. At this time, Wang Jinbao next to him looked at Su Ming with curiosity. Su Ming, are you serious about what you just said? Hearing Wang Jinbao's words, Su Ming shook his head and said, I don't have that much free time. I just wanted to scare him. Besides, I can't find any information about his family. Even if I could, I wouldn't want to waste my time. I'm not a murderer. I'm not that perverted. Seeing Su Ming shaking his head to deny, Wang Jinbao's mood inexplicably improved. We have to leave quickly. There are more and more wind and thunder dogs outside. This means the inspectors are coming soon. At this time, Chu Yingjun turned and looked towards the official road, his tone slightly serious. It is never a good thing to confront the inspector at any time. Yin. The loud eagle cry seemed to come from the sky above. The 3 people were shocked to the spot when they heard the sound. Devour was so frightened that his hair stood on end and he jumped up from the ground. The blue fire in the blue flame bone wolf's eye sockets flickered at this moment, and it was obviously feeling uncomfortable. A huge aura pressed down on the 3 people so hard that they could hardly even raise their heads. This situation was unbelievable to Su Ming. Although his own beast tamer was only level 16, he had seen war chiefs and lords before, and none of them had ever put such great pressure on him, even making him feel as if even his breathing was wrong. A strong wind suddenly blew up around the 3 people, and with the 3 people and the 2 beasts as the center, all the trees within a radius of dozens of meters were blown into dust and disappeared without a trace. A huge golden eagle slowly landed in front of the crowd. Blue flamebone wolf? Spiritual monsters are rare, especially those that can burn souls. It seems that Brother Su's ability is indeed as great as my sister said. Li Chongqing got down from the back of the golden eagle and found that something was wrong with the 3 people and the 2 beasts. He immediately told his beasts to hold back. It's fine if it's just a pure spiritual monster. As long as it's not one with evil nature, it won't be a big problem. As the invisible sense of oppression disappeared, the three of them were able to look up and see the person coming and the other party's beast clearly. It was a golden eagle with light golden feathers all over its body and a few special feathers standing upright on its head. The most special thing was that its eyes were also golden, and they revealed a terrifying feeling of extreme coldness at all times. Beast Tamer, Golden Feathered Flying Eagle. Qualification Epic. Level 43, Domain Master. Elements: Wind, Gold. Abilities: 100-mile vision, armor piercing, super speed, wind element domain, gold element affinity. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction: a dominant monster in the sky, with a body of brilliant golden feathers that possess extremely strong defensive and offensive capabilities. It can be launched like sword feathers when necessary. Its eyes can clearly see any target creature within a radius of 100 miles, and it can launch attacks at speeds beyond imagination. This type of monster is almost invincible in the same level within the domain. It is rumored that this monster feeds on dragons and snakes, and can even fight with dragons. Territory Lord? Su Ming couldn't help muttering to himself, while Li Changqing looked at him, then at Wang Jibao, and finally at Chu Yingjun and Lan Yen Bone Wolf, with a hint of confusion and thought in his eyes. One domain, one affinity, and epic talent. Can this beast man fight against king-level monsters? The one who didn't release the beast should be Uncle Wang's son Wang Jinbao, right? I came to rescue you at your father's request, but now it seems that Brother Su has found a powerful external aid. Su Ming felt something was wrong when he heard this. Chu Yingjun frowned and said, "Why? Do you have to ask a few questions when others make friends?" Hearing this, Li Changqing paused for a moment and then quickly shook his head. This young man misunderstood. I'm just curious about where you are from. In all the cities within a 500-mile radius of Baiyun City, there are no signs of the sale of spiritual monsters, but there are traces of evil cults moving around. But since the young man is willing to come out to save people, this is something that those cult members would not do. I am just curious. Chu Yingjun snorted coldly and had no intention of paying any attention to Li Changqing. This was a situation that Wang Jinbao had never expected. He didn't recognize this big eagle because he was not experienced enough, but it was indeed a real domain lord-level beast. If you can still be so willful under such pressure, there are only two possible outcomes. First, he is a fool, but judging from Chu Yingjun's previous performance, he is obviously not a fool, so the only possibility is the second one. He was confident because he felt that the power and background behind him was not inferior to that of the other party, or even surpassed that of the other party. When Wang Jibao thought of this, he was confused. How did Su Ming know such a person? What was this kind of person doing in Baiyun City, a place that he considered to be like a small town? Was he just trying to act like a prince going down the mountain to gain experience? Are there still such families in this era? Wang Jibao didn't know and wasn't very clear about it, but he was deeply shocked. Li Changqing was not annoyed by being subjected to cold violence, but smiled and shook his head. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Can you get anything useful out of this person? Seeing this, Su Ming nodded and told him everything he had just asked. After listening to his story, Li Changqing just nodded to himself. As a result, he suddenly sneered. These people are really interesting. They take their own parents and children to sacrifice blood to such monsters, and they think it's justified. It's really ridiculous. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao widened their eyes in shock, and Chu Yingjun next to them frowned sharply. Evil monster? In an instant, Li Changqing's eyes lit up when he looked at Chu Yingjun. He could more or less guess where this man came from. You only need to know the other person's last name, and you can even lock them directly. Blood sacrifice for blood relatives, what does it mean? Su Ming didn't understand. When he first saw the word evil, written in the monster's attributes, he was very confused about what this evil meant. Wang Jinbao naturally had no idea either. He had never even heard of any evil spirit monster. But it seems that Li Changqing and Chu Yingjun not only know it, but also know it very clearly and in detail. Li Changqing was silent, as if he was thinking about something, and finally looked at Su Ming. The birth of evil spirit monsters is similar to that of artificially created spirit monsters, but the key step is that they need to be raised by sacrificing the lives of their direct blood relatives. Only in this way can this monster be contracted by its owner, and will never kill its owner. This kind of monster is called an evil spirit monster. Most cult members don't have such evil and vicious things. If Lin Jiao raised this thing, then all his direct blood relatives should be dead. Chapter 111 Achievements. After the evil spirit monsters are born, they like to eat human flesh and souls because of the blood sacrifice. All evil spirit monsters will slaughter humans wantonly after they have the ability. And that's why the whole world is hiding the news and cracking down on it so severely. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. As for those wind and thunder dogs outside, they all ran away the moment the golden-feathered flying eagle appeared. Debao looked at Li Changqing in disbelief, and huddled beside Su Ming's legs in fear, crying softly. Meow. Fortunately, my master loves me very much and won't use me to raise that kind of thing. When Su Ming heard the noise made by his Debao, his original extreme shock turned into extreme helplessness at this moment. Why did he feel that Debao seemed to be very fanciful recently? Shit and piss slime, use it to raise evil monsters. However, after listening to Li Changqing's words, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao now understood why Wang Duobao did not explain things clearly when he was at the coast before. It is indeed not good for them to know about this kind of thing now, as it can easily erode their values and outlook. Su Ming himself could not have imagined that. At first, he thought that most of those evil cults raised spiritual monsters, which was indeed the case, but he never expected that among them there would be people who were no different from those born there. Oh, I remember on the phone, Su Ming, the monster you mentioned has one blood-red vine and one pure white vine, and the rest of the vines are red and green, right? Li Changqing suddenly asked, while Chu Yingjun at the side exclaimed in surprise. Blood-dripping and bone-falling flowers? Su Ming? Li Changqing raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that this young man knows a lot, that's all. I have captured Lin Jiao alive, and if you are all free now, I have to go back and deal with that bleeding bone flower. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet after talking for so long. Li Changqing smiled apologetically and said, My name is Li Changqing, and I'm Li Li's biological brother. If you don't mind, you can call me Brotherly, Wang Xiaodi and Su Xiaodi. I will help you deal with the matter of the man who is chasing you, but since this guy doesn't want to reveal his name, then this achievement will not be credited to you. Although Li Changqing said this, after he saw that Chu Yingjun was still silent, he showed an expected look. Then let's say goodbye for now. The golden-winged flying eagle clearly flapped its wings hard a few times to rise into the air, but they did not feel the strong wind underground. Wind element realm, what is the realm? What effect does it have? Su Ming was not very clear, but what he saw and heard this time made him more curious and ambitious. I just realized, merit. I never understood what the benefit of this merit is, Brother Yingjun, do you know? Chu Yingjun blushed slightly when he was called Brother Yingjun for the first time. Brother Wang, you are too polite. You can think of so-called merit as something like military merit. It is indispensable for ordinary people to climb up. When you reach a certain level, you can get a lot of things, but you will also pay a lot in the process. If I remember correctly, Wang Jinbao, your company is privately owned, right? Now that you have the merit of assisting the government in clearing out evil spirits and monsters, it will help your company become more successful. And he has the ability to climb higher. This is the benefit of merit. Our country will not ignore any beastmaster who has made outstanding contributions to society and the people. So when you go back, your family will not only be successfully labeled as a government-run business, but it will also bring you many benefits in the future. Although the benefits are great, they are proportional to the risks, such as increased risk of death. After Chu Yingjun finished his explanation, Wang Jinbao and Su Ming nodded as if they understood. So merits can be used in this way. Now I understand. Judging from the noise just now, the wind and thunder dogs should have run away when the eagle came. Su Ming, I have to go back and check on my father and two uncles. What about you? Almost without any hesitation, Su Ming nodded directly. I'll go with you. Seeing that both of them were going back to find someone to confirm the situation, Chu Yingjun slowly shook his head. I won't go, I still say the same thing. Call if you need anything. After the two of them said a brief goodbye to Chu Yingjun, Wang Jimao summoned his black scorpion and headed back along the official road with Su Ming. At the same time, Tuya, who was waiting for the Beastmaster to heal the black ghost tiger and the rearmored rhinoceros, had nothing better to do, so she started chatting with Wang Duobao. Oh, so you are the person my master rescued. Now that you put it that way, I have some impression of you. Tuya looked as if she had suddenly realized something, which made Wang Duobao stunned. Your master? Ah? The king-level Beastmaster who extended the lives of your two beasts more than 10 years ago is now a Master Beastmaster. I am here to accept a disciple on behalf of my master. Accepting disciples for the master? At this moment, Wang Duobao, who was still a little confused, couldn't help but whispered, Zhao Guan, the son of Zhao Hozi? Hearing this, Tuya could not help but nod her head. Yes, it is him. I heard from my senior brother that he has not yet contracted a second beast, so I brought the second beast to him as well. Beep beep. Huh! Oh, don't worry. Your son and the Shao Su you mentioned have been saved. Lin Jiao fainted. Now, Li Changqing is going to clean up the evil creatures on the island. We just need to wait here. Hearing that his son and Su Ming were fine, Wang Duobao felt relieved. Looking at the two old friends whose complexions were gradually getting better, he began to chat and laugh with Tuya, a girl in her 20s. The inspectors who came out after hearing the noise were standing not far from them. They had received orders from the higher-level city not to act rashly. Then they just silently watched the two lords lying on the ground, whose injuries were recovering rapidly. There was also a healing domain lord standing next to him. Although he was a healing domain lord, the giant deer could kill a lord with just one charge. Although they were extremely surprised that their city lord was deposed, they did not have the slightest sympathy for the deposed city lord. To be honest, the laws of the new era are much more relaxed than those of the old era. If someone can still be removed from office for this reason, then he has truly committed an unforgivable crime. Another place, above the island. The golden-winged flying eagle immediately locked onto the pile of bones in the center of the island. After hearing the message conveyed by his beast, Li Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly. You found it, right? Open the domain and sink this island, especially that monster. Not a single ash can be left. Another loud eagle cry was heard, and the sea around the island began to become restless. Waves as high as 6 or 7 meters washed over the island again and again. Through the spiritual connection between himself and the golden-feathered flying eagle, Li Changqing clearly knew that there were two lords mating on the back of the island, and the bleeding bone flower on the island was also extending its claws towards the two beasts. Oh, kill them all! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden feathers shot out from the golden-feathered flying eagle and sank directly into the sea. The next second, a huge explosion occurred on the sea surface, and the scarlet sea water burst out to a height of more than 10 meters. A large amount of blood foam and minced meat also began to slowly float above the sea. The bleeding bone flower that was preparing for a sneak attack on the island suddenly felt its outstretched tentacles being blown off, and its body reacted immediately. It originally wanted to hide, but was suddenly fixed in place by an invisible gravity. The trees on the island began to be crushed from head to toe and turned into powder. Underground, the bleeding bone flower had long sensed Lin Jiao's problem. It also wanted to rescue him, but it couldn't move on its own, so it could only swallow the monster in the sea even faster. But it never expected that a domain lord would come here to kill it. The powerful gravity at that moment made the entire island seem to sink a little, and those white bones turned into bone powder in an instant and scattered on the ground. It knew very well that it was the gravity effect created by the wind element, and it had no ability to resist at all. Coupled with the constant harsh cracking sounds coming from the surrounding woods and the ground, plus the presence of a domain lord in the sky, it was simply stimulating its nerves. The extreme anxiety and desire to survive prompted its vines to struggle more frantically, emitting a terrifying rustling sound. It was unclear whether it was the sound coming from its body or the sound made while struggling. So it wanted to escape, and it struggled with all its might to shatter the soil around its body, and fell directly into the sea under the island. The sound of vines struggling and snapping continued, and the golden-winged flying eagle was hovering above the island, watching the scene coldly, and suddenly stopped as if it had found a good angle. Its entire body began to emit a dazzling golden light, and even Li Changqing was covered with a layer of golden light, turning into the appearance of a little golden man. Een! After the passionate eagle cry, rich gold elements transformed into brilliant golden light spots that emerged from the inside of the wings of the golden-feathered flying eagle and condensed into pieces of golden feathers. The next second, feathers fell like missiles, and the island was devastated in an instant. The explosion was still continuing. The violent explosion and the dust flying into the sky almost instantly attracted the attention of the senior high school students of Baihai City on the other island. Look, that golden eagle in the sky is a royal beast, right? Why does it keep attacking that island? I don't know, but this power doesn't seem to belong to the Lord. Can a hair of the Lord be so powerful? Is that the territory master? There is a master beast master in our area? How come I don't know about it? The hustle and bustle of the students soon attracted the attention of the local Marine Brigade, and the students were immediately dismissed and asked to delete the videos and photos they had just taken. In just a few minutes, a small island was completely destroyed by the bombardment of the golden feather, leaving only huge and continuous balls of dust rising into the sky and the sea that began to change color and turn into mud. Just make sure they are dead without a complete body, and then go back to Baiyun City to report to my father. I also killed 2 monsters that might be dangerous to the city. This trip is quite rewarding. As for the battle for the head, leave it to the White Sea City's sea team to deal with. Een. The golden-feathered flying eagle circled in the air for a few times and returned only after confirming that no lord appeared in the designated sea area. At the same time, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao have returned to the previous battlefield. Su Ming saw a bighorn deer from a distance. On the pair of emerald green horns on the bighorn deer's head, there were 2 extended emerald green energies connecting the heavy-armored rhinoceros and the black ghost tiger. It is obvious that treatment is taking place. Beast Tamer, Jade Deer with Emerald Horns. Qualification Epic. Level 45, Domain Master. Element Wood. Abilities Wood Element Domain, Good Medicine, Wrestling. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This monster is extremely gentle and kind. It will lend a helping hand to monsters that are as gentle and kind as it is. It will never allow large-scale fighting to occur in its territory. It is a peace-loving monster that likes to save the dying and the wounded. This type of monster has a very strong healing ability, but even so, it should not be underestimated. Its large horns are extremely hard, and it can also have considerable blunt weapon lethality when charging. At a high level, it also has certain elemental combat capabilities. This was the first time Su Ming saw a medical beast, and it was a domain master. It seemed that this person came with Li Changqing. 2 master beast masters, and they are only a few years older than himself. Oh? That little fat guy is quite funny. The thing that's tied to him and making him fly close to the ground is a scorpion's tail, right? Ha! Seeing Tuya, who was just chatting, suddenly burst into laughter, Wang Duobao turned his head and saw the scene that Tuya was talking about, which shocked him. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. My son is embarrassed. No, that little fat boy's behavior is quite interesting, and your words are quite interesting too. You are obviously much older than me, but you act like I am your senior. We are indeed father and son. Seeing Tuya's laughter getting louder, Wang Duobao chose to remain silent this time. In his opinion, the wise can be the teacher, and youth only represents youth. Others are master beast masters in their 20s, while he is only a mid-level beast master in his 20s. This gap is simply too big. Dad, are you okay? Wang Jinbao, who had rushed towards Wang Duobao the moment he was put down by Black Scorpion. Sniff, sniff? Ugh! Old man, did you eat shit? Chapter 112 Class Fight. Wang Duobao. Wang Duobao's original excitement and happiness disappeared at this moment, and the joy of seeing his son safe and sound was reversed at this moment. Reverse Tian Gang! Wang Duobao cursed angrily and wanted to hit the middle-aged man with his belt, but the injuries from falling and rolling during the fight just now made the middle-aged man almost fall to the ground in pain. Wang Jinbao, who was originally joking with his father, was frightened when he saw his father's painful expression. Dad, what's wrong with you? Huh! You have internal injuries. I didn't notice you being so engrossed in the conversation just now. After Tuya finished speaking, a ray of green light emerged from the top of the Lingyu emerald horned deer's head and sank into Wang Duobao's body. Oh, comfortable. Whoosh snap. I'll let you turn the tables. The posture of whipping Wang Jinbao with the belt was very smooth. After a while, Wang Jinbao started to run and shout. Su Ming watched silently with joy, while the Bao circled around the Lingyu Tseju deer. I don't know why, it doesn't like this giant deer, but the energy it exudes makes it feel comfortable, which is strange. You are Su Ming, right? I heard that you have good training ability. Keep it up. Su Ming paused at the sudden kindness. Thank you. Tuya looked at Su Ming and nodded slowly. The treatment of these two beasts is almost done. You can go back by yourselves when the time comes. My name is Tuya, Zhao Guang's senior sister. If you get injured near the Magic City in the future, you can go to the Magic City Hospital to find Zhao Guang. I will open a back door for you. After saying that, Tuya still smiled and challenged Su Ming. Bighorn deer, we have to go back to Baiyun City. We can't forget the important things. A green light spread over the body of the Lingyu emerald horned deer, which had just finished its treatment. A vine grew out of the soil next to it and carried Tuya on its back. Watching Tuya leave, Su Ming still felt a little confused about the kindness of this stranger, and looked at the father and son who were still chasing each other. Jinbao, Uncle Wang, let's go back too. Hee, next time you rebel against Tian Gang, I won't be able to kill you. There was another slapping sound, and Wang Jinbao rubbed his butt as if he was laughing and crying. This was the first time Su Ming saw Wang Jinbao like this. You two should go back. I am not done with my work in Baihai City yet. This time, the two had no worries at all. If Lin Jiao's affairs are exposed, Baihai City will enter a temporary turbulent period of thorough investigation. During this period, the management of Baihai City will be stricter, and it may also be accompanied by other dangers. Okay then. I don't feel like playing here anymore. Su Ming and I will leave first. As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, a pitch-black whip burst out from the ground and accurately wrapped around his waist. Before Wang Jinbao could react, he was dragged flying in the sky. Wang Duobao stood there and watched the two people walking away, with a lot of emotion in his eyes. The heavy-armored rhinoceros and black ghost tiger, which were no longer in danger, slowly walked in front of Wang Jinbao. Until the two figures disappeared from sight, Wang Duobao's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Baihai City. Should I take this opportunity to take over the market here as well? If I don't make some money, won't I lose a lot of money? Let's see the situation first. On the way to Baiyun City, Su Ming's cell phone rang. It was a call from Wang Chunfa. Su Ming answered the phone with some confusion. Have you left school? Is Wang Jinbao next to you? Hearing this, Su Ming turned his head and looked at Wang Jinbao, who was eating the wind, and said, Yeah, he is eating the wind. Where are you now? Can you get back before next Monday? Get back before next Monday? Is this a big deal? I can arrive today. What's the matter? It's fine as long as you can get there, but why can't I get through to Wang Jinbao on the phone? Su Ming was stunned when he heard this. His phone was broken. Broken? Wang Chunfa on the other end of the phone didn't care much. He just said to remind him to get his new phone ready and hung up. Is there something going on at school? Could it be the class fight that Wang Jinbao mentioned before? As soon as this idea came to Su Ming's mind, it seemed more and more possible. Otherwise, Wang Chunfa wouldn't have had the leisure to call and talk about this matter. After all, it was a competition between classes. If your squad leader is late, isn't that a joke? This time, Wang Jinbao was out of breath for about an hour. His whole face was stiff and even a little painful. He had to rub it gently for a while before he felt better. I'll have to wear a wind mask next time. I'm too lazy to go home. I'll just ask someone to take us back to school. At this point, Wang Jinbao subconsciously tried to take his cell phone out of his pocket. When he failed to find it, he realized that his cell phone had fallen off the island when he was escaping from the island. Let me make the contact. Didn't you give me a contact method last time? Okay, remember to ask him to bring a new phone and get me a new phone card. Su Ming sent Wang Jinbao's requests one by one. He thought to himself that it seemed that this person was trusted by Wang Jinbao so much that he even asked him to reissue his phone card. About an hour later, a slightly older man stopped his car in front of the two of them. "Let's go, get in the car." After Wang Jinbao finished speaking, he opened the back door and allowed Haixi and Debao to enter the space behind the car. On the way back to school, Su Ming told Wang Jinbao about Wang Chunfa's call, which made Wang Jinbao a little excited. "Don't tell me, it really could be a class fight. If that's the case, everyone in our class will be sent out to kill monsters in the wild." "Send them out into the wild to kill monsters?" Su Ming was a little surprised to get this answer. "Isn't it similar to the class competition? What you're talking about is from the past. It would be very dangerous if a class fight turned out to be a situation where enemies met on the same path. For example, under the pretext of a fight, one could secretly have one's own Beastmaster kill the other Beastmaster. Some of them don't even act. The original fight that was supposed to stop at a certain point may directly turn into a life-and-death fight. It's too outrageous, so it was later changed to fighting in the wild to kill monsters. Even our college entrance examination will be like this. When the time comes, several cities with white heads here will gather together to choose a place." After listening to Wang Jinbao's explanation, Su Ming understood a lot. But it's true that if the class fight is conducted in the form of a duel, it is indeed easy to have accidents if an enemy is drawn. Behind every change in the rules there may be a bloody lesson. The two chatted in the car, and soon arrived at school, and went back to their respective dormitories to rest. What happened today was too thrilling, and the two people and their beasts were already exhausted both physically and mentally. I lay down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Chapter 113 Team Building. On Monday, the classroom of Class 1 of the Grade 3 department of Baiyun City High School was filled with the sound of bustling discussions. Everyone was waiting in the classroom for the teacher to arrive and announce the situation and location of the class fight. "It seems like there will be a class fight today. Where do you think we should go for the class fight?" "I don't know. I heard that it's based on classes, but there are 30 or 40 people in our class. Even if Su Ming and Wang Jinbao are good at fighting, we still have to find people we know well to form a team with." "You're right. It's been more than a month since the start of school. Many people's beast masters have broken through to the elite level, but I'm still worried about evolution materials." Sigh. "You guys, why don't we go ask Su Ming if he can take one of us? Su Ming is not only a trainer, his white shadow cats are also very powerful, and now they have evolved. What we're saying is, their opponent is definitely an elite monster. What can you do? Just stand aside and cheer them on." After these words were spoken, the man became speechless. Wang Jinbao, who was sitting with Su Ming, leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, enjoying himself and listening to his classmates praising him and Su Ming. "It feels so good, so good, this is what I like, it feels so good to be praised by others." Su Ming, who was reading a book, glanced at him when he heard this. "Don't be too optimistic. If you fall from a high place, everything you have will be gone. It's better to be cautious in a fight. What's the big deal? Apart from Class 2, Ouyang Li and Zhao Guang, who else can be a threat to us? You said it yourself about Li Li's white cat. Although that cat is powerful, it is also lazy and gluttonous. Then Wang Hui is even less worth mentioning. As for Class 4? To be honest, I don't even take that class seriously." When talking about the last 4 classes, Wang Jinbao looked disdainful. The 2 strongest people in a class are elected as class monitors, and the 2 class monitors of Class 4 are weaker than monsters in the wild, so the re-election will be rounded down. The 2 were not even a match before, let alone now. "Meow? Master, when we get into a fight with other people, are we going to kill them directly or what?" Debao, who was lying beside Su Ming and wagging his tail, had an eager look in his eyes. He almost shook Su Ming's leg to urge Su Ming to find someone to fight with. "We'll talk about it later. But we really need to speed up the admission of the second partner." Hearing Su Ming say that he wanted to find a second partner, Debao became a little depressed. "Meow. Does the master dislike Debao?" Instantly, Su Ming couldn't help but grab Debao's face and rub it hard. You keep talking nonsense all day long. I was thinking that other people's second beasts are almost at the elite level, so why not contract a beast to raise as well, so that we don't fall too far behind?" Debeo blinked and tilted his head in confusion while lying on the ground. Meow? Then can't I just contract an elite one? Hearing this, Su-Ming froze. Yeah, then can't I just contract an elite monster? Why should I think about raising one from scratch? If you don't obey, you can go to Debeo, and then I'll play the good cop afterwards. Isn't this a good punishment with a stick and red dates better than raising flowers from scratch with my money? Inexplicably, the more Su-Ming thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He seemed to have found the true meaning of being a good beast master. In fact, you only need to take good care of the first beast. From a certain perspective, the rest of the beasts don't cost much. Su-Ming's previous thinking was trapped by the inherent thinking of this society. He felt that only those who were raised from childhood to adulthood were close. Debeo's words directly woke him up. Seeing Su-Ming's eyes getting brighter and brighter, Debeo raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Meow? Master, am I powerful? Am I smart? Smart, awesome! Wang Jibao, who was leaning on the chair, cast a strange look at them. What were these two people and Cat talking about? Why were they so happy? Forget it, I'd better just listen quietly to my classmates' flattery and comparisons. Wang Jibao thought so and did so, but the black scorpion somehow pulled his trouser leg. Confused, Wang Jibao looked down at the black scorpion raising its claws with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? Hiss, hiss. Wang Jibao. Looking at the black scorpion's body covered with poisonous spines, Wang Jibao shuddered suddenly. It's not that he doesn't want to touch his own beast, but he doesn't dare to. What if his hand is pricked by the thorns while touching it? Wouldn't he die instantly? Stop making trouble and get some rest. We might have to fight later. Seeing that its master ignored its request, the black scorpion became a little depressed and lay on the ground, lowering its raised claws. Debeo, who paid attention to the situation here, showed a human expression of speechlessness. Meow. Your thorns are full of poison, you are going to kill Xiao Jinzi. In an instant, the black scorpion perked up after hearing this. It thought about it, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. At this time, a girl wearing glasses walked timidly to Su-Ming holding a ball of grass. Su-Ming, who was leaning back in a chair reading a book, was stunned and looked up at the other party, and the panel of the big ball of grass in her arms also popped out. Beast Tamer, Grass Heart Group. Talent, Elite. Level, 11 Elite. Elements, Wood, Earth. Ability, None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a common monster in the desert, with certain healing abilities. Its weakness is the yellow-green fruit in the center of the grass ball. This fruit has a good ability to improve the abilities of monsters with wood and earth attributes, and is also the inner elixir of this type of monster. Classmate, what's the matter with you? Squad Leader Su, Squad Leader Wang, my beast is a healing beast. I would like to ask if I can join you in the class fight. Wang Jibao, who was standing next to him, was alerted by the noise and immediately looked at the beast in the other person's arms. I recognize this one, it's the Grass Heart Group. It hasn't evolved yet. Sorry, we don't plan to find teammates. Being rejected, the girl felt a little disappointed. She nodded and wanted to leave with her beast, but was suddenly stopped by Su-Ming. Don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens, we are short of a teammate. The girl was stunned for a moment and smiled a little forcefully. Thank you? As the girl left, Su-Ming and Wang Jibao heard some harsh laughter and some bad remarks soon after. Su-Ming and Wang Jibao frowned at the same time. To be honest, they had not imagined this situation. Just then, Wan Chunfa and Lu Jun walked into the classroom one after another, and the noise in the classroom suddenly became quiet. Regarding this class fight, according to the collective consultation of our senior 3 teachers and coaches, it has been set within the 10-mile area and the 20-mile distance on the other side of the lake. What you have to do is live in there for 3 days. You have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the forest. At this point Wang Chunfa paused intentionally, and only continued after making sure that no students had not heard clearly. And all you need to do is to do your best to hunt monsters. You don't need to worry about your safety. When you are unable to defeat them, someone will come to save you. The second thing you are most concerned about is the class ranking and what the rewards are. I can tell you responsibly that it is credit points. You just need to do your best to hunt monsters. And the personnel who are secretly protecting you at the critical moment are also the examiners who record your points. You still have 1 hour. After 1 hour, you must all gather at your training grounds. Your coach Lu will take you to the assessment location first according to your class order. After Wang Chunfa finished speaking, Lu Jun, who had not said a word from beginning to end, followed him like a follower. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Wang Jimao was stunned. No, 3 days? How could it be 3 days? I thought the results would be out on the same day. Su Ming also fell silent, and the girl who had just been rejected by Wang Jimao became a hot commodity at this moment. Spending 3 days in the wild, including 2 nights, who can guarantee that their beasts will not get hurt? Even Su Ming himself could not guarantee it. Staying in the wild for 3 days meant that he could not relax at any moment during these 3 days. The high mental tension would bring great pressure and burden to people. And Debao also needs rest. This is the key point. Many monsters like to hunt at night, which means that fierce battles may break out from morning to night. In this situation, a capable healing beast master will be invaluable. You know, a healing beast master can not only heal physical wounds, but also mental fatigue. Wang Jimao scratched his head in annoyance. It's true that plans can't keep up with changes. Fortunately, Su Ming, you left a chance when you replied just now. I'll go find that classmate. Do you know her name? Wang Jimao, who had just left his seat, froze, with a look of helplessness on his face. Seeing Wang Jimao's expression, Su Ming sighed slightly. This deputy monitor couldn't even recognize the names of all his classmates. Golden Flower. Jin Xiaohua? I'll remember that. Debao glanced at Wang Jimao, who had left his seat and started chatting with Haixi. Miao. Your master is still like this. To use the words my master said in the news before, he wants to save face but suffers in life. The black scorpion was confused. It didn't understand what this sentence meant. His? Miao. I just want others to know that I am great, but I am not. The black scorpion understood now and responded to Debao by shaking its claws up and down. Su Ming picked up the class roster from the drawer. He was the one who did the roll call and recognized everyone's names before. In addition to the situation on the class list, he also recognized everyone's name in the class. On the other side, Wang Jimao came over and looked at Jin Xiaohua, who was surrounded by people and looked timid. The other party obviously didn't know how to chat, let alone deal with this situation. Jin Xiaohua, do you still mean what you just said? Jin Xiaohua, who was surrounded and felt a little overwhelmed, was stunned. Not only her, but also those who wanted to invite her were stunned. When everyone thinks that the class fight can be completed in 1 day, they all choose to join forces to kill more monsters. This is normal. However, after knowing that the deadline is 3 days, it is normal to invite these students who have beast taming and healing abilities. Looking at Wang Jimao standing in front of her, Jin Xiaohua seemed to see in him the same embarrassment she felt when surrounded by a crowd. Count it. Didn't squad leader Su just say that he was short of 1 teammate? As soon as these words were spoken, the people who were surrounding them had no chance of survival and turned around and left without hesitation. In a long-term battle, the nanny will definitely be favored by the stronger ones. They have no competitiveness at all in front of Su Ming and Wang Jimao. Wang Jimao smiled when he saw the other party agreed. Okay, let's go to the training ground and wait. By the way, I will tell you about your characteristics of beast control. Jin Xiaohua felt a little uncomfortable seeing Wang Jimbao's attitude change so quickly, and she seemed to stutter when she replied. Yeah, okay. Debao, who was lying at Su Ming's feet, saw that Wang Jimbo had really brought the person back, and immediately swung his tail and patted Su Ming. Meow. Xiao Jinzi got the person back. Get the person back? Su Ming was stunned when he heard this, but after thinking about it, he felt that his Debao was not wrong. Hello, Jin Xiaohua, I may need to trouble you for the next 3 days. Jin Xiaohua waved her hands when she heard this. I think I should trouble the 2 squad leaders. Hearing this, Su Ming just smiled and didn't reply. Let's go to the training ground. On the way, Jin Xiaohua still remembered what Wang Jinbao said, and told the 2 of them about her ability to taming beasts. My grass heart ball can extend the vines wrapped around my body and place them on the beasts that need treatment to heal them. It can also be used as a whip to attack. Other than that, it has no other features. That's enough. Su Ming and I can handle the offense and defense. You just stay back. Wang Jinbao responded directly to Jin Shihua's words, even though Wang Jinbao liked to act smart and liked to be flattered. But he knew exactly what to do and what not to do. For example, just now, he was very clear that it was because of him that the other party left in disappointment, so only by going there in person could he show the greatest sincerity. As the three of them were waiting for the rest of the students to arrive at the training ground, Jin Xiaohua whispered, "Well, if we get a reward, can you give me some?" "Su Ming? Why do you say that?" Su Ming was confused by this statement. "Some? You can be bolder. We can split it equally among the three of us." "Ah? Then I don't want it." Wang Jinbao. "Debao? Meow? Is this person mentally ill, master?" Debao turned around and looked at Wang Xiaohua in surprise. It was the first time he had seen such a stupid person who didn't even want to share the money. At this moment, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao noticed something was wrong. This inferiority complex that came from deep in their bones might be due to family reasons or because they had been bullied for a long time, or in the past. "Ahem, Su Ming and I are not short of those credit points, at least we can split them equally. If you contribute more, I can even give you more." Wang Jinbao couldn't bear to watch it anymore and stood up to explain. After a pause, he continued, "If it's a good material reward, I'll give you a discount when the time comes. Su Ming and I are not school bullies, don't be so scared." Chapter 114, Looking for Water Along the Way. Su Ming turned his head and looked at the training ground. Everyone in the class had already released their beasts, and it looked like everyone was almost there. "Follow your coach Lu." Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wan Chunfa shouted and turned around and left, leaving Lu Jun leading the way. Along the way, Lu Jun didn't say a word, but the classmates in the class were constantly talking and discussing the class fight. "Meow? Master, are we looking for servants or elites?" After Su Ming heard what his eldest son said, he immediately turned around to check the situation and spoke with certainty. "Elite, our class is the first to enter the forest now, and we can just go to the other side of the river when the time comes." "Yeah, I thought so too. Servants are boring." Jin Xiaohua looked at Su Ming and Wang Jinbao in surprise. "Are there elite monsters on the other side of the river? Should we adapt to the situation in a safe area first before going there?" As soon as these words were spoken, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao both looked at Jin Xiaohua with surprised eyes, which made Jin Xiaohua subconsciously think that she had said something wrong. "Aye. Be more natural. Nothing will go wrong if you follow us. Just like Wang Jinbao said just now, you don't need to worry about the battle." Jin Xiaohua was stunned when she heard this, nodded silently, and tightened her arms around Chao Xintuan. Soon, all the people in Team 1 arrived at the cordon, and only then did Lu Jun turn around and speak. "Remember what your teacher Wang said. Once you enter the forest, someone will follow you in the dark to protect you. Experience the difference of the wild. See, you all have formed teams, go in as a group." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao took their beasts forward without hesitation, and Jin Xiaohua followed behind them silently. As soon as she entered the forest, Jin Xiaohua was stunned. Su Ming sat directly on the back of his beast. Wang Jinbao took out something that looked a bit like a gas mask from his clothes and put it on, but it only had the mouth part. Then she saw Wang Jinbao's waist was entangled by the scorpion tail that broke out of the ground. "Huh! I almost forgot, your beast can't take you to move quickly." After saying that, Su Ming patted Debao under him. "Debao, give me a hand." Hearing this, Debao carried Su Ming over and wrapped his tail around the other's waist. Feeling the strangeness around her waist and herself being lifted up, Jin Xiaohua was a little dazed. "Hold your beast tightly, we are about to set off." The students who came in later just happened to see this scene. Before they could ask any questions in confusion, almost in the next second, the people and the beasts disappeared, but the fallen leaves on the ground suddenly floated up. "No! Where are they going like this? Where else can we go? 3 intermediate beast masters team up, they can fight and recover. Do you think they will play house in the Shirley district like us?" A few minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the lake. Jin Xiaohua, who was put down by Devouring, had not yet come to her senses, and there was a little dullness in her eyes. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao didn't care about this situation. The first time they experienced such a fast speed was similar to this. Huh! When did a wooden bridge several dozen meters long appear on this river? Was it made by that big white snake? The man who was taking off his mask let out a surprised cry, while Su Ming walked to the side of the bridge and started observing. Wood and ice. It should be what you said. We can just walk over there. Su Ming rubbed Debao's head. Seeing this, Black Scorpion subconsciously looked at Wang Jinbao, and the corners of Wang Jinbao's mouth twitched. Come on, you can't touch it! Hiss! Jin Xiaohua, who was walking at the end, stared at the two of them blankly. They are so harmonious, not only in their relationship, but also in their relationship with the Beast Master. No wonder they are so powerful. Jin Xiaohua thought her voice was very soft, but the three of them were not far apart, so how could the two people walking in front not hear it? Wang Jinbao smiled happily. Su Ming didn't care, but what about Devouring? Other people's praise is not as good as the moment when my master touches me. Meow? Master, there seems to be something in front of us, buried in the soil. Don't move! Su Ming was shocked and stopped immediately, stretching out his hands to block Wang Jinbao and Jin Xiaohua. Did your Devouring find something wrong? Where? While Wang Jinbao was speaking, Black Scorpion had already consciously crawled behind the three people and stood behind Jin Xiaohua. This series of reactions and positions gave Jin Xiaohua extreme shock, but also a great sense of security. Devouring walked forward slowly, his nostrils twitched slightly, and his vertical pupils slowly returned to normal. He turned around and walked back to Su Ming, rubbing Su Ming's palm. Meow. Master, it's a little mouse. Do you want to kill it? Little mouse? Servant? Su Ming was stunned for a moment after saying this answer. There were 3 elites on the bridge. How dare a servant-level monster like it wait on the other side of the bridge? What? Do you want to cross 3 steps as a servant and break the bridge? Servant? Wang Jinbao, who was standing by, heard this and waved to the Black Scorpion behind him. With a whoosh, a big black rat flashed by, and when everyone could see it clearly, the Black Scorpion had reached the other side and burrowed into the soil. They saw its tail still exposed, but soon the tail also disappeared. 2 squad leaders, have you been here before? I've been here a few times. Su Ming nodded slowly. Before they reached the other side, the Black Scorpion grabbed the monster in the soil and brought it over with a small wooden sign. Click, click. The wooden sign hanging on the bridge made a sound. Non-intermediate beast masters are strictly prohibited from leaving the bridge. Return quickly. Su Ming was stunned, looking at the monster that had died in the hands of the Black Scorpion in some astonishment. It was a level 10 giant beaver that was 1.5 meters long. Is this a beaver? It doesn't dare to go into the forest ahead, so it just plans to use this thing to build a nest? Looking at the giant beaver that had begun to turn black, Wang Jinbao's eyes were full of disgust. The Black Scorpion looked at the prey in his hand and threw it directly into the river with disgust. Hiss. When Devouring heard Heisia's words, his eyes lit up and he gave Heisia a look of praise. Su Ming picked up the broken wooden sign and said softly, Let's go. From the looks of it, Mr. Wang's beast enclosure probably only covers this river. And this giant beaver should have come from another water flow. Let you, Black Scorpion, go back and follow the passage that this giant beaver dug when it came here and take us to that river to have a look. After listening to this, Wang Jinbao thought for a few seconds and nodded slowly. You are right. Since we are going to spend the night, we must find a place near a water source. After these words were spoken, Jin Xiaohua, who was not clear about the situation, asked cautiously and tentatively. Well, then why don't we spend the night near this river? Chapter 115 Monster Carnival. Well, if that's the case, then this class fight is meaningless. Beast Masters basically spend most of their time in the wild. There's no point in seeking safe haven. Shaking his head, Su Ming explained the reason to Jin Xiaohua. I see. The other party nodded, not quite understanding. On the way to the next water source, led by Black Scorpion, Jin Xiaohua followed them silently, with no intention of speaking anymore. Most of the time she was observing the situation around her, and then she hugged Xiao Xintuan tighter in her arms. Su Ming, there should be more spiritual plants here. We have walked for a while, so why don't we see any? This kind of thing depends on luck, or maybe someone on our side has a beast that can detect the existence of a spiritual plant, otherwise how can it be so easy to find? As Su Ming finished his words, the ground in front of him collapsed and a black scorpion emerged from it. Hiss. After hearing what Black Scorpion said, Debao was a little surprised and confused. Meow? Are there many monsters eating feces and urine by the river? Su Ming? After hearing what his Debao said, the expression on Su Ming's face became extremely strange. His brain seemed to be at a standstill at this moment, and he couldn't react to what his Debao was saying. Su Ming was not the only one who felt this way. Wang Jinbao was the same. He scratched his head in confusion, looking puzzled. Monsters are fighting to eat feces and urine? Black Scorpion, are you seeing things? Although Jin Xiaohua, who had learned her lesson, was also surprised, she knew nothing and thought that she should learn from the two people who had been to the wild instead of asking questions all the time. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other and could see surprise in each other's eyes. Without much thought, the two decided to go over and see what was going on. Jin Xiaohua followed silently from behind, and soon the three of them arrived at the water's edge. This is a stream. The length of both sides of the bank is about 8 meters, and there are no weeds on the bank, only yellow mud soaked by water. Things were exactly as Black Scorpion said. There were indeed many monsters by the river, and many of them were acquaintances of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. For example, jungle monitors, evil leopards, green poisonous pythons and the like, but when the two saw clearly what they ate, their faces couldn't help but darken. Monster, water slime. Talent, ordinary. Level, 11 elite. Element, water. Ability, clear water. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. This monster is only born in clean waters. It has a gentle personality, and will not actively attack other creatures. This monster has a strong plasticity, and also stores a large amount of special clean water in its body. This clean water has the ability to quench thirst and slightly increase the monster's level. If humans take it, it will have an excellent effect on strengthening the body. However, if the water slime is injured, it will consume the clean water in its body to achieve the ability to heal quickly. This type of monster has no gender and splits offspring through the clean water in its body. This monster is extremely united and extremely xenophobic. Do not face the entire large number of water slimes alone. Su Ming took a rough look and found that they were basically all servant-class water slimes, and the scattered elite-class ones were less than half of the monsters on the shore. It's no wonder that the liquid in the body has such ability that it can only become food for monsters. Slime is just slime, why call it shit and piss? I really thought a group of monsters were having a shit and piss party here. Hiss? The Black Scorpion was confused after being scolded by his master, and silently looked at Debao, who didn't say a word. Meow? Why are you looking at me? Isn't that just shit and urine? Su Ming fell into silence. He was too lazy to investigate why his eldest son liked to call slime shit and urine. The three of them hid behind the bushes and watched the situation on the shore silently. The water slimes seemed to be avoiding something and rushed upstream from the stream in panic. At this moment, the monsters waiting on the shore launched attacks one after another. I don't know why, but Debao and Wang Jinbao swallowed their saliva when they saw the water slime bursting with juice after being bitten by the monster. Debao immediately turned around and looked at Su Ming, making a soft sound. Meow. Master, that looks delicious, I want to eat it too. Su Ming, to be honest, this makes me greedy. I don't know why, but I always feel that this slime is delicious. What's going on? Hearing this, Su Ming took a deep breath. Go, grab the dozen or so elites on the shore and give them a snack. The aura of the beast is different from that of the monsters. If a beast suddenly sneaks in, they will turn around and attack us immediately. The low and stern voice made Debao lie on the ground and dare not move. Wang Jinbao smiled awkwardly. That's true, we can't release the poison yet. Su Ming watched as some of the monsters had eaten and drunk their fill and left. Soon, only 5 elite monsters were left on the shore, but the water slime was still running up. They seemed to have discovered that there were not many monsters left on the shore, and began to attack the only 5 remaining elite monsters. The attack capabilities of the servant-level water slime are very simple: bump, jump, and smash. The elite level is much better, and can spit out lines of water. The attack effect is not very high, but it can also cause certain damage. Hey Su-Ming, something's not right. These slimes keep running upwards. Logically, there should be something in the water, but why hasn't the thing in the water come out yet? Hearing this, Su-Ming was silent for a while and then slowly shook his head. I don't know, but it is also possible that there are too many people in the tribe, and this behavior is used to reduce the number of people in the tribe to avoid the entire stream being filled with slimes and without water. The more Wang Jinbao thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. It's almost done. The head of a green poisonous python was beaten into a pulp, with only the living nerve cells left to react. Give the ground mantis and the giant gibbon to my Debao, and the remaining ground dragon and the giant lizard to you. No problem. As soon as the 2 of them finished their distribution, the beasts beside them moved instantly. Debao turned into a beam of white light and rushed out of the forest. The black scorpion dug a hole directly next to Wang Jinbao, and because of its fast speed, Wang Jinbao was splashed with mud. Pa! This shamelessness is getting more outrageous every day! Jin Xiaohua, who was squatting behind the 2 men, couldn't help laughing when she saw Wang Jinbao's miserable look. When she looked up and their eyes met, her eyes became panicked. Yes, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. If you don't say anything, I'll forget about you. If Su-Ming's and my beasts get hurt, you know what to do, right? Inexplicably, Jin Xiaohua shuddered when she heard this and nodded uncontrollably. I know. Chapter 116 Blood Shadow. Riverside. The mantis was sucking the blood of an elite water slime. Its sharp mouthparts bit directly into the body of the water slime, and a stream of clear water burst out from the wound. Phew! Just as it was sucking it with gusto, it suddenly let go of the slime in its hand. Its beast instinct and years of combat experience told it that something was about to attack it. Baji! The half-shriveled slime corpse fell to the ground with a sound. The mantis raised its pair of terrifying sickles and turned around to chop at it without even looking. See? Debao, who was caught red-handed, stepped back hastily, looking at his right paw in some surprise. 3 claws on the right paw were cut off, and there was even a shallow blood stain on the palm. Waves of stabbing pain came from the wound, stimulating Debao's nerves. Su-Ming was very surprised to feel through the mental link that Debao was slightly injured. They had encountered that mantis before, but it was only a servant level 1. This level 17 mantis has elite talents, but its reaction ability and attack speed seemed to be slightly inferior to that of his great treasure. Battle-hardened? Su-Ming muttered to himself. This word inexplicably appeared in his mind at this moment, but he felt that there should be more than that. The battle scenes of this praying mantis were definitely not that simple. On the battlefield, the appearance of Debao not only triggered the confident counterattack of the mantis, but even the other 3 monsters let go of the water slime at this moment, and all looked at Debao. Those were eyes full of murderous intent and brutality. Wang Jinbao's pupils shrank. Black Scorpion, hurry up! At this moment Su-Ming was a little worried. This was the first time that Debao had been injured and bleeding in such a long time. He was afraid that this situation might have a bad impact on Debao's fighting spirit. But soon Su-Ming discovered a phenomenon that completely surprised him and Wang Jinbao. Why do those 4 monsters seem to be retreating? Wang Jinbao muttered to himself, and suddenly he was shocked. Wait! My black scorpion is not moving underground either! As things developed to this point, Wang Jinbao seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Su-Ming and spoke in shock. Did you do something, Debao? Su-Ming was also stunned and confused when he found that the situation was completely opposite to what he thought. I don't know either. This is the first time I've seen this happen, and it's the first time for Debao to experience this, too. It's like... The injured Debao was indeed a little dazed after he distanced himself from them, but this time, Debao was not angry. His eyes were only filled with one emotion. Excited. Seeing Debao's status update from the illustrations, Su-Ming's pupils contracted and he spoke with a slightly dull look. It's like an unbeatable monster is admiring its weak prey. Slurp, slurp. Debeo licked the blood slowly flowing from his palm with satisfaction, his pupils filled with excitement and great teasing. The mantis slowly crossed the pair of sickles into a cross shape to block in front of it, and behind it, the level 15 green poisonous python was taking a detour to prepare for a sneak attack on Debeo. In the eyes of the green poisonous python, the temperature of Debeo's body is constantly rising. For it, this is not a good signal. There is mutual rejection and hostility between the monsters. However, monsters are most hostile to beastmasters. Even if two monsters are mortal enemies, when faced with a beastmaster invasion, they may temporarily put aside their hatred and join forces to fight the enemy. Suddenly, a faint red mist began to emanate from Debeo's body. The white hair on his body was dyed a glaring scarlet color at this moment, and the red mist was emanating more and more. Click! The cat's paw touched the ground, and the blood shadow cat demon just glanced at the praying mantis that was ready to go. At this moment, the praying mantis was tense. Suddenly, the blood shadow cat demon in front of it suddenly turned into a ball of red smoke and disappeared. It only took about 1 second for it to disappear from existence. This situation stunned the mantis, and it subconsciously turned its head to look in the direction of the green python. With a whoosh, the green poisonous python, which was almost 7 meters long, had a huge gash cut from head to tail on its side by something, and its internal organs slipped out directly through the huge wound. But it seemed that it hadn't noticed anything and continued to crawl forward, until its target suddenly disappeared and the mantis looked over, then it understood something. Hiss! The green poisonous python turned its head tentatively, and found that most of its internal organs had slipped out. The water slime liquid it swallowed was now all over the floor. And next to its wound, a faint red cat figure was disappearing. Roar! Intense pain began to act on the green poisonous python's nerves throughout its body. Its body couldn't help but curl up and roll over, and a large amount of blood flowed along with the liquid of the water slime. The three people hiding in the rear couldn't help but feel their throats moving when they saw this scene, and Jin Xiaohua even had a physiological reaction and wanted to vomit. It took only about 2 seconds from the disappearance of the blood shadow cat demon to the serious injury and death of the green poison python. The three people didn't even see the shadow of the blood shadow cat demon, and the 15th level green poison python was almost dead. Wang Jinbao moved his throat in fear. Now I know why my black scorpion stopped moving. The moment Wang Jinbao finished speaking, an artificial fountain seemed to appear on the battlefield. A large amount of scarlet liquid shot up into the sky, with a spray height of about 3 meters. The base of the fountain is a jungle monitor with a big hole suddenly appearing on the back of its neck. It is lying on the ground with its eyes open, lifeless. The fountain only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds before it disappeared. This time, Jin Xiaohua couldn't help but spit it out. The Chao Xintuan in her arms saw that something was wrong with its owner. 3 tender green branches slowly stretched out and rested on the ankles or wrists of the 3 people. The 3 people who were nervous, shocked, and nauseous suddenly felt their bodies become warm and comfortable, and Jin Xiaohua's symptoms of discomfort were also eliminated. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Chao Xintuan can't make any sound, and it seems that it can only curl up its body to please its owner. In less than 5 seconds, the death of the 2 monsters directly awakened the hostility of the giant gibbon. With an arm circumference of nearly half a meter and a standing height of more than 4 meters, it chose to run away without looking back the moment it saw the miserable state of the jungle monitor lizard. Gulp! Gulp! A strange sound rang out underground under the giant ape. It was already afraid, so all it could do at this moment was to keep speeding up, smashing its sandbag-sized fists on the ground as an acceleration. With a thud, the giant ape that was running on the ground punched the ground and fell directly into a 5-meter-deep pit. In a panic, it didn't even think about where the pit came from. At this time, its only thought was to escape quickly. Just as it put its arms on the cave entrance and was about to go out, the cave wall behind it suddenly broke, and a pitch-black arthropod tail stabbed towards its back. Chapter 117, Sudden Change. At the same time, on the battlefield, at the moment when the giant ape was running away, the mantis caught the breathing of the 3 people and turned into a light yellow afterimage and attacked the 3 people. The 3 people's attention was focused on the escaping giant ape that fell into the cave. When they discovered this situation, the mantis was already very close to them. The three of them didn't even have time to say a word, they just stood up and wanted to run back. Suddenly, two scarlet tails suddenly shot out from the side of the mantis, and the sound of a cannonball exploding sounded 5 or 6 meters in front of the three people. The tinnitus in their ears and the sudden whitening in front of their eyes caused them to fall to the ground. Click. Beast Tamer, Blood Shadow Cat Demon, Bloodthirsty. Talent, Excellence. Level, 16 Elite. Element, Wind. Ability, Bloodthirst Soul Eye. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. At this time, Debao, who was walking towards Su Ming step by step, originally had white hair with some red hair dotted on it. At this moment, Debao stopped his quick movements and was seen clearly by Su Ming. In the bloodthirsty state, Debao's hair was scarlet, even his pupils were the same, especially when Su Ming saw Debao's calm, indifferent, and emotionless eyes. A chill ran up the three people's tailbone to the top of their heads, and goose bumps appeared all over their bodies. Cold sweat instantly appeared and wet their clothes on the backs. At this moment, even though Su Ming knew that this was his own beast, he was still frightened. Those eyes seemed to be able to capture people's hearts, and the panic brought to them by the instinct of life could not be suppressed. Suddenly, when Debao was approaching Su Ming, its eyes suddenly turned white, its body tilted and it fell directly to the ground. Su Ming quickly wanted to go over and hold it. The result was obvious. How could he possibly support such a big cat with his strength? He could only barely hold Debao's head on his lap. Looking at Debao's illustration, the bloodthirsty on the status bar changed to weak. Even his breathing was much slower than usual. Before Su Ming could say anything, several green branches fell on Debao's body. The branches glowed with a fluorescent green light and gradually covered Debao's whole body. Debao, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes at this time and even curled up a smile at the corner of his mouth. Meow? Master, am I powerful? It's amazing. It's really amazing. Su Ming rubbed Debao's face with a wry smile. Next time, take your time. It's not like we can't win. There's no need to harm your body like this. Who knew that when Debao heard this, his expression straightened up for once. Meow? Meow. Take your time? No. That big bug has a keener sense of fighting than me. It must fight every day, so I have to deal with the others quickly and then find time to kill it. If it hadn't been planning to attack its master directly, I wouldn't have been able to catch it and kill it. After listening to what his Debao said, Su Ming was very surprised. He never thought that his Debao would praise others, especially a monster in the wild. A gurgling sound was heard at this time, and the black scorpion suddenly broke out of the ground and appeared beside Jin Xiaohua, scaring her. Before she could come to her senses, the black scorpion extended its tail in front of her. I saw large cracks on the black scorpion's tail, and it even looked like it was being grasped by something, and it had deflated a little. Ah? Such a serious injury? Chao Xintuan, hurry up. Jin Xiaohua came back to her senses and hurriedly urged her beast to move. A few more green branches wrapped around the black scorpion's tail, emitting bursts of green light. Wang Jinbao, who had originally frowned and looked worried, twitched his lips when he heard his own black scorpion making a comfortable sound. Is the injury serious? Hiss, hiss. Seeing the black scorpion raising its claws and shaking them around while shouting continuously, Jin Xiaohua took a few steps back in fear. After hearing the news from Black Scorpion, Wang Jinbao's face was full of surprise. You said that your stinger penetrated directly into the monkey's spine and injected a large amount of toxin instantly, but the monkey was able to turn around and grab your tail? Su Ming was shocked when he heard this. How did the black scorpion come back? Wang Jinbao's expression turned extremely serious after hearing this, while the black scorpion hissed proudly. It said that the moment it was caught, its tail began to spray poison, and then the tail sting pierced directly into the monkey's neck, which killed the monkey instantly. Speaking of this, Wang Jinbao felt angry and blamed himself, and couldn't help but pat its head again and again. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? You can already release the poison, but why don't you attack the monkey's legs first? Can't you do it bit by bit? Are you a poisoner who wants to kill with one strike? What's the point of pursuing a one-hit kill? Continuous attack is your strong point. Do you remember that? Hiss, hiss. Black Scorpion was slapped on the head by Wang Jinbao again and again. Seeing this, Su Ming wanted to pull Wang Jinbao to persuade him, but was held down by his own Debayo. At this moment, Su Ming was stunned. After hearing his Debayo's speechless words, he was even more stunned. Meow. The Black Scorpion likes it very much. It thinks this is its owner's caress to it, and says that its owner finally touches it. Su Ming. Su Ming opened and closed his mouth, and finally looked at the Black Scorpion howling in comfort with an extremely complicated expression. Unexpected, unexpected. Are there S and M versions of Beast Tamer? Jin Xiaohua stood there blankly. She didn't understand, but when she got the translation of Chao Xingtuan through the spiritual connection with Chao Xingtuan, and knew what He Xia and Debayo said, her body couldn't help but twitch, and she tried hard to cover her mouth so that her laughter wouldn't be so obvious. This situation made Wang Jinbao even more embarrassed. The Black Scorpion was his beast, so how could he not know what it was talking about? The raised palm was frozen in the air at this moment, neither hitting nor releasing. You! Wang Jinbao had no choice but to put down his arms and shook his head speechlessly. It's useless. I'll just practice trumpet. Hiss? Hiss! Upon hearing this, Black Scorpion instantly became anxious and began to frantically explain his behavior. Under Chao Xingtuan's treatment, Debayo's weak state flickered, which meant that the state caused by excessive physical exhaustion was about to recover. Suddenly, Debayo stood up abruptly, and stared at the water slimes that were running back into the river with his sharp cat eyes. This abnormality scared Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. They knew very well what Debayo's attitude meant, but Jin Xiaohua was the only one who looked at it in confusion. Chapter 118, The War Chief's Pursuit. Yes, what happened? After hearing Jin Xiaohua's voice, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao saw Debayo's angry face and looked very unhappy. Before the two could explain the situation, water slimes kept pouring into the stream. The surface of the stream was like the surface of the sea, with layer upon layer of water splashing higher and higher, and the sound made by them struck Su Ming's heart. At this moment, Su Ming seemed to understand why countless water slimes were running to the shore. Without thinking, he turned over and sat on Debayo's back. Debayo, take Jin Xiaohua and run as fast as you can. Remember to hold on to your beast, Black Scorpion. You should hurry up too. Let's go to the river in the Shirley district. Black Scorpion, who was originally enjoying Wang Jinbao's caress, still trusted Su Ming, especially regarding Debayo's situation. He did not hesitate. Before Wang Jinbao and Jin Xiaohua could react, they were quickly rushed back by the beast master. Gulp! Gulp! When he came, Wang Jinbao didn't even have time to put on his windproof mask, and he could only see the afterimages of the trees receding so quickly. Wang Jinbao was not stupid in this situation. After all, he was a businessman. He thought that there should be a level 20 elite breaking through at the bottom of the stream. Those water slimes that kept coming ashore to die were just attracting attention. Because no matter it is a beast or a monster, it is very dangerous when breaking through. If it is interrupted, it will not only kill you directly, but it will fail to break through and will directly cause serious internal injuries. The strange scene on the lake just now, elite monsters can't make such a noise. Now that the elite at the bottom of the lake has made a breakthrough, it may have thought they were enemies as well and is preparing to come ashore and attack. At this moment, Su Ming felt numb inside, his body tightly pressed against Debayo's back. Why did it feel like he never had an easy time whenever he went out into the wild? Most students at this stage have probably never seen a monster or beast at the head level, let alone an elite one, but he saw the domain lord all the way. A fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Su Ming's forehead, and he thought to himself. Now Chao Xingtuan is still restoring Debayo's condition, and some of his hair are even attached to the tail of the Black Scorpion at the side and rear. At this moment, he can only hope to outrun the new war leader. At this moment, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were praying in their hearts that the thing could not catch up. Even Jin Xiaohua, who had never been to the wild, felt a little uneasy at this moment. In her eyes, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were the strongest intermediate beast masters she had ever seen. It was easy for them to kill monsters of the same level, but such powerful people were afraid of things at the bottom of the lake. She already had the answer in her heart. Although she was also very scared, Su Ming did not forget to take her with him when he escaped. Otherwise, her assessment would have been over and the instructor hiding in the dark would have taken action. Call out. The sharp sound of a blade cutting through the air came from far behind and became closer and closer. Su Ming's heartbeat quickened when he heard the sound. A clear crane cry sounded from above, and the sound behind the two men disappeared at this moment. An explosion was also heard from the rear. The densely packed trees in front of the three people seemed to be lifted into the air by some unpredictable force at this moment, and it was unknown where they flew to. Debao and Hixie stopped at this moment, and a huge white crane slowly landed and stood in front of the three people. White Jade Claw Crane! Su Ming's face turned bitter when he saw this beast. The appearance of the white jade claw crane meant that they were safe, but it also meant that their assessment had failed, which meant that they could not escape the pursuit of this war chief at all, so Instructor Lu's Lord appeared. After landing, the opponent looked down at the three people, slowly raised his long legs and walked towards the position behind the three people, although the previous attack from behind was interrupted. But the warhead was still chasing. The noise of movement and crashing trees became more and more obvious. Because of the grass-hard ball, Jin Xiaohua, who had been exposed to the wind along the way, did not feel uncomfortable. The moment she saw the white jade claw crane, her eyes lit up. What a beautiful crane! I have sent it. Come home and have dinner. Compared to Jin Xiaohua's fascination, Wang Jinbao pouted bitterly. We've already lost right at the start. We're probably going to be at the bottom of the 4 classes. Su Ming was silent for a while and then slowly shook his head. No, our assessment may not be over yet. After all, it is not allowed and should not happen here. This kind of low-probability emergency situation is not allowed. Perhaps we won't be sentenced to the end of the assessment directly. After saying that, Su Ming pursed his lips to signal Wang Jinbao to look at the white jade ya's hail. I don't mean to chase us away. At this moment, Wang Jinbao also reacted, and his eyes became bright again. That's great, there are better ones. Just as the two of them were talking for a few words, soon, accompanied by the sound of a big tree falling, the three people standing behind the white jade Yao crane also saw clearly what was chasing them from behind. It was a large ball of blue jelly more than 4 meters high. The monster had round hands that were suspended on both sides of its body, and it wore a dark blue helmet on its head. The most bizarre thing is that this monster holds a large light blue sword in one hand and a large blue round shield in the other, and there is constant white gas coming out of its helmet. Obviously, he was a little tired. Monster, Water Slime General. Talent, Excellence. Level, 21, War Leader. Element, Water. Ability, Affinity with Water Element, Son of Nature. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. A rare creature born and raised by nature, the birth of slimes is one of the solidification of elements between heaven and earth. They are naturally gentle and kind, and are children of nature. Slime boys are the result of the mutation and evolution that occurs when slimes break through and advance. Their duty is to protect the people who trust them. After they have round shields, helmets, and long swords, their combat and defense capabilities are greatly improved. They are not afraid of any enemy that invades their tribe. Guji! The young water slime general, who had recovered his breath, was not afraid of the white jade claw crane. Instead, the eyes in his helmet curved into crescents and smiled affectionately. The white jade claw crane obviously didn't buy it, and instead let out a questioning crane cry. The other party was obviously frightened, and the water knife in its hand directly inserted into its stomach. A large amount of special liquid splashed out through the gap in the wound. Guji? Su Ming? This scene surprised not only the three people and the white jade claw crane, but even it itself was a little confused. It scratched the top of its helmet with its free hand, and then its eyes lit up for a moment like light bulbs. The next second, the chubby hand pulled out the water sword and reached into the body through the wound, fiddling with it. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, it took out a ball of water-like object. Chapter 119, Slime's Gift. If the blue water slime boy is a ball of jelly, then the ball of jelly taken out from its body is white, which means that after mutation evolution, Water Slime Boy's body is no longer translucent. When the white jade Yaozhua crane saw this ball of jelly, it seemed as if it understood something. A flash of human-like surprise passed through its eyes, and then it gave way. The young water slime narrowed his eyes, exuding a kind smile like a crescent moon. Then he moved his body little by little and handed the ball of jelly in his hand to the three people. Spiritual object, water essence, warhead. Illustrated introduction, a pseudo-solid object condensed from the natural elements of heaven and earth. It will only be produced with a small probability when the solid elements of heaven and earth undergo a class breakthrough. Each element essence is a rare treasure in the world. It has the 3-in-1 effect of breakthrough, evolution, and improvement on monsters with the same elemental attributes. It is a rare treasure of heaven and earth that is hard to come by. What is this? It looks like there's water flowing inside. If you tap it, it makes a dang-wang sound. It's quite interesting. Wang Jinbao saw that the white jade crane had moved away, and based on the series of actions of this strange-looking giant jelly, he could tell that the other party's pursuit was not intended to attack them. Instead, he wanted to thank them, but he didn't recognize the thing that was taken out of the other person's body and had never seen it before. It was because of this situation that he was curious and took action. Su Ming, you are a cultivator, you must have seen a lot of materials. Have you seen this thing? Su Ming, who was shocked after reading the illustrated book, shook his head decisively after coming to his senses. I haven't seen it, but the instant healing after cutting open the abdomen and taking out the things just now shocked me. The young water slime understood what the two people were saying, and blinked the big eyes in the helmet. Deji. In an instant, Debao, who had been alert and quietly slipped to the side of the young water slime general, became extremely clear-eyed at this moment, and ran to Su Ming to act as an interpreter. Meow. Master, this big piece of shit is for me to eat. For you to eat? I thought Debao would translate it seriously, but when Su Ming heard what he said clearly, he suppressed the discomfort on his face. The young water slime was not angry when Debao called him shit and urine. Instead, he looked down at Debao seriously, and when he looked up, he shook his head vigorously. Goo gurgle. Wang Jinbao also learned from Black Scorpion that Debao had just been playing a prank, so this time he was the one to explain to Su Ming. This thing is for monsters and beasts of the water element to eat. Monsters and beasts of other elements will explode immediately after eating it. Take it quickly. After saying that, Wang Jinbao signaled Su Ming with his eyes to take the thing. After all, he was the one who contributed the most and saved their lives in the end. To be honest, this thing belongs to Su Ming. As for the golden flower, her eyes seemed to be fixed on the white jade crane. After hearing what Wang Jinbao said, she nodded. Captain Su, you take it, you take it. Hearing this, Su Ming opened his mouth, then closed it again. Looking at Debao carefully checking his complexion, Su Ming's face was full of helplessness. You scold others while saying that their things are prepared for you. Okay, thank you for your kindness. Guji gurgling. In response to Su Ming's thanks, the young water slime smiled happily, picked up the water sword that fell on the ground, and jumped back. Meow. This big jelly said that we should go and play with it when we have time. This time, Debao did not act weird but completed the translation seriously. Su Ming then laughed, and rubbed its face with his free hand. They send me gifts with good intentions. Be careful next time. Seeing that Su Ming was not angry, Debao blinked and raised the corners of his mouth. Meow. Okay. After the white jade Yaoclaw crane confirmed that it was the young water slime who had delivered the things and left, it called out and flew into the sky and left. This also caused Jin Xiaohua, who had been fascinated by it, to fall into a brief trance. This crane is so beautiful, especially its beak and claws. They are so beautiful. I wonder whose beast it is. Our first-class instructor Lu Jun, the one who trained this beast from level 30 to level 31, is the father of the second-class leader Ouyang Li. Wang Jinbao, who was focusing on the water essence, finished explaining to Jin Xiaohua and continued. This thing belongs to Su Ming. If you have any ideas, you can bring them up now. Jin Xiaohua was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and quickly shook her head to refuse. No, if it wasn't for Captain Su's beast control, I would have felt like I was going to die just now, and I was only doing post-battle treatment. Only 2 squad leaders contributed throughout the entire battle. I shouldn't have asked for it. After these words were spoken, not only Su Ming, but even Wang Jinbao was very surprised. Wang Jinbao thought for 2 seconds and then looked at Su Ming. Do you think this thing is valuable? It's valuable. Something that can be taken out from the body of a warhead-level monster, even though we don't recognize it, is definitely valuable. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao nodded silently. There are still 4 elite-level inner pills by the stream, as well as materials from the monster. So those things won't count as credit points, and you won't suffer a loss. The 4 inner pills can probably be sold for about 600,000, plus the materials. I'll take them and transfer 1 million credit points to you. Don't talk about this thing outside, okay? Jin Shihua's eyes were wide open, her head was buzzing, and her steps felt a little weak. When she heard the offer of 1 million, she felt like she was dreaming. Really? A million? Wang Jinbao didn't say anything, he just took out his cell phone to transfer money. When Jin Xiaohua took out her cell phone in a daze, she found that her cell phone was of poor quality, and had no signal, and the situation became awkward. This time Wang Jinbao was very considerate. It's okay, I will transfer the money to you after I get out, remember what you said. Wang Jinbao found it funny to see Jin Xiaohua nodding with a confused look in her eyes. 1 million is actually a small amount of money for him, and Su Ming now. Although he and Su Ming are unfamiliar with this jelly-like material, they have something in common. Everyone feels that this thing is very valuable, and even 1 million is probably just a drop in the bucket for this thing. Su Ming fiddled with the water essence in his hand. This thing was very strange. It felt like jelly, but it felt like water when it stuck to the skin. It was magical. Wang Jinbao didn't plan to keep this thing, and he had no intention of selling it either, so it seemed he had to keep it for the time being. Call! Wang Jinbao took out a storage bag from his pocket and handed it to Su Ming. When Su Ming packed the things, Wang Jinbao had already put on a windproof mask. Let's go, I can't wait to eat barbecue. I want to see if that blind guy will come tonight. Chapter 120, First Night in the Wilderness. When the 3 of them returned to the river, an extremely strange scene was happening there. The water slimes were burying the mud stained with the monster's blood, and the bodies of the 4 monsters were also gathered together by them. It piled up into a small mountain of meat. The water slime general who had already returned was sleeping with his eyes closed by the river. Huge snot bubbles came out from the gaps in his helmet, sometimes big and sometimes small. This big slime is so cute. It looked silly and cute from the moment I saw it. Su Ming turned her head and looked at Jin Xiaohua, whose eyes had turned into little stars again. For some reason, she felt that the other party might have the idea of contracting a water slime. 2 squad leaders, can I contract a water slime here? When these words were spoken, the first person to react was not Su Ming, who had guessed the other party's thoughts, but Debao. Debao turned his head with an extremely suspicious look. He wondered if this person was mentally ill. Didn't he see that water slime was the food for other monsters? What's the use of a contract? There is only one young general like this in the entire huge population of water slimes. Contract slime? Wang Jinbao, who had originally ordered Black Scorpion to seize the inner elixir, raised his eyebrows. Su Ming had this idea before but gave up. Having said this, Wang Jinbao pursed his lips deliberately, motioning Jin Xiaohua to look at Su Ming, who was building a mud stove, and Su Ming did not deny it when he heard it. As the squad leader, the most I can do is to remind you that this thing is not easy to raise and has limited mobility. There are many people in the world who have contracts with this kind of thing, but I have never heard of any famous ones. The reason why he reminded Jin Xiaohua and even told her about Su Ming's previous situation was simply because there were many people who knew as much as Jin Xiaohua. Can you always clearly know your position, ability, what you should and shouldn't ask for? Try changing your mind to someone else? In this era of the law of the jungle, there are very few such people. In addition, since they are now teammates, Wang Jinbao is willing to speak up and remind the other party. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, 4 elite inner elixirs of different colors were clamped on the commissary of the Black Scorpion. The returning Black Scorpion carefully handed the inner elixir directly to Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao, who took the inner elixir, saw that Jin Xiaohua didn't say anything and thought that Jin Xiaohua had given up, but what he heard was an indifferent chuckle. It's okay. This little guy is very cute. He can just stay at home with his mother. Upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but glance at Jin Xiaohua for a moment, and then he continued to build the earthen stove to prepare for the barbecue later. Although water slimes don't need to eat, they have higher requirements for water quality. It's still okay for them to accompany people. Jin Shihua's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. After saying thank you, she excitedly walked towards the water slimes who were still busy by the river. Wang Jinbao was a little confused when he saw this. I'm quite curious, why did you also want to contract a slime? Su Ming, who was building a stove, paused, raised his head, and looked at Wang Jinbao very seriously. Monsters like slimes do have great potential, but their evolution is difficult to interfere with by humans. Did you see the water slime that evolved because of a breakthrough? If the opponent is an elite, our Beastmaster may not be able to get any benefit. Wang Jinbao. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao looked at the huge water slime general who was sleeping with snot bubbles all over his face with some disbelief, and couldn't help shaking his head and questioning. Is this true or false? Really? Don't look at that thing as weird, but when that water sword hits the ground, it causes mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. This thing is kind, but the determination of this monster is also extremely terrifying. At this point, Su Ming's eyes became serious. Even if the enemy is a level 99 or even level 100 monster, it dares to attack with weapons at level 20. Jin Shihua's first beast is a pure healing beast with wood attributes, so it's just right to raise a water slime. Slimes are very good as bodyguards who stay with you all the time. Besides, Su Ming paused. Don't you think this little water slime is cute? Girls all like pretty and cute things. From a certain perspective, slimes are much more useful and practical than those pet beasts, and the fluid in their bodies can also improve healing. However, they can't be taken out for a walk, and they are sleepy, so they don't have a market. Meow. Master, let's eat barbecue. Debao came trotting over with a piece of green poisonous python meat in his mouth. Su Ming looked at the water on the meat, and it seemed that Debao had specially washed it in water. When Wang Jinbao saw the meat was coming, he took out a storage bag from the lining of his shirt and pulled out a lighter, a chopping board, bowls and chopsticks, cumin powder, chili powder, a skewer, a knife, cooking oil, and a small beer. Su Ming raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. You are well prepared. I was planning to pick up branches and river water. That's it. Wang Jinbao was cutting meat while smiling, while Jin Xiaohua, who had contracted a servant-level water slime, walked back happily holding one in each hand. I'll help too. The sky gradually darkened. 3 people and 4 beasts sat around a flaming mud stove. The water slime was a little scared and crawled into Jin Shihua's arms. The full black scorpion and Debao lay beside the mud stove, while the young water slime was still sleeping. After cleaning the blood on the ground, its tribesmen did not call it, and all returned to the river, leaving it alone to sleep on the shore. This situation also surprised Su Ming. He didn't know much about creatures like slimes. The main thing was that this kind of monster did not need to take anything and had a chance to evolve when it broke through the class. The elemental solid monsters that were born and raised naturally do have enough special features. For example, they live in the water but sleep on the shore. The 3 of them were chatting, and Debao, who was lying on the side, was swinging his tail and lying on the ground with his eyes closed in a daze. Next to him, the black scorpion had fallen asleep. Halfway through the barbecue, Wang Jinbao felt a little surprised. Logically speaking, this big guy didn't spread his aura, so why didn't the monster come? Pop. Guji? As soon as Wang Jinbao finished speaking, the snot bubble of the water slime boy burst. There was no confusion in his opened eyes, but only seriousness. He directly pulled out the water sword that was stuck in the ground. Something is coming. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao hurriedly woke up their respective beasts, but the next second, the 3 of them only heard a sound of gas explosion, and the water sword in the water slime boy's hand flew out of his hand. A few seconds later, there was a sudden explosion on the other side of the river. Even though it was hard to see clearly at night, Su Ming could still see the general outline. That should be a huge pit. Chapter 121, Beast Tide. Monster, Horned Beast, Death. Talent, Excellence. Level 19 Elite. Element, Wind. Ability, Piercing Power. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster has a body similar to that of a dog. Its biting ability and speed are excellent among its peers. Its hair is jet black, but it has a yellow-white horn growing outward from its head. The horn has a very strong penetrating ability. It likes to hunt and mate at night. It will use its horn to directly pierce its opponent, and then carry its prey back to its nest to feed its young. Although Su Ming couldn't see clearly what was happening on the other side of the river, his illustrations could tell him what kind of monster had died there. The water sword thrown by the water slime boy melted directly on the spot and turned into a pool of clear water. The fact that the weapon was thrown directly also surprised Wang Jinbao. Just when he was about to say something, he saw the young water slime reach his hand into his stomach and take out an identical water sword. Then he came to the three of them like a pupa. Guji gurgling. This time, Debao greeted the other party kindly before starting to translate for Su Ming. Meow. It said that many monsters would come to hunt its people at night. This is the beginning. It hopes that we can hide in the water and accept its protection. As soon as he finished the translation, Debao started talking to the other party in dissatisfaction, and his tone was even a bit sharp. Meow? Meow. Let me hide in the water. I can protect my master, you just need to protect your own people. Seeing this, Su Ming directly grabbed Debao, feeling a little disappointed. This kid gets anxious when encountering such a situation. Doesn't he think about whether they can hold their breath for so long underwater? The young water slime blinked, and its big round eyes seemed to glow at night, and at this moment, these eyes looked a little anxious. Hearing Debao say this, the water slime began to gesture, and its calls became more and more rapid. Guji gurgling. Debao, who originally wanted to argue, was stunned after hearing the noise. Wang Jinbao and Jin Shihua's faces changed immediately. Their beast could also translate for them through mental links. This time Debao didn't dare to be careless and quickly told Su Ming what he heard. There will be a beast tied here tonight. It's about to start. That dog is the signal to start. After reciting it unconsciously, Su Ming's whole face was confused. His eyes were wide open when he looked at the young water slime general, and then he saw the other party nodding vigorously. Without much hesitation, the three of them each took a few torches and ran to the river. As for the water slime boy's good intention of hiding under the water, the three of them could only refuse. Seeing the three people standing by the river ready for battle, the young water slime's eyes became curved again, looking very cute and funny. Then he cooed and came and stood not far in front of the crowd. Holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, he twisted his body and looked around. It was obvious that he was evolved from a monster that was despised by all mankind in the world. At this moment, in the eyes of Su Ming and others, it seemed as if they really saw a general wearing a heavy helmet, holding a shield and sword, standing in front of them, protecting their safety. Soon, rustling sounds began to be heard in all the woods on both sides of the river, and the three people's spirits were instantly tense. The sound only lasted for a few seconds, and Su Ming's forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. One after another, illustrated monsters kept rushing out of the woods as if they were poisoned. Monsters ranging from rats to ferocious beasts and birds of prey such as tigers and vultures were all hiding in the woods. This was just this side of the river, not the other side. On this side alone, Su Ming saw more than 40 elite monsters. Not to mention the servant-level ones. They are all here to hunt water slimes. Because of the darkness, Wang Jinbao couldn't see how many monsters there were in the forest, but the large and continuous noises were enough to make his scalp tingle. Lao Lu's beast should be in the sky, right? I feel like this big slime can't protect us. Of course I'm here. Let's try to kill more of them. They're all elites, so we can get higher scores. Suddenly, the young water slime slowly moved backwards. Before the three of them understood what it was going to do, they saw the long sword in its hand sink into the river. The next second, the movement in the woods suddenly stopped. Guji. When Debao heard the other party's words, he looked at the water slime general in surprise. Meow. Master, it told us not to run around here. There are many enemies. We should defend ourselves. At this moment, the three people who learned what the water slime general said from their own beasts all had surprised looks on their faces. This guy really knows tactics? Wang Jinbao's tone was somewhat incredulous. Suddenly, the forest, which had been quiet, suddenly made a sound of branches being stepped on and broken. The next second, a large group of monsters rushed towards the river with howling sounds. There are endless sounds of tiger roars, leopard roars, eagle cries, and insect chirps. Guji! The voice of the young water slime was very angry. He suddenly pulled out the long sword that was deep in the water and swung it forward, and a strange scene appeared. The end of the water sword seemed to drive the river. A large amount of river water was absorbed by the end of the water sword, forming a water whip hundreds of meters long, which was hit towards the monsters rushing towards it. It was obviously gentle and friendly water, but when it was pumped onto the monster's body, it was like an extremely hard wall directly hitting the monster, and countless blood flowers bloomed in the dark night. All the monsters that failed to dodge in time died. A large number of the original illustrations disappeared in an instant, and about half of the elite monsters also died. Devouring licked his paws impatiently, and it was obvious that he also wanted to participate in the hunt. Clatter, clatter. There was a series of sounds of heavy objects falling into the water. Su-Ming was suddenly startled and looked back. On the other side of the river, countless black monsters rushed into the water as if they were risking their lives. For them, eating a few water slimes will make their investment back. Humans cannot hold their breath in water for a long time and are not suitable for moving in water, but they can. Guji. At this moment, the young water slime was a little panicked, and the water whip connected to the water sword in his hand directly dissipated. The monsters that had just been frightened by the whip rushed towards the river like crazy the moment the whip dissipated. In their eyes, Su-Ming and the others seemed to be completely non-existent at this moment. In the eyes of this group of monsters, there were only the water slimes under the river that could help them improve faster. Chapter 122: The Surprising Appearance of a Clan. Guji! Sensing the situation on the other side of the river, the young water slime became a little panicked. He could feel his own people approaching him underwater, and their attack capabilities were not strong. It only knew that if its people were driven ashore, many of them would die. More than a dozen elites. Su-Ming was hesitant at this moment, but when he saw that the monsters seemed to be blind and their only target was the river, Su-Ming took a deep breath. Ji Mao, I'll ask Devouring to help. Your black scorpion is protecting us underground. The black scorpion's movement speed underground is quite fast. Suddenly, Wang Jinbao seemed to understand something and nodded solemnly. Okay. Devouring, who followed Su-Ming closely, had been listening to what Su-Ming said. It had been waiting for this moment for a while. The smell of blood in the air and the howling and charging of the monsters stimulated its nerves. It was not until Su-Ming patted its body that Devouring disappeared in an instant. Then, the charging monsters fell one after another, and a black object flew into the sky. A shrill and loud cat cry sounded at this moment, and a blood-red shadow appeared like the god of death, and most of the elite monsters that focused their attention on the river were shattered at the touch. Guji? When the young water slime saw this scene, his round body trembled, and he turned his head and blinked at the three little men behind him. Guji, gurgling. Although Su-Ming didn't understand what the other party said, he could guess the general meaning. Go and protect your people. Guji. This time, the young water slime did not hesitate and went into the water directly. With the help of the torches in their hands, Su-Ming and the other three could see the surface of the river turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those monsters that rushed into the river were slaughtered one-sidedly after the water slime general went into the water. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge object flew in front of Su-Ming and others. It was a huge tiger head, with two large golden teeth exposed. Is this the golden-toothed saber tiger? You, Devouring, are so vindictive. Wang Jinbao shuddered when he saw the tiger's head clearly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, the golden-toothed sword tiger only blocked Devouring's attack, right? Su-Ming also saw the huge tiger head and fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, Su-Ming felt the ground seem to be shaking, and his eyes suddenly widened. There seems to be something under the ground. The moment the words fell, there was a loud bang. The ground about 10 meters in front of the three people exploded as if hit by a cannonball, and a worm-like creature with a body more than 5 meters long and a head full of teeth ran out. The black scorpion hung on the monster's back with its tail hook and commissary. A strong dark purple color spread along the worm's back. Instinct drove the monster to twist its body frantically. The black scorpion was thrown off in a few seconds, and quickly crawled in front of the three people. While raising its commissary, The healing branches of the grass heart ball were also placed on the black scorpion's tail. Monster, Mad Fang Worm, highly toxic. Talent Elite. Level 15 Elite. Element Earth. Abilities Shark Teeth, Brute Force. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. It mutated from an earthworm before the spiritual energy was revived. Its head is covered with hundreds of shark teeth. The two white dots on the body behind the teeth are its eyes. This kind of monster is extremely vengeful, does not like sunlight and prefers to eat soil. It has extremely sharp teeth, and it is very difficult to break free once bitten. The inner circle of teeth will rotate like a roller, like a meat grinder. Worm? After seeing the illustration of this thing clearly, Su Ming was stunned. How could something that likes to eat mud want to have a piece of the pie? At this time, the mad-tooth worm's originally yellow-brown body gradually changed to dark purple. It was obviously about to be poisoned to death, but it still wanted to come over to attack the black scorpion. Leave it aside a bit, don't confront it head-on. With the help of the firelight, Wan Jibao could clearly see the fangs of the mad-tooth worm. The main thing was that there were so many of them, and they were sharp and white. Under the light of the fire, they were a bit reflective. Therefore, Wang Jibao was afraid that his black scorpion would do something stupid like what he did to the giant ape during the day, and try to kill it quickly with one blow, so he couldn't help but give a reminder. Hiss! The black scorpion said something unknown and burrowed directly into the mud. When the madfang worm saw that the black scorpion had disappeared, its first reaction was to burrow into the mud to find the black scorpion and take revenge. As a result, when it was pointing its poisonous mouthparts at the ground, a pitch-black arthropod tail stretched out from its side, and the sharp dark purple tail hook suddenly pierced into the side of its body. A large amount of unknown liquid with a strong earthy smell burst out along the cut wound like a burst septic tank, and the strong and disgusting smell made Su Ming feel physically uncomfortable. Even Su Ming had never smelled such a strange and disgusting smell before. It was even worse than the human soul soil. It was like a bunch of sticky snot with a fishy smell drilling into your nose, which was indescribably disgusting. The madfang worm was completely dead at this moment. The black scorpion's pincers held a yellowish-brown inner elixir covered with unknown mucus and came in front of the three people. Jin Xiaohua couldn't bear it any longer, and her legs went limp, and she kept vomiting into the river behind her. Meow! Su Ming was startled when he suddenly heard Debao's shrill cry. When he looked over, he was almost frightened by the scene over there. Poisonous trees, a series of poisonous trees. This group of poisonous and rotten trees pressed forward one after another in an organized and disciplined manner. As they pressed forward, all the corpses of the elite monsters on the ground were swept away by their roots and dragged into the ground. This is why Debao was angry. He had worked so hard to kill a dozen elite monsters, but not only did he lose a bite of the spoils, he even lost his inner elixir. A low groaning sound came from Debao, who was lying on the ground. The murderous intent in his pupils was about to overflow, and his claws left marks on the ground. As Debao's master, Su Ming could clearly know what Debao was thinking at this moment. No! Come back! The poisonous trees ignored Debao's warning and continued to pick up corpses as usual. They also used their poisonous roots to kill the servant monsters that wanted to take advantage of the situation. Looking at these big trees, Debao's eyes were full of murderous intent and unwillingness, but this bloodthirsty state would greatly consume its physical strength, and it knew very well that it could not defeat such a group of enemies. After looking at the other party unwillingly, Debao turned around and ran towards Su Ming. Chapter 123, Total Annihilation. Meow. Master, the group of trees from the forest have also come and snatched all my food. Su Ming was helpless when he heard the complaints from his own beast. The poisonous tree was no different from other monsters. If he killed one, the rest would rush over. Wait until the water slime finishes killing the monsters on the other side of the river bank. It is the leader of the war and can slaughter dozens of poisonous rotten trees. Looking at the thick drops of blood from Debao's body dripping onto the ground, Su Ming felt very anxious. He was not sure whether all the blood came from other monsters. In the middle of the night, he could not see where the monster was ambushing and injuring his beast. Debao seemed to see what was on Su Ming's mind and looked at his own situation. He had actually exited his bloodthirsty state, but his fur had been dyed red by the monster's blood. Meow. I am not injured, master, please wait for me to take a bath. As soon as Su Ming heard it clearly, Devouring jumped directly into the river. The originally red river was now covered with a layer of red liquid. Can't be washed clean. Seeing Devouring's slightly disappointed look, Su Ming was relieved. It seemed that he was not harmed by some monsters that were good at attacking. The river has been dyed red by the monster's blood. How can it be washed clean? Su Ming, have you noticed that the appearance of these poisonous trees has both advantages and disadvantages? Although they appear in large numbers and have robbed us of our spoils, they are blocking the way and the monsters behind them dare not move forward at all. Especially those servant-level monsters, they have all run away. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded seriously. I can only hope that they don't eat very quickly. Crash. It was as if something huge broke out of the water, and the next moment, the little water slime landed in front of everyone and smashed a big hole in the ground. The originally blue and white body turned into a light red at this moment, and the kind monster now had a bit of ferocity. Guji? After getting ashore, the young water slime turned his head to observe the situation of the three people. When he saw that they and the beast master were safe and sound, he nodded as if he was relieved. Buzz buzz buzz. As the water slime emerged from the water, the group of poisonous trees directly abandoned the corpses on the ground and wanted to retreat without hesitation. At this time, Devouring suddenly shouted to the young water slime. Meow! Meow! Hit them! They're trying to steal my spoils! Guji? The young water slime blinked in confusion. After hearing what Devouring wanted to say, his big bean-shaped eyes were covered with a layer of seriousness. Guji Guji! The next second, the poisonous trees paused for a moment after hearing the noise, and then ran faster. Guji? Not to mention that the water slime general was caught off guard by this situation, the three people with their three beasts also looked at him with a confused look on their faces. Just now, was it saying something harsh or? Seeing Wang Jinbao's tentative tone of uncertainty, Su Ming nodded vigorously. It's a warning. Hearing the noise behind him, the young water slime panicked for a moment, and quickly promised to get the things back. Su Ming was about to say no when he heard that, but the next second he saw the young water slime suddenly raise the blood-stained water sword in his hand above his head. Guji! What's this? The three people and their beasts looked at this scene in astonishment. As the water slime fell with a gurgling sound, the water sword expanded dozens of times at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its length had exceeded 40 meters. In an instant, the young water slime looked at the poisonous and rotten trees whose backs were about to disappear with hatred, and the giant water sword in his hand flew out. The powerful air wave created by the giant water sword's flight, like a jet, directly pushed the three people and three beasts into a river full of animal blood. As luck would have it, the surface of the river was full of water slimes, which caught Su Ming and the others steadily. The huge water sword emitted a series of sonic booms like a sonic missile. In an instant, a violent roar broke out in the woods, and countless monsters, trees and soil flew into the sky dozens of meters high. Wang Jinbao's eyes widened when he saw this scene. My goodness! If this thing had used this trick to stop us before, we would have been shoulder to shoulder with the sun long ago. Guji gurgling. After throwing the sword, the young water slime turned around and saw his own people catching Su Ming and others. His eyes curved with smiles again, and he couldn't stop nodding. Thank you, General Water Slime. Su Ming, who was brought ashore by the water slimes, had just finished expressing his gratitude when he saw the other party patting his chest with a round shield in his hand. Guji. Meow. It said it would take us to pick up the big treasures from those bad trees. Devouring, who translated for Su Ming first, was a little confused. What other great treasure could there be besides the inner elixir? Is there such a good thing? Let's go, let's go. When Wang Jinbao heard this, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands impatiently. Looking around, Su Ming did not see the illustrated guide that popped up. It seemed that he had managed to survive this beast tide without any danger. Su Ming didn't know whether this could be considered a beast tide. There were definitely over 100 elite monsters on both sides of the river. Now that the battle was over, he followed the water slime and strolled with his tense nerves relaxed. Only then did he realize that the whole air was filled with a strong smell of blood and stench. When the three arrived at the location where the giant water sword exploded, there was a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of more than 3 meters. The closer to the center, the deeper it was, and dust was rising into the air. The soil in and around the pit was moist, and some of the poisonous and rotten trees were lying in the pit. Su-Ming roughly counted them and found that there were 13 of them. 13. It seems that all the remaining poisonous trees have escaped. As soon as Su-Ming finished speaking, Wang Jinbao couldn't help laughing. Oh, these damned beasts only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. I thought they were very stubborn. Guji gurgling. Meow. It said that there would be blood-red cores in the middle of these trees, but now many of them are broken. Blood-red tree heart, bloody wood heart. After listening to Debao's translation, Su-Ming remembered this ingredient, with a uniform price of 100,000 per stick. Next to him, after Wang Jinbao confirmed with the black scorpion that all the poisonous and rotten trees in the pit were dead, he started to go down along the edge of the cave. Jin Xiaohua glanced at the edge of the 2 or 3 meter high pit, her face full of resistance. I won't go down, I'll wait for you up there. As soon as she finished speaking, Jin Xiaohua felt herself being wrapped by something cold and soft. Guji. When the water slime jumped into the pit, he put Jin Xiaohua down with a smile on his face, but when he saw that the other party was motionless, he immediately stopped smiling. He scratched his helmet, his big eyes full of confusion. Guji? Chapter 124, Sleeping in the Soil. The young water slime found that Jin Xiaohua's face was a little pale, and he was confused and at a loss. Fortunately, the grass heart ball in Jin Xiaohua's arms activated its ability in time, allowing Jin Xiaohua's emotions to gradually return to normal. Guji. Jin Xiaohua looked up at the concerned water slime general with a slightly stiff look, nodded slowly and said with a smile. Yeah. I'm a little afraid of heights. I got scared when you took me down, but it's okay. The grass heart group will help me. After saying that, Jin Xiaohua raised the grass heart ball in her hand and showed it to the water slime general, whose eyes curved with laughter. While they were chatting here, Su-Ming and Wang Jinbao were already collecting inner elixirs and materials. 13 inner pills, 3 pieces of bloodwood heart. All of them were smashed to pieces, but it's okay, it's worth nearly 2 million. After counting the materials, Wang Jinbao put them directly into the storage bag and turned to look at Su-Ming. Jin Xiaohua is chatting with that thing. Should we give her a share of this? Su-Ming, who was playing some games with Devouring to improve their relationship, fell into a brief silence after hearing this. Give me some. The 3 portions of Bloodwood Heart astrology are his, and the inner elixir is all yours. I took the piece of jelly-like thing, and I don't want the rest. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao nodded silently, zipped up his clothes, and suddenly became a little mysterious. Su-Ming, do you know what that jelly-like thing is used for? Without hesitation, Su-Ming shook his head slowly. I'm not sure, but I have some guesses. It should be effective against water-attributed monsters that break through the shackles. It should also be effective against servants, elites, and war chiefs. As soon as he heard the word, water attribute, Wang Jinbao's face immediately showed the word, lack of interest, and he smacked his lips in boredom. Water attribute. I have absolutely no desire to contract a water attribute monster. You should hurry up and contract a second beast. We are not like ordinary people. We can't just casually raise beasts. Then the exchange students for next semester will also be more confident. Suddenly, Su-Ming stiffened subconsciously when he heard this. Exchange student? Hey, you didn't know? In fact, this exchange student is carried out together with our college entrance examination. It's just that there is a chance that foreigners will appear during the college entrance examination. They will also have to take the college entrance examination when they come to our country to study at the Beast Taming University. After hearing this, Su-Ming understood that it was not that a few foreigners would come to study in the senior high school department of Baiyun City as he thought, but that foreigners would appear during the big exams. If that's the case, the country behind them will provide them with some resources to make them stronger and suppress us? After they enter university, they will compete with us locals for the resources of our local university? After hearing this, Wang Jinbao shrugged nonchalantly. That's about it. It's a disguised way of promoting their national strength while exploring the strength of our country's younger generation. There are also students from our country who go abroad for exchange and internship, but they have to travel back and forth by plane, which is quite troublesome. Su Ming nodded slowly. He had thought of this. Even though the world was like this, each country still had so many little thoughts. If that's the case, we really need to work hard. I can already imagine the faces of those people who are competing with the locals for resources. When he said this, a cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Devouring, who was lying on the ground, had already felt Su Ming's determination and licked his paws with inexplicable excitement. At this moment, the cold night wind seems particularly cold. At this time, Jin Xiaohua saw Su Ming and Wang Jinbao were still chatting after they finished their work, so she walked over cautiously and asked curiously, "Where are we staying tonight?" In an instant, none of the three people said a word. Only Black Scorpion, who was still digging the ground for treasure, reacted and started speaking. "Hiss, hiss. Dig a hole and sleep in the dirt with you?" After the words were spoken, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao's faces looked so gloomy that water could drip out of them. Jin Xiaohua was not familiar with the two men, so she could only smile awkwardly. After hearing this, Devouring rolled his eyes and slapped Black Scorpion so hard that he turned around. His voice was both speechless and funny. "Meow meow? Only the dead sleep in the earth. You are cursing our two masters to death. Do you understand?" Black Scorpion, who was slow to react, finally reacted after hearing Devouring's helpless reminder. He crawled pitifully to Wang Jinbao's feet, pulling his trouser legs and saying something carefully. Su Ming thought it was an apology, and was about to go back to the river to collect the spoils, but when he turned around, he found that Wang Jinbao's face was getting darker and darker. He immediately became curious, and gave Devouring a subtle look. The next second, the mental link transmitted Devouring's translation. "Black Scorpion is so stupid, he even told little Jinzi not to treat that little centipede as a big one. Puff, cough, cough, we should go back to the river, build a cabin and light a fire to spend the night. The bloody smell spread by the corpses of a large number of elite monsters can serve as a warning to the monsters around." Su Ming, who was holding back, put forward his suggestion. Jin Xiaohua was the first to agree, but Wang Jinbao picked up a branch and began to teach Black Scorpion. It was not convenient for the two to listen, so they had to wait at the edge of the cave with the water slime general. After a few minutes, Wang Jinbao came back with his face no longer dark, but his eyes were full of depression. Su Ming just glanced at the Black Scorpion that was squeaking with joy. Seeing how happy the Black Scorpion was, he understood everything. There is really a distinction between S and M for beast taming. Wang Jinbao's Black Scorpion should be M. Guji gurgling. As if he had noticed Wang Jinbao's unhappiness with the Black Scorpion, the young water slime hesitated for a while before speaking out as a third party to help persuade him. This scene was extremely strange to Devouring. How could this big jelly be so kind-hearted? Or, in such a big forest where the strong prey on the weak, how could there be such a kind-hearted creature? Meow. Big Jelly asked Little Gold not to be angry, to forgive Black Scorpion, and to speak up for Black Scorpion, saying that Black Scorpion did not do it on purpose. Devouring was translating for Su Ming. Black Scorpion also translated for Wang Jinbao with great enthusiasm. Wang Jinbao's expression froze. When he looked at the young water slime, he found that the other party was looking at him with a silly smile. The young water slime general also noticed that Wang Jinbao was looking at him, and seemed a little embarrassed. His small round hand, which was not holding the heavy sword, scratched his helmet again and again. Guji. At this moment, Wang Jinbao's eyes seemed to be sunken and he murmured incoherently. "I understand why you two have such a fondness for slimes and want to contract them as beasts. This thing is so confusing now. It makes me want to contract one to raise." Chapter 125, Gift from Nature. Meanwhile, observe the camp. Originally, Lu Jun was eating barbecue and watching videos, but after hearing the message transmitted by his white jade claw crane through the mental link, Lu Jun instantly lost all desire to eat. Fuck, these two people are human. Does it count as that group of slimes killing them or them? It's a simulation of the wild. That group of slimes should be considered as the monster's human connections in the wild. Depressed, Lu Jun rubbed his face with his hands, looking at the scoreboard on the table, feeling like his brain was about to explode. If this is counted, when the results are announced, Class 1 killed more than 100 elite monsters on the first day. Wouldn't that be scary if it got out? If the news spread to the neighboring cities? The word fraud is directly printed on his resume, which is basically a death sentence for his identity and career. Lu Jun felt extremely conflicted at this moment. He wanted fairness and justice, but he couldn't allow external forces to do so. Damn, hippie, we were careless. These two guys got such a good opportunity. Breaking through the mutated and evolved water slime is a 1-in-a-million miracle. Looking at the scoreboards of the 4 classes, this scoreboard only counts the elites. Class 1 killed 26, Class 2 killed 18, Class 3 killed 18, and Class 4 killed 9. It must be said that he never thought that the 2 girls in Class 3 would have such ability. Class 1 20. Lu Jun rested his hands on his chin and looked at these words seriously, while the ground bear was sleeping next to him, snoring loudly. After a long while, Lu Jun took a pen and added a 1 in front of 2, and the number 2 was also added to become 4, and the total number suddenly became 146. No matter how hard the remaining 3 classes tried in the next 2 days, it was impossible for them to break 100, let alone surpass the results of Class 1. Young water slime, a rare creature. Recruit him. No matter what noises are heard outside, make yourself stronger first. Ah, it's a pity. This kind of monster will not be anyone's beast. The tribe is everything. Otherwise it would be so nice. After thinking through the situation clearly, Lu Jun felt extremely relieved, but he felt a little sorry for the situation of the water slime general. At the same time, some information and commands were also transmitted to the white jade Yaozhua crane through the mental link. The riverside at this time. With the help of the water slime tribe, Su Ming, Wang Jinbao and Jin Xiaohua quickly built a small wooden house not far from the shore. Debao and Haixi began to collect the inner elixirs of the remaining elite monsters that died on both sides of the river. I picked up 83 of them, excluding the water-attributed ones and some lost inner elixirs. Today, all the inner elixirs and materials I have are over 11 million. After finishing the calculation, Wang Jinbao blinked and looked at Jin Xiaohua, who was sitting by the fire and grilling meat. Add the previous 1 million and the current 1.5 million, the total is 2.5 million. Remember this. Oh, okay. Jin Xiaohua responded in a somewhat dull voice, because Wang Jinbao's voice when calculating things was somewhat special. He calculated 1 inner elixir to be 100,000 like this, and he would laugh while calculating. 2.5 million, 2.5 million. How could Jin Xiaohua, who was born in a single-parent family, not feel numb after hearing the numbers of 100,000, 100,000, and 200,000 over and over again? She never dreamed that she would have so much money one day. The result was that she herself became a little bit like Wang Jinbao. After putting away the storage bags that had been counted, Wang Jinbao had a happy look on his face, while Su Ming watched with his own eyes as the originally red river began to return to normal with the naked eye under the operation of the water slime. The water slime pulled out a water sword from its body. Su Ming was very curious and confused as to how this was done. Perhaps it was because they were the incarnations of elements, and had unique abilities? For example, in the case of purifying water bodies? Debao followed Su Ming. Under the light of the torch, when Debao saw that the river had become clean, his eyes widened. He leaned his head out and licked it twice in disbelief. As a result, Debao's eyes became even more shocked. Meow? Master, is this water's taste normal? Is it normal? Su Ming nodded silently and began to clean the bucket he had just made. They hadn't had water for a day, so it was fortunate that Wang Jinbao brought pots, pans, and utensils. Suddenly, the young water slime general, who was directing his people to move the monster corpses farther away, saw Su Ming's action and spoke quickly. Guji, Guji, Guji. Meow. Big Jelly said the water is very clean, a gift from nature, and can be drunk directly. After translating, Debao was a little confused. Didn't it drink it by itself? Is there any special ritual for drinking water? A gift from nature. At this moment Su Ming seemed to understand something, and immediately took out his mobile phone to start searching for some information. His new mobile phone was still very capable and had a signal. After reading the information he wanted to read, Su Ming suddenly realized. It turns out that the cleanliness of the river depends entirely on the presence of water slimes. Does the water slime have this special identity ability? The young water slime who came over couldn't help nodding happily after hearing Su Ming's first words, but he seemed a little confused when he heard the latter part. Guji. Meow meow. It said it was born underwater, but master, this water is indeed somewhat sweet. I understand. I've seen it. Only clean water sources can give birth to water slime groups. The big lake where the white evil snake lives has no water slimes. It seems that it is not clean. Su Ming smiled and put away his phone, then slowly scooped up some water with his hands, put it to his mouth and drank it slowly. Indeed, with a hint of sweetness, it seems that this water does not need to be boiled. Su Ming nodded and looked at the water slime general with a smile. Thank you for your reminder. Guji. The water slime general was also very happy that his words could help Su Ming. After the three of them drank some water and had a midnight snack, the beast masters also went to pick up the corpses and eat them. They were still fresh, as they had died not long ago. The night was silent, time passed slowly. 3 days later, within the Shirley district, Zhao Guang scratched his head, looking around at the people around him, and couldn't help but ask questions. This is weird. Where are Su Ming and Wang Jinbao? It's already the afternoon of the 4th day. Logically, they should have finished this morning. Why haven't they come out yet? I'm getting hungry waiting. Ouyang calmly used a special comb to comb the feathers of his beast. Don't be impatient. Don't you see that everyone is waiting like us? Anyway, we have no hope of winning the first place. We should be the second. Zhao Guang was a little confused when he heard this. Ah? Second? Really? We have killed nearly 40 elite monsters in the past 3 days, right? Hearing this, Ouyang just shook his head slowly without explaining. Chapter 126, Overwhelming First. Thinking back to the violent noise on the first night, it was definitely not something that could be caused by an elite class monster, and most people who heard the loud noise would basically think that someone had died at night. It was caused by the action of the accompanying beastmaster who was taking the first level assessment, but the reality was not like that at all. His own beast saw everything that night. It was a water slime that happened to break through at this point, and a plan appeared in a rare move. The young water slime was helping Su Ming and the others hunt monsters. He didn't even need to think about it, he knew that the points for hunting water slimes would also be counted towards Class 1. They were able to get close to the monsters and help them, that was their ability, and no one could say anything about it. When he knew about this situation, he had no intention of telling Zhao Guang at all. Zhao Guang was a stubborn idiot. Telling him would have the opposite effect, and their Class 2 would end up in 3rd place. If I'm not mistaken, the little water slime general at the battle leader level will be recruited, even though he's a stable monster. Will it be Wang Chunfa who will recruit him? Ouyang thought secretly in his heart. To be honest, the evolution of a slime is rare to occur in 1 out of 10,000. Even his father, who has been a breeder for decades, has only heard of it. Little water slime, Ouyang knew a lot about this monster from his father. Invincible, truly invincible in the same tier. Even if it is level 21 versus level 30, it can still kill the opponent, but human intervention is simply not possible to make the water slime evolve into a water slime general. They exist because of the tribe, and will only die because of the tribe. Humans cannot contract such monsters. Recalling this, Ouyang couldn't understand why his father didn't tell him the rest, which made him feel itchy until now. But he could guess a little bit, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Someone must have forced this monster. Eh? Ouyang, what are you mumbling about? There's movement in the forest, probably from Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. When he came to his senses, he turned around and saw Zhao Guang looking at him with a depressed look on his face. You said we can't get first place, but you didn't tell me the reason. Now that everyone is here, report the ranking. Why are you distracted at the last minute? Hearing this, Ouyang slowly shook his head. I'm thinking about the knowledge points my father taught me. I want to strive to become a master-level trainer in the big exam. By the way, didn't your senior sister come a few days ago? How do you feel? Are you ready to go to Magic City Second Industry University? Zhao Guang scratched his head and said with a sigh. Someone's training is different. Su Mingkai found time to upgrade to the intermediate level a few days before the class fight. You want to upgrade to the master level. Ouyang paused after hearing this, his eyes dimmed a little. No way. In this world, many things are inherited, just like your master. You are now of the same generation as your parents. In terms of seniority, they are your senior brothers and sisters. Zhao Guang was choked by these words. He pouted for a while before he slowly spoke. This world is so unfair. We are the beneficiaries and have no right to say this. Ouyang shook his head slowly and looked forward. At this time, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao had already come out. When he saw that both of them were unharmed and Wang Jinbao even seemed to have gained a little weight. Although he had expected this situation, he still felt helpless after seeing it. The big bird standing at Ouyang Li's feet. As soon as Su Ming walked out, he saw a crow standing more than 1 meter high on the ground, and his attention was instantly attracted to it. Beast control, blood-eyed soul-crossing crow. Talent, excellence. Level 18 elite. Elements, spirit, darkness. Ability, catch the wind and shadow, penetrate the soul. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. This type of monster is a raven that carries the souls of the dead in legends. It represents death and loss, and is the messenger of the night. It has a blood-red one-eyed creature that can see 2 worlds. It likes to eat carrion. When it moves in the dark, only monsters that are 10 levels higher than it can detect its movements. It is not recommended to be an enemy of this type of monster within the same level. Blood-eyed soul raven. Su Ming's pupils shrank slightly. A legendary monster? Just like his own Debao. Sure enough, there are so many talented people in the world. Is this the evolution of Ouyang Li's one-eyed morning crow? It's this big. Wang Jinbao looked at the motionless, blood-eyed soul-ferrying crow in astonishment. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. Could it be that Ouyang Li was about to become a sprint master-level cultivator? My riot monkey has evolved and is much bigger. It's not suitable to release it here. I'll show it to you next time I have a chance. But by the way, why did you two come out so late? Wang Jinbao turned his head to look at Zhao Guang, but before he could reply, Lu Jun, who had been waiting for them, spoke with a small notebook in his hand. All right, if you're here, hurry back to the front of your class. There are only 2 of you left out of the 4 classes. After being verbally taught a lesson, Wang Jinbao did not dare to say more, and he and Su Ming quickly returned to the front of the class. Jin Xiaohua followed behind them with her head slightly lowered, and as soon as they arrived in the class, she quietly came to the back. It was at this time that Zhao Guang discovered something different. Huh! I didn't even notice it just now. Why is there a girl here? You, support position, do you think everyone is like you? Did someone give you an elite-level healing monster contract? Ouyang Li, who had just spoken, felt deeply speechless and helpless. This guy, it seemed that he could never change his bad habits. Zhao Guang scratched his head and thought that if he was deep in the wilderness without any auxiliary beast tamers, the risk factor would indeed rise sharply. Suddenly, Zhao Guang seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes widened a little. Why are Su Ming and that fat guy Wang Jinbao so clean? Ouyang Li. Ouyang Li sometimes feels really tired to have such a childhood playmate. Didn't you see that Lu Jun's eyes seemed to want to eat you? It was not until this moment that Zhao Guang felt a very oppressive gaze and finally reacted, standing still without saying a word. Ahem, now that everyone is here, let's announce the results. The number of servant monsters killed by each class is not much different, so the ranking here will be determined by the number of elite classes. Clearing his throat, Lu Jun looked at the number of students in the first row in Class 1, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. There would be a big fuss later, so he decided to start with Class 4. Class 4, Elite Class, 23, Servants, 87. 3 classes, Elite Class, 61, Servants, 133. Class 2, Elite Class, 79, Servants, 187. When he said this, Lu Jun deliberately paused and took a deep breath. Class 1, Elite Class, 159, Servants, not important. Chapter 127, Fence-Sitters. I declare that the first place in this class fight is the entire class. After the class fight, you will have 2 weeks of vacation to deal with the things you brought out. The rewards will be discussed at the school meeting and will be determined and distributed tomorrow. As soon as the news was spread, things turned out exactly as Lu Jun had imagined. Those students who had been fighting desperately to kill the monsters were completely furious. Even the students in Class 1 were confused. 159? What does that mean? They didn't believe a word of this headless monster slaughtering them. Seeing the people around him getting angry, Wang Jinbao was a little scared. We are still playing on the second and third day and it's still like this. If we manage to kill over 200 people, won't they curse us to death? Su Ming smacked his lips. That's called foresight. That's human nature. No one wants to see their opponent suffer. And this number is indeed a bit outrageous. It's normal for this to happen. Let's just wait for the reward. In front of Class 2, Zhao Guang blinked in confusion. 150 to 160? This? No, you have an expressionless face. Did you know this from the beginning? No, are they two perpetual motion machines? How can they kill so well? If you know, then tell me. I'm extremely curious now. After thinking about the situation, Ouyangli remained silent. He had no intention of telling anyone about the young water slime general. If this news were to get out, Baiyun City might become uneasy. Ouyangli simply took out the muddy headphones from his pocket and put them on, completely ignoring Zhao Guang's plan. This scene was something Zhao Guang had never expected. Deputy Monitor, the people in Class 1, are they not lying? This sounds like nonsense. Zhao Guang turned his head to look at the classmate who came to him to complain, and scratched his head unhappily. Do you think Su Ming and Wang Jinbao need to cheat? You don't really think they'd be interested in the rewards for this class fight, do you? The other party was obviously stunned by this, but soon said unconvincedly. But the rewards for the class fight are distributed by the whole class. Just because they don't like it doesn't mean that other people in the class don't like it. Instantly, Zhao Guang was stunned, his eyes slowly widened, looking at this man in disbelief. Are you serious? When the man heard this, he looked at Zhao Guang as if he understood something and walked back silently. However, this sentence seemed to leave a thorn in Zhao Guang's heart. He didn't believe that Su Ming and Wang Jinbao would be the kind of people who would cheat and ask for help from outsiders, nor did he believe that the instructors and teachers would cover up for them, and it was impossible for them to do such a thankless task. To benefit the whole class? To gamble the rest of your life's reputation? Who would be so stupid? Ouyangli was accustomed to all this. This was human nature. When their interests were threatened, was there anything that humans could not say or do? This kind of thing happens frequently in their trainer guild, and it's much worse than this, with the most common case being fraud. In Class 3, Lili and Wang Hui kept rolling their eyes. Lili, do you believe it? Wang Hui looked at Lili. Lili didn't say anything, but just pointed at the beast master at her feet, rolling his eyes. Seeing this, Wang Hui laughed out loud. The class that received the most criticism was Class 4. They were ranked last anyway, and they would feel much better if they could dethrone the top class. Lu Jun just watched silently, watching Su Ming petting a cat with a nonchalant look on his face, and Wang Jinbao playing with his phone nonchalantly, and then nodding silently after seeing them transferring money to Jin Xiaohua. The results cannot be faked, and there is no such thing as asking for outside help or covering up. The world of Beastmasters is very magical. As for the situation of Class 1, your liberal arts teacher will post the information in the group after the school meeting is over later. Disperse, Group 1 goes first. Debao, let's go. Su Ming grabbed Debao's mouth with one hand. Now Debao's eyes had turned red. He held him down. Debao could break free, but he couldn't. If I didn't press it, every one of those who spoke would die. By that time, it was like yellow mud falling out of one's crotch. It was shit at best, and it directly turned into a series of news headlines such as the angry masses committing crimes and being caught by the school instructors. After Lu Jun finished his last words, the quarrel between Class 1 and the other 3 classes stopped, and they retaliated by giving the people from the other 3 classes looks of contempt. Suddenly, on the way back to school, the people in Class 1 did not dare to ask Su Ming and Wang Jinbao who were walking in front, mainly because their beasts had begun to show stress reactions, especially Su Ming's beast. So they just asked Jin Xiaohua who was walking at the end of the team. Seeing that the voices were getting louder and louder, Su Ming stopped holding Debao's mouth and stood up to speak. We encountered an elite monster that had broken through to the battlehead, and he accidentally saved his tribe and children. So in order to repay the three of us, he helped us kill many elite and servant monsters. This is the answer you want. To put it in a more standardized way, connections are also your power, whether in the city or in the wild. Su Ming's voice was very cold, like a knife in winter stabbing into their hearts. They had just been shouting and surrounding Jin Xiaohua, asking her questions, but now they didn't even dare to breathe. Wang Jimao beside Su Ming was laughing and shaking his head, and his laughter was quite loud. This strange scene gave them a lot of pressure after Su Ming finished speaking. The 4 classes were on their way back to school. Soon the news about Class 1's situation was posted in their respective class groups. The 3 classes behind suddenly realized what was going on, and started saying that Class 1 was lucky. I'm still talking about how Class 1 has become as wilted as eggplants hit by frost. There was no conversation along the way, and everyone returned to their respective dormitories. As soon as Su Ming brought Debao back to the dormitory, Debao's breathing became noticeably heavier, and he kept circling in the living room. Meow. I am so pissed off. Su Ming, who was originally in a bad mood, suddenly laughed out loud when he heard this. Debao raised his head and looked at Su Ming in surprise. Meow? Master, did you think of something happy? Why are you smiling? No, nothing. I was just wondering what the reward will be. The reward for class monitor is different from the reward for classmates. Debao tilted his head and looked at Su, whose smile was gradually fading, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. Meow? Isn't the master angry? They speak up for the master, and then question the master when they leave. For some reason, Su Ming, who was about to order food, stopped dead in his tracks. After hearing this, his eyes became a little obscure. Debao, this is not the wild. Although I don't like this kind of person, there are many things we can't do as we please. Debao blinked when he heard that, and suddenly the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He walked to Su Ming's trouser leg and rubbed it affectionately. Meow. I knew it. Chapter 128 Reward Confirmation. After all the students returned to their respective dormitories. In the principal's office in the senior year office building, all the liberal arts teachers of the 4 classes and Lu Jun were here to discuss the issue of rewards. As for the situation of Class 1, everyone knows very well how they did it, so I don't want to hear the news from outside about which monster helped. Do you understand me? Just raise your hand. The moment Lu Jun finished speaking, Wang Chunfa was the first to raise his hand, and the next 3 people did not hesitate too much and also raised their hands. The water slime general was disliked by everyone before it evolved, but once it evolved into a general, it became very popular. Everyone knows that this kind of monster cannot possibly be contracted to become a human's beast, but it is, after all, a monster that is both rare and powerful, and there are always people who cannot resist the desire for it. They would not feel sad, they would be worried that if the news got out, a bunch of evil spirits would come to Baiyan City and make it a mess. But if it was General Slime who died as a result, they would not feel sad. Seeing that everyone could guarantee it, Lu Jun nodded slowly and took out the notebook that recorded the points of each class. I believe you have all heard about what happened in Bahai City a few days ago. As a result, the country has increased the amount of money given to several surrounding cities. The reward amount for this class fight is about 20 million. Next, I'll tell you about the plan, and you can raise any opinions you have. Each of the 2 squad leaders in a class will receive 2 million in materials or cash, and all members of the class will receive 3 million, for a total of 7 million. Each of the 2 squad leaders of Class 2 will receive 1.5 million in materials or cash, and all members of Class 2 will receive 250,000, for a total of 5.5 million. Each of the 2 squad leaders of Class 3 will receive 1 million in materials or cash, and all members of Class 3 will receive 2 million, for a total of 4 million. Each squad leader of each squad will receive 1 million in materials or cash, and all squad members will receive 1.5 million, for a total of 3.5 million. The total bonus amount of 20 million has been fully distributed and implemented. If it makes sense, you can apply now. This time, the first person to express his opinion was the liberal arts teacher of Class 4. He was the first to shake his head. Class 4 has no objection. Seeing this, Lu Jun nodded slowly. If you have no opinion, you don't need to say it. The scene was quiet for about a minute. Just when Lu Jun was about to speak, the teacher of Class 3 spoke. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. I think the amount for Class 1 is a bit too high. After all, their achievements are mainly derived from external forces, not from themselves. This sentence attracted the attention of the other 4 people on the field. Even though he was being stared at by the 4 people, the teacher of Class 3 still looked calm. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun nodded silently and said nothing, but the teacher of Class 4 looked a little strange. I think that being recognized by monsters in the wild is a testament to one's own strength. I don't think there is a problem with the allocation. The future of these children is to go to the wild. Wouldn't it be better to help them if we had a helper in the wild? This class fight is very real. Which country doesn't have agreements and deals with powerful monsters? So I don't agree with what Mr. Jiang said. At this time, the teacher of Class 2 spoke. He was an old man with a white beard. He smiled kindly. Oh, I think Shaoli is right. The fact that the kids in Class 1 can get along well with the monsters in the wild is their ability. In my opinion, some people should stop having unrealistic dreams. When Teacher Jiang heard this, his expression changed slightly and became a little gloomy. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jun's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he understood something, and looked at Teacher Jiang from Class 3 meaningfully. Since no one agrees with Mr. Jiang's point of view, I would like to ask all the teachers to collect information about whether the monitors of their classes need materials or cash subsidies. This class fight meeting is over. The students have half a month to rest and adjust, and the teachers have the same time. Teacher Wang, please stay for a moment. Let's adjourn the meeting. Seeing that Lu Jun did not give any chance, Mr. Jiang from Class 3's face became more and more gloomy. Mr. Li from Class 4 even gave him a mocking smile when he passed by him. Xiao Jiang, it's better for people to be down to earth and not think about impossible things. The teacher of Class 2 shook his head slowly and walked away. Outside the office building, Teacher Jiang was left alone, with a gloomy look on his face and clenched fists. Principal's office. Jiang Axian is a man with many ulterior motives. I can't stay with you teachers every day. His behavior just now is unethical. If there is any unusual movement, just deal with it directly. Don't cause trouble for the people in the whole city. My white jade crane will stay in the school. Wang Chunfa, who had just lit a cigarette, paused and looked at Lu Jun with increasingly serious eyes. Do you still want to lead the ground armor bear to continue exploring the area 50 miles away? What if you are ambushed by the lords in the wild? Take the white jade Yaoclaw crane with you. My white evil snake is already a lord, so it can be used as a deterrent. There is also a young water slime in the forest. I will go and recruit it later. This guy is invincible in this forest where he is the only leader. Lu Jun was silent for a long time, as if he was weighing the pros and cons, and finally nodded in agreement to Wang Chunfa's proposal. Okay, I'll take the 2 beasts out for a walk, alas. If a comfortable life would only lead to regression, who would want to take risks? This is still a school. For the Lord, 50 miles is just a short time. I need to see if there are any beasts guarding the area outside the ground bear's territory. This time, Wang Chunfa did not say anything. Lu Jun had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He needed to care not only about the safety of the senior high school department, but also his responsibility to protect Baiyun City. The students had no idea what was happening in the office building. They were basically still discussing the rewards for the class fight. In Su Ming's dormitory, Wang Jinbao came over. Do you have any plans for the next half-month holiday? Staying at school? Su Ming, who was combing DeBao's cat hair, thought for a few seconds and said, Let's take a few days off and go to the wild over at Baiyun Lake. Let's improve our strength and try to get our respective beast masters to the top of the battle in the next half-month. After all, we are not short of resources at this stage. Let's also see if there are any suitable monster contracts. Wang Jinbao didn't say anything, but picked up his new phone to check the class messages. The rewards have come. 2 million resources or current level subsidies per person. It's a lot more than I thought. With almost no hesitation, Wang Jinbao directly chatted with Wang Chunfa privately to ask for cash, and then looked at Su Ming. I want cash, what about you? Su Ming did not hesitate. He combed Debao's hair and nodded. Same as you. Chapter 129, Mantis Stalks the Cicada. The next day, Su Ming and Wang Jimao came to the wild city gate of Baiyun City, where many beast masters of all kinds were coming in and out. This scene is the most common and true scene of this era. Although the work in the city is safe, the income is meager. Although the wilderness is full of dangers and even has a high mortality rate, the benefits are infinite. You two look like students, right? Do you need to hire security from our Tianya company? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared from somewhere in the crowd and came up to the two of them to promote something. However, he was scared away by Devouring, who was following Su Ming as soon as he finished speaking. No passers-by found this situation strange or surprising. It seems that this kind of solicitation happens frequently. After observing the passers-by, Su Ming came to the conclusion: these security companies are not as good as they are advertised. It's hard to say. The situation in each city is different. For example, in Bahai City where we went, many people looked for security companies. Wang Jimao put down his phone and interrupted Su Ming. Besides, since the first black employer in the world appeared, the so-called security reputation has been reduced a lot. The two were chatting, and when they arrived in the wild, they saw that the people leaving the city were rushing in one direction as if they were escaping for their lives, and they wanted their beasts to carry them and rush forward, and finally they disappeared into the woods. Looking at the illustrations that disappeared extremely quickly, Su Ming felt an indescribable complexity about this scene. This is really running for one's life. There is a group of people who will deliberately wait outside the city, pick on those who look easy to bully, remember where the other party leaves, and then follow them quietly. Wait until the right time to intercept, or even kill and rob. And the inspectors can't possibly tell you that they are everywhere in the wild. That's pure nonsense. Even most of the ones you see on the official roads are groups of wind and thunder dogs raised by the state. After leaving the city, people around were running as if they were escaping for their lives. Devouring was already tired, so he slowly followed Su Ming, while Wang Jimao was still playing with his mobile phone. After Black Scorpion followed him out of the city, he immediately went into the ground. At this time, the two of them were walking slowly towards the nearest forest. Su Ming lowered his head to look at Devouring, who was rubbing his trouser leg gently. After looking at him for a few times, he seemed to understand something and started talking to Wang Jimao with laughter. Maybe because Su Ming's voice was relatively soft at the beginning or for some other reason, Wang Jimao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. At the same time, at the city gate, the man from Tianya's security company who had just distributed flyers had come to an empty alley after many twists and turns. After entering the alley, he carefully observed the situation and made sure that there was no one there before he took out a 6-inch display screen from his shirt. As he watched the red dot on the screen moving forward little by little, the man's expression was extremely complicated. There is disdain, contempt, excitement, and even a hint of regret. Students are students. They don't want to go to the safer wild places near the school, but come to the wild places where we old hands often go to seek excitement. TSK. Calculating the time, from the beginning of the senior year to now. Each of us has an elite beast, so the family has some money, right? Who cares? No one will know if he dies in the wild. He has nothing valuable on him, but the 2 beasts he brought with him must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Rubbing his hands, the man, who seemed to have determined that he could make a fortune again, took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from his trouser pocket and dialed an unknown number. Hello? Can you hear me? The goods have arrived. I will transmit the real-time location to you through the hardware later. Well, find an opportunity to take action. Okay, remember, I don't want more 30%, okay, good, that's it. As the call was hung up, the man passionately kissed the old phone in his hand. This job is easier. I don't need to go to the wild. I just need to help find candidates. Oh, let's go wash our feet and celebrate and relax. It's another beautiful day. After putting the monitor in his hand back in place, he hummed a song and walked towards the chaos area. Meanwhile, in the wild, Wang Jimao, who had just entered the forest, narrowed his eyes into slits. He was originally a little fat, and his face gave people a gloomy feeling at this moment. The locator is installed on you, right? Luckily, Devouring, you have a keen nose. Otherwise I would have been watched from the dark without knowing why. Su Ming glanced at Wang Jibao, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water, and was playing with a small white gadget the size of a grain of rice in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, it was done by the person who recommended the security company to us. His purpose was not to recommend a security company, but to find candidates. If I'm not mistaken, he has at least 2 accomplices out here in the wild, and they will most likely attack at night, robbing us and taking our day's harvest at the same time. You know what, this little thing is really sticky. You have to pull it off. As he spoke, Su Ming used his left hand to forcefully pull off the locator on his right index finger, and then stuck it directly to the clothes on his chest. After doing all this, Su Ming showed a playful smile on his face. Let's go and take a look at Baiyun Lake. I haven't seen what a real lake in the wild looks like. Wang Jibao chuckled and said, Okay, I'll let the black scorpion lead the way. It's quite sensitive to water sources. Let's go. Soon, a strange scene appeared. The 2 men didn't say how long they had been walking, but it was at least half an hour, and they didn't encounter any monsters along the way. Su Ming did use his own abilities to see some servant-level monster illustrations, but as soon as they discovered him and his companions, they ran away without even looking back. It seems that people have been troubled by the situation here. There are no elite monsters near the edge. We have to go deeper. Su Ming murmured to himself, thinking that the edge of the wilderness looked like a safe zone with a certain safety factor had been carved out by the beast masters. But without a high-level beast tamer to suppress it, the monsters could counterattack at any time. No, they would definitely counterattack. Without thinking too much, Su Ming and Wang Jibao felt a little bored as they had not encountered any real monsters along the way. Just when Su Ming was planning to let Debao try to see if he could smell it. Suddenly, there was a movement under their feet, like the sound of some violent mining, and it came from behind them all the way forward. Black Scorpion, discovered something. Wang Jibao, who was originally so bored that he wanted to play with his phone, suddenly became alert, but soon his expression became a little strange. Su Ming was a little surprised when he saw it. What's wrong? I don't know either. After the black scorpion rushed forward about 10 meters, it began to dig continuously. Is there any spiritual object underneath? Chapter 130 Earth and Eggs. In a cave outside Baiyun City. There were 3 people in the cave, a scoundrel with an arm missing who was talking on the phone, a one-eyed man with an eye patch leaning against the mud wall to rest, and the last one was a short man with shifty eyes who was smiling obscenely while counting materials and waiting for harvest. The ruffian with one arm missing scratched the phone and put it in his trouser pocket. Here comes the job. The clerk from Tianyao Security has found us 2 more exciting students. One Eye, take a look at the monitor over there. The one-eyed man, who was resting, opened his eyes immediately after hearing this and picked up the display screen on his stomach. The situation was indeed as the one-armed man said. There's a red dot approaching the direction of Baiyun Lake. Huh! It stopped. Did it encounter a monster? After the voice fell, the one-eyed man's eyes were full of mockery. This position was blocked not long after leaving the city. Students are students. Shall we do it tonight? The one-armed man nodded slowly. We'll do it at night, Mouse. Don't fiddle with the things and count them. When we sell them for cents, you can count them any way you want. The dwarf laughed happily. Haha, I can't help it. I get excited when I see valuable things. I stole the storage bag from a stupid boy, so it must be worth a lot of money. Hey, why don't we ask that guy to help us find a few women from the wild? We've been here for nearly half a month, and I'm dying of suffocation. As soon as these words were spoken, there was no movement in the cave, and the 2 men seemed to be thinking. After a long while, the one-armed man, who was obviously the leader, nodded slightly and said, What Lao Shu said makes sense. We'll mention it after we finish this order and get his confirmation. In an instant, the man named Mouse laughed, and his laughter was sharp and piercing, as if he was really a mouse. Hee hee, there's something to play with. Everyone, have a good rest. The rat beasts just need to be on the alert nearby. We have a lot of work to do at night. Students who dare to leave the city must have some money at home. At the same time, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao waited blankly for Black Scorpion to come back. Your Black Scorpion must have sensed something underground, otherwise you wouldn't be digging like this. Are you still digging? No, it's starting to come up, and through the mental link, I can feel that my black scorpion is very excited. As he was talking, Wang Jinbao also looked puzzled. I asked it through the mental link, but it didn't say anything. Strange. Could it be that it brought up some eggs again? Inexplicably, Su Ming, who originally felt it was strange, felt inexplicably palpitated in his heart after hearing what Wang Jinbao said, and was frightened in an instant. It can't be true, as Wang Jinbao said, that the black scorpion must have dug up some kind of egg? After waiting for about another 3 minutes, the ground in front of the two men suddenly sank, and 3 oval objects about 10 centimeters long flew out directly from the collapsed pit, followed by a black scorpion that crawled out of the soil. What is this? Wang Jinbao walked forward. The oval object was snow-white and seemed a little transparent. There seemed to be something wriggling inside. Monster, earth ant hatching. Talent, ordinary. Level 0. Ability, none. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction. They live underground in the forest. This tribe is not very strong and is led by the queen ant. After confirming that the ground is safe, they will go out to move the remaining food on the ground and carry it back to the nest. They are relatively timid by nature and will not actively attack other creatures. The queen ant of this tribe has a good value and can be fed to monsters of the same level to have a good improvement effect. It should be noted that the queen ant of this tribe is generally a battlehead monster, and there is a very small chance that it will be a lord monster. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black scorpion screamed a few times after it came up, and before Wang Jinbao could see clearly what it brought up, it bit him. It looks white and tender, but once bitten by a black scorpion, the thick juice that flows out is light yellow, and even has a hint of black. Wang Jinbao was confused when he saw this. He asked tentatively, "Are these eggs from ant monsters? Did you destroy their nest?" Hiss, hiss. The black scorpion, which was eating happily, pulled its mouthparts out of the egg. When it did so, it also brought out a soft substance in the shape of an ant from the egg. Devouring, who was originally curious and wanted to try it, immediately backed away and retreated to Su Ming's side with great disgust. Meow. Master, black scorpions eat shit, the black color is shit. Compared to Devouring, who was disgusted, Wang Jinbao's eyes widened when he saw the ant that was still in the egg being pulled out. You stumbled into an ant nest? Hurry, hurry, Su Ming, let's go. I never thought that my black scorpion could cause such a big mess. At this moment, Wang Jinbao no longer wanted to go on a fishing expedition. The most important thing was to save his life. At the beginning of the recovery of spiritual energy, that is, during the mountain disaster, an insect nest broke out. The largest in number and strength were ant-like monsters, which swarmed out of the nest in a black mass. In terms of their movement and biting ability, it would be an insult to describe them as meat grinders. Hiss? Black Scorpion stopped what he was saying and looked at Wang Jinbao, who was trying to run away with Su Ming, with puzzled questions. It's okay. Do you smell the earthy smell? It comes from the eggs that are bitten open, plus the body of the little ant that hasn't fully developed yet. This means that this egg is a dirt ant egg. The dirt ants are not very strong. Except for the queen ant whose head cannot be moved, and the soldier ants guarding the queen ant, which are elite, the rest are all servants. This is also one of the reasons why your black scorpion was fine even after digging out 3 insect eggs. The main reason is that monsters like earth ants are not only weak in strength, but also timid. Not all ant-like monsters can reach the point of causing mountain disasters. On the contrary, many insect-like monsters are at the bottom of the food chain. Wang Jinbao, who listened to Su Ming's explanation from beginning to end, stood there in a daze, thinking for several minutes before he came to his senses. I'm stressed out by Black Scorpion. What he does all day is too outrageous. Wang Jinbao rubbed his brows and sighed as he looked at the Black Scorpion eating happily. Forget it. At least the food we found won't cause any trouble. Just eat it. It means you're not stupid. Gulp. Gulp. Devouring narrowed his eyes, and a ray of red light flashed in his pupils. Meow. Master, something is coming. Yeah, I felt it. The ground was shaking slightly. The Black Scorpion, which had just finished eating 2 earth ant eggs and was about to eat the 3rd one, was stunned and said, Hiss? He quickly burrowed back into the soil, ready to launch a surprise attack on the invading enemy at any time. Humph, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 131, A Fatal Injury. Humph, swoosh, swoosh. Monster and Hunter. Talent, Ordinary. Level 12 Elite. Element Earth. Ability, Needle Poison. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a monster that completely relies on its nose to survive. It has a strong ability to resist poison, but its performance is relatively mediocre. It relies on its extremely powerful sense of smell to find prey that it can kill. When it encounters a crisis, the spikes on the pods on its nose will all grow 20 centimeters. The creatures that are pierced by the spikes will become sluggish, and their bodies will gradually become stiff. This will last for an hour. The toxin is most lethal to ant monsters. It will attack enemies that steal its food. It was a monster with a nose nearly 2 meters long that was walking quickly out of the forest with its head lowered. The layers of fat on its body looked a bit physically uncomfortable. The monster's skin was yellow-black with black spots. It was 5 meters long and about 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its 2-meter-long and relatively slender nose was more like a whip than a nose. The long gray nose is covered with black protrusions, like small beans. The end of the nose is close to the ground to breathe in, and can suck in a lot of dust. It adjusted its direction from time to time like a treasure-hunting radar, and finally came straight to the 3 insect eggs, with its nostrils aimed at the remaining earth and egg. "What is this?" Wang Jinbao frowned as he looked at the big piece of fat. He had brought a bunch of outdoor gadgets with him, but this stuff didn't look appetizing at all. Just when he was about to send a message to the Black Scorpion underground through mental link to kill this fat pig-like anteater, a horrifying scene occurred. 2 sharp black thorns suddenly emerged from the monster's nostrils and pierced directly into the intact ant egg. The ant egg was sucked deflated in just a few seconds and turned into an empty shell. Wang Jinbao was stunned when he saw the ant-hunting beast retracting its long thorns after eating. The beast glanced at the 2 eggs that had been eaten and had no intention of paying any attention to the 2 of them. It even ignored Devouring and turned around to leave. Wang Jinbao. With a slight bang, an arthropod tail emerged from the abdomen of the anteater, stabbed it fiercely, and then immediately retracted. The anteater seemed to feel nothing. After pausing for a moment, it scratched the place where it was stabbed with its front legs and continued walking on its own. When it was about to disappear from the sight of the 2 men, Su Ming felt strange and patted Devouring on the head. A white shadow whizzed past, and the ant-seeking beast's tail was instantly cut off and flew out, hanging on the branch of a tree. The severe pain in the buttocks instantly stimulated the nerves of the anteater, and the bean-like things on its long and thin nose instantly swelled up into 20-centimeter black spikes in the wind. He turned his head vigorously and swung it, causing a sonic boom as it hit a large tree. There were no fancy skills involved. The tree exploded directly after being hit. Seeing that its attack failed, the ant-hunting beast twisted its body to find the murderer who attacked its buttocks, completely ignoring Su Ming and Wang Jinbao, who were standing not far away. "How did this thing get so fat with such a low IQ?" Looking at the fat swinging back and forth, Wang Jinbao felt like he needed to wash his eyes. How could there be such a monster? It brings together stupidity, waste, and eye-catching things in one place. However, Su Ming slowly shook his head, gave Devouring an order to fight quickly through the mental link, and then spoke. "Actually, it's not slow. Few monsters of the same rank can keep up with the wind-attributed cat monster. Especially the nose-flicking attack just now. Many monsters can't dodge it." Battlefield. Looking at the blood from its own wound dripping all over the ground, the anteater has no mouth, otherwise it would definitely let out an angry roar. "Meow? Meow. You are so slow, are you a pig? You are so fat? I have seen a pig that is not as fat as you, and it moves very fast." The anteater realized that the sound came from behind it, so it raised its feet to hide on the ground, and then its nose swung strangely to the side of its body. Devouring, who thought the opponent's foot was an attack and dodged in advance, looked in surprise at the nose that passed by him. After discovering this, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao also understood why he could eat so much. This thing uses some tricks to cheat skills. "Meow. I won't move, you can look at me and then hit me." After Devouring finished speaking, he slowly walked to the front of the ant-seeking beast, his eyes still smiling. Wang Jinbao couldn't help but let out an when he saw Debao's actions. The anteater watched with red eyes as the cat that had cut off its tail slowly walked up to it and squatted down, its two white and red tails still swinging. The originally scarlet eyes seemed to be congested at this moment, and the soft nose was stretched straight at this moment, and with the needles on it, it looked like a mace. At this moment, Devouring moved strangely. It suddenly jumped forward from its sitting position and instantly appeared in front of the ant-seeking beast. Its two white and red tails overlapped and vibrated. It hit the ant beast's chest directly at a faster speed than the opponent. Boom! The sound of the air vibrating was accompanied by a violent air explosion, and the body of the ant-seeking beast was blown away for more than 10 meters, and it only stopped after crashing into a tree. The anteater's chest seemed to have been blown up by explosives. Not only was a piece of flesh missing, but even half of its nose was broken off. The white bones in the chest were also exposed. What was even more strange was that the blood dripping from the wound on the anteater's chest was light yellow. TSK, the blood is stained with oil? I thought it was very fierce after seeing the brave counterattack of this thing just now, but it is still just a fat pig. Black Scorpion, use your Caliceri to dig out the area you just stabbed me with. I want to see what kind of situation can ignore your poison. After taunting, Wang Jimao looked at the ant hunter that was breathing in less than breathing out, and immediately ordered Black Scorpion to kill it and take a look at the situation at the same time. In fact, Su Ming was also very curious. Strong resistance to poison does not mean immunity, right? The situation of this ant-seeking beast just now did not look like it was poisoned at all. As a result, when the black scorpion crawled out of the soil, the ant-hunting beast, which was just dying, suddenly turned over and fled madly along the direction it came from. What is even more incredible is that the speed of escape was so fast that it left an afterimage. Hiss? Meow? Can you still run so fast? The two beast masters looked at the ant-hunting beast in confusion as its back had disappeared. At this moment, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao finally understood why this creature could grow so fat. Su Ming scratched his face. He saw that the status of the ant-seeking beast in the illustrated manual said it was seriously injured, but it could still run so fast, which was completely beyond his expectations. Let's follow the blood trail. Chapter 132 Occupation. Wang Jinbao, who was standing next to him, was so shocked when he saw the ant-hunting beast running so fast that he rubbed his face and exclaimed, "Now I know how my Uncle Rhino helped my father escape from death. Isn't this the same? Besides, my Uncle Rhino is very good at charging into battle." Hiss. After hearing these words, Su Ming also reacted. What Wang Jinbao said seemed to be true. The heavy-armored rhinoceros also had extremely serious injuries on the chest, and even the heart was affected. Compared with this ant-hunting beast, it seems to be similar. Meow. Master, let's go catch this big rat. Devouring, who was a little disgusted, shook the blood off his tail and came to Su Ming affectionately, his eyes still wide open, with an innocent look on his face. Ahead. A large amount of blood flowed out from the wound on the anteater's chest and dripped all over the ground with the wind. Its instinct at this moment told it to keep running until it reached its own residence. However, the severe wounds and heavy bleeding caused its spirit to become increasingly weak, and it even did not notice a monster rushing out from the side and was directly knocked to the ground. Huh! I was wondering why there was a thing running so hard. It's rare that it's not dead after being beaten like this. TSK, I don't know if it was beaten by other people or some other monster. 2 men and 1 woman walked out of the woods nearby, with their beasts standing by. The one that knocked down the anteater was a pig that was about the same size as the anteater. Second brother, your beast is a mantis. Quickly pry open the head of this ant-seeking beast, and we can leave directly after we get the inner elixir. If it is really the prey of other beast masters, we will inevitably fight to the death when we meet them. The leading man did not hesitate at all. Looking at the ant-hunting beast that had fallen to the ground and could not struggle, he ordered his men to start taking the inner elixir. A 2-meter-long mantis, whose sickle was almost as long as its body when retracted, fell from the sky. It skillfully chopped off the ant beast's head and took out the elixir inside. The thin man with a bamboo-like figure nodded at his mantis beast, and the inner elixir was thrown into the hands of the leading man. Sniff? It smells bad. Let's go. The man lowered his head and smelled it, with a hint of disgust on his face, but he still chose to accept it because of the price of 100,000 yuan. It's all money. The only woman in the team looked around, and the backpack on her back suddenly opened. A tender vine spread out and fell to the ground. In an instant, a rich floral fragrance spread from the vine. What's strange is that the fragrance of the flowers seems to be fixed and will not be blown away by the wind, as if it is frozen here. Well, now we don't have to worry about someone following the scent. We can get hundreds of thousands of dollars for free. The boss smiled and nodded. Yes, third sister is becoming more and more proficient in her business. Let's go and move on. The whole process took no more than a minute, but just when the three had taken a few steps, a pitch-black whip suddenly emerged from behind the woman. At the same time, the woman's backpack suddenly exploded, and a bunch of extremely terrifying vines covered with scarlet fangs were falling. Countless vines grew in the wind and grabbed the whip. Thump! The dark purple tail hook easily pierced through the strange monster and went straight to the woman's spine. At the moment the backpack exploded, the woman was so scared that she tried to run forward, but her speed was still one step slower than the catapulted tail. The powerful tail easily penetrated into the woman's back and came out from her abdomen, creating a hole with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters in her abdomen, and her body was almost broken into two. The plant beast that was pierced by the black scorpion wanted to continue fighting, but at the moment of its master's death, the beast collapsed to the ground like a robot with its battery removed, and its vines began to turn yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Third sister! The movement behind them happened almost in an instant. When the two men reacted and turned around, they saw the third sister they were talking about looking at them with a desperate look. He even raised his legs and tried to run forward, but the huge hole in his abdomen was so glaring that after he fell to the ground, his body was completely broken into two pieces. Has your debao's speed increased again? It's fine. I just didn't expect someone to be so unconscious. The sudden appearance of two relaxed and youthful voices made the two angry brothers tense up. The boss yelled with red eyes. Come out! The next second, a red and white cat with two tails jumped out from somewhere and landed in front of them. The strange thing was that they didn't hear any sound throughout the whole process. A young man is sitting on the cat, with another tied to the cat's tail. One of them has a look as calm as water, and the other has a look full of playful curiosity. After seeing the two of them, the second oldest was a little bit incredulous. So young, are they students in the senior year? Right. As he spoke, Su-ming quickly glanced at the two men's beasts, a large, thick-skinned, gray-haired pig and a green sickle mantis, one at level 16 and the other at level 14. The best was the woman's beast, a fragrant vine flower, a healing monster of excellent quality, but it could not withstand the death of its master and led to the death of the beast. Seeing the two men's eyes that seemed to want to eat them up, Su-ming and Wang Jinbao also fell to the ground. There's no point in talking anymore, just start fighting. Su-ming patted Debao's head gently, and the next second Debao disappeared beside him. Green sickle mantis! The startled second brother hurriedly ordered the green sickle mantis, who was also known for his speed, to take action, hoping to intercept the opponent. Duong! The sound of fine iron colliding was heard somewhere in the venue, and a strong wind blew up the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. Meow! Blocked? Debao looked at the green sickle mantis with some surprise as it used the blade of its sickle to block one of his tails. Just as he uttered a sigh, he saw the mantis open its mouth and bite his tail. The remaining tail immediately vibrated and hit the opponent's head, but the green sickle mantis reacted quickly and resisted in time, and the ground was slightly dented at this moment. So hard? Su-ming frowned, his tone a little surprised. It was the first time he saw a beast that could withstand two blows from his Debao's tail and caught it on the spot without any injury. At this time, the eldest brother had just closed the eyes of the third sister, and with his gums bleeding, he glared at Su-ming and Wang Jinbao like a devil. I want you to pay with blood! Thump! Suddenly, the black scorpion's tail suddenly broke out from the ground behind the man. He wanted to kill the master directly like he did just now, but he never expected that the thick-skinned gray-haired pig rushed over and hit the black scorpion's tail. Huff, huff! Chapter 133, Bison Plowed the Land? The black scorpion's tail shrank back immediately after being knocked away, causing the thick-skinned gray-haired pig's hoof to miss. Wang Jinbao raised his eyebrows slightly. You've learned your lesson. You ran away when you knew you missed. Beast Tamer, thick-skinned gray pig. Talent Elite. Level 16 Elite. Element Earth. Ability Thick Skin. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster has extremely tough skin, tough hair, and a thick fat layer. Its defense and resistance to blows are among the best in its tier. It is an omnivorous animal that likes to eat fruits. Because it has no fangs, its collision damage is somewhat weak, but its strength is acceptable. There's nothing special about this pig, but the subcutaneous fat is very thick. Your black scorpion may not be able to penetrate the meat in one go, so just release the poison directly. After carefully reading the opponent's illustrations, Su Ming gave Wang Jinbao some advice and then looked at Devouring, who was fighting with the green sickle mantis. It has to be said that the pair of sickles of this green sickle mantis are the hardest among the elite ones Su Ming has ever seen. Beast Tamer, Jade Scythe Mantis, Panic. Talent Elite. Level 14 Elite. Element Wind. Ability Steel Blade. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster has extremely strong speed and reaction ability. The blade of its sickle is extremely hard, which it uses to resist the enemy's attack. However, although the blade of the sickle is extremely sharp, it is also relatively fragile. Once it is hit by gravity, the sickle will break. Apart from this extremely useful sickle, the only thing worth mentioning about this monster is its speed. Su Ming had only taken a rough look at the level before, but now he had a clear idea in his mind. Is it possible that I can no longer catch up with Devao's speed? After transmitting the opponent's weakness to Devouring through the spiritual link with him, Devao's fighting style immediately changed. If Devouring was angry before and was looking for a chance to attack the sickle blade of the green sickle mantis madly, now he is looking for an opportunity to attack head-on. This scene frightened the tall and thin man on the opposite side. Does that person know what my beast control's weakness is? The tall and thin man looked a little ugly at this moment, but when he saw the third sister's body broken into two pieces, anger overcame the panic in his heart. Bicycle Mantis, speed up and get rid of this cat quickly. The tall and thin man was not unaware of the situation of his own beast, but he thought that after fighting for such a while, the opponent's beast must have been exhausted. His own Jade Sickle Mantis was among the elite ones, and its speed could be said to be the fastest. It's not like he hasn't killed cat monsters before. In fact, none of the cat monsters he has seen was as fast as his own green sickle mantis. The moment the tall and thin man finished speaking, the speed of the green sickle mantis indeed increased a lot, and this situation also attracted Devao's attention. You are the only one who talks too much. The tall and thin man was suddenly frightened when Devouring glanced at him, and began to panic. At this moment he understood that even if his beast master used all his strength, he could only restrain the cat. It is impossible to achieve the so-called kill. The tall and thin man turned his head to look at his eldest brother, only to see that he was already riding on the thick-skinned gray-haired pig, with its strange tail poking out from the ground from time to time to attack like a gopher. The man and the beast were dragged down like this, which made the tall and thin man slowly feel a bad premonition in his heart. Suddenly, the tall and thin man who wanted to look back found that the world seemed upside down and was still spinning, and the red and white cat jumped past him and rushed towards his eldest brother's position. Then he saw his body fall down. Just now, although Devouring did not seize the opportunity to attack the sickle blades of the green sickle mantis, after using his tail to push the opponent away, he suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the opponent's master, which led to this scene. After discovering something was wrong, the first thing the green sickle mantis wanted to do was to rush towards Su Ming and Wang Jinbao's location, but after rushing out for only a few meters, its life force suddenly stopped. Second brother! The man who found out that his second brother was also dead was filled with grief and anger at this moment, and even felt a strong sense of regret. His eyes were red, and he couldn't help but question Su Ming and Wang Jinbao angrily. Why? I just took your things, why are you killing me? Hearing this, Su Ming raised his head, staring at the other person with a dead look in his eyes. We arrived when you were taking the inner elixir, and listened to your conversation the whole time. You were given the opportunity from the beginning. It was your greed and fluke mentality that led to this scene and the current situation. Isn't it just the embodiment of the laws of the wild? The man was stunned after hearing this. Su Ming's emotionless eyes were like a red-hot iron, deeply imprinted in his heart. Old pig, let's go! As soon as he finished speaking, the man suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell directly off the thick-skinned gray-haired pig. While unconscious, he saw that the neck of his beast was rotten and there was a deep claw mark. The tail that he had been avoiding now pierced into the neck of the thick-skinned gray-haired pig along the cut wound. The neck of the thick-skinned gray pig began to turn purple and rot at a speed visible to the naked eye, and spread to the whole body at an extremely fast speed. At the very end, he saw the red and white cat walking towards him with a look of disgust on its face. After a while, Su Ming and Wang Jinbao took the two beasts and walked on the road to Baiyun Lake just like before. It's just that there are a few more inner elixirs in Wang Jinbao's hands, and his two hands are holding these 4 inner elixirs like walnuts. It's a pity that the tooth-like center of the fragrant vine flower didn't grow well, otherwise it would be no worse than an elite-level inner elixir. Those people had nothing on them except the inner elixir of the ant-seeking beast. I think they found a place to hide it. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Ming was silent for a moment. It's possible, but my Debao can't catch the smell. The smell is all disrupted by the fragrant vine flower. Even if it's really like what you said, we can't find their temporary base. We can only wait for the right person. Wang Jinbao was stunned when he heard this. His eyes gradually widened. Then I hope they don't have a base. How dare they build a base with such little strength? They definitely don't have a base. Hearing the tone of someone who is greedy for money but afraid of others making money, Su Ming shook his head in amusement. It's almost afternoon now. It will be evening in a few hours. We will soon reach Baiyun Lake. Didn't you bring pots, pans, and water? After saying that, Su Ming looked around as usual. His eyes gradually became a little strange. The terrain around here, why does it feel like it has been plowed? Chapter 134 Strange Surface of the Lake. You know what, it really does look like that, especially on the opposite side, where there's a large area of empty land. Not to mention trees, there's not even a blade of grass. Seeing the situation on the other side of the river, Wang Jinbao was also amazed. What's going on? Did some Battle-Lord-level monster fight here? Hearing this, Su Ming remained silent, and his expression gradually became strange. There is not a single illustration on the lake. Logically speaking, even if the monster is hiding in the lake, I should be able to see it through the illustration as long as it is not close to the lake. The weird thing is that I didn't even see a single illustrated guide. This shouldn't be the case. Even the artificial lakes in the city would have some low-level servant monsters for show. How come there aren't any monsters or even any fish to be seen in the lake in the wild? How strange. At this time, Debao curiously approached the lake, his nostrils twitching slightly, his eyes wide open, and his expression became strange. Meow. Master, this water is smelly. Smelly? What stinks? Wang Jinbao, who heard the noise, came over and looked at Su Ming curiously. I don't smell any bad smell. Su Ming walked to the lake, squatted down, and sniffed hard. When he smelled nothing, he still didn't believe it, and scooped up a handful of water. It has no taste. Wang Jinbao now understood what had just happened and scratched his head. Maybe there are a lot of dead monsters in the lake recently, so it smells a bit bad. It's normal that we can't smell it, but your Debao can. After hearing this, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Judging from the situation, the number of dead people in the lake might not be too large, but almost all of them. There is not a single illustration on the lake surface, and my Debao said that the water is smelly, so this is the only possibility. Thinking of this, Su Ming became even more confused. Let's go to a place closer to the woods. This Baiyun Lake gives me a weird feeling. It's such a big lake, but there's no movement on the surface of the lake, and the water is smelly. As he spoke, Su Ming saw people appearing around the lake. Some of them scooped water from the lake and left directly, while others stared at the lake like he had just done. But without exception, no one would deliberately stare at other beast tamers. Being stared at is not a good sign in the wild. Okay, I'll ask Black Scorpion to get something. Your Debao is much more useful than Black Scorpion in the forest. Wang Jinbao didn't care much about where to eat. It was mainly because after Su Ming said that he felt that something was indeed wrong, and those people who scooped water from the lake seemed to be avoiding a disaster. He ran away quickly after scooping the water. His intuition told him that this group of people should know something. And that open space on the other side of the lake, could it be related to Baiyun Lake? Wang Jinbao fiddled with the things in the storage bag while looking at the situation around him and thinking. Su Ming, help me set up the barbecue grill. It will be dark in an hour or so. Debao lay aside, yawning, watching the two busy people and the surroundings of Baiyun Lake. Such a grand outdoor barbecue with a lot of beer was hard not to attract the attention of others. When they saw a pitch-black thing emerging from the ground and bringing back an unknown monster, the people around them looked at it with contempt and disdain, and only a few were shocked and astonished. Aardvarkman? Seeing the monster corpse that was less than 1 meter long, looked like a pig but could not open its eyes, Su Ming curiously pulled the monster's eyes. The eyelids cannot be opened. This monster actually has no eyes. The pair of eyelids are not eyelids, but folds that look like eyelids. It lives in the shallow layer of the ground and feeds on soil. Wang Jinbao took out a knife and cut off the monster's head. One of them was slicing the meat while the other was skewering it. While they were busy, the two beast masters were also chatting about something. The black scorpion, which had just returned, burrowed into the soil again and walked away. After a while, it caught another aardvark. This scene made Su Ming feel a little surprised. Why is there another aardvark? Is there a nest of such monsters nearby? Wang Jinbao yawned. Why worry about so much? Let's get some barbecue first. This forest isn't deep enough, so there shouldn't be any warheads out there. The moment the words fell, the top of a big tree beside the two of them suddenly trembled. Hearing the noise, the two men stood up and ran without saying a word. Hiss! The next second, a huge snake head with a width of about 10 centimeters popped out from the tree and directly took away Debao and Black Scorpion's dinner. Meow! What is it? Following the smell, Debao reacted quickly and climbed up the tree in an instant. Before Su Ming could say anything, a 7 or 8 meter long snake fell directly from the tree, its skin torn and covered with scratches. Hiss! The black scorpion on the ground saw that the big snake wanted to run away, so it swung its tail without thinking and broke the opponent's spine. A hissing howl sounded, and at this time, Debao also came down from the tree again, holding the aardvark in its mouth. Monster, Jungle Python Death. Talent, Ordinary. Level 12 Elite. Element, Wood. Ability, None. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster attacks quickly and is good at crushing the prey's bones by strangulation before swallowing it. It has no teeth and the only way to eat is swallowing. Its tail is very powerful and it can hide its breath in the woods, even achieving the effect of invisibility. It is good at tracking and raiding. Because of its delicious meat, it is afraid of upright animals. A toothless snake? Su Ming was a little surprised by the content in the picture book. It was the first time he saw a snake without teeth. When Su Ming saw the last paragraph, he fell into a brief silence. Let's cut out some snake meat and move forward. It's not good to go close to the forest. We wouldn't know if a monster sneaked up on us. After saying that, Su Ming squatted down and stretched out his hand, and Debao opened his mouth and spit out the monster's inner elixir. Rub. The sound of sharpening knives continued to ring out, and Wang Jinbao spat. Okay, but this Baiyun Lake is indeed very strange. It feels like there is nothing in the lake. I somehow feel that being near the lake is less troublesome than being near the woods. Su Ming didn't say anything, but looked back at the lake and nodded silently. Maybe you are right. Soon, the aroma of snake meat and aardvark meat began to emanate from not far from the lake and drifted around. Rustling. As the meat was roasted more and became more fragrant, the movements in the nearby woods became more frequent. Su Ming could see many illustration panels of elite monsters. These monsters were all in the woods and did not dare to come out. The sky gradually darkened. In addition to some monsters watching in the woods, there were also many people peeking in the woods. Debao, who was chewing a bone, narrowed his eyes and made a low sound in his throat. Chapter 135, Stubborn Bull. Sensing Debao's abnormality, Su Ming's eyes moved slightly. Wang Jinbao, who was drinking fruit wine, paused slightly, and his eyes began to become more blurred. Hey! Two little brothers, why are you still lighting a fire and grilling meat in the wild? I haven't eaten for a day, can you give me some meat? A short man walked out of the woods. Because it was getting dark, Su-ming couldn't see the other person's expression clearly, but he could hear his pitiful and slightly vulgar tone. The expression should be pitiful. Su-ming looked at the other party and saw two beasts in the forest behind him, one at level 18 and the other at level 19. There is another beast under the ground. My black scorpion discovered it, but it didn't find my black scorpion. Wang Jinbao, who looked drunk, staggered and whispered the situation to Su-ming. 3. No wonder they dared to come alone. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the accomplices of the person who gave them the locator during the day. After watching the other party pretending to be cautious and walking for a while and then stopping, Su-ming also made a surprised expression. Is it not allowed to light a fire in the wild? Oh, little brother, it's not safe in the wild. If you're lucky, you can make some money, but if you're unlucky, you'll die in the wild. I'm stuck in the middle. I have no money to earn and I am good at hiding. Now I can't help smelling the fragrance. Look! The dwarf said this while taking a step forward tentatively, without any intention of asking the other party whether he agreed or not. Su-ming and Wang Jinbao remained silent, just watching the other party approaching little by little in this extremely old-fashioned way. Phew! Squeak! 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 Between the dwarf and the two men, a mouse more than 1 meter long suddenly broke out of the ground, and as soon as it broke out of the ground, it ran towards the dwarf. At the moment the mouse broke out of the ground, a pitch-black whip grabbed its hind legs and dragged it back into the soil. The dwarf was stunned when he saw this scene. Then he saw Su-ming, who had a sympathetic look on his face, and Wang Jinbao, who looked like a drunk, stood up at the same time and looked at him with strange eyes. An 18th level mountain rat. I heard that this kind of monster has a good sense of spiritual objects and treasures under the ground, but its attack ability is average. Listening to Su-ming's regretful words, how could the dwarf not know that he was exposed? The mountain rat that was dragged back by the black scorpion died almost immediately. The dwarf fell headfirst to the ground and began to spit blood foam, and the people in the forest could no longer hide. However, what Su-ming did not expect was that it was not people who came out, but the two beasts. Roar! The loud tiger roar directly broke the tranquility of the night, and the surface of the lake was also sparkling due to the roar. A 6-meter-long tiger rushed straight towards Su-ming and Wang Jinbao. Beast Tamer, Flowing Flame Tiger. Talent Elite. Level 18 Elite. Elements, Wind, Fire. Ability, Fire Control, Great Strength. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. When this type of monster moves, flames will appear at the corners of its mouth and tiger paws, and flames will be reflected in its tiger eyes. The claws of this type of monster are not as strong as other monsters of the same type, but they can help the fire. It has a strong body and outstanding strength. There are few rivals in the same level. The tiger roar is very imposing and penetrating. Meow! Another tiger. When Debao saw the flowing flame tiger charging towards him, he immediately thought of the golden-toothed sword tiger that had defeated him in the past. His eyes turned red and he rushed out directly. Moo! Is this a cow? Wang Jinbao, who was dragging the dwarf back, looked up the next moment when he heard the familiar cry, and was horrified to find that a bull with huge horns was launching a death charge towards him. In the dark night, the cow was like a tank, and the whole place seemed to be shaking. No wonder they dare to do these things. Apart from this dwarf, these two are pretty good at controlling beasts. While dragging the dwarf back, Wang Jinbao gave attack orders to the black scorpion underground. Beast Tamer, Skyhorn Buffalo. Talent Elite. Level 19 Elite. Element Gold. Ability, Great Strength, Penetration. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster usually has a pair of thick, winding horns that are more than 1 meter long. This is its main means of attack. The horns are extremely hard, and the tips of the horns have strong penetrating power when charging. When competing for a mate, the winner will be decided by collision. It is difficult for monsters of the same rank to survive the charge of a skyhorn buffalo, but once the sky-horned buffalo starts charging, it is difficult to stop. Moo! Feeling the vibration on the earth, Black Scorpion felt inexplicably confused for a moment. What is this thing so big? For the Black Scorpion, the bigger the object, the easier it is to intercept. When the sky-horned buffalo ran over the Black Scorpion, the dark purple tail hook shot out like a bullet, accurately hitting the opponent's calf tendon. The attack hit, but in the next second, the Black Scorpion's tail hook got stuck in the calf of the sky-horned buffalo, and it was pulled out of the soil by the powerful force and flew directly into the sky 7 or 8 meters high. What the hell? Wang Jibao, who was tying the dwarf, noticed something wrong with the mental connection. He looked up and saw his own Black Scorpion spinning in the sky, then falling to the ground and lying motionless. If Wang Jibao had not been able to sense the Black Scorpion's condition, he would have thought that his beast had fallen to death. Fortunately, it was only stunned. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard, dust flew up in an instant, and a hole was directly smashed into the ground. This was caused by the rotting of the lower leg, which caused the rhinoceros to suddenly lose force and slide forward while falling to the ground like an overturned truck. Moo! The sky-horned buffalo's eyes instantly turned red, and its intact hind legs kicked directly at the poisoned and festered hind legs, and the rotten leg flew out directly. Su Ming and Wang Jibao stared in amazement at this scene. I heard that cows are very stubborn. Is this because of their red eyes? Don't you have an uncle named Rhino? Don't you know? Wang Jibao blinked, his eyes were both stunned and surprised. Can you stand up? As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-horned buffalo struggled for a while and then stood up. Its body was still a little bumpy. After it adjusted itself, its red eyes looked directly at Su Ming and Wang Jibao. By the time the sky-horned buffalo's rotten leg was kicked off, the Black Scorpion had already recovered. After taking a look at the flowing flame tiger who was fighting fiercely with Devouring, the Black Scorpion decisively burrowed back into the soil and rushed towards the sky-horned buffalo's location. Su Ming stared at the sky-horned buffalo that stood up, glanced in the direction of the forest where the two beasts had rushed out of, and said softly, "These two are very smart. They told the beast masters to come out but they didn't. Don't you have a centipede beast master that can also burrow into the ground? Let's have a surprise attack." Chapter 136, Nighttime Death Battle. In the woods. The one-eyed man and the one-armed man frowned. My beastmaster told me through the mental link that the mouse was captured alive. The one-armed man took a deep breath when he heard what the one-eyed man said. Something's wrong. These two guys seem to know we're coming. The fat guy even pretends to be drunk, trying to trick us out. The biggest problem is that the other side actually has monsters hiding in the soil, and the rats are also hiding in the soil, but we can't find them. MD, is this a scheme that two students who have just entered the wild can set up? Or did that bastard do it on purpose? The more the one-armed man talked about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. This was too outrageous. When had Baiyun City ever produced a high school student like this? If you count the past 5 or 6 years, there hasn't been a student with such courage and ability. Instantly, the one-eyed dragon's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. One of my beast's legs was broken. The one hiding in the soil was a very poisonous scorpion. The moment it stung my beast, one of its legs was broken. The one-armed man's expression became even more unfriendly after hearing this. He didn't even think that there was something wrong with the guy who was looking for the candidate. He didn't even believe it. It was as if the other party knew their beast control information. If this wasn't a problem with an insider, what could it be? In addition, the three of them were always together, so wasn't it possible that that guy was the only one who could have problems? MD! Don't let me get into the city alive! Otherwise I'll send his whole family to see the King of Hell. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth, and he gritted his teeth in hatred when he felt his flowing flame tiger being entangled by a cat through the mental connection. Tempers are also quickly becoming irritable. Huh! Why is there a light behind that fat guy? Suddenly, the one-eyed man narrowed his good eye and felt that something was wrong. The one-armed man pondered for a few seconds before decisively saying, "Didn't we contract a second beast a while ago? Release them to protect us. From what you said, it seems like the other party is secretly releasing the beasts to attack us." The companion was startled when he heard this, and nodded slowly with a serious expression. As two summoning circles fell, a half-meter-tall bear and a half-meter-tall chicken walked out of the summoning circles. The chicken-like beast wanted to crow the moment it came out, but the quick-eyed dragon grabbed its mouth and said, "Don't crow." The beast's master was stunned for a moment before the one-eyed dragon withdrew his hand. Underground, a small centipede was approaching this side. When it quietly broke through the ground and saw two people, it was about to rush up and bite each of them, but suddenly something stepped on its head. Cluck, cluck, cluck! One side of the battlefield. Su Ming and Wang Jinbao looked suddenly in the direction of the crowing of the rooster. "Is this a chicken?" Wang Jinbao's expression changed when he heard the noise, but soon returned to normal. "The other beast that sounded like a chicken had a rotten leg. I asked my beast to return first." Hearing this, Su Ming raised his eyebrows. "One of your feet is rotten? Did you step on your red flame black striped centipede?" "Right." Su Ming nodded slowly. "Great. The situation is now clear. The enemy only has one backup beast man and they don't dare to send it out directly. What's next is the situation on the front battlefield." As he was talking, Su Ming saw Wang Jinbao's black scorpion being tripped and flying again. He felt nervous and said, "My debao is almost done. You hold on a little longer." Wang Jinbao nodded with some pain. "It's okay. The remaining tube of culture medium from last time has not been used yet. I will feed it this time when I go back. It's not a big problem." Hearing this, Su Ming took a deep breath and gave Debao an order through the mental link to kill the other party as soon as possible. On the battlefield, the flowing flame tiger was burning with flames all over, especially at the corners of its mouth and its paws. Its eyes, which seemed to be on fire, made it look like a tiger god sweeping away evil. Roar! A faint meaty aroma emanated from the body of the Luyan tiger, and a lot of the hair near Debao's paws was also burnt. The two cat monsters, one big and one small, were staring at each other and circling around. Suddenly, in the eyes of Lianhu, a blood-red mist strangely flowed from the body of the cunning cat in front of him. Its intuition told it that it must interrupt the spread of this blood mist. Roar! The loud tiger roar shook the flames on its body, and the red giant raised its limbs and pounced towards Debao. Debao, whose body was covered in scarlet, did not hide but rushed forward. At the moment when he was about to be pounced by the opponent, he exerted force with his hind legs and slid forward violently. The sound of hair being burned continued to be heard. The blood shadow cat demon slid under the flowing flame tiger to avoid the attack. Its front legs gripped the ground tightly, and it swung its body with the help of inertia and rushed directly towards the flowing flame tiger. The Luyan tiger also noticed something was wrong and wanted to turn around immediately, but it was not as fast as the cat. It was just a moment slower, and half of its tail was broken. And no one knew where the cat that turned red ran to. Seeing the half of its tail falling to the ground, Lianhu's face became extremely ferocious. Roar! Meow! A scarlet claw grabbed the Luyan tiger from the side of its face. The Luyan tiger did not dodge but directly charged forward with its head swung. The sharp cat claws directly scratched off a large piece of flesh on the right side of Lianhu's face, exposing the white bones, and there were deep claw marks on the bones. The wound was covered with blood in the next second, and a large amount of tiger blood dripped onto the ground through the wound as if it was free. Debao, who was knocked away by the tiger head, fell to the ground and rolled several times before he stopped. When he stood up again, some blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A low roar sounded from Debao's throat, and a pair of cat eyes stared at the bloody head of the flowing flame tiger. The Luyan tiger's paws dug into the ground again and again. It was obvious that the wound on its face was unbearable for it. Neither monster moved until their pupils began to contract, and then two sound explosions were heard. In an instant, a large amount of blood spilled into the sky, embellishing the dark night with a different scene. After landing, Debao immediately turned around and ran towards the direction of the sky-horned buffalo. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard, and the remaining nerve reactions caused the flowing flame tiger to twitch its body, and a large amount of blood gushed out uncontrollably from the lower side of its head. In just a moment, the ground was dyed red, forming a small pool of blood. The flames on the body began to dim and dissipate, and the originally bright tiger eyes became dim at this moment. In the woods, the one-armed man who was whispering with the one-eyed man suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, his head shook and he fainted. The one-eyed man touched the still warm blood on his face, his eyes full of disbelief. Brothers Leon who died? End of chapter 137. After landing, Devouring quickly ran towards the skyhorn buffalo. If the black scorpion, whose shell was already cracked, could cry at this moment, his eyes would surely be filled with tears. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The black scorpion that crawled out of the soil sensed that Devouring was coming to support it, and did not attack the skyhorn buffalo at first. Instead, it raised its claws to collide with it, and showed respect to Devouring. Wang Jinbao's face turned red with anger when he saw this. Idiot! What are you doing? Meow. I'll help you. At this moment, the skyhorn buffalo who wanted to catch the black scorpion during its stagnation period was raising one of its front hooves to step on it, but strangely smelled a strong fishy smell. Then its owner notified it to retreat immediately through the mental link, which made the skyhorn buffalo pause for a moment before reacting, and it immediately turned around and left. But how can a cow run without a leg? Meow! Go to hell! Almost instantly, a scarlet afterimage passed through the belly of the skyhorn buffalo. The skyhorn buffalo only felt a sharp pain in its abdomen, as if it was hit hard by something. Its teeth were chattering, its eyeballs were about to pop out in pain, and its remaining 3 good legs went limp. The huge body fell directly to the ground. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, and opened his mouth. A large amount of blood and internal organs fragments spurted out several meters away. In an instant, he was breathing in less and out more, and with every breath, a large amount of broken meat would be washed out along with the blood flowing out of his mouth. In the skyhorn buffalo's blurred vision, a cat demon emitting blood mist walked into its sight with graceful steps. Especially the 2 tails behind the cat demon, which had no rules for movement, and were like a devil's dance, were deeply imprinted in the depths of its eyes. Meow? Can't get up? Devouring walked closer to the skyhorned water buffalo, feeling its body beginning to get cold, and its life force rapidly fading away. His cat eyes were filled with human boredom. Meow? You are so weak, only that stupid scorpion can't deal with a loser like you who likes to rush around. Meow. Big guys like you with a single attack method are the easiest to bully. The next second, the sharp claws cut off the head of the rhinoceros, and it was at this time that Su Ming and Wang Jinbao stepped forward. The 2 of them immediately checked the condition of their respective beasts. When Su Ming saw that blood was clearly flowing from the corner of Debao's mouth, his heart twitched. Did it hurt when you got hit? Devouring tilted his head. Meow? Meow. The collision? It hurt a little, but the tiger was on fire, so I fought for so long. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled bitterly. When we reach the level of war leader, the elemental release will definitely be more powerful than that tiger. After he finished speaking, Su Ming turned his head and looked at Wang Jinbao. How is your black scorpion? Because the black scorpion was dark purple in color, Wang Jinbao, who was holding a flashlight, looked at it for several minutes before his expression returned to normal. Fortunately, the shell is only cracked. It was just rubbed by the cow or caused by its force. If it was stepped on, it would be a big problem. Wang Jinbao turned off the flashlight and sighed. The Beastmaster is dead. I guessed correctly that the 2 men have fainted. They also released 2 servant-class monsters in the end. After saying that, the red fire black-striped centipede came out directly from under Wang Jinbao's feet, saying something excitedly, while Wang Jinbao listened and nodded silently. Come on, it's over there. Led by the red fire black-striped centipede, the 2 soon arrived at each other's hiding place. When they were almost there, they could smell a faint smell of blood. Roar! Accompanied by a slightly immature bear roar, a little bear with silver hair and half a meter tall rushed over. Beast Tamer, Silver Bear. Talent, Excellence. Level 8 Servant. Ability, Great Strength, Iron Bones. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. Silver Treasure Bear, a cub variant of the Earth Bear, is a very rare monster. It is a pure carnivore that only eats fresh blood. Its speed, strength and defense have high growth potential. Its claws are not sharp but they are heavy. Its attack is like a heavy hammer, which can easily cause serious injuries to the enemy or even kill it with one blow. This type of monster has no natural enemies and is of great value in cultivation. Meow? Bear cub? The two of them only felt as if there was a strong wind blowing by their side, and a slanting line of blood burst out from the body of the silver bear in front of them, and it fell to the ground with a thud. There's another one? Looking at the silver treasure bear that had fallen to the ground and broken into two pieces, Su-Ming looked around in surprise, searching for the other beast that sounded like a chicken before. As a result, he saw a 30-centimeter-long red-fire black-striped centipede curled up around something. Beast taming, fighting chicken near death. Talent elite. Level 6 servant. Ability, sharp eyes. Evolution conditions. Illustrated description, a monster with good eyesight. Its attack ability is average, but it has a strong early warning ability. When it senses danger or finds prey, it will make a loud crow. Since it will crow before attacking, it often wastes the best opportunity to attack, so it is a monster that tends to be a warning. When Su-Ming saw clearly what was entangled, he paused and patted Devouring gently. Take a break, there is no need to keep in this state. If I don't rest now, I won't be able to move if I'm forced to change back due to lack of physical strength. Devouring was very obedient. He walked to the body of Silver Bear and immediately stopped his bloodthirsty state. He was tired and started eating right there. As a result, after just 2 bites, Devao's eyes lit up and he said, Meow! Very tender meat. In response, Su-Ming smiled and looked at Wang Jinbao, who was touching the corpse. Did you touch anything? As soon as he finished speaking, Su-Ming saw Wang Jinbao pull out a storage bag from the lining of the one-armed man's shirt. There's a storage bag. I guess there's a lot of good stuff in it. And there's a high chance that it's all dirty stuff. As he spoke, Wang Jinbao looked at Su-Ming and said, He also took out a cell phone, but there is only one person here, and there is another one that I haven't seen. That's strange. There was a rustling sound of bushes rustling, and the black scorpion hooked a man's collar with its tail, and dragged him back. Hiss, hiss. Seeing this, Su-Ming and Wang Jinbao looked at each other, and sneered at the same time. He was dragged out from one side. It seems that he ran away after seeing his accomplice vomiting blood and falling to the ground. He is also connected with the actions of Skyhorn Buffalo. As Wang Jinbao spoke, he walked over and started to fiddle with the man's clothes, but soon he frowned. This guy has nothing like the short guy, huh? What is this? With a swish, Wang Jinbao pulled out a large display screen from the one-eyed man's chest. After seeing the red dots on it clearly, Wang Jinbao's eyes were full of coldness. At this moment, Su-Ming picked up the mobile phone he found from the one-armed man, and his eyes narrowed. Interesting, this phone doesn't have a password yet. Chapter 138, Crisis in the Early Morning. Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes speechlessly. What password do old cell phones have? When you're out and about, old cell phones are durable and won't break when dropped. The signal is still acceptable. Su-Ming did not feel embarrassed after being exposed. Instead, he searched carefully for any useful information. Huh! Just one contact? This is the only call record, and the most recent one was this morning. Wang Jinbao, who was touching the corpse nearby, stopped what he was doing when he heard the noise, took out his cell phone, walked to Su-Ming and made a call. Old housekeeper, I'll give you the number, XXXXXXXXXXX, what's going on? What could it be? Su-Ming and I are here in the wild. That's enough, I understand. We'll go back tomorrow morning. I'm hanging up now. After hanging up the phone, Wang Jinbao gave Su-Ming a look that said, It's done, and then made a gesture of wiping the neck towards Black Scorpion. Seeing Wang Jinbao handle the matter so quickly, Su-Ming, who was not able to react immediately, threw the phone in his hand aside and said, After we get the inner elixir, we will just stay in the field for one night. It will be unearthed tomorrow morning. Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally closed it. That's not unreasonable. The best thing to do now is to do what you said. I'll let Black Scorpion dig a hole, and you Devouring will chop down 2 trees, and we'll drive the stakes into the ground. Soon the 2 men, who had eaten and drunk their fill, rolled up their sleeves and got to work. After cutting the trees to the appropriate size, Debao began to wander around the area to serve as a warning. Although he had consumed a lot of physical energy, in the dark, Debao's eyes had a very strong intimidating effect. At the same time, in Baiyun City, Wang family villa. After hanging up the phone, the housekeeper quickly came to the computer desk in the room. Although he was in his 50s, he was not slow at all. After turning on some instruments of unknown location, the butler drove away with a string of addresses. The next morning, there was a sudden strange movement on the ground not far from the shore of Baiyun Lake. With a bang, a big hole was pushed out from the bottom of the ground. A scorpion crawled out first, followed by a red and white cat bringing up 2 people. As soon as the 2 of them came up, they started spitting wildly. "It's safe, but we've eaten a lot of dirt tonight. Let's go back to the city and get some rest." Wang Jinbao had just finished complaining when Debao, who had put him down, suddenly got angry and almost frightened him so much that he fell back into the pit. "What's going on?" Su Ming, who also discovered Debao's situation, was also shocked. He was about to look around to check the situation, but the next second he felt a strong gust of wind coming. Meow? Court death? In a hurry, Debao could only use his tail to grab Su Ming's legs and drag Su Ming a few meters away before dropping him to the ground. Duong. When Su Ming got up from the ground with a grin on his face, he already felt very uncomfortable all over after sleeping in the dirt like a dead man, and now he felt like he was falling apart. What? Su Ming looked carefully, and was stunned when he saw a gray and white thing. It was the first time he had seen such a thing, and he had never seen it on the internet. The monster that was defeated by Debao was a humanoid monster, about 2 meters tall, with relatively strong limbs. The strange thing was that this monster had 2 bright silver crescent-shaped arm blades on its arms. Especially the head, it looks a bit like a monkey, but more like a wolf. Monster, Arm Blade Tree Wolf. Talent Elite. Level 14 Elite. Elements Wind Gold. Ability Speed Agility. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description: a humanoid wolf monster that lives in trees. It is naturally extremely fast and has a high reaction ability. The blades on its arms are extremely hard and sharp. With its speed, very few monsters of the same level can block its attack. Because it does not eat much, it only chooses enemies of similar size every time it hunts. It is extremely cautious and only appears in the early morning. Is this thing a tree wolf? Is there such a thing in the wild in our Baiyun city? Su Ming looked at Wang Jinbao, who also exclaimed, and seeing that he was in a stalemate with his Debao, he couldn't help but ask. What's the trick with this monster? Wang Jinbao smacked his lips. It's more ferocious and more powerful than a white shadow cat. The starting price for a servant level 1 is 500,000. The lower the level, the more expensive it is. But the elite level is worthless. Monsters like tree wolves can only be contracted when they are servants. Now that your Debao has evolved, I don't know what the situation is now. As if he had heard Debao's dissatisfied growl, Wang Jinbao hurriedly added a sentence. The Armblade Tree Wolf stared at Su Ming for a while, then stared at Wang Jinbao for a while. At the same time, because of Debao's pressure, it was still quietly retreating. However, after retreating a few steps, the Armblade Tree Wolf suddenly jumped onto a tree. Bang! The pitch-black tail broke out of the ground and missed directly, appearing exactly where the Armblade Tree Wolf had just stood. Rustling. After climbing up the tree, the Armblade Tree Wolf took one last look at the 2 of them, then hid itself among the leaves. Just when the 2 beasts were concentrating on fighting, the rustling sound of leaves became farther and farther away. It was obvious that the opponent had just run away. Debao had a ferocious cat face, and seemed to want to chase after him. He even raised his paws to move forward, but he quickly gave up the idea and turned to come to Su Ming. Meow. Master, is it painful? It doesn't hurt, it's fine. I just didn't expect to encounter such a monster. This world is really amazing. Next time I bury or dig up something, I have to be on guard in advance. We suffered a loss this time, so we should be more careful next time. Debao listened patiently, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at Wang Jinbao, who was fiddling with his phone. Wang Jinbao was so scared that he almost dropped the phone, and stood silently beside Su Ming. The problem has been solved. Oh, and the money for the class fight has also been paid. Let's hurry up and leave now. Who knows if some monster will pop out again later. Without any hesitation, the two of them moved forward quickly under the escort of the Beastmaster. However, not long after they started walking, the branches above their heads suddenly made a strange noise. Wang Jinbao's face turned pale instantly. Could it be that the thing didn't run away, but is targeting us? Su Ming, who was riding on Debao's back, frowned when he heard this. Logically speaking, the Armblade Tree Wolf is an extremely cautious being. The reason why it ran away just now was because it felt it would be difficult to succeed under the defense of its own Debao and Black Scorpion, so it just ran away. Logically speaking, shouldn't this cautious monster choose other targets after giving up its target? Su Ming was not very clear, so he just lay on Debao's back and looked upwards. Chapter 139, Dividing the Spoils Afterwards. Monster, Vicious Carnivorous Spider. Talent Elite. Level, 16 Elite. Element, Poison. Ability, Neurotoxin. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. This type of monster lives in trees all its life, and only comes down from the trees during the egg-laying period. It will place its eggs at the roots of large trees. The monster's tail can spray out a poison net with a radius of more than 3 meters. It has extremely strong viscosity and flexibility, and the force caused by the launch is extremely large. It will not be blocked by branches and leaves. When it captures prey with the poison net, it will use its mouthparts to inject a unique corrupting venom, dissolving all the flesh and blood in the prey into liquid for absorption. When Su Ming looked at the illustration carefully and confirmed that the monster above his head was not the Armblade Tree Wolf, he felt relieved. If it was that Armblade Tree Wolf, Wang Jinbao, who was being carried away by the Black Scorpion, might be in trouble. No, why is there movement above our heads again? Wang Jinbao's face turned pale when he thought that it might be the Armblade Tree Wolf that had turned back. Don't worry, the noise doesn't sound like something that can be made by 2 or 4 legs. It could be a spider monster. As soon as these words came out, Wang Jinbao, who had been a little anxious, instantly returned to normal. Spider, that's fine, that's fine. Su Ming ignored Wang Jinbao and whispered something into Debao's ear. Just when everything was ready, a loud eagle cry suddenly sounded above their heads. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A panicked and shrill scream came from above their heads, and the next second, as if it was dawn, a large number of leaves fell to the ground. A jet-black eagle directly grabbed the vicious carnivorous spider. Su Ming, who was lying on Debao, was able to see the size of the spider clearly. Its abdomen was about the size of a bicycle tire. At this moment, Su Ming was confused. How dare you attack us when you're so small? Monster, Black-Feathered Cat Owl. Talent, Excellence. Level 17 Elite. Element, Wind. Ability, Lock, Poison Resistance. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction. After the spiritual energy was revived, the owl mutant monster changed its work and rest, and liked to hunt prey smaller than itself. For this kind of monster, the more poisonous the monster, the more nutritious it is to them. Due to the lack of judgment ability, many black-feathered cat owls were poisoned to death during hunting. Therefore, it is difficult for this kind of monster in the wild to break through to the first battle stage. Su Ming? Did you see what the eagle caught? Su Ming, who was brought back to his senses by Wang Jinbao's shout, thought for a few seconds. It was a big spider. It was snatched away before we could see it clearly. We are almost reaching the city gate at this speed. Wang Jinbao was amazed when he heard this. The two most dangerous times in the wild are morning and evening. The daytime is the safest. There were no accidents on the way into the city, and the two of them returned to the senior high school dormitory with the Beastmaster. Wang Jinbao glanced at Debao, who went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then looked at Haixi, who was covered in mud. He was silent for a while, as if he had said nothing, but also as if he had said everything. Shaking his head, Wang Jinbao took out the storage bag he had seized last night. Let's see what good stuff we have here. After saying that, Wang Jinbao opened the storage bag without thinking and poured everything out. When Wang Jinbao found that what was poured out were actually some pots, pans, and utensils, his face turned black, but soon the things that came out turned into inner elixir. Su Ming on the side picked up the inner elixirs and arranged them. 1, 2, 4, 7, 11. Not bad. There are 11 inner elixirs in their storage bag. Boom! The moment Su Ming finished speaking, Wang Jinbao, who was about to reply, suddenly spilled something that directly broke through the floor tiles, revealing the concrete floor underneath. What the hell? What is this? Looking at the big iron lump in front of him, Wang Jinbao blinked frequently, and soon his eyes began to glow. Is this thing a subway spirit? It's so big! Spiritual object, subway spirit. Illustrated introduction. A relatively rare type of refined iron material that can be used in the evolution and cultivation fluids of metallic monsters, and can also be used in other directions. After reading the introduction, Su Ming nodded in confusion. I think so. This is very valuable? And it's not very big, only about 20 to 30 centimeters long. After hearing this, Wang Jinbao kept shaking his head and said, You don't understand, this thing is sold by size. It's this big, and I estimate it's worth 3 or 4 million. Su Ming? That's quite valuable. After saying that, Su Ming looked at the other things that were poured out from the storage bag. After this subway spirit was poured out, many spiritual objects also flowed out with it. A relatively large mushroom, a straight, half-meter-long emerald green grass, and several fruits that were half the size of a football but of different colors and shapes. Spiritual item, mushroom. Illustrated description. After it fully grows, it will form a small raised mound on the ground. When you step on it, it will make a crackling sound. This spiritual plant has a certain detoxification effect and can also enhance the reaction ability of some earth-attributed monsters. Spiritual item, sword star grass. Illustrated introduction. A relatively rare type of refined iron material that can be used in the evolution and cultivation fluids of gold and earth attribute monsters. It can also be used as medicine. It has the effect of curing ALS in humans. Spiritual item, jade fruit. Illustrated description. It can slightly increase the reaction speed of monsters or beasts. It is slightly toxic and is not recommended to be taken in large quantities. It can be used in human medicine to treat Alzheimer's disease. Spiritual item, green root. Illustrated introduction. A relatively rare medicinal material. Beastmasters and monsters below the elite level can increase their level by taking it. For humans, long-term use can prolong life. Su Ming flipped through these spiritual fruits one by one, and his eyes became more and more strange. There were quite a few spiritual objects, more than 20 in total. Except for the earth mound mushroom in the front, each of the following ones could be used as medicine to treat humans. During this time, Wang Jinbao added up the value of all the monster inner cores and spiritual objects he had collected this time. Almost 8 million. If you include this storage bag, it's barely 9 million. Wang Jinbao looked at Su Ming and said, Do you have anything you like? If not, I'll have them take everything back and I'll transfer the money to you directly. Chapter 140. Sacrifice after the resurrection of spiritual energy. After carefully checking and thinking for a while, Su Ming shook his head slowly with a little hesitation. Forget it, just exchange it for money. Even if these things are mixed into a breeding solution, the effect will not be very useful. They are more useful for the centipede you gave me. Hearing this, Wang Jinbao nodded slightly and started to stuff all these things back into the storage bag. I'll transfer the money to you later. I'll go back to see my old housekeeper. I hope he doesn't get hurt this time. Su Ming raised his eyebrows when he heard this. If I remember correctly, you seem to have told me that the old housekeeper has been with your father for decades, right? You usually let him do all these dirty things? Then what do you do with the remaining things? Wang Jinbao curled his lips, with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know either. My parents didn't tell me, and he himself wouldn't tell me when I asked him. But it's not hard to guess. It should be a spiritual monster like a ghoul. Su Ming thought for a while and nodded slowly. That's right. Just like Wang Duobao did in the past when he killed the enemy alone offline, the destruction of the body must be clearly arranged. After seeing Wang Jinbao off, Su Ming started ordering takeout. With the problems of washing, eating and drinking solved, Su Ming now felt relaxed all over. Moreover, there was a huge cat petting him. He was in a very good mood and clicked on the news on his mobile phone. He took some time to look at the price list he had posted at the beginning. At this time, the private messages he received had basically exploded, and since he was not short of money now, he just ignored it. It was also at this moment that Su Ming realized why it was difficult to make an appointment with those so-called experts. It was not that they were difficult, but perhaps they just didn't want to work at all. As his finger slid, Su Ming accidentally saw a piece of news about sacrifice. Sacrifice? Are you serious? Now that the spiritual energy has revived, we can't really raise some evil gods, right? An inexplicable sense of curiosity and novelty prompted Su Ming to click in. According to our latest report, there is a long stream not far north of Baihai Town, west of Baihai City. According to legend, a river god lives in this river and protects the peace of Baihai Town. After a paragraph of text, Su Ming saw several pictures about the sacrificial content. There aren't a lot of fancy stuff. There are a few corpses of elite monsters on the shore. The next picture shows a whirlpool with a diameter of nearly 10 meters in the center of the river that sucks the monster corpses in. According to the people of Baihai Town, the river god living in the lake is a big golden dragon. We have no way to find out about this. In addition, Baihai Town has never been attacked by monsters, so this incident is more credible. This is the end of the article. The news is very brief and Su Ming felt a little curious after reading it. A big golden dragon? Why does it look like a big koi to me? Or a golden one? Monster corpses are also used in sacrifices to the river god. Interesting. It looks like it's real. The creature they raised shouldn't be an evil creature, otherwise it would have eaten people long ago. The authorities can't just sit there and watch it go. Speaking of this, Su Ming recalled his trip to Baihai City some time ago. The island where they found the bloody and bone-dropping flowers has disappeared. It seemed like it took less than half an hour from the discovery of the evil monster to the sinking of the island. I'm just asking you if it was fast or not. How about going to this Baihai Town? Because of the incident with Lin Jiao, although there is a severe martial law there, the stricter the martial law, the safer it is for Su Ming. Because strictness is not applied to students like them, and Wang Jinbao's father is also busy with the evolution of the black ghost tiger. As he was thinking, Su Ming subconsciously searched for relevant information about Baihai Town. The first one is fishing. A top-level servant monster was caught in Baihai Town. Top qualifications? When you click on it, the first thing that catches your eye is a photo. The photo is very clear. It shows a man holding a fishing rod with a bright silver water snake-like monster hanging on it. Monster, shining silver snake, extremely weak. Talent rare. Level 1 servant. Abilities, great strength, swimming. Evolution conditions. Illustrated description, a monster that lives in the rivers and lakes. Although this monster is non-toxic, it has extremely sharp teeth, great strength, and speed, so it is a monster with extremely strong offensive capabilities. This monster will only mate once a year and will only lay one egg per nest. If you capture a newborn baby of this monster, please flee as soon as possible. After reading the illustrated guide and the photo, Su Ming was stunned. This time the title wasn't something shocking that would attract attention. There was actually something real. With a light swipe down, an advertisement for the fishing rod in the man's hand in the photo appeared. Su Ming continued to swipe down to read the text. The final result of this beast was that it was bought by a slightly fat middle-aged bald man for 5 million yuan, and there was also a photo of the two of them shaking hands. When Su Ming saw the fat, middle-aged, bald man clearly, he was frozen in place as if he had been cast under a spell. The fat, middle-aged bald man was none other than Su Ming's high school teacher for the past 3 years, Wang Chunfa. Ah? Isn't this my homeroom teacher? When did he go to Baihai Town to buy the snake? 5 million? My class teacher is so rich. As he spoke, Su Ming rubbed his face and looked at the photos on his phone. A strange light began to flash in Su Ming's eyes. Since Lao Wang is willing to go, it seems that safety is indeed guaranteed. There are indeed high-quality monsters in this river. After returning from the wild, Su Ming had completely understood the situation of having only one beast master in the wild. Once Devour went forward to fight, he would have to wait for death if he was caught by others in the rear. It's been a while since I went fishing. Speaking of fishing, Su Ming started learning it not long after he picked up Devour. There were also such entertainment venues for people to have fun in Baiyun City, but he only went there twice and felt embarrassed to go again. In addition to Suming's memories, Debao's eyes immediately lit up when he heard about fishing, and he even licked his lips greedily. The fish caught by the owner are of course his own, but if I take 2 fish from the fisherman's bucket and eat them, I can still eat the fish caught by the owner when I get home. How about this double eating method? Licking his lips, Debao seemed unable to hold back any longer. Meow? Master, are we going to go fishing at that place again? Seeing that Debao became more active right after he finished talking about it, Suming naturally knew what his beast master was thinking. Yes, but we're not going to fish in that kind of place. Let's go fishing for monsters directly. It's a good opportunity to relax and ask Wang Jinbao if he has any ideas. Chapter 141, Chu Yingjuan's Second Beast Master. After checking the time and confirming that Wang Jinbao had arrived home at this time, Suming directly forwarded the 2 news items he had just read to him. About a few minutes later, Suming, who was surfing the internet, received a reply from Wang Jinbao. Wang Jinbao, Pai Town. My father is there. The trainer he found lives there. I think the so-called river god is the trainer's beast. I guess he is a lord. Wang Jinbao, I have to say that you really like to read some weird news. You even found Wang Chunfa on the internet. It just so happens that I haven't been fishing for a long time. Wang Jinbao, my father has several fishing rods worth tens of millions of yuan. They are said to be made from the bones and meridians of monsters at the lord and domain level. I will bring them to you tomorrow. Let's see who can catch more fish. With just 2 news reports, Wang Jinbao had almost finished analyzing the situation, but there was one thing that Suming could never have expected. That is, Wang Duobao is also in Bahai Town, and the trainer lives there. It seems that the so-called river god Golden Dragon is probably the other party's beast. In an instant, Suming seemed to have been enlightened, and suddenly felt that this trainer was truly a talent. They created the gimmick of worshipping the river god to attract people. In fact, it is their own beast. Bahai Town is not far from Bahai City. With the addition of a lord, the security will naturally be more stable. And the news about the shining silver snake just now, is this to attract traffic? Inexplicably, Suming's eyes also became a little strange. That shining silver snake can't be part of the gimmick, right? Kill the shining silver snake's parents, and then hang the monster on someone else's pole. As soon as this idea came to mind, Suming felt it was very possible, and even thought that this was most likely the truth. Thinking of this, Suming couldn't help but shook his head. It's a bit outrageous. Suming, okay, bring your fishing rod tomorrow. It's been a few days now, so you can go check on your Uncle Tiger to see if he has evolved. Wang Jinbao, I don't know. I'm also quite curious. I'll go check it out tomorrow. After making an appointment with Wang Jinbao, Suming found that it was already past 6 o'clock. He wanted to order some takeout and rest after eating, but he didn't expect Chu Yingjun to send him a message. Huh? Why did he send me a message? Is it about the blue flame bone wolf's cultivation fluid or something else? Suming was a little curious. Chu Yingjun, I contracted a little fellow some time ago, and today he just broke through to the elite level. I am now at the edge of the forest you brought me to last time, be on guard here. Suming. The second beast is already elite. After seeing this news, Suming felt more and more that it was very necessary to follow up on the number of beast masters. Just reading the news really made him feel like he was lagging behind others by a long way. Debao, let's go to the cordon. We have some business. After opening the dormitory door, Suming had just finished speaking when his vision was immediately reversed. Debao grabbed his legs with his tail, jumped down from the terrace, and used his tail to put him on his back in the air. Suming's face was still pale until Debao landed lightly on the ground and started running towards the entrance of the senior high school department. At that moment, Suming thought his head had fallen off and his head was spinning. Unexpectedly, Debao had developed a new route to go downstairs, which gave him a big scare. Debao felt Suming's heartbeat quickening, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, gradually taking on a hint of evil. Meow? Master, is it fun? Suming, who had recovered, couldn't help but twitch his lips a few times when he heard Debao's words. Tell me in advance next time, or I'll be scared and think my head is chopped off. Meow. Good master. Debao's tone was a little playful, and no one knew whether he learned it from somewhere or if he learned it on his own. Anyway, Su Ming was surprised to hear it. Soon, Devouring drove Su Ming to the location Chu Yingjun mentioned. At this time, Su Ming had covered his nose and mouth with his clothes, and looked at the man wearing a gas mask in front of him who handed him a gas mask. The reason was simple. Su Ming smelled a bad odor when he was still dozens of meters away from here, but a distance of dozens of meters was just a moment for Devouring, so he smelled a little bad odor and was hit on the head the next moment. Meow? Did you deliberately contract a piece of shit and ask my master to evolve it for you? Devouring's eyes turned red when he smelled the strong stench. The blue flame bone wolf next to him didn't dare to say a word, and Chu Yingjun scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Put on the gas mask first. It's new, so you can wear it with confidence. Without hesitation, Su Ming took it and put it on. Before he even looked at the beast, he asked, "What is your beast? Why is it so smelly? I've only seen materials that smell bad." Chu Yingjun seemed unable to say anything, so he asked the blue flame bone wolf to move away. The source of the stench was instantly exposed to the sight of the man and the cat. It was a heap. It could indeed be described as a heap. It was a lizard, a little over 3 meters from head to tail, with its limbs stuck in the soil, its bones exposed, and its flesh beginning to rot. A piece of it fell directly to the ground. Beast Tamer, Flesh and Bone Lizard. Talent Rare. Level 11 Elite. Elements Poison, Spirit. Ability, Poison Gas, Bone Poison. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated description, an unknown lizard-like monster that was infected by a large amount of resentment after death. The rotten flesh on its body has a strong stench and has a nauseating toxin effect. When it reaches the elite level, the rotten flesh will fall off completely and the toxin will be completely integrated into the bones, turning it into a highly lethal poisonous creature with both offensive and defensive capabilities. After reading the illustrations and observing the flesh-bone lizard, Su Ming couldn't help but fall into silence. He had seen this monster on the internet. It was considered a relatively easy-to-appear monster. Not only do lizards only have one litter in their lifetime, they are also social monsters. If a large number of social monsters die, it is more likely that spiritual monsters will be born. So did Chu Yingjun deliberately kill a group of flesh-bone lizards? There must be 70 or 80 of them. Thinking of this, Su Ming rubbed his hands. Flesh and bone lizard, don't stick your legs in the soil, pull them out and take a look. As Su Ming spoke, he picked up a branch from the ground. When he stood up with the branch, he happened to see a large piece of meat falling to the ground. There was even a dark red and white mass that fell out from the jaw of the flesh-bone lizard. Su Ming. Seeing Su Ming in a daze, Chu Yingjun explained somewhat embarrassedly. Well, it's like this. Many spirit monsters have to go through the process of shedding flesh. My wolf was also like this. This is probably one of the reasons why no one has ever contracted a spirit monster. I hope you don't mind. Listen to what you said. Do you believe it? Su Ming took a deep breath under the gas mask and said, Wait until all the flesh falls off. I need to see its bones. After these words were spoken, Chu Yingjun felt even more embarrassed when he heard them. I couldn't help it, and brought the beast here as soon as it broke through. It seems that I came too early. Chapter 142 Bloodthirsty Cultivation Fluid. The two of them waited quietly for more than 10 minutes. The rotten flesh on the fleshy lizard had almost fallen off, leaving only some fine meat paste still stuck to the bones. It was not until then that Su Ming picked up the branch and walked forward. He looked at the giant creature that was almost 1.5 meters tall when standing up, and rubbed its bones with the small branch. The bones of the flesh-bone lizard are different from those of normal spiritual skeleton monsters. Its bones are not the normal dark white or milky white, but yellowish brown or even a little gray-black. This should be the toxin from the rotten meat that has merged into the bones, which also makes Su Ming very curious. How to release the bone poison. After observing for about 10 minutes, Su Ming even pretended to take out his mobile phone to take a few photos. I'll go back and research it for you. I'll send you the materials you need in the next 2 days. But I have to go out tomorrow, so it might take a few days. Chu Yingjun waved his hands immediately after hearing this. It's okay. This kid has just broken through to level 11. There's no rush for him to evolve now. You can go out and be busy for a month and I'll have time for you. Hearing this, Su-ming nodded slowly. Then I'll leave first. After saying goodbye, Su-ming rode away on Debao as if he was escaping. As for the gas mask? It would stink if I took it off, so I just kept it. Considering Chu Yingjun's beast control situation, he might have to use this gas mask often in the future. At the same time, Chu Yingjun looked more helpless when he saw Su-ming leaving as if he couldn't wait to escape. Next time, I'd better wait until the flesh is shed before coming to see Su-ming. This smell is really strong. It took Su-ming a long time to recover after returning to the dormitory. He washed up, ate, and sent a message to the people in Wang Jinbao's company, asking them to send some materials over. Debao, who was lying at Su-ming's feet, blinked and said, "Meow? Master, are you going to make sweet water for me?" Sweet water? Su-ming, who had just put down his phone, was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he nodded directly after reacting. Yes, it's sweet water. After saying that, I thought to myself, the culture medium shouldn't be sweet, right? Upon learning that it was indeed sweet water, Debao's eyes lit up, his round pupils revealing surprise. He couldn't stop pulling at Su-ming's trouser legs and rubbing his head against him. Meow. The master is the best. Debao hasn't had sweet water for a long time. Su-ming wanted to say something but suddenly couldn't bring himself to speak. In fact, it wasn't long, just a little over a week, but looking at Debao's expression, he must want to improve himself very much. By the time Su-ming finished eating and refining the cultivation liquid, it was already late at night the next day. Pharmacy, bloodthirsty cultivation fluid. Illustrated introduction. If a monster or beast takes this kind of medicine, it will increase the activity of blood molecules in the body and the desire for blood. It is not recommended to give it to monsters or beasts that are not compatible. Looking at the 2 tubes of bright red culture fluid in his hands, Su-ming lowered his head and glanced at Debao, whose eyes were so bright that they could make lines appear. You are currently at level 17. Drink 1 tube tonight and go to sleep. The main function of this tube of cultivation fluid is not to help you break through the level, but to strengthen your body. I'm going to improve your level while strengthening your body. These 2 tubes of culture fluid can probably only level you up by 1 level. Meow? Level 1? Isn't it level 3? Level 3? After hearing this, Su-ming looked at the surprised Debao and fell into silence for a long time. You have eaten Tiger 3 leaves, so the effect of Tiger 2 leaves will be minimal for you. When you break through to the battle leader, I will go and collect a portion of Tiger 3 leaves separately. Debao didn't understand all the twists and turns and nodded in confusion. Anyway, my master loves me the most. He is also a great sweet water master, so everything he says must make sense. I'm just waiting to drink the sweet water. Meow. Okay, master. Looking at Debao opening his mouth and waiting to be fed, Su-ming found it funny and couldn't help laughing out loud. You! He smiled and shook his head and poured one of the tubes of bloodthirsty breathing fluid into Debao's mouth. Then Su-ming heard a smacking sound of tasting. After a few seconds, Debao's eyes were bright and red. Meow. It's a little sweet, a little bitter, and has a meaty aroma, but it disappears in an instant. Yeah, it's just liquid. It must be gone in no time. Su-ming yawned and said, Let's go and sleep. As the lights in the dormitory went out, silence lasted all night. The next morning, Su-ming got up early and waited for Wang Jinbao on the official road. At this time, he had fallen asleep on Debao with a bag on his back. Meow. Master, little Jinzi is here. Eh? Yeah. Su-ming, who was awakened, rubbed his eyes and saw Wang Jinbao coming towards him in a daze. He was a little hunched over and was carrying 2 5-meter-long objects on his back, but they were loaded down. Although he couldn't see clearly what it was, Su-ming knew that it was probably the fishing rod that Wang Jinbao mentioned. What's the matter? You look sleepy. Didn't you sleep well last night? Su-ming shook his head, then sat up and stretched. It took some time to prepare Debao's cultivation solution. Where's your black scorpion? Oh, I used the remaining tube of breeding fluid made from tiger clover last time to feed the black scorpion. It hasn't woken up yet, so I put it directly into the beast control space. Hearing this, Su Ming immediately understood what Wang Jinbao meant. Okay, let's go, Debao. After saying that, Su Ming gently patted Debao under him, turned on the automatic navigation, and then Su Ming lay down again, with his face pressed against Debao's comfortable long fur. In addition, due to Debao's attributes, no wind could blow away Su Ming's identity. It's perfect for sleeping. Do all cat owners like to sleep on their cats? Seeing Su Ming's appearance, Wang Jinbao thought of his father. His father also liked it this way. As Debao's tail wrapped around Wang Jinbao's waist, a white shadow led two black shadows and moved forward following the sound of the navigation. 4 hours later, it was already noon from early morning. At this moment, Su Ming was holding his mobile phone and comparing it with the Baihai town in front of him. The news was quite intense, but the flow of people did not seem to be that much. At this time, Wang Jinbao, who was on the phone, replied with a while pulling Su Ming's sleeve and walking towards a place. Come with me, my father has already ordered the food and we just need to go over there. As he spoke, Wang Jinbao took Su Ming to a private room in a high-end restaurant. Xiao Su is here, sit down and prepare to eat. As he spoke, Wang Duobao saw Debao following behind Su Ming, smiled, and pointed to the big bowl of meat beside him. Here, it's all the flesh and blood of elite monsters. That's your lunch. Debao smelled the fragrance as soon as he entered the door and walked over with drooling. Meow. Master, this old Jinzi is really polite. Su Ming, who wanted to thank him, suddenly froze in his face at this moment. Chapter 143 Dark Demon Tiger. Xiao Su, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your face? Wang Duobao, who didn't understand what was going on, looked at Su Ming's condition with a confused look on his face and asked tentatively. Didn't you get enough rest? Yeah, I prepared the cultivation solution for my beast last night, so I went to bed late. Hearing this, Wang Duobao laughed and said, Young people should still have a good rest. Suddenly, Wang Duobao turned his head and looked at Wang Jinbao, who was looking at Debao. Hey, that idiot standing over there watching other people eat, bring my pole over here. Wang Jinbao, who was watching Debao eat, suddenly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He walked to his father with a dark face and handed the fishing rod to him. Seeing Wang Jinbao's gloomy face, Wang Duobao snorted in dissatisfaction. You took my fishing rod without telling me? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jinbao's face no longer turned dark, and he even started to smile. Hey, Su Ming wants to go fishing in the wild, and I'm thinking about the one at home. Hey! All right. Wang Duobao, who understood the situation, hurriedly interrupted his rebellious son's words, then looked at the fishing rods, picked out one of them and handed it to Su Ming, saying with a smile. Xiao Su, uncle didn't know you liked fishing. This fishing rod is the best of the two. Let him teach you how to use it later. Su Ming blinked, and after a while he recovered himself before reaching out to take the fishing rod and placing it beside him. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Hey, we're a family, why be polite? As he spoke, Wang Duobao's tone changed and his expression became serious. By the way, Xiao Su wanted to go fishing because of the recent incident with the shining silver snake, right? This sudden change surprised Su Ming. Could there be some trick behind it? That shining silver snake, was it hooked up? That's not the case. There is a new lord in the lower reaches of the river. They said it came from another river area. Now that area is blocked. If you want to go, I will let my old friend take you to the upper reaches to try. If you are accompanied by a lord's beast, they will be more than happy to do so and will not stop you from passing. Just a few words, but with a lot of meaning. Su Ming had never thought that there were lord monsters coming from other realms, because this matter was indeed outrageous. The second very important point is other river basins. If this river leads to other river basins, the chance of high-quality monsters appearing in the river will be greater because the range has also been expanded. After quickly analyzing the situation, Su Ming hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Damn, this kid. Wang Duobao waved his hands nonchalantly. He had a clear idea about Su Ming's situation after the last incident in the compound. His parents died in the wild in their early years, and he has become an outstanding child today purely through his own efforts. Turning his head and looking at the thing in his own home, Wang Duobao knew it was food and felt furious. Eat, eat, eat. All you do every day is eat pig's feet. No, don't you have anything to say? Wang Jinbao, who was chewing a bone, almost choked. Has Uncle Tiger evolved? Are you still here discussing the situation of Uncle Tiger and Uncle Rhino's culture fluid? After hearing this, Wang Duobao looked a little surprised. Huh! You've become smarter? Hearing this, Wang Jinbao rolled his eyes, put down the bone, and rubbed his hands with a smile. Let Uncle Hu take us there. Besides, you are a master-level beast master now, so you can consider a fourth beast master. Who knows, maybe your fourth beast was caught by your son. Hearing this, Wang Duobao simply sneered and was too lazy to say anything. What skills doesn't this bastard know? Damn, the Air Force is empty all day long, and it just throws my half-bucket of fish into the lake. This is also the reason why Wang Duobao got angry when Wang Jinbao directly took the fishing rod without saying anything. An hour later, the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, and with Wang Duobao leading the way, the two of them headed towards the river. The town is different from the city in that it does not have city walls, so the streets and the surrounding areas of the town are full of fixed inspection points, with walkie-talkies in their hands at all times. Su Ming was a little confused when he saw this scene. At this time, Wang Duobao spoke. I'm confused. It's just one lord invading the river. There are so many Lord Beastmasters around. Why are they on high alert? Su Ming looked up at Wang Duobao and nodded silently. Wang Duobao smiled when he saw this. The internet says that the river god is a dragon, but it's actually a Lord's Koi. Now that Lord's Koi is seriously injured and dying, it has been taken back by its master. There are indeed quite a few master-level beastmasters, but those who need to be lords who live in water or are amphibious are rare. That's not right. Hearing his son's stubbornness, Wang Duobao frowned in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? The man who came here to buy a snake monster cub in the news is Su Ming and I's homeroom teacher. The beast he controlled is a Lord White Evil Snake. Seeing that Wang Duobao looked unhappy, Su Ming stepped forward to smooth things over. It's like this. Coach Lu needs to protect the safety of Baiyun City, and Teacher Wang needs to ensure the stability of the area around the school. They can't leave. But Wang Jinbao still frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. No, I always feel like something is wrong. Okay, don't worry about it. We are almost out of town now. The river is about 20 miles away from the town. I'll let Lao Hei take you there. Wang Duobao interrupted his son and said, I have other things to do. You can have fun with Xiao Su. After that, a dark circular summoning array emerged above the ground. On the edge of the array were dark purple unknown runes. As the runes lit up, a tiger leaped out of it. At this time, the black ghost tiger's body size has exceeded 12 meters. If the tail is included, it is about 17 or 18 meters. The pattern on its body also changed, becoming a dark purple, and the outline pattern gave people an indescribable feeling. The most important thing is the black ghost tiger's teeth. 2 of them are exposed, but not as exaggerated as those of the gold-toothed saber tiger. Moreover, the teeth are a deep black, and even the claws of the tiger's paw have become longer. Beast Tamer, Dark Demon Tiger. Talent, Excellence. Level 34 Lord. Elements Dark, Spiritual. Ability Dark. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a very rare monster. The king of the jungle is just a false praise for it from now on. The exposed tiger fangs have extremely magical functions. It is a killing machine that abandons defense and specializes in killing and speed. This kind of monster is extremely vengeful and extremely protective of its offspring. It is not recommended to target the offspring of this kind of monster. If you cannot guarantee to kill it, it is not recommended to become its enemy. Dark, spiritual? What about wind? Did evolution eliminate wind? After reading the illustration of the dark demon tiger, Su Ming was surprised, but also confused. Why should we evolve towards spiritual attributes? Roar? The dark demon tiger lowered its head to look at Wang Jinbao, and licked him to the ground with its huge tongue, leaving him with saliva. Then when it looked at Su Ming and stuck out its tongue, a little creature jumped out. Meow? Don't lick my master with your stinky tongue? The dark demon tiger shifted its gaze towards the bale, and its nose made a click sound, and 2 streams of white smoke blew out and hit Debao's body, and the shrill cat meowing sound suddenly rang out. Chapter 144 Ironbone Silverfish. Until the farce was over, Devouring looked at the dark demon tiger with a grin in extreme dissatisfaction, but the dark demon tiger ignored the little guy. In everyone's eyes, this was just a play between seniors and juniors. Su-Ming gently rubbed Devao's chin. Thank you, Devouring, and don't be angry anymore. The dark demon tiger is just teasing you. It was not until Su-Ming's persuasion that Devouring snorted and turned his head slightly, looking at the dark demon tiger with only one eye. Meow. The master is comforting me. I am too lazy to argue with you. The dark demon tiger snorted and didn't pay attention to what was said. Wang Duobao, who was the oldest, smiled happily and said, It's good to be young, whether you are a beast master or a human. They are full of energy. After sighing, Wang Duobao shook his head slightly. Okay, Lao Hei, take the children to the river, pay more attention to the movements in the river, and don't let the beasts downstream cause trouble. The dark demon tiger nodded its huge tiger head. Seeing this scene, Wang Duobao felt even happier. Once upon a time, he spent tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of credit points to treat the dying black ghost tiger and the heavy armored rhino with a broken heart. Now not only has his old friend solved his hidden injuries, but he can even continue to move forward. The black ghost tiger has also evolved into the current dark demon tiger. He was so happy that in the eyes of Su-Ming and Wang Jibao, Wang Duobao left with a big smile on his face. Su-Ming, come up! Wang Jibao, who was already on the back of the dark demon tiger, invited Su-Ming. The next second, the red and white tail wrapped around Su-Ming's waist, and then Su-Ming found himself riding on Devouring. I'll follow behind. Wang Jibao smiled when he saw this. Okay, Uncle Hu, let's go! Roar! After the low growl, the dark demon tiger ran straight towards the not-so-lush forest in front, with Devouring following closely behind. This was because the other party slowed down, otherwise Devouring could only catch up by smelling the scent. But not long after Su-Ming rode Devouring into the forest, he discovered that there were quite a few inspectors in the forest, and the wind and thunder dogs around them were all at the battle leader level. They originally wanted to intercept but retreated silently after seeing the dark demon tiger leading the group. A Lord-level beast tamer can help them deal with the Lord monster hiding at the bottom of the lake. In their opinion, the more master-level beast tamers there are, the better. 3 minutes later, the two came to a big river. According to visual observation, this is a truly large river with the distance between the two banks exceeding 30 meters, and from time to time, fish monsters 1 or 2 meters in length jump out of the lake. This grand scene made the two fishermen rub their hands excitedly. How about this? We stand 10 meters apart, and don't interfere with each other, and see who can hoist up more monsters. How about that? Hearing this, Su-Ming turned his head to look at the dark demon tiger that was more than 10 meters long and nodded. No problem. Afterwards, under the guidance of Wang Jibao, Su-Ming learned how to use the fishing rod in his hand. When he learned that this fishing rod did not require bait to be used, he was surprised for a while. A large amount of special fishing equipment was taken out from Wang Jibao's storage bag, and the two of them cast their rods almost at the same time. Devouring, use your tail to help me reel in the fishing rod. Fishing for monsters is not like fishing. If he were alone, he would definitely be dragged into the water and eaten. Meow! Then I will definitely catch a lot. Devouring stretched out his tail with glowing eyes and curled it in front of Su-Ming's grip. When Su-Ming was curious about Wang Jibao, he turned his head to look. However, he found that a black shadow extended from the chin of the dark demon tiger towards Wang Jibao's position, and then directly entangled Wang Jibao's fishing rod. Su-Ming blinked. Is this the so-called? Wang Jibao, who understood the situation, turned his head excitedly and wanted to say something, but because of his position, his eyes met with Devouring's, so he had to shut his mouth and give Su-Ming a look. Su-Ming nodded in response, and then waited quietly. On the lake, the occasional splashing sound of fish jumping out of the water, coupled with the sight of a cat and a tiger fishing, really gave the environment a warm feeling. About 10 minutes passed, and Su-Ming, who was wondering whether to check his phone, suddenly felt that something was hooked through the feel of his grip, and his hands instantly began to exert force. Devouring! The moment the words fell, Devouring's tail instantly tensed. Meow! Premium cat food, come up. Pfft. Cough cough. Su Ming laughed at the sudden words, and then he felt Debao's tail began to vibrate. Although the process of lifting the rod was speeding up, Su Ming felt that the power in the river was constantly increasing. Instantly, Su Ming became alert. Is it an elite monster? There was a bit of disbelief in Debao's eyes as he kept exerting force, and he stuck his butt out to make it easier to exert force. Meow! Eat on the shore. With a splash, the giant object broke through the water, creating a huge splash that reached a height of more than 4 meters. A fish that was almost 5 meters long came out of the water. Monster, iron-boned silverfish. Talent, ordinary. Level, 11 elite. Element, water. Ability, iron armor, iron teeth. Evolution conditions. Illustrated introduction, evolved from grass carp before the spiritual energy was revived. Its scales are as tough as armor. Being hit by a sprint in the water is no less than being hit head-on by an accelerating dump truck. Its teeth are extremely sharp and can tear apart fine iron. This type of monster does not move in groups, is lazy and gluttonous, and grows slowly. Seeing that Su Ming had delivered a product, and it looked like an elite monster, Wang Jinbao's eyes widened. So fast? The dark demon tiger glanced sideways, and a few silver lines unconsciously appeared at the corners of its mouth. Seeing that the prey was caught, Su Ming quickly pressed a button on the fishing rod. The corner of the iron-boned silver fish's mouth exploded, and the fish hook flew back quickly, and the other fish also flew to the shore more than 10 meters away from the lake. This fishing rod. I have to say, it's not unreasonable to say it's worth tens of millions. At this moment, Su Ming's eyes were bright. This pole was very useful. Plop, boom, boom. The iron-boned silver fish hit the ground and created a hole. It then began to struggle and surge forward, swinging its tail wildly. Every time its tail hit the ground, it would create a hole with a diameter of nearly 2 meters on the earth. Just 2 seconds after it came ashore, it was only a few meters away from the river. Seeing that the prey was about to return to the river, Debao's eyes seemed to be glowing and he rushed out. At the moment when the iron-boned silver fish bounced up from the ground, a flash of white light passed by, and a hole was directly broken on the top of the iron-boned silver fish's head, and its body fell to the river bank motionless. Meow. Master Little Pill. Debao, who obtained the inner elixir in one strike, quickly returned to Su Ming and handed the inner elixir of the iron-boned silver fish to Su Ming like offering a treasure. Chapter 145, Big Fish Eats Small Fish, Two People Fly Together. Go eat your catch. I'll be fishing later. Su Ming took the inner pill with a smile and rubbed Debao's chin. That was great just now. The praised Debao let Su Ming stroke the fish contentedly. Then he looked at Su Ming's fishing rod and turned his head to look at the iron-boned silver fish. Meow! Why don't I just drag it here and eat it? Seeing Debao dragging the prey over, Su Ming was stunned and couldn't help laughing. I am stubborn. Listening to the sound of the cat eating fish beside him and looking at the 2 red and white tails above his hand holding the fishing rod, Su Ming felt inexplicably satisfied. Wang Jinbao, who was also fishing nearby, saw this scene and quickly turned back to look at the dark demon tiger and gave him assurances. Don't worry, Uncle Tiger. I will definitely catch a big catch for you later. Upon hearing this, the dark demon tiger couldn't help nodding, especially the corners of his mouth began to stretch, making him look like an enlarged version of Debao. About half an hour had passed, and there was still no movement from either man's fishing rods. Debao had finished eating. Seeing that nothing was biting the hook, he licked the fish meat and blood at the corner of his mouth and thought about the experience of making a nest when fishing. Then he loosened his grip on the tail of the fishing rod. Su Ming was stunned at the sight, thinking what Debao was going to do. The next second, he saw the iron-boned silver fish, which he had eaten more than half of, being pulled into the river by Debao's tail. Before entering the water, the remaining half of the iron-boned silver fish exploded into pieces and fell near the hole. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes lit up. It's one thing for fish hooks to emit odor, but casting a wide net will definitely have a better effect. I almost fell into a knowledge-blind spot. Confident that he had made another contribution, Debao couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as he looked triumphantly at the dark demon tiger that was staring at Wang Jinbao intently. Meow? What's wrong? You haven't eaten the fish yet? I'm already full. A trace of helplessness flashed across the huge eyes of the dark demon tiger. A stream of black energy separated from Wang Jinbao's fishing rod and gently patted Wang Jinbao's face. In an instant, Wang Jinbao's face turned extremely red, and at this moment he had the urge to jump into the lake and commit suicide. Although he didn't understand what Devouring said, the sarcasm in the cat's meow was too strong. Coupled with the slap from his uncle who, it basically confirmed that Devouring was mocking him. Su Ming also noticed Wang Jinbao's blushing face and hurriedly patted Devouring. Although Devouring stopped, the pride in his eyes became more and more obvious. Boom! Suddenly, the fishing hook seemed to have caught something and was running wildly. Su Mingren, who was distracted, was pulled to his feet. If Devouring had not held on to the tail, he estimated that he would have flown into the river. At the same time, Wang Jinbao saw Su Ming suddenly stand up in the corner of his eye, followed by the sound of the fishing line swinging everywhere, which made his eyes pop out. What the hell is this? The dark demon frowned and didn't move. As Devouring continued to exert force, the thing on the hook gradually floated to the surface. When it was close to the water surface, Su Ming could vaguely see that something almost 2 meters long suddenly shrank into a ball. It was like he was waiting to die. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but look puzzled. What is this? As the thing came out of the water, when Su Ming saw it clearly, he got goosebumps all over his body, and he was so scared that he dropped the fishing rod in his hand. It was a huge leech with colorful patterns on its body, but in Su Ming's eyes it was extremely disgusting. The moment he saw it clearly, Su Ming even felt like he needed to wash his eyes. Monster, Flower River Leech. Talent Elite. Level 8 Servant. Ability, Great Strength, Blood Draining. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, a monster with great vitality, resistance to blows, and flexibility. In the water, there are few monsters of the same level that can be its opponent. If the monster is swallowed directly into the stomach, the monster will parasitize in the opponent's stomach. It has a single method, which is to stretch its body to whip and suck blood with its mouthparts. It can be called a blood pump, but this type of monster contains extremely high nutrition. It is one of the materials for the cultivation of aquatic monsters and is the only food. Wang Jinbao also saw the monster clearly. Looking at the Huaha leech hanging in the air, he had already started covering his eyes. What a beauty! You are so lucky, Su Ming! Su Ming couldn't help but shudder when he heard this, and immediately wanted to press the button to draw the hook. I don't want to fish for such a thing. Just as Su Ming finished speaking and was about to draw the hook, a black shadow over 1 meter long suddenly emerged from the lake. Seeing this, Su Ming paused and asked, What is that? The next second, a monster with a dinosaur-like head broke out of the water, twisted its body in the air, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the Huaha leech fiercely. As the skin of the Huaha leech was bitten, a large amount of thick blood dripped onto the head of the monster that bit it. It was not until the picture stopped that Su Ming could see the appearance of the monster clearly. This monster had not 1 head, but 2 heads. Monster, 2-headed blood dragon crocodile. Talent Rare. Level 6 Servant. Abilities, Dragon Blood, Hard Bones, Great Strength, Broken Teeth. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction, an extremely rare monster, mutated from the blood dragon crocodile. Its ancestor is the Deinosuchus from the Cretaceous period before the revival of spiritual energy. This type of monster is the undisputed overlord of the water. This type of monster has no absolute natural enemy. Its attack, defense, speed in the water, and even ambush are extremely powerful. The 2-headed blood dragon crocodile is extremely rare, but it is also very difficult for it to survive past the elite level. Looking at the 2-headed skeletal dragon crocodile that also fell in midair, Su Ming's heart was pounding. The rare qualifications, the simple and violent introduction, and the outrageous ancestors. That's it! Watching the monster holding the Huaha leech in its mouth and then starting to eat it with its other mouth open, and then seeing that the Huaha leech was almost eaten up after this rotation, Su Ming hurriedly reminded Devouring to pull the lever. Whoosh bang! The 2-headed blood dragon crocodile that was thrown ashore began to shake its head somewhat uncomfortably. When it stopped moving, its 2 heads and 4 pairs of eyes stared at the flower river leech that was still on the fishhook. Even the dark demon tiger beside it was ignored by it, and it ran towards the fishing hook. Su-Ming saw through the other party's thoughts. He glanced at the half-dead flower river leech still hanging on the fishhook, and threw it directly in front of the 2-headed blood dragon crocodile. The 2 heads tilted to the sides in confusion. After looking at Su-Ming thoughtfully, they lowered their heads and started eating. The 2-headed blood dragon crocodile, which did not need one head to be fixed, began to grab food frantically with its 2 heads, and this scene looked very strange in Su-Ming's eyes. This monster doesn't seem to be very smart. Chapter 146. I want it too. Not only Su-Ming was confused by this extremely courageous little guy, but even the dark demon tiger was the same. The dark demon tiger's eyes were filled with self-doubt and confusion. Because the crocodile crawled directly past his tail and ignored it, which made it wonder if its lord was a fake. A small servant was separated from the 3 major levels of elite, war leader and lord. How could they ignore me? Although I restrained my breath to let the 2 little guys fish, how come such a big tiger lying here? This little crocodile can't see it. After thinking it over, the dark demon tiger is very unhappy now. Not to mention before it evolved, even when it was stuck at level 30 due to hidden injuries, it was still very fierce. How come now that his hidden injuries have healed and he has achieved a breakthrough in evolution, he is still looked down upon by a crocodile? Wang Jinbao, who saw the situation of his Uncle Tiger, hurriedly spoke to comfort him. Uncle Tiger, don't be angry. This little crocodile looks quite stupid and is very rare. It is just right to be Su-Ming's second beast. Don't kill it. The dark demon tiger snorted, rolled its eyes, and then lay down again with its raised head. Seeing this, Wang Jinbao felt relieved. He had never seen what his uncle whose temper was like, but he had heard from his father. The role of the heavy-armored rhinoceros was to charge head-on, while Uncle Tiger was responsible for the flank attack, and the remaining rare snow wolf stayed in place to protect its master. That's how it was. The wolf uncle whom he had never seen before died, and then the fast tiger uncle had to act as a strong attacker while protecting his master. Plus, he's a tiger, so it's impossible for him not to have a bad temper. After persuading Uncle Hu, Wang Jinbao looked at Su-Ming, who was hiding behind Debao and slowly approaching, with envy in his eyes overflowing. MD! I don't believe it. He's the only one who can catch the fish, but I can't, right? With red eyes, Wang Jinbao swung the rod again, his eyes full of desire for the potential monster. His black scorpion would probably break through to the top of the battle within 1 or 2 months. If we catch a monster with great potential now, wouldn't it be great if we could just raise it at home and let Uncle Tiger and Uncle Ox develop a relationship with it? The other side. Su-Ming, hiding behind Debao and slowly approaching the 2-headed blood dragon crocodile, had love and excitement in his eyes. This thing not only has a nice name, but also looks a bit too luxurious according to the illustrated description, especially the opponent's behavior, so stupid, it seems that the only thing in his eyes is eating. This kind of powerful but not very smart little servant, it would be very easy to discipline him if he were to be taken home. At this point, I thought about the effort and pain I had put in to train Debao basic commands. How could I not easily control such a foodie? Meow? Is it delicious? The 2-headed blood dragon crocodile, which was about to finish eating, raised its head suddenly when it heard the noise. This quick movement frightened Su-Ming so much that he froze. Roar! Seeing the 2 heads of the 2-headed blood dragon crocodile roaring at the same time, Su-Ming's face looked a little ugly. Is this thing pretending? In fact, it is not that stupid, but it has already landed and found the dark demon tiger, so it pretends to be like this to avoid the dark demon tiger's desire to attack? If this is true, then we can only defeat him. However, what Su-Ming didn't know was that he was hiding behind Debao and couldn't see Debao's eyes, because Debao's eyes at this moment were full of surprise and shock. Meow. Master, it said it won't share its food with me, and told me to stay away and not to look. Meow. Who wants to eat such disgusting things? This stupid fish has never eaten good food. Su-Ming blinked, his eyes a little confused. Is this what it just roared about? Both heads? And then it disappeared? Looking at his eldest son nodding his head, Su-ming felt surprised. This little guy is quite interesting. Devouring was looking at the two-headed blood dragon crocodile that was working hard, and the work was even accelerated because of his intervention. The curiosity in his eyes was now filled with contempt. Meow. I thought having an extra head would make me smarter, but it turns out that having an extra head makes me dumber. I am totally on a different level from you. Suddenly hearing Debao's words and the self-praise at the end, Su-ming almost laughed out loud, and hurriedly rubbed his face twice to stop the facial expression. Looking at the two-headed blood dragon crocodile in front of him who only knows how to eat but has no brain, there is nothing better than a cheating breeder who can make food for the beast. Delicious and nutritious. Look how much Devouring loves the honey sauce I made. Devouring, ask it if it is willing to sign a contract with me. If it does, it will have endless delicious food to eat, and it can also become bigger and more powerful, and eat more delicious food. For this kind of foodie with a dull brain, nothing is more attractive than eating, let alone becoming bigger and eating more. After listening to Su-ming's words, Devouring looked at the dragon crocodile with even more contempt. That's it. How can I lose? Meow meow. Soon, Devouring conveyed Su-ming's meaning word for word to the two-headed blood dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile, which had already finished eating, paused for a moment. The two heads twisted to the left and right respectively, and their eyes bypassed Devouring in the middle and looked directly at Su-ming behind Devouring. At this time, Su-ming discovered that the dragon crocodile's eyes were glowing as it stared at him. It was obvious that it was very pleased with his words. Roar? Seeing the stupid crocodile's eyes shining, Devouring has lost interest in it. Is it worthy of competing with me for status? So after Devouring, who was in a good mood, translated everything, Su-ming nodded impatiently. Yes, it is not only delicious but also very nutritious. It can help you grow bigger faster and eat more. After listening to Devouring's translation, the two-headed blood dragon crocodile's two pairs of vertical pupils were full of anticipation for food. Its mouth opened unconsciously, and a large amount of saliva dripped onto the ground along its white teeth, which were still stained with blood. Meow. Devouring took Su-ming a few steps back with disdain, and now he looked at the two-headed blood dragon crocodile with not only contempt but also disgust. Little did it know that it was once the same as this one, drooling all over the floor. Roar, roar! The two heads shouted at the same time. Before Su-ming could wait for Devouring's translation, he found that the next second after the shouting, the two heads started biting each other, but because their necks were not long enough, they could not bite each other. So the bang 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 sounds continued, and at this moment Su-ming asked Devouring in extreme confusion. What's going on? Why are you fighting with your left and right heads? Devouring rolled his eyes. Meow meow. These two idiots rushed to say, I sign, and then they fought to eat more food alone. When he heard the explanation, Su-ming's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Could it be that the mutated two-headed monster would really have lowered its intelligence? No, don't you two share one body and one stomach? How much can your stomach hold if you both scramble to eat more? Chapter 147, An Old Father Searching for His Son. After straightening his expression, Su-ming walked out from behind Devouring and looked at the two-headed blood dragon crocodiles that were still arguing and colliding with each other's heads. Su-ming stretched out his hands and placed them on the others' heads. For some unknown reason, the two heads that were still colliding suddenly stopped and stared at Su-ming with their eyes open without blinking. Roar? Roar? When Su-ming stepped forward, Devouring stayed beside him for fear of any accidents. Meow. They both said it was very comfortable. Su-ming laughed out loud when he heard this. Devouring, come and cut my index fingers, or these two heads will keep quarreling. This time, even Devouring's eyes revealed a bit of helplessness. To be honest, this crocodile is indeed strange and unique. Su-ming only felt a breeze passing by, and an extremely tiny wound appeared on the index fingers of his raised hands. Only a few drops of bright red blood flowed out. It must be said that Devouring's control ability is very good. Little guy, don't resist, just listen carefully. As he spoke, Su-ming stretched out his hands and pressed them on the heads of the two crocodiles. Roar? Looking at the big eyes blinking, Su-ming couldn't help but reveal a comfortable and relaxed smile at the corner of his mouth. We share the same heart, and turn our blood into a bond. After hearing this, Devouring silently stepped back, watching as a bright red circular talisman array began to appear from behind Taming, drawing a circle and enveloping the two-headed blood dragon crocodile. Devouring's eyes were full of memories. I once was with my master like this, and that time my master bled a lot. As the talisman formation took shape, obscure mysterious runes began to emerge from the formation, and began to separate from the formation in 3 dimensions, floating in the air and surrounding the man and the beast. Wang Jibao, who was not far away, didn't pay attention to the fishing rod after seeing this scene. Instead, he looked at it carefully with complicated expressions in his eyes. I am afraid that my brothers are having a hard life, and I am also afraid that my brothers are driving a Land Rover. This two-headed blood dragon crocodile is so small, are there more? Can I catch one too? This thing looks really cool, and from the rumors, it can be felt that this monster is very strong, plus Taming's breeding technology. No, I have to catch one today. The dark demon tiger looked at his nephew who had made up his mind, then turned to look at Taming who was signing the contract, and the tiger head fell to the ground again. Its job is to ensure that nothing happens to the two people. It is not responsible for anything else since it is in the wild anyway. Just build it however you want. Looking at the floating runes, Taming looked at the two-headed blood-stained crocodile with anticipation. As they stared at each other, Taming remained silent. Each of you two should spit out a mouthful of blood. When signing the contract, humans can communicate with monsters, and when the two-headed blood dragon crocodile found that it could understand Taming's words, its eyes were full of shock. Roar? Can I understand you now? Roar. Tell me what this idiot just said. Taming took a deep breath and said, If you understand, spit out some blood. The two crocodile heads did not make a fuss this time. They obediently spat out a mouthful of thick blood. As they spat out the blood spread out and began to soak the runes that appeared around the man and the beast. As the runes lit up one by one, Taming spoke slowly. From now on, you and I will live and die together, support each other, and move forward together. The next second, a large amount of blood suddenly flowed out of the wound on Taming's index finger, and began to soak the runes. Seeing this scene, Devouring's eyes were filled with heartache. Seeing Taming's face gradually turning pale, it couldn't stop scratching the ground with its claws in anxiety. Meow? Master, are you okay? Taming did not reply. His face was pale and his eyes were fixed on the last rune, which was the one in front of him. Although Taming was very weak at the moment, his eyes were bright. When he saw that the last rune had been soaked, all the runes in the formation began to emit dazzling light. In the end, all the runes and formations turned into 2 streams of light and poured into the bodies of Taming and the two-headed blood dragon crocodile. It was also at this moment that Taming felt that there were 2 more spiritual connections in his mind. Yes, 2. Because these 2 little guys have 2 souls, 2 heads and 2 souls in one body, it is also because of this special feature that they are considered a beast. Roar. Roar. Humans are not like beast tamers. The blood that just flowed out was estimated to be half a pound. But for a beast tamer, half a pound of blood is more than just that much. Because this little guy had just signed the contract and was at a relatively low level, Taming would not understand what they said so well. Food? Yes. I'll get it for you later. Do you want to eat river leeches? Do you like the taste? Instantly, Taming's face froze. Okay, no problem, but I will make you something better. Eat less raw food. Let's eat nutritious and delicious food. At this moment, Taming was like an old father coaxing his child. After making the assurance, he looked at the evolutionary conditions and training guidelines of the two-headed blood dragon crocodile. Evolution Condition 1, Elite Water Element Inner Core X1, Elite Spirit Monster Inner Core or Essence X1, Diamond Wood Heart X1000G, Soul Nourishing Flower X1, Elite Tiger and Leopard Monster Heart X1, Elite Monster Blood X10L, 100-Year Beast Blood Fruit X4. The other materials are easy. I have most of them, including the inner elixirs and spirit essences of spiritual monsters. Chu Ingjun. Taming, who was having trouble figuring out where to get the materials, suddenly thought of Chu Ingjun. All of his beasts were purebred spiritual monsters, so he must have a way. I didn't expect that I would end up with a spiritual monster, hee hee. Rubbing his hands, Devour had come behind Su Ming to act as a cushion, while Su Ming sat on the ground and leaned on Devour. At this moment, Su Ming felt that the world was so beautiful until. Roar! Roar? Instantly, Su Ming's expression became extremely stiff. Huh! Leave it for Dad to eat! Your dad is here too? At this moment, Su Ming had a very bad premonition. Could the one who invaded the river area be the child's old father? It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? Could it be that the reason for the invasion was that the old father was looking for his greedy son? But there were many elite monsters in the river, so how could this thing be so bold? Did two big mouths really matter? Suddenly, Wang Jinbao, who was concentrating on fishing, laughed strangely. Su Ming! I'm bringing in the big stuff. What a powerful force! Incredible! Uncle Hu, hurry up! After he finished speaking, what Wang Jinbao waited for was not the dark demon tiger's help in lifting the fishing rod, but the shadow-like energy object directly knocked the fishing rod out of Wang Jinbao's hand. While doing this, the dark demon tiger also extended 3 dark shadow tentacles, grabbed Su Ming and Su Ming's 2 beasts, and then rushed into the woods behind it without looking back. Chapter 148, Lord Dragon Crocodile. Su Ming, who had already guessed the result, also experienced at this moment the situation that Wang Jinbao was dragged by the black scorpion and suffered from. As the dark demon tiger retreated with the 2 people and 2 beasts, it broke dozens of large trees. When the dark demon tiger stopped and put the 2 people and 2 beasts on the ground, it didn't even have time to turn around. The river surface was hit by huge waves tens of meters high, and a giant dragon covered in heavy armor, 1/4 the size of the dark demon tiger, broke out of the water. The moment he saw the monster, Su Ming subconsciously moved his throat. The monster's body length from head to tail was definitely more than 25 meters. Especially the pitch-black scales on its body, which seemed to glow in the sun, and each scale had curved bright white spikes, and its claws were strangely stained with blood. Monster, Blood Dragon Crocodile, minor injury. Talent rare. Level 38 Lord. Element water. Abilities: Dragon Body, Great Strength, Armor Breaking, Affinity with Water Element. Evolution Conditions. Illustrated Introduction: An extremely rare monster, mutated from an alligator before the spiritual energy was revived. This type of monster is the undisputed overlord of the water. This type of monster has no absolute natural enemy, and its attack, defense, speed in the water, and even ambush are extremely powerful. When this type of monster reaches the level of a lord, its body will be further strengthened, and it will have a certain mitigating effect on all attacks, especially elemental attacks. Minor injuries? To be able to cause minor injuries to a level 38 monster, is it that a division-level beast master has launched an attack downstream, or is it that the injuries caused by the Lord Gold Carp have not yet fully healed? After reading the illustrated book, Su Ming fell into deep thought. Roar! The blood-red dragon crocodile chewed up Wang Jinbao's fishing rod. After coming ashore, it stared at the 2-headed blood-red dragon crocodile beside Su Ming with a pair of eyes that were either dragon or crocodile. Roar! The 2-headed blood dragon crocodile shrank back behind Su Ming in fear. The 2 that were fighting over food just now were now sticking their heads close together, trying to hide behind Su Ming. But considering its size, how could it possibly hide its 2 huge heads? This behavior directly angered the Jingxue dragon crocodile, and its eyes began to become bloodshot when it looked at Su Ming. Wang Jinbao swallowed his saliva and said, "This is incredible. You caught its son, and I caught its father. Su Ming, this thing is much bigger than my Uncle Tiger. Its son is your beast now. If you die, its son will be gone too. See if you can negotiate or something." Before Wang Jinbao finished speaking, it seemed that the Jingxue dragon crocodile heard and understood what he said. The river behind him rolled up a huge wave of more than 20 meters and stood behind the Jingxue dragon crocodile. The dark demon tiger's pupils shrank upon seeing this, and it immediately stood in front of the 2 men, growling and urging them to run faster. "Damn it, I'm going to call my dad right now. Uncle Hu, hold on. Hurry, Su Ming, let's go to a safe place first." Hearing this, Su Ming did not hesitate. He directly pulled out the talisman formation of the beast controlling space and put the two-headed blood dragon crocodile into it. Leaving this child outside would probably only do more harm than good. I should wait for Wang Jinbao to finish his call, and then see if I can persuade him. The blood dragon crocodile stared at this side with slightly narrowed eyes, watching Debao running away with two people. In its eyes, Debao's speed was as fast as a snail. It clearly remembered the appearance and smell of Su Ming and Wang Jinbao. Roar! Seeing that the other party was staring at people, the dark demon tiger became angry. The ground was dyed black at this moment, and it attacked towards the position of the blood dragon crocodile at a high speed. Seeing the shadow attacking it, a human-like solemnity flashed in the eyes of the blood dragon crocodile. It raised its front legs and slapped the ground. The wave wall behind it that seemed to be stagnant began to move at this moment. At the same time, the blood dragon crocodile ran forward strangely. In the eyes of the dark demon tiger, it was rushing towards its own territory. The dark demon tiger was very surprised, but he dared not take it lightly. It didn't even dare to distract itself to inform Wang Duobao through the mental link. This dragon crocodile was the most powerful enemy it had ever faced in its life, and it didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. The next second, a ferocious water dragon rushed out from the waves, roared silently, and flew above the blood dragon crocodile. Although the blood dragon crocodile is huge in size, its sprinting speed is not slow. The blood dragon crocodile, which has already stepped into the dark land, continues to run towards the dark demon tiger regardless of anything. In an instant, countless thick black tentacles stretched out from the ground and directly tied onto the body of the blood dragon crocodile. Just when the dark demon tiger thought it had trapped the blood dragon crocodile, and had freed its hands and feet to avoid the oncoming water dragon, suddenly, a huge sound of water explosion erupted from the body of the blood dragon crocodile. Countless streams of water burst out along the spikes on the blood dragon crocodile's scales, and all the tentacles tied to its body were blown off at this moment. The blood dragon crocodile paused for a moment, and continued to rush towards the dark demon tiger. Faced with the attacks of the water dragon and the dragon crocodile, the dark demon tiger had no choice but to dodge. While dodging, it controlled its own dark elements, and stretched out its tentacles to interrupt the water dragon flying in the sky. Roar! A shocking crocodile roar sounded, and the water dragon that was broken up and turned into a stream of water condensed into two water dragons in the sky again. What was even more terrifying was that it was clearly the original amount of water. But the recondensed water dragon was only 1/3 smaller than its original size, and as it rose into the air again, it seemed to be getting bigger little by little. Upon noticing this, the dark demon tiger stopped in its tracks, its dark brown eyes filled with anger and vigilance. Roar! A loud tiger roar burst out, and the dark demon tiger did not dodge but advanced instead. The shadows that had originally spread out along the ground all rolled back at this moment, forming a black curtain that blocked the sunlight and covered the blood dragon crocodile. What's even more bizarre is that there seemed to be short, translucent milky white tentacles within the black curtain. Upon discovering this situation, the blood dragon crocodile opened its mouth and pounced towards the dark demon tiger in front of it. The two water dragons in the sky also swelled up in the wind at this moment. In an instant, its size doubled, and as it rushed towards the dark demon tiger, it continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the two terrifying beasts collided with each other. There was a loud noise like a mountain exploding. The sharp tiger claws hit the upper jaw of the blood dragon crocodile directly, knocking it back to the ground, and the translucent milky white tentacles above the ground horrifically pierced through the blood dragon crocodile's scales. It was as if it was ignored, as if it had directly merged into it. Countless pitch-black tentacles burst out from the dark demon tiger's back and directly crushed the two water dragons above its head. The water dragon broke, and the water that was supposed to fall normally suddenly seemed to be controlled by something, making continuous sonic booms, like cannonballs hitting the dark demon tiger. In an instant, almost all the tentacles on the dark demon tiger were broken, and the sound of bone breaking was also heard at this moment.